The second year of Konoha, Madara Uchiha, left the Hidden Leaf village alone. Clad in black with a waterfall of jet black hair, I carried a scythe and a war fan on my back. Stepping into the golden glow of the setting sun, my figure, solitary and proud, was marked by a chill and a deep sense of desolation. 3 days ago, at the Hokage election, my defeat was entirely expected. Hashirama Senju won by a landslide and became the Hokage. Reality was nothing like the promise he had once made me. Not only was I denied the title of Hokage, but I also found myself pushed further and further from the villagers, abandoned like a forgotten relic, left to gather dust and ignored by all. I once believed that founding Konoha would usher in true peace. Yet, the rift between the Senju and the Uchiha proved stubborn and unyielding. The village was filled with the sights and sounds of joy, but what reached me was only distance and unfamiliarity, as if I were a lone traveler lost in a foreign land. In the end, these dreams were nothing more than illusions, with no hope of being realized. In this very moment, I finally understood human prejudice is like a mountain impossible to cross, as long as the divide remains, so called peace is an unreachable mirage. If things continue this way, the Uchiha clan will ultimately meet their demise in this false peace. I saw this and tried to rally my clan to leave with me. Yet, within the vast compound, not a single member was willing to go. I had lost my younger brother and now my family support. In the eyes of the village and my clan, I had become an unnecessary existence, unacknowledged and unneeded. A gentle breeze swept by. The dying sunlight cast a cold glow, making my long hair sway in the wind. Where no one could see, my eyes brimmed with grief and disappointment. It was then that a young, hurried voice suddenly called out behind me, "Lord Madara." I halted, hiding the bitterness in my gaze, and regained my composure and authority. As I turned, I saw a boy running toward me. He was handsome, his skin fair, dressed in the Uchiha clan's high-collared robes, with neat black hair, long lashes that gave his eyes a look of gentleness and deference, and eyes as dark and bright as polished obsidian. He moved lightly, closing the distance in just a few steps, a quickness rare for one so young. "It's you?" I recognized him at once. Uchiha Kamiba, a boy already a ninja at such a tender age. I remembered him well. For years ago, he had stepped onto the battlefield, fighting the Senju clan to the bitter end, earning the name Phantom of Speed. "Lord Madara, I didn't think you would still remember me." The boy's eyes shone with sincerity as he stood behind me. "I am Uchiha Kamiba. I will follow you no matter where you go." "What?" The word sent a faint tremor through my heart, my pupils quivering slightly. "You're willing to leave Konoha with me?" Shinyu bowed to me respectfully, his tone sincere as he said, "I am not like those blind clansmen. I am willing to leave with you." A complex mix of emotions stirred within me. I scrutinized Shinyu, and after a long silence, I let out a cold, dismissive snort. "Are you here to pity me?" I turned my head away, showing him only my back. "Go back. I may no longer be your clan leader, but I, Madara Uchiha, do not need anyone's sympathy." Sympathy? Shinyu tilted his head in confusion, but he quickly noticed that, despite my words telling him to leave, I hadn't actually turned to go myself, nor did I move a single step. A flash of understanding crossed his eyes. Perhaps, in his heart, he realized. Though I had refused outwardly, I was still hoping he would insist on staying. Shinyu immediately pressed on. "Lord Madara, I truly cannot stay in Konoha any longer. For me, remaining here has lost all meaning." "Why?" I still didn't turn to face him, only asked coolly. I could sense Shinyu's subtle sigh of relief after hearing my question. Just a moment ago, I had told him to leave. He must have hesitated, for he clearly did not wish to return to that place. Shinyu was unlike the others. He was someone who had passed through from another world and had been so since birth. He was born 5 years before the founding of Konoha, during the final turbulent years of the Warring States era, when the Senju and Uchiha clans were still locked in fierce conflict. Eventually, the two clans made peace and Konoha was founded. But Shinyu knew all too well the fate that would ultimately befall the Uchiha. A look of pain and hatred clouded Shinyu's face. "The Senju clan personally murdered my parents. They weren't ninja, just ordinary people who helped care for wounded clansmen. Yet they still died brutally at the hands of the Senju." His voice trembled, barely perceptible. "That kind of hatred I will never be able to forget." I nodded. "It seems you and I do share similar experiences. But that alone is not enough reason for me to take you with me. I remember you have a younger brother, don't you? Yes, but you've been completely indoctrinated by the Senju's ideals. All he thinks about is dedicating himself to the so-called will of fire, and has long since forgotten his own grudges. He's even willing to make peace with our enemies. Such naivete is laughable. Shinyu's expression twisted with sorrow, determination, and pain flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Kagami. He has already betrayed me. From this day on, he is no longer my brother. I remained silent, my gaze restless, moved by his words. Seeing my reaction, Kamiba continued, "Ever since you failed to become Hokage, I understood. If even you couldn't achieve that position, who else in the Uchiha clan possibly could? The peace between our clan and the village is nothing more than a fleeting illusion earned by our own compromise. But those clan members who willingly sink into complacency, do they truly believe that Konoha will ever accept them? Like Kagami, they're becoming numb to it all, only to ultimately walk the path to destruction." Each of his words landed unerringly in my heart, yet I continued to choose silence. Kamiba, however, still caught the slight tremor of my body. Sensing the moment was right, he pressed further. "Living in such a place, surrounded by those ignorant, foolish clansmen. Sometimes I even forget who I used to be. I have utterly lost hope in this dull and foolish clan." This time, I was finally moved. I looked up at the sky and let out a long, heavy sigh. Although Kamiba could not see my expression, in the dusk my figure must have seemed especially solitary and forlorn. The young man's outpouring, filled with anger and helplessness, struck the softest part of my heart. I couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with his pain. Kamiba clearly understood that perhaps no one else would accept what he said, but to me, his words were truly impactful. "I don't need feeble followers," I replied, a trace of pride in my tone. Kamiba smiled faintly and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his irises had turned a dazzling crimson, each eye now bearing 3 pitch-black tomos slowly revolving around the pupil. "Ah, so this is the power of the 3, Tomo Sharingan." I finally turned to face him, a flicker of intrigue in my eyes. "No wonder you could take the battlefield at such a young age. Your eyes have already awakened to this level." I crossed my arms, my posture unconsciously proud. "In that case, you might just barely be qualified to become my follower." A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Kamiba's lips. The crimson glow in his eyes grew ever brighter, the 3 tomo rotating and intertwining, until the pattern evolved, unfolding into an intricate, mesmerizing kaleidoscope. It looked like a set of gears, or perhaps a mysterious array, symbols of endless cycle and perfect harmony, nearly flawless in their beauty. "You've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." My voice trembled with suppressed shock, and my expression turned grave in an instant. Even I could not stay calm before such eyes, for they represent the very pinnacle of what the Uchiha clan can achieve. "What exactly have you been through?" "Throughout history, there have been precious few who truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, even I myself have only witnessed 2 pairs before this. But now, in this boy I see the 3rd. Although his ocular power cannot quite compare to mine, the calm and restraint he possesses are rarities, a sign of remarkable potential. The future of Shinyu is indeed brimming with limitless possibilities. A fate much like yours, disappointment in his clan, and now, these Mangekyo eyes. In the next instant, I was already standing before Shinyu, unable to hide the excitement burning in my gaze. "If it's you, perhaps you truly could inherit my will." To be honest, ever since Shinyu plainly confessed his utter disappointment in the Uchiha, I had resolved to take him with me, though I never expected to find an extra surprise waiting for me as well. A true Uchiha does not bow to the illusion of peace. Only those who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan can truly see this world for what it is. They have already tasted the deepest pain and despair life can offer. I did my best to stifle my excitement, my eyes fixed intently on Shinyu's. What I wanted to know most at that moment was, what power does your Mangekyo possess beyond the borders of Konoha? "So, Lord Madara, have you agreed to let me leave with you?" Shinyu asked softly. "Yes." Madara nodded with calm conviction. Both Shinyu's experiences and his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan had struck a deep chord within Madara. As one who had also been toyed with by fate, Madara had already made his choice. Whether as companion or successor, He would walk this wandering path with Shinyu by his side. "Thank you, Lord Madara." A genuine smile finally spread across Shinyu's face. "The power of these eyes is my greatest secret." Shinyu raised a hand, his fingertip brushing lightly across the edge of his eye. His gaze was luminous, clear as crystal, shining like a precious gem. "But since it's you, Lord Madara, I am willing to share it with you." As Madara watched with intense curiosity, Shinyu began to explain. The ability of his left eye is called Makura. Its power is adaptation. To anything it encounters, it can respond with the most powerful counter. In other words, anything he touches or sees is subject to endless analysis. This process is called adaptation. Once adaptation is complete, that influence loses all effect on him, granting him permanent immunity and allowing him to execute a precise and effective counterattack against its source. This adaptive ability is deeply intertwined with causality. So even if time and space are altered, the adaptation remains. Furthermore, with each repeated attack, his speed of adaptation only grows. The so-called endless analysis means that for any attack he is adapted to, the process of analysis never ceases. It only grows more efficient and more perfect with every encounter. The only thing he truly couldn't adapt to was the damage inflicted on his eyes whenever he used the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers. His right eye's technique was called Eternal Stand of Heaven. Its ability was to manipulate the flow of time and space. He could freely reverse his own temporal state, restoring himself unconditionally to any moment in the recent past. The length of time he could rewind extended up to 5 minutes, and he had remarkable freedom in choosing both the time and space to return to. Once triggered, it took only a second before he could use it again, whether it concerned time or space. He could skillfully designate the target and scope of this reversal as he pleased. However, once a moment in time had been used as a point of return, he could not choose to return there again. The more Madara listened, the more enthralled he became. His eyes shone with an unusual light. Limitless adaptation, combined with temporal reversal. This is true divine power. If the two abilities were used together, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. He had to admit, the head of the Uchiha clan possessed truly piercing insight. Shinyu blinked, concealing a silent truth about his right eye's power. The temporal reversal wasn't limited to himself. It could also affect other targets. Anything in the world, so long as it could be seen, could become the subject of a time-space rewind. That said, a selected target could only be designated on a macro, individual scale at best. Moreover, directly designating a target for reversal would consume a staggering amount of chakra. The greater the target's influence on the world, and the farther back in time one tried to send them, the more severe the strain on his ocular power would become. It was only natural for both he and Lord Madara to consider such matters. If the full extent of his right eye's abilities were ever exposed, he wouldn't just be the ultimate defender, he'd become the greatest support as well. And if Madara ever saw him merely as a tool, things could quickly spiral out of control. In this ninja world, walking carefully was the surest path to survival. All right, let's get going. Madara turned away, his earlier gloom replaced entirely by satisfaction. Acquiring Shinyu had filled him with boundless contentment, but Shinyu didn't move to follow. "What's the matter?" Madara turned his head in puzzlement. "Did you forget something?" "You could say that." Shinyu smiled. "Lord Madara, in fact, there's another member of the clan who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." "What?" Madara's expression grew layered and complex. "Is it your younger brother?" Shinyu shook his head. "He isn't that gifted. He hasn't even unlocked the Sharingan yet, but it hardly matters. Do you recall, Lord Madara, that secret weapon the Uchiha clan sealed way back in the middle of the Warring States era? The Uchiha secret weapon?" Madara pondered for a moment. Then realization dawned on him. As the memories slowly came forth, a chapter long buried in dust began to quietly unfold. Many years ago, before Madara became the clan leader, there was a young girl within the Uchiha clan by the name of Uchiha Hikari. Like Kami, she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at an exceptionally young age, and her ocular technique, 8,000 spears, was regarded by many as a miraculous force. The power of 8,000 spears allowed her to mark her enemies and absorb their chakra, thus increasing her own strength. Once a mark was set, she could tap into that connection to control her opponent's mind and chakra. Distance did not matter. Chakra could be transferred to herself or to others at will. Such an extraordinary ability naturally drew the attention of those in power within the clan. They treated her as a secret weapon, locking her away in a dark dungeon for years, only letting her out when battle called. To make her even stronger, they forcibly implanted the Mangekyo techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into her, completely transforming her into a weapon of the Uchiha. Her name, her freedom, and even her basic rights as a person were all mercilessly stripped away. From that day on, the Uchiha's mightiest weapon, the Nameless One, was born. Her presence instantly tipped the scales of war in Uchiha's favor. Alarmed, the Senju clan joined forces with other ninja clans to withstand her assault, devising countermeasures specifically aimed at stopping her. "Are you thinking of rescuing her?" Madara asked. "That's right. She, too, is someone who's been cast aside. If we can bring her back under your leadership, we will forge a new Uchiha," Kami replied, her tone calm but resolute. "A new Uchiha?" For a moment, Madara was taken aback. Warmth surged quietly within him, as if some long, darkened corner of his heart had been gently lit. However, he frowned slightly. That was a long time ago. Besides, I don't even know the exact location where she was sealed. Even if you don't, that doesn't mean the Konoha leadership is in the dark. Kami's smile hinted at secrets yet to be revealed. "I suspect there's a hidden room in the Hokage's office, holding information about her." "I see." Madara fell into deep thought, his face uncharacteristically tinged with hesitation. He had only just suggested parting ways with Hashirama and left the village mere hours ago. To return so soon, and for such a purpose, was not at all his usual way of doing things. Shinyu noticed Madara's hesitation and promptly patted his own chest. "Lord Madara, you can leave this matter to me. I can sneak back into the village tonight. Once everyone's fast asleep, I'll quietly bring out the secret scroll." "That sounds dangerous for you, doesn't it? Aren't you worried about being discovered by the Senju clan's ninja?" Madara cast his gaze toward the distant silhouette of Konoha village, his tone laced with concern. Shinyu replied with a confident smile. "Stealth and the body flicker technique are what I do best. They won't notice a thing. In fact, when I followed you out of the village, I already managed to avoid all patrols. No wonder you didn't come out right away when I left. You planned ahead." Madara realized, a note of understanding dawning on him. Always decisive, Madara immediately agreed to Shinyu's suggestion. The two made a pact. They would act that very night. Madara would be waiting outside, ready to provide cover. Just then, a crimson gleam flickered in Shinyu's right eye. The whorls of the Mangekyo Sharingan began to turn, fine red veins creeping across the whites of his eye. From Shinyu's perspective, it was as if his body traced a winding path through space, like a long thread stretching from where he stood to somewhere deep inside Konoha. His vision seemed to leap to a higher dimension. The timeline of his movements shone before him, a track recording every detail of his path in the last 5 minutes, each nuance crystal clear. All he had to do was drag that timeline, pick any precise moment and press play, and instantly he would materialize at that chosen spot. This was his ocular technique, Heaven's eternal stance. Shinyu pushed the timeline of time's reversal to its very limit. 5 minutes earlier, he'd been concealed inside a thick patch of grass hidden deep within the village. In the next instant, he vanished before Madara's eyes, swift and clean, like a pencil line erased in a single gentle sweep, leaving not the faintest trace behind. Inside Konoha, Shinyu seized a moment of perfect solitude, sprang nimbly from the thicket, and landed without a sound. He deactivated the Sharingan. His right eye returned to normal, the network of crimson veins disappearing without a trace. Shinyu glanced back at the village gate and, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, quietly slipped away from the scene with a light step. Instead, acting as though nothing had happened, he returned to the clan's compound, planning to rest until evening before making any further decisions. Outwardly, there was an air of harmony, but whenever they saw him, a member of the Uchiha, they subconsciously averted their eyes. A cold, mocking smile flickered in Shinyu's heart. He knew exactly what this was, a result of the Senju clan's subtle manipulation, all aimed at isolating and marginalizing the Uchiha. He was increasingly convinced that leaving Konoha with Madara was the only wise choice. He thought back to the fate of the Uchiha in the original world, a fate of isolation, suspicion, and incitement, culminating in near total annihilation at the hands of their own kin, leaving only Sasuke alive. As one of their number, Shinyu doubted he'd survive long enough to see Minato's birth, likely fall into blades drawn in the shadows or arrows loose from afar. However, He had noticed something peculiar, hiding those who fought in the wars, just to win over the hearts of the people. Shinyu mused to himself, a note of reluctant admiration in his thoughts. The Senju's political tactics were, he had to admit, remarkably effective. Back in the clan compound, Shinyu ignored the hushed whispers of other clansmen and headed straight for his own room. He checked over his gear one last time. All his shinobi tools, military rations, clothing, battle armor, and even a makeshift tent. Everything was carefully packed into the storage scroll he carried, prepared for whatever might come. That's odd. Where's Kagami? Earlier in the day, after Madara had failed to persuade the clan elders, Shinyu had sought out his younger brother, hoping he would agree to leave Konoha with Madara as well. But Kagami had only looked at it with eyes full of alarm and bewilderment, his voice distant and wary. Brother, the peace we worked so hard to win, why would you want to destroy it with your own hands? My dear brother, I truly can't tell if you're naive or just hopelessly foolish. Shinyu lay quietly on the tatami, hands folded behind his head, eyes closed, conserving his energy for what was to come. Shinyu opened his eyes and glanced at Uchiha Kagami, who slept on his side, back turned. With a faint shake of his head, Shinyu slipped on his mask and draped himself in a black cloak. Then, with fluid agility, he eased out the window, seamlessly melting into the embrace of the night. Moving with practiced stealth and swift body flicker techniques, he navigated the shadows, evaded every patrolling ninja without a sound, and soon reached his destination. Standing before the Hokage Tower were two Senju clan guards on duty. Entering the tower at night without permission was a grave offense. Yet Shinyu advanced toward the entrance without the slightest hesitation. Hey, kid, stop. What are you doing here at this hour? Shinyu spared them no response, only lifting his gaze as a Sharingan ignited in his eyes. Point 3 Tomo spun hypnotically in his pupils. The moment his gaze locked with theirs, both guards froze, falling instantly under the sway of illusion. He passed them with calm composure and slipped swiftly into the building. Guided by memory, he navigated the hallways, his steps cushioned by a layer of chakra that dulled any sound, leaving hardly a trace behind. Draped in black, he was like a wraith among the corridors of night, moving with silent swiftness until he reached the door of the sealed chamber. You! The guard at the entrance barely managed a word before the crimson glow of the Sharingan drew him into unconsciousness. Demonic illusion, puppet technique, Shinyu commanded coldly. Open the chamber. Though he knew nothing of such seals, Shinyu manipulated the Senju guard he'd just ensnared, directed him to undo the lock and open the heavy door. Carefully, Shinyu slipped inside, scanning the shelves stacked with books and scrolls. He frowned at the daunting task before him. How long will it take to find what I need? He muttered under his breath. Shinyu walked to the doorway and whispered to the Senju clan ninja. You, find the Chronicle of Warring State Seals and bring it to me. The man nodded, though his expression was blank. He obeyed the command without hesitation and began searching through the scrolls in the secret room. Genjutsu really is useful. Maybe I should spend more time practicing in the future, Shinyu thought, folding his arms, a faint smile playing at his lips. It wasn't long before the ninja handed him a red scroll. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Shinyu's eyes as he continued to probe. Now, bring me the technique for Flying Thunder God. There are no records of Flying Thunder God in this room, the Senju ninja replied flatly, his face devoid of emotion. What about the Book of Seals? I don't know what that is. Shinyu scratched the back of his head, thinking to himself, could it be that the Book of Seals hasn't even begun to be compiled yet? The so-called Book of Seals would one day collect numerous forbidden techniques, gathered and organized by generations of Hokage. Still, most of these forbidden arts were originally invented by Tobirama Senju himself. Shinyu considered for a moment. The village of Konoha had only just been founded 2 years ago. Tobirama was constantly busy dealing with other factions, and with Madara Uchiha, he probably hadn't had any time to assemble a Book of Seals yet. In that case, Shinyu said, stroking his chin, fetch every scroll in the secret room that contains S-rank ninjutsu or forbidden arts. The Senju ninja answered mechanically. After another round of searching, Shinyu found himself holding 2 more scrolls. Only 2? That's more than enough. If I take too many, I'll just have to explain myself to Madara anyway, Shinyu thought, excitement stirring in his heart. Though a jutsu's rank mainly reflects its learning difficulty, in practice, the harder a technique is to master, the greater its power tends to be. He had no idea which forbidden arts were recorded in these scrolls, but simply getting his hands on them was already a triumph. Driven by anticipation, his heart raced with excitement. Before long, Shinyu left the Hokage building, scrolls in tow. On his way out, he took down 3 patrolling ninja in quick succession, finally drawing near Konoha's main gate. But just then, disaster struck. Every hair on Shinyu's body bristled. In that instant, he felt as if death itself had pressed its scythe to his throat. A chilling sense of danger engulfed him before he could react. A cold kunai blade was already poised against his neck. Moonlight streamed down, cold and pale, glinting on the edge of kunai. That silvery gleam seemed ready to pierce Shinyu's throat at any moment. Feeling the chill creep up his nape, Shinyu swallowed hard, his skin prickling with goosebumps. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" A cold, biting voice echoed from behind. Shinyu's pupils contracted slightly. That deep and forceful voice instantly set his nerves on edge. How could he be here? Was he waiting for me at the door all along? Countless thoughts flashed through Shinyu's mind. At this critical moment, he forced himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. No, that can't be. My senses shouldn't be wrong. I clearly avoided every surveillance. Unless... His gaze snapped to his sleeve at some unknown point. A mark representing the flying thunder god's teleportation jutsu had appeared there in utter silence. At the sight of this symbol, Shinyu understood at once. He had been betrayed. "Who are you?" The voice pressed on, merciless. The kunai shifted slightly, its blade grazing Shinyu's skin and drawing a thin line of blood. Shinyu's expression grew dark. A possibility flashed through his mind, and a wave of anger welled up inside. Forcing a light tone, he replied, "I just came out to use the bathroom. That's all. You really think I'm in the mood for jokes?" The voice behind him turned even colder. "I planned to wait until you left the building and then signal the night patrol ninja. But you were sharp. You avoided all the guards on your own. Unbelievable. Do the Senju really monitor people even when they go to the bathroom?" Shinyu retorted with a mocking smile. Before his words even faded, he suddenly hurled himself backward, trying to break free from his captor, but his opponent's reflexes were lightning fast. A flash of steel swept through the darkness, catching the crimson glint of Shinyu's Sharingan eyes. The Sharingan granted extraordinary perception, the power to track chakra, and astonishing tracking ability. Shinyu locked onto kunai's arc, slammed his elbow into his attacker's abdomen, and threw himself back at an angle with a sharp, metallic hiss. The kunai slashed a bloody cut along the left side of his face, narrowly missing a vital spot. His mask was shredded, falling away. Seizing the moment, he retreated, funneling chakra into his legs, reinforcing tendon and muscle, unleashing a burst of speed that widened the gap between them. He even left a blurry afterimage lingering where he'd stood, and in that instant, he got a clear look at his opponent's face. Dressed in a smoky blue cloak, silver hair streaming behind, sharp-browed and strikingly handsome, the man's face was marked with 3 deep crimson lines. He was none other than the current Hokage's younger brother, Tobirama Senju. Wordlessly, Shinyu clenched his fists, forcing his mind to cool down. Now, 2 options lay before him. The first, to use the heavenly constant ability of his right, Mangeko Sharingan, performing a space, time shift to any moment within the past 5 minutes. But now that he'd been exposed, if he were to disappear straight away, with Tobirama's intelligence and shrewdness, he'd immediately realize someone was using time space ninjutsu. The entire village would be on high alert, and any chance of a clean escape would only dwindle. On top of that, the village would likely send members of the Hyuga clan to conduct repeated searches. Would there be a Kugen? Every one of them could sweep through the darkness like living spotlights, and Shinba had no confidence he could slip away unnoticed under their vigilance. Worse still, there remained a true powerhouse station within the village. If that person was disturbed, not even Madara Uchiha himself might arrive in time to help. Given all this, his only option was to temporarily fend off the man before him, quietly waiting for the right moment to slip away. As long as he could break through the encirclement, Madara would surely be waiting for him beyond the village perimeter. Within the span of a single second, countless thoughts raced through Shinba's mind. He quickly came to terms with the predicament and pieced together an initial plan for escape. Achiha? So it's just a petty thief after all. Tobirama's gaze swept coolly over Shinba. 3. Tomo's Sharingan, an adept at the body flicker technique. Now I remember that quick-footed Uchiha boy, right? No wonder your moves are so sharp. Tobirama-sama, You still put on that facade at a time like this? Do you truly expect me to swallow that? Shimba let out a mocking laugh as he shrugged off his cloak. My plan was flawless. If not for some traitor tipping you off, you wouldn't have shown up here at all. With that, a flare of fire danced a life in his right hand, turning both his stealthy nightwear and the piece of cloth marked with the flying Thunder God insignia to ash in a heartbeat. Narrowing his eyes, Shimba forced a chilling smile. For you to take trouble coming out at this late hour just to escort me to the privy. Surely my dear brother must have reported me. It seems he's truly worried about me, isn't he? Humph. Your words are sharp enough, Tobirama remarked, his gaze darkening as he glared at the blood-stained kunai. Still, I can't deny your skills are formidable. Slipping into the vault in the dead of night and stealing confidential scrolls. Who's pulling your strings? All thanks to your training, Lord Tobirama. Whatever I'm capable of now, I picked up back on the battlefield under your command. Shimba arched a brow in return. Tobirama gave a cold snort. It doesn't matter if you confess. I'll find a way to make you talk. Where's my brother? Worry about yourself first. Hand over the scroll and come back with me peacefully, or you'll forfeit your life. There's no need for that. I have no desire to remain entangled with Konoha in any way. Shimba's rejection came quietly, yet firm. I've made my decision. From now on, our paths will never cross again. Ridiculous. Do you think Konoha is a place where you can come and go as you please? Tobirama snapped, his tone like steel. To think that someone could be as arrogant as Madara Uchiha himself. Lord Tobirama, do you really have to stop me? Humph. Dealing with you doesn't require my personal involvement. No sooner had he spoken than figures flickered into view all around. In just a few seconds, more than 20 Senju clan shinobi surrounded Kamiba in a tight formation. Suddenly, a rapid shuffle of footsteps echoed through the air. Kamiba paused in surprise and turned to look back. At the entrance to the Hidden Leaf village, a group of figures appeared in the haze, clad in matching uniforms. They stood beneath the pale moonlight, eyes glinting crimson as they gazed at him with cold, unwavering stares. The Uchiha clan. At that precise moment, from among the Senju crowd, a small figure struggled to break through. Uchiha Kagami. Kagami called out to Kamiba in desperation. Big brother, please, don't go any further down this path. You must be under Lord Madara's influence, right? Kamiba glared furiously at his younger brother, his eyes blazing with rage. I'm the one who's lost, and you'd side with outsiders? Have you already forgotten how our parents died? Tears glimmered in Kagami's eyes as he fought to keep his voice steady. Hatred has no end. If we let it run wild again, the peace we fought so hard for will be destroyed. Lord Madara has already betrayed the village. You can't make the same mistake. Kamiba suddenly burst into laughter, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Who's really the traitor here, Kagami? Who? Kagami's voice trembled with sorrow and pleading. I'm sorry, brother. I truly want to stop you, but I know I can't beat you. But don't worry. I've already spoken with Lord Tobirama. If you cooperate, it won't be long before they release you. Then we can live in the Hidden Leaf together again. Wouldn't that be good? Kamiba trembled from head to toe, the red light in his eyes burning ever more fiercely. Should I be grateful to you? Brother, enough. Kamiba sucked in a sharp breath and sneered. It's a good thing I never trusted you completely. That's why I didn't tell you everything. At that moment, Tobirama turned a cold gaze on Kamiba, waving his hand with a hint of impatience. Seize him. The ninja had barely begun to move when tremendous, overwhelming energy erupted from Kamiba's body. His chakra, dark and oppressive, flared like a raging fire, cutting through the air with a chilling intensity. Tobirama stared at Kamiba in shock. Kamiba slowly raised his head, his black hair lifting as if caught by an invisible wind. In his eyes, the tomo began to interlock and shift, black patterns blooming in his blood-red irises, hypnotic and striking. That's the Mangeko Sharingan. Even Tobirama, for a fleeting second under the gaze of those eyes, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. We can't hesitate any longer. There's no saving this child. He must be executed right here and now. Tobirama, with an unwavering resolve, began forming hand seals, his voice as hard as steel. I will never allow him to become another Madara, water-style, severing wave. Without a moment's delay, Tobirama unleashed his technique. A surging torrent of water erupted forward, as sharp as a blade, tearing through the night with a dull, ominous sound and slicing Shimba's body in two. Blood quickly seeped into the water, turning it bright red. like a massive cluster of otherworldly flowers blooming within the current. Brother, Uchiha Kagami fell to his knees, his voice thick with anguish and unwillingness. It wasn't supposed to be this way. This should never have happened. Bathed in the cold, silvery light of the moon, Camu's body seemed to twist and distort for a split second, blood splattering as his limbs reattached. Yet in the next breath, he stood upright, completely unscathed, as if those mortal wounds had never touched him. How is this possible? Is Anaji? Tobirama stared at Camu, utterly shocked. Still, Camu's gaze remained perfectly clear, showing no sign of illusionary jutsu at work. Before he could finish speaking, 3 ninja lunged at Camu with lightning speed. Camu's fighting style was brutal, completely different from typical ninja techniques. He was like a beast that threw caution to the wind, the savagery of his attacks forming a stark contrast to his calm, innocuous appearance. A blade swung toward his face. Camu didn't evade. Instead, his palm struck the flat of the sword, driving its sharp edge deep into his right shoulder. Completely ignoring the blood pouring from a wound, he slammed his knee upward, smashing into his attacker's chin. As the enemy lost consciousness, Camu slipped behind, unhesitatingly twisting the man's neck until it snapped. A sudden flash of steel sliced at him from behind. Sensing the danger, Camu's eyes chilled. His form vanished like a ghost, reappearing at his assailant's back. With a swift strike of his hand like a blade, he shattered the enemy's wrist, sending the sword clattering to the ground. As the foe's grip faltered, Camu seized the weapon, spun in a fluid motion, and drove the blade straight into the man's back. Just then, a cold, short blade burst through Camu's chest from behind, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. "Die, traitor!" cried the last attacker, a member of the Uchiha clan. Using the extraordinary insight of the Sharingan, he had pierced straight through Camu's one momentary lapse in defense. Why? Why are you doing this to me?" Camu turned with tremor, straining through the agony in his chest to glimpse the face of his attacker. The Uchiha ninja wore a cold, mocking sneer. "Humph. The Uchiha now serve Konoha. There's no place in this world for traitors like you." Camu's hand clamped down on the man's shoulder, his beast-like, icy stare making his opponent's heart quail in fear. "There's no value in fighting for one's enemies." Camu lifted his head, and in that instant, his Mangeko Sharingan flared a vivid crimson. Demonic illusion, shackles of binding. While the enemy was trapped in the illusion, Camu swiftly reversed his grip and drove the blade straight through the man's throat. Blood fountained out with grotesque, squelching noise. Camu withdrew the blade and stepped back. The pattern in his right eye spun slowly. Astonishingly, his ravaged body knitted itself whole again. Even the short blade that had pierced him dropped to the ground. His clothes were formed, spotless and whole. The sight sent a chill crawling down the spines of every ninja watching. That's impossible. Can he truly not be killed? What kind of terrifying healing ability is that? Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and raised a kunai that had previously wounded Kamehane. Only to be surprised, the bloodstain had vanished without a trace. This is far from an ordinary regenerative ability. He pressed his palms together, drawing moisture from the air. The surrounding humidity visibly increased. In an instant, a tremendous torrent materialized out of thin air. Water-style, water-colliding wave. The water surged upward in a spiraling vortex. Caught off guard, Kamahane's arm was snatched by the current, and soon his entire body was swallowed by the rushing water. Though it all happened in the blink of an eye, Tobirama's sharp gaze caught something, right as Kamehane was swept into the torrent. His left Mangekyo Sharingan rotated gently, like a clock's hand just starting to tick. The leading Senjin ninja shouted a command. Countless kunai and shuriken howled through the air, pounding against the spinning water, sending up bursts of spray. In the clash of blades and blood, the water dragon spiral quickly turned crimson. After just a few breaths, the torrent began to dissipate. Kamehane slowly rose from the ground, bathed in the cold moonlight. His eyes were still blood red, gleaming with a dangerous light. Everyone stared in disbelief at the young man before them. He was utterly unscathed, with no trace of blood to be found. It was as if their fierce battle had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. With remarkable speed, Kamehane formed a string of hand signs. No sooner had he stood than he launched his counterattack. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Flames erupted to life. He spat forth an enormous fireball, grand as a banquet hall. its scalding heat sweeping through night and igniting the darkness in a blaze of light. How could a child possess such overwhelming chakra? The fireball roared forward like a beast made of living flame. The ground quaked and split under its force. There was no stopping it. Tobirama's eyes narrowed further. He flung the stunned Uchiha Kagami behind him and pressed his palms together. Water-style, water formation wall. A curtain of cascading water surged up, forming a circular barricade. The watery shield whirled swiftly around Tobirama, standing firm between him and the oncoming fire. Water and fire collided head-on. A wave of steam exploded into the air in an instant. Kamehane swiftly unfurled a scroll, producing a new long sword in each hand. Channeling fire chakra into the hilts, he set the blades ablaze. They burned like twin torches in the night. Uchiha style, blazing blade ascent, he whispered, and vanished from sight, obstructed by steam and confusion. The others could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting toward a cluster of Uchiha at the village gate. Moments later, a series of muffled cries rang out. "You dragged me into this battle." The swords flashed, blood splattered. "You're the ones making me fight for my life." Steel and flame intertwined. Kamehane became like the god of death, shrouded in mist. The raging heat in his scarlet eyes flared dangerously bright. "The ones determined to wipe me out completely are still you." His speed was astonishing, flickering from place to place, using instant movement techniques again and again, combined with the overwhelming power of his Mangeko Sharingan. No one could stand against him. The air was filled with screams and desperate pleas for mercy, only to be abruptly silenced. How can this be? How is he this powerful? Impossible. Help. Someone. Aren't the Senju clan just going to stand there and do nothing? Camille. We're from the same clan, aren't we? No, Camille's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, he seemed less like a human, more like an emotionless killing machine, gripping his blades in both hands. He spun at breakneck speed, his body the center of a raging cyclone of violence, becoming a blazing whirlwind. With each sudden flash of movement, another ninja fell at his hands, their blood scattering on the wind. And when the crowd finally regained their senses, almost all the Uchiha present had already been slaughtered. Wind release, great breakthrough. At last, someone unleashed a wind-style jutsu, a violent gust that swept away the choking fog hanging over the battlefield. At the same time, bubbles began to rise from the water formation wall, steam swirling up as the fireballs were entirely doused, their flames snuffed out. Water release, water dragon bite blast. Tobirama's hands flashed through seals. The lingering water surged out, racing along the ground to swirl at Camille's feet. He leapt up instantly, but the water beneath him surged with vicious force. A vast whirlpool opened up in a blink, swallowing him whole. Amid the raging flood, water from above swirled together into a titanic water dragon, which then crashed down with devastating force. A deafening roar shook the earth. Flood waters rushed everywhere, collapsing the ground, sweeping away houses nearby until only wreckage remained. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, quickly seeking Camille amid the chaos. There, he caught sight of Camille again, now drenched but utterly unharmed, save for the unnatural angle of his right arm. Yet, in mere seconds, Camille's body healed, his clothes drying and straightening, his eyes sharp and undimmed. Tobirama's expression turned grim. He noticed Camille's left eye twist ever so slightly, a subtle movement, yet he caught it at once. A strange unease flickered through Tobirama's heart, and he paused, unsettled. Is this just my imagination? Why do I suddenly feel so tense around this boy? Lightning release, false darkness. Camille tossed aside his broken sword hilt, raising one hand high as lightning coiled around his palm. The energy burst forth like pale northern lights, illuminating the night so fiercely that thunder rumbled even from a kilometer away. The moisture in the air made the lightning surge with terrifying power. The crackling arcs tore through the darkness, threatening to consume everyone. A few of the quickest jonin reacted instantly, forming hand signs. Wind release, chaotic gale dance. Wind release, great wind cutter. Wind release, vacuum wave. The thunder, battered by the wind-style ninjutsu, gradually dissipated, just to fend off the single lightning-style technique. It surprisingly took the combined efforts of 3 wind-style ninja, barely enough to hold it back. Why does he have such a tremendous amount of chakra in his body, even though he carries the Uchiha name? Tobirama's brows drew together in a deep frown as he slipped into contemplation. As an elite sensory-type ninja, he had an acute sense for the quantity and intensity of chakra. This child did not possess an abundance of chakra, yet he was able to unleash 2 large-scale jutsu back-to-back. He showed not the slightest sign of strain, his stamina still seemingly untouched. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Kameha launched his counterattack without hesitation. A torrent of flames shot out like arrows, engulfing everyone within its range. The ninja from the Senju clan responded quickly. Some instantly launched water style to defend. Others darted away with swift agility. But under Kameha's control, the flames seemed almost possessed of tracking abilities, scattering like bursting flower seeds of the barest touch and flying in all directions. Completely dodging them proved nearly impossible. Several ninja were struck, their screams of pain ringing out at once. The encirclement around Kameha quickly dissolved into chaos. Seizing the moment as thick mist began to spread, he immediately retreated toward the village gates. The standstill of heaven had granted him a unique period of invincibility. Whenever he suffered harm, endured a status effect, depleted his chakra, or found himself cornered, he could rewind his own time. He would return to a moment before he'd been touched by any of these, restoring his stamina and chakra to their peak. His body would remain at its prime. The instant he activated his ocular jutsu, the 5-minute timeline had begun. Each time he rewound, so long as he avoided further harm in the following second, the 5-minute timer would reset. This system allowed him to maintain an almost perpetual state of invincibility. Just then, a sharp swish sounded from behind, a bladed wind cutting through the fog, almost as if he had foreseen it. Kameha inclined his head. A kunai whistled past, grazing his cheek with dangerous speed. His pupils narrowed as his keen vision caught the flying thunder god formula carved into the base of the kunai's handle. In an instant, Tobirama Senju materialized abruptly at his side. Appearing out of nowhere, Tobirama seized a kunai in reverse grip and thrust it toward Kameha's throat with lethal precision. Flying thunder god slash. In that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Kameha's mouth. With surprising swiftness, a hand darted out from an impossible angle, firmly seizing Tobirama's wrist. "I've been waiting for you, Lord Tobirama." Tobirama felt a jolt of alarm. Kameha's reactions were so sharp, he caught his movement the instant it began. Tobirama's wrist was trapped in an unyielding grip, as though caught in iron pincers. The kunai itself seemingly stuck in quicksand, unable to advance another inch. Yet Tobirama did not panic. Instead, he swiftly changed tactics. With a single-handed sign, a torrent of water surged down Shinyu's arm, enveloping him completely in a blink. It transformed into a massive sphere of water. Water style, water prison jutsu. Without missing a beat, he puffed out his cheeks and declared, "Water style, heavenly tears." 3 water needles, as fine as hair, burst forth, slicing through the air like a sudden drizzle. They pierced the water prison in an instant, setting off ripples as they hit. The needles moved with such speed that they were almost invisible within the watery sphere, homing in straight for Shinyu's eyes and brow. At that moment, Shinyu raised his right hand, his entire palm wrapped in tangible, intense chakra. With a swift motion, a flash of icy blue light split the darkness. All 3 needles shattered at once. The water sphere itself split down the middle as if cut by a razor, sending droplets scattering everywhere. The blade of light was unstoppable. Under Tobirama's stunned gaze, his body was torn apart completely, blood spraying, his form cleaved cleanly in 2. In truth, the moment he first withstood water-style attacks, Shinyu's left eye, the Mangeko Sharingan, and Mosulo, had already activated. It began to adapt to Tobirama's water-style techniques. After several rounds of assault, the adaptation was complete. His eye unveiled a perfect counter, the awe-inspiring chakra blade. This chakra blade not only allowed him to adjust its density by controlling the output, but could also mimic the texture of flowing water. No matter how tight a defense, it could cut through with ease, boasting tremendous slicing power. Judging by its effect, this blade resembled the A-rank medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, though with one key difference. Shinyu could freely alter both the length and sharpness of his weapon, truly embodying the saying, "Draw a blade and cleave the water." No matter how furious the current or how sharp the needles, nothing could withstand this radiant edge. In a heartbeat, everything was severed and rendered to nothing. It was worth noting, however, that Shinyu's immunity only extended to Tobirama's water-style jutsu. The counter technique he gained through adaptation, on the other hand, would become a permanent addition to his arsenal, a new weapon he could always wield. This was the ocular power of his Mangekyo Sharingan's left eye, Mo Suluo. Tobirama's body crashed to the ground and, with a soft pop, dissolved into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone, Shinyu's brow knit slightly. Not far away, Tobirama gazed at the youth shrouded in mist with lingering fear. Fortunately, he dispatched a shadow clone to probe the opponent, or he might have suffered grave harm. He actually broke my water prison from within, and my water style is growing weaker with each attack. Is this the power of that left eye? Tobirama's heart grew heavier with concern. From the early days of 3 Tomo Sharingan, to the mastery of body flicker, and now this perilous Mangekyo ability, the depths of Kamiyo's power had repeatedly surpassed Tobirama's expectations. At this very moment, Tobirama resolved with unwavering certainty. He must not allow Kamiyo to leave here alive. Though the fight had only lasted a few brief minutes, the succession of advanced jutsu unleashed by both sides had already drawn considerable attention. More and more shinobi were rapidly converging on the scene. Kamiyo lowered his head just slightly, slipping past a strike that rushed toward him. Hands coming together, sharp as blades, a blue streak of chakra sliced through the air, cutting unimpeded straight into the enemy's abdomen. A sickening thud rang out, blood spraying in a brutal, harrowing spectacle. Such overwhelming force left even Kamiyo himself momentarily stunned. He glanced down at the chakra blade in his hand. Chakra surged outward from his palm, condensing into a blade that shone with fierce, keen light. Within, the chakra swirled rapidly, flowing like a fierce river, forming a nearly closed circuit in his grasp. "I've picked up a useful skill," Kamiyo murmured with a hint of a smile, "since it was mastered at this moment. Let's call you the autumn dew on leaf, da." But as the circle of enemies shinobi grew tighter, his tone grew serious. "We don't have much time. We'll have to break through with everything we have." At that same moment, Tobirama completed his initial assessment of Kamiyo's abilities. "My water style is useless against him, but that doesn't mean other jutsu will be ineffective." He analyzed coolly. He should only be able to nullify one chakra nature at a time. If that's the case, his expression grew more severe. His voice rang out, deep and commanding. "Keep your distance. All of you attack with long, range jutsu. Together." The shinobi instantly obeyed, scattering and pulling back. In an instant, countless hands flashed through seals, their reflections flickering in Kamiyo's eyes. Lightning style, ground surge. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. The barrage was instantaneous. Wind, fire, lightning, and earth crisscrossed in the air. An unending rain of jutsu fell upon them. The explosions illuminated Kamiyo's eyes with wild, flickering light. Only 1 minute left. "I can't afford to be held like this any longer." Kamiyo calculated rapidly. "Seems there's only one move left, the third power, Susun," with a surge of black miasma erupting from deep within. As if shadowy flames raged from his body, a massive jet black skeletal form materialized. It radiated with the weighty sheen and pressure of obsidian. 2 enormous bone hands shot upward from the darkness. With a single, effortless sweep, they batted away most of the incoming jutsu. Then, with a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, a violent shockwave erupted. It obliterated every attack in its path. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Some froze where they stood, their pounding heartbeats echoing in the silence. A massive black skeleton enveloped Kamiyo entirely, like an undying specter emerging from the depths of hell. Though only its upper half had materialized, an overwhelming force radiated from it, an aura so formidable that it felt as if a single gesture could obliterate everything. "Those who stand in my way die." Kamiyo spat out the icy words, as blood slowly traced its way down his face. Dark, swirling current of energy unfurled behind him like a banner. In that moment, he seemed an invincible god of war on the battlefield, armored and unconquerable. At the gates of the Hidden Leaf village, shrouded in black mist, Kamiyo's Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with a haunting red light. Guided by his will, Susanu's massive hand swept forth, seizing the ninja who had managed to retreat in time. "Perish," he declared, his tone calm and utterly merciless. The enormous skeletal hand closed with mechanical strength. A sudden tightening, and blood erupted in a spray between its fingers. Bodies and shattered bones rained to the ground. Damn it! Kill him. The Uchiha monster. D. Furious cries broke out in all directions as the second wave of jutsu struck. A flurry of kunai laced with explosive tags rained down. A thunderous cacophony filled the air. Kamiyu ignored the relentless assault, steadily withdrawing step by step. Susanoo defended him, moving as a shield. That colossal skeletal frame seemed forged from divine iron, impossibly sturdy. No matter how fierce the onslaught, it stood unshaken, not so much as a scratch marring its surface. When the cloud of smoke finally cleared, the black skeleton remained completely unscathed, the dark aura swirling around it undiminished, and Kamiyu inside was utterly unharmed. In contrast, the attacks of the leaf ninjas seemed pitifully feeble, like raindrops against a cliff, incapable of posing any real threat. With a sudden sweep, Kamiyu directed Susanoo to smash its fist down. There was a deafening crash as the hidden leaf's gate crumbled instantly. Splinters of wood and chunks of stone showered across the ground. Try this on for size. Kamiyu quickly wove hand signs from within Susanoo. Fire style, twin great fireball orbs. The black skeleton spread its bony hands, unleashing surges of blistering heat. Two massive fireballs formed between its palms. Scorching waves swept over the battlefield. Wielding the fireballs as weapons, Susanoo struck and pressed the attack. Scarlet flames tore across the sky as anguished screams rose from the crowd. No one could withstand the savage onslaught. Tobirama tried to quell the flames with his waterfall jutsu, but before the water could reach Susanoo, the roaring heat had already vaporized it into a fine mist. It was as if all jutsu were rendered powerless before Susanoo's might. My water style is completely ineffective. Tobirama gritted his teeth. What a troublesome ability. Relying on the power of Susanoo, Shinyu forced his way past the others and quickly broke out of the hidden leaf village. Yet the ninja behind him refused to give up and chased him relentlessly. His eyes turned cold, and veins of blood burst through his pupils. The massive skeletal form reared back, like an enraged giant ape, and hurled a blazing fireball with all its might. The fireballs tore through the air in rapid succession, each one trailed by scorching waves of heat as they roared straight toward the village. Empowered by Susanoo's tremendous strength, nothing could withstand the impact of the attack. Not even the earth beneath escaped unscathed, as two deep trenches were gouged into ground by the fireball's path. You sly little brat. Tobirama clasped his hands together in fury, preparing to unleash an earth-release jutsu. Just then, a firm and commanding voice rang out from within the village, summoning jutsu, five-fold Rashomon. All at once, 5 massive gates, each a different color, rose up from the ground one after another. Engraved upon them were vivid, fearsome faces of demons and gods, emblems of death in the underworld, while clouds of dust quickly billowed outward. The first fireball crashed into the initial gate, sparks and flames bursting in all directions. The second fireball was right behind it. With each pounding impact, gate after gate shattered under the onslaught. By the time the fourth gate was destroyed, the fireball's strength was finally spent, fading slowly into the air. From the thickening white smoke, a tall figure in white descended from the sky, landing in front of the hidden leaf village with enough force to carve a deep crater into the earth below. His imposing presence commanded awe and respect from all who saw him. The Hokage, Lord Hashirama, clan leader, you finally arrived. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The moment that figure appeared, everyone finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. Even Tobirama was no exception. Big brother, you're here. Yes. Hashirama nodded and turned his gaze toward Kamiyo, who stood shielded by Susanoo. In an instant, his eyes sharpened. This farce, it's time to bring to an end. Kamiyo let out a soft chuckle. Lord Hashirama, aren't you curious to know who I really am? I only know one thing. You are a destroyer, Hashirama replied coldly. Anyone who dares to stand against a village, I won't let them go unpunished. Kamiyo opened his mouth to defend himself. If we're talking about who struck first, it actually wasn't. His words cut off abruptly, for Hashirama had already begun forming hand seals. With style, with dragon jutsu, the earth cracked open with a thunderous roar. From the ground, an enormous wooden dragon spiraled upward, its size rivaling Kamiyo's Susanoo in its initial form. The ground shuddered as the wood dragon bared its massive jaws and lunged at Kamiyo, but Kamiyo simply shook his head with a smile and almost serenely dismissed the Susanoo. The half-formed skeletal warrior melted away into black smoke. Kamiyo closed his eyes as if resigned to fate, waiting silently for death to come. But just then, a colossal blue arm shot out from the side, clamping firmly around the wood dragon's neck. No matter how the dragon writhed and struggled, it could no longer advance an inch. The wind howled. Another giant hand gently pulled Kamio back, shielding behind its massive figure. Hashirama stared, unblinking, at the newcomer, slowly lowering his hands from their sealing position. Instantly, the wood dragon ceased its struggles and crashed to the earth with a tremendous thud. The blue skeleton dissolved slowly, fading into the wind, and there beneath it stood a lone figure, arms folded, black hair whipping wildly in the gale. Uchiha Madara, seeing Madara arrive just in time. Kamio finally allowed himself a quiet sigh of relief. Seizing this moment, he activated his right eye's ability, silently restoring his condition to its peak. Now, only 15 seconds remained before he reached the limit of his power. If he went beyond that, he'd be forced to rewind to a state of exhaustion and injury. But Kamio was careful. This time, he restored only his physical condition, not his clothes or chakra reserves. Outwardly, he still looked battered, as if he'd emerged from a desperate battle. In truth, his stamina had fully recovered, and not even a scratch marked his body. After all, with Madara present, appearances must be maintained. As tension crackled in the air between Hashirama and Madara, Kamio swiftly shut off his Sharingan. His eyes returned to their deep black, fathomless as ever. When he just summoned Susanoo, the drain on his ocular power had been staggering, sending waves of pain searing through every cell in his body. No wonder, in the original timeline, Sasuke went blind so quickly. Fortunately, the ability known as Eternal Stance of Heaven could minimize such side effects to the greatest extent. Yet, this also meant he couldn't sustain battle for long. He had to settle the fight within 5 minutes, or there would be little hope of retreating unscathed. Madara, what exactly are you trying to do? Hashirama asked calmly. By now, he had completely tied all of Kamiba's actions to Uchiha Madara himself. I've come to retrieve my disciple. Madara swept his sleeve, shielding Kamiba behind him. What? He's your disciple? Hashirama frowned, turning to Kamiba, his tone darkening. Do you know what you've done? You just killed so many of our comrades. Those are your comrades. If they're dead, so be it, Madara replied with unrestrained contempt. Hashirama took a step forward, his expression tangled and hesitant. Speaking quietly, he began, Madara, what do you really want? Didn't I already agree to let you be the second Hokage? He broke off mid-sentence, clearly unwilling to reveal any more vulnerability in front of the others, especially his brother. He held his breath and finally forced out just one sentence. Come back. But Madara remained defiant, his voice cold and unwavering. I told you long ago, my obsession with you has wavered. Leaving Konoha was to see if your path was truly right. Must I say it again? Madara, you're as stubborn as ever. No matter how I try to persuade you, it's useless. Hashirama sighed in resignation. At the very least, leave the boy here. Madara lifted his chin, refusing to give an inch. Impossible. Kamiba is of my blood, the only heir I will acknowledge, and my dearest friend. Stop clinging to such empty hopes. He's killed too many. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, turning chilly. Your people are all in Konoha now. Why defend a murderer? Madara threw his head back in wild laughter. A murderer? Hearing that from you, how absurd. Haven't I killed people myself? And you and Tobirama at your side, have you not taken lives as well? His eyes swept coldly over battered Uchiha behind Hashirama. Those people in the village, hardly worthy of being called Uchiha anymore. With kin like that, I wouldn't recognize them. Madara, stop being so stubborn. You know I cannot let that child go. You already took my dearest friend from me. Now you want to take someone else as well? Madara's face twisted in agony. Hashirama was left standing, caught off guard, his murderous intent faltering for a moment. What? Today, I will take him with me. If you want to stop me, then try. With that, Madara turned and left the battlefield with Kamiba at his side. Hashirama remained rooted to the spot, Madara's last words still ringing in his ears. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. I'm here to take my student, Madara declared, sweeping his sleeve to shield Shinyu behind him. What? He's your student? Hashirama's brow furrowed as his gaze shifted to Shinyu, his tone thick with disapproval. Do you realize what he's done? He just killed many of our people. They were your companions, not mine. What's done is done. Madara replied with disdain. Hashirama stepped forward, a complex, even pained, expression flickering across his face. Madara, what are you thinking? I already promised you. The role of Hokage was yours for the taking. His words cut off abruptly, here before the crowd. He found it impossible to show weakness, especially with his anxious younger brother standing just behind. Come back, he finally muttered after a long pause, voice low and strained. Madara remained aloof, cold pride in his stance. I've told you before, I no longer believe in your ideals. Leaving Konoha was my way of seeking the truth of your path. Must I really repeat myself? Madara, you're as stubborn as ever. Nothing anyone says gets through to you. Hashirama let out a weary sigh and shook his head in resignation. At the very least, leave that child behind. Madara lifted his chin with resolve. Absolutely not. Shinyu is one of my clan, my only acknowledged successor. And above all, he's my dearest friend. Stop chasing after those empty hopes. He killed so many. Hashirama's voice grew sharp. Most of your clan are still here in Konoha. Why defend a murderer at the cost of them all? A murderer? How ironic. Hearing those words from you. Madara threw back his head with a sarcastic laugh. Am I not a murderer? You, and even your brother Tobirama. Aren't you the same? The people here, they're no longer worthy of being called Uchiha with such ignorance and foolishness. I can't recognize them as my kin. Madara swept his gaze coldly over the wounded, fallen Uchiha behind Hashirama. Madara, stop being so reckless. You know I can't let that child go. You've already stolen one friend from me, and now you want to take another? Madara's features twisted with pain and fury. Hashirama was momentarily stunned. His killing intent faded away. What did you say? No matter what happens today, I'm taking him with me. And if anyone tries to stop us, well, you're welcome to try. With those words, Madara turned sharply, leading Shinyu away without a backward glance. Hashirama remained rooted to the spot, Madara's words echoing over and over in his mind. The others exchanged uncertain looks. Without the Hokage's direct command, none dared move recklessly. Tobirama quickly rushed to Hashirama's side, anxiety etched clearly on his face. Brother, Hashirama offered no reply, but called out after Madara, his voice carrying into the distance. Madara, can you still not forget what happened to Izuna? Madara halted at those words, a faint, bittersweet smile emerging on his face. Hashirama, when I speak of a true friend, I'm talking about you. The cool night wind drifted by, carrying away the scent of gunpowder, but Hashirama's heart was still far from calm. Brother, Uchiha Kagami collapsed weakly onto ground, his face streaked with tears and caked with dirt. He stared after his elder brother's receding figure. The pain and helplessness etched across his youthful features. Tobirama happened to glance over, only to be shocked by what he saw. Kagami's eyes had turned a vivid blood red, and within his pupils, two tomo hung clear as day. Above them, the sky glowed with the fullness of the moon. Deep within a dense forest, Shinba and Madara were speeding northwest through the land of fire. Their purpose was unmistakable. It was clear they had uncovered a location where Uchiha Mitsuru had been sealed so many years ago. In Madara's hand was a crimson scroll, the very same chronicle of seals from the Warring States era that Shinba had obtained at any cost. All these years, aside from that nameless one, it seems the Senju and Uzumaki clans really did leave behind quite a number of sealed relics, Madara remarked as he moved, idly unrolling the scroll. Shinba followed, a breeze lifting his black hair behind him. I wonder, Lord Madara, what do you make of this? I noticed the box of ultimate bliss is recorded in the scroll as well. They say it was crafted by the sage of the six paths himself. No matter how powerful a ninja tool is, it's still external to oneself. In the end, a person's own strength is what matters most, Madara replied, putting the scroll away, his tone unwavering. Not just these ninja tools. Even the power of the sage of the six paths itself isn't beyond reach. The power of the sage of the six paths, Shinba echoed under his breath, as though lost in thought. He understood Madara perfectly well. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha power would ultimately bring them back to that primal force left by their ancestor, Otsutsuki. In the basement of the Kano Shrine, there stands an ancient stone tablet. It has been guarded by the Uchiha for generations. Upon it are inscribed the secrets of how one might gain the sage's power. The tablet, though, is shrouded by secret magic. Only those whose Sharingan has reached its higher stages can decipher its deeper truths. Madara cast a glance at Shinba. You know of this, don't you? Shinba nodded. Once I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I was fortunate enough to decipher part of the stone's message. If that's the case, you should already know how to unleash the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Still, I must remind you, though your ocular powers are unique, they are not a true eternal eye. Should you use them too often, the risk of going blind remains, Madara cautioned, his voice heavy with meaning. I understand, Lord Madara, Shinba replied, his voice low. When the time is right, I'll handle it myself. Since that's the case, I won't say any more. Madara smiled, then casually asked, how long have you had your Mangekyo Sharingan? It's been over 3 years now, Camille recalled, a shadow of memories flickering across his eyes. He first awakened the Sharingan at the age of 4, when he witnessed the death of his childhood friend. The world was at war, and soon after, he was summoned to the battlefield by his clan. A weapon was thrust into his hands, armor forced onto his small body, and he, a child, was marched to war. How much could a 4-year-old contribute in battle? The Sharingan only made his movements sharper, nothing more. Surviving was, in itself, a stroke of great luck. He still remembered vividly his first step onto the battlefield. That was the second time he had faced death directly. Unlike the first, when disease had mercilessly claimed his playmate on the battlefield, death came screaming from the clash of steel. Blood and corpses blanketed the earth, and the air was choked with the stench of iron. The wind carried with it the howls of slaughter and the shrieks of agony, battering the mind until it nearly broke. His fellow clansmen once gave him a thumbs up, praising his composure amid so much carnage, especially for someone so young. Only Camille himself knew the truth. He had been crushed into numbness by overwhelming fear. That clansman would never learn this. The very next day, he too fell lifeless amid pools of blood. If he wanted to survive, there was only one option: become stronger. War was a relentless grinder, swallowing lives without pause. Under the relentless drum of killing and dying, his Sharingan rapidly evolved to its 3-tomo stage. Camille's parents were gentle by nature, gifted not as shinobi, but with a modest grasp of healing arts. To bless their son, they set up a small makeshift clinic, offering care free of charge to wounded clansmen. Gradually, Camille's family home grew into a refuge for injured Uchiha, but that generosity filled Camille with deep unease. Again and again, he urged his parents to reconsider. They were placing the entire family in danger by drawing the war to their door. Yet his parents held firm. The clinic's name had already spread, and with a steady stream of wounded at their door, they simply could not turn anyone away. A year later, while fighting at the front lines, Camille was seized by a fierce sense of dread, a chilling certainty that something had gone wrong at home. He forced the battle to a swift end and rushed back, only to find his parents lifeless and his brother lying in blood. In that moment, rage and regret so intense, it almost suffocated him, crashed over Camille. He threw his head back and let out a heart-rending wail, as though his chest might tear open from within. The crimson glow of his Sharingan deepened, cold consuming his every fiber. In the depths of that anguish, his Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened. The Sharingan is often called the mirror of the soul. At the very moment the Mangekyo awakens, it grants its wielder a unique ocular power shaped by their deepest desires and most intense emotions. It was at this instant that Mugiura and Eternal Sky, powers born from his overwhelming hatred and remorse, came into existence. He unleashed his eye power recklessly, desperately hoping to turn back time. But his parents had been gone too long. There was no way to bring them back. Only his younger brother, Uchiha Kagami, was within the 5-minute limit of his time reversal ability. Miraculously, under the effect of his power, his brother was restored to life. His wounds closed and vanished as if they had never been there. Back in the present, Camille shook his head, trying to cast off the chaos swirling through his mind. Before long, they halted beside a low, weathered boulder. 2 shinobi stood guard nearby, and emblazoned upon a rock face was the crest of the Senju clan. It seems this is the place. Without a hint of hesitation, Madara strode forward, making no effort to conceal his presence. Camille had no choice but to follow closely behind. Halt! This is a restricted and sealed area. Unauthorized personnel must leave at once. Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the murderous aura exuding from these 2 men. No doubt, they were veterans of many brutal battles. The Senju and the Sarutobi. Shinyu's gaze fell upon the family crests on their garments. He let out a cold chuckle. So, they've stationed those who once fought in the war here. It's Uchiha Madara. The two-leaf shinobi recognized Madara at once, and their expressions became tense. Instantly on high alert. Lord Madara, these two killed many of our clan back then, Shinyu murmured, his voice low and tight. We mustn't let them go so easily. Is that so? Then I'll leave them to you, Madara replied with airy indifference, taking a seat on a nearby boulder, utterly composed, as if the matter had little to do with him. Without another word, Shinyu sprang forward, launching out like an arrow from a drawn bow. Arrogant brat, you think you can underestimate us. The Senju shinobi roared, pulling his long sword in a flash. In that instant, Shinyu's Sharingan ignited, the three tomo whirling, his gaze carrying a magnetic force that seemed to draw on the soul. The Senju ninja unwittingly locked eyes and was immediately seized by the illusion, trapped and struggling to break free. Autumn dew upon the leaves. Chakra rapidly gathered in Shinyu's right hand, shaping itself into a pale blue blade of energy, cutting through the air with dazzling brilliance. Fool, don't look at his eyes, the Sarutobi shinobi barked, lunging in to pull his comrade behind him. The energy blade swept by, missing a fatal strike, but still slicing a fresh gash across their clothes and skin. Seeing his first attack thwarted, Shinyu shifted focus in an instant, whipping the glowing blade toward the Sarutobi's face. The Sarutobi ninja showed his seasoned skill, especially wary of the Sharingan. Even without looking directly at Shinyu, he deftly defended and counterattacked. Yet the Sharingan excelled at more than illusion. Its power in close combat was formidable. In two swift exchanges, Shinyu precisely read his opponent's moves, slicing clean through the Sarutobi's kunai. With seamless momentum, Shinyu twisted and delivered a sharp, forceful kick to the man's abdomen. Wham! The Sarutobi shinobi absorbed the blow, using the impact to spring away, hands already moving to form seals as he retreated. Fire style, grand fire annihilation. A surge of blazing flames erupted at once, bathing the world in crimson light. Shinyu had no time to summon his chakra blade and was engulfed by the inferno. We did it! A glint of triumph flashed in the Sarutobi's eyes. As he turned to break the illusion on his partner, a shadow burst forth from the billowing fire. Too fast to see, a blur of motion. No, he's coming for me. He wants to take me down with him. Panic gripped the Sarutobi's heart, and though he tried to dodge, there was no time left. Divine Feather was entirely wrapped in flames, his black clothes and long hair billowing amidst the fire and smoke. His cheeks had already been burned, exposing raw, vivid flesh, but his gaze remained as piercing as ever, his pupils shimmering with the intricate pattern of a kaleidoscope. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the injuries on his body. In an instant, he vanished into motion, combining his footwork with the blue glowing autumn dew on the leaf. The very air rippled with distortion as he moved. Before the Sarutobi ninja could even react, Divine Feather's blade flashed, cutting him cleanly in two at the waist. The ninja gave a desperate scream. In his final moment of life, the last sight he saw was the unharmed figure of Divine Feather. How is this possible? Confusion and unwillingness were written in his dying eyes, until the light in them faded for good. Divine Feather walked to where the Senju ninja had fallen. With a swift and decisive swing of his blade, he severed the head from the body, hot blood scattering into the wind. From the moment he'd been caught in the Genjutsu, the outcome had already been set in stone. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. With practiced movements, Divine Feather gathered the corpses of the Konoha ninjas together, then released a fireball, consuming them all in a blaze until nothing but ashes remained. In the shinobi world, combat was also a contest of intelligence and information. Completely destroying the bodies offered the best chance to hide one's identity and secrets. Even a single remnant could provide valuable intel for cunning ninja. At that moment, Madara approached. I saw your battles yesterday and today with my own eyes. The only thing I can say is that you rely far too much on your ocular powers, he remarked, his words edged with discontent. Please instruct me in detail, Divine Feather replied at once, humbling himself. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu are both rough and unrefined. It strips away the grace from your fighting, leaving you leaning on nothing but the advantage of information. If you continue fighting this way, you'll never become a true master. Madara shook his head. Even if your attacks can find a weakness, should you fail to kill in a single strike, you'll pay dearly the next time you face that opponent. Divine Feather felt a flush of embarrassment. He understood all too well that Madara's criticism rang true. His own foundation really was weak. He'd been thrust into battle with hardly any formal training, forced to hone his combat skills in the crucible of deadly encounters. Ever since awakening the Mangekyou's Sharingan, he'd taken this high-risk, desperate style of fighting to its extreme. Yet the Mangekyo Sharingan, for all its powerful abilities and swift growth, had led him down a dangerous path, fixating on efficiency in killing, while neglecting the basics fundamental to every shinobi's discipline. In reality, the most formidable ninjutsu and taijutsu could never be separated from the gradual accumulation of foundation and the grinding practice of day after day. Just like Might Guy in the original world, the nearly decisive Night Guy wasn't powered by the Eight Gates technique alone. The Eight Gates merely unleashed his physical potential to the extreme. What truly elevated him to that level was a solid foundation built through years of relentless training. It was precisely because of decades of honing himself that, after opening the Eighth Gate, he could unleash strength far exceeding even the Five Kage, displaying a final blow capable of shaking the world. No great achievement is ever made in a single leap. Every success is a culmination of countless small efforts. This truth holds true no matter where you are. Victory in taijutsu doesn't come from reckless bravery alone. Mastery lies in attention to detail. Likewise, ninjutsu isn't about simply pouring out more chakra for greater power. Madara went on with his analysis, then shook his head and said, "Enough. Since you're still young and haven't strayed onto the wrong path, let me give you a bit of guidance." Shinyu was both astonished and delighted as he listened, his eyes sparkling as if they held a field of tiny stars. "Judging by your fighting style, you're both bold and meticulous. The fact that you can wield a chakra blade shows your talent for precise chakra control. Humph, not bad material at all." Madara lifted his chin. "Since that's the case, do you wish to be tempered by me?" "I do," Shinyu answered immediately, his response crisp and decisive. After the two finished clearing the battlefield, Shinyu looked toward the stone wall ahead, which was covered in complex, mysterious ceiling patterns. Knowing his place, he stepped aside to give Madara room. Madara pressed his fingers to the wall and muttered to himself, "A barrier to lock space and time, is it? I see." Excitement surged within Shinyu. He hadn't expected Madara's mastery in sealing arts to be so profound. He watched, full of anticipation, as Madara prepared to undo the seal. At that moment, a sweep of deep blue light flashed through his vision. With a thunderous crash, Madara unleashed the initial form of his Susanoo. The enormous blue fist swung forward, shattering the stone wall in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, the intricate seal scattered and faded away. Shinyu stared at the scene in disbelief. "What's the matter?" Madara gave him a sidelong look, arms crossed. Once you destroy the object bearing a seal, no matter how formidable the technique, it becomes powerless. Chunks of rock clattered to the ground. As the dust cleared, a pitch-black tunnel was revealed before them, fire-style raging flame. With a snap of his fingers, Shinyu sent a subtle ripple through the air above his fingertip, conjuring a flame that quickly gathered into a fireball about the size of his palm. Bathed in firelight, the cave's interior became instantly visible. "Oh, you've already mastered the fire style to such a degree?" Madara's gaze lingered on Shinyu's handiwork, a flicker of surprise flashing his eyes. "Generally speaking, ninjas usually need to form hand seals to guide the flow of chakra and activate their techniques. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, once established 12 basic hand seals, a system that became widely used throughout the entire ninja world. However, for those who have mastered specific jutsu or possess advanced chakra transformation, their bodies have already adapted to the flow of chakra. As a result, they can simplify the hand seal process. Those with extraordinary talent can even perform ninjutsu instantly without any seals at all." Shinyu walked at the front, holding the fireball in his palm. Deep within the cave, a wide, open space appeared, and the darkening circle of the array on the ground was fading away in shifting layers. "This is underground," came Madara's voice from behind. Shinyu nodded, seeing that Madara made no move. He began to form hand seals on his own initiative, placing one hand firmly on the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wave. As soon as the incantation was finished, an unusual ripple spread outward from Shinyu's palm. The ground turned over inch by inch, dirt and rocks moving gently, like a quietly flowing stream. Shinyu's chakra possessed the 6 attributes of wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and een. Although he didn't know many jutsu, the ones he had learned were all practical and useful. For instance, he was skilled in offensive fire style and lightning style, but also adept in earth style for defense and support. Nearly all the ninjutsu he knew were learned for the sake of battle and survival. Before long, a shallow pit formed in the ground. Inside, curled up, was a black-haired girl, hugging her knees and quietly sitting there. She was thin and frail, dressed in tattered black clothes. Her long hair, like black satin, hung limply to the ground. Sensing a shift in the air and the faint glow of firelight, the girl shivered slightly. Slowly, she lifted her head. Uchiha nameless. From this day forward, you are free. A fair, gentle hand was extended toward her, stopping right in front of her face. She looked up, and in her dark eyes was reflected a handsome, calm visage. Who are you? Why? Why would you let me go? She tilted her head in puzzlement, her voice light and soft, like a gentle breeze stirring a wind chime. Like you, I am someone who's been abandoned. As for why I saved you, let's just say, sometimes we need warmth from one another. Shinyu smiled in the gentle flicker of firelight. His gaze softened even further, and his smile held the warmth of the morning sun. In any case, you don't have to stay trapped in this darkness anymore. Are there really no strings attached? She asked hesitantly. But why? Why would you help someone like me? For no reason at all. What? Have you resigned yourself already? Shinyu gazed into her eyes. After a moment, his voice rang out, steady and clear. Don't submit to a fate decided for you by others. Choose your own path and forge your own destiny. Only then will it truly belong to you. For an instant, ripples danced across the girl's pupils, like a stone cast into the still surface of a lake, sending gentle waves outward. She stared blankly at the young man before her in this long, desolate imprisonment. She had nearly forgotten the passage of time, her emotions hollowed out by endless emptiness and deep, simmering hatred, leaving nothing but an icy, hardened shell for protection. Yet now, that frozen layer was quietly beginning to melt. She wasn't sure why, but Uchiha Nameless, or perhaps Uchiha Hikari, slowly reached out and took Shinyu's hand. She allowed herself to be helped to her feet. Once she was standing, Shinyu couldn't help but look her up and down, surprised to find that she was actually half a head taller than he was. She appeared to be about 12, as if time had stopped at that age when the seal was placed. Her delicate brows and eyes were as clear as an autumn lake. Her petite oval face was perfectly proportioned. Despite her ragged clothes, her elegance and beauty were impossible to conceal. Her black clan robes were worn and tattered, and her slender, pale feet were bare save for a rough tangle of bandages haphazardly wrapped around her ankles. As she stepped out of the cave, a harsh, blinding sunlight fell across her pale cheeks, almost painful in its intensity. She instinctively squinted, unaccustomed to its glare. Raising her hand to shade her brow, she walked slowly out from the cave's shadow. It must have been a very long time since she last felt the sun's embrace. So this is Nameless? Madara murmured to himself as he watched her, eyes keen with curiosity. After a while, she gradually grew used to the brightness, her vision sharpening. When Shinyu's figure emerged in the light, her gaze instantly locked onto a familiar fan-shaped clan crest. Achiha, that symbol awakened memories long sealed away. Her mind flooded with images, the ferocity of battle, chilly commands from her kin, the screams of her foes echoing in her ears once more. Your Uchiha? Her reaction was stark and visceral. As if some instinct had been triggered, her eyes flew wide, and in a heartbeat, her pupils bloomed into a dazzling kaleidoscope pattern. Amaterasu, her right eye flushed red, blood vessels erupting across its surface. A mass of jet black flames ignited suddenly behind Shinyu, consuming him in an instant from head to toe. Damn it! Shinyu cried out, flinging Nameless' hand away. On pure reflex, he raced away in a flash of movement, vanishing some dozen meters in the blink of an eye, like a monkey caught in a wildfire. Almost at the same moment, as the Nameless one's pupils spun, Uchiha Madara too was engulfed by the black flames. Blood gushed from her eye sockets, streaming down her cheeks. Her once gentle features twisted into a fierce, almost savage mask. I'm burning alive, Kamiyu screamed, his voice ragged with agony. These black flames were known as Amaterasu, said to consume anything and everything. Once they take hold, They will not go out until their target is utterly reduced to ash. The heat of the black fire was unimaginable. Kamiyu's clothes dissolved in an instant, as if sugar melting in water. In the blink of an eye, the skin on his back began to char, agony tearing through him beyond all endurance. He never expected that the seemingly docile girl would suddenly turn on him, striking from the shadows. But there was no time to process what happened. Years of battle had honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. The instant he was wounded, both his eyes flared red, and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun with blinding speed. In that final moment, he summoned all his strength, rewinding his own state back 2 seconds. The black flames vanished in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had ever transpired, and his body was restored. Uchiha Madara brushed off Amaterasu with ease. A shield of blue skeletal energy flickered around him, blocking out every trace of the black flames. The fire sputtered and dissolved across the ghostly ribcage. Taking advantage of the moment, the Nameless One closed in, her left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan turning slowly, locking eyes with Madara's cold, indifferent stare. Tsukuyami. Reality snapped. The forest vanished. In its place bloomed a blood-red world. Under a sky steeped in crimson, corpses lay piled high, and massive torii gates rose in endless procession. Legions of Senju clan shinobi stepped from the torii, their eyes icy and accusing, blood on their garments, blades gleaming with lethal intent. They advanced in silence. The pressure of death saturated the air. For ordinary souls, just standing here would be enough to break the mind with terror. But the one standing here was Uchiha Madara. So this is your idea of despair? Madara's voice dripped with contempt, calm and unflinching. Little girl, the real battlefield is 10 times more merciless than any illusion you craft. Your genjutsu is far from enough. He watched as a Senju shinobi charged, shaking his head and letting out a low, chilling laugh. If that's so, let me teach you a lesson. Madara's eyes opened wider, the force within him suddenly fathomless and terrifying. An icy, suffocating power swept forth like a tide, the true might of the eternal Mangekyo. Under its weight, the illusionary world crumbled like brittle ice. The red, tinted nightmare shattered, leaving only the Nameless One thrown violently against a stone wall by the overwhelming backlash. Blood streaming from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Consciousness slipping perilously close to darkness. Never use illusions on someone whose visual abilities surpass your own. Madara's tone was calm, his expression as cold and composed as ever, from start to finish. He hadn't moved an inch. With a flash, Shinyu appeared, positioning himself by Nameless' side. The razor, sharp edge of his chakra blade, pressed neatly against her neck. Don't move. But he underestimated Nameless' resolve. Swallowing her pain, Nameless lifted her head and glared coldly at him. Blood once again trickled from her right eye. Amaterasu, the air temperature soared in an instant. Sensing something amiss, Shinyu reacted immediately, using the body flicker technique to vanish and reappear behind Nameless, causing the black flames to miss their mark. Even so, a stray ember caught his fingers. The black fire spread hungrily, quickly engulfing his entire hand. This time, though, Shinyu remained more composed than before. Only a slight furrow marred his brow. He summoned the power of reversal, snuffing out the dark fire completely. Nameless tried to turn, but a strong hand clamped down on her head. Shinyu dropped his weight, knees digging into her back with force, pinning her firmly. "Is this how you treat the person who just saved your life?" he demanded in a low, tense voice. "Saviors? Ha! You just want me to keep serving as the Uchiha clan's weapon. I will never accept a fate where I am controlled like this." Nameless eyes burned with anger and hatred. "I'll kill you all, then vanish somewhere that no one could ever find me." Shinyu looked a little surprised and asked, "Are you misunderstanding something?" The sound of footsteps echoed softly. Someone was approaching, slow and steady. In Nameless' line of sight, a pair of feet came into view. Achiha Hikari. Nameless froze, her whole body going rigid. At the moment she heard that name, her expression went utterly still, as if a current had shot straight through her heart. "Uchiha Hikari," she choked out. She lifted her head, her amber eyes wide, confusion and astonishment swirling within. That cold, imposing figure was reflected in her pupils. This man was far too strong. She had already experienced his strength firsthand, a suffocating sense of pressure, as if peering into a bottomless abyss, and eyes so powerful they inspired dread. She knew she was utterly outmatched. "That's right. This is a true name your parents chose for you," Madara replied calmly. "My name." Her resistance faded, her voice dropping to a murmur. Who are you people, really?" "We're just like you. We were exiled from the Uchiha clan," Shinyu said with a helpless sigh. "No, we chose to leave them behind," Madara corrected from the side. Nameless face went blank for a moment, ever since she realized the two before her were of her own blood. Instinctively, she'd seen them as those who could thrust her back into the cauldron of war. To the Uchiha, after all, she had always been nothing but a tool that suited their needs. Though the seals had frozen the passage of time, she had remained fully conscious. She had no idea how many years she'd been confined. All she knew was that this endless emptiness and torment felt longer than her whole lifetime. Over those endless years, she came to understand one thing. If she wanted freedom, if she wanted to live again as a person, she would have to fight for herself. At some point, she'd set her resolve. If she ever escaped alive, the very first chain she would break would be the Uchiha clan itself. That was why she'd acted so suddenly. "Didn't you want to use me to restart the war?" she asked, dazed. Shinyu made a face. "The war you're talking about, it's already over. Now, there's only me and Lord Madara left of the Uchiha. The rest were either turned or merged into a new village called Konoha and are slowly fading away." "Uchiha Hikari," Madara stood before her, his tone resolute. "As clan leader, I hereby declare, from this day forward, you are no longer a weapon. You can choose to live as a person." Shinyu glanced at Uchiha Hikari, a trace of wistful bitterness flickering in his gaze. Surrounded by Amaterasu's searing flames, he was overwhelmed by unbearable discomfort. If not for the special nature of his ocular powers, he would have long since been reduced to nothing but ashes. The heat of those flames defied imagination. Even thinking back on it now, his heart raced uncontrollably. Though he possessed the power to reverse time and space, the pain was all too real and inescapable. Madara waved his hand and said, "Shinyu, let her go." Shinyu was still visibly shaken, hesitating as he replied, "But she might attack us out of nowhere." Madara's tone was calm, underlined by unwavering confidence. "Don't worry, she no longer has that ability." "Understood, Lord Madara." Obeying the order, Shinyu stepped aside and allowed Uchiha Hikari to sit up once again. Madara looked down at Hikari, his voice deep and measured as he spoke. "Everything Shinyu just said was the truth. However, there's still one thing we can't be sure of, whether the war has truly ended. The peace now in the ninja world is only temporary. My ideal world is still far from reach." "An ideal world," Hikari echoed in a low, distracted voice, her mind seemingly adrift. Madara's tone softened fractionally. "The reason we chose to set you free is because we recognize your strength. From this moment on, you're welcome to join us in seeking that ideal, not as a tool to be used, but as a true companion." He paused before continuing. "Of course, you also have the choice to walk away and pursue the life you want." Shinyu froze for a moment, looking at Madara in confusion. But Madara went on. "You must, however, recognize the reality. Until we ultimately succeed, this world will remain incomplete, with far too many unfulfilled desires." As his words faded, he turned and strode off, his steps firm and without a trace of hesitation. Shinyu was left momentarily uneasy. The Uchiha Hikari he had fought so hard for was now, just like that, set aside by Madara with hardly a second thought, helpless. He glanced back at Hikari, but could only quicken his pace to catch up, leaving her behind. Does Lord Madara truly care so little for Uchiha Hikari? Or does he simply believe she'll follow him of her own accord? Shinyu wondered, a frown settling on his face as he speculated in silence. Hikari stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. It was a long moment before she finally returned to her senses. Watching the two figures receding in the distance, she at last took a step forward. "She's actually following us." Shinyu hurried to Madara's side, lowering his voice when he spoke. "Should we wait for her?" he asked tentatively. "No need." Madara's expression remained serene. "If she's chosen to follow, I know she'll see it through. If she can't manage even this first step, she isn't worthy of the Uchiha name. Or maybe she just wants to catch up and ask for directions," Shinyu muttered to himself, keeping his doubts quiet. The two of them hurried along the forest path and soon arrived at a small town. Shinyu chose an izakaya and suggested, Lord Madara, let's take a break here. Madara nodded in agreement, and the two walked into the izakaya, choosing a table toward the back and taking their seats. Shinyu took the menu from the waiter and, without hesitation, ordered several hearty dishes: ramen, sushi, braised sea bream, simmered vegetables, and a steaming pot of sukiyaki. He hadn't eaten a single bite since the night before, and hunger gnawed at him. While waiting for the food, Shinyu hesitated for a moment before finally taking out 2 scrolls from inside his robe. He handed them to Madara. Lord Madara, I happened to bring these out from the secret room in the Hokage building yesterday. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but the seals on them were quite tricky. Madara took the scrolls, blue light shimmering at his fingertips as he effortlessly released the seals. The art of spirit transformation? Madara skimmed through it, then opened the second scroll. And this is the 8 gates release? He cast a thoughtful glance at Shinyu, his expression tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Both of these are S-rank forbidden jutsu. You're quite the lucky one. Lord Madara, you know my nature. Shinyu straightened up and replied with conviction. If something valuable falls into my hands, of course, I'll take it. Only a fool would leave it behind. Fortunately, Madara didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he tossed the scrolls back to Shinyu. Since you've gotten them, you might as well learn them. No point letting them go to waste. Lord Madara, aren't you interested in trying to practice them yourself? Shinyu asked tentatively, thinking Madara might be intrigued by these forbidden techniques. I have no need for them, Madara replied, his voice calm. That art of spirit transformation, if you study it deeply, it will greatly enhance your mental strength. The power of your eyes is directly tied to mental fortitude, and mental energy is closely intertwined with in release. Shinyu nodded, understanding only part of it. He came from humble beginnings and had never received formal training or instruction. His fighting skills were all self-taught or picked up from his comrades. Most of the jutsu he knew, he'd learned from exchanging pointers with those around him. In his mind, he knew only that ocular power was a unique force unleashed through the eyes, closely related to in release. For people with certain bloodlines, the strength of their ocular abilities determined the extent of their power, and the intensity of in release, in turn, was directly proportional to one's mental strength. Seeing Shunyu's uncertain expression, Madara pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know the true nature chakra? I know this, Shimba replied immediately. Chakra is produced when a person's spiritual energy and physical energy are perfectly fused together. Spiritual energy represents yin, while physical energy represents yang. Different proportions of yin and yang lead to 7 different chakra nature transformations. This is the manifestation of how all things in heaven and earth arise from a union of yin and yang. Well said. Madara nodded in approval. A faint smile appeared on Shimba's face. He recalled learning this knowledge on the battlefield, taught by a man who appeared cold on the outside but was warm at heart. Sadly, that man later perished during a campaign by the Senju clan. As that memory surfaced, his smile dimmed with sorrow. Madara seemed not to notice Shimba's thoughts and continued. There are 5 basic chakra natures: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. In addition, yin release and yang release are special chakra properties. Shimba was drawn back to the present. He asked, Are you saying that spiritual energy corresponds to yin release and physical energy to yang release? Madara shook his head lightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he took a slow, unhurried sip of tea. Many beginners tend to think so, but that's not entirely accurate. Yin release is a special chakra refined by infusing a portion of yang nature into spiritual energy. Likewise, yang release is formed by adding a portion of yin nature into physical energy. What makes these 2 unique is that the balance of yin and yang within them is innate, unlike the 5 basic natures, which can be developed through training. He gazed out the window, and his voice took on a distant contemplative tone. If someone is born with yin release, it's almost impossible for them to master the power of yang release, unless they undergo a profound transformation. Shimba pondered deeply. Madara's words had unlocked answers to many questions that had once seemed mysterious and out of reach. The forms of the 5 elemental jutsu are easy to recognize. However, techniques rooted in yin or yang release are often secret arts passed down within clans. For example, medical ninjutsu, the Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu, and the immense strength of the Senju. These abilities tied to physical power usually reflect yang release. Meanwhile, powers involving the mind, such as the Nara clan shadow techniques, through Een release, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer, and the special capabilities of the Byakugan and Sharingan, all exemplify the manifestations of Een release. Put simply, spiritual energy is the essence of Een release, and Een release is the very foundation of ocular jutsu. Shimba's eyes gradually brightened as those lingering puzzles finally began to unravel, every piece at last falling into place.
At that moment, Madara tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The source of strength for taijutsu is physical energy, while jinjutsu draws from mental energy. Yet whether it's taijutsu or jinjutsu, neither can exist without chakra. You must have realized this by now, haven't you? Shinyu nodded in understanding. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were fundamentally distinct systems of power, not to be mixed together. In his original world, the reason Kisame's Great Shark Bullet technique, the move that devours chakra, was defeated by Might Guy's 7th Gate Daytime Tiger lay in that very distinction. Madara took a sip of tea and continued. As for that 8 Gates technique, it's an incredibly powerful taijutsu secret. The stronger your body, the greater its power, but it demands years of rigorous training. Shinyu nodded again. This was something he understood well. To practice 8 Gates, you first need to build your strength, temper your muscles and bones, and submit to exhaustive, overwhelming, and extreme training over long periods. Only then can every part of the body be shaped so that muscles, bones, flesh, and organs adapt to the load that comes with opening the gates, minimizing the immense damage that this power can do to the body. The food arrived, and the two of them began their meal. Time passed in companionable silence, tea growing cool, when suddenly, from the far end of their vision, a figure stumbled into view. It was Uchiha Hikari. She had actually followed them all the way. Her breaths came quick and shallow, and a feverish flush colored her pale face, as if she were just barely recovered from a serious illness. Clearly, she was at her limit. Supporting herself on the doorframe, she shuffled inside, every step filled with effort. Where did this beggar come from? The moment the shop assistant noticed her, impatience flashed across his face. Her clothes were tattered, hair unkempt, and worst of all, she was barefoot. Anyone would easily mistake her for a beggar. Go on, get out. There's no food for you here, you're bad luck. If the boss sees you, I'll get my pay docked again, he snapped, shooing her away without mercy. Madara raised his eyes, about to rise from his seat, but Shinyu, who'd been quietly observing the situation, stood up first. She's with us, Shinyu said, placing a reassuring hand on the assistant's shoulder, wearing a gentle, harmless smile. And so, Uchiha Hikari took a seat at their table. Her gaze never left Madara, eyes wide with cautious hope, but from time to time, she couldn't help peeking at the steaming food before her. Her stomach voiced its protest, rumbling audibly. Eat, Madara said calmly. Without hesitation, she began to devour the food. Left hand scooping up sushi, right hand grabbing a chicken leg, stuffing her cheeks with almost desperate haste. The clatter of dishes and chopsticks echoed as she ate. Her ravenous manner drew frowns from the other diners, some of whom moved their chairs a little farther away. Poor child. How long has she been starving? With a soft sigh, Shinyu slid a cup of tea toward her, and Uchiha Hikari wasted no time in seizing the teapot, pouring the tea down her throat in grateful gulps. Have you decided to come with us? Madara picked up his teacup and asked softly. Uchiha Hikaru paused for a moment, her mouth so stuffed she could hardly speak, and then nodded emphatically before continuing to wolf down her food. So she's already convinced? Kamiha looked at them with admiration, half lost in her own whimsical thoughts. As expected, the cool and aloof older man is always a little girl's secret weapon. Once the meal was finished and tea enjoyed, Madara stood up. His intense gaze landed directly on Kamiha. Being stared at like that made Kamiha feel a bit uneasy. Did you bring any money? Madara's deep voice rumbled over. Kamiha swallowed hard, suddenly realizing what was going on. So Lord Madara, you don't have any money? You're the one who dragged me in here. I never even planned on coming in to eat and drink. The stares of the surrounding diners all swung their way, leaving Kamiha feeling embarrassed. She glanced upward and whispered, are we supposed to pay for what we ate? Do I look like some kind of thug? Madara tilted his head slightly, eyeing him with a look of mild puzzlement. Uchiha Hikaru wiped her mouth, curiosity lighting up her big, bright eyes. She tilted her head too, echoing his gesture. Looking at these two, whose faces and hairstyles were so strikingly alike, Kamiha felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Lord Madara, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Go on. You and Hikaru, are you two related by blood by any chance? Of course not. Why do you ask? Madara's brows drew tightly together. It's just, you're practically indistinguishable. Kamiha waved his hands in the air as if to draw their silhouettes. The hair, the expressions, the clothes, even your styles are nearly identical. Are we? At this, both Madara and Hikaru gazed up at him, their eyes wide and tinged with confusion. Absolutely. Konoha nodded vigorously. It's just a coincidence, Madara said indifferently. Oh, and by the way, when you have a moment, get her a new set of clothes. The way she's dressed now draws too much attention. And there's one more thing, don't forget to settle the bill. From today onward, the three of us are the new Uchiha clan. Madara looked at the two children before him and proclaimed. So, where are we headed next? Uchiha Hikaru asked softly. Madara lifted his gaze to the skies, voice enigmatic, to the ends of the earth, wherever the world leads us. Konoha clutched his nearly empty wallet, raised his eyes to the sky, and heaved a wistful sigh. 2 days later, within the borders of the land of waterfalls, a deafening crash split the air as two massive arms collided, stirring a violent gust that swept through the landscape. One arm was deep blue, as endless as the sea. The other, pitch black, dark as ink. That raw, untamed power was unleashed without restraint, threatening to tear the world apart. Madara and Konoha stood facing each other from a distance, their colossal Susanoo forms locked in standoff. Both had activated the first stage, splintered would litter the ground, the earth gouged with deep scars, and chaos reigned all around. Not bad. Your speed really is impressive. With his arms folded, Madara manipulated the Susanoo to deliver a powerful punch. When I was your age, there was no way I could manage something like that. With a tremendous crash, the black Susanoo raised its arm, blocking the heavy blow. A ferocious wind howled through the trees as inky darkness spread, coalescing into a second set of arms that wrapped tightly around Madara's Susanoo, pinning it in place. Faced with praise, Kamiyo's expression only grew more serious. The fierce exchange with Madara demanded his full attention, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You flatter me, Lord Madara. There's still much I have to learn. Deep within the shadowy, lush forest hung a colossal waterfall. Rushing river water cascaded from the cliffs, flowing swiftly into the downstream channel. The watery curtain fanned out in a dazzling display, sending 1,000 droplets spraying. Beneath the falls, a small figure sat naked in the pool, soaking quietly. A set of fresh clothes lay neatly folded on the riverbank. The cool water slipped inch by inch over her snow-white, delicate body. In the dappled shade, her skin gleamed with the luster of warm jade, smooth and flawless. Uchiha Hikari lifted her slender wrist, scooping up a handful of water and pouring it over her head. The refreshing chill seeped into her scalp, drawing a long, contented sigh from her lips. After so many years sealed away, that stifling earthy stench had clung to her so strongly, even she couldn't bear it. Today, at last, she was clean again. Outside the pool, the air trembled with the occasional muffled thud. Each time, it seemed as if Hikari's heart resonated with the rumble. But she paid it little mind. In these 2 days together, she'd already adapted to life with her new companions. The two of them fought almost every day, not in earnest, but as a kind of sparring, a form of training. The man was careful to control his strikes, encouraging the boy to push his skills ever further. Is that technique really called Susanoo? She wondered aloud, tilting her head, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, a faint eagerness rising within them. She scooped up another handful of clear pool water, watching as it trickled through her fingers, each cool drop sliding over her skin. In the patchy sunlight, her slender arms seemed luminous, as if carved from crystal jade. A new life begins, she murmured to herself. A week later, sharp whistles sliced through the air as 3 shuriken flew out in a precise formation, colliding mid-flight with a shower of sparks before scattering in different directions. A series of solid, ringing thuds followed as each shuriken embedded itself in a different tree trunk, every blade pinning a single falling leaf dead center. Kamiyo slowly lowered his hand, glancing at Uchiha Hikari beside him. He spoke quietly. Shuriken Jutsu is something our Uchiha clan finds easy to master. I believe you'll reach this level in no time. Hikari frowned slightly. Could you be a little more specific? I don't quite understand. Kamiyo blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, as if caught off guard. After Uchiha Hikaru joined the team, he was surprised to discover that, in fact, he wasn't the weakest in terms of fundamentals. Compared to the others, Hikaru's combat style was far more ferocious. Whether it was due to being sealed away for so long, or simply having a poor foundation to begin with, she only knew how to unleash her dojutsu techniques. She didn't even grasp the simplest moves of taijutsu, and as for chakra control or throwing shuriken, her attempts were simply crude and inept. In this regard, she was much like Kawaki from the original timeline, capable only of wielding the power of the Kama mark while woefully lacking in basic training. Even Lord Madara could only shake his head at this, leaving behind a single line. These simplistic matters, let you handle them, Kamehane. With that memory in mind, he cleared his throat and said, to train in shuriken jutsu, you must have keen observation and good coordination. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, so your observation is naturally superb. What matters now is matching your actions to your thoughts. As for how you throw the shuriken. He paused, raised a finger and smiled. Just use whichever way feels comfortable for you, however you like. Hikari looked both baffled and exasperated. Is that really how Lord Madara taught you? You seem to misunderstand. Lord Madara didn't train me, Kamehane shrugged. Honestly, my fundamentals were pretty poor too, just a bit better than yours is all. You're lying. She frowned, her tone unwavering. You can precisely control hundreds of shuriken at once. Teach me how. It's the result of years of accumulated practice, he replied, plus the epiphanies you have in life or death moments. And, of course, learning from companions is just as important. Hikari tilted her head, a trace of doubt in her gaze. Life or death moments? He sighed. In the Warring States era, not everyone is like you. A hidden trump card brought out only at the pivotal moment. For most of us, charging headlong into the chaos of battle. If you can't kill effectively, you're expendable. More often than not, potential is forced out under pressure. He bent down and picked up a shuriken from the ground. On a hectic battlefield, if your aim is off, you put yourself and your comrades in danger. Likewise, if you can't move freely across water, you'll be drowned and defeated by the enemy. With a faint whoosh, the shuriken spun through the air, arcing elegantly around them, and returned like a swallow to its nest, spinning playfully atop Kamahane's fingertip. That's amazing. Show me how to do it. Hikaru's eyes widened in delight, like a child discovering a fascinating new toy. A simple trajectory calculation, factoring in the wind direction, air humidity, and so on. Then with a swift flick, there you have it, just like zoom, whoosh. Shinyu demonstrated twice, moving her hands with theatrical precision. Guang clenched her delicate pink fists, a vein standing out against her smooth forehead. If you keep brushing me off, I swear I'll kill you. Do you have to be so aggressive? The memory of Amaterasu's terrifying dominance flickered through Shinyu's mind, draining the color from her face. This is a task from Lord Madara. Guang met Shinyu's gaze head-on, stretching out her small hand. Hurry up and teach me. Put your heart into it, she added, making her expectations clear. Shinyu let out a heavy sigh. It seemed Madara was determined to become the ultimate hands-off supervisor. It looks like your desire to grow stronger even outpaces mine, Shinyu remarked. Does that mean you truly believe in the Moon's Eye plan? Not long ago, Madara had officially unveiled his Moon's Eye project to them both, detailing everything from the Rinnegan, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, to the apocalyptic dojutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi. According to Madara, these secrets were inscribed on the steel hidden in the underground of the Naka Shrine, left behind by Uchiha's forebear, Indra. Only one possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could glimpse the full picture. It was this knowledge that solidified Madara's conviction and showed him the path he would walk next. But before putting everything in motion, Madara had decided to first assess the current world order, to judge whether Hashirama's approach had really brought about true peace. If this peace was nothing but a facade, every bit as hollow as Konoha's acceptance of the Uchiha, then he would not hesitate to enact the Moon's Eye plan. If Lord Madara says it's possible, then it is, Guang replied, her tone flat and unwavering. Such blind confidence, huh? Shinyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew all too well. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was nothing more than a scheme masterminded by Black Zetsu, all for the sake of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. The contents of the shrine's steel had long been tampered with by Black Zetsu, making even Madara a pawn in his grand design. An ideal world, true peace. It was all, in truth, an elaborate sham. Black Zetsu, or Kagaya herself, had but one ultimate goal. Upon her resurrection, she would shore up her defenses and prepare for the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars. Should Kagaya succeed, all humanity would be transformed into white Zetsu by the God Tree. If the alien Otsutsuki conquered the world, then all life would be reduced to mere nourishment for the God Tree, completely consumed by the Otsutsuki. Whichever outcome prevailed, the world itself was doomed. The shinobi world of today seemed peaceful, kept in check by the immense power of Hashirama and Madara. But beneath this surface calm, dangers lurked, unseen and countless. The mysterious evil gods from unknown origins. Black Zetsu manipulating events from the shadows. The descendants of Hamura living on the moon. And the Sage of Six Paths watching the world from the Pure Land. And then there was Otsutsuki Ishiki, who possessed the monk Sishin's body, surviving for over 1,000 years with deep and far-reaching ambitions. In the world of shinobi, there are simply too many unknowns. But even if Kamehane knew all of this ahead of time, there was no way he could speak of it. Even if he tried, no one would believe him, and he might only end up putting himself in danger. For now, all he could do was stay near Madara, quietly growing stronger by his side, waiting for the right moment to become the one who guides the game and ultimately sees control of his own destiny. To put it bluntly, biding his time and steadily growing stronger. No, a true gentleman conceals his talents, moving only when the time is right. That is the wisdom he relied on. These things aren't what I should be worrying about right now, Guang suddenly spoke, a wistful glimmer passing through her eyes. All I know is, if I can't get stronger, I'll just be a burden, and sooner or later, I'll be abandoned. Afternoon. Uchiha Guang placed a foot against the tree trunk. Focusing her chakra into her soul, she took a deep breath and pressed her other foot onto the bark, body held at a perfect right angle to the tree. She was training, honing her control and balance over chakra. From up above, Kamahane's voice drifted down. For shinobi, walking on trees or water is just one way to manipulate chakra. The principle is this. Chakra alters the molecular properties of the fibers your feet touch, changing how hydrogen bonds work, which increases the adhesive force between your feet and the tree. The challenge lies in constantly adjusting your chakra while in motion, shifting focus with every step. Guang anxiously pursed her lips, forcing herself to step forward twice, before tumbling off the trunk in defeat. She stood up, rubbing her bruised backside, looking up at the figure in the branches, her eyes uncertain, somewhere between speechless and envious. High above, Kamehane hung upside down, both feet firmly anchored beneath a branch, his black hair hanging downwards, giving him the effortless air of a tranquil old bat. With a scroll open in his hands, he commented offhandedly, "You're overthinking it. My advice, do your best to handle chakra as naturally as possible. Imagine you're simply walking on solid ground, and let it slowly become second nature." Taking a long, steady breath, Uchiha Guang composed herself and tried again, face set with determination. Kamehane ignored her efforts, his attention fixed on the scroll before him. Spirit Transformation Technique. By separating your spiritual and physical energies, you can manifest your spirit as a tangible entity, a stable spirit form with abilities far beyond conventional ninjutsu. This spirit form carries the caster's consciousness, can fly at incredible speed, pass unhindered through all landscapes, and evade any physical attack. It can possess an enemy, shattering their mind from within, or invade another's spiritual world and forcibly control their body. Once this technique is mastered, the soul becomes uniquely transformed, developing an extraordinary perception that spans vast distances. It allows the practitioner to sense the presence of other souls, regardless of how far away they are or whether their location is known in advance. Once transformed into a spirit form, one can instantly arrive at the other person's body. Depending on the situation and the user's intent, this ability can achieve many things, such as transmitting information or checking on each other's survival. It can even be used to provide chakra support to others. However, there is a fatal weakness. When the spirit leaves the body, the physical form becomes extremely vulnerable to attack. If the body is lost, the spirit will soon disperse and perish. This is just like the legendary soul projection. Shunyu nodded repeatedly as he read on, his resolve to master this technique growing ever stronger. The reason this is classified as an S-rank jutsu lies in its incredibly high entry threshold. The practitioner must possess top-tier in-release chakra. Moreover, separating one's soul from the body is inherently perilous. Without exceptional willpower, most people wouldn't even dare to attempt its cultivation. At that moment, a figure landed lightly on a tree branch, drawing the attention of both onlookers at once. Clad in billowing black, with hair cascading to his waist, and bearing both a war fan and a scythe on his back, it was none other than Uchiha Madara. "How goes your training?" "Not so great," Guang replied, her tiny palm-sized face lifting as she pointed directly at Shunyu. Reporting with complete candor, he can't explain it clearly. "What the? Come on, how could you look so adorably clueless? Yet rat me out right in front of me." Shunyu was taken aback, hooking a foot around the branch and springing up to stand. "That's not fair, Lord Madara. Her shuriken skills have improved vastly. If we're talking about throwing a single shuriken, her aim is flawless every time. It's just her chakra control that needs a bit of work." "He's lying. His methods are impossible for me to learn." Guang pressed on, her straightforward words leaving no room for retreat. Shunyu broke out in a cold sweat. "Teach her properly," Madara said with a cool, sidelong glance. Of course, absolutely. Shinyu nodded, eager to appease him. But that aside, he quickly shifted the topic. Did your visit yield anything, Lord Madara? It was merely a brief call on some old acquaintances. Madara's lips curled into a chilling smile. Investigating the people's welfare will clearly be a long journey. We have a great distance yet to travel. 5 years later, in a land of lightning, atop a mountain plateau. Careful, don't look them in the eyes. 3 cloud ninja were fleeing in desperation as a barrage of shuriken tore through the air, whistling like a storm of bullets, cornering them with relentless force. Directly ahead, a striking young man and woman stood upon the sandstone, their high-collared black coats billowing. 2 pairs of Sharingan, their crimson, 3-tomo eyes, shone with an enthralling, almost hypnotic light. Beneath their feet, the corpses of more than a dozen cloud shinobi lay scattered in disarray. Charred remains littered the ground, blood ran in rivers, and the air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh mingled with a sharp metallic tang. Tell us where the Nine Tails is, and we'll spare your lives. The girl's voice was clear and cold, edged with impatience. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Her skin was pale as new-fallen snow, made even fairer by the contrast of her glossy black hair. Her eyebrows, long and slim like crescent moons, set off a face both delicate and unworldly, a beauty frosted in ice. Her bright, limpid eyes glistened like autumn waters, yet within them was an unmistakable, naked intent to kill. You've gone too far, shouted one of the cloud shinobi in fury. The Nine Tails' whereabouts are a secret of our hidden cloud village. How could you expect us to reveal them to you? So you're choosing death, then? The girl lifted her gaze ever so slightly. In a blink, her pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope, dark patterns swirling, as though 3 swift swallows were soaring freely across the sky. An icy, oppressive chakra expanded outward, chilling the 3 cloud shinobi to the bone. Accursed Uchiha, are you trying to start a war between Hidden Cloud and the Leaf? The one who seemed to be their captain stepped out, jaw clenched tight. You cross our borders, slaughter our ninja without restraint. Do you have Lord Hashirama's blessing for this? Watch your mouth. We have nothing to do with the Leaf. The speaker was the boy on the left. He had a fair, handsome face, delicate features, and inky haircut to a neat length. There was a faint, polite smile on his lips, but his eyes, cold, proud, and solitary, gave him an air of unyielding authority. And don't mention that man's name in front of us again. As soon as he finished, his form flickered. Without warning, his image blurred from sight, and he appeared in an instant at the very center of the 3 foes. A flash of light, a blade of ice-blue chakra, swept through the air. With a spray of blood, a head with a stunned expression was hurled skyward. What, Captain? The 2 remaining shinobi reeled in shock, but battle-hardened as they were, they quickly regained their composure. With blades drawn, they struck hard in unison, aiming for the boy's back and side. A crackling surge of electricity ran along their swords, the Hidden Cloud's secret technique, supersonic vibrating lightning blade. At that instant, the boy's cheeks puffed out slightly. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. A massive cloud of burning ash enveloped all of them, engulfing the shinobi with impossible heat. Instinctively, the 2 cloud ninjas closed their eyes, but it was too late. Their throats seared, they broke into fitful coughs, immobilized. One of the shinobi forced himself through the pain and tried to retreat in the opposite direction, only to be met with a crushing blow. A hand, iron strong, seized his throat in an unbreakable grip. Wind howled past his ears as the air turned suddenly cool, as if someone had carried him clear of the burning ash. He opened his eyes on reflex, and the first thing he saw was a pair of haunting, bright Sharingan, glimmering with a devilish light. Demonique illusion, puppet technique. The 3-tomo spun sluggishly, and his expression grew vacant, utterly lost within the illusion. Meanwhile, muffled explosions echoed from the swirling dust. Bursts of fire rippled outward, and with a harrowing scream, the dust scattered, revealing a charred corpse. Your body flicker technique grows more elusive by the day, Shinyu, the young woman called as she landed gracefully, her black cloak fluttering like a butterfly. You're not bad yourself. Your taijutsu and shuriken skills are far beyond those of an average jonin. The young man replied with a slight smile, giving her a thumbs up. These 2, none other than Shinyu and Uchiha Hikaru, had honed their skills through arduous training. Their presence here had a purpose. Tell me where the Nine Tails is, Shinyu commanded. The cloud ninja's eyes were unfocused. His lips moved listlessly. I don't know. How could that be? Didn't the Hidden Cloud attempt to capture the Nine Tails just 3 months ago? That mission ended in failure. We lost many comrades. The cloud ninja answered mechanically. Shinyu's gaze shifted. Who does know the Nine Tails' whereabouts? Lord Gold and Lord Silver might know. During the attempt, the Nine Tails swallowed them both, but 2 weeks later, they returned unharmed, and each gained the chakra of the beast. I see. Shinyu stroked his chin and glanced at Hikaru beside him. Looks like we're at a crossroads. What kind of crossroads? We could just report back and let Lord Madara decide how to proceed. Or we seize this chance, track down Gold and Silver, and pry the information from them ourselves. Shinyu extended a hand to Hikaru, leaving the choice open. So what will it be? Fade into obscurity, or seize a chance at renown? I'll let you decide. Hikaru fell silent, visibly pondering. Are Gold and Silver really that strong? Spreading his hands, Shinyu replied, From what I've heard, they're direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and wield all 5 of his legendary ninja tools. They already had chakra on par with tailed beasts, and now they possess the Nine Tails chakra too. Without a doubt, they're formidable. But my real concern is with the hidden cloud itself, he continued, his tone shifting. Those two hold positions of the highest authority. If we just barge in, we could cause Lord Madara quite a bit of trouble. As long as we aren't discovered, isn't it fine? Hikaru quirked an eyebrow, a trace of mischief in his eyes. For some reason, that look struck Shinyu as oddly provoking. I'm just stating facts. If we're exposed, all of the ninja world will be thrown into chaos. And if the leaf catches wind of this, it could sabotage Lord Madara's plans, Shinyu replied, glaring back. He felt a twinge of frustration. At 13, he was still half a head shorter than Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru pondered for a moment, then grinned. I choose renown. Well then, I suppose I'll risk life and limb to keep you company. Shinyu clapped her hands with a refined elegance. Wait a minute, why does it always come down to me making the final call? Now that I think about it, it's been the same with the last few missions as well. At last, she realized the pattern. Why bring that up now? Within the land of fire, in the midst of a desolate plain, Uchiha rebound. A violent gale surged forth, scattering dozens of leaf shinobi, sending them tumbling earthward like dumplings dropped into boiling water. The wind tore through the ground ahead, flattening everything within hundreds of meters. Madara Uchiha folded his war fan, gazing into the distance where the hidden leaf village lay, his frosty eyes slowly softening. Now, Hashirama will have no choice but to make his move. After 5 years of wandering, he had nearly traversed the entire shinobi world. Big countries, small countries, anywhere with a hint of power, had begun imitating Hashirama's Senju system, founding their own ninja villages one after another. But gradually, he saw the truth more clearly. This so-called peace was no more than duckweed on a calm pond. All it would take was a ripple, and chaos would break out in endless foamy waves. The world of shinobi appeared stable, but nearly every village was fervently building its own strength. Some countries had even requested funds from their lords, quietly amassing troops and revealing their bold ambitions for all to see. This so-called peace is nothing more than the illusion created by Hashirama's overwhelming strength. The moment that power is gone, the fragile peace will shatter instantly. As time passed, Madara grew increasingly convinced of this, especially after the first Mizukage, having learned that Madara had left the Leaf, secretly tried to recruit him into the hidden Mist Village. That was when Madara's beliefs became unshakable. Hashirama, you're mistaken. Wherever there are people, conflict is inevitable. He had lost all faith in Hashirama's path. Thus, the Eye of the Moon plan began. The first step, awaken the power of the Rinnegan. According to the stone tablet, he had to acquire Hashirama's cells, so that the powers of Indra and Azura would merge. Only then could he awaken Yin-Yang Release and open those legendary eyes. This would inevitably lead to a showdown with Hashirama. Remembering his bitter defeat last time, Madara decided that before their final battle, he must first capture the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts to strengthen himself for a prolonged fight. It would also increase his chances of victory. Well, and as a precaution against that wily Tobirama. This was why Shanyu and Mitsu appeared in the Land of Lightning. The second step, use the Rinnegan to summon forth the Ghetto statue, the husk of the 10 tails. The third step, gather all 9-tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails, then perform the 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. He had foreseen that awakening the Rinnegan would be a long journey, and that after his battle with Hashirama, he might be left incapable of fighting. That was why the presence of Shanyu and Uchiha Mitsu was now more crucial than ever. For this purpose, he would spare no effort in nurturing the two, preparing them to inherit his ideals. In the days to come, they would move through the world in his name, capturing all 9-tailed beasts before awakening the Rinnegan. The final step was to draw near the moon using the power of the 6 paths, awaken the Rinne Sharingan, and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. a technique meant to control everyone, unify the world, and create everlasting peace within a dream. Once infinite Tsukuyami was cast, the divine tree would descend, sealing people within tree cocoons. Their bodies would be sustained by the tree, so they would not die. Their souls would remain forever immersed in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyami, with each person living out an ideal life within a world of their own dreams. The distinction between real and unreal no longer mattered. Sunshine bathed the earth, and the world fell into a profound stillness. There would be no more wars, no more smoke or flames of conflict. As for Madara himself, he would become the eternal guardian, bearing this endless solitude alone. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, the two who had decided to target the Gold and Silver brothers were ready to act. Be sure to keep me safe. Once my soul leaves my body, I'll be incredibly vulnerable. One slip, and I'm gone for good, Shinya reminded Uchiha Hikaru in a hidden mountain cave, fixing him with a grave look. First, I'm not deaf. Second, I'm not stupid. Third, this is the fourth time you've told me, Hikaru replied, clearly exasperated. The cave was dimly lit. The cloud ninja stood nearby, his expression blank. Actually, it's not someone else I'm worried about, Shinya muttered. Are you going to make a move or not? All right, I'm on it. Shinya raised his hands in surrender. Their plan was straightforward. Since their target was the Gold and Silver brothers, there was no way to do it openly. The Cloud Village was powerful and influential. Attacking its top leaders on their home turf would be a fool's errand. Instead, the only sure approach was to prepare an ambush and lure them in. This would also avoid the risk of being caught sneaking into the village. As for how they would draw the brothers out. Spirit transformation technique. Shinya took a deep breath and formed the rabbit hand sign. As his eyes closed, a delicate, ethereal silhouette leapt from the crown of his head. He glanced at his half-transparent hands. Now in spirit form, his vision expanded dramatically, and a sense of ease and comfort radiated from within his soul. Every time he performed the spirit transformation technique, a surge of exhilaration welled up inside him, a wild urge to roam freely, soaring above all mountains beneath the endless sky. His body stayed put, perfectly still and peaceful, the face tranquil as if in a deep, restful sleep. Wasting no time, his spirit dived straight into the Cloud Ninja's brow. He entered a boundless world, a vibrant sea of shifting colors. The air shimmered with fantastical hues. This was the Cloud Ninja's inner realm, or one could say the landscape of his mind. With a quick glance, he saw the spirit embodying the Cloud Shinobis while quietly slumbering at the very center of the space, still lost within Shinba's Jinjutsu. Though he was the master of this realm, at this moment he seemed more like a lamb awaiting the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Approaching the Cloud Shinobi's spirit, he summoned a twisted, shimmering light into his palm and gently pressed it against the other's forehead. It's worth mentioning that since Shinba's soul had left his body, his spiritual form carried the properties of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of this, as long as Jinjutsu relied on spiritual energy, he could wield it at will. This meant that once he entered an enemy's inner world, his illusions would land with absolute precision, turning the enemy's mindscape into his own domain. Moreover, with just a delicate touch to their spiritual essence, he could extract every scrap of intelligence he desired. This technique, akin to a soul search, rendered the usual brutal interrogations entirely unnecessary. The remarkable reaction between the Uchiha clan and the spirit separation technique had produced a synergy far greater than the sum of its parts. Of course, this all hinged on the enemy's soul being weaker than his, or already caught in a dormant state. Otherwise, even the spirit separation technique could backfire catastrophically. Before long, Shinba finished his search for information, a hint of a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In the world outside the mind, under Uchiha Hikari's watchful gaze, the Cloud Shinobi's finger gave the faintest twitch before he slowly opened his eyes. Long live Lord Madara, spoke the Cloud Shinobi, his tone unusually lively. Only then did Hikari finally let her guard down. This was the secret code they had agreed upon. In the unlikely event that Shinba failed to take possession, she would be able to act instantly. Though such failure was highly improbable, Shinba stretched, testing the body. From what I know, Ginkaku is fiercely protective of his brother. Should anything happen to Ginkaku, he'll fly into a violent rage. So my plan is to strike at Ginkaku. You'll use your eye technique to restrain Ginkaku at that moment. If so, we can see this through. The two reviewed the steps of their plan one final time. Don't forget my signal. Those two brothers aren't fools. If we mess this up, we might not get another chance, Shinba cautioned. I know, but you need to be careful too. Oh, careful of what? Shinba asked, blinking with a mischievous glint in his eye. Careful not to get caught and ruin Lord Madara's designs. Hikari turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Standing before her, he looked nothing like himself. Even his voice had changed, yet that cheeky, almost roguish glint in his eyes was just as infuriating as ever. He tapped his temple in mock reassurance. Don't worry. I've already mastered this guy's speech, gestures, and personal quirks. There's no way I'll get found out. Besides, seeing Hikari hesitate to speak, he smiled gently. I promise, I'll be careful. I wasn't worried about you at all. Light's cheeks flushed faintly, her voice on the verge of rising. But before she could erupt, Shinyu activated his body flicker technique and vanished in a blur, leaving not a trace behind. The hidden cloud village belongs to the Land of Lightning. Founded by the first Reikage, it's known as a militant shinobi village, ranking among the most formidable of the 5 great ninja villages. The village sits atop towering peaks that pierce the sky, shrouded in perpetual mist, with thunder echoing overhead day and night, a relentless, deafening roar. But above all, it is the village's powerful cohesion that outsiders most admire. Every level, every member stands united as one indomitable force, a unity that naturally breeds an intense exclusivity toward outsiders. In the original timeline, the Hidden Cloud Village alone among the 5 great ninja villages had never produced a rogue ninja for the Akatsuki. Borrowing the body of a hidden cloud shinobi named Omoi, Shinyu slipped in without difficulty. Using the intelligence stored in his mind, he weaved his way through the winding streets of the village. It looked aimless, but in truth, he was steadily drawing closer to a particular destination. That was the residence of the Gold and Silver Brothers. After repeatedly confirming that no one was watching him, Shinyu finally stepped through the grand doors. No sooner had he entered than he adopted a panicked, frantic expression and stumbled straight toward the inner courtyard. My lords, I have urgent news to report. Where is Lord Ginkaku? Where is Lord Kinkaku? I bear urgent news. With a heavy slam, the main doors flew open, and a hulking figure sauntered out at a leisurely pace. It's the middle of the day. Can't a guy get any sleep around here? Ginkaku, still half asleep, gave a long, lazy yawn. When he recognized Shinyu's face, his irritation was plain to see. Omoi, so it's you, brat. If you woke me for something trivial, I might just take you out, you know that. He shook his head, the upright horns on his head, making him look like a bull, while his mane of silver hair captured the sunlight in a shimmering wave. Shinyu took in the sight quickly. He noticed the 3 stripes on each of Ginkaku's cheeks and frowned to himself. The rumors were true. These brothers really had acquired the Nine Tails chakra. Lord Ginkaku, we found traces of the Nine Tails. What? Ginkaku's eyes flew open, and in a single step he was right in front of Shinyu. Say that again? We encountered the Nine Tails during our mission. It was as if the beast had come to take revenge on us in Hidden Cloud. He attacked straight away. Shinyu let panic shine in his eyes, his voice trembling. Everyone is dead, except for me. Ginkaku grabbed Shinyu by the collar, lifting him off the ground like a helpless chick, and strode straight into another room, kicking the door open. Kinkaku, wake up. That damn beast is back for revenge. But Kinkaku wasn't napping. He seemed to be training, refining his chakra. At Ginkaku's intrusion, he opened his eyes at once. The wild, fierce chakra around him gradually began to settle down. He rose to his feet slowly, and to Shun Yu's astonishment, this man was even more imposing than Silverhorn. His mane of dark golden hair tumbled over his broad shoulders, while muscles knotted beneath his skin thrummed with untamed vitality. Coupled with the 2 fierce, upright horns jutting from his head, he looked every bit a human-shaped beast of legend. Can you believe it? That creature actually came back for revenge. Silverhorn let out a laugh, excitement sharp in his voice. At that moment, Golden Horn turned his gaze over, his eyes brimming with raw authority. Omoi, are you certain it was the Nine Tails? Shinyu nodded quickly, like a pecking bird, his voice still trembling from the brush with death. It was the Nine Tails. He barely even raised a claw, and my comrades were dead in an instant. I already reported to Lord Reikage, but it seems he's unwilling to send more men or resources on this. He simply ordered us to comfort the families and said it's all for the village's future stability. TCH, that man really is slow to react. Silverhorn spat in disdain. Silverhorn, don't forget, he's still our Reikage. Sometimes he makes the right call. Goldenhorn reminded him with measured authority. But Yamatsuki, Byumo, and Sir, all of them are dead. Shinyu's voice cracked with despair. My lords, do you mean to say that even you won't avenge them? Despite the vivid anguish etched on his face, Shinyu kept his mind perfectly calm. If Omoi's information was correct, Goldenhorn and Silverhorn didn't exactly see eye to eye with the first Reikage. While their relations weren't outright hostile, their views often clashed. If the first Reikage was a dove, seeing the bigger picture and advocating peace, Then these two brothers were hawks, fervent believers in power and aggressive action. Furthermore, among the names he'd just recited, the ninja from the Yamatsuki clan had been a close confidant of the Golden and Silverhorn brothers. At that moment, Silverhorn clapped him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll make sure our brothers are avenged. Golden Horn, let's get moving. If just a scrap of that beast's flesh could give us such power, imagine." His lips curled into a sly smile. "Aren't you at least a little curious about the power of the Nine Tails itself?" "But what about the rakeage?" Golden Horn hesitated for a moment, studying the eager gleam in Silverhorn's eyes, then finally nodded. "Enough. With just the two of us, we can capture the Nine Tails alive. Afterward, even the rakeage wouldn't have grounds to object. Omoy, lead the way." Somewhere in the wild mountains of the Land of Lightning, Shenyu sped along with the Golden and Silverhorn brothers, the wind roaring in their ears as scenery blurred by on either side. Along the road, the two brothers chatted with easy nonchalance. "That beast sure does talk a lot, doesn't it? Emichim, didn't get a chance to use my ninja tools last time. This time for sure. Golden Horn, my tailed beast transformation still isn't stable. In that case, let me take the lead. Going half-beast could make you lose control, so I'll count on you to handle the ninja tools." As he spoke, Goldhorn spat out the miniature forms of the banana palm fan and the seven-star sword from his mouth, handing them over to Silverhorn. With just a few simple exchanges, the brothers had already forged a strategy against the Nine Tails, their mutual understanding clear as day. There were moments when Shenyu was nearly tempted to unleash his spirit, to break directly into the mental world of either Goldhorn or Silverhorn and extract the information he needed. But after pondering it over and over, he restrained the urge. After all, these two were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Even after being swallowed by the Nine Tails, they weren't digested. On the contrary, they had gnawed at the beast from within. If their souls harbored any extraordinary powers, he'd have nowhere to run if things went awry. In the original timeline, the two of them even boasted the glory of slaying both the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Attacking them recklessly would likely end in disaster. To be safe, Shenyu decided to stick to the original plan. Soon, the three crossed over several tall mountains and arrived at a mist-shrouded canyon veiled in clouds. "Sirs, this is the spot where we first ran into the Nine Tails." Shenyu called back over his shoulder. Goldhorn and Silverhorn immediately halted. When they saw the scattered corpses of Cloud Ninja, their brows furrowed in unison, and they moved forward to inspect the scene. The shinobi here had died horrifying deaths. Their bodies were torn apart as though by razor-sharp claws. The metallic scent of blood was thick in the air, heavy enough to make one's stomach churn. Silverhorn wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Yurajitsu, so it was here that you met your end," Silverhorn remarked upon discovering a pale, severed head. Goldhorn frowned slightly. "Strange, I can't sense the Nine Tails' presence at all." "Omoy, when was the last time you saw the Nine Tails? At this distance, we ought to feel its chakra by now." A sudden, chilling flash. A brilliant blade of azure light burst from Silverhorn's chest, scalding blood gushing down in torrents. "Well, that's exactly the question I wanted to ask the two of you." Shenyu pressed close to Silverhorn's back, murmuring softly into his ear. Omoy, Silverhorn was stunned, but before he could finish, he coughed up a great mouthful of blood. His heart had been run through. Shenyu wrenched his arm free, quick as lightning, as though snatching something from a bag. In the very next moment, Goldhorn, raging like a force of nature, charged in with a roar that crashed like thunder. "How dare you hurt Silverhorn? Whether or not you're Omoy, you can die all the same." His whiskers bristled, his mighty arms seized Shenyu's wrists on both sides, and with a violent surge of strength, ripped. Shenyu, or rather Omoy, was torn asunder. Shattered viscera flew in all directions, raining down in a crimson storm. A rapid succession of explosions thundered at their feet, dense white smoke billowing up to fill the entire canyon. At the very last moment, Shenyu had hurled every smoke bomb he had. Damn you! Damn you! I'll kill you! I'll kill every last one of you!" Golden Horn let out a savage, beast-like gasp, his breath wild as swirling currents of energy surged around him. Deep crimson-tailed beast chakra tore through his flesh, seeping out from deep fissures in his skin and enveloping his entire body in a menacing shroud. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and face death. For Golden Horn, Silverhorn was his reverse scale. Now, seeing his brother killed before his very eyes, the hatred in his heart erupted uncontrollably. The urge to slaughter swelled within him, rising ever higher. Tail beast chakra is always volatile and difficult to contain. Even the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths are no exception. Now, utterly enraged, Golden Horn's sliver of reason was devoured by the tailed beast's will. As his chakra exploded outward, a roaring gale instantly swept away much of the smoke that blanketed the battlefield. Even the earth below his feet couldn't withstand the crushing force, splitting open inch by inch. A thunderous roar tore from Golden Horn's throat as he gazed skyward, his semi-tailed beast form now fully unleashed. 6 blood-red tails whipped through the air in a fearsome display. With a swipe of his razor-sharp claws, he slashed the lingering smoke in two. But at the very instant he burst forth, he locked eyes with a pair of blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan. Awaiting him was a bug-level Jinjutsu, poised and ready. Tsukuyami, caught completely off guard, Golden Horn was instantly entrapped. His frenzied gaze went blank, his towering form collapsing limply to the ground, sliding like a cut puppet to Uchiha Hikari's feet. Hikari staggered, her fair face turning deathly pale. Subduing Golden Horn had drained her mind and spirit. Blood slid down her cheek as she stood over her fallen foe. Golden Horn's consciousness had already plummeted into the endless illusion of Tsukuyami, imprisoned with no escape. That went surprisingly smoothly, came Shinba's voice from the side as he patted Hikari on the shoulder. Are you alright? When Golden Horn killed Omui with his bare hands, Shinba had already split his spirit from his body a moment earlier and returned to his physical form. I didn't expect him to force me to use so much chakra, Hikari panted, clutching her left eye. We can't waste time. Let's interrogate him for information right now. Suddenly, a streak of white light slashed through the thinning smoke. Shinba's eyes narrowed. He yanked Hikari out of the way, and in the same instant unleashed his Mangekyo. Inky black skeletal armor surged around him, forming an impregnable shield. A shrill, metallic clang rang out. Shinba, sheathed in Susanoo, stood immovable as a mountain. A blade, shaped almost like a silver door, was knocked high into the air, spinning once before landing squarely back into someone's waiting hand. Silverhorn. Now a wine-red-tailed beast chakra glimmered over Silverhorn's body, 6 sinuous tails swaying behind him. But unlike Golden Horn, his chakra appeared almost translucent, and his eyes shone with cunning intelligence, far from the frenzied, mindless state of his brother. A tailed beast chakra cloak? Shinba narrowed his eyes, mockery in his voice. So it's you, not your brother, who truly mastered the 9 tails chakra. The tailed beast chakra cloak is a technique where one borrows the power of a tailed beast chakra, but without fully transforming into the beast, a delicate act of control. At this stage, the ninja retains their own consciousness, and all their abilities are heightened. The tailed beast chakra even heals their wounds, leaving scarcely a scar behind, granting them incredible combat prowess. In the original timeline, this move was the signature technique of Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki, famed for his mastery over the tailed beast within him. That's exactly why I managed to survive, isn't it? Ginkaku tilted his head with a wicked grin, tapping his chest. Ah, so is you bastard who ambushed me. That cut hurt, you know. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet cracked wide open, and he lunged like a streak of crimson, moving so fast that the 7-star sword in his hand turned into a blur of silver light. Yet, Kamio matched his speed effortlessly. A gigantic skeletal hand appeared from thin air and slammed Ginkaku straight into the side of the rocky cliff with a single, thunderous blow. A deafening impact echoed out. Inky black energy writhed and twisted, and from the obsidian ribs surrounding Kamio, another massive bone hand sprouted. Both fists pummeled the rock wall in a furious barrage, shattering stone and sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. This was the initial form of the Susanoo, a legendary power that could be wielded for attack, defense, protection, or control. Beyond its renowned defense, even just the strength of its arms was overwhelming. With just a few heavy punches, Kamio had carved out a small cave at the very spot. Hikari could only stare in awe, envy shimmering in her gaze at such formidable strength. And yet, despite awakening her eyes even earlier than Kamio, she still hadn't managed to unlock her own Susanoo. She couldn't quite understand why. As Kamio withdrew the Susanoo's bony fist, he suddenly noticed a length of golden rope, somehow wound securely around the wrist bone. What's this? Kamio's eyes widened in surprise. At that instant, Ginkaku burst from the clouded cave, the other end of the golden rope clutched in his hand. Swinging like a great ape, he landed deftly atop a nearby outcropping. His robes and armor were in tatters, and there were bruises on his brow and forearms, but aside from that, he appeared unscathed. Fists powerful enough to shatter mountains had only left him a little battered. Any ordinary ninja would have been pulverized into paste by such blows. Feeling the golden rope coiling about him, Kamio sensed danger and quickly dismissed the skeletal arm of his Susanoo, summoning a new one in its place. Sharingan. Achiha, are you from the Hidden Leaf? Ginkaku hefted the seven-star sword onto his shoulder, casting a cold gaze down at them from above, the thick gold rope curling around his arm as if alive. Hikari, is there a chance? Kamio asked softly without turning his head. Uchiha Hikari shook her head. No, he keeps evading my gaze. Kamio frowned too. Ginkaku was proving to be a cunning opponent. Whether fighting or standing off, he always managed to avoid direct eye contact, giving them no opening to cast their illusion techniques. Be careful. That rope is strange. It should be the phantom gold rope I told you about. Whatever you do, don't let it touch you. He gave a solemn warning. Guang nodded carefully, her demeanor full of caution. The phantom gold rope. Anyone who touches it will be forced to utter their own most frequently used word of power. In this world, word of power refers to the word someone has spoken most often since birth. The seven-star sword wasn't forged for mere swordplay, either. Its true purpose is to sever a person's word of power and inflict a curse. That red gourd, meanwhile, can record and seal away the word of power. When the victim speaks the key word, stays silent too long, or even utters something with a similar sound, they're pulled into the gourd and sealed away completely. Combined, these three treasures form what could only be called weapons of causality. As for the other two of the 6 fabled ninja tools, the amber purifying pot is a giant jar that captures anyone who responds to its wielder. Even the rampaging Eight-Tails was once subdued by it. The Basho fan, on the other hand, is a devastating weapon that ignores the user's own chakra nature, allowing them to unleash any of the 5 major elemental jutsu: fire, water, lightning, wind, or earth, all at once. Thinking it over, it's clear. These two brothers possess shadow-level strength, both in raw power and in weaponry. At that moment, Ginkaku bared his teeth in a menacing grin. So, if you don't answer, I'll just take it as a yes. His expression warped into madness, the power of tailed beast chakra making his features even more fearsome. How dare you attack the two of us? Unforgivable. I don't care who you are. Get in my red gourd already. A small gourd, just 3 inches tall, was thrown into the air. With a rush of wind, it expanded in an instant, growing to more than half a man's height, and Ginkaku hugged it close at his waist. Fire style, great fireball. Guang was the first to strike. After 5 years of training, her mastery of fire-style ninjutsu was second nature. A massive fireball roared through the air, only to be sliced cleanly in two by a single swing of Ginkaku's sword. You must be joking. Did you really think something so weak could hurt me? Ginkaku came crashing down from above, the 7-star sword aimed right at Uchiha Guang's head, a gleam of silver splitting the very air. Guang dodged in an instant, but suddenly Ginkaku veered off in a feint, bursting away toward another spot, right where Ginkaku stood. He's trying to break the illusion cast on Ginkaku. Shinyu's eyes turned icy. In a flash, he appeared before Ginkaku, channeling his fledgling Susanoo to deliver a punishing punch. The black skeletal fist shot forward like thunder, cutting through the air with a heavy, whistling rush. Drain it, phantom gold rope, Ginkaku called out abruptly. Instead of the expected earth-shaking impact, Shinyu's eyes widened in alarm, his stomach churning like a stormy sea. For a brief moment, he lost control of his body, and his Susanoo's bones flickered and faded, the ribs and arms dissolving into black vapor. His mouth parted against his will, and a soft, pale blue glow spilled from his lips. My word of power! Disbelief flooded his eyes. How could this be? I was never touched by the phantom gold rope. Curse you, 7-star sword! Silver Horn muttered, the corners of his mouth curling into a triumphant smile as he swung the sword down in a ruthless arc. Shinyu! Uchiha Mitsu shouted in alarm. In that split second of crisis, Shinyu instead became calm. He leaned back ever so slightly, narrowly dodging the deadly blade, but the glowing aura that he exhaled was still sliced clean through by the 7-star sword. Shinyu's expression grew grim. He had thought he already understood the Sage of 6 Paths' sacred relics well enough, but he hadn't expected to fall into a trap like this. Silverhorn spun his body with a sudden, fierce movement, swinging the 7-star sword in a sweeping half-circle that forced the two of them backwards. You think you're safe as long as your body isn't struck? Even if that trick rope just touches your chakra, it'll still snatch your word spirit. You little brat. Silverhorn laughed boisterously, raising the red gourd high. Let's record this. Red gourd. With a pop, the blue halo suspended in the air was instantly sucked into the mouth of the gourd. Silverhorn lifted the 7-star sword, whose mirror-like blade now revealed the words of Shun Yu's word spirit. Lord Madara. Oh. Silverhorn arched an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. So, you've seen my word spirit? Shinyu looked up, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spinning eerily in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, It should read Lord Madara, right? At that moment, both Silverhorn and Uchiha Mitsu widened their eyes, the former with delight, immediately raising the red gourd, the latter in sheer shock. Earlier, Shinyu had carefully introduced all of the 6 paths ninja tools owned by Golden Horn and Silverhorn to Uchiha Mitsu. What Mitsu hadn't anticipated was that Shinyu himself would take the initiative to walk into danger, as if he'd completely forgotten what he'd just explained. Sure enough, a look of panic washed over Shinyu's face, as though he had lost control of his own body, shooting straight towards Silverhorn and the gourd. But just as he drew near the gourd's mouth, a sharp blue light erupted from his left hand, slashing towards Silverhorn's neck. "Do on autumn leaves." What? Silverhorn could hardly believe his eyes. In his haste, he threw his sword up to block. With a screech of metal, autumn dew scraped along the 7-star sword's length, sending up sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu gripped the sword's spine, flipped agilely over Silverhorn's shoulder, and landed behind him. Blue light gathered in his palm, and the air grew turbulent. Accompanied by an electrifying hum, a high-speed, spinning sphere of chakra formed in his hand. Rasengan. With a single hand, Shinyu slammed the Rasengan hard into Silverhorn's back as panic flashed in the villain's eyes. Winds spiraled outward and expanded. Silverhorn's body was hurled by tremendous torque, smashing hard into the stone wall behind. Not bad. Quite potent, actually. Shinyu nodded with satisfaction. Mangeko had given him formidable learning abilities, and besides, a technique like the Rasengan, an A-rank jutsu, wasn't difficult to master once one understood its theory and training method. In the original timeline, even Jiraiya had needed only 3 days to learn it fully. Its difficulty lies mainly in the extreme manipulation of chakra's form, forcing the chakra to flow continuously in different directions and compressing it until it becomes a highly spinning, densely packed chakra sphere. When it comes to the study of chakra shape transformation, Shinyu's mastery far surpasses that of Jiraiya. The dazzling technique, Autumn Dew on the Leaf, which once sent even Tobirama's heart pounding, proves this beyond all doubt. As a result, the signature jutsu of the protagonist in the original timeline required Shinyu only a single day to fully master. "Why, I clearly severed your Kodadama," Jinkaku shouted, half-crazed, scrambling up from a heap of rubble in disarray. "Is that so? Funny, I don't recall ever letting that happen." Shinyu replied with a sneer of contempt. Once his Kodadama was absorbed into the red gourd, Shinyu activated his ocular jutsu, unleashing both Makura and Amanoto Katachi at once. While adapting to the golden binding rope, he restored himself to the exact state he was in just before being touched by it. From the perspective of the entire timeline, in that instant, he was whole, unaffected by any external force. So, in effect, this maneuver overwrote the very fact that his Kodadama had been cut. His decision was wise. The precondition for activating the 3 great causal ninja tools, the binding rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd, was for the binding rope to first draw out one's Kodadama, cancel the rope's influence, and the latter 2 lose their effect before they even begin. Damn it, what in the world is going on? Jinkaku raged on, but no one bothered to offer him an explanation. This is the world of Naruto, where information is crucial currency. Things like public technique descriptions don't exist, and Shinyu certainly had no intention of explaining the secrets of his ocular powers to his foes. Amaterasu. Seizing the opportunity, Hikari attacked. Pitch-black flame struck Jinkaku square in the chest. "This is bad." Feeling the eerie, searing heat, Jinkaku's eyes widened. The deep crimson chakra, cloak around him, writhed furiously and surged protectively toward his chest. To Hikari's astonishment, Jinkaku actively stripped himself of his tailed beast chakra, shedding the fiery shroud, so both cloak and black flames tumbled to the ground, where the flames devoured all to nothingness. He actually cut off Amaterasu's burn this way. Shinyu, too, was taken aback. After all, this was the very method Naruto once used to counter Amaterasu in the original timeline. So this is the so-called unquenchable flame. It really is dangerous. Jinkaku's voice rumbled darkly, his gaze gleaming with menace as he stared at Uchiha Hikari. "Looks like you're the one I have to eliminate first. Greetings, fellow readers. You're listening to Little Pig. This is not a plot chapter, just a supplement on Susanu's setting. If you're not interested in the world building, feel free to skip ahead. For those who might be confused by terms like initial Susanoo and stage 1 Susanoo in the story, let me clarify. From now on, I'll be using unified terminology for these stages throughout the text. Here is a compilation of the Susanoo settings, synthesized from the original works and various sources, supplemented by my personal understanding and organization. Susanoo form settings. Principle. Susanoo is a high-output manifestation of chakra, condensing its energy into a tangible form, an exceptionally dense chakra entity that transforms the wielder into a towering god of war for battle. As the user's ocular power intensifies, Susanoo evolves in stages, embodying the ultimate ocular technique that seamlessly unites offense and defense. Susanoo, initial stage. In this phase, rib bones and an arm are materialized, serving diverse purposes such as attack, defense, protection, and even control. The user's body is not fully encased within Susanoo, leaving significant gaps, but the level of defense is already sufficient to withstand most assaults. Susanoo, first stage. Here, Susanoo takes on the appearance of a skeletal upper body, cloaking the user entirely in chakra. Its defensive capability increases further, but there remain gaps around the feet, making it vulnerable to particularly fierce attacks. At this point, Susanoo can equip simple weapons like swords or blades, relying primarily on straightforward physical strikes. Susanoo, second stage. This form adds musculature and visible chakra veins atop the skeleton, wrapping the user in a cloak-like layer of chakra. This stage allows the user to unlock curse seals and wield unique personal weapons and ninjutsu, such as the Yata mirror or an ethereal bow and arrow. In terms of balance, this form is considered ideal. Madara's dual-faced, blue Susanoo and Sasuke's crossbowman variant are examples, commonly used before they attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. In addition, Susanoo at this level can utilize a powerful, universally recognized ranged attack technique, Yasaka Magatama. Susanoo, third stage, Crow Tengu armor. This evolution overlays the original form with the imposing armor of a Crow Tengu, dramatically enhancing its protective strength and expanding its weapon arsenal to include legendary arms like the Sword of Tatsuka and the Sword of Kusanagi. This manifestation wields overwhelming might, but the chakra expenditure increases dramatically, rendering it highly unstable. Ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan users struggle to maintain this form for long. It is widely regarded as the Mangekyo's limit. Only the eternal Mangekyo can enable Susanoo to grow a full set of legs and rise to a mountain-like stature. Susanoo, fourth stage, complete body. In this fully unlocked form, Susanoo develops a lower body and both legs, greatly increasing its size with the user positioned at its head. Not only can it wield its exclusive legendary weapons, but it can also swing the immense Sword of Susanoo, whose reach covers a vast range. This form serves as a transitional state between the second stage and the perfect form. It retains the superb balance and full capabilities of the second stage, while gaining exceptional mobility and eliminating the defensive weaknesses that once existed around the feet. Susanoo, fifth stage, complete form. Building upon the third stage Crow Tengu, the figure rises from the ground, shedding its former half-bodied limit. Its armor merges even further, creating what is known as the true Susanoo. Only those who have pushed their Mangekyo Sharingan to its absolute limits and possess an immense reservoir of chakra can awaken this fully realized Susanoo. At this stage, Susanoo's size becomes monumental and its chakra stabilizes. Its strength is remarkable. Not only can it cleave through mountains and meteors with ease, but also gains the ability to fly and can perform the caster's signature techniques through hand seals. Susanoo, fifth stage, armored form. Continuing from the third stage Crow Tengu form, Susanoo is worn like armor over the Nine Tails. This combination unites the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails with Susanoo's formidable defenses. It can wield Susanoo's weapons and coordinate attacks using the tailed beast ball in harmony. Susanoo, sixth stage, ultimate form. In this transcendent state, Susanoo itself becomes the vessel for tailed beast chakra, replacing the demonic statue of the outer path. Chakra fuses and takes on a humanoid form, perfectly blending the might of the tailed beast with the power of Susanoo. At this point, Susanoo becomes an almost demonic force, capable of unleashing its ultimate move, the Indra's Arrow, an attack of tremendous destructive power. According to the Nine Tails, Sasuke's mastery over tailed beast chakra rivaled that of the Sage of Six Paths. Within the valley, Ginkaku once again cloaked himself in tailed beast chakra. Having tasted the agony of Amaterasu, he immediately turned his attention and launched an assault on Uchiha Hikari. Take this. Blood streamed down Hikari's face, her eyesight blurring from the strain of having cast two ocular jutsu in quick succession. As a sharp gale surged toward her, she pressed her hands together and intoned, fire style, Grand Dragon Fire. Tilting her head back, she exhaled. Flames twisted into a dragon's head, roaring forward with waves of heat to clash against the sword strike. With a harsh crack, the flaming dragon split down the middle. Laughter rang out, wild and frenzied. Ginkaku cutting through with unstoppable force. As the seven-star sword bore down, closing the gap, Red light flickered in Hikari's eyes. Just then, a figure flickered before her, slender but resolute, stepping into the path in an instant. With a rattling clang, a skeletal hand, thick with darkness, shot out, intercepting the blow with unyielding speed, gripping the seven-star sword tight in its grasp. Shrouded in swirling black energy, Kamiba stared coldly at Ginkaku, Mandikyo Sharingan gleaming with a frost-blue light. "You little brat. You're quick, aren't you?" Ginkaku sneered, his grin twisted. The seven-star sword seemed wedged in an unyielding mountain, refusing to budge. Seeing a second skeletal arm raised high, Ginkaku abandoned his weapon and leaped back. "What a nuisance," he muttered under his breath, stowing away the crimson gourd to free his other hand. "I'll draw his attention. You find an opening and finish him with ocular jutsu," Kamiba said swiftly, both hands wreathed in blue light, icy chakra surging in blade-like currents. Before Uchiha Hikaru could respond, a black skeletal arm suddenly flung the seven-star sword high into the air, and in a blink, both the sword and Kamehane vanished from sight. A jolt ran through Ginkaku's heart. Part of his attention was snared by the seven-star sword spinning in the sky. At that very moment, a deadly chakra blade came slashing toward him. He had already lost his window to counterattack. He twisted his body with a burst of desperate power, barely dodging as the blade whooshed past. With a sharp slicing sound, half his silver-white hair floated down like drifting snow. "My hair!" Ginkaku roared, surging straight at Kamehane. His massive form blocked out the sunlight, like a ferocious tiger poised to devour. They exchanged several furious blows, but Kamehane was quickly overwhelmed. Against Ginkaku's relentless onslaught, Kamehane was forced onto the defensive, his movements slow and mismatched, already struggling to keep up. Blow after blow thundered through the air as Ginkaku landed hit after hit. If not for his Susanoo shield, Kamehane would have been gravely injured by now. The staggering force rattled even his bones, threatening to crack his skeletal frame. "Heh, so this is my limit in a normal state." Kamahane's expression turned grim as he began quietly gathering his strength. 8 gates technique. First gate, open. A faint network of veins bulged on his forehead. Second gate, rest gate, open. His hair flew upward. Dressed in black, his clothes began to flutter as though caught in an unseen wind. His skin flushed a deep, feverish red, and his body started to give off wisps of steam. Third gate, life gate, open. A thunderous boom tore through the air as a torrent of energy erupted around him. Kamehane spread his arms wide, shrouded in whirling wind, igniting with a visible blue aura of power. In this moment, his physical abilities soared, tenfold over his usual strength. For Ginkaku, everything blurred. A fierce crimson visage appeared in an instant, directly before his eyes. Then came a storm of fists and kicks, raining down with the force of a hurricane. Ginkaku scrambled to block, only to be struck square in the chest by a crushing kick that sent him crashing into the ground, carving a long, deep trench in his wake. With a shimmer of blue energy, Kamehane was upon him once more, a blazing streak etched across the air as his fists spun with cutting winds, and razor-sharp chakra blades crystallized to icy perfection. "Brat, don't you dare underestimate me." With a furious bellow, Ginkaku surged up from the rubble, launching himself straight at Kamehane. "It's not over yet. The fourth gate, wound gate, open." Suddenly, Kamahane's speed shot to an entirely new level, his body blending with the very air, vanishing with his signature autumn dew on the leaf alongside his teleportation technique. In the next instant, a deadly slash appeared right at the back of Ginkaku's neck. A slicing chill shot through Ginkaku's body. He twisted with all his might, only to feel a sudden numbness, followed by searing pain blazing down his neck. "Damn it, you almost took my head off." Clutching his neck as hot blood welled through his fingers, Ginkaku's eyes flickered with panic. Sweat on his brow evaporated in the heat of battle. So close. Just a fraction more, and it would have been over. He was on the verge of having his arteries severed. "Aya, I'll kill you." As if answering his furious roar, the Nine-Tails chakra flared up in a blazing surge, launching his entire body like a cannonball straight at Kamehane. A red and a green light clashed ferociously, rampaging through the mountain valley. Fists and palms sliced through the air like the wind. Sword flashes darted back and forth. Stones exploded and rained down in chaos. Both fighters' figures became mere blurs in the chaos. Ghostly afterimages flickered this way and that, entwined and impossible to unravel. Their movements could only be traced by the sudden shattering of rock walls and the billowing clouds of dust erupting all around. In the midst of the havoc, Guanghuan gazed into the distance, her lips pressed together, an almost imperceptible shift taking place in her heart. So this is his true strength? All this time, I never realized just how vast the gap between us really is. Though Kamihane had entrusted her with the crucial task of delivering a fatal blow, her feelings grew increasingly complicated. They had each spent 5 years in training, both growing stronger with every step. If her progress could be called leaps and bounds, then Kamihane's pace was more like days passing in the blink of an eye. In forbidden techniques, his spirit transformation technique had fortified his soul, using mental strength as its bedrock. This strengthened both his in release and his ocular powers. And the 8 Gates release had raised his limits dramatically. With his present skill, he could even open the Domain Gate at the highest level. On the ninjutsu front, thanks to Uchiha Madara's tutelage, he had not only mastered a host of powerful fire-style jutsu, but his finesse at manipulating chakra had grown sharper, letting even the smallest techniques pack a considerable punch. In taijutsu, he had inherited Madara's true legacy, abandoning reckless, self-sacrificing strategies for an approach that was swifter, more efficient, simple, yet lethal. As for Jinjutsu, through countless sparring matches with Uchiha Hikaru, he had gradually reached a level of mastery, likely not far from the original Uchiha Itachi's prowess. Still, if the opponent unleashed Tsukimi, the outcome would be a different story, for Kamihane did not possess the fabled illusion eye. Even when it came to the Mangekyo Sharingan, his progress was nothing to scoff at, let alone the terrifying power of Susanoo, that devastating trump card. Squinting her sparkling eyes, Guanghuan watched that blood-drenched, desperate young man lock in battle, his silhouette reflected in her blurry vision. A mighty boom echoed out. Silverhorn slammed his fists into the ground, sending out a tremor of raw energy. His face was twisted into a ferocious snarl, fangs clenched, his entire body covered in bloody wounds. By now, he had grasped the distinctive nature of Kamihane's chakra blade. It was no mere transformation of form. What looked like a simple, unremarkable blade, in fact, had chakra flowing within it like an endless river, circuits perfectly closed, surging, and unbroken. With every apparent glancing blow, it felt as if he were being carved up by a power saw. His tailed beast's cloak was nothing more than decoration at this point. As the wind roared past, Kamihane leapt high into the air, limbs tucked in, jet-black ribs swirling to encase his body like armor summoned at will. Silverhorn's murderous gaze locked on him. The ground at his feet erupted as he launched his furious attack, striking with savage force, right on cue in the next instant. A thunderous crash filled the air. Sharp horns clashed fiercely against the Susanoo's skeletal frame, and the collision alone erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth and unleashing a gale that tore through the battlefield. Shinyu's form was hurled high into the sky. Just as he was about to weave the hand seals for a fire-style technique, he suddenly realized there was a length of golden rope coiled tightly around the ribs encasing him. Brat, did you forget this move? With wild, unrestrained laughter, Ginkaku gave a sharp tug. In an instant, Shinyu was yanked back toward him, hurtling even faster than before. Absorb Kahaku rope. Ginkaku pulled back his fist, muscles coiled with power, clearly waiting for the moment when Shinyu's Susanoo would falter. Yet Shinyu's expression remained calm. To everyone's astonishment, he reached out and seized the Kahaku rope himself. A word of advice, don't try the same trick on me twice, Shinyu spoke coolly, his left eye swirling ominously. Blood streamed down his cheek, but in its wake shone an eerie, supernatural light. Thanks to the Magetsu, Shinyu had already mastered all 3 great ninja tools. He pulled the Kahaku rope taut, repeating the incantation in a low, sonorous voice. Absorb Kahaku rope. Ginkaku's eyes flew wide with shock as the cloak of tailed beast chakra was stripped away in an instant. For a split second, he seemed to lose all control over his body, as though cut off from the very world itself. Unable to resist, he gagged and spat out a swirling mist of blue light. That was his Kodadama, his spoken soul. How was this possible? Why would the Kahaku rope turn against me? Ginkaku's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. What did you do? Shinyu was not about to let this chance slip by. Rubbing his hands together, he conjured a blade of chakra so dense it felt solid, and drove it straight through Ginkaku's chest. Harnessing the immense force of his plummeting descent, he pinned Ginkaku ruthlessly to the earth. Yet the assault was not over. The ribs of Susanoo sprouted a bone-white arm, which, with the slightest motion, reached up as if to catch something midair. Shinyu soared up, only to come crashing down as the bone arm swung downward. In a flash of argent light, the river-like blade reflected Ginkaku's panicked face. It was the 7-star sword. Damn it, did he predict the timing and landing point all along? Curse it, 7-star sword. With a sound like silk being torn, Ginkaku jerked his head aside, but one ear was sliced clean off. With it, the shimmering Kodadama drifted gently to the ground. Planting his foot squarely on Ginkaku's chest, Shinyu reached into his pocket, the very place where the crimson gourd was hidden. "Damn you!" Ginkaku roared in fury. "You'll pay for this." He brought his palms together with a sharp clap, and the air all around surged violently. Scorching, heavy-tailed beast chakra erupted from his body, coiling into a lashing tail. Instantly, Shinyu withdrew from his attack range. Dust and debris began to float upwards as a tremendous force swelled. Deep red chakra flowed like molten lava, engulfing Ginkaku in its infernal heat. Suddenly, there was a sinister cracking within the lava, and it swelled forth in a violent surge. Shinyu stared, stunned, as a burly figure shrouded in skeletal armor threw back its head and let out a spine-chilling howl to the sky. That's... Injiao stood at the center of the field, energy coursing through him like molten lava, with 2 locks of hair curving up from his forehead to form the shape of fox ears. His wounds had all healed. His whole body shimmered with a crimson glow, the exoskeleton on his skin trembling and releasing waves of formidable power. He silently recited an incantation. Immediately, Shinyu felt the gold cord on his left arm heating rapidly. He let go at once, and the cord began slithering on its own like a long serpent, wriggling its way back into Yinjiao's hand. So, he has another trick up his sleeve? Staring at Yinjiao in this state, a grave look appeared on Shinayu's face. Yinjiao opened his mouth. The gold cord, the 7-star sword, and even the floating word spirit all shrank and were swallowed by him in one gulp. "I didn't expect it. Looks like you forced out my trump card." From beneath the skull-shaped mask, Yinjiao's rugged voice boomed out. Amaterasu, Uchiha Mitsu, seized the moment, unleashing the long-prepared Amaterasu. In an instant, a mass of black flames burst forth on Yinjiao's back. But with a flash of red light, Yinjiao vanished from where he stood, leaving the Amaterasu flaring uselessly in thin air, only to strike Shinayu instead. Encircled by black flames, Shinyu's brow furrowed, but before he could get his bearings, a violent gust swept in. Yinjiao was already looming before him, fist raised to strike. What speed! Shinayu's eyes narrowed as chakra surged instinctively to his legs. A crimson fist crashed down with the force to drain the very air, and Shinyu's body seemed to tear apart beneath it. Yet, Yinjiao let out a puzzled grunt. This doesn't feel right. It's an afterimage. He jerked his head up just in time to see Shinyu arcing overhead. A surge of red light erupted from Yinjiao's back. Outshot a long, crimson tail formed entirely of tailed beast energy, lashing upward toward Shinyu with a piercing howl. Midair, unable to find any foothold, Shinyu clasped his hands together. His black-clad figure flashed rapidly, splitting in two for an instant, narrowly dodging the savage tail. Phantom instant step. Both Shinyus landed at once, and with a sweep of their chakra blades wreathed in jet-black flame, they slashed down from above. Yinjiao roared furiously, driving his scarlet fist upward with unrelenting force. Fist and blade collided in a titanic clash. A resounding boom thundered through the field, the shockwave whipping up a storm and sending visible ripples surging outwards in every direction. Now that Yinjiao had entered this state, his attacks had become unpredictable, no longer merely a matter of physical prowess. His blows, each fueled by pure Nine-Tails chakra, combined a might of 6 tails, striking with uncanny ferocity. Facing him with only the gate of pain, form, and Uchiha swordplay was clearly no longer enough. Fifth gate, gate of limit, open. With a low, focused shout, azure energy surged ever brighter around Shinyu. Torrents of wind whipped up by his powers split the ground beneath his feet, leaving the earth suspended in the gale. He'd pushed his strength to the current extreme. At this moment, even a single stride would carry him 100 meters in a flash. A mere snap of the fingers, and he could pulverize stone or shatter steel. Relying on the sealed gate state, he managed to tenaciously hold his ground against the Nine-Tails chakra mode Ginkaku. Meanwhile, those two figures kept splitting from 2 to 4, 4 to 8. After just a few exchanges, 16 identical figures had completely encircled Ginkaku. Shinyu wasn't in a hurry to extinguish Amaterasu with rewind. After all, he'd sparred against Uchiha Hikari for 5 years and had been burned by Amaterasu more than a dozen times. Thanks to his adaptation with the Magitsura, he had developed a remarkable resistance. Though his chakra blades were razor-sharp, facing a monster like Ginkaku, whose regenerative powers bordered on the absurd, they began to seem inadequate. Susanu's movements, while mighty, were too slow and drained too much ocular power. If he really wanted to injure Ginkaku, he'd have to rely on the Amaterasu flames burning on his body. Hikari couldn't land a hit on Ginkaku, but that didn't mean he couldn't. Countless clones launched themselves into the fray, blue energy entwined with black flames raging wildly. In an instant, black fire sparked all over Ginkaku's body. Furious, Ginkaku kept ripping away the tailed beast cloak from his skin to stifle the flames of Amaterasu. The two of them fought relentlessly, bone shards scattering in their wake. This desperate struggle to survive by shedding his own tails left him humiliated. With so many clones closing in, even Ginkaku felt a pounding headache. Though he unleashed a sweeping attack with his long-tail barrage, these clones didn't vanish even when struck. They would simply flicker, grow faint for a heartbeat, then launch another attack. This won't do. This damn fire eats up too much chakra. Ginkaku crossed his arms defensively before him. Let's see how you handle this. He leapt high into the air, his entire body blazing with a scarlet radiance, like a miniature burning sun. 6 colored tails hammered the ground all at once. A thunderous crash burst forth. The earth shattered instantly as a tidal wave of force swept outwards, red energy surging like a raging river, overturning everything. In the blink of an eye, the tide swallowed all of Shinyu's clones. When the dust finally settled, Ginkaku froze in disbelief. The 16 figures stood exactly where they'd started, unharmed, like sturdy bamboo breaking through solid rock. Not one had budged. In the swell of blue energy, 16 pairs of blood-red eyes glared coldly at him. How is this possible? Are they all just afterimages with no substance? But why does each blow land with such force? My body flicker technique is incorporeal. All of Shinyu's clones spoke in unison, raising their chakra blades in perfect synchronicity. But in another sense, every clone is real. Surely you're growing weary of this monotonous assault. Shinyu smiled faintly, energy boiling and surging around him like a deep blue cloak. Let's try something new. Tell me, do these clones use Susanoo? What? Ginkaku's jaw dropped, clearly stumped by the question. All right, I'll answer for you. Shinyu's lips curled into a sly smile. The answer is yes. Dark energy surged like waves as 16 massive skeletons emerged from the ground. Unlike the ribs and arms that appeared before, Shinyu had now activated the first stage of his Susanoo. 16 half-bodied skeletons seemed to crawl out from the abyss, forming an enormous circle of encirclement. The black skeletons roared in unison. Each one bore 4 arms, each arm drenched in black flames. A chill ran up Silverhorn's spine. He didn't dare to confront the attack head-on and transformed into a streak of golden light, darting and weaving with incredible agility. Inside the Susanoo, Shinyu stood with his arms folded, his face completely concealed behind the veil of swirling darkness. Silverhorn couldn't make out his features, nor could he see the sparkling beads of sweat gathering at the boy's forehead. The so-called phantom teleportation technique relied on rapid, continuous movement to create afterimages, further masked by illusory arts to conceal traces of displacement. The illusion was so seamless that it looked as though real copies surrounded the target. In truth, the genuine location of the user only revealed itself at the very moment of attack. At a precise instant, Silverhorn would suffer a blow from only one direction. And yet, whenever he attempted a counterstrike, Shinyu would slip away using the instant movement technique or his heavens ever standing, vanishing back into one of the afterimages. This created the overwhelming illusion that his clones could never be destroyed. Although this tactic was incredibly effective, its cost was immense. Leaving behind nothing but afterimages was one thing. But now, with Susanoo to maintain and the gate of dew open, the strain he was under was on a whole different scale altogether. It must be understood. Once the 8 gates are forced open to the wound gate, the body itself begins to suffer real damage, and the user truly enters the dangerous realm of the 8 inner gates technique. Right now, not only was his chakra being drained at a breakneck pace, but he also had to endure constant muscle-tearing agony. Every cell in his body throbbed with a dull, persistent pain, the side effect of Susanoo. If not for the ocular ability, heavens ever standing, he would never have dared to push himself to such extremes. A relentless barrage of fists thundered down, a storm of blows crashing from above. Amid the earth-shattering explosions, the ground kept breaking apart. At last, Silverhorn exposed a weakness. Swift as he was, even his speed couldn't save him from this all-encompassing assault. With a resounding crash, he was slammed into the ground by a gigantic hand, pinned down like a red pushpin. Eager to avoid further contact with Amaterasu's consuming flames, Silverhorn immediately burrowed into the earth. As he evaded blows from above, he searched frantically for Shinyu's true location. Damn it! How can this brat be so terrifying? Where's his real body hidden? Silverhorn squirmed underground like a mudfish, black fists thudding into the earth all around him. Wait, I can use that move. Focus, focus. Immersed in his relentless attack, Shinyu suddenly felt a jolt of warning. A crimson beam burst from beneath the earth and shot straight toward him inside the Susanoo barrier, too fast for any defense. Their eyes met in that instant, Silverhorn's gaze burning with pure, violent intent. Found you! Silverhorn appeared right before his eyes, his lips pulling back into an exaggerated grin. With a sickening thud, Shinyu's heart was pierced by a bony claw. Blood arced through the air as his body was hurled far away. In an instant, 16 looming half-skeletons vanished. Kid, nobody can match my speed, boasted Silverhorn smugly. Is that so? Well, do as you please. Shinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the kaleidoscope in his right eye began to spin silently. A miraculous transformation unfolded. His wounds healed in an instant, the blood vanished without a trace, and his crimson skin returned to a pale, healthy hue. The black flames and bluish energy enveloping him extinguished completely. Even the Eight Gates formation, the force burning within, dissipated as if it had never been. His aura grew deep, as steady and unyielding as a mountain. A surge of vital energy pulsed beneath the surface, fierce yet restrained. Silverhorn stared in disbelief at Shinyu, who had returned to full strength in the blink of an eye. His mind went blank. Shinyu now radiated a calm and imposing presence, composed and serene, looking every bit as unshaken as when he'd first entered the battle. Mere moments ago, he'd seemed at death's door. What kind of monster's body is this? Silverhorn lost his composure, his voice rising in agitation. Do you have the power of Tail Beast as well? Sorry to disappoint, Shinyu replied, flexing his wrist with tranquil poise, his eyes calm as still water, but tinged with a quiet confidence. I forgot to mention, I am invincible. Mist thinned within the gorge as gentle wind breezed through, scattering the lingering smoke of battle. Lightning style, false darkness. Shinyu raised a hand high, and the air crackled with electricity as dazzling lightning erupted. The raw energy coalesced into twin lances of thunder, which shot forward with blinding speed. Silverhorn transformed into a beam of crimson light, leaping onto a nearby cliff as the thunder spears tore through the rock behind him, pulverizing it into dust. This is endless, he shouted, frustration edging into desperation. The kid's body was beyond strange. Even with a pierced heart, he was spry as ever. If that's how it is, Silverhorn's eyes flickered with cunning as he spat out a crimson feather fan. Shinyu narrowed his gaze. What's that? Kid, you like playing with lightning, huh? Silverhorn vaulted into the air and swung the fan down with all his might. Thunder, come fort. With a deafening crash, lightning poured out like a broken dam, surging forward to engulf Shinyu. The sky was lit by countless arcs of electricity, crackling and bursting with explosive force. Fire, come forth. Silverhorn tightened his grip, waving again. Blinding flames ignited the heavens, cascading downward in a roaring torrent. They scorched the earth below, as if the dying sun tossed its final light into the chaos. Fire and lightning collided in an apocalyptic storm. Susanoo, a titanic roar split the sky. A giant black skeleton burst through the flames, churning with shadowy energy as it swept away the lightning. Shinyu's figure became indistinct within the surging darkness, save for the gleaming crimson of his twin Sharingan, glowing with a fierce, bloodthirsty light. Kid, you think you can hide behind that shell forever? Let's see if I can't crack it open. With a furious bellow, Silverhorn shouted, Wind, come forth. A torrent of hurricane-force wind surged from the banana leaf fan, the gale concealing invisible blades, slicing gashes both large and small into the rocks along its path. The wind howled with ferocity, joining the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Wind feeds the flames, flame borrows the might of the wind. Thousands of degrees of searing heat flowed through the air, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. Silverhorn squinted, eyes brimming with anticipation as he fixed his gaze ahead. In this moment, nothing would please him more than the sight of a charred corpse. Suddenly, the smoke-laden air shimmered and twisted. A streak of pitch-black lightning split the sky, and in an instant, struck down before Silverhorn. His pupils shrank, body twisting to the very limits of its ability. This was no lightning bolt, but a massive, spinning magatama. A deep, explosive rumble echoed, as the magatama struck like a cannonball, shattering two stone peaks in rapid succession, sending torrents of debris tumbling, their clamor rising like a mournful wail. A huge, soot-black hand swept aside the flames. With a low, thunderous roar, Susanoo unfurled its vast form. But in this moment, Susanoo no longer bore the grinning face of a skeleton as before. Swirls of dark energy spiraled up its spine, manifesting into tangible vessels, pulse, sinew, flesh, and blood taking solid form. Muscles bulged across its entire body, and a mantle of dense, black chakra draped heavily over its figure. For powerful arms stretched out with force, twisting what had been skeletal mockery into a true half-giant. You certainly seem to be having fun just now. Shinba stared coldly at the scarlet figure clinging to the rock wall. The giant's four hands moved together, slowly parting, dark light swirling as a string of colossal Magatama beads was conjured from the void. This was the second stage of Susanoo, its form more complete, now able to wield its own unique arsenal of weapons and techniques. Among them, the signature long-range ninjutsu, Yasaka Magatama. On and on, the beads spun furiously, cast out like a hailstorm of massive shuriken, so densely packed they blocked out the light. Silverhorn's scalp tingled with terror. The thought of a direct clash never even crossed his mind. In Ninetail's chakra mode, a brush with a shuriken wasn't much. But if he took a direct hit from these things, he'd be dead before he hit the ground. A streak of red light darted wildly about the valley, weaving desperately between the onslaught of Yasaka Magatama. Stone shattered, dust blotted out the sun, and the relentless explosions crashed and boomed with the force of rolling thunder. Shinba stood firm within the towering Susanoo, immovable as a mountain. His right eye spun with the precision of a clockwork dial, endlessly tracing and recalibrating his own state. The Magatama moved with incredible speed. In Uchiha Mitsu's gaze, torrents of shadowy beads fanned out like anti-aircraft fire, annihilating everything they touched, blasting up clouds of dust and smoke, leveling stretches of the valley. Abruptly, a chill shuddered through Mitsu. A wave of blistering heat rushed up behind her. She spun around, just in time to witness a roaring tide of flame surging toward her. And there, beyond the shimmering air, glared the vicious, cunning face of Silverhorn. Don't underestimate me. She shut her left eye, and vivid streams of blood flowed from her wide-open right eye. Amaterasu, a speck of black flame flickered within the crimson inferno, spreading like ink dropped onto rice paper, saturating the entire sea of fire until it became an abyss of bottomless blackness. When, as if he'd anticipated this move, Silverhorn swept his banana leaf fan. Gales roared forth, driving powerful currents of wind into the flames. With that force, the black sea of fire surged straight toward Uchiha Hikari. Is this the end? Hikari gasped lightly, sinking to one knee. Amaterasu's drain was overwhelming. For her current self, unleashing it was as taxing as a finishing move. On top of that, she had just used Tsukuyomi to bind the rampaging gold horn, a technique that, while it seemed effortless to onlookers, had nearly emptied her chakra reserves. The black flames loomed above her like ominous storm clouds, pressing in from all sides and blocking any retreat. Her vision darkened, and before she could react, Jinba had already shielded her beneath Susanoo's protective armor. The surging black fire swept closer. Jinba's Susanoo formed a formidable barrier, holding back the unbearable heat and furious winds. Now, Amaterasu's flames and the massive, pitch-black warrior seemed fused together in a single, inseparable force. Yet Jinba's expression remained grim. Wisps of black energy rose, as if evaporating, accompanied by a piercing sizzle that set one's teeth on edge. His Susanoo was beginning to melt away. Fire, lightning, wind. Silverhorn launched into a frenzied assault. Having just been relentlessly chased and driven back by Jinba, he now seized the chance to strike back with all his might. The banana fan whipped so rapidly it left afterimages, his movements a blur as he dodged Jinba's, targeting and conjured a barrage of ninjutsu, unleashing the 5 elemental releases in rapid succession. So, I was right. That woman really is his weakness. His offense was wild and unrelenting. In order to avoid Jinba's counterattack, he kept his speed up and his position shifting, pouring every ounce of power into this onslaught of multi-elemental jutsu. Damn, at this rate, he'll exhaust us for sure. Jinba's face was drawn tight, the Mangekyo swirling in his eyes like a spinning windmill. Scalding blood streamed down his face, only to vanish and return again as his power bent time again and again. At the same moment, his Magatsu could only adapt to a single phenomenon, and he chose Amaterasu. Though Silverhorn's 5-fold attack looked fierce, the true threat came from the black flames, like a leech digging deep into the bone, eroding all things as if devouring the entire world. There's only one move left. I have to try it. But with such a massive target, can my right eye hold out? In the past, he would rewind time to before the first spark of Amaterasu ignited. But Silverhorn's attacks now kept adding fuel to the flames, swelling them to such a vast and monstrous scale that he feared the burden might shatter his right eye. What's the secret to this move, anyway? Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari's voice came from behind, light and ethereal, as if spoken by an outsider. Is it Susanoo? Kamiba turned to glance at her, pondered for a moment, and said, "It's not like using the other ocular jutsu at all. If I had to put it into words, calling forth Susanoo doesn't feel like protecting, but like destroying. It's a drive to obliterate everything before me. That's the closest I can describe it." "You're reaching your limit, aren't you?" she asked softly. Kamiba exhaled deeply. "Yeah, but don't worry. When that moment comes, I won't let myself die." "So all this mess, was it just to protect me?" Hikari fell silent. Outside Susanoo, thunder cracked and lightning flashed. The sudden bursts of light played across her delicate features, illuminating her face in flickers of brightness and shadow. "TCH, forget it. I guess trying to master it here is pointless anyway." She pressed her thin lips together, a flash of frustration in her eyes. She extended her hand, laying it lightly on Kamiba's back. "Let's focus on staying alive for now. You can teach me the rest, step by step, later." In that instant, a shudder ran through Kamiba's whole body as a surge of immense chakra flooded into him. A force so deep and wild, it was like molten lava set loose inside him. "Is this tailed beast chakra?" Kamiba realized he was now cloaked in a translucent mantle of tailed beast chakra, wobbling like strawberry jelly. "You didn't really think I was useless, did you?" Hikari let out a soft, dismissive snort. "You really thought Tsukuyami was all I hit Kinkaku with?" "Wait!" A sudden thought struck Kamiba. "It's the other technique in my left eye, 8,000 spears, imprint. While Kinkaku was trapped in the illusionary realm, I marked him with the imprint too." With her chin lifted in subtle pride, Hikari's tone was calm, but a quiet confidence danced beneath her words. "Whenever I activate my right eye's 8,000 spears, rotation, no matter how far he is, I can directly manipulate his chakra. So what do you think? Isn't the power of the Nine Tails chakra quite a treat?" On the other side, Kinkaku was still sprawled unconscious on the ground, red light shimmering around him. The tailed beast cloak was peeling off him on its own accord, and on the back of his hand blazed the Mangekyo mark belonging to Uchiha Hikari. More than just a treat. Hikari's expression changed in surprise. "Aha!" As the Nine Tails chakra surged in, Kamiba's face flushed with color. He panted, breath coming heavy, as the chilling chakra seemed to meld with that of the tailed beast, searing and volatile, burning like magma within him. "With this chakra, maybe I can pull off that move." Kamiba felt a sudden rush of excitement. The rampaging energy of the tailed beast seemed to fuel it, infecting even his emotions. It was as if flames burned in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan glowed brighter, casting a faint red light. "All right, I've decided. I'll go for it, with that move." Hikari hesitated, then asked, "Wait a second. What move are you talking about?" Shinyu let out a measured breath, and as chakra began to gather around him, a whirlwind rose up at his side. The wind grew stronger and stronger, whipping his black hair into a wild dance and making his black robes flutter like a battle flag, their sharp flapping nearly blinding Uchiha Hikaru as he tried to keep his eyes open. "Hikaru, watch carefully. This is how you use Susanoo." With a moment's preparation, Shinyu unleashed a surge of chakra. "Susanoo, third stage Karasu Tengu." Dark energy swelled violently, roiling like molten lava. The half-giant let out a thunderous roar, and fine, tight-fitting armor swiftly formed across its body like a cascade of black scales, unfurling and snapping shut one after another with a crisp metallic clang. Once the Karasu Tengu's helmet covered its head, behind the half-lowered mask, part of a luminously white face peeked out, and the full suit of armor clamped down abruptly. From beneath the helm, a pair of blazing blue eyes shot forth with an intense light. The third stage of Susanoo, wrapped in the Karasu Tengu's armor, had swollen to several times its former size. Its defensive power had soared, allowing it access to an even greater array of weapons, some spoken of only in legend. This form possessed tremendous might, but it came at a heavy price. The chakra consumed was immense, and its energy wildly unstable. Ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan wielders could rarely maintain this state for long. For most, it was the very limit of their abilities. The Karasu Tengu, Susanoo, loomed immense and imposing, a colossus nearly as large as a mountain. In its shadow, the black sea of flames was reduced to a menacing backdrop. "My turn." A crimson gleam flared from Shinyu's pupils as Susanoo's massive hand swept wide. Dozens of jet-black Magatama shot outward in every direction, sending Silverhorn into a panic. The very sight seemed to snatch away his soul. He quickly stowed his fan and ran for cover. Before, it took everything to maintain Susanu's strength, leaving no room for dealing with Silverhorn. But now, strengthened with the Karasu Tengu's armor, Susanoo could withstand the flames, and at last, Shinyu was ready to strike back. Waves of Yasaka's Magatama burst forth, scattering like a great handful of seeds cast to the wind. Silverhorn whipped the Bashosen fan with all his might, churning up sand and summoning a roaring gale in an attempt to buy himself a moment. But the Magatama, surging against the current, nearly cleaved his head from his shoulders. Shinyu, meanwhile, blocked Silverhorn's escape routes, and with Susanu's other two hands, he wove together a current of black light. A dark, deep aura flowed and shifted, gradually shaping itself into the outline of a long-handled weapon. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The black light solidified, and veins of dark gold energy surged along the shaft. It was a massive spear. The weapon's form was straight and true, the spearhead gleaming with lethal brilliance like a bolt of lightning. The haft was engraved with ancient, mysterious patterns, giving it an austere, linear beauty. A chilling presence radiated from it. Even from a distance, one's heart would involuntarily seize, as though a coiled dragon was moment from springing forth, savage and fierce, yet brimming with restless elegance. Divine weapon, Dokyo Arabata. The four-armed giant tightened his grip on the spear and slowly pulled back. Several hooked Magatamas in swift succession forced Ginkaku to fall from midair. At that critical instant, Kamehane seized the opportunity, aiming at Ginkaku's landing spot, and hurled his spear with all his might. With a piercing whoosh, the colossal spear tore through the air like a bolt of black lightning. It moved so fast that the very tail of the weapon erupted in a ring of white shockwaves. Staring at the pitch-black spearhead hurtling toward him, Ginkaku, for the first time, felt the shadow of death looming over him. His pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. At this life-or-death moment, he desperately interposed the red gourd to deflect the blow, but the spear carried the weight of mountains. The gourd shattered instantly under its force. The legendary ninja tool once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths thus met its unceremonious end. The spearhead plunged into the earth, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave. Black light pulsed outward as a rolling thunder shook the very ground, causing it to tremble and quake violently. Breathing hard, Ginkaku hauled himself up from the ground. He'd been blasted away, his exoskeleton completely shattered, and the red glow that normally enveloped him was far dimmer than before. "Not bad, kid. Almost got me there. Ha ha!" He roared with laughter, a feral joy dancing in his eyes at having barely survived. Kamahane's lips curled in a faint, knowing smile. "Is that so?" The giant black spear remained lodged in the ground. Ancient, intricate runes lit up along its shaft, and in an instant, a surge radiated out in all directions. At that moment, the gravity within several hundred meters intensified 100-fold. The earth caved in with a deafening crash, and even the air seemed to grow heavy and oppressive. Almost at once, Ginkaku was forced to his knees. His joints cracked under the pressure. His spine groaned as if it might snap. The sensation was as though phantoms from the abyss were dragging him into hell itself. "What the hell is happening?" he growled, struggling to lift his head. Even raising a foot took everything he had. Dojin Aramidama, the spear said to hold the law of gravity itself, not only altered its own weight, but created a domain where everything was subject to tens or even hundreds of times normal gravity. Ginkaku slammed heavily to his knees, hands pressed against the earth, his body shuddering uncontrollably like a stalk of bamboo bent under a mountain's weight. Though his mighty body could withstand the crushing force, the blood within him drained downward, depriving his brain of oxygen. To stave off unconsciousness, he could only remain kneeling, forehead nearly to the ground, prostrating himself in reluctant submission. "Damn it," he let out a furious roar. "You actually want to make me kneel, you little brat." Ginkaku finally snapped. Red energy blazed as the chakra of the nine tails burst outward in surging waves. He barely managed to stand, but he still couldn't break free from the grip of the oppressive gravity. "You're stubborn as ever." "I see," Kamehane remarked. Releasing his third stage, Susanoo, only the skeletal frame of its initial form remained. The surrounding aura of black flames gradually faded away as Amaterasu died out. He seized the moment, driving the skeletal arm to scoop up a handful of searing embers before lunging toward Ginkaku with a swift, determined stride. The Dojin Hwangbada technique had no effect on him whatsoever. He moved effortlessly within the gravity field and smacked Silverhorn down with a single slap. Black flames quickly ignited along his bony hand, finally and unmistakably burning Silverhorn himself. Silverhorn let out a piercing, anguished scream, squirming desperately like an eel. Yet, under the combined suppression of Kamehane and Dojin Huangbatu, no matter how hard he struggled, it was utterly hopeless. Condense. Kamahane's voice rang out, thundering with authority. Uchiha Hikari suddenly froze, her bright eyes wide with astonishment, a look of genuine shock so rare for her. What had she just witnessed? That handful of Amaterasu flames, at Kamahane's single command, exploded to dozens of times their original size in an instant. He can actually control my Amaterasu. Amaterasu, renowned for its undying flames, incinerating all and refusing to fade before its target is consumed, could only be activated or suppressed, even by her. Kamehane, however, not only expanded the power of these black flames, he also directed their spread, protecting himself from harm. Compared to him, Silverhorn's fate was wretched. Within mere moments, he lost consciousness, and once the Amaterasu flames peeled away his tailed beast cloak, they gradually faded, revealing his badly burned body beneath. At last, Kamehane smiled. With the battle over, he instinctively activated his ocular jutsu to restore himself. Aside from the lingering black flames on his body, every wound, great or small, was healed. Chakra consumed, the wear and tear on his Mangekyo Sharingan, even the fatigue from the fight, were all swept away, leaving his body in perfect form. Yes, Uchiha Hikari exhaled in relief. That took everything we had, but we finally brought him down. Now, the once familiar valley had vanished without a trace. The mists had cleared, the air was thick with scorched smoke, and for several kilometers all around, the land had been flattened. But still, she looked at Kamehane with a curious, cool gaze. Does defeating him really make you this happy? That's not the reason. Kamehane flicked his wrist, and the black flames gathering on his body flowed to his right hand, condensing into a pitch-black sphere of fire. With a gentle breath, he snuffed out the fireball in an instant. His casual gesture was as effortless as blowing out a candle. How? How did you do that? Hikari's elegant brows knit together. She noted that Kamehane hadn't used any ocular jutsu. Oh, that. Kamahane's fingertip brushed across his left eye socket, the pattern in his pupil lighting up and faintly shimmering. I've finally adapted to your Amaterasu. The battle was over, but the danger wasn't. Kamehane could sense, deep in his soul, that many people were hurrying toward them. The chaos of the recent fight had drawn far too much attention. The two exchanged no further words. Quickly, they used Golden Horn to discover the last known location of the Nine Tails, the land of fields, set between the land of lightning and the land of fire. Kamehane, what about these two? Uchiha Hikari drew her kunai, her gaze turning icy cold. Do we handle it like before? Kill them? Her hair was disheveled, and she looked rather distressed, the red veins in the whites of her eyes yet to fade. Don't worry, I have another plan, Shinyu said, patting her on the shoulder. With these two, they're more valuable alive than dead. Compared to Uchiha Hikaru, he was in much better shape. His deep black eyes were clear and gentle, his whole being calm and unruffled, as if the recent earth-shattering battle had nothing to do with him. Shinyu strode over to the unconscious Silverhorn and grabbed a fistful of his hair. Hikaru, use your Yakumen's spear to mark him too. You're not thinking. Uchiha Hikaru instantly guessed his intention. That's right. These two already harbor enormous chakra within themselves, and with the Nine Tails chakra added in, they're practically walking chakra batteries, Shinyu said with fascination, peeling back Silverhorn's eyelid. If I recall correctly, eye contact is needed to activate it, right? You really are impossible to deal with, Hikaru muttered with a trace of distaste, but nonetheless activated his ocular jutsu as instructed. Soon, a Mangekyo imprint appeared on the back of Silverhorn's hand. The activation requirements for her Yakumen spear branding were the same as for Tsukuyumi. First, eye contact was essential. If the target's spiritual strength was lower than Uchiha Hikaru's, she could brand them directly. Otherwise, unless the target permitted, whether consciousness had fallen into a coma or complete helplessness, the branding would only succeed under those conditions. That's more like it. With these two power sources at our disposal, we won't have to worry about running out of chakra for a while, Shinyu said, clapping his hands together. Uchiha Hikaru glanced at Silverhorn. Aren't you going to keep his six paths treasures? They're barely worth the trouble. In the past, I might have considered it, Shinyu replied with a faint shake of his head. He raised his hand in a sword-like gesture, and instantly, a blade of chakra sprang from his fingertip, shimmering blue. Using his finger as a sword, he carved several bold characters into the ground beside Silverhorn, the strokes vigorous and flowing. The perpetrator, the Uchiha of Konoha. There, that's perfect, Shinyu said, scratching his chin with a satisfied smile. Ew. Uchiha Hikaru stared at him in disbelief. Do you really think this is a good idea? What's the harm? The Konoha clan is vast and powerful. Why worry about a little trouble? Shinyu replied with nonchalance. Master Madara is probably creating some chaos for Konoha right now himself. I'm just helping to lighten the load. All right, the Cloud Village pursuers will be here any second. Let's use that technique to retreat. With that, he bit his finger, quickly performed several hand seals, and called out, reverse summoning. With a resonant burst, his figure vanished, dissolving into a wisp of white smoke that slowly faded away. Uchiha Hikaru followed suit, her pale jade fingers tracing lightly across her cheek, using the blood to weave the seals. Reverse summoning. The world suddenly dimmed, and a wave of dizzying vertigo spun by her in an instant. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in an old, rustic little room. Crouched before her was a plump, round ginger cat. Payment, please, the ginger cat intoned, holding out a paw with an air of weary indifference. Uchiha Hikaru sighed and pulled a wad of cash from her pouch. The cat took the money, licked its paw without looking up, and scampered away. This cat was her contracting summon, an enigmatic ninja cat named Jutoromaru. Despite its cuddly looks, it was terribly stingy, never tolerating even a cent short on its fee. This made her wish she could cuddle it, but she never quite dared. Matatabi Soda just won't cut it as payment. Zizuke here isn't going to be fooled this time, the ginger-striped cat declared sharply from ahead. Come on, don't be so tight-fisted. What does a little cat need so much money for, anyway? She heard Shinyu argue as he faced off with a slender, tabby cat. Maintaining an open-ended summoning contract is exhausting, you know? Freeloading. Hardly a good habit, Zizuke retorted, head held high, his paw stretched expectantly. Umph. And here I thought we were good friends, Shinyu grumbled as he reluctantly started rummaging through his pockets. If you don't pay me this time, next time I simply won't answer your call, Zizuke threatened, firm as always. Fine, you win. If you keep it up, there'll be no more drinks for you next time. Shinyu shot back with a huff. The reverse summoning technique, devised by Shinyu, was a specialized teleportation jutsu. It required prior negotiation with the cats. When they sensed the summoner's call, instead of responding as summoned creatures, they would reverse the technique and summon the user to them. In essence, it was an unconventional time-space ninjutsu. This first stack is your payment for the summoning, Shinyu said as he placed a second wad of cash into the tabby's paw. And this one, take a message to Lord Madara. The Ninetales is likely in the land of rice fields. We'll rendezvous there. Zizuke nodded, deftly swiping a bottle of Matatabi soda from Shinyu's hand as he did. Aren't you going to pay your respects to Granny Cat? No way. That old lady's tongue is way too loose. She'd leak our whereabouts for sure. Oh, Zizuke muttered as he counted the bills with a paw. What about Boss Pochi? Are you skipping him too? That guy? Every visit to him costs half my fortune. It's like throwing money into a bottomless pit. Shinyu refused flatly. Just do your job, Zizuke. Deliver the message to Lord Madara as fast as you can. Make sure you're careful. Don't worry. If the pay's good, there's nothing this cat can't get done. After resting for a short while in the cat house, the two of them set out for the land of rice fields. Hey, what did you mean by adapting to Amaterasu anyway? On the road, Hikaru finally broke her silence. Why does Amaterasu behave so obediently in your hands? All of this is thanks to my ocular jutsu, Shinba said with a gentle smile. It allows me to continually adapt to everything in this world, eliminating negative effects, and offering the best solution to harm. Your Amaterasu, truly, is the hardest thing I've ever had to adapt to. So, this so-called optimal solution, is that how you're able to control Amaterasu? Control? I'm not quite there yet. Shinba strolled along leisurely, hands casually tucked behind his head. Right now, all I can do is become immune to Amaterasu and guide where it burns and its intensity. I'm still far from truly controlling it. How did you manage that? Guang hesitated, remembering the embarrassing moment during her fight with Silverhorn, when she found herself surrounded by her own Amaterasu. Amaterasu, this ocular jutsu, while terrifyingly powerful, also inflicted serious harm on its user. Aside from its massive chakra consumption, both activating and deactivating the technique put an unimaginable strain on her eyes. Especially when it came to turning it off. The flames had roared in, threatening to consume everything, and if she'd forced them away, her eyes might not have survived it. Despite being the one who cast the technique, she had nearly been destroyed by her own jutsu. If only I could control the direction of Amaterasu. Want to learn? Shinba glanced back at her, the corners of his mouth curling mischievously. I could teach you. Uchiha Guang fixed him with an intense gaze, her bright eyes burning with a stubborn determination. Don't keep me guessing. Are you going to tell me or not? Ahem. Shinba cleared his throat. At the end of the day, Amaterasu is just a particularly extreme form of chakra nature transformation. Extreme? Yeah. Simply put, use wind release to steer its direction, then fire release to regulate its intensity. If you want to extinguish it, just peel away the chakra that's in contact with Amaterasu. But you'll need some delicate control for that. The shape transformation of chakra is no child's play. As he spoke, Shinba's tone grew serious. Guang listened intently, her almond-shaped eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. Walking side by side, their conversation naturally settled into a teacher-student rhythm, one instructing and the other absorbing every word. For a long time now, Uchiha Guang's training had always been guided by Shinba. Except for the ocular techniques, it was he who had taught her everything a ninja could need: tracking, infiltration, camouflage, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, explaining theory and drilling technique all the way through. It was the full, bespoke apprenticeship, a one-on-one guarantee to mastery. On the surface, they were both disciples of Madara. But in truth, if anyone deserved to be called master, it was this quietly ethereal young man before her. Controlling two chakra natures at once, that's quite a challenge, Guang said, her brows furrowing in concentration. Strictly speaking, there are three kinds. Shinyu wore a thoughtful look. When I first adapted to your Amaterasu, I had some novel experiences. This so-called eternal flame very likely is a unique type of Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai? Shinyu nodded. Yes, if my guess is correct. It's a fusion of wind release and fire release, which explains that terrifying heat. As for the everlasting property, it seems there's a third attribute involved. Guang pondered for a moment, realizing the topic had drifted away from her question. Is this really that important? Of course it is. Shinyu's voice rose. If we can figure out what the third attribute is, we could reconstruct Amaterasu ourselves, fusing it with our own chakra and creating a new Kekkei Genkai. He looked into Guang's eyes, a spark flickering within his star-like gaze. By then, controlling Amaterasu's form would be no different from wielding ordinary shape transformation. We Uchiha already possess a Kekkei Genkai, Guang replied, troubled. Developing another one, with such difficulty. How could it be that easy? I have a cheat. Shinyu blinked, and suddenly his tone shifted, dropping almost to a pleading whisper. Guang, let's do an experiment. I'll activate Magitsura, and you burn me with Amaterasu. I'll try to analyze it again. I can figure it out by myself, but it's just too slow that way. Are you out of your mind? Guang edged closer in surprise, her cool, gentle hand reaching out to check his temperature. Shinyu brushed her hand aside. What's the problem? I'm already immune. I'm counting on you for this. You mean right now? Yeah, I'm really curious about the results of a second adaptation. Oh, you really are impossible to deal with. The village hidden in the leaves. 5 years ago, after Uchiha left the village, Hashirama Senju was not defeated by disappointment. On the contrary, with the loyal support of his younger brother Tobirama, he managed the village with extraordinary order and prosperity. He continually improved the shinobi village system, investing the Land of Fire's official funds as startup capital to greatly boost the development of the Leaf Village. Tobirama, for his part, founded a ninja academy to cultivate elite shinobi. It didn't matter what clan or bloodline you hailed from, nor your station in life. As long as you could manifest chakra, even the humblest child could receive formal ninja training. Meanwhile, the Leaf took on missions from all corners as it dispatched shinobi far and wide. This brought in hefty rewards from commissions, further invigorating the Land of Fire's economy. With a robust treasury, the Land of Fire was able to allocate ample funds for its military, maintaining a standing force of shinobi as its national defense. Coupled with naturally blessed geography, the Land of Fire suddenly stood unrivaled in the world, its combined strength beyond compare. There was no equal. At that very moment, in a training ground among the forests of the Leaf Village, figures darted through the forest, and then the sharp clink of metal striking metal rang out. Clearly, a fight was underway. The rapid, heavy breaths filling the air made it clear more than two people were involved. With two muffled groans, a pair of boys burst from the treetops and crashed hard onto the ground below. It's not over yet. Suddenly, a rebellious-looking youth sprang from a hidden spot. He formed hand signs and shouted, "Wind style, vacuum wave." A slender, invisible blade of wind shot from his lips, piercing straight back into the leaves where the fight had started. Leaves exploded in all directions. From the canopy above, a chill voice rang out. "Danzo, is this the move you've been hiding for so long?" Danzo tilted his head, the wind blade at his mouth slicing downward like a keen knife. The treetops split neatly in two, branches and leaves sliced cleanly apart. From the shattered canopy, a boy leaped skyward, his figure swallowed by the glare of the sun, leaving only his shadow behind. Danzo's face flashed with frustration. His attack had missed its mark. Fire style, Phoenix Fireclaw. In that instant, his eyes lit up with firelight. A barrage of blazing fireballs streaked from the shadow above. Uchiha Kagami, don't you dare underestimate me. With a growl, Danzo rapidly formed new hand signs and thrust out both palms. Wind style, Gale Slash. Pressure gathered at his hands and exploded outward in a burst of air, blasting like bullets. Under the onslaught, the fireballs wobbled and sputtered, snuffed out one by one in the roaring wind. Yet Danzo didn't let down his guard, for in the dying flames, what should appear but a spinning hail of shuriken. Damn it, he cried out in alarm. A faint, vibrating whine filled the air as countless nearly invisible threads shimmered into view. The shuriken paused mid-flight right before Danzo's face, hung there for a heartbeat, then whirled away like birds homing for their nest, vanishing into the forest and landing back in the boy's waiting hand. The boy landed with a lithe twist, his black clothes rippling in the breeze. He stood with his back to everyone, arms folded behind him, the Uchiha clan's iconic fan crest a vivid mark on his back. You've lost, Uchiha Kagami said coolly. On the ground, a spiky-haired boy with a monkeyish face struggled up, defiance burning in his eyes. I can still fight. Hiruzen, I've already held back, Kagami answered with icy calm. The gap between Jonin and Chunin can't be bridged by numbers alone. As long as I can stand, I haven't lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen growled, springing upright. He drew a kunai and charged straight for that unwavering back. So be it, came Kagami's reply. Let me show you what true Uchiha power looks like. The kunai drove closer and closer, but Kagami still hadn't moved. He made no elaborate gestures. He merely turned and locked eyes with his attacker. In the crimson depths of his gaze, three tomo spun like ancient symbols. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen crumpled to the ground, like a puppet with its strings cut, landing flat with a heavy thud, utterly motionless. What? Both Midokado Hamura and Shimura Danzo cried out in shock, disbelief ringing in their voices. That bastard, he's been toying with us this whole time, Hamura thought nervously, adjusting his glasses. If he'd wanted, he could have ended the fight in a heartbeat. So this is the power of a bloodline limit. The Sharingan, Danzo stood frozen, his expression utterly stunned. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, stooped down to pick up a kunai, and pressed it lightly against the back of Hiruzen's neck. This should be enough. If this were the battlefield, you'd both already be dead, twice over, he said. Whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, I have the power to utterly crush you. Victory would come easily to me. Danzo pressed his trembling right hand, forcing himself to appear calm. Even so, you still won't have our recognition. Kagami frowned slightly. I've met every one of your demands already. I became a jonin. You challenged me. I accepted, whether it was in a gauntlet or an all-out siege. I faced you both. Are you telling me that the only way you'll accept me is if I lose? That's awfully arrogant. We're not so weak as to accept that. Danzo snorted coldly. I know the two of you dislike me, but we're all part of Konoha. We should strive to get along. For only united can Konoha become stronger. Kagami let out a faint sigh. I truly want to be friends with all of you. Friends? What are you dreaming about? After what a traitor from your Uchiha clan did, do you really expect to become one of us? Kagami suddenly fell silent at that. It was as if Danzo grasped at this last chance to reclaim some dignity after his defeat. He became more animated, pushing his advantage. Yes, that's right. 5 years ago, your traitorous brother abandoned Konoha. He massacred so many of his comrades, including several jonin from my own Shimura clan. That blood debt is on your head, Kagami. You'll never be able to pay it back. Kagami's voice dropped, cold and dangerous. Say that again. I said, the traitor, your damn brother, In an instant, a kunai was pressed against Danzo's throat. The movement was so sudden, Danzo didn't even have time to react. One moment his vision blurred, the next, a hot pain shot through his neck, the kunai's tip already biting into his skin. Warm blood welled up, snaking swiftly down his throat, and the sharp breeze made the wound sting with an icy chill. Uchiha Kagami slowly leaned in, his scarlet eyes shimmering with a fierceness beyond words. A frigid aura radiated down the kunai, and Danzo couldn't stop a shudder crawling down his spine. I will bring him back to the village with my own hands. That is the only reason I have driven myself so hard all these years, Kagami whispered, his lips close to Danzo's ear, every word carefully enunciated. Until then, do not speak of things you do not understand. With a heavy thud, Danzo collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide with shock as he gasped for breath. Uchiha Kamiyo, Hamiramito Kado, simply sprawled out on the ground, arms and legs splayed, letting out a long breath. His voice still carried the lingering shadow of fear. That guy is unbelievably strong. That night, no less than 16 jonin fell at his hands. Even Lord Tobirama was at a loss, though he still wanted to bring him back. He glanced at Uchiha Kagami, his tone wavering. Just having jonin-level strength. I'm afraid it's not enough. Lord Tobirama recognized my resolve, Kagami said, his eyes lifting toward the sky. He's already agreed to take me as his personal disciple, as long as I can master that technique. Kagami gazed at the heavens, the setting sun draping his eyes in a fiery golden glow, the very direction of Konoha's gates. Brother, no matter where you are in this world, no matter the cost, I swear I'll bring you back to the village myself. Land of fields, in a forest lush with flourishing branches. 3 figures walked beneath the dappled shade of the trees, each with jet black hair, their faces cold and proud. They wore high-collared black cloaks, and upon their backs, 3 identical fan-shaped clan crests stood out in a neat row. Look closer, a man leading a pair of youths, 1 boy and 1 girl. The man was tall and striking, with a dignified, handsome face. On his back, a fan and a scythe. Every step he took radiated a commanding, unrivaled presence, as if the world bent to his will. The girl was as fair as porcelain, her expression cool and distant, her classical beauty accentuated in contrast to the man's stature. Though delicately petite beside him, her bright, almond-shaped eyes shimmered with energy, clear as a pool in autumn. Her serene, otherworldly grace gave her an aloof, chilly aura, as though she were born to stand apart. The boy was as radiant as polished jade, his features sculpted with exquisite refinement, long lashes framing eyes of striking contrast, black and white, light and dark. At first glance, those eyes seemed gentle as water, pure and guileless, yet looked deeper, and there was a quiet power in their depths, as if they reflected distant, mysterious stars. The unworldly brightness that flickered there could only be sensed by a true master. These 3, of course, were the Uchiha trio who had just arrived in the Land of Fields. After the 3 regrouped, Kamiyo used the spirit transformation technique to soar at incredible speed, searching the entire country in under half an hour. Their target for this journey awaited somewhere deep within this very forest. Kamiyo, came a call. Kamiyo stepped forward smartly. Lord Madara. The task of capturing the 9 tails in a moment will be a tough one, Madara said, his voice calm and indifferent. Understood, Kamiyo replied, his face composed and steady. He seemed unruffled, as if he'd expected this all along. Madara tilted his head, regarding him. You don't seem surprised. You raised troops for 1,000 days, only to use them in a single moment. Kamiyo answered with a faint smile. Ever since you called us here to the Land of Fields, I figured something like this was bound to happen. You raised troops for 1,000 days, only to use them in a single moment, Madara echoed thoughtfully. There's wisdom in those words. Of course, Kamiyo replied. You've poured everything you have into us. No matter how shameless we are, we can't just mooch off you forever. Shinyu scratched his head. Actually, ever since you launched the Eye of the Moon plan, I figured the 2 of us would definitely play a part in it. Oh, Madara raised his eyebrows in surprise. Go on. Shinyu plucked a stalk of rice and idly chewed on it. The first step of the Eye of the Moon plan is to obtain Hashirama Senju's cells. That means before long, we'll have to fight Konoha. Catching the 9 tails this time is part of that. It's to ensure the coming battle goes off without a hitch, to make sure the plan is flawless. However, Hashirama Senju is called the god of shinobi, a ninja who stands on equal footing with you, Lord Madara. Even with the 9 tails on our side, there's no telling what could happen in that kind of battle. Shinyu sneaked a glance at Madara, and, seeing his brow knit, quickly changed his tune. I mean, this is bound to be a battle worthy of the shinobi world's annals. Still, Lord Madara has been preparing for so many years. I'm sure victory will be well within your grasp. He offered a sheepish smile and rubbed his hands together. Afterward, once Lord Madara focuses on awakening the Rinnegan, the task of capturing the remaining tailed beasts will inevitably fall on the 2 of us. I see. Uchiha Hikari blinked, her eyes lighting up as realization dawned. Then it's all the more important to gauge our strength ahead of time. The 9 tails is the perfect test, right? If the 2 of us can succeed in this capture mission, Lord Madara will have nothing left to worry about and can face Hashirama Senju with his full strength. Shinyu nodded in agreement. It seems you've misunderstood something. Madara's voice cut through the air, low and cold, sending a chill down Shinyu's spine. Madara glanced sideways at Hikari. I never said she would help you. This capture mission is yours alone. The air suddenly stilled. What? Shinyu's mouth hung open, as if he'd been struck by lightning. The rice stalk fell from his lips to the floor. Madara turned his gaze to Hikari. You're not to use the 8,000 spears to assist him, nor may you give him any help whatsoever. Hikari's lips parted slightly, clearly taken aback by the declaration. Oomph. You are perceptive. You've guessed most of my intentions. But on this point, you're mistaken, Madara said solemnly. Hikari is our trump card. I have no intention of letting her reveal herself too soon, and she will not participate in the coming battle. Shinyu stared at him in dawning realization and quickly understood Madara's intention. Is it because of her doujitsu? Madara nodded. Exactly. Her eyes are unique. If used at the right moment, they might well be called a trump card. But she's not yet reached the pinnacle. She needs time to mature. If anyone in Konoha catches even a hint of her existence, even if Hashirama doesn't act, Tobirama would surely try to wipe her out, no matter the cost. At that moment, Guang immediately sprang in front of Madara, raising her little pink fist and speaking with resolute determination. Lord Madara, I can do it. Madara extended his hand and gently patted her small head. What I need is the person you'll become when you've grown stronger. Your weakness is too obvious. Those eyes are not eternal. Using them always brings side effects. And without Hashirama cells, you'll eventually go blind one day. Then how come he can? Guang's pretty face flushed a little as she pointed a slender finger toward Shinyu. To everyone's surprise, Madara actually chuckled. The reason I picked him is precisely because his ocular powers are unique. He patted Shinyu on the shoulder. This kid can continually reset his own state by reversing time, so every battle leaves him completely unscathed. Any negative effects on his body are wiped away. He has no reason to worry about the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shinyu was somewhat speechless, secretly relieved that he'd kept his trump card concealed. If Madara ever learned the true power of Heaven's eternal stand, he'd probably end up nothing more than a tool. But before he could voice his opinion, Guang exclaimed anxiously, But I really can help you. When you battle the Senju clan leader, I can provide you with chakra. Back in Cloud Thunder Gorge, we marked both the Gold and Silver brothers from the Hidden Cloud Village, who have the Nine Tails chakra within them. I can even try to mark the Nine Tails itself, so you never need to worry about running out of chakra. No, Madara cut her off. This final battle is between me and Hashirama alone. Neither of you is allowed to interfere. Even you, Shunyu, you're only responsible for what comes after. He turned to Shunyu. If I succeed, Konoha will never let me leave without a fight. Your job is to cover my escape. If I fail, there's no need to concern yourself with my body, but you must retrieve the Nine Tails. It's an indispensable part of the Eye of the Moon plan. Shinyu froze for a moment. So this whole capture operation is really just to see if I'm capable of claiming the Nine Tails in a direct confrontation. You really are sharp, Madara said, his face relaxing into a smile filled with approval. Shinyu took a deep breath. But what if I fail? Don't worry, if it really comes to that, I'll step in to save your life. Then Madara's tone shifted, a hint of deeper meaning in his words. But you kid, I've watched your growth all these years with my own eyes. Tailed beasts. In the war-stricken history of the ninja world, they're terrifying beings, forever etched in people's memories alongside disaster. Their power is utterly overwhelming. It isn't just ordinary people. Even seasoned shinobi are left speechless by their presence, treating them like forces of nature, incarnations of catastrophe. Throughout the ages, countless schemers have attempted to wield them as weapons to dominate the entire shinobi world. Over time, the tailed beasts became synonymous with war itself. In truth, the tailed beasts possess their own thoughts and emotions. Their hatred towards humans who use them will only grow stronger with time. The Nine Tails is known as the most powerful among the legendary nine-tailed beasts. Its power alone is enough to obliterate a hidden village. Its chakra seems limitless, its deep-seated hatred for humans, and its savage, violent nature. All these traits loudly declare just how dangerous it is. Shinyu could not agree more. After all, he was now standing right in front of the Nine Tails. In a relatively open patch within the forest, the gigantic fox lay fast asleep. It reclined lazily, sprawled across the ground, its exaggerated size resembling a mountain of orange fur. With every breath, its needle-like hairs rose and fell, and even its gentle exhalation stirred gusts that swept around the clearing. Although Shinyu had already witnessed the power of the Nine Tails chakra, and had even fought a false Jinchuriki, facing the true beast in person still left him awestruck. Just beholding that mountainous form and sensing the vast, ocean-like volume of its terrifying chakra, Shinyu knew that his current ocular power alone would never be enough. He couldn't hope to control it directly with his Mangekyo Sharingan. His visual prowess was part of the problem. More than that, his Jinjutsu skill was nowhere near sufficient. If he cast an illusion now, he might well be the one bleeding from every orifice before anything happened to the beast. Who dares disturb my slumber? The Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyelids. Upon seeing the intruder, its two lantern-sized, crimson, slit-pupilled eyes narrowed slightly. Hello. Shinyu took 2 steps forward, stopping before the beast and giving it a harmless, sheepish smile. There's a most unpleasant scent about you. The Nine-Tails propped itself up, the ground trembling beneath its weight, the nearby woods shaking with every movement. Shinyu's hair was blown back by its breath, yet he kept his bright smile. Nine-Tails, I've come to capture you. Since he knew he couldn't subdue the Nine-Tails with a single glance, his plan was all about psychological warfare. Weaken it, wear it down, and when its reason finally snapped, he'd seize the chance to strike with Jinjutsu and take control. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened. Since when had humans become this arrogant? It could accept being devoured by descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, but now even some brat dared to come after it? Rage exploded inside it, and it unleashed a thunderous roar. The ground shook, gusts of wind rolling violently through the forest. A few hundred meters away, high atop a rocky cliff, Madara stood with Uchiha Hikaru, silently observing. He's provoking the Nine-Tails like that. Can he really pull this off? Hikaru watched the scene below with bated breath, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. That was the Nine-Tails. Just subduing Silverhorn with a fraction of its chakra had shaken the world. Yet now, facing the real thing, he could still smile. Ban crossed his arms and let out a soft hum. Instead of worrying about him, you'd better take care of yourself. Use the technique I taught you to hide your presence, or else the Nine-Tails will notice you. I wasn't worried about him at all. Guang's cheeks flushed, and she muttered in a low voice, the Nine-Tails probably doesn't have time to bother with us right now. It's completely enraged by Shunyu. Down below the mountain, a fierce gale surged like crashing waves. Shunyu stood tall in the heart of the storm, as steady as a bamboo rooted in stone, unwavering and unyielding. Nine-Tails, they say you're the very embodiment of rage, but now, you don't seem quite so ferocious. Facing the overwhelming aura and wild, beastly presence, any ordinary person would have been brought to their knees in terror. Yet not only did Shinyu stand his ground, he even teased the Nine-Tails. Here, I am provoking you, and all you do is roar at me? The Nine-Tails was livid. Its massive claw thundered down, shaking the ground with a tremendous crash. Earth and shattered stone flew up like spray. You're asking for this, the Nine-Tails growled. Soon, the dust was swept away by the wind. With a sharp look, the beast realized that Shunyu was now standing calmly atop its outstretched paw, arms folded, completely unfazed. You. The name is Uchiha Shunyu. Before the last word had faded, Shunyu sprang into action. In a flicker, his figure darted upward like a shadowy ghost, racing along the Nine-Tails' foreleg. The beast didn't have time to raise its paw. It opened its jaws wide, letting loose a blast of deep crimson chakra. But Shunyu's movements were as slippery as an eel. With an agile handstand, he dodged beneath the beast's leg, slipping neatly out of its direct line of sight and dashing on. The Nine-Tails exhaled 2 streams of scorching air. Before it could fire a second energy blast, Shunyu sprang high, extending chakra blades 3 meters long, lethal light glinting from their edges, as he thrust straight toward the beast's eyes. Got you! Shinyu's expression froze mid-boast as a massive shadow loomed overhead, followed by the rush of air from something huge swinging down. With a resounding crash, he was slammed into the ground by the beast's tail. Just a quick little brat after all, the Nine-Tails scoffed, thinking the fight was over. But then a dense cloud of black smoke surged out from beneath its tail. Suddenly, it felt its tail wrenched tightly. A pitch-black skeletal hand gripped it, lifting the beast upwards with brute force. In shock, it watched as a half-formed giant torso rose from under its tail. Inside the phantom giant, the swift little brat stood safely, perfectly unharmed. Shinyu had activated the second stage of Susanoo. All 4 massive arms clamped onto the Nine-Tails' tail, and with one mighty heave, a surge of raw power erupted. The Nine-Tails was flung straight across the field, skidding dozens of meters and gouging 4 deep trenches into the earth before finally coming to a stop. The Nine-Tails bared its teeth, fur bristling in fury. Its 9 long tails lashed through the air like raging dragons, pounding relentlessly against Susanoo to vent its seething wrath. Thud! 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 Shinyu directed Susanoo to defend, but even with the protection of the second stage, the relentless onslaught rained down like a violent storm. slowly forcing cracks to spread across Susanu's armor. A sharp, crystalline sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Shinyu's gaze grew grave as he watched the web of fissures spread and even the skeletal framework within begin to splinter. Seeing the black giant before it remain unyielding, the Nine-Tails lost patience. With a tremendous leap, its enormous form sent mountains shuddering and forests trembling, while flocks of birds exploded into frantic flight. Sometimes being too big isn't all that great, Shinyu muttered. In an instant, he dissolved Susanoo and formed the seals for Phantom Instant Body Technique. His figure split into 8 mirage-like copies that scattered in every direction, leaving the Nine-Tails swiping at nothing but shadows. The beast bellowed. With a long, sky-shaking howl, the Nine-Tails whipped its tails in a wild flurry, attacking every phantom, each swing carrying enough force to send giant splinters of wood flying and send tremors rippling across the land. The ground was battered beneath its powerful blows, kicking up a choking storm of dust that blotted out the sky. Ultra, giant Rasengan! A flash of shock crossed the Nine-Tails' face as a sudden, stabbing pain shot up from below. Incredibly, Shinyu had slipped beneath it without warning. With a powerful leap, Shinyu surged upward, supporting a colossal Rasengan with one hand. The Nine-Tails let out a thunderous roar. Smoke curled from its singed fur where it met the spinning sphere of chakra. Though the attack fell short of shattering its massive body, the sheer force sent it hurtling through the air. The beast's enormous form arced high above, casting a shadow vast enough to engulf the entire forest below. Its lantern-like, slit-pupiled eyes widened in furious disbelief. It was both enraged and faintly bewildered with an almost human touch. The move just unleashed had devoured an enormous amount of chakra. That boy's aura was nothing special, so how on earth had he produced such a surge from thin air? As the airborne Nine-Tails began its fall, Shinyu pressed his palms together, then mimed the draw of a bow, aiming at the beast high above. In truth, that last attack had not come easily. Though the ultra-giant Rasengan appeared overwhelmingly powerful, Shinyu had been forced to rewind time within a matter of heartbeats, 3 times in a row, to gather enough chakra for it. As the Nine-Tails hovered briefly in the air, space itself seemed to ripple. In an instant, pitch-black flames danced from Shinyu's hands, swirling like living spirits. Those flames blazed larger, emitting a scorching heat that withered all plants around him, reducing flowers and grass to drifting ash. The black fire surged wildly, yet obediently gathered into his right hand, forming a burning bow and arrow. In the distance, Uchiha Mitsu covered her mouth in astonishment. Even Madara's eyes widened a fraction. That was Amaterasu. He actually did it. Light stared blankly at that figure, her beautiful eyes opened wide in astonishment. Indeed, after adapting along the journey and with Uchiha Hikaru's assistance, Kamiyo had been tirelessly analyzing Amaterasu, attempting to unravel its very essence. Through relentless, feverish constructing and countless trials, he had finally achieved a second optimization. Amaterasu, the legendary inextinguishable black flames, is composed of 3 types of chakra nature: wind, fire, and yin. Wind grants fluid elegance, fire, scorching heat. Wind stokes the flames, fire borrows the wind's might. Combined, they can raise the fire's temperature to a terrifying level. But upon this foundation, by imbuing the jutsu with the will of the caster, the yin attribute, signifying ignition of all, unyielding till the end, this unique Kekiite Genkai was born. Blaze release. The arrow suddenly contracted, and after absorbing enough power, it solidified in an instant before shrinking again. Back and forth it cycled, until at last a jet-black arrow fully took shape. Its entire form seemed deep and shadowy, its soaring heat completely hidden within, so that even the surrounding air twisted and it seemed as though daylight itself was swallowed. Kagetsuchi's arrow. Kamiyo intoned coolly, and the black arrow shot forth with explosive force, its speed rivaling a lightning bolt. The next instant, as it vanished from sight, a muffled groan from Kurama echoed out. The black arrow moved with hurricane swiftness. To Kurama, it felt as if a blink later, that razor-sharp tip was already before his very eyes. He struck out with a claw to bat the arrow aside, but had clearly underestimated its true power. With a tearing sound, the arrow pierced through Kurama's claw, crashed into his shoulder, and drove deep inside, bursting forth with a plume of blood. Detonate! Kamiyo snapped his fingers. In a heartbeat, the black arrow erupted, compressed Amaterasu black flame, unleashed without restraint inside Kurama's body. An all-consuming tide of black fire raged forth like a river in flood, sweeping, devouring, and obliterating everything in its path. Flesh, meridians, bones, all dissolved at a terrifying pace, accompanied by a sinister sizzling as Kurama crashed to the ground. He howled and thrashed, thick black smoke pouring from his mouth and ears. A bleeding hole was now torn in his paw. Black fire quickly crept across his chest, but the true agony came from within. Kurama's jaws stretched wide, unleashing a deep red tail beast chakra blast entwined with black fire. He tried desperately to drive the black flames from his body, while torrents of chakra surged across his skin, stripping away the searing black fire that clung to his flesh. But Kamiya would not let him escape so easily. In a flash, his hands wove a chain of seals. The blazing black aura flared, and Susuno's second form descended in an instant. Guiding his Susuno, Kamiya lunged forward. Two massive arms locked around Kurama's neck, choking tight, while the other two hands balled into fists, raining blows upon Kurama's face. For a time, the heavy sounds of impact echoed on without end. The burst of energy was abruptly cut off, replaced by the ragged, throaty roars of the Nine Tails. A bestial howl echoed. Then a pained, lingering cry rose up again. The sheer savagery of the scene made even Lord Madara raise a hand to his forehead in disbelief. So this is how Susanoo is meant to be used. Madara paused in surprise, quickly glancing to the side, only to see Uchiha Hikaru next to him, eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the battle below, both small hands clasped tightly in front of his chest, unable to contain his anticipation. The Nine Tails' resilience far exceeded expectations. In that instant, as Shinba commanded, Susanoo's spectral hand curled into a fist, materializing a bizarre, dark blade. Seizing the moment, he swung down, sending a crescent of black energy arcing across the field. But the Nine Tails lowered itself in a flash and dodged, letting the blade miss completely and reducing the forest behind it to smoldering ruins. With a feint, the beast fooled Shinba. Then, seizing its chance, it turned its maw to unleash a torrent of affection-laced atomic breath at him. The tailed beast's energy coalesced into a radiant, unstoppable laser, a beam so immense and unwavering it completely engulfed Susanoo. The earth trembled. Trees and grass were reduced to drifting ash. In an instant, the very landscape before them was wiped clean. From the Nine Tails' gaze, the towering dark giant was swallowed up by blinding light, crumbling at a rapid pace. Driven by the thrill, the beast poured even more power into its deadly onslaught. Though this attack was not the infamous tailed beast ball, the unleashed torrent of wild, immense energy struck with the fury of a natural disaster. How could mere flesh and blood withstand such ruin? The Nine Tails managed to shake loose the lingering embers of Amaterasu, but its own body now appeared gaunt and withered, the change plainly visible. Yet, against all expectation, Shinba stood unbowed at the very heart of the chakra cannon's blaze, striding forward, step by unwavering step, against the torrent. How is this brat doing it? Nine Tails gasped in astonishment, its slit pupils narrowing to sharp points. In its entire life, apart from that one man, it had never encountered such a monstrous being. A low, steady voice answered the beast. Third gate of life, open. Fourth gate of pain, open. Fifth gate of limit, open. Certainly, the beast had no way of knowing that not long ago, Shinba Zagitsura had already acclimated to its chakra. Though full analysis proved impossible, he'd gained resistance enough to withstand its assault. With a thunderous crash, Shinba leapt high, smashing an explosive uppercut in the Nine Tails' jaw. Instantly, the great beast's maw snapped shut as it was knocked flat by the overwhelming force. The Nine Tails lost all restraint, its eyes blazing red as it lunged in a renewed frenzy. Man and beast collided in primal combat, locked in a wild and furious melee amid the shattered woods. Blood surged through Shinba's veins as a torrent of turquoise energy erupted from his body, steaming in waves from his skin. With each punch, each kick, power beyond reckoning. He sent the Nine Tails reeling time and again. For all its battered appearance, the tailed beast's resilience held strong. Wounded in pride more than body, the onslaught only enraged it further, unleashing even fiercer savagery. With a sudden swipe of its many, massive tails, it caught Shinba off guard, sending him flying through the air and crashing into the distance. Fortunately, at the very instant the attack struck, he called forth the Susanoo's skeletal frame. So heavy, Shinyu's eyes widened in shock. The force behind that sweeping tail was overwhelming. His black ribs shattered instantly. Waves of immense power surged into his body, making all his organs quiver and tremble. With a sudden whoosh, his entire figure, wreathed in black aura, was hurled through the air and sent hurtling straight into a distant stone wall. The Nine Tails opened its massive jaws, fixing its gaze on Shunyu in the distance. Weighty, colossal energy surged as red and blue chakra began to swirl at its lips, swiftly condensing into a dark purple, liquid sphere. The moment this sphere formed, the air throughout the forest seemed to freeze. This was its ultimate technique, the tailed beast bomb. It was going to end the battle once and for all. But before it could gather its full strength, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a giant shadow cast its pall overhead. Glancing up in haste, its gaze locked in utter disbelief. Reflected in its vertical pupils was a Susanoo in the form of a towering Tengu, as tall as a mountain. And that same brat who had just been blasted away a moment ago now stood, without warning, inside the Susanoo's chest. Damn it, but when did he? It had no idea how Shunyu had suddenly appeared above it, unaware that this was actually where Shunyu had been standing just 5 seconds earlier. With both hands gripping tight, the Susanoo's black energy coiled down its arms. A colossal spear materialized, crashing down from the heavens, and, with a thunderous thrust, impaled the Nine Tails, pinning its massive form to the earth. The divine weapon, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. The tailed beast bomb was interrupted mid-formation. The beast planted all 4 claws into the ground and struggled to rise. The incredible might of the tailed beast was mind-boggling. Even in its third form, Susanoo would seem monstrous to any ordinary observer, yet it still swayed, nearly toppled by the Nine Tails' strength. Shunyu activated the gravity array carved into the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Without warning, gravity surged to 20 times its normal force, slamming down like an invisible hammer. In a tremendous crash, the Nine Tails was driven into the ground. What on earth is this? Its face was pressed deep into the dirt. Its gigantic body seemed embedded into the earth itself. Forget about lifting its head. Even its fox ears were forced flat against the ground. Now, that's a bit more obedient. A sly, sinister smile crossed Shunyu's lips. The great hand of Susanoo gave a slight twist to the spear, and a stream of black flames ignited, racing along the shaft. Once again, the inferno of Amaterasu was channeled straight into the Nine Tails' body. Its howl tore through the battlefield, a primal, agonized cry echoing with humiliation and pain as the searing flames ravaged it from the inside out. Dambrat, how dare you underestimate me? Summoning every ounce of its chakra to break the bonds of gravity, the Nine Tails unleashed its full power. A tremendous pillar of light shot up to the heavens. A raging whirlwind exploded outward, stone and sand torn apart in the blast. Forest after forest was swept away in the flood of energy. The roaring light beam expanded, transforming into a colossal sphere of blinding radiance, turning day into a searing, brilliant white. The storm destroyed everything in its path, its shockwaves spreading far into the distance, leaving not even a blade of grass behind. Mountains and rocks alike shattered and crumbled as it passed. Uchiha Mitsu stood there, wide-eyed in shock, her mind awash in the blinding white light filling her vision, her hair whipped into a wild frenzy. In that frozen instant of astonishment, Madara stepped forward and shielded her, enveloping them both within the azure framework of Susanoo. Lord Madara. As the brilliance on the battlefield gradually faded, the inner scene was slowly revealed. The first thing to appear was Kamihane's Susanoo, but the towering half-giant was now diminished, receding to its second stage. Half of its body had lost flesh and blood, ominous dark smoke swirling about it, exposing the skeletal structure beneath. Kamihane, panting heavily, stood within Susanoo's protection, blood streaming from the edges of his eyes and trickling down his delicate cheeks. And yet, even in this battered state, an unrestrained grin remained on his face. He looked half-mad. For across from him, the Nine Tails was in even worse shape. Where once the beast's fur had been lustrous and its vitality robust, now it was nothing but an emaciated, shriveled husk, looking utterly hollowed out. But the fury in its eyes had reached a fever pitch. In that moment, the Nine Tails glared furiously at Kamihane, its eyes wide and bloodshot, wild with rage, as if desperate to tear him to shreds. Whatever faint restraint called reason was just about to be completely snuffed out. Kamihane's right eye shifted subtly, his condition quietly stabilizing. He was waiting for the Nine Tails to be fully consumed by its wrath. A low, guttural rumble built in the air as the heavy chakra began to gather. Nine Tails couldn't wait any longer and started to form a tailed beast ball. But it was forced to halt as a massive Magatama shot toward it with even greater speed, a streak of midnight lightning. Had it hesitated a split second longer, its fangs might have shattered just like the rocks behind it. I won't let you unleash that attack. Kamihane's voice rang out with rakish confidence. Susanu's four hands slowly parted, conjuring a string of Yasaka Magatamas. The Nine Tails, driven to fury, responded with a barrage of even faster energy blasts, launching them at Kamihane with wild abandon. Kamihane was equally relentless, his hands weaving seals as Susanu held its ground, returning fire blow for blow with Magatamas. Man and beast locked in a frenzied exchange, like two raging storms colliding. On the surface, it seemed both had lost themselves in the chaos, but in truth, only the Nine Tails had been truly driven mad. Kamihane, though appearing reckless, was in fact calm and calculating. The Moegura technique's intricate seal pattern had been quietly activating for some time. He had chosen the Nine Tails chakra as his target for adaptation, and had gradually developed a resistance to it. Mixed within his Yasaka Magatamas was an indescribable energy capable of delivering significant blows to the beast. As their exchange continued, he would quickly adapt to the energy hurtling his way, refining his defense, all while searching for that decisive, game-ending strike. Ash and smoke whirled on the wind across the battlefield, now left in absolute ruin. The battle has escalated to this level. Hikari stared at the arena below, her tone tinged with tension. Even she could not help but worry. Will Kamiba be in danger? Uchiha Madara watched for a while, as if seeing straight through the situation. He let out a meaningful, knowing hum. Lord Madara, how long do you think they'll keep fighting? Relax, it's almost over. What? Hikari looked at Madara's calm face, bemused. How can you be so sure, Lord Madara? That guy, has any of his fights ever lasted more than 5 minutes? In no time, the radiant light faded. Hikari realized that the outcome of the battle had been decided. The whole battlefield was left shrouded only by billowing smoke and dust. The ground rumbled heavily. Clearly a massive creature was drawing closer with every step. Hikari tensed immediately. Once the noise stopped right in front of them, an enormous fox's face emerged from the haze, looming over them from above. It's the Nine Tails. Uchiha Hikari took a reflexive step back, instantly alert and ready for anything. Don't be hasty. Madara's voice remained as steady and unruffled as ever. At that moment, the Nine Tails slowly lowered its head. Sitting atop its crown in a relaxed, almost careless fashion was a young man. It was only then that Hikari noticed the Nine Tails' two crimson pupils had somehow been transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Kamiba braced himself on one knee, letting one leg hang casually over the fox's brow. His black clothes were torn, a smear of blood by his lips, but none of it could blunt his formidable presence or that wry, slightly wicked smile playing on his lips. He looked at Madara, reaching up to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. I did not fail you. Land of Fire, Canopy Bridge. Tree branches cast swaying shadows, and gentle waves of moonlight danced upon ground. Midnight was about to fall. The air was cool and misty, holding the fresh scent of water. A few seagulls, bathed in moonlight, circled above the shore, filling the night with their lonely, mournful cries. Outside a hidden cave by the shore, Uchiha Madara was giving his final instructions. No more words are needed. Your task is simply to remain here at the base. Let no one discover this place. Lord Madara. Uchiha Hikari's voice trembled as she reached out a tentative hand, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a picture of pitiable longing. Her gaze pleaded. Was it a wish to ask him to stay, or to beg for permission to go with them? Whatever it was, her courage crumbled under the cold weight of Madara's gaze, and the words never left her lips. All right, her reply was barely more than a whisper, and she dipped her head in subdued agreement. Don't try to find us. Do nothing until we contact you. Yes. Madara turned away, facing the rolling waves. His expression betrayed neither sorrow nor joy as white crests crashed and faded in the moonlight. He was fully prepared for departure now, a war fan strapped to his back, a scroll at his waist, his scythe honed to a deadly gleam, and his dark red armor shining beneath the moon. A sea breeze swept in, making his waterfall-like hair billow around his shoulders. I know you're not content with this, but it's the best arrangement we have. To everyone's surprise, Madara's tone softened a little. With the Nine Tails on my side, I won't have any issues with chakra. Besides, your eyesight has deteriorated quite a bit, hasn't it? Guang's eyes widened in shock. In her blurred vision, Madara's silhouette seemed to merge completely with the moonlight. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came out. Tears slid silently down her cheeks, falling onto the reef below and scattering in perfect circles. A sigh escaped in the distance. Not far away, Kamiba let out a long, weary breath. Standing alone on the other side, he leaned against an old palm tree. Its slender leaves, veiled by the moonlight, cast a patchwork of shadow across his fair face. Like Madara, he too was fully armored now. Over his usual dark combat attire, he'd added a vest of supple armor, bracers on both forearms, and a long sword slung across his back. His medium short hair was tied smartly at the back of his head, giving him a decisive look. In fact, his appearance now was strikingly similar to the crimson-eyed Itachi on that fateful night from the other timeline, the night his clan was destroyed. Watching Madara's proud, solitary figure, Kamiba was swept by 1,000 unspoken emotions. If his guess was right, the duel between Madara and Hashirama would end little differently from how it did in the original timeline. The world liked to claim the two of them stood atop the Ninja World Summit, but the only one who truly stood at the peak was Hashirama Senju. No one knew this truth better than Madara himself. Really, in that other timeline, Madara and Hashirama had truly fought only 3 times. Their reasons may have been different, but the outcome was always the same. The first time, Madara fought with his brother Izuna's transplanted eyes, awakened to the eternal Mangeko Sharingan. Even then, he was defeated by Hashirama's hand, and so the Warring States era ended. The second time, years after leaving the Leaf, Madara returned with the 9 tails at his command. Hashirama thought Madara truly meant to destroy the village they'd founded together and went all out, ending the fight by taking Madara's life with a single, decisive blow. The third time, when both men were resurrected as reanimated corpses in the 4th Great Ninja War, even with the Rinnegan, yin-yang release, unlimited chakra, and an undying body, all powers in his favor, Madara was still suppressed by Hashirama and trapped under the deity gate. No one could ever predict what trick Hashirama might have up his sleeve. God of Shinobi, there was only ever one. But this time, Madara's goal wasn't to destroy the Leaf. All he wanted was a piece of Hashirama's flesh. He assumed this guise of someone plunging into darkness, fixed on obliterating everything, simply to provoke Hashirama into fighting him with all his might for a fair, true duel. So many times, Kamiba found himself wondering, what if Madara could let go of his pride, if only for a moment? What if, instead of taking things to such extremes, he simply asked Hashirama in a gentle voice? Would Hashirama have agreed right then and there? Could this whole battle have been avoided? But that was impossible. Madara's pride was his own. Such is the dignity of one who stands above all. Kamiba, let's go. From a distance came the deep, resonant voice of Madara. Without hesitation, Kamiya replied, all right. With a swift whoosh, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a single leaf, drifting gently to the ground. The 7th year of Konoha on a summer night. For the Hidden Leaf Village, this night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Summoning Jutsu. With a column of smoke billowing skyward, the massive form of the Nine Tails finally emerged outside Konoha's gates. Amidst the wild, howling winds, its 9 long tails unfurled beneath the full moon, and a roar far fiercer than any beast shattered the night, rolling upwards like thunder. The crystalline clash of a fan and a great sword rang out, sharp and piercing. Beneath the moonlight, the clashing silhouettes split apart, each leaping back to gain distance. The 9 tails howled, giant vines snaked across the ground, and a shockwave of overwhelming force tore violently through the land. A battle so intense that ordinary shinobi could not hope to interfere. Madara advanced with overwhelming ferocity, his chakra erupting in a torrent. He unleashed the majestic form of Susanoo, and under its spectral armor, the 9 tails soared 100 meters tall, towering high above the mountains themselves. Susanoo, the embodiment of immense chakra, transformed into a formidable war god. When that symbol of destruction was used to clad a tailed beast in armor, the resulting devastation was nothing short of a natural disaster. Hashirama, despite a trace of admiration for his old friend's mastery, knew this was no time for friendly sparring. This was a battle of life and death. Worse yet, he worried for his village, threatened by the chaos. So, as he fought, he drew Madara and the 9 tails steadily toward the sea's edge. Madara, following his lead, pursued with calculated intent. After all, his true purpose wasn't to destroy Konoha. From the start, his aim had always been one man, Hashirama. In the shadows, Kamiyo kept to the darkness, trailing at a careful, measured distance. As these 2 titans clashed, he stayed close, never too far, never too near. His mission, to retrieve the 9 tails once the battle was done. All he needed was to wait in silence for the right moment. Suddenly, his brow creased. Through his heightened senses, he could discern that a number of people were stealthily trailing from the village as well, lurking far behind in the shadows. What exactly are they scheming? Lost in thought, Kamiyo suddenly caught the flash of a crimson beam cutting through the night, shooting toward a distant island. Moments later, a massive fireball erupted on that island, blazing bright as the rising sun. The blast rocked the land, an intense burst of light illuminating the entire forest, followed by an explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens. So this is what their battle looks like. Kamiba pressed himself flat against a towering tree, his back tingling with unease. Only a second ago, he'd clearly seen it. The red beam was undoubtedly a tailed beast bomb, empowered by the might of Susanoo. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Thank goodness he hadn't allowed the Nine Tails to unleash that attack before. As he was now, he would never have survived its terror. Gazing into the battlefield, shrouded in billowing smoke, one could just make out a shimmering blue light and the hulking silhouette of the wooden giant. The sounds of trees splitting and the Nine Tails' furious roars blended together into a single, thunderous cacophony. At the battlefield's center, Madara, Uchiha, stood high above within his majestic armored Susanoo. Hashirama, it's been a long time since we fought in earnest. Surely you realize I'm not the same as I was before. Hashirama's expression was grave. Bringing his palms together, he began gathering chakra, even as he tried one last time to persuade his friend. Everything up to now, all that we've strived for, do you mean to throw it all away, Madara? He lifted his head to meet the colossal armored Susanoo before him. There's nothing to be gained from this fight. All it will do is bring pain to the village, hurt our fellow shinobi, dishonor the brothers and comrades we swore to protect. Madara gazed down at him coldly from his lofty vantage. His eyes grew frostier still. Are you lecturing me now? I don't want to kill you. Hashirama's sincere look remained unshaken. So, you mean you could kill me at any moment? No, what I mean is we're friends. Madara's face twitched. A flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes and quickly vanished. He snarled, I've already crossed to the other side. As if echoing his intent, the Nine Tails beneath his feet let out a tremendous roar skyward, its rage shaking the very air. Hashirama froze in place, his mind suddenly drifting decades into the past, to a bright and sunny morning, where two innocent boys tested their mettle by tossing stones across the river. The spirited young man he once knew now seemed to overlap with the figure looming before him, yet never fully aligned, their images shattering in the echo of a beastly howl. There's no other way. Hashirama closed his eyes in bitter resignation. When he opened them again, all compassion and earnestness had drained away, replaced by unwavering resolve. Black markings, dense with the power of nature itself, began creeping across his face. Sage art, true several thousand hands. With a resounding cry, Hashirama unleashed his chakra in a radiant surge. Amidst the roaring sound of crashing timber, a colossal wooden Buddha, hundreds of feet tall, burst forth from the ground, towering over the world and blanketing the land in its shadow beneath the moonlight. I'm coming, Madara. Bring it on, Hashirama. Meanwhile, Kamiba stood silently amid the trees. Not far away, the once furious Nine Tails now looked almost like a docile kitten, pinned effortlessly in the wooden Buddha's palm. Its eyes were closed, and for a moment, it seemed peaceful and subdued, as if sound asleep. A gentle breeze ruffled its orange fur, causing it to ripple like rolling waves. From this angle, the Nine Tails actually looks kind of well-behaved, Kamiba mused to himself, a stray, irreverent thought passing through his mind. His target was right before him, but he still dared not act rashly. It wasn't the hidden leaf shinobi behind him that stayed his hand, but rather the unresolved battle raging between Madara and Hashirama. For 3 days and nights, their clash had raged on without pause. Shinyu wrinkled his nose. At some point, the fresh scent of earth began to spread through the forest, and the air was growing wetter by the minute. He gently stretched out his palm. A single raindrop landed in it, breaking apart into a cool, glistening spray. It was raining now. This time, you're the one who can't throw it back. Beneath the empty cascade of water, Madara was gasping for breath, gripping both his war fan and scythe. He looked across at the equally exhausted figure facing him, a faint, triumphant smile curling on his lips. Both their chakra was nearly spent. Lines of age and fatigue marked their faces. They looked utterly worn out. Even their armor was shattered beyond recognition, making them appear downright ragged. Hashirama lifted his head a little, eyes fixed on this former closest friend. Whether from the incredible exhaustion or the severity of his wounds, his gaze was slightly unfocused. Suddenly, ripples exploded from beneath their feet. Madara had made his move. Hashirama reacted a heartbeat late. He raised his long blade and charged at Madara at matching speed. There was a flash of steel as their paths crossed in a single, fluid moment. With a heavy splash, Hashirama plunged face first into the water, sending droplets flying. He'd been struck in the abdomen. Madara, however, stood tall, glancing back to meet Hashirama's conflicted and unwilling gaze. The smile on his face only grew. This time, I'm the one still standing. The opposite of last time. Lightning streaked across the sky as rain poured down in endless threads, drumming steadily on the two of them, mist blurring and softening their faces until they were almost indistinguishable in the haze. Hashirama forced himself up, his eyes landing on the surface of the water. He stared at his own reflection without expression, lips moving silently. My dream has only just begun. I want to protect it. I can't let you take it away. Madara let out a soft, sardonic laugh. You look so defeated, Hashirama. Aren't you going to fall apart this time? Suddenly, with a wet, visceral thrust, a blade erupted from Madara's chest, punching through his back and heart. Blood mingled with the rain, streaming down and spreading crimson across the water. Madara's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at the blade that had run him through as his vision began to blur, darkness closing in at the edges. In disbelief, he turned to look behind at Hashirama, then glanced at the wooden clone standing before him, pupils constricting in realization. To think I'd actually get stabbed in the back. From behind him, Hashirama's voice came, deep and weary. I have to protect what's ours. No, what's mine, my village. No matter what happens, I still believe with all my heart that protecting the village is protecting its people, its shinobi, and the children, whether they're my friends, my brothers, or even my own child. Anyone who threatens the village, I will never forgive. You've changed, Hashirama. Madara's vision trembled as he crumpled to his knees, powerless. Hashirama gazed down at him with cold detachment, eyes as deep and still as an ancient well. Whatever had once been called friendship between them was unraveling, thread by thread, and vanishing. You've lost sight of what truly matters. One day, this will become the darkness at the heart of the village. With a heavy thud, Madara collapsed to the ground, just as Hashirama had moments before. He closed his eyes, and his breath faded away completely. Madara had fallen. Hashirama tilted his head back and gazed skyward, the entire night sky reflected in his pupils. Under the faint moonlight, it seemed as if every raindrop spilled from a single point at the heart of the heavens, all destined to land within his eyes. You command would release. Let's call the village Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. You wield fire release. Then let the leader be named the Hokage, the fire shadow. A strange chill crept over him, his vision blurred in an instant. Exhaustion, boundless and overwhelming, surged through him like a flood breaking its banks. He could stand it no longer and at last surrendered to weariness, collapsing by Madara's lifeless form. Half a minute later, a young man appeared silently on the far side of the waterfall. Fine-featured, with eyes as dark as polished onyx, this was Kamehane. He walked step by step toward the two fallen men, his gaze lingering long on Madara's corpse. Sheets of rain drew a veiled curtain all around. On Kamahane's face, there was neither joy nor sorrow. No one could tell how much time slipped away before his gaze turned to Hashirama. Kamehane nudged up a scythe with his foot, then leveled it at Hashirama's head, the blade rising high. Under the chill of the moonlight, the edge of the scythe gleamed with a lethal shimmer. Farewell, god of shinobi, he intoned. Judgment, swift and merciless, was about to descend, when suddenly the forest rang with a furious, thunderous roar. How dare you, boy? The wind howled, and a Fuma shuriken whistled through the air, striking Kamahane's scythe with a sharp clang, scattering sparks as the weapon was knocked aside. In the next instant, a man rushed forward at dizzying speed, cold steel flashing as a kunai sliced through the night. Who are you? Kamehane demanded, taking in the newcomer's features as he leaned back, neatly dodging the attack, though the confrontation forced him to retreat. My name is Sarutobi Sasuke, the man thundered, declaring his name in a voice of iron resolve. Kamehane offered a slight nod. Ah, the current head of the Sarutobi clan are you, and I know who you are. Sasuke snapped, tearing the scroll from his back, his eyes glinting coldly. Uchiha Kamehane, 5 years ago, you deserted Konoha at Madara's side. 22 lives have fallen at your hands. 16 jonin, 2 special jonin, for Chunin. The Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and even your own Uchiha kin have all suffered losses because of you. That same night, you stole the forbidden scrolls, left ruin in your wake. Your crimes are too many to count. As he finished speaking, a dozen Konoha shinobi melted from the forest shadows, swiftly encircling Kamehane. Their presences were calm, measured, every one of them a battle-tested jonin. Kamehane swept his gaze around the circle, digging a finger in his ear with exaggerated nonchalance. If you hadn't said all that, I'd never have realized I was so fearsome back then. Insolent fool. As long as I stand here, you won't lay so much as a finger on the village ever again. Sarutobi Sasuke bellowed with righteous anger. That night, he was away from the village on a mission. As one of the founding heroes of the Hidden Leaf, Lord Hashirama had entrusted him with a crucial task. Yet, to his lasting shame, such a tragedy befell them in his absence. He had never forgiven himself. This was a stain he could not erase. Now, the boy standing before him had become a thorn buried deep in his heart. No matter what happened today, he was determined to settle things here and now. Lost in thought, a cold prickle shot down the back of his neck. Years of battle had honed his instincts, and a sense of imminent danger made him duck his head in a split second. Steel sliced through the air. A blade swept past, snipping off a lock of his hair that drifted away into the stormy night. You! He gasped in disbelief, seeing that it was his own companion who'd struck at him. But his comrade's eyes were blank, his face emptied of expression, as though he were a puppet hanging from invisible strings. Sarutobi Sasuke recognized what had happened. A jinjutsu had ensnared his comrade's mind. Damn it, he shouted, warning the others loudly. Don't look into his eyes. His survival instincts had trained him never to meet the enemy's gaze in combat. It was this habit that had saved him now, for he hadn't noticed that Kamiyu's eyes had already turned a blood-red hue. But his warning came too late. All around him, he heard stifled cries and the dreadful sound of blades sinking into flesh. Even as he subdued the companion beside him, bodies were falling everywhere, a massacre in moments. These ninjas were highly skilled. Some of them knew firsthand the terror of the Uchiha Sharingan and had trained not to gaze directly at their foes. But none of their precautions could save them from the blades of their own allies. In the end, only 4 ninja, including Sarutobi Sasuke, managed to resist the illusion and evade death. No, a sudden realization contorted Sarutobi Sasuke's face with horror as he reached out desperately toward Kamiyu, veins standing out on his temples. Stop! The ninjas ensnared by Jinjutsu, seeing their attack had failed, began drawing their swords to their own necks, slashing their throats with chilling resolve, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In an instant, the battlefield reversed. Blood poured, painting the ground scarlet. The handful who survived pressed in close to Sarutobi Sasuke, bracing themselves against this boy whose gaze could not be met. Fear and tension spilled off them in waves. Sorry, Kamiyu spoke, his voice indifferent, almost casual. I'm just in a bad mood today. Normally, I wouldn't go this far. Though he stood there calmly, the air around him simmered with a chilling, oppressive darkness. Goosebumps broke out across everyone's skin. The rain-soaked night felt all the more bleak and cold. I will never forgive you. Sarutobi Sasuke snarled, his eyes openly burning with the promise of vengeance. With a thunderous pop, a scroll released a puff of white smoke, and he hefted a massive Fuma shuriken, hurling it at Kamiyu. His hands flew through a rapid series of signs. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. More bursts of smoke erupted. Dozens upon dozens of Fuma shuriken blurred into existence, whirling through the storm to cut off every avenue of escape, boxing Kamiyu in from all sides. Shinyu's face remained utterly expressionless as he swung his scythe, the cold gleam flickering in rapid succession, weaving an impenetrable web of defense. Sparks exploded in all directions as metal clashed repeatedly, while every incoming wind demon shuriken was dismantled and reduced to a heap of worthless scrap on the ground. But that was only the beginning. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Shinyu reversed his swing and hurled the scythe upstream, slicing straight at Sarutobi Sasuke. Sasuke hastily retreated, and with a faint, slicing whisper, the edge of the blade extended outward, a foot-long gleam as thin as a cicada's wing. What? His pupils contracted sharply. Caught completely off guard, his defensive kunai was cleaved in two by a single stroke, and his cheek was left with a shallow cut. Shinyu withdrew his scythe and twirled it gracefully, flicking off every drop of fresh blood from the blade. Tisk, didn't Lord Tobirama share any intelligence with you? He feigned a puzzled look. This move is called Autumn Dew on Leaf. Strange, considering he's witnessed it himself. His words were answered, not by speech, but by a roaring dragon of fire. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A sly smile played on Shinyu's lips as his body blurred, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. He easily slipped past the rampaging fire dragon. Raindrops wavered and shimmered as, outside the encirclement, a dozen images materialized. Each one identical to Shinyu, and each wielded a scythe. The black-haired youths turned the tables, surrounding the Konoha shinobi on all sides. With a unified sweep, a dozen scythes danced wildly, frigid blue arcs of light rippling and colliding in midair. All except Sarutobi Sasuke fell into chaos. The other 4 scrambled, swinging wildly at the multiplying Shinyus, blades weaving frantic arcs, unleashing desperate jutsu, only to find, upon striking a foe, that all they hit was an empty shadow. The real Shinyu might as well have been untouchable. Not even a brush of his clothing was within their reach. In that very instant, chaos erupted, a sudden, chilling turn. Two Shinyas swung their scythes down, plunging the blades deep into two Konoha ninjas' chests. Blood spilled in a furious arc, and both bodies were severed at the waist midair. All illusions merged into one, leaving Shinyu standing alone. Water style, water fong blade. Using just one hand to form the seals, Shinyu guided chakra through his scythe. Water condensed along the edge until it formed a razor-thin watery blade, then slashed, a sharp, slicing sound cleaving through the downpour. The blade traveled so fast, it was nearly invisible in the torrential rain. All Sasuke sensed was a subtle warping in the veil of rain before his eyes. Dread hit him belatedly, and he lunged for his companion, just a fraction too late. A crescent of water flashed through the air, gone in an instant, trailing a pink ribbon of blood in its wake. Sasuke stood frozen, staring down at his own arm in disbelief. One of his comrades had been sliced cleanly in two, viscera spilling out, the surface of the water at their feet now a basin of crimson. Nu. With a scream of raw anguish, he charged at Shinyu, flinging shuriken in a frenzied barrage. But trying to use shuriken before a true Uchiha was like putting on a sword dance before Lord Guan Yu himself. Shinyu didn't even bother to glance at them. Merely by sound and instinct, he batted every projectile aside with ease. Yet Sasuke seized his chance and closed the distance, blade at the ready. The Sarutobi clan's taijutsu was quite impressive. Even Shinba couldn't take him down right away. He feigned an opening in his defense, and sure enough, Sarutobi took the bait. With a sharp, ruthless slash, his blade tore through the middle. There was a sickening wet sound as Shinba's right arm was severed at the shoulder, and his scythe crashed to the ground. But with a subtle twitch of his fingers, Shinba flicked out dozens of thin, translucent threads into the rain. In an instant, they wound themselves around Sasuke Sarutobi, locking his body in place. Autumn Dew. Shinba swept his left hand with lightning speed, a slender blade of chakra flaring from his palm, and with a single stroke, he went straight for the throat. There was an explosive pop, the air filled with smoke, and the Sarutobi Sasuke before his eyes transformed into nothing but a wooden log. The substitution? Shinba's reaction was just as swift. The moment the smoke burst forth, he formed a single-handed sign using the blood running from his right arm and pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning technique. Black script symbols unfurled rapidly, and with a surge of powerful chakra, a massive cat appeared amidst the billowing smoke. The earth split open as the shockwave blasted a male figure far into the distance. Sasuke Sarutobi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at the sudden giant cat, his eyes were etched with grave caution. A transforming cat. This was Pochi, the legendary spirit cat, the only giant ninja cat in the cat house, according to Uchiha clan intelligence. Pochi was ancient. Its mind had long transcended the ordinary, and it had even mastered the mythical sage techniques. For centuries, it had not formed a contract with any human. And now, just like that, someone had summoned it right in front of him. Pochi's whole body glimmered in a deep blue. Its enormous bronze eyes, slitted like a serpent's, gleamed with an ancient wisdom. Its beautiful fur shimmered, shifting pattern after pattern in the misty rain, while an ethereal black mist constantly drifted off its body, lending it an uncanny, otherworldly air. Shinba stood atop the great cat's head, gazing down on Sasuke Sarutobi from above. With only his left hand, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Underestimated Konoha. I didn't expect there'd be someone this troublesome here, aside from Tobirama. Mero, Pochi spoke in a low, almost human voice. 3 million. It's a deal. A brief flicker of pain crossed Shinba's face, but he steeled himself and pointed at Sasuke Sarutobi. Kill him for me. Pochi's eyes spun slyly, a gleam of intelligence flashing in their depths. That'll cost extra. How much? 2 million more. Forget it. Just hold him down. Don't let him interrupt me. Shinba decided to compromise. 500,000. Deal. Shinba nodded firmly in agreement. He leapt off, and at the very same moment, the massive cat surged forward, charging straight towards Sasuke Sarutobi in the distance. Don't underestimate me. Sasuke Sarutobi's eyes widened in fierce determination. His hands flashed through a series of seals. Then he slammed them hard onto the ground. Summoning technique. Appear. Inma, king of the monkeys. A white line streaked across the water surface, followed by an eruption of smoke. In the blink of an eye, a massive simian form broke through, leaping out of the clouds to battle Pochi head-on. Sarutobi Sasuke glanced at Kamehane, making as if to give chase. However, before he could move, the transformed cat Baki suddenly puffed up, floating gently into the air and blocking both him and Enma. "Don't even think about escaping," Baki said. "Then let me witness what miraculous powers the legendary transformed cat truly possesses," Sasuke called out, raising his palm high from a distance. "Enma, adamantine staff. Transform," Enma barked, his form dissolving into a thick swirl of white smoke and reshaping itself into a staff that fell into Sasuke's grasp. He swung the staff in a wide arc, and the adamantine staff thickened in midair. With a dull thud, it struck Baki's round belly, reducing it to pulp. "What?" Sasuke's eyes widened. Something fell off. The sensation was no different from hitting a balloon. With a soft, drawn-out wail, Baki's whole body erupted into a cloud of eerie blue smoke, leaving only its cat head suspended in the air, swirling without dispersing. It whipped up a dark tornado, pinning the unsuspecting Sarutobi Sasuke firmly in place. A series of heavy blows echoed from within the haze while Baki's disembodied head floated weightlessly in the air. Amid the muffled impacts, it let out a satisfied, thrumming purr, wearing an unbearably smug expression. Kamehane smiled leisurely, the markings in his pupils shifting. The instant the whirls of the Mangekyo appeared, his right arm was restored, good as new. But suddenly he paused, briefly startled by the presence of a soul, one both familiar and distant, flickering at the edge of his perception. "Let go of my father!" a voice cried from behind. Several youths leapt out. The leader, reckless and brimming with resolve, charged straight at Kamehane. Such unguarded bravado was riddled with flaws in Kamahane's eyes. With a swift kick to the boy's face, he sent him flying a dozen meters with a resounding thud. "Hiruzen! Monkey!" The boys behind gasped in alarm. "Young master!" This voice rang out from another side. It was the last standing jonin on the field, revealed now as a member of the Sarutobi clan. The voice drew rapidly closer as he dashed forward, kunai in hand. Shadowy energy flickered around Kamehane, his skeletal outline briefly surfacing. With a sharp clang, the kunai snapped clean in two. "What?" The jonin's eyes went wide with shock, but in the next instant, a giant ebony hand seized him whole, hoisting him high above. Kamehane, however, did not spare him even a glance. For now, his gaze was fixed solely on one figure. Standing before him was a dark-haired boy who shared both his height and features, a youth to whom he bore a striking resemblance. "Be brother?" Uchiha Kagami stared at Kamehane in a daze, his steps faltering with uncertainty. Kamehane locked eyes with him, watching for a long moment. At last, a wicked smile curled upon his lips. "You've gotten taller, my dear little brother." Jing stood frozen in place, at a complete loss. He had imagined 1,000 different ways he might reunite with his brother, but never, no matter how hard he tried, had he pictured this, seeing his brother's familiar yet unfamiliar face, those eyes ever laced with mischief, and finding himself utterly stunned. He forgot to breathe. Only his heart continued to pound wildly in his chest. That figure, those eyes, that kaleidoscopic pattern. The last time he'd seen them was 5 years ago beneath the full moon. The two brothers looked strikingly similar, sharing delicate facial contours and long lashes, with only a subtle difference around the eyes. Jing's features leaned toward the androgynous, his eyes slanting downwards at the corners. When half closed, he seemed almost languid. Shinyu, on the other hand, had sharp, phoenix-like eyes that arched upward. Long but not narrow, they gave him, though a man, a refined brilliance. Not only did he possess the charm to enchant all, but there was also a natural aura of authority and an ethereal nobility about him. "Seeing your big brother left you so happy that you're speechless, huh?" The whisper at his ear jolted Jing back to reality. Only then did he realize, to his shock, that Shunyu had somehow appeared right before him and was now leaning in, speaking softly at his ear. Instantly, Jing reacted, his hand lashed out with the kunai he was holding. But with a casual flick of the wrist, Shunyu deftly trapped Jing's arm. It was as if Jing himself had thrust it right into his grasp. "What's this, little brother? Couldn't hold yourself back from giving me a hug." He stared into his younger brother's eyes, and with a sudden surge of Susanu's skeletal hand, he crushed the Sarutobi clan's jonin, right before Jing's eyes. "Brother, Shunyu!" Jing's face twisted in panic. Hey, Jing, what do you think you're doing?" From afar, Danzo Shimura barked in fury. "Weren't you just boasting that you'd capture him yourself? What are you doing now?" At last, Jing flared his Sharingan. When Shunyu saw those 3 jet-black tomo, a faint glint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Jing collapsed involuntarily to his knees, blood trickling from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The world spun wildly around him, his consciousness slipping as though he might be hurled clear off the face of the earth. Dearest brother, didn't your elders ever warn you? If you cast a jinjutsu on someone who possesses stronger ocular power, you're bound to suffer backlash. With that, he kicked Jing squarely in the chest, sending him flying like a piece of discarded trash. The very next instant, invisible blades of wind whirled toward him. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Danzo's hands flashed through seals as he spat a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, the cutting force digging deep furrows into the ground like the claws of a weasel spirit. Yet Shunyu maintained his initial stage, Susanoo. The supposedly unstoppable wind blades left not so much as a scratch upon the bone armor. A current of black energy surged. In a blink, a skeletal arm shot forth at lightning speed, reaching for Danzo from an impossible angle. Partial multi-size technique. A blonde, portly man sprang high into the air. His massive palm collided with a bony forearm, unleashing a blast of invisible force. Water style, flowing water whip. Lightning style, grateful wave. From a distance, a young man and woman unleashed a tandem water lightning technique. The girl gripped a whip crackling with lightning, lashing it through the air with a deafening crack. What a nuisance, Shunyu spoke coldly. If a fly refuses to behave, sometimes you have to swat it dead. Black mist roared forth like a dragon as his Susanoo, a first-stage manifestation, formed in an instant. It was like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Under the gaze of its giant, hollow eye sockets, sweat beaded on every forehead. A sickening crunch rang out. The blond, chubby man was the first to fall. His arm was crushed by Susanoo's grip, and he was slammed brutally to the ground. Blood fanned out like a waterfall. An eyeball popped free between the crushing fingers, rolling to a stop at Uchiha Kagami's feet. The next moment, the water lightning attack struck the skeleton, but it was like throwing a stone into a deep lake, vanishing without a trace, making no impact at all. But it didn't end there. Shunyu clapped his hands together. A surge of black mist wrapped around his ethereal armor. The skeleton grew flesh, swelling to an immense size. Four long arms materialized, and in each hand formed black, bizarrely shaped blades. With a savage downward swing, the half-bodied titan unleashed a crescent-shaped shockwave that gouged the earth. Danzo and Hiruzen's bodies shattered in its wake, blood vapor billowing in the air. Even Koharu, standing farther away, was swept up into the attack. Help! Somebody help me! Mito Hamura clung desperately to Kagami's pant leg. Kagami turned, trembling, only to find the man left with half his body. Kagami, help me, help! A scarlet splash flashed before his eyes. Susanoo raised its massive fist, the stench of blood filling the air. Chunks of flesh rained down, and warm blood spattered across Kagami's face. Feeling the burning heat on his cheeks and the carnage scattered at his feet, Kagami could no longer hold back the sickening feeling rising within. He gagged. A gust swept by. Shunyu, controlling Susanoo, seized him and studied the spinning tomo in his eyes, clicking his tongue. Your comrades died horribly before your eyes, and you don't seem the least bit pained? Kagami shivered, then shut his eyes in resignation, letting the liquid flow down his face. He couldn't tell if it was rain, or blood, or his own tears. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. My dear brother, all your comrades are dead. But you? What are you doing, really? What are you doing? What exactly are you doing? You. Kagami. Kagami. What are you waiting for? Move. Kagami's eyes snapped open. The choking smell of blood was gone. He hadn't been crushed by Susanoo. He was still standing, unharmed. Dazed, he glanced around. The comrades who moments ago had died so horribly lay sprawled across the ground, all eyes fixed on him with suspicion, but alive. Magic. Mirror world turn. Before him, Kamiyo spoke calmly. It's just an illusion rebounding. Didn't your clan elders ever teach you that? Oh, are you actually crying from fright? Jing hurriedly wiped his face, feeling only dampness beneath his fingers. Jing, cough, cough, get out of here quick. This guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lay sprawled in a deep pit, covered in dust and dirt, his voice hoarse. He's way too powerful. We're not even in the same league. So much for his talk about bringing him back himself. And now he wants to run away like a coward. Danzo grumbled darkly, face down beside Hiruzen. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, he muttered so softly it was barely audible. Hurry, just go. Akimichi Torike's lay flat on his back, limbs splayed out, gasping for air as if he'd just swum up from the depths of a river. Koharu Yudatane's face showed nothing but despair. Tears traced down her otherwise delicate features. Go. Let Lord Tobirama avenge us. Kamiyo smiled as he spoke. While you were caught up in that little illusion, I took the opportunity to discipline your friends. They're much more well-behaved than before. Uchiha Jing looked at his older brother. Facing someone who could wipe out his entire team with a mere wave and a jest, he found himself unable to even draw his kunai. After enduring that terrifying illusion, any desire he'd had left for battle was thoroughly quenched. His shuriken skills, his fire-style jutsu, even the illusions he took the most pride in, none of it amounted to anything in the face of this man. What if he really unleashed the kind of power he displayed in that illusion? If he attacked recklessly, his friends might meet a gruesome end. Are you thinking that as long as you don't make a move, your friends will be safe? Jing's heart sank like a stone. Startled, he looked up to find Kamiyo meeting his gaze, unhurried, with a faint smile that seemed to see straight through all his thoughts. Suddenly, an enormous skeletal arm materialized, inky black, rising up and gliding above Hiruzen and the others, like a giant serpent slithering through an ancient forest, greedily searching for its prey. So, little brother, who among them are you closest to? Kamiyo's voice floated out, gentle as an elder brother taking an interest in his siblings' friendships. But in Jing's ears, it sounded like the devil's whisper. What do you want? He couldn't bring himself to answer. What do I want? I'm punishing you, of course. If you hadn't betrayed me back then, I never would have been at such odds with Konoha in the first place. Kamiyo smiled at his brother, voice dripping with irony, though his smile was pure and bright as sunlight. Not telling me? Aren't you sly? I suppose I'll just have to guess on my own. Kamiyo stroked his chin as the giant skeletal hand drifted through the air. The bone hand hovered over each of them in turn. Danzo, Hiruzen, Torikes, then over to Mito Minyan and Kohoryudatane, prowling through the air above as if choosing which unfortunate soul to pluck from the earth. Everyone stared at it, wide-eyed and trembling at the corners, cold sweat running down their faces as the shadow of death loomed heavy in every heart. Is it him? A careless voice crashed against their souls like a heavy hammer pounding the heart. With a deafening crash, the skeletal fist smashed down with unstoppable force. A heart-rending scream tore through the air, mingled with the sickening crack of bones. Akimichi Tsufing's body was slammed deep into the crater left by the punch. Whether he was alive or dead, no one could tell. Steaming blood quickly dyed the water crimson. No. Miro charged forward like a man possessed, tormented by both illusion and reality, his sanity hanging by a thread. Stop! Kamiyo turned his head slightly and spared him a glance. Miro's fingertips had barely brushed against the skeleton when, abruptly, he froze. The moment his gaze met those dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, it was as if his body was no longer his own. Every movement halted in an instant. It's a genjutsu. His heart seized, and a flicker of unspeakable terror and confusion flashed through his eyes. Don't be hasty. Our game isn't over yet. Kamiyo smiled pleasantly. Looks like I guessed wrong. So the game continues. Danzo stared in horror at the bony hand reaching for him, his breathing growing more and more frantic. He felt it in his bones. This time the target was him. The skeletal hand hovered above him, so close he could make out the blood still clinging to it. Danzo's face turned ghastly pale, his heart drumming wildly in his chest. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, going to die, going to die. No, I can't die like this. I haven't become Hokage. I haven't made my mark on the world. Move, damn it. Move. He wanted to run, but couldn't muster a single ounce of strength. Among them all, his injuries were the lightest. Kamiyo had only kicked him earlier. But that kick landed precisely at one vital spot, a key chakra point. Not too hard, not too soft, just enough to detonate the jutsu he'd been preparing inside him. Countless tiny wind blades turned on their master, rampaging through his body and wreaking havoc on his meridians. That was why he couldn't move at all. As the skeletal hand drew near, its shadow grew larger in the moonlight, and goosebumps crept over Danzo's skin. Think of something. Quickly. He gritted his teeth until they nearly shattered. Suddenly, in a desperate gamble, he shouted, Lord Kamiyo, I've always despised Uchiha Miro the most. Everyone was stunned. Even Hiruzen could only stare at him in disbelief. That's right, the person I hate most is Uchiha Miro. What is he, really? Just a pompous show-off? Honestly, he and I have never really gotten along. Danzo ignored the stares of his companions and blurted out his confession. Tisich. Kamiyo curled his lips disdainfully. With a lazy wave of Susanu's skeletal hand, he swept Danzo far to the side, sending him rolling and crawling across the ground like a bothersome insect brushed aside. You're not even worthy of dying by my hand. The cool, detached voice of Shinyu drifted over from a distance. In that instant, a flicker of shadow swept by. The skeletal hand appeared at Nikazan's side, pinching his head between two bony fingers as if he were a helpless chick, and lifted him before Shinyu. "You're still holding on," Shinyu said with a wicked smile, drawing the long blade from his back. In the next moment, under Kyo's gaze of utter horror, the knife plunged straight into Nikazin's heart. As the blade twisted, hot blood gushed forth in a flood. Nikazin's eyes bulged wide, his body convulsed, and agony overwhelmed him, his mouth gaping in a desperate scream, yet not a sound escaped. A final kick of his legs, and his life was snuffed out. Uchiha Kyo's pupils shrank to pinpoints, the dreadful scene frozen before him, a searing cold piercing his spine and shooting up to the crown of his head. So, this is the reality of the shinobi world? From his birth until the end of the Warring States period, Shinyu had shielded him from harm. From joining Konoha until now, his mentors had always sheltered him. When it comes down to it, this was only the second time he had truly faced death up close, the first being with his own parents. In that moment, his heart seemed to stop. Bloodshot eyes reflected boundless terror, his face drained of all color, lips quivering in shock but unable to make a sound. His pitiful state made Shinyu frown deeply. Strange. So it's not him either? A glance at his terrified little brother revealed a disappointment that Shinyu could no longer hide. From the very start, every act of frenzied slaughter had been for a single purpose: to shock Uchiha Kyo into awakening his eyes. Among all clans, none sensed emotion as keenly as the Uchiha. No love was deeper. For an Uchiha who had tasted true love, losing it meant that love would be consumed by hatred even more fierce, giving birth to immeasurable pain. At that instant, their in-release chakra would undergo a dramatic transformation, affecting the optic nerves and triggering a change in their eyes. Thus was born the eye that mirrors the heart, the Sharingan. And with even more extreme, intense emotional stimulus, the Sharingan could evolve to its ultimate state, the Mangekyo Sharingan. As far as Shinyu knew, once the Sharingan reached its 3-tomo stage, a life-and-death trauma, such as witnessing the death of someone precious, was the key trigger for its evolution. That was how he'd awaken his own eyes. But, in his mind, his little brother was nothing but a traitor, a turncoat, someone like that. The truly important person to him could never be someone from their own clan. And yet, after all his efforts, even watching Sarutobi Nikazan die right before him, his brother still showed no sign of awakening his eyes. Could it be that the bonds he's forged are still too weak? Shinyu glanced at the corpse of Hiruzen Sarutobi, pausing to ponder for a brief moment. The elegant right pupil of his eye turned gently, and an unknown power washed over Hiruzen's body. From an unseen perspective, Hiruzen's shattered heart miraculously healed, though the arteries remained damaged and his outward wounds persisted, keeping him in a careful limbo between life and death. Given the current circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen was more useful alive than dead. His ability to win trust was fairly decent. Otherwise, he couldn't have remained the Hokage for so many peaceful years in the original timeline. Therefore, Shinyu decided to spare his life for now. He would wait until Hiruzen had forged a deep bond with Kagami, and only then would he kill him again, right before Kagami's eyes. As for Akimichi Torike's, Shinyu simply didn't care about his fate. It's time to get down to business. With the blade in hand, he strode purposefully toward Hashirama Senju. In one swift motion, without the slightest hesitation, he brought the sword down. A sudden, metallic clang. A figure appeared out of nowhere, silently intervening to block the attack. Sparks erupted, illuminating a stern face and a pair of eyes filled with murderous resolve. Silver-haired, crimson-eyed, tall, and imposing, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit accented with layered blue armor, special white feathered fur crowning both shoulders, he moved with unwavering purpose, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Tobirama Senju. He still wore his iron forehead protector, though the clan insignia had been replaced with the symbol of Konoha. "I've been waiting for you, Lord Tobirama." Shinyu was not the least bit alarmed. On the contrary, he looked at Tobirama with a hint of excitement, as if everything was unfolding as he had expected. Tobirama dared not meet those unnatural eyes directly, and so he missed the thick layer of mockery veiled within them. He stood firmly between Hashirama and Shinyu, staring back across a silent divide. Swiftly, his gaze swept the battlefield, cataloging each figure. An Uchiha Kagami lost in despair, Hiruzen lying in a pool of blood, the uncertain fate of Akimichi Torike's. When his eyes fell upon Boki, a deepening gravity shadowed his face. "It seems you've grown a lot these past years," Tobirama intoned, voice low and steady. Shinyu shrugged. "I owe it all to your mercy back then." "Are you trying to provoke me?" Tobirama's eyes narrowed, a deadly gleam flaring within them. "I knew. Back then, I should have insisted on executing you. None of today's calamities would have come to pass. Are you regretting it now, Lord Tobirama? Too late. There's no antidote for regret in this world. No, Tobirama replied, reaching into his pouch and pulling out 8 kunai. Today I'll finish this. Kunai whistled through the rain, cutting the air as they shot toward Shinyu, each marked with the seal of the flying thunder god. Shinyu's gaze flickered, and in an instant, he registered the position and trajectory of every kunai. Wherever Tobirama might appear, Shinyu was poised to strike at the very first moment. Come on, let me see who truly is the fastest ninja in the world. Kamiba licked his lips, muscles taut, unconsciously tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. Suddenly, his ankle was seized, and, in a flash, a massive hand burst from the water below, yanking him straight down into the ground. So your whole attention is fixed on that kunai. A cold, sinister voice drifted in, chilling as wind whispering through a graveyard. Tobirama appeared behind Kamiba without a sound, moving with the unparalleled swiftness expected of a master ninja. In the blink of an eye, a kunai pierced Kamiba's right eye and plunged directly into his skull. There was a sickening, wet sound as the blade found its mark. Kamiba's stunned expression froze on his face, just as the Tobirama before him vanished with a soft burst, dissolving into a wisp of white smoke. This technique is called the shadow clone jutsu. Funny, since you've seen it before. The real Tobirama now stood behind him, his tone icy. Kamiba jerked in shock. The words echoed in his mind, the very same ones he'd earlier used to mock Sarutobi Sasuke. So you've been watching all along. His voice came out in broken fragments, his face ashen, those once refined features twisting in agony. The kunai still jutted from his eye socket, blood gushing in endless rivulets. Even his left eye stared dead and vacant, the whites stained a deep, ominous red. Don't even think about using your ocular jutsu to recover. I've already destroyed your optic nerve, Tobirama said, crouching down. With one hand, he picked up Kamiba's long blade. With the other, he grabbed a fistful of Kamiba's hair. In fact, but Kamiba's body started to convulse, his voice now no more than a fading whisper, muttering under his breath, "It was me." There was a metallic swish, a gleam of moonlight reflected off the blade, and in one clean motion, Tobirama severed Kamiba's head. Blood splattered across the water surface, bright and rich as the finest wine. It's over. I've won. Tobirama frowned, for at the very last moment, he'd caught the faint movement of lips on that severed head. Suddenly, something dawned on him. Raising the head to eye level, he finally noticed the subtle, mocking curl at the corner of Kamiba's mouth. A deep chill shot through Tobirama's heart. In the very next instant, the severed head began to dissolve with the falling rain. Blood and flesh turned transparent, disintegrating completely into a puddle of clear water, streaming through Tobirama's fingers. Looking down, he saw the headless body also liquefying, merging with the earth. The blood he'd shed moments ago vanished without a trace, absorbed entirely by the muddy ground. A water clone. Tobirama's face darkened, his fist clenching so tightly his knuckles cracked. He had been watching Kamiba for some time before making a move, all the while wondering what exactly his opponent was up to, so he'd chosen to hide and lie in wait. Given that, there was no way Kamiba could have performed a water clone technique right under his nose. All this time, he'd been fighting nothing more than a water clone. The water clone jutsu, a technique similar to the shadow clone, but only possessing a tenth of the original strength and unable to stray too far from the user. However, in water, its power increases, which meant the real Kamiba was... No. Tobirama realized something a moment too late. His face twisted in shock and fury, and, without sparing a glance at the subordinates around him, he instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from where he stood. Elsewhere on the battlefield, here lay shattered earth. Though the heavy rain had washed away the last traces of scorched smoke, devastation still stretched as far as the eye could see. Giant trees sprang up in chaotic profusion, roots weaving through a land, now uneven and scarred, crisscrossed by gullies as if a giant had plowed through with wild abandon. It was impossible to find a single patch of unspoiled ground, the damage a testament to roots twisting and wrenching at the earth without mercy. Standing tall amidst the ruin, a colossal wooden Buddha, towering 100 feet, gazed steadfastly ahead. Opposite it, tangled masses of great timbers twisted upward, branching into several hollow wooden dragons that seemed poised to seal off whatever lay beyond. But now, those wooden dragons lay broken, severed in their middles, while the Buddha's palms were shattered and splintered, the thing they had imprisoned long since vanished without a trace. Upon the wooden giant's head, a youth in dark robes stood with hands calmly clasped behind his back, his posture effortless and poised. Pale moonlight traced the striking angles of his face. Drops of rain clung to the tips of his hair, sliding down his fair cheeks. His mesmerizing, kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes shimmered with a faint, dreamlike glow that only added to his otherworldly allure. The rain had fallen for long enough that night's chill had set in. A thin mist thickened the cold, making it seep into the bone. In that moment, with not so much as a sound, Tobirama Senju's figure appeared atop the giant timber. His eyes immediately took in the empty cage of broken wooden dragons and the boy standing there as if nothing had happened. Fury, like a storm, brewed deep within. The Ninetales was gone. Even the technique he had placed on the beast had dissipated without a trace. So from the start, you were after the Ninetales? Tobirama's voice was steely as he stared daggers at Kamui's back. If looks could kill, the youth would have perished 100 times over. Kamui turned around, his manner unhurried, and smiled as he countered, "Didn't you already figure that out yourself?" Tobirama's face darkened. He forced out a cold, dismissive scoff. Kamui was not wrong. From the very moment the battle between Hashirama and Madara began, Tobirama, second in command of the Hidden Leaf, had orchestrated his strategy. To avoid getting entangled in the clash, he had deliberately dispatched only Hiruzen Sarutobi and a handful of elite jonin to help clear the field. In his mind, his elder brother was invincible. Calling Hashirama the strongest in the world was no exaggeration. As for himself, he stayed close to the Ninetales with his most trusted men, keeping watch on their real target while seeking to broaden their horizons. And that target was none other than Uchiha Kamui. Tobirama had never forgotten him. Since that fateful night 5 years ago, Kamui had been, aside from Madara, the greatest threat to the Hidden Leaf. As adversaries well matched in wits for years, Tobirama had long anticipated that Madara would send Kamui to reclaim the Ninetales. Still, despite lying in wait for so long, Kamui had not appeared, and Tobirama never let himself lose composure. With swift resolve, he ordered his men to check the other battlefield for news. He never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing his own father trapped, would let his blood rush to his head and recklessly charge forward. Danzo, usually so cautious, let Uchiha Kagami make the first move and then exploited the chaos to launch a sneak attack of his own, only to drag his companions in peril right alongside him. When Tobirama realized his subordinates had still not returned, a sense of foreboding struck him at once. Without hesitation, he teleported using the flying thunder god mark left on Hashirama's body. Immediately upon arrival, Tobirama allowed himself to be deceived again by Kamiyo, mistakenly assuming that Hashirama was Kamiyo's true target. With Kamiyo's taunting and his own long-simmering murderous intent, Tobirama could no longer suppress himself and made his move, only to realize too late that he'd fallen into a trap. A single lapse can ruin 100 careful plans, Lord Tobirama, Kamiyo said, winking at him. What truly took me by surprise was your ability to break the seal and unleash the Ninetales in such a brief span of time, and without any effort at all. Still, Tobirama's expression twitched. The future second Hokage drew a deep breath, his anger packed tight into a voice as chilling as ice. Today will be your death. You will die today. No sooner had the final word left his lips than Tobirama vanished. Kamiyo's pupils contracted, a flash of movement, a shift of his shoulders, a tilt of his head. The motion was smooth as water, leaving no room for hesitation. A fresh line of blood spatters shot out across Kamiyo's right cheek, searing pain twisting his features, as Tobirama, blade in hand, launched a sudden attack from Kamiyo's flank. Kamiyo's reaction was almost immediate. His right hand flicked out, arm trailing shadows like a whip, and with a sharp snap, he locked Tobirama's wrist in a crushing grip. So tight the kunai slipped from Tobirama's hand and clattered to the ground. He kept a vice grip on Tobirama's wrist. From the palm of his other hand, a blue light surged. Autumn dew transformed into a shard of glacial steel, stabbing straight for Tobirama's heart. Once more, Tobirama's body vanished. Kamiyo felt a subtle shift in the air behind him. A chill as cold as death shot up his spine, but it was already too late to turn. His blood-red eyes darted back in terror. A knife edge shimmered, blindingly bright. Tobirama had reversed his kunai and was driving it straight for Kamiyo's eyes. "Got you." Tobirama's voice was low and cold as the kunai whistled through the air, slicing an arc that hummed with menace. But with hardly a sound, the kunai struck nothing but empty space. Kamiyo had slipped away, reappearing 5 meters off with a staggering step, nearly losing his balance. So close. Kamiyo's breath was ragged, still shaken even after escaping danger. His eyes were wide, darting and wild like a startled cub. By the barest margin, Tobirama had almost destroyed his right eye. Yet, if Kamiyo was rattled, Tobirama showed a far subtler expression. A space-time ninjutsu? So your eye technique does more than just restoration. It allows you to move through space itself. His brow drew taut, an odd glint cutting through the darkness of his gaze. I'm still leagues away from your level, Lord Tobirama, Kamiya replied, feigning nonchalance. Tobirama's expression returned to normal. He spread his hands and said, "This place is already covered in my flying thunder god marks. I can appear anywhere I please. In fact, this is a graveyard I built especially for you." Shinyu instinctively scanned his surroundings. In the low grass, the gaps of shattered trees, along the cracks in the earth, beneath the water's surface, amidst the stone walls and mountain rocks. Countless flying thunder god marks caught his eye, with flying thunder god Kanai scattered across the battlefield, hidden among the jumble of weapons. If he hadn't looked carefully, he never would have noticed them. In a moment his thoughts wavered. Tobirama once again blinked into existence right in front of him, his Kanai slashing with a chilling, icy glint. There was no time. In front of Senju Tobirama, Shinyu didn't even have a chance to use the body flicker technique. All he could do was activate the everlasting heavens, his right eye glowing faintly as he vanished from where he stood, appearing right where Tobirama had been a second before. From the perspective of an onlooker, the two figures blurred in the pouring rain. In the time it took to blink, their positions swapped, a level of mastery that defied belief. Not only did he use body flicker, but the wound on his right cheek is gone. Could this eye technique restore injuries as well as reverse spatial positions? In these new positions, they're anything but random. While attacking, Tobirama analyzed the battle as he moved. In a flash, he was upon Shinyu again, a relentless specter in the storm. Kanai aimed straight for Shinyu's right eye. "You can't escape. I can appear in any corner of this battlefield." A dull, wet impact rang out. The Kanai pierced flesh, blood spraying through the rain as Shinyu gripped Tobirama's fist with all his strength, stopping the knife's point just an inch from his eye. That cold, ghostly gleam traced across his Mangekyo, reflecting a gemstone brilliance in its depths. He didn't teleport away immediately? Is there some kind of cooldown? Tobirama narrowed his eyes. This attack looked fierce, but with the agility Shinyu had shown so far, he should have been able to anticipate it and use his ocular time-space jutsu to dodge at once. Just as the thought passed through his mind, Shinyu vanished into thin air. With a sudden flicker, a shadowy figure appeared silently atop a wooden training dummy, the spot where Shinyu had stood 3 minutes earlier. The left eye's technique is immune to my water release, and the right eye's must be a time-space reversion ability. Not only can he leap to a place he's already been, he can also restore himself to full health. But it looks like there's a 1-second cooldown. He can't use it repeatedly. Tobirama's mind raced through details, his gaze calm and steady as water. If he hasn't left the area, that means his ability to turn time back is limited, maybe a few minutes at most. After only a few exchanges, Tobirama nearly had Shinyu's powers figured out. The moment Shinyu landed, he summoned his Susanoo without a trace of hesitation. Ribs arched outward, arms stretching and growing, veins rapidly filling the gaps. In the blink of an eye, solid flesh and blood gathered and took form. The second stage of Susanoo manifested in less than half a second. Its enormous figure stretched freely under the cold, desolate moonlight, every line exuding a sense of severity and strength. The half-bodied giant brought its hands together, conjuring a strangely shaped weapon. But this time, the surge of chakra did not stop there. Thick black mist kept pouring in, and the weapon's tail suddenly extended. In the end, it transformed into a formidable spear, awe-inspiring in its might. "So you finally decided to use this move?" Tobirama made no move to pursue, a cold, mocking smile lifting the corner of his lips. Susanoo swept the long spear sideways, its tip carving a perfect circle through the rain, a dark and deep arc, as if slicing through space itself and leaving behind a void of darkness. The arc suddenly contracted like a black hole, then exploded outward with a thunderous roar. The ferocious strike tore the earth apart, raging through the land like a passing storm. At Susanoo's center, the ground cracked and heaved upward, inch by inch, as if peeled away. Broken tree limbs and rainwater were swept up in the furious gale, flung far along the path of the arc. Even the wooden entity and the gigantic wooden Buddha were bisected and scattered in a single sweeping blow. Without Hashirama's sustaining power, that wood was no different from any ordinary tree. When the shockwave at last subsided, all that remained was bare earth. No towering trees, no pools of water, not a trace of the flying thunder god Kanai or its markings. Within a kilometer's radius, everything had been flattened by a single strike. A little farther from Susanoo, the air shimmered and twisted. Tobirama's figure appeared once more, yet he did not resume his attack on Kamiyo. The instant he reappeared, he hurled a flying thunder god Kanai, but his aim was not Kamiyo. Instead, he tossed it off in a completely unrelated direction. As the kunai arced through the air, a puff of white smoke appeared. Out of nowhere, a second Tobirama materialized, caught the kunai in midair, twisted his body, and threw it again in a new direction. With a sharp whoosh, a third Tobirama emerged. Kamiyo frowned. From the dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could see the kunai's flight path, sketching straight lines in the air, gradually forming a net encircling him. He had already discerned Tobirama's intent. With a flick of his wrist, 3 shurikens sliced through the space, swiftly catching up to the flying thunder god kunai, almost intercepting them in time. But then the 4th Tobirama appeared ahead of schedule, and a flurry of metallic clashing rang out as he parried each of the shuriken with his kunai. Capitalizing on the moment, he leapt sideways, and together, the 4 Tobiramas each claimed a position at the north, south, east, and west, trapping Kamiyo within their center. Suddenly, a streak of crimson light shot skyward from in front of one Tobirama. One after another, 3 more crimson beams followed, piercing the clouds like firecrackers bursting into the sky. The beams linked together, weaving a barricade of deep red light, a formation that sealed off 100 meters in every direction, enclosing all inside. Linked instant movement, flying thunder god, 4 red yang formation. The 4 Tobiramas intoned in unison, their voices low and commanding. Shinyu's heart plummeted, a chill running down his spine. From the very barricade surrounding him, he sensed an overwhelming force of confinement. The air itself grew heavy, his meridians sluggish. The chakra coursing through his body became dull and unresponsive, far less agile than before. It's not over yet. On the vast, empty expanse, Tobirama clapped his hands together and shouted, summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Within the 4 red yang formation, over 100 coffins erupted from the earth, one after another along the edge of the barrier. Smoke and dust billowed as, in mere moments, they encircled the black Susanoo at the center. With a harsh thud, followed by a relentless clatter, the lids of the coffins crashed to the ground. In the dense haze, more than 100 shadowy, spectral figures loomed, sometimes seen and sometimes lost in the swirling smoke. As the moonlight crept closer, Shinyu, inside the Susanoo, instinctively furrowed his brow. He saw eyes, pairs upon pairs of blood-red Sharingan. Some of the Uchiha shinobi who fell on the battlefield 8 years ago, Tobirama said, fixing his gaze on Shinyu within the scarlet barrier. A cold, mocking smile curled on his lips. Tonight, they'll escort you on your journey. A blade of jet-black energy tore across the earth, flaring like a shaft of moonlight. With a single sweep, it obliterated dozens of those figures, shattering the coffins behind them to dust. Susanoo shook its long spear. Midnight light pulsed from the tip, and with a sweeping arc of raw power, another circle of darkness slashed outward, its force cascading like a storm, wild and irrepressible. Before such apocalyptic might, the reanimated corpses were fragile as insects, wiped away in the blink of an eye. The circular slash slammed directly into the barrier with a thunderous resonance, sending wave after wave of turbulent energy rippling out. Shinyu narrowed his eyes. No wonder the 4 red yang formation was a technique only those of Kaga level could perform. Its resilience was such that even Susanoo's second form full power strike couldn't rend it. Not for an instant had he considered Tobirama's army of reanimated corpses a real threat. The only thing that could truly endanger him was the barrier before him. Yet the barrier wall flexed with an almost elastic resistance, stretching and then slowly rebounding. Black light and clouds of dust surged up through an opening overhead, punching a hole in leaden clouds and scattering them apart. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to test the 3rd form of Susanoo. The kaleidoscope patterns in his right eye spun quietly, his body returning instantly to peak condition. He'd lost track of how many times he'd rewound. This, since the day he set out, was by far the most. Tobirama's cunning had already surpassed even the threat of the 9 tails. And yet, these undying cockroaches really are a nuisance. Drifting dust began to coalesce. The Edo Tensei soldiers that Susanoo had smashed were already straightening up again. So long as the summoner didn't release their bindings, they were truly immortal. The simplest and most effective way to deal with them was to force the caster to undo the Edo Tensei. Or, he could use the yin-yang escape to attack their souls directly. If that didn't work, the only alternative was to defeat them first and then seal them away, restricting their movements. But unfortunately, sealing techniques were not Shinyu's area of expertise. In fact, he didn't understand them at all. Those reanimated corpses moved with astonishing speed, charging forward fearlessly. Their faces were vacant and soulless, clearly under some kind of mind control. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, they shouted, forming hand seals in unison. One after another, massive fireballs shot forth like artillery shells, exploding against the Susanu's exterior, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Shinyu stood his ground inside the Susanu, utterly unafraid. Among ordinary ninja, even the second stage of Susanu was considered an impenetrable defense. There was simply no way these basic ninjutsu could harm him in the slightest. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. Countless shuriken pinged off the Titan's eyes, beneath the armpits, at the joints, none of them making the slightest impact. Shinyu didn't even bother to look their way. With a sweep of his spear, dozens of enemies were reduced to dust. One massive hand crashed down, flattening several stragglers who failed to escape in time. Young one, you really don't hold back, not even against your own kind. Tobirama's distant voice echoed from beyond the barrier. They fought with you once side by side. Look at their faces. Can you really bring yourself to strike them down? Shinyu gave a cold chuckle. Lord Tobirama, trying to mess with my mind is too childish. They died long ago. What stand before us now are nothing but puppets. Besides, he raised a spear high, gathering a surging tide of energy. They died by your hands. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Susanu gripped its twin spears. The spearhead slammed into the ground, and with a sweeping slash, unleashed a massive, pitch-black crescent of energy that tore through the earth. The ground ruptured inch by inch, crumbling as easily as tofu. Yet the slash didn't penetrate all the way through. Buried deep below lay another red barrier. A thunderous explosion shook the earth, sending debris tumbling. In front of Susanu, a crater spanning dozens of meters opened up. Nearly half the reanimated attackers were buried under stone and earth. Tisich, so even underground, is sealed by the barrier. Shinyu tightened his fist, a flash of frustration passing across his brow. Just then, a movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. A lone survivor, one of the reanimated corpses, had made it through the slash and was now dangerously close, pressing an open palm against Susanu's outer shell. Normally, Shinyu would have ignored such a mindless attack. But in that instant, his Mangeko Sharingan caught a faint but distinct glimmer. There was something affixed to the attacker's palm. Not good. Shinyu's gaze snapped into focus. Not just the palm. Under the arms, along both flanks, the inside of the thighs, even the soles of the feet, all those usually overlooked spots were covered with explosive tags. Shinyu's expression changed abruptly as the true purpose behind Tobirama's creation of the forbidden Edo Tensei technique flashed through his mind. That is, it's done, Tobirama said coldly, a chilling smile on his lips. Mutual multiplication explosive tags. A deafening roar erupted. A massive burst of white light instantly filled Shinyu's entire field of vision as the humanoid bomb detonated right in front of him. But it was far from over. Explosive tags, one after another, appeared in the wake of the blast, their summoning jutsu calling forth even more tags, a relentless chain of detonations converging onto a single point. This was destruction without end, an infinite barrage focused on one spot. Another wave of thunderous explosions crashed forth. More Edo Tensei zombies surged forward, their bodies pressed tightly against the Susanu. Some seized the chance to leap upwards, clinging tenaciously to Susanu's arms. The jet-black giant began to glow with a luminous red, what looked like burning talismans of paper, alive with explosive chakra. Another blast shook the battlefield. And another. In the span of a few breaths, raging flames filled the barrier, walls swelling and shuddering with every detonation. Thick, scorched smoke billowed forth like a volcanic eruption, pouring out in torrents. Bolts of fire shot skyward from the barrier's summit. Against the pitch-black sky, each blazing trail unfolded like the wings of a burning bird, beating powerfully as they soared. Blinding white light pierced through the barrier, illuminating several hundred meters all around, the world below now as bright as midday. The radiance flashed across Tobirama's crimson eyes, but could not dispel the profound gloom lurking in their depths. There could be no doubt about the potency of the attack. Countless explosive tags detonated in relentless waves, while the four crimson ray formations stifled the flow of chakra, tightening the shockwaves and making every blast even more devastating. Paired with the immortality of Edo Tensei bodies, each human bomb became an unending tide of destruction. So long as Tobirama had enough talismans, and so long as he did not halt the jutsu, this onslaught could continue forever. This was not so much a battle as a cruel and unending torture by 1,000 cuts. Tobirama brimmed with confidence. Trapped in this impenetrable barrier, even someone like Uchiha Madara would be forced to sacrifice layers of flesh just to survive. And yet, He could not be sure of slaying Shinyu. He was well aware that Shinyu possessed the ability to reverse time and space. He could not pinpoint how far back Shinyu could turn the clock, but with explosions so all-encompassing and ceaseless, not even time reversal might save him in time. Yet there remained Shinyu's left eye. 5 years ago, when Shinyu effortlessly disregarded his water release and felled his shadow clone in a single stroke, Tobirama had begun to suspect the true power of Shinyu's left Mangekyo Sharingan. Adaptation, he muttered. Simple explosive force, however devastating, would not be enough to bring down Susanoo instantly. It required time. Tobirama could not be certain Shinyu would fail to adapt to the damage of the explosive tags in those brief, crucial moments. With that in mind, he quickly redirected part of the Edo Tensei horde, ordering them to withdraw from the eye of the blast and rush toward the barrier's edge, preparing to unleash ninjutsu of all 5 elements. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Fire release, majestic fire dragon technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Lightning release, lightning tiger rampage. Dozens of ninjas took their positions, one after another unleashing the 5 elements barrage from their mouths, blending their attacks into the ensuing explosions. Even as the blasts swept over them, they formed hand seals the instant their bodies began to heal. The roar of wind, the crackle of thunder, surging water, and erupting flames, all manner of jutsu rained down, drowning Susanoo in a relentless torrent of power. The detonations thundered on inside the 4 red yang formation, the explosions rising skyward in an unending storm. Damn it! Within the black Susanoo, Shinyu gritted his teeth. His pair of Mangekyo spun furiously like windmills, fresh blood welling up from his eyes, only to vanish an instant later, the process repeating over and over with each passing second. He struggled to evolve his Susanoo to its 3rd stage. This relentless, pinpointed barrage was no idle threat. If he weren't holding on with every ounce of his strength, Susanoo would fall in just 3 seconds. As long as he kept feeding in chakra, Susanoo wouldn't collapse. With a deep pulse, the immense half-bodied Susanoo surged with dark aura that wrapped itself around him like a cloak, the beginnings of armor forming over his frame. Yet just as the armor was about to materialize, it suddenly shattered, leaving Susanoo stuck at stage 2. That blocked, uncomfortable sensation was as frustrating as being caught on the edge of sneeze that just wouldn't come. The 4 red yang formation lives up to its fearsome reputation, pushing me this far. I can't unleash the crow, Tengu Suno, nor can I wield my divine weapons. Shinyu pressed his palms together, steadying his breath in a bid to restart the sluggish flow of chakra through his meridians. No use. I've tried again and again, but it just won't work. This barrage will go on for a while. That means I can't reset the rewind timeline. I have only 2 minutes left. If I go past that window, it's the end of me. Even if I use Magatsi to adapt to the explosions, I still can't hold out against the barrage before my chakra gives out. Curse you, Tobirama. I can't keep this up. Shinyu scanned his surroundings, peering through the translucent inner wall of Susanoo at the brilliant flames outside and the twisted, disintegrating faces of the zombie horde as they collapsed again and again in the explosions. Time for a change of strategy. First, deal with these zombies. There's a weakness in every jutsu. Before, they were too spread out, but now they've closed in on me of their own accord. He had a plan now. To defeat these reanimated foes, it was true he didn't know any sealing techniques, but he still had another secret weapon in his arsenal. If you're up against something undying, you have to use something undying to defeat it. Relax. Every jutsu operates on similar principles. All I need to do is change the chakra's nature, and it will work. He slowed his breathing, and his hands moved with deliberate precision to form seals. The sluggish chakra began, little by little, to circulate along a specific path. Rat, ox, dog, horse. Shinyu's hands crossed, index fingers bridging into an arch for the final hand sign. Horse, held upright before his chest, concluding the sequence. Blaze release, majestic flames annihilation. He drew in a sharp breath, then unleashed it with force. Black flames erupted, raging forth with the violence of a catastrophic flood. Spinning, Shinyu redirected the roaring inferno outward in all directions, engulfing every reanimated enemy outside his Susanoo in a shroud of darkness. In an instant, all around was transformed into a sea of black fire, even the explosions themselves feeding the relentless blaze of Amaterasu. The intense heat consumed the reanimated foes one after another, turning them to ash. No matter how quickly they reformed, the fire devoured them again in the blink of an eye. For the first time, these flames achieved true perpetuity. When the explosions finally ceased, Shinyu exhaled deeply. His eyes grew cold, and with a swirl of darkness, the Yasaka Magatama reappeared. A flurry of Magatama shot out in swift succession, dozens scattering and smashing the distant enemy, Shinobi unleashing the grand elemental barrage into oblivion. The Magatama spun, wreathed in Amaterasu's black flames, their forms indistinguishable from the pitch-dark orbs themselves. Soon, even the shinobi at the perimeter were reduced to fodder for the devouring fire. Shinyu's gaze sharpened as he noticed that when Amaterasu reached the boundary wall, it ceased to expand, rebounding away instead. Barrier techniques, sealing arts, impressive. Even blaze release can be contained. 1 second had passed. Shinyu was ready to activate Aminoto Kotachi, once more, resetting his 5 minutes of invincibility. But just then, a hand pressed again against the outer wall of Susanoo. Tobirama Senju. Kanai, Uchiha Shinyu. Tobirama's face was pale, his deeply set eyes seeming even fiercer in their intensity. In that fleeting instant, Shinyu caught a clear glimpse. Tobirama's face was gaunt and twisted, with 2 black vertical markings running down from the blank, diamond-shaped sigil at his brow, extending over his body like ribbons spiraling around his arms and legs. So this is, before astonishment could register, the colossal half-giant faded from sight. Even Shinyu within vanished in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but wild black flames raging in their place. With his target secured, Tobirama didn't immediately leap out of the barrier. Instead, he flung hundreds of flying thunder god kunai in every direction, a kunai slipping from his sleeve into his grasp as he readied himself for anything. A sharp, brittle crack sounded. Crack, crack, crack. Shinyu instantly caught the piercing sound of something shattering. It was the sound of the Susanoo fracturing. That noise was like a thunderclap, sonorous and clear, snapping his muddled mind fully awake. This was the closest he had ever come to death. The instincts honed over years of battle saved him by a hair's breadth. The moment clarity returned, he reflexively drew inward, pouring a flood of chakra to reinforce his Susanoo. It's so dark, so cold. I can't see a thing. He forced his eyes wide open, but all was pitch black, as if he'd been swallowed by a void, with only fleeting sensations of drifting, weightless and lost. A powerful, almost unbearably salty scent flooded his senses, so sharp it felt as if it might slice open his nasal cavity. A sharp crack echoed through the air, like glass shattering right beside his ear. In less than a heartbeat, his Susanoo was split open again. What? That crisp sound rang out from all directions, time itself seeming to stretch. Even the noise of his defense cracking was drawn out, endlessly sharpened, as if every angle was under relentless assault. His Susanoo was facing an all-encompassing, unyielding attack from everywhere. A cold sweat broke across Kamihane's body. He could hardly imagine what kind of onslaught he was enduring. Stay calm. Stay calm. There's still time, he muttered, desperately activating heavenly constancy to retrace his condition while forcing himself to remain composed. In the final moments, Tobirama appeared out of nowhere and struck my back. Then there was that unfamiliar wave of dizziness. Yes, that sensation. There's no mistake. He must have transported me using flying thunder god. An endless darkness. Pressure from every side. Not a single soul within 100 miles. That faint, metallic tang, the cold that chills to the bone, besides the depths of the ocean. Where else could this possibly be? He actually wants to kill me with the pressure of the deep sea. The realization flashed in his mind. For a split second, he considered using his ocular power to warp himself back instantly. An alarm rang in his mind, louder than words. He barely managed to wrestle the impulse down. Tobirama understands his time-space ocular technique as well as he does. No doubt, Tobirama anticipated he'd try warping back immediately. He'd be waiting at the spot. If Kamihane dared show himself, it wouldn't matter where. He was certain what awaited him would not be gentle raindrops, but Tobirama's kunai, sharp and merciless. Heavenly constancy was not invincible. Even if he warped himself and Susanoo back, there was no guarantee Tobirama wouldn't already be inside, that sly old fox. He must have recarved his flying thunder god seals at the scene. And during the 1 second cooldown afterward, Tobirama would have more than enough time to kill him, several times over. But if Kamihane didn't leave, the ocean's crushing pressure would eventually squeeze him into pulp. The thought alone left his breathing ragged, his muscles tensing as he shuddered at the sheer cunning of Tobirama and the elegant brutality of his strategy. Lord Madara, this is bad, he thought. Hashirama is lauded as the god of shinobi, but if another deserved godhood, it was surely Tobirama. In Kamihane's eyes, the undisputed god of schemes. A feeble laugh escaped him, hollow and bleak. He hugged his arms tightly as a bone-deep chill invaded every limb and joint. He was little more than a lab mouse trapped inside a reinforced jar. All he could do was desperately try to maintain the strength of this barrier, an act as futile as drinking poison to quench thirst. Death was inevitable. All that remained was to wait for it. For the first time in his life, Kamehame knew what it meant to feel utterly powerless. Damn it, I've really screwed up this time. Looking back, right after he unleashed the external nine tails, there had been a moment when he could have gotten clean away. Even with pursuers close behind him, even with the relentless chase of Tobirama Senju, he could still make a calm and unhurried exit. The reason he willingly walked into Tobirama's trap, the reason he tangled with him for so long, was all just a part of his carefully laid plan. Suddenly, words spoken by Madara flashed inexplicably through his mind. To fight relying solely on differences in intelligence, you'll never become truly strong that way. The way you battle, if you can't win at first encounter, you're bound to pay a heavy price when the fight continues. The seawater was freezing. His lips trembled as if about to lose sensation entirely, but it was the boundless darkness that truly threatened to crush his will. No. In the deep ocean, where not a shred of light could reach, Shinyu slowly clenched his fists. His eyes grew resolute, even as the Mangeko spun faintly amid the gloom. I can adapt to the depths. The downpour had only just ceased. The night air was damp, each breath touched with a piercing chill. Tobirama Senju gripped a kunai, his body taut, bent slightly at the waist, his gaze sharp and vigilant, like a fierce tiger ready to pounce. He had maintained this posture for ages, at least half an hour by now. Around him, a scatter of flying thunder god kunai lodged themselves throughout the area. The flames of Amaterasu had long since burned away, and the sky-piercing four red yang formation was nowhere to be seen. Midnight fell quiet, the stillness nearly tangible, broken only by the soft caress of the cool night wind. Tobirama! A single shout tore through the silence. Tobirama's eyes narrowed as a figure approached swiftly from afar. Although he could already make out the man's face, he still focused, sensing the newcomer's chakra, before allowing himself to relax, just a little. It's Sasuke, he said, hoarse and exhausted, weariness etched into every word. Tobirama, the fighting on the other side has ended. That demon cat's tricks were too strange for me to hold her off. It's of no consequence. A mere summoned beast poses no threat. Tobirama commanded, an ominous smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Send the Hyuga, Inoshikicho clan members all back to the village. The one called Nameless never revealed herself. Madara, that sly old fox, is hiding her well. I've already sent Inuzuka to handle it. Sarutobi Sasuke landed beside Tobirama, glancing at the kunai scattered everywhere. He asked, that brat still not finished off? As he spoke, he immediately grew wary and drew the long sword from his back. Who can say? Tobirama exhaled deeply, his face pale as paper. The four red yang formation had drained most of his chakra. Withdraw the troops. He's unlikely to teleport back here now. He might still be alive. Sasuke asked in disbelief. If we all went at him together, our chances would be better, wouldn't they? Tobirama shook his head. It's useless. He must have already mastered spiritualization. Against that technique, numbers mean nothing. We just lose people like pawns on a battlefield. Besides, that kid's ocular powers are extremely bizarre. I can't risk letting him adapt to the secret techniques of other clans. You know what this means, right? In the village now, aside from Elder Brother, only the two of us stand a real chance against him. As Tobirama spoke, he formed a hand seal, dispelling the marks on his body. Unlike Hashirama, he didn't possess such massive reserves of chakra to deal with Kamehame. He had even pored over ancient scrolls, spending 3 painstaking years to develop this forbidden technique that could store chakra. Sasuke silently nodded. After a while, he said, if he's not dead, he'll come back seeking vengeance. At those words, Tobirama replied. His ability allows him to instantly return to any point in space where he left a mark within a certain time frame, and even heal any injuries his body suffers. I transferred him into the deep ocean. To guard against that very possibility, I've been stationed here for a long time. The deep ocean? Sasuke exclaimed, his face aghast. You actually managed to leave a spatial marker in a place like that. My kunai is specially made, Tobirama explained. Forged from the black iron of the deep sea, it is incredibly dense. Though it looks small, it weighs a full 1,000 pounds. He continued, 2 years ago, I let it sink into the sea. Now when I trace its spatial coordinates, it's more than 20,000 meters beneath the surface. That's a depth a human could never reach. Sasuke shuddered, his heart racing with alarm. I can't be sure whether he's dead. Not for certain, Tobirama said quietly. He might be buried at the bottom of the sea, or, he looked up, His gaze growing distant and contemplative, he survived and became a true monster. Sasuke surveyed their surroundings once more, his eyes lingering on the massive fissure in the stone wall and the devastated, pitted land all around. He couldn't help but draw a sharp, uneasy breath. For me, he's already a monster as he is. Northern Sea, land of iron. The full moon soared high, the sky strewn with stars, and the ocean tossed with crashing waves. Great breakers shattered against the reefs, flinging up a mist of white spray. Suddenly, with a wet pop of water breaking, the silhouette of a youth burst from the sea, launching upward like a rocket into the night sky. He sliced through the towering waves and spread his form beneath the round moon. The cold light silvered his body, casting a sacred, inviolable glow all around him. Graceful as a dancer, he touched down lightly, the tip of his foot barely grazing the sea's surface. Gentle ripples spread out from where he landed. No matter how the waves surged, once they approached those ripples, the waters grew calm, as mild as a mountain stream. It was as if mischievous children, coming face to face with their stern teacher, had fallen instantly silent and still, not daring to stir. His face was clean-cut and striking, eyes like phoenixes, black hair waving in the wind. Those blood-red, kaleidoscopic eyes glimmered like translucent crystal, reflecting cold, penetrating light. This was Kamehane. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, his skin fair and radiant like jade. His subtly contoured muscles were as refined and sturdy as celestial iron. Bathed in the dim moonlight, he glowed with a shimmering aura, as if enveloped by a pristine, translucent film of water. Shinyu examined his own hands. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he could feel the surging vitality in his body and the overwhelming, almost unstoppable power threatening to break free. A gleam of exhilaration flashed in his eyes. I've won. A life-or-death crisis truly brings out a person's full potential. There's just the tiniest step left before I fully master the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking back to the fierce battle earlier, the reason it had been so perilous when facing Tobirama was largely because he hadn't yet attuned himself to the methods of his opponent. At full capacity, the Mokashura had only been doing one thing the entire time, adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique. Deep down, he had a sudden intuition. If Tobirama were to use that miraculous time-space ninjutsu against him just one more time, he would instantly overcome it, mastering a technique worthy of gods. Well, I didn't come away empty-handed, after all. He shook out his drenched hair and glanced down at his smooth, ivory chest, a peculiar look crossing his face. Oh no, I've become the king of the seas. He had succeeded. He had truly adapted to the depths of the ocean, embracing the essence of natural water itself. Moreover, this was the result of a second, optimized transformation. Back when he decided not to sit idly by and await his fate, he'd pushed his Mokashura to its absolute limits. Seawater seeped in through the cracks in his fractured Susanoo, instantly piercing his body and riddling him with wounds. A tremendous agony burst forth within him, yet that very pain awakened his dormant potential. As he adapted to the sea itself, he found he could withstand far greater damage. Eventually, he even did away with the Susanoo entirely, focusing solely on restoring himself. His bones shattered and snapped, his flesh was torn and battered, but with each breath, injuries mended themselves as if nothing had happened. Again and again, tendons and bones reknit as blood dyed the seawater red. Pain and rebirth became twin blades, ravaging his body and spirit, breaking him down only to rebuild him stronger each time. After several such cycles, at the very precipice of life and death, Shinyu finally became attuned to the abyssal ocean. Through his first transformation, he grew gills. The seawater lost its sting, and even in the utter blackness of the ocean's depths, he could breathe as easily as if he were in open air. His body was now strengthened beyond anything he could have imagined. Bones and flesh were reinforced to an extraordinary degree, and even his skin gleamed with a crystalline sheen. Though he appeared slender, an unimaginable, beast-like power was sealed within his frame. Every cell in his body radiated resilience, like a fortress of living iron. He could automatically adjust his internal pressure to the demands of the depths. No seawater corrosion or crushing pressure could harm him. His circulatory system evolved. His heart thudded steady and strong, like a divine war drum from the distant heavens, keeping his body at a constant, unwavering temperature. His physical body evolved from the inside out, granting him complete immunity to all harm from seawater, even enabling him to adapt to sudden temperature changes and disregard the biting cold of the ocean depths. Webbing grew between his fingers, bestowing upon him the ability to swim with ease. Beyond that, his eyes also underwent evolution. His vision in the dark, deep waters was greatly enhanced, now able to automatically adjust focus based on the intensity of the light. With this, he could see through the vast depths of the ocean, discerning even the details at the bottom of the deepest trenches. In the second stage of optimization, his gills and webbing vanished, and his external features returned to that of an ordinary human. What replaced them was something far more profound. The vital points and meridians throughout his body opened up, allowing him to breathe with his largest organ, his skin. He absorbed oxygen through his pores and expelled wastewater. His cells could consciously regulate the passage of gases through the cellular membrane, selectively drawing in only the oxygen dissolved in water. His affinity for water rose to new heights. He could, almost instinctively, direct the movement of water molecules within a certain radius of his body. With the faintest command of his will, he could maintain a stable density and manipulate the wave vibrations, controlling the speed and flow of water down to the smallest detail. This was an entirely natural reaction, much like how human skin contracts in the cold and pores open in the warmth. With this, he moved through the water with unparalleled ease, overcoming the drag and crushing pressure of the ocean floor, far surpassing the mere muscle movement powered by webbed limbs by countless degrees. But that was not all. When he focused intently on the act of controlling water, he could exert influence over an even wider area, becoming the sovereign of water within his domain, a true master wielding command over the ocean itself. Even here, in these sunless abyssal depths, he could effortlessly reverse the currents, conjuring a stable spherical zone of vacuum out of thin water. In addition, a new sense awakened within him. His chakra could radiate outward in high-frequency waves and then return, allowing his body to perceive intricate details of the surrounding environment. Now he had become a living radar, capable of detecting even the minute changes in molecular density within a certain radius. When combined with his soul's perception, everything within 10 kilometers was laid bare to him, every detail vivid and clear, ensuring he never crashed blindly into obstacles, no matter how swiftly he moved. By now, he had fully adapted to life beneath the sea. He could finally catch his breath, seizing the chance to search the seabed. At last, he discovered a heavily deformed flying thunder god Kanai lodged in a cluster of coral. Gazing at the arcane script etched into its surface, he wasted no time. He tore it apart, and only then returned to the ocean's surface. Shinyu lowered his head, studying his pale, crystal-clear palm. It was as though his gaze could pierce flesh and bone. An endless, silent force was pooling through his muscles and meridians. As the bearer of Mokashiro, he quickly adjusted to this exponentially surging power. The brilliance once flashing in his eyes was now entirely subdued. His breath came slow and deep, steady and endless. With his current level of physical strength, even if Hashirama himself appeared, he was confident he could go toe-to-toe with him. Yet that peculiar expression on his face lingered, impossible to dispel. Getting stronger is wonderful, but am I still even human? Canopy Bridge, underground base. Uchiha Hikari sat cross-legged on the bed in the secret chamber, eyes shut tight, trying to distract herself by refining chakra. But after several attempts, she just couldn't focus. Giving up, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground gave a faint tremor, followed by the heavy grind and thud of stone from the entrance. Hikari's body tensed involuntarily. A sparkle returned instantly to her pretty eyes. In one swift, feline leap, she hopped down from the bed and darted to the base entrance in just a few steps. Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara was bracing himself against the wall at the threshold. His long hair hung lank and disheveled over his face, his complexion pale as paper. The black cloak he wore was tattered and worn. The man looked utterly battered and defeated. And yet, what caught Hikari's attention most was, Lord Madara, what happened to your eye? Squinting as she moved closer, she finally saw his face clearly and realized that one of his eyes had turned completely white. It was a hollow and unbroken white, not the grayish white of the Hyuga clan's pupils. Madara's eye looked as if the iris and sclera had fused together, cold and ghostly. There were some unexpected complications, but at least the plan succeeded, Madara said weakly, pausing to steady his breath. This price, I can still bear it. He reached into his robe and, with great care, opened his palm to reveal something. Hikari looked closely. It was a small piece of flesh drenched in an intense surge of yang-style chakra, and it was still wet with fresh blood. Looking at the chunk of meat in his hand, Madara moved the corner of his mouth, forcing out a smile, grim yet triumphant. The peace of this world will be achieved by my hands alone. Just like in the original timeline, he had never truly died. Before his fateful duel with Hashirama, Madara had secretly kept one final card up his sleeve. He had preset Izanagi within his Sharingan. This was one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular techniques, a jutsu that could transform any misfortune suffered during a set period into mere illusion, while allowing only the advantageous outcomes to become reality. It was, in essence, the art of rewriting fate itself, so powerful it could even overturn the reality of certain death, and one that could render its user nearly invincible. But the price was steep. Whoever used it would inevitably lose the sight in one Sharingan afterward. Thus, Madara used Izanagi to feign his death, sacrificing the sight in one eye to cling to life. When he finally awakened, he found himself inside one of Konoha's secret chambers. Just as he had suspected, those in Konoha hadn't sealed him away as they claimed. Pulling himself upright, he spat out a piece of flesh, taken from Hashirama in a moment's distraction. This was, in truth, the purpose behind all his schemes. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged bursts, and as he gradually calmed down, a tide of frustration surged within his heart. To think that I was still defeated by Hashirama, he muttered. But he quickly pulled himself together, slipped out of the secret chamber in Konoha, and, following the escape route he had prepared in advance, swiftly made his way back to base. Lord Madara, where's Shinyu? Guang deftly slipped around Madara, looking past him, but saw no one behind. She crouched at the stone doorway, peeking out curiously like a meerkat, her beautiful eyes narrowing to glowing slits. He didn't come back with me. Madara glanced at her, striding deeper into the base. Don't worry, he's not someone who can be taken down that easily. I'll hide. Guang's heart seemed to skip a beat. She quickly shut the stone door. If Lord Madara says he's fine, then he must be fine. While Guang's concern showed plainly, Madara remained composed and unconcerned. He had every confidence in Shinyu. From Madara's perspective, Shinyu's ocular jutsu was also capable of manipulating space and time, fully able to rival Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. As long as he didn't get reckless, escaping shouldn't be hard at all. Moreover, after leaving Konoha, Madara had deliberately checked for the presence of the Nine-Tails aura. Discovering that the summoning contract remained intact, he concluded that Shinyu had already achieved his mission. Madara turned back, fixing Guang with his lone eye. Get ready. We begin the transplant of Hashirama's cells immediately. Land of Iron. The sapphire blue sea churned with tumultuous waves. Beneath the surface, schools of fish darted among vibrant seaweed that unfurled in bursts of color, beams of light filtering down and dancing along with the rolling surf. Suddenly, a swift blur streaked by, tearing through the water's surface in an instant. It was nearly impossible to make out its form. It resembled a torpedo traveling at incredible speed. A spray of bubbles traced a straight path, slicing through fish and seaweed like a blade, then fading gently away. Mere moments later, a deafening roar ripped through the water, shaking all the nearby coral to powder with the force of an undersea explosion. Shinyu shot through the depths effortlessly, utterly unrestrained. He wielded his newfound power without holding anything back, thoroughly savoring the thrill of speed. Thanks to the second optimization granted by Mokushiro, his swimming had transcended the ordinary. Control over water had become pure instinct. As he moved, he would unconsciously adjust the density of water molecules around his body, cocooning himself in a thin molecular bubble. Compressed streams of water propelled him forward while he softened the water ahead, with his muscles merely steering and not strained by the blinding speed. It was no exaggeration to say he now surpassed all sea creatures by a wide margin. By his rough calculation, Shinyu's top speed had already reached nearly 60 times the speed of sound. Aquaman isn't half bad, actually. The thought suddenly popped into his mind. He spread his arms wide, his entire body gliding sideways like a phantom. With a swift motion, he flipped onto his back, floating effortlessly while dark rocks whizzed past, almost grazing his nose. I'm done being human. Shinyu shouted in excitement, flailing his arms and legs. But the next instant, a rush of seawater filled his mouth, and he coughed out bubbles in rapid succession. At such speeds, it took him less than 5 minutes to approach the shoreline. Yet for some reason, he spent hours meandering aimlessly in the vast, open sea. He napped hidden in deep ocean trenches. He surfaced alongside dolphins for a breath of air. He danced atop the back of a blue whale. He hurled orcas skyward. He raced ahead, pushing sea turtles to their limits. After playing to his heart's content for quite some time, only then did he reluctantly swim toward land. With a resounding splash, he burst from the water like a cannonball. Soaring high overhead, he twisted in the air, 2.5 full rotations, flipping backward with flawless form. He landed, knees slightly bent, arms raised perfectly straight above his head. Eyes half closed, he wore a cocky smile across his face. Judges, your scores, please, he called out, utterly swept up in his own world, sounding for all the world like a lunatic. There was a sudden metallic clang. On the shoreline, an old man gathering shells accidentally dropped his spade at his feet. Looking sheepish, the elder quickly stooped to retrieve it. Shinyu opened his eyes, his face flushing crimson. He never would have guessed that at this hour, just before dawn, someone would already be out by the sea. The old man was wrapped in a rain cape, a wide-brimmed bamboo hat perched atop his head, thick winter clothes bundled tightly beneath it all. Only then did Shinyu notice the icy chill in the air. Every breath billowed out as swirling clouds of vapor. "My boy, aren't you cold, dressed like that?" The old man was the first to speak, staring at Shunyu's bare torso in amazement. With such a slight frame, he should have been half blue and purple from the cold. Yet the youth's skin was fair, glowing with a healthy pink, and he even radiated a faint mist of warmth. "Oh well, I tore my clothes by accident when I dove for fish." Shinyu scratched his head as he stepped up to the elder. "Sir, would you happen to have a spare set of clothes I could borrow?" His own clothes had long since been shredded by the high-pressure water jets, lost along with his ninja pouch, coin purse, supplies, and rations in the deep sea. With the body of a sea god, he could withstand any bitter cold or scorching heat, but Land of Iron was notoriously frigid. Standing bare-chested on a bitter winter morning in front of an ordinary man was hardly ideal. He disliked being seen as some sort of freak. The old man hesitated. "I don't have any extra clothes. There's a spare rain cape in my boat's cabin, but—" Sensing his difficulty, Shinyu grinned. "Don't worry, I wouldn't take your cape for nothing. How about we trade instead?" The old man raised his hand, pondering how to politely decline, but before he could speak, the young man in front of him had already turned around. With a leap, he dove straight into the sea right before the old man's eyes. A heavy splash echoed out as the waves surged and white froth bubbled up, obscuring any trace of the diver. The old man was utterly stunned, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He'd lived most of his life and never seen anyone like this before. Never mind that someone so young could leap dozens of meters without hesitation. The tide was going out, and yet the boy dared to dive in at such a time. He barely had time to recover from his astonishment when, after only a dozen seconds, Shinyu burst from the waves, landing gracefully before the old man in the very same pose as before. A rush of wind howled, sending water droplets spraying everywhere. The old man stumbled backward and squinted, his eyes tightly closed, his straw hat blown clean off his head. "I'll trade you this fish," Shinyu said with a smile, tossing a plump, glistening fish down beside the old man. The briny scent of the sea wafted through the air as the old man, still uncertain, inched closer. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes flashed with recognition. "Bluefin tuna," he gasped. "My goodness, where did you catch this?" "You saw it just now, didn't you?" Shinyu replied, not looking back, and pointed out at the sea behind him. "I've only ever seen this fish once before, and that was when my son brought one back years ago. They say these creatures live thousands of meters below the surface. Only the water country's ninja could ever hope to catch one." Arms folded and chin raised, Shinyu asked, "Do you like it? I'll trade it for your rain cloak." This is far too valuable," the old man protested. "Are you trading or not?" "I'm trading," came the immediate reply. Shinyu grinned, accepting the rain cloak. As a gesture of thanks, the old man also handed him a straw hat. Shinyu turned to leave, slipping into the shelter of the jungle. With both hands, he formed a series of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A puff of white smoke cleared, revealing a slim and elegant tabby cat before him. "Brrr, it's freezing out here, meow," the ninja cat muttered, shaking snow from its fur and baring its little fangs. "Sasuke, go back and tell Baki to summon me back to the cat's house." "Can't do that, meow. Baki isn't home." "What?" Shinyu blurted in surprise. "If he's not there, where could he possibly be?" "No idea," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. "What about Jiramaru?" "Jiramaru was just called away by Uchiha Hikari yesterday. He's on cooldown now, meow," the cat explained matter-of-factly. "All right, then," Shinyu said with resignation. "Go back, and bring me back to the cat's house when you can." "Silly Shinyu, did you forget that the summoning cooldown is fixed?" Sasuke leapt onto a branch, licking the cold from his paw pads. "You summon me once, then the next time will be in 3 days. No summons in between." "Ah," Shinyu groaned, covering his face, despairing. "So, there's no choice but to walk back myself." "Thank you for your patronage, Ninja Cat." Sasuke raised a paw in farewell. "No way, man." Shinba's eyes widened. "Why should you get paid when you haven't done anything?" "I'm helping you keep a secret, making sure the other ninja cats don't find out." Ziju flashed a human sort of slyness. Or, has Shinba stopped caring about his own information? Shinba's face darkened, and he gave a frustrated twitch of his lips before tossing a fish over. As you can see, I'm strapped for cash right now, so let's call this a down payment. He circled in front of Zizhu, showing off his straw raincoat. With a disgruntled thud, Zizhu flung the fish aside. Again with this nonsense. A few minutes later, the old fisherman who'd been salting fish by the seashore looked back and saw the young man from earlier had come back. Sir, just one more thing. Do you know the way to the land of fire? Just give me a general direction. The land of iron was bitterly cold, blanketed in snow all year long. The farther west one went, the colder it became. Thankfully, Shinba had his raincoat, and even with his chest bare beneath, no one could tell under the cover of snow. According to the old man, the place he'd landed was actually the far eastern coast of the land of iron. To get back to the land of fire, he'd have to travel west the whole way, passing through the capital and crossing the nation from end to end. The journey to the capital was 1,000 miles of hardship, crossing countless mountain ranges piled high, forests stretching endlessly, and with the biting cold, for any ordinary person, the road conditions would be punishing. Even the fastest horse would need to gallop for days and nights to reach the destination. But for Shinba, none of this mattered. All he needed was a direction. Ninjas have a straightforward way of traveling. Relying solely on their legs, scaling mountains, and crossing seas alike is nothing out of the ordinary. To the average person, ninjas were superhuman. Their speed could outrun even the swiftest beasts. When moving at full tilt, they were like human bullet trains, unimpeded by any terrain, their stamina seemingly limitless. A single ration pill could keep them running day and night for 3 days straight. So, with his mind set, Shinba followed the old man's directions, running in silence for an entire day. Yet everywhere he looked, it was still a world of endless snow. This could only mean he hadn't even left the land of iron. Consider this. Even before Shinba had become a sea god vessel, his normal speed reached Mach 12. Now, it had soared to an incredible Mach 30, far surpassing his old self after opening the second gate of rest. While not as fast as he was in water, it was enough to leave nearly all ninjas eating his dust. Logically, he should have crossed the whole land of iron in no time at all. Sensing something was wrong, he found a nearby village and started asking around, only to discover he was still wandering the eastern border. That can't be. Was that old man lying to me? Or did he just give me the wrong direction? He went around asking more than a dozen people for directions. When he saw that all the locals pointed in the same direction, he finally relaxed and let out a relieved laugh. A night passed. What did you say this is? Where am I? This is Tetsu no Kuni, in the eastern town of Machino Village. The woman looked flustered and backed away, startled by the boy standing before her. That can't be. I followed their directions exactly. Didn't take a single wrong turn. Even when a boulder blocked my way, I just smashed right through it. How am I still running in circles? Shinyu grew agitated, his words tumbling out in confusion. He was still clad in his raincoat and hat, his handsome face twisted, eyes bloodshot with disbelief written all over him. My child is waiting for me to go feed him. The woman, unwilling to get involved with such a madman, eagerly seized upon an excuse and hurried away. Outside the silent little town, Shinyu stood alone in the whistling wind and swirling snow. He gazed up at the sky, seeing the endless flurry of snow reflecting in his eyes. The cold wind moaned around him. Shinyu finally wore the look of utter despair. Does this mean I really am hopeless with directions? No. If following a set path gets me lost, then I'll just pick a random direction and see what happens. A day later, Shinyu lay sprawled and exhausted atop a frozen river, limbs stretched every which way, utterly resigned. His hat lay discarded nearby, and he left the snow to settle gradually over his body. Who am I? Where am I? What was I even trying to do? The chill beneath him was icy and sharp, but it couldn't compare to the coldness in his heart. So it's true. I really am hopeless with directions. He laughed, a sound that started small and grew into wild, helpless laughter. I'm lost. Completely lost. After a bout of this mad laughter, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him. He simply closed his eyes, taking the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed, drifting off into a deep sleep. After all, with his current constitution, even calling his body invulnerable would be an understatement. If any predator was bold enough to gnaw on him, getting swallowed whole might actually be the perfect way out of the Iron Country. He didn't know how much time had passed when a faint tremor beneath him startled him awake. He opened his clear, flawless eyes and found himself already buried under a snowdrift a few fingers thick. He immediately sat up and brushed the snow from his raincoat. After putting on his hat again, he looked off in a distant direction. Several kilometers away, a caravan of dozens was crossing the frozen river, heading rapidly his way. 5 carts, 12 horses, 26 men, and 11 women marched beside the wagons. At both the front and rear of the procession, Fully armed warriors dressed in overlapping silver armor stood guard, twin blades hanging at their waists, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. It looked like a merchant convoy. The wagons were empty, suggesting they had already delivered their cargo and finished their job. Shinyu drew back his gaze, the spark of an idea flickering across his face. Ever since his eyes evolved, even without the Sharingan, his vision had already surpassed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Although he lacked the power of seeing through objects when it came to distance and clarity, he was second to none. At this moment, he could easily focus on things several kilometers away. Everything was captured in crisp detail. Every wheel track, every snowflake, even the birthmarks on each person's face within that merchant caravan were all perfectly clear to him. His exceptional mental strength allowed him to absorb and process all this information effortlessly. No matter the environment, his eyes could automatically adjust to changes in humidity and light refraction, and even at night, the world appeared as bright as day before him. After all, these were eyes capable of seeing through the deepest ocean trenches. About 10 minutes later, the caravan gradually drew near, and only then did the leading samurai notice Shinyu. "Stop," he called out, raising one hand high. His rough, booming voice echoed across the frozen river. The samurai approached in measured steps, stopping several meters in front of Shinyu and shouting, "Who goes there? State your name." "Uncle." Shinyu put on a look of having survived a disaster. Although he was acting, for some reason his eyes welled up with tears. "Uncle, could you take me along with you?" His motive was simple. Since he was hopelessly lost, rather than stumbling about aimlessly, it would be wiser to travel with locals. The samurai squinted, finally noticing a delicate young face beneath the wide-brimmed hat. The boy's lips were rosy, his teeth white, and his bright eyes. His features were almost girlishly handsome. That pleading tone, together with those sorrowful eyes, made the samurai's heart stir with pity. Nevertheless, the instincts of a samurai forced him to restrain his emotions. "You still haven't answered my question," the samurai said, both hands resting on his sword hilt. "Uncle, please don't kill me." Shinyu scrambled to his feet, brushing snow and ice off his pants. "I'm just a fisherman. This morning I was delivering fish to town with my grandfather, but the blizzard was so fierce that the old man didn't even notice when I fell off the cart. Uncle, I'm so scared. Where on earth am I?" As he spoke, Shinyu began wiping his tears away, his pitiful appearance utterly convincing. The wariness in the samurai's eyes eased a little, though his hands remained on the hilt. "What's your grandfather's name?" "Miyamoto Musashi," Shinyu answered without thinking, blurting out the name reflexively. "Where's your home?" "Machino Village." "And your name?" "Miyamoto Shinyu." Looks like you really are a lost child." The samurai gave a nod, finally trusting Shinyu's story, impressed by his quick, natural answers. "Unfortunately, Machino Village is to the east. We're heading west to Takeo City. We won't be able to take you." Takeo, this was the name of the capital city of the Land of Iron. Shinyu came running over, excitement fluttering in her steps, and grabbed the warrior's hand. "Uncle, I have to go to Wuxiong. You didn't know, but we're heading to the capital to seek out our relatives. As long as I get there, I'll be reunited with my family." Seeing the warrior furrow his brow, Shinyu immediately sniffled, her voice tinged with tears. "The weather keeps getting colder, and us coastal farmers have had no harvest this year. Our income is pitiful, and now that I'm lost, Grandpa must be worried sick." "That's enough." The warrior shook her off, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Drop the act." "Huh?" Shinyu was stunned, unsure where her story had gone wrong. "Almost had me fooled," the warrior replied, tightening his grip on his sword and letting out a chilling, sarcastic laugh. "A child wandering the snowy wild for who knows how long. Yet your hands are still so warm? Even if you're not an assassin, you're certainly no ordinary child." Even the most careful plan has its flaw." Shinyu sighed, wiping away the last trace of tears, and slowly lifted her head. "What a waste of my acting skills." For a brief instant, a streak of crimson flared in her stark black and white eyes. The warrior was clearly shaken. Those three pitch-black tomos swirled like bottomless whirlpools, threatening to pull all thought and emotion into the depths. "Trust everything I just told you. Let a wave of compassion overtake you, and help me get to Wuxiong City." Shinyu's voice drifted lightly, her words carrying a quiet yet unyielding authority, brooking no opposition. "Sir, is something wrong?" A middle-aged man from the caravan approached, concern creasing his brow. "Why aren't we moving?" The captain's urging everyone to get going. The warrior turned. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a child who got separated from their family. We'll let them tag along. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Oh, it's a small matter," the merchant replied with a quick wave, ushering Shinyu forward. Seeing that she was just a child, he arranged for her to ride in one of the carriages. Across the snow-clad expanse, the caravan pressed steadily onward, bound for the capital city of the Land of Iron. "So, you're all part of the Wuxiong City Merchant Guild," Shinyu observed while sitting upright in the corner of the carriage, striking up a conversation with a middle-aged man beside her. "What? You haven't heard of the Forge Blade Pavilion?" The man looked at her in astonishment. "Sorry, must be that my home is too far out of the way." Shinyu scratched her head and grinned sheepishly. "Is it too late for me to learn now?" "No worries," the man replied with a nod. "If you're going to live in the capital, knowing this will do you no harm." A beaming smile spread across his face. The Forge Blade Pavilion isn't just the biggest merchant guild in the Land of Iron. It's home to the best swordsmiths in the world. With that, the middle-aged man began to tell his story. The Land of Iron holds a unique position in the shinobi world. Unlike other countries, it has neither hidden villages nor ninjas. Instead, it developed its own distinct path, giving rise to a profession known as samurai. Because of this, the Land of Iron became a neutral nation. Long ago, the shinobi agreed not to interfere with this country. In the original timeline, the Land of Iron even managed to avoid several of the great ninja wars. Most samurai are swordsmen. Unlike ninjas, they channel refined chakra through their blades, transforming it into razor-sharp sword energy for devastating strikes. Combined with masterful swordsmanship, their individual combat skills can rival even those of ninja. Kamiya found himself nodding in agreement. The samurai of the Land of Iron had cultivated a discipline all their own. Their distinctive sword techniques even earned high praise from Madara. The quality of a warrior's sword, to a certain extent, determines his strength. Thus, the profession of the swordsmith was born. The transmission of sword arts led to countless schools, while the smithing arts became just as diverse. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Through the long flow of history, countless legendary blades and master smiths emerged. Their influence might have been negligible in the wider shinobi world, but within the Land of Iron, they held sway over the nation's fate. After millennia of tradition, only 3 great families remained, each representing the pinnacle of swordsmithing. Each the culmination of ages and myriad techniques merged. They are the Ichikawa family with their 100-hand tradition, the Sugawara family with their Dragon's Guard lineage, and the Niwa family with their single mind school. With exquisite skill passed down through the ages, these families forged innumerable renowned swords, each considered a national treasure. Collectively, they became known as the 3 Iron Traditions. 100 years ago, to adapt to the changing times, the 3 families formed a single alliance. Thus, the greatest smithing styles merged, and from this union, the renowned Smiths Guild, Tatara Hall, was born. As a guild gathering the most elite swordsmiths, Tatara Hall managed, in less than 10 years, to monopolize the blade business in the Land of Iron. From customization and forging, to the finest craftsmanship and final delivery, they offered a seamless, all-inclusive service. Wherever there was a demand within the country, Tatara Hall could supply it door to door. The caravan currently on the road had just completed such a delivery and was now hurrying back to the capital. A thought crossed Kamiya's mind, and he asked offhandedly, "Uncle, if Tatara Hall is so famous, how come a whole caravan only has 2 samurai as guards? For an operation this size, hiring a dozen wouldn't be unreasonable, would it?" The middle-aged man faltered, hesitating for a moment, then replied, "Well, that's because," he trailed off, visibly reluctant. If it wasn't for, even if Tatara Hall kept thriving for another 100 years, there wouldn't be any problem. Why would we need to curry favor with those in power otherwise? A glint of curiosity appeared in Kamiya's eyes. Is there some trouble behind all of this? The middle-aged man's mood visibly sunk, and he lost all interest in conversation. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression etched with bitterness, and spoke, "Enough. My mind is weighed down by troubles. I'll get off for a walk to clear my head. Young friend, your journey is still long. Preserve your strength and get some rest." With that, he turned away, lifted the carriage curtain, and left deep in thought. Shinyu blinked, hardly disappointed. His curiosity for gossip was never that intense. Besides, the man had already kept him company and chatted more than enough on this journey. All that business about the blade forging workshop and the 3 iron transmission techniques was just idle chatter to him, a way to pass the time. So Shinyu simply crossed his legs and closed his eyes, focusing his mind and entering meditation. Soon, his chakra began to circulate. Every cell felt as if thawing after a long winter, as intoxicating energy flowed through his body. Gentle yet abundant chakra welled from his very cells, converging and streaming through his meridians like a spring-fed brook. His chakra resembled a clear, bottomless pool. Its flow traversed his spiritual center and sealed points, then split at his chest. One stream descended toward his lower dantian, infusing his well of life. The other rose toward his brow, collecting at his mind's eye. Following a prescribed path, the chakra began another round of circulation, endlessly cycling, never ceasing. Refining chakra was his daily practice, a ritual never skipped once in 12 years. The aim was to open up his meridians, increase his chakra reserves, and step closer to that grand ambition, to become a true chakraton. It was peculiar. In adapting to the deep sea and undergoing a second transformation into a body of the sea god, his physical strength had multiplied exponentially. This wasn't just about brute force, swiftness, or resilience. His total chakra reserves had also skyrocketed. Outwardly, he showed no real change apart from skin that now gleamed with lustrous clarity. But beneath the surface, he concealed the power of a primordial beast. If once his chakra flowed like a gentle stream, now it surged like a mighty river, vast and unstoppable. A moment's reflection revealed the reason. Chakra is the perfect union of mental and physical energy, blended in equal measure, yin and yang intertwining to shape all things. As a descendant of Indra, inheritor of the Uchiha clan's fabled Mangeko Sharingan, his spiritual prowess was already extraordinary. Since mastering the spiritualization technique, his soul had undergone a fundamental transformation, vastly amplifying his mental strength. Compared to this, his physical energy, being weaker, had always set the upper limit of his chakra reserves. It was just like a barrel filled with water. Its capacity was determined by the shortest wooden plank. Now, with his physique wholly enhanced, his physical energy soared to match his spiritual potency. With both energies finally balanced, the last plank in place, his chakra reserves rose naturally as water swelling behind a well-built dam. It's worth mentioning that when Shinyu focuses on refining chakra, mind and body become one, his aura completely restrained. Unless one is a sensory ninja, it's virtually impossible to detect his presence. For Shinyu, immersed in his training, time flowed swiftly. It was already night before he knew it. The snow had ceased, yet the midnight wind cut even sharper than before, biting into the skin like invisible blades. The middle-aged man, unable to bear the cold, had retreated early into his carriage, leaving only two warriors standing guard outside amid the long dragon-like line of the merchant convoy. Noticing Shinyu resting with his eyes closed in a corner, breathing steadily, the middle-aged man assumed he was asleep and refrained from disturbing him. In the depths of night, a host of stars lit up the slate-blue sky, bathing the frozen world in a shimmering, pale glow. The convoy, strung out in the shape of a serpent, wound its way from the other side of the mountain, leaving a tangled trail of tracks in the snow. In the silent world, the creak and crunch of carriage wheels crushing snow broke the stillness, a crisp, rhythmic sound echoing through the night. Suddenly, Shinyu opened his eyes inside the carriage, breaking from his meditation. A good 3 kilometers ahead, just around a bend in the cliffside, more than 30 people lay in silent ambush. They gripped swords and weapons, some hidden behind rocky outcrops, some buried in the snow, their auras carefully suppressed, intent as hungry wolves. Each one radiated chakra of considerable strength. But none of this could escape the radar-like range of Shinyu's senses. In terms of perception, he could well claim the title of the finest in the entire shinobi world. Soul detection, high-frequency chakra pulses, and near-perfect vision that automatically adjusted for distance. Within 10 kilometers, nothing escaped his notice. He could even tell the gender of a mosquito. What's this little drama supposed to be? Shinyu scratched his chin in thought. Should I quietly deal with these fellows myself? He hesitated. On the one hand, he didn't want these petty thugs delaying his journey. But on second thought, this could be a rare chance to observe a samurai duel up close. Madara once explained to him that the essence of the land of iron swordsmanship lay in channeling chakra into the blade, transforming its form, and then unleashing it in a tangible slash, fast, wide, devastating, and at higher levels, able even to rend the earth with a single swing. Shinyu found this deeply intriguing and had always longed to witness it firsthand. After all, who hasn't dreamed of being a master swordsman? With sword light made manifest, cutting through anything in its path, a single sweep to break 10,000 techniques. Alas, he'd never had the chance to see it for himself. Despite traveling across nearly every country in the shinobi world, the land of iron had always slipped past him. Though also chakra users, samurai forego the nature transformation of chakra and pursue only pure form change. For those with the innate gift to manipulate chakra with finesse, mastering swordsmanship might just be the ideal path. Ordinary ninja need to rely on special chakra-infused metals to perform sword techniques or similar attacks, like Asuma Saratobi's knuckle blades or the chakra blades used for fighting puppeteers. They excel at shaping chakra after first changing its properties. For example, transforming fire-style chakra into fireballs or dragons, or molding lightning-style chakra into spears and pillars. These are the fundamental principles of ninjutsu. Yet, those ninjutsu that focus on shape transformation alone are truly rare, to say nothing of those that fuse both shape and property changes at the same time. In the original timeline, almost no one but Naruto could pull this off. His myriad, powerful Rasengan, each unique in form, stand as the ultimate proof. And yet, Shinba's Autumn Dew on a Leaf is also a chakra-formed attack. When unleashed, it flows and surges like water, endlessly pouring forth, granting it a tremendous cutting edge. Though its shape can be freely controlled, it has always failed to release its power beyond the blade itself. That's why the samurai's technique left Shinba longing with jealous curiosity. Oh well, after waiting all these days, a little longer doesn't matter. Shinba opened his palm, gazing intently at the short, gleaming blade of light sprouting from his hand. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Who knows, maybe this will help me break through to a new level. With that hope in mind, Shinba resisted the urge to intervene. Soon enough, as the caravan passed the foot of the mountain, bandits burst out from all sides, their battle cries shattering the air. The leading samurai reacted in shock, immediately drawing his sword and charging into the fray. The sharp ring of clashing steel echoed and lingered in the cold mountain air. Not good, it's bandits. The middle-aged man jolted awake. Peeking out through the curtain, he looked around in panic and confusion. What's there to panic about? We got samurai, don't we? Shinba lifted the curtain with composure and glanced outside. There, the samurai flashed between his twin swords, a pale blue chakra swirling along their edges. Reflected against the snowy ground, their cold gleam dazzled the eye. From time to time, arcs of blade light slashed outward, cutting distant bandits cleanly in two. Interesting, Shinba remarked with a faint smile. Through his senses, Shinba detected that a samurai at the rear of the caravan was also under attack. It was clear these bandits had come prepared, striking only once the convoy center reached the mountainside. Now, the two samurai found themselves beset from both front and back. The samurai at the rear was plainly less experienced than the one at the front, likely his first mission. His sword strikes were clumsy, his chakra struggling to cling steady to the blade. Within moments, he was bleeding, barely able to hold his ground. To Shinba's surprise, just as a few bandits swung their blades toward the defenseless civilians in the center of the convoy, a shadow leapt out from one of the carriages, a graceful figure that swiftly dispatched the threat with practiced efficiency. Shinba raised his eyebrows in surprise. Another formidable fighter? The middle-aged man nervously poked his head out, casting a quick glance behind. He lowered his voice. That's Lady Shioko. She's taken the field. Shioko? Who is she? A samurai? The middle-aged man paid no heed to Kamihane's inquisitive gaze. Instead, he kept patting his own chest, muttering to himself in lingering shock. What on earth should I do now? Tisk, Kamihane suddenly said in a commanding tone, look at me. The man's eyes shifted toward him almost instinctively. There was a flash of red, and at that instant, he fell quiet, docilely responding. Lady Shuko is the leader of this merchant caravan, responsible for overseeing the transport mission. Her family's Sugawara dragon-wielding blade technique has been handed down for generations, and she is also its sole heir. Sugawara Shuko, is it? Kamihane recalled hearing just moments ago about the 3 legacies of iron. As it seemed, the Sugawara household controlled the very same dragon-wielding lineage. But he had just mentioned she was the only successor. Could there have been a misfortune in the Sugawara family? Never mind, now's not the time to get sidetracked. Kamihane shook his head, brushing away those concerns. What interested him far more right now was the swordplay of this well-endowed girl named Shuko. Her sword moved with remarkable speed. The style was grand and far-reaching, though it brimmed with agility and grace. Her lithe figure rose like a dragon weaving through a sea of clouds, slicing through foes amid an eruption of blood, her blade wild and unrestrained as if nothing could stand in her path. Just as Kamihane was becoming absorbed in the spectacle, the girl suddenly found herself in peril. Earth-style, quagmire of the underworld. 3 of the bandits pressed their palms to the ground simultaneously. The snowy earth writhed beneath her feet, and before Shuko could react, her foot became trapped. With a muffled gasp, the once solid snow turned to mire and swallowed her entire jade-like leg. Not good. That's ninjutsu, she gasped, thrown off balance by the surprise attack. The sudden, unfamiliar style caught her unprepared. In close-quarters combat, the footwork is what matters most. They say a warrior's eyes are in their feet, and nowhere is this truer than in swordsmanship. Now hampered in her movements, She had no way to evade the heavy blow that followed. Her technique fell apart in an instant. Two bandits sensed their opening. They rushed at her from both sides, knocking her blade aside with a ringing clash. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With a snap of her head, Shuko's crystalline eyes caught the reflection of a tremendous water dragon, tearing through the air, appearing out of nowhere. It was a combined attack from all three, all the more fearsome because of it. The dragon's enormous head roared and, in a single breath, closed the distance, bearing down on her. Her black hair whipped wildly as the moist air closed in, heralding the dragon's approach even before it struck. At that critical moment, a figure in a rain cloak stepped soundlessly in front of her. Facing the howling water dragon, the stranger slowly raised a single palm. With a resounding impact, the formidable dragon's head dissolved on contact, as if meeting an immovable boulder, its entire body shattering and dispersing into cool streams of water that vanished upon touching the outstretched hand. A look of utter disbelief filled the girl's eyes. Such a formidable ninjutsu attack had been neutralized, effortlessly, by the very person in front of her. If it's a blade contest, then use your blades. Why resort to ninja arts? That's hardly the way of a true warrior, Shinyu remarked lazily. He tilted his straw hat ever so slightly, casting a cold glance over the crowd. If this were merely a duel between samurai, I wouldn't interfere. But among you, there are even ninjas. Watch out, the girl suddenly cried. Shinyu's gaze flicked to the side, just as a burly man launched a sneak attack. The attacker swung a massive hammer at Shinyu's face. With a dull crash, the straw hat was instantly smashed to pieces, with chips scattering in disorder. Yet Shinyu didn't move a fraction. From the wild cascade of black hair emerged his placid eyes, calm as the stillest water, and a face untouched by harm. The girl couldn't help but be taken aback. With her wide, astonished eyes, she saw clearly how, at the instant the hammer struck Shinyu's cheek, the air seemed to ripple like water. It was as if a transparent shield materialized around him, unseen, unbreakable, warding off the blow without fail. In the next moment, Shinyu spun and delivered a devastating punch. The force that exploded from his fist was immense. A heavy, muffled impact rang out, and half the burly man's body vanished on the spot. Bone and flesh shattered into pulp, cascading to the earth in a crimson mist, staining the snow a ghastly red. Behind him, vibrations of chakra began to swell. The three enemies were preparing another ninja technique, while the rest of the bandits rushed to their aid. But Shinyu didn't bother to turn. He simply closed his eyes for an instant. In that moment, an invisible wind swept silently through the air. In less than a heartbeat, he opened his eyes again. The girl noticed a slight sway in his posture, as if he'd lost his support for an instant. Yet when his eyes snapped open, he was steady again, as if nothing had happened. Years of sword training had honed her senses to catch the subtlest movement, and she keenly picked up on Shinyu's unusual stillness. Suddenly, with a series of dull thuds, she pricked her ears and quickly glanced behind Shinyu. A shocking scene met her eyes. More than a dozen people behind him, all the bandits at the head and tail of the caravan, toppled one after the other, collapsing like overcooked noodles. Their expressions were strangely unified, pupils unfocused, gazes vacant, some with saliva dribbling from the corners of their mouths. Their faces froze in grotesque, foolish masks, as if a painter had rendered a group portrait and stopped time itself. It was as though their souls had been plucked from their bodies. A clean sweep, instant death. He actually took out every last one of them in a heartbeat. The girl was utterly stunned, her cherry-red lips parted in disbelief, unable to move for the longest moment. What kind of technique is that? Terrifying. Shinyu smiled and cracked his neck. The spirit severance technique, deserving its reputation as a forbidden art. Unblockable, unavoidable, killing without a trace. It was peerless at clearing a battlefield. In that mere instant, his spirit had left his body, weaving among the foreheads of more than 20 foes. Not only did he obliterate their souls, he also came away with a valuable piece of information. Shinyu was surprised. This group, who at first glance seemed like nothing more than ordinary bandits, was in fact a well-armed private force, serving one of the mysterious high-ranking figures of the Land of Iron. Among them were wandering samurai, assassins, and even elite ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village? HM? So, their reach has extended all the way into the Land of Iron, he mused with a wry smile. Clearly, this ambush was no mere accident. It had been planned from the start. How interesting. Someone wants to do away with this merchant caravan. Or perhaps, someone in the caravan. Someone doesn't want him returning to Takeo City alive. Though the immediate danger had been dealt with, Shinyu's true abilities were now exposed. As the man who took down all the attackers in the blink of an eye, he was naturally treated very differently than before. Now, he sat upright in the most opulent carriage. Fine wine and exquisite dishes were arrayed before him, and members of the caravan came one by one to thank him, including even the 2 journeyman samurai. After all, had it not been for Shinyu, they might well have been beaten to death. Miyamoto-sama. Sugawara Shoko sat by Shinyu's side, her legs demurely pressed together, her gaze sincere. Thank you for stepping in with such chivalry. If not for your timely aid, I fear we would have fallen to those villainous hands. Shinyu, inwardly bemused by her formal way of speaking, merely nodded with perfect composure. On behalf of the entire caravan, please accept our profound gratitude for your rescue. He half closed his eyes, saying nothing more, playing the part of the aloof master. Such a great favor. I truly have no way to repay you, except... She trailed off mid-sentence. Why stop there? Shinyu peeked at her with one eye, quietly curious. The girl looked to be 17 or 18, and though she was the captain of the caravan, her clothes were simple. Coarse linen, plain but well kept. Her short, light brown hair was cut sensibly, and at her waist hung a katana with a delicate scabbard and a finely crafted guard. She was in the bloom of youth, lips red and teeth dazzling, undeniably attractive in her own way. She wasn't as ethereal as Uchiha Hikaru, but she had her own charm, especially that linen shirt, straining at the chest, burdened by a weight a girl her age ought not to have. Suddenly, she gave a soft little hiccup, quickly clapping a hand over her mouth. A faint trace of wine lingered in the air, making Shinyu frown in slight disapproval. This girl, she's been drinking? Silently, Shinyu withdrew his gaze and sat up straight. Shoko drew a deep breath, and a blush spread across her pretty face. She instinctively looked away, eyes falling to her toes. I've decided to offer you the most precious thing I possess. Shinyu let his eyes fall, mentally trying to remain unfazed, but his heart beat faster. Summoning her courage, the young girl lifted her face, looking at the handsome youth before her with deep emotion. Biting her vivid red lip, she raised her slender hands and began, with trembling fingers, to untie the simple linen belt around her waist. No way. Is this really happening? Is this meant to test my resolve? Shinyu was at a loss for words. He had been hardened through years of battle and bloodshed, but scenes like this, so charged with tender ambiguity, were utterly new to him. Shy to the core, Zyoko's chest rose and fell with every breath. For reasons she could not explain, her slender, jade-like fingers fumbled at her waist cord, as if undressing for the very first time, unable to undo the knot. The passing of each moment became equally agonizing for Kamehane. A chill wind swept in from the window, like the unsealing of a clay jar, and the charged air inside the carriage seemed to cool. Kamehane steadied himself, regaining his composure. Just then, a pale violet longsword was held out to him, trembling ever so slightly. Biting her lips, Zyoko turned her head away, her voice as soft as a whisper. This blade is called First Snow's Imperial Dragon. It is the most precious possession I own. My father forged it as the final work of his life, using all 128 steps of the Imperial Dragon technique. The sword's pattern is exquisite. Its blade gleams brighter than fresh snow and is so fine it can slice a strand of hair without staining itself with blood or dust. Its scabbard is made of purple jade leather. Altogether, a creation of pure perfection. Kamehane stared at the sword with a blank look, his mouth opening and closing in surprise. So all that fuss with your clothing, you were just trying to get the sword? Or is the Honorable Miyamoto fond of my waist cord? Zyoko looked up, bewildered. Oh no, that's quite all right, Kamehane replied with a gentle smile, lightly pushing the first snow away. A gentleman does not covet what others hold dear. Besides, I acted only on impulse. No need for such gratitude. Outwardly calm, a storm raged inside him. You want to test your officers with a blade like this? Inside the carriage, at Kamahane's polite refusal, Zyoko finally set aside the idea of gifting him the sword. Miss Zyoko, may I ask you something? He said. Please, Miyamoto. Feel free to speak, Zyoko replied quickly. Kamehane hesitated, then asked, Is there some trouble within your bladesmithing chamber? At these words, the brightness faded from Zyoko's face all at once. Her gaze drifted to the brazier beside them, where a flask of warmed sake sat. Kamehane understood, smiled, and offered her the bottle. Zyoko paused, then, seeing the gentle light in Kamahane's eyes, wasted no time. She seized the bottle and downed a mouthful, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Our guild is about to change hands, she confessed quietly. As she recounted her story, Kamehane gradually pieced the puzzle together. Why would such a mighty guild be guarded by only 2 warriors? Why did the middle-aged man sigh in such deep frustration? And why did Sugawara no Zyoko attempt to drown her sorrows in wine? The legendary guild of the Iron Country, the blade-smithing chamber, was indeed on the verge of falling into new hands. 3 months ago, the Oikawa clan, one of the famed 3 heirs of iron, failed disastrously at forging swords. The clan's lord, Oikawa Jinturu, fled in shame rather than face the feudal lord's retribution. He emptied his residence overnight, absconded with most of the guild's funds, and defected to the land of water. The Oikawa family scattered to the winds. The feudal lord was furious, ordering the heads of the Niwa and Sugawara families to chase down and capture Oikawa Jinturu, with shogunate troops sent to assist. But none could have predicted they would be ambushed by powerful enemies as the chase unfolded. The shogunate army suffered devastating losses. The head of the Sugawara clan, gravely wounded, soon succumbed to his injuries, leaving only the master of the Ishin tradition, Niwa Maya, to cling to life. Yet even she was seriously hurt. On his deathbed, the Sugawara patriarch entrusted his orphaned daughter to Niwa Maya's care, bequeathing the Yuryu school's sole manuscript on swordsmithing to his only child, Sugawara Shoko. With his final wishes given, he departed this world. The Sugawara clan was never powerful to begin with. After being driven to ruin by schemers and refusing to pass down their true secrets, the family crumbled at the patriarch's death. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Everyone fled in their own direction. Some changed their names and went into hiding. Others sought protection from powerful houses, and soon enough, what little remained was carved up by those with influence. Only the Niwa family, keepers of the true tradition, didn't have to worry about passing down their legacy. Though Niwa Maya had no children of her own, she had 3 disciples, all of whom learned the authentic craft. Nevertheless, their forces were meager, the grand edifice now teetering on the brink of collapse. In just a few short months, the 3 lineages had lost more than half their strength. The Swordsmith Hall was powerless to turn the tide. Turbulent undercurrents swept up the elite, and the great houses involved in the affair were all called to account and demoted. Niwa Maya's second disciple, Ryunosuke, could not bear to see the Swordsmith Hall fall into decline. He asked Maya to wed Sugawara's only daughter to a noble, hoping to forge connections and use that power to steady the family's fate. Yet he was met with immediate resistance. Maya erupted in anger. My friend's dying wish was to ensure that his daughter would neither be abandoned nor alone. And now you ask me to barter her away for prestige? Wouldn't that be the height of betrayal? What would the world think of me? Master, the house is collapsing. We have only a slim chance of survival by seeking powerful allies. As long as we make it through this hardship, why care about what people say? Enough. You unfilial child. How is this any different from breaking an oath? Never mention this again. Ryunosuke had no choice but to give up. After his disciple left, Niwa Maya calmed down. With her anger dispersed, the idea of relying on powerful clans lingered stubbornly in her mind. At last, she made a decision that sent shockwaves through society. The master of the Ishin tradition and head of the Swordsmith Hall, Niwa Maya, is seeking a husband for her adopted daughter. All warriors, regardless of age or descent, can compete in the arena. Whoever stands undefeated at the end shall become the son-in-law of House Niwa. Once the news hit the streets, the entire Iron Country was thrown into an uproar. Commoners were wild with excitement, and nobles rubbed their hands in eager anticipation, all scrambling to sign up. The reasons were obvious. First, since Niwa Maya had no sons, anyone who married into the family would not only inherit the Ishin tradition, but might well claim the entire Swordsmith Hall as their own in the future. Second, Niwa Yukino was famed throughout the land for her beauty. Though only 17, she was already strikingly graceful, her figure both elegant and enchanting, splendid enough to more than match the highest lords. For ordinary people, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to soar to fame in a single bound. Yet the aristocrats scoff at it, since these commoners could never hope to train warriors to match those of the great clans. In their eyes, the role of son-in-law to the swordsmith's house is inevitably destined for the hands of the powerful. Sugawara Shoko, ever astute, immediately sensed the scent of conspiracy in this affair. Just before the contest, she was abruptly assigned elsewhere. Clearly, the Niwa family was determined to keep her from spoiling their plan, fully set on bartering their daughter's happiness for gain. But Yukino was not just a dear friend. She was a sister, their childhoods inseparably entwined. Shoko realized that it was she who ought to have been the one sacrificed in this scheme. Yet thanks to the Niwa family head's self-serving resolve, her closest friend was being forced into the role of scapegoat. Her haste, then, was fueled by her wish to return as soon as possible and take Yukino's place in marriage, unwilling to watch her fall prey to the wolves. Originally, I was to be the one offered up. Shoko gripped the now-empty sake flask, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Kamiha watched her closely, a bold idea quietly taking root within his mind. After the Battle of the Two Pillars, the entire structure of a shinobi world would be rewritten. Within a few short years, Hashirama would pass away, and Lord Madara too would become ensnared by his own moon's eye plan. Without the guiding hands of these two titans, war would inevitably sweep the land. In the chaos to come, every nation embroiled in conflict would see its economy falter, except perhaps for the Land of Iron, standing apart from the ninja villages system, isolated and self-reliant. The samurai of iron are many, their forging skills unmatched. And now, with the swordsmith's house in turmoil, if one were to help them through this crisis, stake a claim in the merchant guild, and open up international trade, peddling weapons far and wide, wouldn't there be a fortune to be made? If he could gain control of iron's cash flow, perhaps one day he could win the nation itself, men, land, and wealth in hand, capital at his fingertips. Perhaps, in time, it might even be possible to raise a faction of his own. The thought took hold, sending deep roots through Kamiha's heart, never again to be cast aside. The conditions were ripe. It could be done. Drawing a deep breath, eyes glowing with resolve, he turned to Shoko. Miss Shoko, I have a plan that could revive the guild from the shadows. What? Shoko started, meeting Kamiha's earnest gaze and the confident smile curling at his lips, recalling the strength he displayed just moments before. If it were him, what is your strategy? Kamiha plucked a fruit, tossing it into his mouth. This could be complicated or very simple. Let me ask you, what is the greatest threat your guild is facing right now? The power is about to be seized, and will be reduced to nothing but a tool for the nobility, Shoko blurted out. Yukino will lose her freedom, and be forced to sacrifice her happiness. Oh, so you must depend entirely on the elite? Kamiha smiled. But what if that isn't the only way? Kagari was momentarily at a loss for words. Then after thinking it over, she said, the guild was originally run jointly by 3 family heads, which kept it independent from the aristocracy. Now that it has fallen apart and lost most of its assets, Uncle Damba alone can't possibly keep things afloat. Kamiba munched on a fruit, chewing thoughtfully. If he can't manage, what then? The guild. Kagari's eyes brightened as if she'd seized upon a crucial point. The guild will become prey for those with ill intentions, divided and devoured. Exactly. Kamiba tapped his fingers on the table. At the root of all this are those nobles from the Land of Iron. Their greed is what's driven you all into this crisis. Inside the carriage, Kamiba's tone turned serious. To the nobles, your swordsmith house now looks like a plump morsel, ripe for the taking. Anyone who gets close wants a piece. That's why your Uncle Damba is holding this martial arts tournament to choose a spouse. It's a way to turn the nobles against each other, letting them fight to decide the outcome amongst themselves. By having them battle it out, the loser slinks away in shame, the winner takes the prize, and the guild's losses are kept to a minimum. Even though it doesn't change the ultimate result, at worst, the swordsmith house just changes names. With a powerful noble backing you, at least you won't go bankrupt. Suddenly, Kagari leapt to her feet, her voice trembling with emotion. But does no one care about Yukino? Must our own happiness as women be sacrificed just to save the guild? Calm down. Let me finish. Kamiba waved a hand, utterly unruffled. Do you know why your guild was doing so well before? And why no nobles dare to set their sights on you? A flash of bitterness crossed Kagari's face. Of course I do, because my father and Uncle Ichikawa were both here. They're not just the most famous swordsmiths in the Land of Iron. They're also top-class warriors. The 3 families were united, so naturally no one dared to mess with us. Exactly, you've hit the nail on the head. Kamiba smiled faintly. The nobles are schemers, and there's just too much at stake here. I'm not especially skilled in political intrigue, but I'm more than willing to speak on your behalf. His tone shifted slightly. Of course, if word aren't enough, I do know how to throw a punch or two. Kamiba's gaze grew chilling, his presence commanding. Having spent years by Ban's side, he'd picked up a bit of that unmistakable aura, and Kagari felt a chill run down her spine. Kamiba studied the girl's eyes, thinking to himself, perhaps I've been too subtle. Did she understand what I meant? In other words, if anyone dares make things hard for you, I'll deal with them. No questions asked. You'd be willing to help us? Kagari clearly understood Kamiba's underlying meaning. Warmth welled up inside her, but in the next moment, doubts crept in, and she hesitated before asking, but what is it you want in return? What are you really after? What else could I want? Of course it's money. Did you think I was after your beauty? Composed and direct, Kamiba replied, transfer 30% of the guild's shares to me. I'll be your pillar. Anyone who gives you trouble, I'll take care of them. She hesitated for a moment and said, originally, the Sugawara family held 40% of the Merchant Guild shares, but after those upheavals, I personally have only 10% left. If you truly can save us from ruin, I could transfer all my shares to you. 30%. Not one fraction less, Shinba replied, taking his time as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. As for me, I have neither money nor power. I'm even a foreigner, completely on my own. But because of that, I don't give a damn about those self-important nobles. If it comes to it, even if your lord himself stands in my way, I'll mow him down without hesitation. His tone was calm and detached as he spoke, his expression steady, but there was an unshakable confidence threading through his casual words, as if this were the most trivial thing in the world. Shoko felt a tremor in her heart. She stared in a daze at the young man in front of her. Just by looking at his face, he was nothing more than the gentle boy next door, the kind that could light up a room with his smile. Yet this seemingly harmless youth had just wiped out dozens of people while chatting as if it were nothing. She knew, deep down, that he could do exactly as he said. When the caravan finally reached the capital, guided by Shoko, Shinba strode brazenly into the doors of the forging hall, with a swagger that made it clear he owed nothing to anyone. Before long, he finally met the current guildmaster, the head of the Ichushin family, Niwa Maoi. So you must be the one who saved Shoko and the others, Maoi greeted him. He was a tall, lean middle-aged man, his beard trimmed, his face gaunt and pale with sickness. The breadth of his shoulders hinted at a past of impressive stature. Leaning on a cane, he tottered into the guest room, supported by a young woman of exquisite beauty whose grace shone even through the light veil covering her face. She wore a plain white robe. Though her face was hidden, her luminous eyes told of her extraordinary beauty. Yukino, Shoko called out joyfully, hurrying over and taking the woman's arm in a warm embrace. Shinba glanced around and noticed two young men behind Maoi. One was tall and powerfully built, his features resolute, his bald head shining with a formidable air. The other was handsome, but his gaze was distant and absent-minded, as if his thoughts wandered far away. These are Uncle Niwa's two disciples, his first apprentice, Ryunosuke, and the second, Tetsuya, Shoko explained. At the sight of Tetsuya, a flicker of light flashed in Shinba's eyes, some dormant power within him stirring uneasily. How strange that boy's body, he thought. Once Niwa Maoi learned that Shinba had saved the caravan, he immediately extended warm hospitality, providing food and drink of the finest quality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shoko ventured to speak. Uncle Niwa, Mr. Miyamoto here says he can. But Maoi, catching the hesitation in her voice, gently interrupted with a raised hand. A distinguished guest has come to our door. Failing to go out to greet you is already a grave mistake. How can we possibly disturb your rest further? Let us withdraw and allow our honored guest some peace. He gave his instructions. Ryunosuke, see that our guest is served the finest food and drink. Spare no expense on gifts or offerings. Be sure not to show the slightest negligence. With these words, he led the group out of the guest room, leaving behind only two disciples to keep company. Shinba nodded with a smile, though there was something elusive and subtle about that expression. Ryunosuke rubbed his bald head and leaned in to ask, I heard from Shio that you took out all the bandits by yourself? Shinba cast him a sidelong glance. You don't believe it? Oh, I believe Shio, Ryunosuke replied. I'm just astonished. I never realized the Iron Country had produced someone of your caliber. A true hero, and at such a young age. Off to the side, Tetsuya suddenly yawned. Brother, why don't you handle entertaining our honored guest? There's nothing more for me to do here. I'll go prepare for the tournament. You, Ryunosuke glared at him, but with Shinba present, he didn't press the matter. He waved his hand instead, permitting Tetsuya to leave. Tournament. Shinba turned his head. If I'm not mistaken, is tomorrow the martial arts tournament for the bride selection? Ryunosuke sighed. That's right. My junior has been close with Yukino since childhood, so when he heard Master intended to have her married off, he caused quite a stir. He shook his head helplessly. Don't be fooled by his easygoing ways. He actually cares a great deal about Yukino. No matter how much I try, I can't talk him out of joining the tournament. Shinba narrowed his eyes with a hint of amusement, thinking to himself, this could get interesting. Inside the guest room, not only were sumptuous dishes and fine wines prepared, but a slender, ceremonial sword rested across a stand. The scabbard was a pale blue-green, its whole form delicately curved. Though it lacked a guard, the hilt was exquisitely fashioned, the rustic wood wrapped in finely twined cords of two colors. Shinba walked over, curiosity piqued. He gripped the hilt and drew the blade only a few inches. Its surface glistened like a mirror, a chill radiating along its length. A single glance was enough to feel the blade's biting cold. Eyeing the razor edge, he pressed one finger firmly to the blade, then slid it across with deliberate force. Nothing happened. His finger was perfectly unharmed, not even the faintest scratch. Shinba frowned slightly. Blue light shimmered in his palm as he summoned the chakra blade of autumn dew upon a leaf, sheathing the metal in its shimmering aura. Once more, he drew his finger along the edge. This time, a faint white line appeared on his fingertip, vanishing in an instant. It was so subtle that, without Shinba's keen vision, it would have been impossible to spot. Impressively sharp, Shinba nodded in approval. Ryunosuke, standing nearby, snapped back to his senses, still reeling from the scene that had just transpired, cold sweat clinging to his back. He stepped forward to introduce. This blade is called Frost's Heart in Autumn, forged from celestial iron and crafted personally by my master. It was originally intended as an offering to the shrine, but if it pleases you, please consider it yours. Truly? Kamehane asked. Of course, it's true, Ryunosuke replied, gesturing toward the doorway. Two attendants entered, bowing low, each holding a tray. On one tray, clothes had been arranged neatly. Kamehane glanced at his own rather shabby rain cloak. He set down the sacred blade, shook out his hand, and accepted the robe. It was an elegant black brocade, samurai in style, with violets embroidered along the borders and a touch of pale lavender cord wrapped around the waist. The robe style and size suited him perfectly. A wandering swordsman, I am. These are all at Chairman Niwa's command? He asked, turning his head. Naturally. My master insisted. No gifts or tokens of gratitude are to be spared, Ryunosuke affirmed, pointing to the other tray. Here is 30 million ryo in cash, a small token of the chairman's appreciation. Niwa Maya, she truly lives up to her name as the one who has led the Swordsmith Guild for decades. Even better than, she calmly orchestrates every aspect of the organization, great or small, with impressive precision. Kamahane's curiosity was piqued. You all seem fairly well off. Why is it, then, that such an important assignment as escorting your caravan only warranted the hiring of 2 samurai? Ryunosuke let out a heavy sigh. Ever since our guild underwent its troubles, the shogunate strictly limited the number of samurai we can employ and forbade us from training our own. That's how things ended up like this. I see. Kamehane nodded, his expression shrewd. Without hesitation, he swept his hand generously. Then do thank your chairman for her generosity on my behalf. Ryunosuke bowed. Of course. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait. Kamehane suddenly called after him, a faint curve to his lips. Please pass along a message to your chairman for me. Meanwhile, beneath Canopy Bridge, inside the underground base, Uchiha Hikaru quietly slipped through the stone gate as fine sand crumbled underfoot, the stone panels on either side sliding open with a perfect fit. No sooner had she entered than heavy, labored breathing reached her ears from the inner chamber. Madara lay pale and weak on a stone chair, his chest stained with fresh blood. At the center of his wound, a chunk of flesh, clearly not his own, had been neatly sutured in place. The sight was savage and unnerving. That piece of flesh throbbed with every shaky breath he took, beating like a crimson heart. Hearing her approach, Madara slowly lifted his gaze, as if a hibernating bear were stirring from deep winter's sleep. His mismatched eyes, one red, one white, glimmered as they shifted toward the doorway. How do things stand outside? Guang ignored his question and walked in without saying a word. She picked up the towel by the wash basin, soaked it, and wrung it out with practiced ease, clear water streaming down her pale, jade-like hands. Approaching Ban, she gently began to wipe away the blood from around his wound. Ban let out a muffled groan. Even though Guang's touch was gentle, the slightest brush near the wound sent spasms through his body, the pain as if some corrosive acid was eating through his flesh, spreading along his veins, threatening to consume him from the inside. In moments, the damp towel was stained a vivid crimson. This relentless, bone-deep pain was a torment that never left his nerves, gnawing at him without rest. A small frown appeared between Guang's elegant brows. It's already been 2 days. Why does it show no sign of healing? I thought they said Senju Hashirama's chakra was filled with life force. Bon, breeding heavily, meister the grimsmuril. This is the only road toward peace. If it all went smoothly, I'd have to question the truth of it. With a furrowed brow, Guang rinsed the blood-soaked towel, wrung it out, and placed it back before she spoke softly. Before we began the transplant, Senju Hashirama woke up. Did he? Ban straightened a little, gesturing for her to continue. According to the information I forced out, as soon as Hashirama woke, he left the village. In not even 3 days, he managed to capture all the tailed beasts across the ninja world, except for the one-tails and the nine-tails. Meanwhile, Konoha sent word to the other 4 major villages, calling for the leaders of the 5 great nations, shinobi, to gather for a Guang paused, fishing for the right word. 5 Kage, summit? Ban exhaled a long breath, letting out a dry snort. That man, of course he'd divvy up the tailed beasts among those insects, just to maintain that ridiculous balance. Divide them up? Guang tilted her head, not quite comprehending. With such power, why not just unify the ninja world directly? Wouldn't that bring about real peace? She had already witnessed the overwhelming might of the Nine Tails herself. For someone ruthless enough to subdue 7 of them in such a short time, she couldn't understand why he would stoop to accommodate the weak. That's precisely why I've never seen eye to eye with him, Ban replied, a note of frustration in his voice. It was never the tailed beast that truly maintained balance. It was always him and me. But that thick-skulled fool just can't grasp it. He's making a mistake. Once this peace collapses, those tailed beasts will only become a calamity for ordinary people. At that moment, Ban noticed Guang hesitating to speak. His tone softened. Any news from Shinayu? Guang's eyes flickered as she answered quickly. From what I've learned at that time, Senju Tobirama pinned him down. The battlefield was engulfed in a huge crimson barrier. When it finally faded away, Shinayu was gone, vanished as if into thin air. Ban pondered for a moment. Taken away by Flying Thunder God, I bet. Humph. Tobirama, playing those tricks even when facing a child. Child? Guang raised her head slightly, shooting Ban a strangely bemused look, as if to say, is this really all you think of your student? Well, then there's nothing to worry about. For now, don't count on Shinyu. Ban responded with an air of natural authority, smiling. He can hardly tell east from west. I imagine finding his way back will be quite difficult for him, so let's just give him some time. I understand. Guang nodded, then pouted slightly and clenched her small, rosy fist. He actually made us worry like this. When he gets back, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Ban laughed aloud, the sound rich with amusement. To be honest, I wasn't worried at all. Guang didn't dare meet Ban's teasing gaze, deliberately turning her face away. Fortunately, Ban gave another instruction at that moment. All right, if there's nothing else, you should go rest. You've worked hard these last few days. This should really have been Shun Yu's responsibility. But, Lord Ban, Guang's eyes flickered with concern as she glanced at his chest, still sticky with blood. It's nothing. All right. Only then did she finally move her feet and leave the stone chamber. No sooner had her silhouette slipped through the doorway than Ban's previously composed expression twisted into a grimace of sheer agony. Bulging veins crisscrossed his face, every feature contorted with pain. His chest pulsed and throbbed with raw, gory flesh. Each convulsion brought forth a fresh surge of blood. The agony was so intense it threatened to swallow him whole. It was as if the wound itself was the true master of his body, striving to expel Ban as an unwelcome intruder. His hand dug deeply into the stone, knuckles pale and straining, as he crushed the rock of his seat effortlessly between his fingers. Inside his mind, a suffocating urge battered his senses, relentlessly tempting him to tear open the bloody flesh of his chest and rip out the lump that was never meant to be his. But every time, he smothered that impulse with a willpower bordering on the inhuman. So this is the price of the infinite array? Very well. Come what may, Madara Uchiha, will endure it all. Konoha Village, Uchiha clan grounds. After a long day of training, Kagami Uchiha returned to his room. He looked around at the emptiness, the perfectly tidy tatama mats, and his eyes flickered with emotion as he sat down by the wall, all strength spent. Nisan, unbidden, he recalled that face, at once familiar and impossibly distant. Scenes from a few days ago flickered over and over in his mind, like repeating slides, until everything faded into those exquisite, almost bewitchingly beautiful eyes. Those eyes were terrifyingly powerful. Just the memory of them unleashed a rush of cold that started at his fingertips and raced up his spine. He hugged himself tightly, trembling. My brother's chakra has changed completely. Cold, fierce, filled with murder. But he didn't kill me. He bowed his head, 10 fingers tangling in his messy hair. Out of everyone in the squad, I suffered the lightest wound. If you hate me so much, why didn't you finish it? He buried his face deep between his knees, feeling tears warm on his cheek. I was ready to die, you know. Brother, Lord Tobirama says your fate is uncertain, but I still hope you're alive. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Mirror, are you home? Uchiha Kagami's spirits lifted. He instantly got to his feet, briskly wiped his face, and took a moment to compose himself in the mirror before moving to open the door. Captain Hien? Uchiha Hien stood at the doorway, arms folded across his chest. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Kagami stepped out of the room, relieved that he hadn't removed his gear. He was ready to set off at any moment. This young man, clad in a fitted uniform, was still in his youth, but ever since Madara and Shinba had left the village, he was recognized throughout the clan as the strongest among them, admired and influential. Kagami regarded this candidate for clan leader, curious what matter warranted seeking him out personally. Hien explained, there are a few children in the clan, about your age, who've reached the right time to make a summoning contract. The task is to escort them to the cat house, which requires at least 2 jonin and several chunin for protection. I was supposed to lead this mission, but with the 5 Kage summit approaching, Lord Tobirama has assigned me to maintain order at the meeting. I simply can't spare the time. A trace of embarrassment passed over his face. I thought it over, and in the clan, the only jonin I can truly trust is you. You're young, it's true, but your ability and reputation make you the perfect fit. So I was wondering if... I'll do it, Kagami replied at once. It's no trouble at all. Really? That's fantastic. Kagami, you're a good man. Hien grinned, clapping Kagami on the shoulder, though his gaze flickered with a hint of unease. I've heard about your brother. He once fought by my side. Honestly, I don't quite know what to say about it. It's all right, Kagami feigned composure. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. Oh, and one more thing. Hien leaned in, his tone wary. Your other partner is Uchiha Setsuna. Lately, something seems to be eating at him. He's been quite critical of Lord Tobirama and may even resent you. You really ought to be careful. As promised, Kagami arrived at the main gate of the clan grounds. Before him stood more than 20 boys and girls, talking excitedly among themselves. Surrounding them were an equal number of chunin, forming a watchful ring. At the head of the group stood a young man, half his face shielded by armor, eyes sharp and brooding. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze cold and predatory, a poisonous snake sizing up Kagami, openly aggressive. Hello, Uchiha Kagami. Knock, knock, knock. Midnight. Someone rapped at Shinba's door. Shinba awoke and quietly slipped from his bed. As the door swung open, a pair of striking, brilliant eyes greeted him. It's you? Shinba's brows arched in surprise. Why isn't it Shuko? Outside the door, Yukino Danya bowed deeply, her ruby lips parting softly. Mr. Miyamoto, my father has important matters to discuss. Please come with me. Understand. Kamiba's eyes shifted, stealing a glance toward the shadows in a corner of the room as his lips moved subtly. You've been followed. Yukino understood his unspoken words, and a trace of sorrow flitted across her brow, as if this had long been expected. She simply repeated, Please come with me. Kamiba smiled gently and followed her out the door. Headquarters of the Forge Blade Guild, the room of Maya Danya. The situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Can you really help us weather this crisis? Maya asked bluntly. A promise is a promise. 30% of your shares, and I'll fix your problems, Kamiba replied, folding his arms. Your guild isn't lacking money, nor channels for wealth. What you truly lack is a force strong enough to be an effective deterrent. And that's exactly what I offer. Maya hesitated. If I may ask, just how powerful are you really? To be honest, even I don't know the full extent of my strength anymore, Kamiba said, his gaze suddenly distant, his voice airy with a touch of pride. But if I wished, wiping an entire nation off the map wouldn't be so difficult. That to such an extent. Maya's hand trembled so much he nearly knocked over his tea. He could hardly picture this unassuming young man before him wielding such unfathomable power. Thinking quickly, Maya rose to his feet. If we're to cooperate, then I have a condition as well. To this day, we still don't know your true identity. Uchiha Kamiba replied softly. Don't misunderstand. I have no relationship with the Uchiha clan of Konoha in the Land of Fire. I am the apprentice and blade of Lord Madara. What? The legendary Uchiha Madara? Maya involuntarily took 2 steps back, and Siko and Yukino quickly reached out to steady him. He murmured, If you're truly his disciple, then there's nothing more to concern us. Upon learning Kamiba's background, Maya promptly agreed to his terms with a sweeping gesture. His gaze agleam, Maya declared, Not only that, I promise you this. If you can free Forge Blade Guild from the control of Iron Country's nobility, beyond the 30% already discussed, I'll personally hand over another 20%. From then on, half the guild's annual profit will be yours. Kamiba regarded Maya's earnest expression, musing silently, Old fox, you really want to make sure I'm forever bound to the Forge Blade Guild. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. If disaster strikes, neither of us escapes unscathed. Yet even wielding 50% of the shares, I may not always be able to tip the scales when true power struggles break out. I must admit, as a head of the family and acting guild president, this man is both bold and decisive. Yet Kamiba didn't rush to accept. Instead, he laid out 3 conditions of his own. I can help the Chamber weather this crisis, and from now on serve as its ultimate deterrent against the lords of the Land of Iron. However, how the Chamber is managed, how it expands, these matters are none of my concern. I will only step in when the chamber faces true peril. Think of me as a sharp blade. I can kill, I can intimidate, but how to wield me? That is for you to decide. Damba Mayoi pondered this for a long moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Since word had already gone out about the martial contest to determine marriage, they could only go along with the plan, letting Kamiba show his strength before all the assembled warriors. But Kashiko hesitated repeatedly before finally whispering, "This contest is only open to Sai. Kamiba-sama, you, I believe, are a ninja, aren't you?" Kamiba offered a gentle smile. "Don't worry. Even without the tricks of a ninja, I promise I'll beat them all." At this, Damba Mayoi coughed a few times, gave Kamiba a meaningful look, and then declared in a loud voice. Then it settled. "If Kamiba can claim the championship, even sending my daughter's hand in marriage your way would not be out of the question." Yukino's slender figure trembled, her lips tightening into a faint line beneath her white silk veil. Kamiba caught the moment and, feigning playfulness, replied, "Then your new son-in-law will take his leave." Mayoi turned to her daughter. "Yukino, go see him out." Yukino hesitated, but catching her father's gaze, she quietly stepped forward and left the room with Kamiba. "Kashiko, you may go as well." One by one, the others departed, leaving Mayoi leaning back in his bamboo chair, gazing out at the lonely moon beyond the window. A heavy melancholy hung about him, as if those few moments had aged him by decades. Less than half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. "Komein, Maye sighed deeply." The visitors were his two disciples. "Master?" Ryanosuke hesitated, darting a glance at his junior and shaking his sleeve impatiently. "Ugh, my younger brother tells me you mean to entrust the fate of the chamber to that brat from this afternoon. I don't understand. Why would you put your faith in an outsider?" But Mayoi did not answer him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on his second disciple. "Tetsuya, do you feel the same?" Tetsuya frowned slightly. "I do think this decision is a bit rash." Mayoi let out a cold snort. "What? Do you think your old master has lost his mind?" "I wouldn't dare." Ryanosuke dropped to both knees, not even lifting his head. "Tetsuya, how did you find out about this?" Tetsuya did not reply directly, only saying, "I just don't want you, master, to make desperate moves in your illness and throw away the bright future awaiting the chamber." "Tetsuya, watch your tongue." Ryanosuke's eyes widened in shock at his junior's boldness. He simply couldn't understand how his usually lazy, conflict-averse junior brother dared speak so directly to their master today. Unexpectedly, the usually stern master let out a gentle laugh, as if he wasn't bothered at all by his disciple's impudent words. "All it takes is one misstep in the game, Tetsuya." Both disciples froze, caught off guard by this response. Mayu continued, "Ryanosuke, you were the one who first suggested marrying off Shoko, weren't you?" Ryanosuke was drenched in cold sweat. "Yes, it was me, master." "Speak up. Who gave you that idea?" "No one told me. It was my own thought." Ryanosuke's face paled noticeably. Niwamayu paced slowly over to him, stopping right in front. "I know you care deeply about the guild, but with that thick-headed brain of yours, do you really expect me to believe this plan was yours?" Ryanosuke was flustered, eager to explain, but when the words reached his lips, he simply couldn't speak. After all, he'd never been good at expressing himself. Mayu gave a long, heavy sigh. "Even you didn't realize, did you? Isn't it clear that it was your dear junior who nudged you toward this?" Ryanosuke was taken aback. He cast a doubtful glance at his fellow disciple, struggling to remember. Only then did he vaguely recall that one night, drowning his sorrows with his junior, the young man had indeed mentioned that if Sugawara's only daughter could secure a promising marriage, it might well ease some of the burden on the guild. Could it be, all at once, he remembered the message Miyamoto Kamiba had passed along that morning? "Your second disciple is no ordinary man." In Danzo's study, within the guild leader's room, the flickering lamplight cast the shadows of three men against the wall. Mayu went on. During the pursuit of Okikawa Gensho, very few knew about the operation. Apart from those directly involved, only Yukino had the full picture. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, staring up at the dazzling light. "I may as well admit it. I truly suspected my own daughter." So, Tetsuya, silent until now, finally spoke, his voice gruff, "Arranging your daughter's marriage. Was it all just a test?" Mayu met his eyes. "Exactly. What's the point of that? Were you truly willing to sacrifice Yukino's happiness?" Tetsuya's eyes were bloodshot. "Of course it mattered. Isn't this what finally drew you out?" Tetsuya's breath caught in his throat. Hands clasped behind his back, Mayu continued. "Ever since I announced this decision, Yukino didn't react with the hysterics I'd feared. Instead, she accepted everything quietly, only shedding tears alone at night. She's always been a thoughtful child. But you, my disciple, Your reaction truly took me by surprise. You didn't just appeal to me repeatedly. You lobbied the guild leaders to undermine my authority, even those little tricks you played in secret with the nobles. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Every clue, every sign. Mayoi let out a long, wistful sigh. With the nobleman's reminder, she continued, only now do I realize, the person who's always closest to Yukino is you, Tetsuya. Tetsuya's brows drew together. Master, do you suspect me? Mayoi fixed her eyes on his. It was you who learned of our travel route from Yukino that day. Aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who could have betrayed us. And how did you find out that I met with young Kamiba late at night to discuss things? Mayoi took a step forward. Or is it that you've been following Yukino all along? So all that you said before was just to lure me out? The realization dawned on Tetsuya, and he snapped bitterly, Mayoi Niwa, for the sake of the guild, there's nothing you wouldn't stoop to, is there? Tetsuya, mind your words. Ryanosuke, tugging at Tetsuya's pant leg, scolded him in a low voice. How dare you speak this way to master? Kneel. Kneel right now. He shot his younger brother a fierce look, but Tetsuya remained unmoved. Tetsuya, you... Just then, Tetsuya suddenly kicked out, sending Ryanosuke crashing into a sword rack and shattering it. A vicious glint flashed in Tetsuya's eyes. In an instant, a dagger slid from his sleeve, its sharp blade thrusting forward. Mayoi stood with her hands folded behind her back, her entire body exposed, defenseless before Tetsuya. With a crestfallen sigh, she closed her eyes in disappointment. A resonant clang cut through the air. Pain shot through Tetsuya's wrist, and his blade snapped in two. Behind Mayoi, a colossal black skeletal hand hovered, its massive presence dividing the space like an unfathomable abyss. From Mayoi's side emerged a slender, fair-faced youth. No one could say when he had gotten there. But the towering black rib bones and that enormous, dark hand, swirling with black mist, stunned Tetsuya to his core. Kamiba extended his hand from afar, closing his grip in the air. Instantly, Tetsuya felt as though the breath had been squeezed from his lungs, a terrifying pressure weighing down on him, as if some invisible hand had wrapped itself around his entire body, rendering even the smallest movement an impossible luxury. What is this? He forced his eyes wide open, but his lips could barely move. The terror in his eyes only grew. My instincts were right after all, Kamiba murmured, turning his palm slightly, causing Tetsuya's body to twist along with it, stiff and helpless. Something's wrong with you. Then, as Kamiba raised his hand in a sword-like gesture, a bulge suddenly swelled on Tetsuya's right arm. It rippled like liquid, surging along his limb, spreading until his whole body shimmered with undulating, watery patterns, strange, almost grotesque. Disperse. Kamiba's voice cracked with command. With a sharp, wet squelch, Tetsuya's entire right arm burst apart. Liquid splattered the walls, and a few droplets even landed on Ryanosuke's face. Panicked, Ryanosuke wiped at his face, then realized, to his shock, it wasn't blood, but clear water. Kamiba casually withdrew his hand. Bereft of all support, Tetsuya's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Invisible streams of water surged from the severed arm, writhing and coiling until the right arm reformed, whole and unblemished once more. The sight left Ryanosuke dumbstruck, and Mayoi Niwa was shaken to her core. I told you, didn't I? This second disciple of yours is extraordinary, Shinba sneered. He was never truly a man of the land of iron. Amidst the twisting black miasma, Mayoi slowly turned, the tracks of muddied tears streaking from the corners of her eyes. What a pity, Tetsuya. Of all three of my disciples, you were always the one I held in highest regard. Should I finish it? Shinba tilted his head as he asked. Yes. Mayoi nodded calmly, her gaze clear and steady in that instant. The look of an executioner with sword in hand. Give him the dignity of a whole corpse. Understood. Shinba released the power of Susanoo, and as the darkness faded, a radiant, ethereal spirit shot forth, piercing straight into Tetsuya's brow. In the next instant, the spirit entered, then withdrew and returned as quickly as a lightning flash. A complicated expression crossed Shinba's face as he stared down at the breathless Tetsuya. The black robes billowed as he turned and walked away. Before destroying the soul, as was his custom, he had interrogated it for secrets. Tetsuya Onidzuka, a native of the land of water. From childhood, he had infiltrated the Niwa household as an undercover agent, with one goal: to steal the renowned sword-forging techniques of the land of iron. In league with nobles corrupted by Water Country's coin, they had slowly eroded the legacy known as the Three Traditions of Iron. 3 months ago, under the pretense of helping, he had sabotaged the forge of the Ichikawa family and secretly swapped the Hyakushu tradition's sword manual. As a result, 3,000 master blades commissioned by the daimyo's manor were all defects, shattering to fragments after delivery. The daimyo flew into a rage, and from that moment, the swordsmith hall began to collapse from within. Behind the scenes, he arranged for the desperate Ichikawa family to escape with the aid of Kirigakure, and even sent ninja to strike at the Iron Country's pursuing forces. He persuaded the Niwa family to marry off Sugawara's only daughter, bribing influential figures to pre-select a favored winner. But everything changed when Maoya Niwa named her beloved daughter, Yukino, as the one to be wed. From that moment, his elaborate plans spiraled into chaos. He announced his participation in the tournament. He plotted the deadly ambush of Shoko Sugawara. Though he concealed his hand well, the crafty and calculating Maoya saw through his act. Had he not been discovered, he would have revealed his true identity at the coming tournament, outshining all rivals for the championship. With the bought-off nobles, he would have seized the merchant guild, then bided his chance to assassinate Maoya herself. The 3 traditions of iron would be dissolved forever, its secrets delivered to the land of water. Most importantly, he could have married Yukino Niwa openly, with no one to question him. Shenba returned to his room, sprawling across his bed, staring blankly at the night sky beyond the window. So many feelings stir within me. The plan was flawless, until love got in the way, and everything crumbled to dust. Rolling over beneath the cold, clear moonlight, a flash of red glinted in his pupils. Beautiful patterns flickered in his gaze, and the kaleidoscope unfurled in an instant. He stretched out his hand, long and slender fingers gently tracing the curve of his eye. Kuzukuri Tetsuya. This boy is shrewd and calculating, and his ambitions reach far beyond the present. But no matter how deep his scheming or ruthless his plotting, before these very eyes of mine, he cannot hide. An age of chaos draws near, and it is power alone that commands respect. Before absolute strength, every cunning plan seems utterly laughable. Shinyu gazed at his own palm, whispering to himself, "So this is what it feels like holding another's fate in your hands?" That night, he tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Compared to Lord Ban, whose heart holds the world, I'm still so far behind. The next day, the martial arts tournament proceeded as scheduled. Yet to everyone's surprise, that morning, a youth took to the arena long before anyone else. He was clad in a black brocade robe, its pattern of violet irises exuding an aura of nobility. His jet black hair was tied high in a ponytail, the ends bound by an indigo cord. At his waist hung a slender divine blade. His movements were unhurried and graceful as he stood proud at the center of the stage. His face, delicate and almost beautiful, was marked by a pair of phoenix eyes, calm, icy, and with an air of haughty solitude. Within that gaze, a solitary dominance lingered. The crowd below grew larger by the minute. Among them were those hardened by battle, who at first wore looks of impatience. Yet when they caught the youth's eyes, silence swept over them. None dared utter a word, barely even dared to breathe. Only the warriors mingling in the throng regarded him with wary eyes, each reflexively bowing and gripping the hilt of their swords, slipping unconsciously into guarded stances. What is this? How could a mere kid command such a presence? Meanwhile, the dignitaries seated high above the stands could no longer remain composed. Some began to bare their teeth in frustration. From where they sat, high and far, they couldn't make out the youth's expression. Whose brat is that? Looking for trouble, is he? What's going on with the Damo clan? At such a crucial event, how can they just let some kid make a scene? Someone get him off the stage. Look at those riffraff below. Can't even handle a child. Soon enough, a man clad in samurai armor strode onto the arena, chastising Shinyu's back. "Kid, go play elsewhere. This isn't a place for you." Shinyu turned his head slightly. "Are you here to challenge me?" "Challenge you?" The man scoffed. "Don't tell me you actually intend to enter the tournament." Shinyu replied coolly, "You have 3 seconds to leave this stage on your own." From the stands, someone began to heckle. "Is this done yet? We want to see the match. Can't someone get that brat out of there?" Honestly, can't the Damwa family even handle a small issue like this? Up on the stage, the armored man's expression darkened. He pressed his palm to the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. "If you won't move, kid, don't blame me for being rough. Your time is up." In the blink of an eye, Shinyu vanished. All the man saw was a shadow flicker overhead. A slender hand settled, featherlight, upon his shoulder. In the next instant, with a tremendous force pulling at him, his vision spun wildly. Astonishingly, the youth flung him away with one hand. The man shot through the air like a straight line and crashed down onto a section of the spectator stands with a heavy thud. A chorus of wails and shrieks erupted from above, the very spot where moments ago the crowd had been the rowdiest. Gasps filled the arena. The nobles were utterly stunned. Some even leapt to their feet, casting startled, questioning glances toward the main seat. But Maoya Danyu, the president, only squinted serenely as if nothing had happened, the entire merchant association maintaining an air of perfect composure, as though utterly unbothered by this turn of events. President Danyu, I demand an explanation, a rotund nobleman with an imposing belly said in a low, grave voice. Today is the martial tournament. Only the strongest has the right to become my worthy son-in-law, so a bit of violence is unavoidable. Maoya's lips curled into a crafty smile. Blades have no eyes. If a few people get hurt by accident here and there, isn't that just how it goes? The noble snorted in displeasure, but seeing the circumstances, could only grumble under his breath. When all of this is over, you'll get what's coming to you. High above, the feudal lord of the Iron Country sat in stately splendor beneath the jeweled canopy, a folding fan half covering his face, the look in his eyes deep and inscrutable. On the stage, Shinba swept his gaze over the crowd with a cold, disdainful arrogance. I know why all of you have come today. Frankly, this tournament is turning out to be a little too dull, he said, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Let me help speed things up for you. If you want to marry Miss Yukino, it's quite simple. Step up onto the stage and kill me. His eyes brimmed with challenge, his aura overwhelming. My name is Shinba. Today, I stand here to defend this arena. His words electrified the room. Not a single warrior could remain calm. For a swordsman, nothing is more provoking than such a proclamation. A swordsman's heart is forged along the path of the invincible, each of them striving to push ever forward. To rise in the way of the sword, they must hold firm to their beliefs, follow their own path, and never shy from any foe, no matter how fearsome. To let doubt cloud a swordsman's heart is fatal. After all, if you cannot believe in yourself, how can you ever trust the blade in your hand? So, many warriors scoffed angrily, and a few hot-blooded ones even began to curse aloud. One such fiery warrior sprang onto the platform, fixing Shinba with a cold glare. My name is... His declaration was cut short as, the very next instant, he was sent flying from the stage and embedded into the wall with a resounding crash, so hard that no one could pry him free. The audience, in unison, swallowed hard, all eyes flicking back to the arena. There, Shinba stood poised, slowly withdrawing his leg from a perfect sidekick. Don't waste my time, you small fry, Shinba said coldly, sweeping his gaze over them. Let me give you all some advice. This was your last warning. Anyone else who steps up here had best be ready to lay down their life. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Instantly, shouts erupted from both the stage and the crowd below. But these weren't cheers of encouragement. Instead, the air was thick with coarse curses and voices full of resentment. You little brat, don't you look down on us? Name your master. I'll go and demand an explanation myself. Do you really think there's no one worthy in Wuxiong City? Let me teach you a lesson. No, let me handle it. My blade's been thirsting for action. Allow me, blades of drifting snow, to weigh your worth, you insolent child. Bathed in a cacophony, Shinyu opened his arms wide. No need for all this fuss. Come at me together. Arrogant fool. At once, 3 warriors mounted the stage, fanning out to encircle Shinyu. This time, nobody wasted a single word. The challengers struck first. Their blades flashed like ribbons of light, 3 streaks of chakra-infused force slicing through the air, all aimed directly at Shinyu. A resonant hum filled the hall. Everyone gaped in disbelief, witnessing with their own eyes as shimmering, translucent ripples burst forth from the youth's body. Like the bubbling surge of a clear spring, these waves repelled every blade of energy that came his way. With a sharp whistle of steel, Shinyu spun his grip around the hilt. His blade gleamed with a clarity like running water, dazzling every gaze in the crowd. All 3 warriors found their swords severed in an instant. Blood arcing, they were hurled from the platform and crashed to the ground. By the time the crowd realized what had happened, Frostfall, resolute heart, was already sheathed once more. What unbelievable speed! But isn't that defensive technique he used even more astonishing? Hey, what was that? Did you catch it? Murmurs and exclamations swept through the audience. Shinyu's breathtaking defense and counterattack reignited the energy in the hall. Thanks to the unique power of the sea god's body, he could not only command the currents of the ocean itself, but also manipulate the moisture in the air, drawing it to the surface of his skin to create a dense, protective barrier. This shield of water molecules possessed astonishing resilience. Being almost invisible, it was all but hidden from sight. He could summon this shield at will, but often it emerged as an instinctive reaction. the molecules coalescing an instant before any blow could land, deflecting all harm. If you wanted to break through such a shield, bludgeoning it would get you nowhere. Only the most concentrated thrusts or cutting blows might stand a chance. Yet the slashes from those warriors were simply too meager. Not only could they not pierce his safeguard, they could scarcely hope to touch his hardened, impervious body. Just more fodder. Why are there only small fry in my way? Shinyu's brow furrowed ever so slightly. If you're weaker than those three, don't waste your lives challenging me. Country of Iron, Forge Blade Chamber of Commerce. In the center of the packed arena, Shinyu stood calm and composed atop the platform. All around him, fresh blood splattered like ink, broken blades and severed limbs littering the stage. The stench of blood lingered heavily in the air. Whether on stage or below, everyone was struck silent. This youth, fierce as a war god, had stood here for hours, since dawn until dusk, while countless warriors and heroes arrived one after another, only to find themselves utterly defeated. By the end of the day, no one dared to boast anymore. Some didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The entire contest had turned into something like an unmasking, a stage for exposing pretensions. Those venerable warriors whom everyone once admired were rendered powerless before the boy, falling like scarecrows, unable to withstand even a single blow. It wasn't that his swordplay was dazzling or unfathomably deep. Quite the opposite. The young man simply stood there, letting them come at him, his style so plain it became crushing. Every technique he used was as simple as it gets, yet it overwhelmed every warrior in front of him. It didn't matter if it was a solitary master or a group attack by more than a dozen. The young man remained utterly unmoved. Their ferocious sword auras couldn't even touch him. In the end, the youth would sigh in disappointment, then draw his blade in a simple, honest slash, and as if reaping a field of wheat, his opponents would drop to the ground in great swaths, left bleeding and defeated. The strongest warriors would snap their blades in defeat. The slightly weaker ones might lose a limb, while those whose fame was but an empty shell would pay with their lives, left behind forever in that place. So, is there no one left? Shinyu spoke, his cool voice cutting through the arena, shattering the silence. He glanced around, unmistakable disappointment darkening his features. From the beginning, he'd been searching for someone who could break his shield of water molecules. Only a slash of extraordinary sharpness would be worthy for him to adapt to. That was his true purpose, to confront increasingly powerful strikes and thereby evolve his own technique. Autumn dew on the leaf. Yet, to his surprise, in all the ironclad land of the Iron Country, not a single person was fit to catch his eye. Lord Mayoi, perhaps you can announce the result now, he said, looking toward the figure at the head seat. A gentle cough. Mayoi Niwa, leaning on his cane, got to his feet, cleared his throat, and declared, Shinyu stands victorious on the field. As no one dares face him any longer, I hereby pronounce today's tournament winner to be Ishin. Hold on. At that moment, a shrill voice interrupted him. Startled, Mayoi glanced upward toward the high platform, where the Iron Country's great lord sat. Who would have thought? To have such a young hero emerge from the Iron Country. Excellent, truly excellent. The lord applauded, impervious to the opinions of others. Suddenly, the hall filled with applause. Led by the country's ruler, nobles and commoners alike began clapping in unison. The applause soon faded into scattered claps, yet the lord, smiling broadly, opened his folding fan. Lord Mayoi, surely there's no question that this young man has claimed today's championship for all to see. So isn't it a bit early for the announcement? Ah yes, my lord. As you say. Mayoi bowed his head with a polite smile. In that case, I have a small, rather rude request. Would young Shinyu be willing to consider it? The lord asked. Shinyu replied, casually, say it. The air suddenly grew tense. Everyone in the hall, including Mayoi, could see that Kamihane's attitude toward the lord was far from respectful, yet none dared voice their thoughts. The lord only smiled, as if unfazed. In my domain, there are 4 samurai who, until your birth, little brother, were considered the strongest in all of the Iron Country. Though they've seen over 50 springs, there's no sign of rust on their blades. His voice rose and fell in a curious cadence, sharpened by its thin, piercing timbre, like an old nursery rhyme played so often it faded into the background. Would you, young man, care to test whether the edge of their swords still bites true? Mayoi's heart lurched with foreboding. He was just about to think of a polite refusal when... Absolutely, Kamihane replied, his tone already tinged with excitement. For a fleeting moment, his calm, inscrutable eyes brimmed with light. Come on then, don't let me down. Splendid. The lord was delighted. With a snap, he folded his fan shut. I've long since summoned them. They've been waiting right here for this moment. Behind him, 4 figures emerged. One tall, one short, one stout, one lean. After a brief flicker, as if reality bent around them, they stood together in the arena, surrounding Kamehane. One by one, they shrugged off their cloaks, revealing snowy white beards and faces etched with deep wrinkles. Time had worn down their bodies, but could never corrode the spirit of their blades. The fierce, razor-sharp glints in their eyes were proof enough. "Rest easy, Miss Yukino," the Lord teased, catching the worried look on her face. "Even if they managed to win by sheer luck, I promise I wouldn't let you marry any of them. How could I possibly consign the daughter of the esteemed swordsmith's house to a handful of old men?" "Steel is blind, young man. Be careful," the tall elder warned. Kamehane rested a single hand on his sword. "Please, show me what you've got." The moment his words fell, for forceful, slicing strikes crashed down on Kamehane. A resonant hum filled the air. Yet Kamehane didn't move. The watery shield protecting his body rippled violently, flicking the attacks upward and away, sending them spiraling into the sky. Still, the onslaught was not over. The old warriors shifted positions with practiced ease, blades sweeping in unison as if painting with ink, tracing a cross-shaped slash in midair, hurtling toward him. Kamehane simply spread his arms wide. Countless strikes rained down on him. In the glow of the dusky sun, a faint blue halo shimmered across his body, pure and untarnished. In Kamahane's delighted eyes, the watery barrier over his upper body suddenly shimmered and finally shattered. In that instant, blades reached him. With a chorus of violent tears, his robes were shredded into countless strips, leaving his upper body gleaming, flawless and bare. The four elders sharply drew breath, stunned. What did they just witness? Bathed in the light of 100 slashes, the young man stood untouched, unharmed, as if even the fiercest of blades could not leave a single mark upon him. His upper body was as if cast from divine iron, a current of blue light coursing through it, making him seem like a flawless, polished piece of jade. Even in their shock, the veteran samurai did not hesitate. Countless strikes rose and fell like crashing waves, completely engulfing Shinyu. "Yes, that's it, just like that. The four of you, give it everything you have." Shinyu laughed wildly, his voice trembling with excitement. Now that the water barrier shielding his body had been shattered, there was no need to maintain it any longer. Only by experiencing pain firsthand could he adapt even faster. "Mangatsui!" Amid the dazzling blue radiance, a streak of crimson burst forth from his eyes, a chill so biting it shot straight upward, making everyone feel as if trapped atop an icy mountain, a shudder rippling through the crowd. Shinyu's left eye had transformed into a kaleidoscope, mesmerizing and breathtaking. The pattern within gently turned, as if imprinting every blow, every slash deep into his mind. Chakra, shaping, compression to the extreme. The water surged wildly, endlessly flowing. Each slash unleashed, forming a style of its own. In a flash, Shinyu's gaze sharpened, and Frostfall's resolve slipped into his right hand. Blue light gathered in his left palm, swiftly coalescing into a blade of icy blue, gleaming with a light as cold as ancient glacial frost. Gripping his swords, Shinyu spun fiercely. A twin-blade arc. The blade, autumn dew on a leaf, condensed with tangible brilliance, shifting from ice blue to a luminous green jade. Shinyu's sword traced a perfect circle, the shimmering arc expanding in a sudden burst. In that instant, all other strikes faded into nothing before this circle of light. With unstoppable force, it sliced through every attack, gliding effortlessly past the samurai's blades like a passing breeze. A series of metallic thuds echoed, the sound of broken swords hitting the ground. All four veteran samurai spewed blood, their faces grimacing in pain. In a heartbeat, they crashed down from the ring. Shinyu sheathed his swords, the radiant blade in his left hand vanishing like a disappearing flame. He stood tall at the center of the arena, his proud gaze sweeping over the four injured warriors one by one. They were still alive. Shinyu's slashes had been tailored to match their chakra levels. But across each of their chests remained a deep blade scar, bone deep and unmistakable. "This scar, I left it. It will be your last badge of honor, for the rest of your lives." His words reverberated through the hall, and the once noisy crowd fell utterly silent in an instant. It was as if an invisible hand seized everyone by the throat, holding them, breathless. The daimyo of the Land of Iron stared in disbelief, so stunned he didn't even notice his folding fan slip from his hand. All eyes turned in awe to the young man standing atop the arena, as though witnessing the descent of a god or demon. An unspoken shock echoed in the hearts of all present. This moment was destined to be etched into the annals of the Land of Iron. Young man, you're a true prodigy, nothing short of a gift from the heavens." The daimyo praised him with a laugh, though there was a hint of bitterness beneath his smile. Dambamaya, ever perceptive to the subtle shifts in the crowd, seized the moment to formally declare Kamehane the champion. A wave of awe swept over the spectators. People marveled aloud, astonished that on this very day, the Land of Iron had given rise to a youth of almost divine standing. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed samurai noticed movement in Kamahane's right hand. Without warning, Frostfall, one heart, flashed from its sheath. The ferocious slash tore through the air, cleaving a distant grandstand in two. The building collapsed, burying the elite who had been seated within its walls. A series of chilling slashes sounded as Kamehane struck again and again. With every swing, a new arc of jade-green light sliced through the sky, swooping like a gigantic crescent moon toward a cluster of nobles. Not good. He's lost his mind. The boy's gone mad. The azure radiance exploded with each strike, flashing thunderbright as it flickered across the dusky sky. No soul among the nobles could flee that swift onslaught. Their personal samurai, desperate to shield their masters, unsheathed blades in vain, only to be cut down in an instant. Honored warriors made collateral to their lord's demise. Leaf-top Morning Dew, after its evolution, had perfected the art of chakra manipulation. It now combined the endless flow of water with intensely compressed chakra, able to unleash blades of force far and wide, or wielded close with lethal precision, no longer shackled by the user's own hands. Amidst the gruesome sounds of flesh and steel, blood poured in torrents. The grandstand, a moment ago the proud heart of the arena, had turned at Kamahane's whim into a scene of massacre. Consider this. The ones who fell were the highest authorities in all the Land of Iron, those who commanded storms and shaped fate, yet Kamehane executed them one after another, right before the daimyo's very eyes. Chaos erupted. All around, people screamed and wailed in terror. Ah, is this yet another plot from Damba Maya? Help, I'm too handsome to die here. From the moment Kamehane drew his blade to the instant the nobles fell, it had taken only a fleeting few breaths. Now, panic surged as everyone scrambled for the exits, desperate to avoid becoming the next target of his merciless blade. It was no exaggeration. This was the same boy who had defeated the 4 strongest samurai in the blink of an eye, someone the Land of Iron hadn't produced in centuries. If he truly lost control, the entire city of Bukio could end up sharing the noble's fate. Just then, Kamahane's clear voice rang out across the blood-soaked field. Nobody move. Those whom I have slain were traitors, bought by the Land of Water. All of this was carried out with the daimyo's express permission. Now that the traitors have paid for their crimes, you may rest easy. Beneath the ornate canopy on the viewing platform, the daimyo of the Land of Iron cowered behind several shogunate samurai, his head buried deep beneath his seat. He trembled, then cautiously peeked out. His eyes were wide with terror, confusion, and just a flicker of helpless panic. Me? At that moment, Damba Maya emerged, supported by Kyoko and Yukino, making her way swiftly to the daimyo's side. My lord, everything that happened today, the true culprit behind it all, is the Land of Water. He spoke eloquently, and with his remarkable gift of persuasion quickly recounted how the spies from the Land of Water had infiltrated the Land of Iron, used underhanded methods to erode the 3 traditions of Iron, and orchestrated the contest from behind the scenes. He laid out how the failed sword forging of the Oikawa family and the attack on the shogunate forces were all part of the Land of Water's conspiracy. The daimyo regained his composure, climbed back onto his chair, and pulled out a small handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. While Maoi explained at his side, he simply sat there quietly, occasionally glancing at Konoha, who stood on the platform with the sacred blade in hand. He couldn't help himself. If that youth so much as frowned and decided to strike him down, there would be nowhere left to plead his case. Just then, from the ruins of a collapsed building, something suddenly shifted. Out from the shattered walls, a figure emerged without warning. Like an apparition, the man moved as soon as he appeared, launching himself straight at the dais, toward the daimyo and Maoi, with blinding speed and fierce momentum. Assassin! Someone cried. 2 guards reacted instantly, stepping in front of the daimyo to shield him. Draw slash. Their blades flashed in unison, sending 2 pale blue arcs of sword energy surging through the air, crossing one another as they cut straight for the intruder. But the assassin neither dodged nor flinched. It was as if he hadn't even seen the sword energy, and he charged forward in a headlong rush. The crowd frowned. After all, not everyone was a prodigy like Konoha. The samurai sword strikes were the pride of the nation, and today, strike after strike was being disregarded. It was one thing for Konoha, whose power they had witnessed with their own eyes, but this, an unknown, unheralded assassin, daring to ignore their attacks. This was nothing less than trampling their honor beneath his feet, again and again. The sword energy howled by, slicing straight through the man's body. Yet, all that scattered were tiny, sparkling droplets of water. He wasn't harmed at all. On the contrary, he raised both hands, forming his fingers into imaginary pistols. Water style, water iron cannon. A flash of light sparked at his fingertips. 2 crystal-clear water bullets shot forth, piercing straight through the 2 guards in the blink of an eye. Yet the daimyo's guards were fearless in the face of death. Their dignity would not be trampled. Even before the bodies of their comrades hit the ground, more guards surged forward, shielding the daimyo and Mayoi completely. What a bore, the assassin muttered with a hint of irritation. He fired both hands in rapid succession, unleashing a storm of water bullets that rained indiscriminately in all directions. Kamiha closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. In that instant, an invisible pulse rippled out from him at the center. Every droplet of water halted in midair. Their momentum vanished abruptly, and the bullets fell harmlessly to the floor, one after another, with a gentle pattering sound. What the hell? The attacker was equally stunned, but there was no time for shock now. Time was running out. As long as he managed to kill the daimyo of the Land of Iron and that troublesome Danawa, he'd have no regrets about this mission. After all, they had already secured the Oikawa family's 100-hand transmission. Although the grand plan to destroy the 3 iron traditions hadn't been executed to perfection, as long as these 2 drew their last breath, the best swordsmiths in all the shinobi world would forever belong to the Land of Water. With that thought, he immediately activated the body flicker technique, leaving only a faint blur behind in the air. His right hand swelled several times its normal size, swatting away all the guards in an instant, while his other hand reached out towards the daimyo. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the daimyo's robes, a breeze sprang up before him, and a young man appeared in a flash, planting his palms squarely on the attacker's chest. The strike came faster than lightning, leaving no chance to dodge. Yet to him, dodging or not made little difference. He could simply liquefy his body with water release, rendering all physical attacks useless. Yet a strange sensation enveloped him. The assassin's pupils constricted, and the arrogance on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by intense terror. How can I not be able to liquefy? There's nothing impossible about it. Shinba's voice was calm as ever. The assassin's body hung frozen in midair, his panicked, fearful expression etched on his face like a grotesque mask. His skin was pale, his face narrow, hair slicked to one side in ashen blonde waves. A signature horseshoe mustache hung at the corners of his mouth, but most striking of all was the absence of eyebrows. "So it's you," Shinba drawled, a composed and confident smile playing on his lips. "Kirasame Hozuki." The assassin managed a stiff smile. "You know me? We're acquainted." Of course he knew. The future second Mizukichi. A man who mastered water release to its limits and confronted a Wagakure's bloodline elites with his own unique and mighty techniques, dragging them all down with him. How could he not recognize him? This isn't part of the main storyline. It's just something I wanted to chat about with you all. In 2 chapters, the Land of Iron arc will come to a definitive end. The protagonist will be returning to the main story, continuing his journey through the shinobi world. I've been reading everyone's comments these past few days. It seems most of you aren't particularly fond of this side story, finding it somewhat bland. To be honest, my main reason for introducing this arc was to give the plot a breather. It felt like we'd been trapped in non-stop battles, and perhaps everyone was growing numb to the constant tension. Every story needs its ebb and flow, after all. But as it turns out, I underestimated you. You all have much stronger endurance than I thought, no matter how many explosive chapters one throw at you. You don't seem the least bit tired. Well, now I know. From now on, get ready for even more high-octane moments, one climax after another, until we see just how far you can go. Maniacal laughter. There's also a lot of debate among readers about the fight between Shinyu and Tobirama. Some of you feel I made Tobirama too powerful and suppressed the balance of strength, but here's how I see it. Tobirama, as a seasoned Uchiha expert, acted entirely in line with his character. 5 years ago, the protagonist awakened his Mangeko Sharingan right in front of Tobirama and killed so many people. Of course Tobirama would keep that in mind. So he came up with a host of countermeasures like developing the Inseal or perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique. I think this is completely reasonable and fits the established logic of the world. As for the much-debated 4 Crimson Ray formation, for instance, the original story said you needed 4 top-tier ninja with Kaga-level chakra to use it. Here, Tobirama himself is Kaga-level, and he's from the Senju clan. He's not as strong as his brother, sure, but now he's developed the Inseal and stockpiled chakra for years. It's not far-fetched that he could pull it off. And then there's the Flying Thunder God. If Minato could pull off those moves in the original, why couldn't Tobirama, the technique's creator, do the same? In the canon, he never perfected it simply because he didn't have pressing reasons or anything at stake. But now, He's got every reason to push his limits and develop it further. Only by moving faster can he keep up with Shinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan. If I kept his power level locked down according to the original, that would honestly just be unfair. Of course, if you still feel I've forced the power scaling, then all I can do is apologize and humbly accept your criticism. Another common question: why did Shinyu engage Tobirama for so long? Since the Nine Tails had already been released, why didn't he just make a run for it? First, he was deliberately stalling for time. The Nine Tails hadn't made it very far yet. Second, and I admit this, Shinyu got a bit reckless in that moment. He had his own schemes. He wanted to get used to the Flying Thunder God, and by extension, adapt to space-time techniques in general. But in the end, Tobirama taught him a hard lesson. If he'd been more careful, throwing out all his trump cards right from the start, he wouldn't have taken such a beating. But honestly, who hasn't been overconfident at least once in their life? After spending years with Madara, our protagonist has picked up a bit of pride himself, whether he realizes it or not. Let's be real, awakened to Sharingan at age 4, Mangekyo at 5, endless adaptability, a time-based ocular jutsu, plus Konoha still holding on to the ingredients for eternal Mangekyo. If you readers had this sort of reincarnation template, I can't even imagine how wild you'd get. Still, a loss is a loss. You stumble, you learn, and that's the beauty of growing up. I know losing can feel suffocating, but hasn't everyone had a time in the arena where they couldn't even summon all their beasts before getting taken down? Honestly, the protagonist already performed remarkably. At least he wasn't just some stepping stone for Tobirama. Tobirama had to pull out every trick he had just to barely win, and he was left utterly exhausted afterward. Alright, let's wrap up this topic here. I've read every single one of your comments carefully. If you don't like the copywriting chapters, I'll be mindful of that from now on. Writing a new book is never easy, so I hope for your continued support. And of course, if you could leave a 5-star review, that would be even better. Here's an early New Year's greeting from the second generation. May luck and victory be with you, my fellow cultivators. Ghost Lantern Jinjetsu, the second Mizukage of his original timeline. During his tenure, he not only followed the example of his second Hokage, Tobirama, by establishing the Kirigakure Ninja Academy and the Umbu, but he also set up strict laws for protecting the village's secrets. Mist Ninja were required to safeguard their own information, not just from enemies, but even from their comrades. This led to the Ninja of the Mist becoming shrouded in secrecy. Even the younger generation hardly knew anything about the abilities of this water shadow. What's more, he placed great importance on passing down the art of wielding the ninja blade. The renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist originated under his leadership. He selected these 7 as his direct subordinates, grooming a fresh generation of ninja as future swordsmen and thus strengthening the village's development. Shinyu curled his lip. Who said we were old friends? With just a clench of his fist, Ghost Lantern Jinjetsu's body was wrenched apart as if torn by horses. All that remained was his head. The rest turned into bubbling balls of water, his flesh and blood liquefied and translucent. It was a bizarre and unsettling sight. Damn it, kid. What kind of power is this? Jinjetsu bared his teeth, trying to mask the fear in his eyes. Shinyu watched him calmly. The Ghost Lantern clan can recover even after losing their heads. But I wonder, if you get broken down to a molecular level, will you still be able to come back? I've never actually. Jinjetsu caught himself, suddenly crying out, "Wait, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about me? Do you really think you're in a position to ask questions?" Shinyu lifted his chin meaningfully. Instantly, a water ball beside Jinjetsu swelled and burst with a sharp snap, dissolving into mist and filling the air with dampness. Take it easy. Jinjetsu panicked, his eyes glued to another swelling water ball, cold sweat pouring down his face. Whatever you want to know, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. He forced himself to adopt a fawning expression, eyes never leaving the deadly water orb. Damn it, it'll take forever for my lower body to fully regenerate. State your identity, your goal, and why you tried to assassinate the daimyo. Shinyu's tone grew frosty, unconsciously imitating Madara's intimidating cadence. Jinjetsu pulled a bitter smile. I am Ghost Lantern Jinjetsu, personal disciple of the Mizukage of Kirigakure in the Land of Water. I came here to seize the 3 iron relics from the Land of Iron. The assassination attempt was one necessary step in achieving that goal. What a humiliating, despicable brat. Once I break free, I'll kill you for sure. Shinyu nodded at Mei-oi and continued to question him. Why did you want to seize the 3 secrets of iron? Were you people from the Land of Water scheming? Speak up. Shinyu curled his finger, and a sphere of water suddenly burst into droplets, shattering right in front of Jinsuke's eyes. Stop, please stop. I'll talk, isn't that enough? Jinsuke's voice trembled as he yelled. Kirigakure desperately needs swordsmiths. Desperately. But all the best swordsmiths in the shinobi world are gathered here. I had an idea. If we could fuse ninjutsu with the samurai sword forging arts and craft a one-of-a-kind ninja blade, then our village would definitely become much stronger. And this whole scheme was my own idea. Every action taken was by my own will. Kirigakure as a village had no part in it. Even my teacher was kept in the dark. Shinyu nodded thoughtfully. And to pull off this plan, just what dirty work have you done? Jinsuke replied helplessly. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but those 3 secrets of iron are united as one, even forming a merchant guild. To break their alliance, I had to work from the inside. So years ago, I sent my family's most trusted confidant to disguise himself as a person of the land of iron and infiltrate the guild, hoping to sow discord. Up until yesterday, when I lost contact with him. I killed him, Shinyu replied calmly. So, it was you. At that moment, Maoi suddenly spoke up, his voice full of anger. You claim you did all this behind the Mizuki's back, but how did you mobilize Kirigakure's shinobi? The day of the incident, those who attacked us and the shogunate's forces included many powerful ninja. TCH, Jinsuke sneered with clear contempt. Shinyu's voice was icy. Answer his question. Jinsuke opened his mouth right away. Oh, those are just mercenaries, wandering ninja, and hired killers I brought together. As long as you pay them, they'll do anything. I swear, apart from myself and my confidant, no one from Kirigakure was involved in any of this. Damn it, I'll kill you. He stared fixatedly at Shinyu's fingers, truly intimidated to his core. Your Excellency, do you understand everything now? The daimyo sat frozen in his chair, shock written all across his face. Now, even disbelief was no longer possible. So that's how it is. I never imagined that the land of iron, a neutral nation, could harbor so many hidden traitors. The daimyo's expression shifted between fury and, amidst the anger, the joy of finding worthy retainers. With tears in his eyes, he declared, How fortunate we are to have a strategist like Maoi. How wondrous to have a hero like Shinyu with unrivaled might. The two of you, in turning the tide and rescuing us from peril, have saved the land of iron from utter disgrace. Lord Shinyu, please execute this villain at once, the daimyo shrieked, jabbing a finger toward Huanyue. Shinyu smiled faintly. With a sudden motion, he and Huanyue vanished from sight. He moved with astonishing speed. Huanyue only felt a rush like riding the wind, the world blurring around him. In a heartbeat, Shinyu had whisked him far outside the city walls. Little mustache, I don't really dislike you. Go back where you came from. Shinyu let go with an easy laugh. The invisible force that had bound Huanyue dissolved, and in the next moment, Huanyue was free. He quickly merged with several floating spheres of water that had followed him, and became whole again, standing upright but dripping wet. Little mustache. Huanyue's face turned stormy as he shot a glare at Shinyu, leaping away in a series of graceful bounds that covered hundreds of meters in seconds. He could feel it distinctly. The farther he got from that strange youth, the weaker that bizarre grip on him became. You brat, I was careless before. The humiliation I suffered just now, I'll return it tenfold. Forming hand seals, he slapped his palms onto the ground with force. Summoning jutsu. When the white mist cleared, he stood triumphantly atop an enormous clam. Its shell was pure white, and two plump, fleshy feelers poked out from the gap. Magic mirage, towering steam pavilion. The clam's feelers writhed for a moment, and then, like billows from a chimney, thick, swirling fog spewed from its breathing holes, swiftly engulfing everything within a kilometer's radius, including Shinyu, who stood motionless, wearing a cryptic expression. Scared stiff, aren't you, kid? You're up against a master of illusion. Here inside my mirage, nothing is as it seems. In moments, the fog dissipated. There, apparently unchanged, stood Huanyue on his majestic clam. But the truth was, these were nothing but phantasms conjured by his illusions. His real body was sneaking around, creeping quietly behind a huge boulder. No way was he going to face Shinyu head-on. That boy had strange ninjutsu that could control water. No sense blundering into danger. What about a wide-scale bubble attack, he thought. He willed it, and the ground around him went slick and damp. Bubbles, big and small, swelled up in droves, swirling toward Shinyu like a living tide. Water sphere jutsu detonate. He snapped his fingers smartly. Explosions crackle high into the air. When Huanyue peered out from his hiding spot, Shinyu stood exactly where he'd been, untouched, cocking his head as if examining a curious specimen. The illusionary clone in front of him. Cold sweat broke out on Huanyue's brow. What on earth? Even a bubble barrage can't hurt him? There's no choice. Guess it's time to finish this with my Steam Danger Bomb. Steam Danger Bomb, jokey boy. This was his ultimate technique, a self-made jutsu of endless destruction. Combining oil and water from his own body, he created a nimble child-shaped clone, the outside composed of oil, the inside filled with water, an unstable balance of heat and cold. Any movement would heat the oil in an instant, vaporizing the water within, causing the clone's body to swell and swell until, at last, a monumental steam explosion would be unleashed. After the explosion, the rising steam cooled and turned to hail, shrinking in volume and enabling the clone to reform. In this way, preparations for the next explosion were set, making the cycle potentially infinite. In his original timeline, it was precisely this secret technique that allowed him to perish together with the wielder of dust release. Hozuki Mangetsu concealed himself behind a boulder, raising his hands to form seals. Chakra gathered slowly as steam billowed upward, gradually shaping itself into a grinning clown's face. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice startled Mangetsu so much that he gave an involuntary shudder. The nearly formed water oil clone seemed to lose control and collapsed instantly. Mangetsu, pressed against a massive rock, trembled uncontrollably as he raised his head to look up. He saw Kamehane crouched atop the boulder, gazing down with relaxed confidence, the way a cat toys with a cornered mouse. No one knew when he had arrived. It was as though he'd been there all along. Mangetsu instinctively tried to flee, but it was unfortunate. This damned binding force returned. A crushing power bore down upon him, lifting him into the air. His whole belly swelled like a water balloon. "Impossible," he stammered in disbelief. "Weren't you fooled by my mirage technique? How could you have found my real body? I'm not just some water release ninja. I'm also a master of illusions." Kamehane interrupted him, tapping his own eye. "That's why someone like you is completely at my mercy." With a flash of red light, his Sharingan showed itself, 3 black tomos swirling on the blood-red backdrop. Mangetsu couldn't help but fall into a daze at the sight. "You Uchiha?" he stammered, totally bewildered. Kamehane narrowed his eyes. "Little mustache, I told you before I didn't hate you. But that doesn't mean I won't kill you." A cold killing intent flared briefly. The look on Mangetsu's face grew instantly grave. "This time I'll let you off. There won't be a next. Learn your place, fool." He let go casually. Mangetsu crashed to the ground in a pitiful heap. "If you dare set your sights on the merchants again, I swear, I'll come to Kirigakure myself and finish you off in front of the Mizukage." That's not right." Mangetsu gasped, panting heavily. "Why are you protecting the land of iron? Aren't you from Konoha?" With a wet, bursting sound, Mangetsu's head exploded, water droplets scattering like rain. "Don't mention that name in front of me." Kamahane's tone was chilling. "I'm no saint. I'm just a looter taking advantage of chaos, just like you, a bastard intent on squeezing profit from the land of iron. The only difference is that my methods are a bit more elegant." He turned away, no longer concerned whether Mangetsu lived or died. "Get out of here. As for the Ichikawa family's affairs, I won't interfere any longer. Don't set foot in the land of iron again." Activating body flicker, he vanished on the spot, leaving Hozuki Mangetsu dazed and alone on the ground. Water pooled at the hollow of Jinjetsu's neck, slowly coalescing into a browless face, still haunted and shaken. Shinyu returned to the main hall, and when the daimyo eagerly inquired, he shook his head, sighing with regret. "Ah, that fellow has too many tricks up his sleeve. We battled fiercely for 300 rounds, but in the end, he still managed to escape." The daimyo's expression darkened at once. Shinyu laced his hands behind his head and spoke with a leisurely air. "Still, now that I'm a member of the Merchant Guild, as long as I'm here, the guild will stand. So long as our guild stands, that man won't dare kindle any ambitions toward the land of iron. Are we clear?" The daimyo immediately nodded. Of course he understood Shinyu's implications. This was pressure, a not-so-veiled reminder from Shinyu to the daimyo's office. In truth, the incident with Jinjetsu was an exceedingly tricky matter. Shinyu had just claimed these were his actions alone, unconnected to the land of water. This meant that no matter how deep they dug, there would be little to gain. Whether or not Jinjetsu's words were true, even if it were a plot by the Hidden Mist, at worst they would simply sever ties, insist Jinjetsu was a rogue, and wash their hands of him. What could the land of iron do then? If it really came out in public, it would mean a complete rift with the land of water. The land of iron was a neutral nation. Usually, they endured some bullying, but if they angered a major power, they could be swept up as an enemy at any moment. True, there was the so-called god of shinobi sustaining the current peace, but who knew how much longer he would walk the earth? Shinyu's approach managed to protect the Danasai Forge as well as the last remnants of the iron's 3 legacies, upholding the dignity of the land of iron and intimidating would-be threats. That was no small feat. Moreover, it created ties with this fearsome individual. The daimyo wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly deciding he must curb the ambitions of the local aristocracy, forbidding any thought of seizing the Danasai forge. He would also mobilize the shogunate samurai, stationing them at the guild's headquarters and major branches to protect its members and facilitate the Danasai's prosperity. There was no other way. The Land of Water had already taken share by force. If their own side didn't support the guild now, the world would revile him as an incompetent, feckless daimyo. And so, Shinyu resolved the threat of a hostile takeover, safeguarded the last of the Iron's legendary forges, and successfully became a partner in the guild. In recognition of his remarkable contributions, Maoya Danwa decided then and there to step down. After much polite refusal on Shinyu's part, they created a new position, crafted just for him. He would take no part in daily operations, but would receive annual dividends, intervening only in times of crisis to save the guild from ruin. He was granted the honorific helmsman, no matter their rank, age, or gender. Any guild member who met Shinyu was obliged to address him as young master. With a single command token, forged from refined steel, he could marshal any resource from the guild's branches across the Land of Iron. In the early morning, a gentle flurry of snow drifted down upon Takeo City. Shinyu, finishing his training, stretched lazily and pushed open the door, only to see a delicate figure appear before his eyes. Danyu Yukino stood gracefully on the viewing platform in a plain white dress, quietly admiring the blossoming plum trees. Falling snow, plum blossoms, and a beautiful woman. Each could be a masterpiece in an artist's hand, but together they created a scene of breathtaking beauty. Shinyu resisted the urge to disturb her and was about to retreat indoors when Yukino called out to him. "Shinyu, are you leaving today?" Her gentle voice, warm and tender, could make even the coldest land feel like spring. Shinyu exhaled, steadied his expression, and turned with a soft smile. "Yes, I still have my mission. I can't put it off." Of all the people in the Land of Iron, this was the one woman he least wanted to face. He had taken so many lives. His hands were stained with blood, but he had always acted openly and without guilt, never feeling he owed anyone anything. Yet whenever he thought of this solitary, graceful figure, and that gaze brimming with heartbreak, a pang of unease struck his heart. There was a simple reason. He had personally ended the life of her childhood friend. "Don't go. Stay here." She looked at Shinyu, her gaze soft and unfocused, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Just stay." Shinyu turned his head away, avoiding her eyes. Those eyes blazed like fire, as if they could melt the cold deep within him, leaving only pity and regret. For the first time in his life, this pure-blooded Uchiha could not meet someone's gaze. Seeing he remained silent, Yukino gently removed her veil, revealing her face, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Her eyes shone like water, her lips fruit-red and inviting. She spoke softly, "Shinyu, you're like the wind, coming and going with no warning. But if you stayed, even the Merchant Guild would soon be yours." Shinyu thought to himself, "Even if I don't stay, the Merchant Guild will still be mine." "Oh, and didn't I win the martial arts tournament? That means even you are mine now." "Miss Yukino, you must be joking. Don't you know the wind is meant to be free and untamed? Besides," he gazed out at the gray sky, watching snowflakes float gently down. "My heart already wanders far away." Yukino pressed her lips together and fell silent. Still, those luminous eyes stubbornly followed the soft contours of his face. Shinyu drew a deep breath, turning to meet her gaze. "About Kizuki Tetsuya, do you hate me?" "Not anymore." He gave a wry chuckle. "So, there was a time you did." Yukino puffed out her cheeks. Always so dignified and composed, it was rare to see this girlish side of her. "No matter what, he was the one who grew up with me." "He also wanted your father dead," Shinyu said, nodding, holding nothing back with his cutting words. Such is the Uchiha way, ruthless behind a gentle appearance. "Hating me serves no purpose. I told you from the very beginning, I'm just a blade, a sharp blade. Your father used me to kill Jie, to keep the guild out of enemy hands. That's all there is to it. If only father didn't value the guild so much. If only the guild weren't so important." "Watch your words." Shinyu cut in immediately. "Do you really think your father didn't suffer when I killed Jie?" When faced with such great stakes, personal feelings mean nothing. If the Ghost Lantern clan really destroyed the guild, the Land of Iron would be facing extinction. All this talk of what's right and wrong is just about maximizing benefit for more people, Yukino murmured under her breath. "You're absolutely right." Shinyu stretched out a hand, watching as snowflakes melted one by one in his palm. In this messed up world, the only thing that really matters is strength. With true power, your interests become the world's interests. The people you want to protect become the ones everyone wants to protect. And whatever you say, no one dares ignore it. That's why, to protect the ones you care about, you have to fight, you have to seize your chance. If I hadn't fought, hadn't seized my chance, I would have been killed on my very first battlefield at the age of 4. Shinyu's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. If given another choice, I would still kill Uchiha because he stood in my way. If you want revenge, you're more than welcome. I'll give you a chance. He spoke, then turned and walked away. With the matter resolved, Shinyu performed his summoning technique, leaving the ninja Cat Ziju at the Forge Master's workshop, repeating his instructions several times. If the guild ever faces a crisis, have Ziju summon me. Whatever it asks for, just agree to it. Shinyu was preparing to return to the Land of Fire when Ziju brought him promising news. Pochi is back. I told him about you, and he said he's ready to use the reverse summoning technique anytime, meow. Oh, Ziju, you're my favorite ninja cat. Don't forget to get the reverse summoning ready as well. Shinyu quickly formed seals, and with a swirl of white mist, vanished completely. The world around him shifted. By the time he regained his senses, he was back in the cat house. Land of Fire, cat house. Shinyu squeezed his eyes shut, drawing the sense of the room. Cool mint mingling with a faint trace of fish. Before opening them, his gaze sparkling with delight. At last, I'm home. Just then a rough, barbed tongue suddenly swept across his cheek. Shinyu shivered on the spot. His body's reflexes immediately conjured a barrier of water molecules, but even so, he couldn't shake the uncomfortable sensation. He whirled around to find himself staring straight into Pochi's deep blue feline face. You seem different, Pochi spoke first. Shinyu looked distinctly annoyed, a shiver still running down his spine. Something has changed, that's for sure, but I can't say I like your method of confirmation. Baki paid no mind, circling Shinyu with her nose twitching, sniffing intently. She reached out a paw and batted at the frost-edged heart, hanging at his waist, her cat face alight with curiosity. Where have you been? That's what I should be asking you, isn't it? Shinyu's expression shifted as a thought struck him. A few days ago, Ziju mentioned you hadn't come back to the cat house. As I recall, you were fighting Sarutobi Sasuke, weren't you? Baki let out a languid yawn. The Monkey King is quite the fascinating character, utterly spectacular, really. I pestered him for another round while the summoning still lasted. Couldn't help myself. You're just as peculiar, you know, Shinyu mused, his chin resting on his hand. You shift your body at will. Gather and you have form, disperse, and you become mist. You can even create barriers out of yourself, tracing lines and sealing off space. So you're finally interested in him? Baki's head floated closer, her bronze eyes suddenly shining. All of that is just clever manipulation of natural energy. For 1 billion tales, I'll teach you the immortal arts I've mastered. What do you say? If you don't want to teach me, just say so. Do you even realize how much 1 billion is? Shinyu swatted at her, and her cat head scattered into a wisp of mist, only to reassemble on the other side. Besides, he continued, learning Mount Mayaboku's arts turns you into a toad. Ryuchi Cave's arts turn you into a snake. If I study your arts, will I end up growing cat fur? He waved dismissively. I'm convinced the human body is innately attuned to immortal energy. There must be a path suited especially for humans. As for you lot, you're all technically part of the yokai clan. Now listen to these words. How novel. Baki perked up, her interest piqued. Oh, and what's this? A shimmering blue mist slipped past Shinyu's pocket, wrapping around a glittering golden object and floating it before Baki. Out of the blue mist materialized a cat's paw, which gently cradled the order of the helmsman on its soft pads. Baki leaned in and gave it an experimental bite, her eyes instantly lighting up in delight. It's gold. Pure gold. Hand it back. Shinyu reached for it. That thing's useless to you. Nope. I'm taking this as payment for my services this time. Shinyu knew Baki's temperament well. Without another word, he pulled a pouch from his other belt and tossed it over. It landed with a satisfying heft, the pouch brimming with thick wads of cash. There's 1 million taels in there. Baki grinned, eyes narrowing happily as she accepted the money bag and relinquished the order of the helmsman for Shinyu to retrieve. She licked her paw and said, watching the Monkey King got me thinking. Maybe I could turn myself into a weapon and stay by your side at all times. Shinyu faltered, surprised. You mean, for example? Like this, Baki replied. She transformed, her body dissolving into a blue, shimmering mist, swirling around Shinyu in a spiral. The colors danced, dreamlike, as if he were adrift amidst the stars. As the radiance gathered, it finally took the shape of a long, ghostly blue blade, hovering right beside Frostfall's one heart. Shinyu marveled quietly, grasping the hilt, his fingers giving the blade a gentle flick. This was a routine gesture, a practiced way to judge a weapon's sharpness by its metallic resonance. A clear, ringing note echoed forth, as if a dragon were singing. It can grow bigger or smaller, you know. A lazy voice drifted from the hilt. I got it, Shinyu replied, suddenly looking bored out of his mind. Without a second thought, he tossed the iridescent, dazzling blade aside with an unceremonious thud. I bet it costs a fortune. No way I can afford that. 3 million taels per day, the voice replied, stretching out the offer. Come on, consider it. I can even morph into a cage to trap enemies or enhance your strikes. Shinyu ignored it entirely and stepped out the door. A wave of piercing sunlight greeted him, flooding his senses. The air was fresh, tinged with a faint fragrance of blooming wildflowers. His eyes adjusted in an instant, taking in the towering mountains in the distance and the endless ocean of green pouring toward him. Maybe it was because he'd spent the last few days surrounded by ice and snow. But now, basking in the warmth of the sun, he felt curiously out of place, as if he'd been transported to another world. The cat house was still there. Though its name sounded like an ordinary residence, it was actually built atop ancient ruins, a city all its own belonging exclusively to cats. Among these cats were the ordinary kind, as well as ninja cats who spoke, masters of crafting ninja tools. Shrewd and clever, they'd already woven a thriving economic web all their own. If one had to sum it up, for words would suffice. Bounty in abundance. Here you could see countless cats, big and small, scampering through every alley and square. Only the Uchiha clan, though, knew the secret way in. I guess it's time to go back and see Lord Madara. The road back to base. Mitsuru showed me a few times. I remember it was, Shinyu looked down, lost in thought, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Was I always this hopeless with directions? It finally hit him. Something was wrong. He'd never had a great sense of north, south, east, and west true, but once he'd walked a path, his memory was rarely ever vague. Blessed with the Uchiha's legendary dynamic vision and an uncommon strength of soul, he remembered every road he'd ever taken. With the Land of Iron, first-time confusion was natural. But now, he'd traveled the road from the cat house to Kenobi Bridge plenty of times. There was no reason it shouldn't be etched in his mind. A human sense of direction is innate, but unlike animals, people don't have organs designed to detect the Earth's magnetic fields. In other words, humans are weakly sensitive to magnetism. Our five senses, especially vision, are more than enough to ensure survival. Over countless generations, any extra sensitivity to magnetism faded away, eventually disappearing entirely. That's why people rely much more on visual memory to find their place in the world. Suppose you wish to travel somewhere. Your mind will almost instinctively conjure up a rough image of your destination, then its surrounding environment, and finally, based on your past experiences, you'll piece together a route from your current location, a step-by-step plan mapped out in your head. But right now, Shinyu's memory of this route had fractured. His intuition insisted that the direct path lay to the south, yet suddenly, he felt that the correct direction might just as well be east, west, or north. Each of these split memories seemed to perfectly fit somewhere in his mind's map of the landscape. This fleeting, ambiguous sensation left him with the certainty that whichever path he chose would somehow be a mistake. Maharaga. At moments of doubt, he decisively activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Maharaga stirred to life, its presence shimmering in a radiant pulse of red light. Blessed with the force of limitless adaptation, he examined his body, inch by inch, even as he tried to recall the once familiar route. Something's wrong. It's my own body that's the issue. Some force has interfered, throwing the memories of my route into utter chaos. Could this be magnetic sensing? Did my brain, through some unusual adaptation, evolve a sensitivity to magnetic fields? He jerked his head up, and in that instant, caught the crux of the problem. It's the Flying Thunder God technique, he realized, silently clenching his fist. At its core, the Flying Thunder God technique relies on chakra marks to enable teleportation, a quintessential space-time jutsu, without question. And in this boundless space, there exists a uniformly distributed field, a vector force, generated by the countless microscopic particles in perpetual motion, transmitting magnetic influence between objects. This is the magnetic field. It is an inherent feature of the universe, a crucial environmental factor in space. It can arise from electrical currents within stars and celestial bodies, or it can be created by the flow of electric charges drifting through the void. Disturbances and fluctuations in the spatial magnetic field influence the distribution and motion of charged particles in space. In other words, whenever ripples form in the fabric of space, the magnetic field is invariably altered. Shinyu's brows knitted in frustration. His earlier defeat in the battle against Tobirama still stung. He had focused all of Maharaga's adaptive might on withstanding the Flying Thunder God's power. Yet with the immense force of space itself, he was utterly overwhelmed, unable to adapt even after being banished to the ocean depths. Afterward, he had even contemplated attuning Maharaga to his own eternal axis, But sadly, to wield both source powers in tandem would be fundamentally contradictory. Moreover, the nature of the eternal axis lay in transforming spatial states through changes in temporal flow. It didn't ripple space itself. Therefore, his adaptation to space had never made further progress. This made one thing painfully clear. In its current state, Mahoraga could scarcely adapt to the true essence of all things through ninjutsu alone. Even if it proved possible, it would demand an unimaginable span of time. However, in response to the Flying Thunder God technique, Mahoraga devised a countermeasure. It evolved a magnetic field sensing ability, allowing it to instantly detect subtle disturbances in space. In this way, the moment it sensed a fluctuation, it could react at once and predict precisely where its target would reappear. But since this evolution was incomplete, it failed to fully adapt to the Flying Thunder God technique. As a result, the underdeveloped magnetic sense could not synchronize with the innate visual memory, leading to mutual interference between the two. If I can't fully master the Flying Thunder God, my original sense of direction and my new magnetic perception will keep interfering, turning me into a hopelessly directionless wanderer. No wonder I kept going in circles back in the Land of Iron. If Mahoraga's adaptation remained incomplete, strange issues might arise. I need to stay vigilant about this in the future. He exhaled a long breath and gazed up at the distant sky. Tobirama Senju, I'll come looking for you soon. Behind him, the door stood open. Bochi, now shrunk to the size of a regular house cat, drifted over and landed lightly on his shoulder. 30,000 Rio. Be my navigator, Kamehane said with a leisurely air. Having figured out the cause, he accepted his new reality with surprising swiftness. Being directionally challenged now didn't mean he always would be. If he truly completed the evolution of his magnetic field sense, not a single space-related jutsu could hide from him. As long as his spiritual strength was great enough, the entire shinobi world, perhaps even beyond, would be rendered as a living map in his mind, detailing every domain within his reach. In a sense, even human beings carried their own magnetic fields. He could someday use this sensitivity to influence people, blend and shift their moods, combine it with jinjutsu, and thus even seize control of their minds. But this was a double-edged sword. Without sufficient mental fortitude, recklessly tapping into such empathic connections might backfire, overwhelming him with others' emotions and leaving his own thoughts muddled. Guide me? Bochi narrowed his eyes. 30,000 won't cut it. At least 50. Kamehane chuckled. Have it your way. The man and his feline companion soon left the cat house, making their way to the city gate. Aren't you worried you'll blow your cover? Kamehane? Strolling the streets in plain sight. This isn't like you. Bochi licked his paw. Kamehane spread his hands indifferently. If my timing's right, Hashirama is currently busy with the 5 Kage Summit. He wouldn't leave all that to chase after me. As for Tobirama, honestly, I'd be happier if he did come looking. He was already well informed about intelligence matters in the Land of Fire, thanks to Zato's services. A few thousand Rio well spent. Pricey, but the reports were the real deal. A ninja cat with a black and white cow pattern strutted past Kamahane's feet, stretching languidly as if the world belonged to it. Suddenly, the ninja cat stood upright, formed hand seals with its 2 front paws, and slapped the ground. Kuchiyose no Hutsu, MILF. A great puff of white smoke erupted, the classic summoning spectacle. Kamehane tilted his head, coming face to face with a fresh batch of wide-eyed Achiha. Yo, long time no see. He caught sight of a familiar figure, eyes calm and clear, lips curved in a gentle smile. My dear brother. Uchiha Kagami was stunned. The young man standing across the street seemed strikingly familiar. His features were elegant and refined, with a gentleness as smooth as polished jade. Dark hair fell naturally, as if ink spilling across his shoulders. Though his attire had changed, that ethereal air about him, wasn't this the very figure he had longed for day and night? This is Uchiha Kamiyo. At Kagami's side, Uchiha Shana straightened up instinctively, drawing his sword, alert as if facing a mortal enemy. In a flash, both of them triggered their Sharingan, reacting automatically to the threat. The accompanying Chunin quickly unsheathed their blades, casting hostile glances their way. In an instant, the air grew dangerously tense, ready to snap. Comically, all of them wore fluffy cat ear headbands, and even the children behind them tried their best to put on fierce expressions too. These gadgets were called cat gear. Supposedly, wearing them allowed one to understand the language of cats. But to Kamiyo, such things were pointless. He'd long since mastered the feline tongue through his own ocular jutsu. It was a feat that had once made Uchiha Hikaru green with envy. Meow. The cow-patterned cat bounded away in a panic, fur bristling, baring its teeth as it hissed from the sidelines. Uchiha Shana. however, remained unmoved. He was a hardened shinobi, one who had endured since the era of warring states. In the final great battle, he'd been surrounded and forced to surrender by the Senju, surviving merely by sheer luck. But Uchiha Kamiyo was different. He was the one who fought the Senju to the very end, the fierce fighter who refused to yield until Lord Madara himself fell to Hashirama. 5 years ago, when Madara left Konoha, he called upon the whole clan to join him. But Shana had not followed. For one, he was genuinely weary of endless war. Peace had come at too steep a price, and he had no desire to return to those tormented days. Secondly, Madara had never explained what he truly meant by the real path to peace, leaving most of the clan confounded and bewildered by their leader's mysterious resolve. Lastly, Shana recalled looking around at the time. Everyone sat, glancing uneasily at one another, not a single soul making a move. He simply didn't have the nerve to be the first to stand up. Yet this man before him not only followed Madara's lead, but did so brashly, revealing his Mangeko Sharingan for all to see. It was he who struck with overwhelming force, blowing open the gates of Konoha itself, a blow so powerful that not even Senju Tobirama, with all his might, could stop him. Especially in the battle just days ago, when Tobirama had exhausted every last trick to hunt him down. Though the official outcome was never announced, Shana assumed this legendary phantom of lightning speed had surely perished. And yet, here he was, still immaculate, formidable, standing there as if untouched by the chaos. No wonder Shana was on edge now. Kagami, in a moment I'll move first. You cover the clan's retreat. Shana's eyes never left the man across from him. Tisich, maybe I don't think much of you, but right now, you're the only one we can rely on. In truth, Setsuna's mood was complicated, for he had never thought much of Tobirama. He couldn't really pinpoint any particular fault, but every time he was faced with those probing, wary eyes, he found himself utterly ill at ease. If not for Hashirama's sake, he would have run out of patience long ago. Now, gazing at the high-spirited Kamiyo, he felt an indescribable sense of envy. Damn it, why wasn't I the one who followed Lord Madara back then? No, you can't hold him off. Uchiha Kagami's face was set with solemn resolve as he said in a low voice. Moments like this call for someone to stay behind and cover the retreat, and that someone is me. What kind of nonsense is that? You think I don't know he's your own brother? Setsuna muttered, his voice tense, watching brothers draw blades against each other. Honestly, there's nothing uglier. That was never my choice to make. Kagami's tone was somber, knowing full well that Kamiyo's gaze had never once left him. Oh, for heaven's sake! Setsuna snapped, barely able to hold back his frustration. If I tell you to go, you go. That's exactly why I can't stand you. All their little gestures and whispered words were thoroughly noted by Kamiyo, but he only gave a cold laugh, then languidly withdrew his gaze. Let's go. 3 kilometers straight south, meow. The man and the cat paid the rest of them no further heed, striding off without a backward glance. Both Kagami and Setsuna were left frozen in place. He's not attacking. Setsuna exhaled heavily, his nerves finally beginning to unclench. That sensation of teetering on the edge between life and death. He hadn't felt that in ages. A cold wind swept past, prickling down his spine. He realized then that he hadn't even drawn his weapon, and yet that one look from the other side had left him drenched in sweat. Uchiha Kagami stared after that receding figure with unwilling eyes, a storm of emotions surging within him. He couldn't say why, but the less Kamiyo seemed to care, the more it infuriated him, even though he should have been relieved to avoid a confrontation. Suddenly, the sharp whir of shurikens split the air, 3 of them, hurtling straight for the back of Kamiyo's head. Without even looking, Pochi flicked his tail. A swirl of blue mist effortlessly intercepted the incoming blades. Stunned, Kagami and Setsuna stared in disbelief. Kamiyo halted abruptly, turning back with a faint frown. Who the hell was that? Setsuna whipped around furiously. The culprit was a young chunin from their own clan, 16 or 17, who had only recently awakened his Sharingan, a time in life eager to prove oneself. The boy's face was alight with excitement and a timid hope as he looked to Setsuna, seeking some sign of approval from a senior. I've conquered my fear. I dared to face a formidable foe. Run! Setsuna roared, but it was too late. Kamiyo took a single step forward. In an instant, his figure shimmered, and he was suddenly right before the entire group. A shattering boom erupted, as if a bomb had detonated, the shockwave tearing through the air and flinging everyone violently aside. The 2 jonin in the group were the first to regain their balance. In midair, Kyuka twisted his body, pulling the 3 younger boys to his chest to shield them from crashing into the buildings behind them. Meanwhile, Setsuna thrust his blade into the ground, carving a long furrow as he skidded to a halt. When they finally looked up, the reflection in their wide, horrified Sharingan eyes revealed a terrifying scene. Shinba was clad in a bony skeleton, a massive arm of bone reaching out from swirling black mist to snatch the Chunin who had just attacked. Lord Madara wouldn't waste his anger on the weak, but I don't pretend to be as noble as he is, Shinba said, slowly drawing his blade. A chill swept through the air as he continued. You threw 3 shuriken at me. I return 1 stroke of the blade. It's only fair. Without a sound, the blade named Frostfall, 1 heart flashed free. In a single shimmering stroke of blue light. A wet, sickening sound split the silence. Before the eyes of all the shocked Uchiha, the Chunin was cleaved in 2. Blood sprayed through the gaps in the skeletal hand, organs sprawling in a grisly torrent. Shinba Uchiha. Kyuka's voice was hoarse with fury, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Is this how you treat your own clan? I truly never expected you to be so petty, to stoop this low. Behind him, a cluster of young Uchiha huddled together in panic, a trembling, bedraggled mess, like a nest of quail caught in a storm. The Chunin, too, were fragile as hatchlings, plastered to the ground with terror, not even daring to stand. Kyuka could spare no thought for his companions. A flicker of scarlet fire danced down his blade as he launched himself like a drawn arrow. Uchiha style, blazing sword leap. Just end him, just 1 strike. If he could land this blow, everything would be over. Shinba gazed at him coolly. Technically, he was watching Kyuka's eyes, making no move to dodge or block. Only when Kyuka was right before him did Shinba tighten his grip and whip his blade through the air, 3 lightning-fast strokes. The ringing of clashing steel filled the air, sharp and intense. Agony shot through Kyuka's hand, his palm torn open, the skin split at the base of his thumb. After just 3 clashes, his blade shattered before his eyes. Caught in the Sharingan's slow-motion vision, he watched as 3 cracks split his sword. Tiny shards fanned out along those fissures, each fragment flying past his ear with a drawn-out, splitting whine. Shinba moved with blinding speed. Even Kyuka's most heightened Sharingan could not keep pace. The blade's tip pressed against Kyuka's brow, drawing a bead of crimson that pulsed and spread. The sting jarred him back to his senses. It was painfully obvious. Every intention had been seen straight through. The knife hovered there, cold against his skin. A single thrust, and his life would end here. That realization drove Kyuka to fling himself backward. Suddenly, his retreat was cut off by a sweeping shadow. A massive fist plummeted from above, smashing into the earth and sending debris flying. Kyuka was driven deep into the ground by the blow. The skeletal hand withdrew, and Shinba looked down at his younger brother from above. The Mangekyo's pattern flickered with a subtle glow in his gaze. Both eyes gleamed with the brilliance of glass. Narrow-minded, Shinyu spoke with a hint of disdain. You, who betray your comrades and grovel before the enemy, wagging your tail in pathetic supplication. Do you really feel qualified to judge me? Jing, battered and covered in dust, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His ribs had been shattered, yet he clenched his teeth and retorted, It's you who have betrayed the Uchiha clan, not me. Don't make me laugh. I am the true Uchiha. Shinyu raised his blade, Frost Heart 1, half his face retaining its usual delicate calm, the other half reflected in the blade's crystalline surface. Now a fearsome mask of Susanoo, savage and imposing, exuding a menacing aura that seemed to suffuse the air. None of you are worthy. At that moment, terror filled Jing's eyes. Though Shinyu used no illusions, Jing felt as if he were standing before mountains of corpses and endless seas of blood. In the distance, Uchiha Setsuna stared blankly at that silhouette enveloped in shadow. A sudden trace of madness flickered in his gaze. Thump, 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 thump. It was his pulse, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Beads of sweat sprang from the tip of Setsuna's nose, his nostrils flaring with excitement. A flush crept across his pale cheeks. He had never heard words so stirring. This was the declaration of a conqueror. Uchiha Shinyu's performance was flawless, composed, effortless, brimming with authority. In Setsuna's mind, this was exactly how the Uchiha were meant to be, just like Lord Madara himself. Shinyu swept his gaze across the Uchiha who had been scared stiff, then slid his sword back into its sheath as the spectral armor faded into wisps of black smoke. Do you know why you're so weak? A flicker of light returned to Jing's eyes as he looked up in confusion. It's because you don't hate enough, Shinyu replied coolly. Foolish little brother, hate me. Your true power lies within those eyes. Only hatred can unlock that treasure. I once directed all my hatred toward the Senju clan, and you bear no burdens. Simply hate me as much as you can. Taking a few steps forward, he tilted his head and said, When you get back, tell Tobirama Senju to wash his neck and wait. Who knows? One day, I may feel inclined to claim that dog's life. With those words, he bent his knees, then sprang into the air. Boom! In an instant, Shinyu vanished, a violent gust surging outward where he'd stood. A streak of dark shadow shot up into the blue sky, concentric rings of ivory sound rippling through the air. Setsuna remained rooted to the spot, until Jing's urgent voice snapped him back to himself. Setsuna? Setsuna. He finally stirred. Ah! Jing, forcing down the pain, climbed out of the crater and glanced at him with a wry, reassuring smile. It's normal to freeze up the first time. Once, I too was stunned by those eyes, completely lost, not knowing what I was doing, so it's nothing to be ashamed of. Looks like we've completely failed this mission. Jing forced a bitter laugh. A deep sense of helplessness welled up in his eyes, threatening to consume him whole. Hatred. With Boki's help, Shinyu smoothly found his way toward Canopy Bridge. At this moment, a man and a cat hurtled through the air, plummeting rapidly toward the base's landing site. The way he traveled now was reminiscent of the Invincible Hulk. One mighty leap sent him soaring sky high, and the distance covered depended simply on how many times he chose to jump. With such tremendous force, aren't you worried you'll end up wrecking your base? Boki asked, his tone curious. After all, wherever Shinyu landed, chaos seemed to follow. I have my own methods. Shinyu exhaled slowly. In an instant, a vast surge of chakra burst from his back, blooming like a giant bellflower. The chakra shifted with the wind, and finally, it condensed into a pair of magnificent, ice-blue wings, ethereal and dazzling. Every channel in his body was already unblocked. He felt refreshed and invigorated beyond words. Each pore freely released chakra, and with his precise control, accomplishing this feat was effortless. With the cushion of those giant wings, Shinyu glided gently to the ground. You can go now. Shinyu tossed Boki a pouch of coins, which the cat caught with a satisfied, squint-eyed smile before vanishing without a trace. Letting out a breath, Shinyu strode into the base. As the stone gate slowly opened, he was greeted by a dainty pink fist. Shinyu raised a hand to block the blow, at the same time sidestepping and countering by grabbing his opponent's wrist. With a slight tug, Uchiha Guang swept past him, leaving a faint floral fragrance in her wake. Guang, your way of welcoming someone is certainly unique, he quipped, taking the opportunity to walk into the base. But the sound of movement swelled again. Guang wasn't finished. She unleashed a high roundhouse kick straight for Shinyu's temple. He merely smiled, keeping just one hand free. With a light tap, he sent her slender ankle swinging wide, gently deflecting her jade-like leg. It's your own fault, Guang shot back. You took so long to come back. You made Lord Ban worry. Undeterred in the least, she pressed the attack, her blows aimed at his brow, his chest, his flanks, coming from every angle. Her hands flashed so swiftly they left a blur in the air, a trail of afterimages. Yet Shinyu was even faster. With one hand behind his back and the other blocking, he seemed to conjure an impenetrable wall, holding back every phantom fist just inches from his face. The room filled with the dull, rhythmic sound of impacts. Suddenly, Guang's expression sharpened. She withdrew, hoping to retreat, but she was a heartbeat too late. A pale hand pierced through every afterimage, catching her collar in an unadorned but unyielding grip. With a surge of strength, she was sent flying. That's enough, Guang. Guang spun through the air to shed the force, landing lightly against the wall. Her dark hair streamed down like water as she gazed down, looking at Shinyu from above. What's the matter? Are you scared? She snorted, with feigned disdain. Shinyu spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Using the martial arts I taught you against me, you'll have a hard time coming up with an excuse when you lose. Oomph. One day, I'm going to beat you. Guang replied with a haughty tilt of her head, studiously avoiding his gaze as she landed softly on her feet. Yes, yes, yes. Shinyu raised his hands in surrender before finally stepping into the stone chamber. How is Lord Madara doing? Guang, arms crossed, flashed an odd look across her pretty face. You two really do have a lot of faith in each other, don't you? He trusts that you're all right, and you trust that he's alive. Is that so? Shinyu considered for a moment, then said, maybe that's just the understanding between men. As if anyone would believe you. Inside the base, Shinyu pushed open the door and entered. A man sat on a stone chair, coming into view. Uchiha Madara was still bare-chested, with bloodstains crawling along the seams of his muscles, covering his entire body in a web of scars. Most wounds had already healed and scabbed over, but a patch of raw, bloodied flesh still remained on his chest. It pulsed like a living heart, and with every twitch, droplets of blood slowly oozed out. In contrast, Madara himself was completely composed. When he saw Shinyu return, he looked up. You're a bit later than I anticipated, Madara said in a low, weathered voice that seemed to carry the weight of many years. Ah, I ran into a few unexpected complications, Shinyu replied, approaching Madara. In his heart, he thought, Guang really didn't lie to me. Lord Madara truly was worried about me. He took the initiative to explain. Thanks to Tobirama's Senju, I took a detour through the Land of Iron. It was a mess, but I did come away with something. Oh dear. As she took in Madara's blood-streaked body, Guang frowned slightly. With practiced ease, she picked up a towel and dipped it in water. Madara glanced at her silently, the muscles in his face tightening ever so slightly. What's all this for? Shinyu scratched his head in confusion. Guang explained. Lord Madara has had Hashirama Senju's flesh and blood grafted into him, but the wounds won't heal and the blood refuses to clot. The injury has stayed open all this time, so to keep it from getting infected, I need to clean away the excess blood and grime. As she spoke, she was already standing before Madara. Shinyu was left speechless. Just look at Lord Madara's expression. He's clearly not comfortable with this. It's all right. She's right, Madara said stiffly, bracing himself. Shinyu paused for a moment, then spoke up. Wait, if we're just cleaning up blood scabs, I can do something even better. With that, he walked up to Madara, stretched out his hand, and pointed his palm toward Madara's chest from a distance. Lord Madara, I'm starting now. Go ahead, anytime, Madara replied, his face calm as ever. Suddenly, a wave of coolness swept across Madara's skin, like soaking in a mountain spring. Surprised, he realized the sting of being scrubbed clean was gone. In the blink of an eye, his upper body was drenched, the dried blood falling away. His skin was once more clean and unblemished. Countless tiny streams of water wrapped around the fresh blood, sweeping it all towards Shunyu's outstretched palm. This doesn't seem like a water-style jutsu. Madara narrowed his eyes. Is it natural water vapor? No wonder you're the legendary Madara. Shinyu nodded, a hint of pride showing on his face in front of Madara. This is one of the little treasures I came back with. He flicked his wrist, tossing the water ball into the sink. I suppose I've gotten used to the sea by now. Madara suddenly looked up, a slight tremor flickering in his eyes. It's been painful, hasn't it? It has. I almost didn't make it out alive, Kamiyu replied, glancing at Madara's chest. But compared to you, Lord Madara, I'm still far behind. Madara leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. For years, I roamed the shinobi world at will, and never have I been this weak. The chakra inside my body is a tangled mess, like thousands of skeins of yarn knotted together. Impossible to untangle, impossible to break free. I can't even muster my old mental strength, let alone fight. Well, you still have us, Guang said firmly. Pain is only temporary. Endure it, and what follows is rebirth. Kamiyu's voice was gentle. Those were your words to me, Lord Madara. Madara's gaze brightened, and he looked straight into Kamiyu's eyes. I'm really looking forward to seeing the full scope of your Shinra Tensei, Lord Madara, Kamiyu said with a smile. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Madara's lips as well. He let out a slow breath and said, softly, Tell me, what have you experienced these past few days? So, while I was away, you fed Lord Madara this? In the storeroom, Kamiyu stared at the piles and piles of carrots, lost in thought. This stuff is good. I heard it's supposed to help wounds heal faster. Guang's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with her hands, her voice growing softer with each word. Carrot soup, carrot rice, steamed carrots, stir-fried carrots, carved and hollowed carrots. But you can't just eat carrots forever, Kamiya muttered, dark lines appearing on his forehead. Poor Lord Madara. What on earth has he had to endure these past days? These things are fine, but they can't cover basic nutrition. As much as I hate to admit it, right now is when Lord Madara is at his weakest. Kamiyu turned to leave. I'll head out. We need real ingredients. A few minutes later, he returned, now holding a plump wild boar, freshly slaughtered. With a deft motion, a blade of light a foot long sprang from Kamiyu's fingertip, shimmering like translucent jade. He swiftly gutted and cleaned the boar, expertly cutting it apart into pieces of various sizes. Not a single drop of blood touched him throughout the seamless process. Any blood that splattered was swiftly gathered by currents of water and drained away through the plumbing. Soon, as the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic filled the air, a delicate scent of meat wafted from the kitchen. The sizzling of meat in hot oil was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Even Guang at the side couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Kamiya glanced at her and suddenly realized the little girl was completely absorbed, following his every move. Every step, the timing, the temperature, the seasonings, every detail. She didn't want to miss a thing. If you want to learn, why don't I just teach you? Kamiyu said, as he began to toss the wok. I haven't learned anything from you. Except for fighting, I don't need you to teach me a thing. Guang gave a dismissive humph. Big sister, maybe you should look in the mirror before saying that. You've even awakened your Sharingan. Shinyu shook his head, chuckling softly, and reached out to add the caramelized sugar into the pot. Inside the stone chamber, Uchiha Madara's pale face twitched as he suddenly caught a whiff of something. He lifted his head, and his stomach gave a loud, insistent growl. Soon, Shinyu appeared in the doorway, carrying a platter of pork belly, its enticing aroma and vivid colors filling the air. Lord Madara, I made this pork belly just for you. I sliced the vegetables, Guang quickly chimed in. It's rich but never greasy. Would you do me the honor of having a taste? Shinyu smiled. It'll do wonders for your recovery. Already tried some. It's not poisoned. Eat up, it's safe. Guang wiped her glistening lips. Madara, who'd been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them at last. The savory scent of the pork belly was practically irresistible, its sheen eye-catching, yet he only cast it a cool glance. No need. I should have known. Lord Madara is not swayed by ordinary fare. Shinyu's lips curled into a smile. But this isn't your everyday pork. It's from a wild boar deep in the woods, brimming with chakra, practically a ninja beast. He winked at Guang. Actually, it's my first time cooking with ninja beast meat. I can't even guarantee how it tastes. Looks like Lord Madara isn't daring enough to take on the challenge. Guang shot him a puzzled glance. Then, realizing his game, she nodded earnestly and echoed. That's right. Lord Madara, maybe you're just not up to it anymore. It's just a ninja beast, Madara retorted, his voice laced with disdain. Bring it here. I'll eat every last bite. The two exchanged a knowing look, each breaking into a secretive smile. Madara picked up a trembling slice of pork, raising it slowly to his lips. At once, his eyes widened in surprise. Tender and springy, the meat was dense yet delicate, covered in a layer of glistening red sauce. Each bite was a clash and harmony of flavors, the fragrance of meat and oil unfolding in a symphony across his tongue. Utterly satisfying. Oh, looks like you're fired up. I can't fall behind, Lord Madara. Shinyu snatched up his chopsticks and leapt into the fray. You're cheating. Wait for me. Guang puffed out her cheeks and quickly joined in. Once their hunger was fully sated, the three of them gathered to plan their next steps. Keep our weapons close, bide our time. The hidden dragon must wait in the depths, but when it rises, it soars to the clouds. Madara spoke quietly, laying out his guiding principle. Guang tilted her head in confusion. But according to the Eye of the Moon plan, shouldn't we be hunting the tailed beast by now? Now, the two of us? Attack Konoha. Shinyu shot her a silent glance. Let's do some quick math. Right now, Konoha has 7 tailed beasts. Sure, striking now would be clean and decisive, but you would also have to face Hashirama Senju, all 5 Kage, and the elite ninja from every great village. Could we win? We'd be killed, he answered, utterly certain. There's no need to rush in capturing the tailed beasts. Without the demonic statue of the outer path, catching them would be pointless, Madara began. Once I awaken the power of the gods, that will be our signal to act. I was thinking the exact same thing, Shinyu said, raising his hand. So until Lord Madara awakens his power, we're stuck here, aren't we? Guang hugged her knees to her chest, resting her chin on them. During this time, we'll keep our identities hidden and stay low-key. Noticing Guang's gaze, Shinyu shrugged with open palms. Me? I'm fine with that. Sure, I can't avenge myself against Tobirama Senju for now, but revenge is a dish best served cold. 10 years isn't too long to wait. Madara smiled gently, his eyes sweeping over both of them. You two are in the prime of your youth. It's not right to be cooped up in this cramped, stifling hideout forever. The timing for you to act outside can be adjusted. Suddenly, a war fan and a scythe appeared in Guang's hands. A scroll materialized in Shinyu's grasp. Guang, when you can wield these 2 weapons with complete mastery, that will be the day you're ready to step outside. Shinyu, once you comprehend and master this secret technique, your journey to fame will truly begin. Madara looked at each of them in turn, a trace of satisfaction glinting in his single eye. Then he exhaled a long breath, as though a weight had been lifted. Guang cradled the flaming fan and the scythe, delighted beyond words. While Lord Madara is regaining his strength, I'll look after them for you. They're yours now, Madara replied in a calm tone. Are you serious? I have no need for them anymore. What's this? Shinyu unrolled the scroll. A line of familiar names jumped out at him. Izanagi. Madara settled back into his seat. It's a version I've improved. The one left in our clan's records is too raw, too unrefined. After using it, there's a surge of sinister in chakra in the mind, enough to cloud one's judgment, making users anxious, suspicious, and drunk on their own power. My version removes those side effects. Shinyu held the scroll as if it were a priceless treasure. But don't be foolish enough to use your right eye to cast it, Madara added quietly, which made Shinyu's face darken on the spot. Now, let's see, Madara said suddenly. Hashirama. He won't last many more years. Both turned him at once. Why's that? Crazy schön rebirths. Madara answered slowly. That technique of his, the one that heals wounds instantly without hand signs, surpasses all other ninjutsu. But it's not without a price. A cell can only divide so many times. A human life must end eventually. Even a legendary sage of 6 paths could not escape this truth. His body may seem ageless and unbreakable, but the truth is he's burning through his lifespan. Even his would release secrets, in a way, draw upon the very force of his life. Madara lifted his head, gazing at the stone ceiling. With Hashirama's strength, he truly stands unrivaled in this era, because no one can kill him. The only person capable of ending him is himself. Our battle drained him of so much power, and after awakening, he immediately captured 7-tailed beasts in one fell swoop. All he really wanted was to make use of the last of his strength while he still could, a final blaze before his time ran out. A knowing smile curved on Madara's lips. He wants the immense destructive force of the tailed beasts to replace his own presence, forcing the nations into an uneasy balance, making them wary of reckless action. I know all too well how he thinks. But what he doesn't understand is that the tailed beasts are not him. Their minds are different. They're destined to be nothing more than weapons. And if weapons fall into the hands of the ambitious, the consequences are unimaginable. Just watch, whether it's 10 years or only 8. Madara lifted his head and spoke softly. A conflict of unprecedented scale is on its way. I do have a rather rough suggestion, Shinyu mused. I wonder, Madara-sama, would you consider establishing an organization? An organization? Madara's brows furrowed slightly. The Eye of the Moon plan is destined to be a lonely path, rejected by the world. It will be almost impossible to find anyone of like mind. We don't need people who share our ideals. As long as we can offer them what they desire, they'll be willing to do our bidding. You make it sound too simple. Human nature is far more complicated than that, Madara replied. Other than you two, I trust no one. Shinyu explained, I just think, while our individual power may be formidable, that doesn't mean we have to handle everything ourselves. With an organization, we could delegate the tedious and trivial tasks, leaving us free to plan out the bigger picture and only step in when it really matters. Madara pondered for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense. There will be times when it's inconvenient for us to act directly. Very well, I'll entrust the matter entirely to you. Understood. Shinyu nodded in affirmation. Madara offered one last warning. Remember this. Eye of the Moon is the only path to peace. The world will never understand. Reveal nothing except as an absolute last resort. And remember, only the 3 of us are the true keepers of this truth. The others are no more than tools. Don't worry. I'll help Madara-sama. Keep a close eye on him. Hikari said with a playful glance at Shinyu, her lips curving with a mischievous, alluring smile. Shinyu replied a little sheepishly, of course, but all of that will have to wait until the 2 of us can actually get out of this base. After that, the 3 of them enjoyed a stretch of quiet, pleasant days. That's right, someone said. Direct the flow with wind release, feed it with fire release, temper it through yin release, and gradually refine the flames, until you can control them with utter precision, down to the tiniest detail. Uchiha Hikari pressed her palms together, fingers weaving through a complex series of hand signs. A ring of pitch black, searing flames swirled around her like dancing spirits, gradually expanding until a towering vortex of black fire, over 3 meters high, roared into existence. When you can expertly control my blaze release, that will be the day you're able to freely command your own Amaterasu, Kamehane instructed, standing nearby. Please don't talk like Lord Madara, came Hikari's voice from within the swirling inferno. Her tone, loud and brash at first, softened abruptly. Could you not dispel it just yet? Let me try manipulating it a little longer. All right, Kamehane replied with a chuckle. This, after all, was their daily training routine. Sometimes they trained alone, sometimes they sparred together, and during meals, both would rush to bring their questions to Madara, eager for his insight. Madara, ever cheerful, answered each query with patience. As the Uchiha clan head, he carried the wisdom befitting one of the greatest forces in the shinobi world, quick-witted and endlessly knowledgeable. Every lesson left the 2 young shinobi with newfound clarity and inspiration. Not only that, Madara tailored his teachings to suit their individual styles. For Hikari, he focused on the foundations, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and several obscure but practical secret arts. The very same training regimen Kamehane once practiced 5 years ago now served as Hikari's own textbook. For Kamehane, Madara passed on more advanced knowledge of ocular powers, broadening his understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan and its mysteries. If you happen to wander into their hideout, You'd often catch sight of a young man poring over scrolls in deep concentration, or a young woman training alone, sweat flying with every forceful movement. And if you were lucky enough to step into the kitchen, you might just find a grown man in an apron, earnestly experimenting with recipes and simmering a hearty braised pork. In the cramped, shadowy base, the three of them shared the rhythms of daily life, living, eating, bickering, and exchanging banter, and carved out their own rare slice of peace. In the heart of the mountains, time loses its meaning. Years of training pass unnoticed. And so, in the blink of an eye, 6 years slipped quietly away. At Canopy Bridge. Yes, I understand. Here's your 300 Rio. Meow. If you need anything else, just let me know, meow. Inside a stone chamber of the base, a youth of about 17 or 18 waved his hand dismissively. An orange tabby cat before him dispersed into a gentle puff of white smoke. He stood tall and lean, his limbs long and graceful, skin as lustrous as fine porcelain. His long black hair shone with a subtle luster like polished obsidian. His features were sharp and handsome, with clear, almond-shaped eyes like phoenixes, impossibly bright and full of spirit. Kamehane, any news from outside? From a training room emerged a young woman, elegant and slender, her figure both delicate and strong. A waterfall of jade-black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her face, cool and refined, was touched by a calm grace in every gesture. Her eyes were bright as glistening water, shining with a piercing depth. A gentle steam rose from her skin, the scent of sweat sweet and fresh. She had just finished a grueling bout of training, towel draped across her shoulders as she came over. It's not any crucial information, just a piece of news, really. The young man turned his head, his eyes calm and clear. Time flies, doesn't it? Even Hashirama Senju has a granddaughter now. A granddaughter? Not only is Hashirama still alive, he has a granddaughter too? Sure. Shinba immediately raised a finger to his lips, his expression deadly serious. This isn't anything major. It's enough that it stays between us. Uchiha Hikari tilted her head. So, that means Lord Madara is old enough to be a grandfather as well. In the blink of an eye, Shinba appeared in front of Hikari, raising his hand to cover her mouth. I told you not to let him find out, or else. Could it be that I already know? A deep voice rumbled from the kitchen. A moment later, a middle-aged man stepped out, his eyes an arresting mismatch of red and white. He wore a dark blue shirt and an apron tied around his waist. Though time had lightly marked his face, his tall, commanding presence was undiminished, and his gaze had only grown sharper and deeper over the years. Shinba let out an awkward laugh and released his hand. Hikari, realizing her misstep, tried to feign nonchalance, looking away. Come inside and eat. The three of them filed into the stone chamber one after another, gathering around the table for a meal like any other day. Come to think of it, after all these years, Madara's cooking had truly soared to new heights, earning even Shinba's heartfelt praise. In 6 years, the trio hadn't just holed up in their base, ignoring the world. The ninja cat, Juramaru, would regularly deliver intelligence, shifting world affairs, changes to maps, and, most importantly, news from Konoha. Every detail was reported. Hashirama and Tobirama's movements, and every significant event happening in Konoha village, down to the last detail. Of course, none of this came cheap. It was always Shinba who footed the bill. After the Five Kage Summit all those years ago, the ninja world had indeed entered a time of unprecedented development. The 5 great nations' economies boomed. Ninjas became household names, and villages sprang up everywhere. Regardless of a nation's size, the number and strength of its ninja became the very measure of national power. Thanks to the Ninja Cat's intelligence network, they knew exactly how the tailed beasts had been divided. The one tail remained sealed in Sunagekure, untouched. The 3 tails and 6 tails, aquatic by nature, were entrusted to Kirigakure. Kumogakure received the 2 tails and 8 tails. Iwagakure was given the 4 tails and 5 tails. Unlike in the original timeline, the land of waterfalls, never counted among the 5 great nations, ended up with no tailed beast at all. Konoha alone retained the 7 tails. Over the following year, Konoha launched several searches for the 9 tails, even sending the Senju brothers themselves out in pursuit. But every attempt came up empty, and the matter of capturing the 9 tails gradually faded into the background. Little did they know, the very 9 tails they so desperately longed for had already been sealed within someone's body, its fate forever entwined with its Jinchuriki. And that person was someone they would never, not even in their wildest dreams, have suspected. The wheel of history rolled quietly onward, never pausing for even a moment. In the 8th year of the leaf, Hashirama's wife, Mito Uzumaki, became the very first Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. A year later, the Senju clan of the forest and the Uzumaki clan of the tides formally established diplomatic relations. Uzushio village became an ally of Konoha, and from then on, the uniforms of Konoha's shinobi bore the Uzumaki clan's emblem, an enduring symbol of amity between the two nations. In the 10th year of the Leaf, Hashirama Senju, the Hokage, was targeted in a mysterious assassination attempt by unknown ninja. Regrettably for the assassin, the attempt failed. At the cost of nearly his life, the assailant managed a desperate escape. That same year, disaster struck the leadership of Takigakure in the land of waterfalls. All the upper ranks perished in one night, their hearts ripped straight from their chests, dying in truly gruesome fashion. By the 11th year, in order to ensure a stable education system and cultivate talent efficiently, Tobirama Senju founded a school, the Konoha Academy. It welcomed students regardless of clan or background, imparting ninja knowledge to all. The first graduating class counted 36, among them Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Danzo Shimura, Amira Mitokado, Koryudatain, and even Kagami Uchiha. As for Choza Akimichi, his light had faded early. In the 12th year, Tobirama established the Konoha ANBU, formerly known as the Konoha Village Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, an elite force that answered only to the Hokage. This was the first special operations unit among the 5 great nations, and Tobirama's political acumen quickly became a model that other villages sought to copy. ANBU members were selected from the best shinobi in the village, representing every clan. Their responsibilities included protecting the Hokage, preventing infiltration by external enemies, and sometimes reconnaissance or assassination. Then, in the 13th year of the Leaf, Tsunade was born. You too. It's been 6 years, and you still haven't finished your training? Madara suddenly spoke, his tone icy and remote. Hikari glanced silently at Jinba across the table, saying nothing, but kicked Jinba's knee under the table. Ah, forgive your disciple's dull wit. This secret technique is just too hard, Jinba mumbled, glowering at Hikari. His look seemed to say, see, this is your fault. You've made him angry. Yeah, same for me. I can swing a scythe, but how am I supposed to use the flame fan? It's impossible, Hikari added, her expression full of grievance. Madara snorted, his gaze sweeping between them. The pair exchanged a silent glance, then buried themselves in their food. I know why you haven't left, Madara said, his voice becoming gentler as he raised a hand to unbutton his shirt, exposing a muscular torso. Both instantly looked over, and saw that the wound on Madara's chest had long since healed. The flesh that once refused to mend had finally fused with the scar, leaving behind a pale, bloodless mark. All these years, my strength has slowly returned. Though it's nowhere near what it once was, I'm just about back to Kage level. Madara's voice was calm, eyes distant, his usual dominance undiminished. Rest assured, even without you, I will never be in any real danger. Yeah, Lord Madara's power is legendary. I'm hardly bored enough to worry about your safety. Shinyu picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl, all the while glancing at the last piece of braised pork out of the corner of her eye. Exactly. I can barely take care of myself, Guang muttered under her breath. In truth, I wasn't angry because of Hashirama's matter. Madara shook his head with a wry smile. For a brief moment, his gaze deepened, and there was a warmth of trust in his voice. I too have disciples, and let me tell you, the inheritors of Uchiha Madara are second to none. Shinyu and Guang froze in that instant. The former took a deep breath, as if to steady her emotions, while the latter's wrist trembled slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with sudden tears. Seeing their reactions, Madara gave a nonchalant smile. Let me say this one last time. Either step out immediately to temper yourselves, or else never leave here again. In a flash, Shinyu snatched up the braised pork and tossed it in her mouth, mumbling, an epiphany all of a sudden. How odd. Who knew Izanagi was just that simple? Guang said nothing, but she sprang to her feet and slung the war fan and sighed across her back. The two of them left the stone chamber side by side, wordlessly attuned. The heavy stone doors of the base swung open. As they stepped out, Guang seemed about to look back one last time, but Shinyu gave her a tug, and she resisted the urge. Together, they strode out through the great gates. Madara watched their backs in silence. Sunlight blurred their outlines, but illuminated Madara's own face, revealing a deep, undisguised satisfaction he hadn't felt in 6 years. Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf Village. With a grand feast at hand, tomorrow marked the 100-day banquet for Princess Tsunade. Once more, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages gathered in Konoha. The streets bloomed with colorful flowers as throngs of people bustled about. Shops were thriving, vibrant welcome banners fluttered in the breeze, and everywhere was a scene of festive splendor. On the rooftop of a tall building, a solitary figure stood staring off into space, gazing quietly down at the lively village below. Streetlights flecked the avenues with bursts of color. The evening breeze carried faint traces of laughter. He simply watched, a silent outsider belonging to another world. After who knows how long, with the soft rustle of movement, another figure suddenly joined him, breaking the calm. "Kagami, let's go have a meal after this is over." The newcomer spoke with a cheerful laugh. The faint scent of wine lingered about him as he appeared. "Clan leader, have you been drinking?" Uchiha Kagami asked, a little surprised. "Oh, come on. How many times have I told you? Out here, just call me captain, all right?" Clan leader sounds so stiff. Uchiha Hoka waved his hand, grinning as he set it on Kagami's shoulder, his cheeks flushed. "Besides, now that you're personally apprenticed to Lord Tobirama, your status is much higher than mine. Just a modest clan head, that's me. Hick. Someday, when you rise to the upper echelons, and maybe even become Hokage, I might just have to address you as Lord Kagami." He burst out laughing. Jing frowned slightly. "Captain Huahua, tonight is a critical moment, and our security duties are more important than ever. The banquet isn't over yet. How could you be drinking?" "Oh, yes. Master Jing, your criticism is right." Huahua slapped his own face, grinning. "I was neglecting my post. Punish me. Really, I deserve to be punished. Let me offer you 3 toasts later." Jing subtly edged his shoulder forward, putting a bit of distance between them. "Captain, I appreciate the thought, but after this, I prefer to be by myself for a while." Huahua paused, realizing Jing's mood was off, and hurriedly tried to explain. "Jing, are you upset? Hey, it's such a joyful occasion today. I was just joking with you after a couple of drinks. Don't take it to heart, okay?" "I'm not upset. I just want some time alone," Jing replied, shaking his head and forcing a thin, polite smile. "When there's another chance, I'll join everyone again." "Well, all right, just don't take it to heart." Huahua patted Jing's shoulder, turned, and walked away, muttering under his breath. "What's going on tonight?" It's one thing for Shauna not to show up, but now Jing's skipping out too. Once Huahua had left, Jing gave a flick of his sleeve toward where the captain had just stood. A swirl of wind release chakra swept out, dispersing every trace of alcohol in the air. He returned to his calm composure, though a touch of loneliness lingered in his eyes, and gazed once again down at the street below. Suddenly, he sensed something, and in a flash he was gone from where he stood, leaving behind only a single leaf softly falling through the air. In a corner of the street, the delegation from the Hidden Mist village had gotten into a dispute with some of the villagers. "Hey, brat, say little mustache one more time and see what happens." Mangetsu Hozuki clenched his fists and glared fiercely at a little boy across the street, a vein bulging into the shape of a cross on his forehead. Behind him, several Hidden Mist bodyguards, picking up on his anger, immediately stepped forward. They formed a tight perimeter, efficiently keeping the steadily growing crowd of villagers at bay. Beside Mangetsu, a man with long black hair let out a weary sigh and placed a restraining hand on Mangetsu's shoulder. "Hey, don't forget, you're our second Mizukage now. At least try to show a little tolerance, will you?" "Mizuki Sora, are you taking that brat side too? Do you know what I hate most in my life?" Mangetsu's anger still hadn't subsided. "I told you not to mention that name in front of me, but this brat just did. He's taunting me on purpose." Across the street, a little boy hid behind 2 leaf shinobi, making faces with mischievous glee. The black-haired man quickly surveyed the increasingly tense atmosphere and quietly reminded them, "We're in the Hidden Leaf. We're guests here. Why let a brat get under your skin?" All right. You're the only one with a grand perspective. You're the only one who understands the current situation." Hanyue, realizing something was off, could only flick her sleeve in frustration and vent her temper on her companion. "Humph. If you're so outstanding, why did the old man choose me to be the Mizukage before he died?" At that moment, Kagami Uchiha landed gracefully in the scene, one hand resting on his sword. His tone was cold and commanding. Disturbances are not tolerated within the village hidden in the leaves. Hanyue cast him an indifferent glance, but in that very moment, her eyes locked onto him. Her pupils shrank sharply. Instantly, her expression soured, cold sweat trickling down her temple as she shot back several dozen meters in a flash, bracing herself as if facing a deadly adversary. "You, why on earth are you here?" she shouted, her voice quivering despite the distance between them. Kagami frowned, puzzled. He couldn't comprehend why the newly appointed Mizukage was reacting in such a strange way. Nor was he alone. None of the Hidden Mist entourage could make sense of it either. They wondered what had gotten into their leader today, to be so jumpy and unsettled. Mizuki Sora looked on with a hint of disdain, covering her face. Hozuki Hanyue was the strongest shinobi in the Hidden Mist right now, yet here she was, frightened half to death by a youngster whose chakra didn't even reach Kage level. Lord Mizuki's, I don't believe we've ever met, have we? Kagami tried to sound out the situation. Hanyu finally snapped out of it, realizing she must have mistaken him for someone else. She let out a long breath, nearly collapsing from relief. They looked so much alike, almost identical. Black eyes, black hair, sharp features. The man before her bore an uncanny resemblance to that devilish boy from 6 years ago. Still, on closer inspection, there were subtle differences around the eyes and brow. Rubbing her eyes, Hanyu paced back slowly. She couldn't help it. The memory from back then was too vivid, especially that mocking, playful grin. Even to this day, the mere thought made her scalp tingle with dread. She might be the Mizuki now, but the sensation of being utterly powerless, her fate hanging by a thread, not in control of life or death, was pure suffocation. It was something she never wished to experience again in this life. Sorry about that. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Just then, a sinister chuckle drifted from the street. Well, to think the Mizuki would be rattled by a rookie from a leaf. The hidden mist is really showing promise these days. Hanyu turned around. From the edge of her vision, a man ambled forward, his limbs long and thin, body swathed in bandages from head to toe, save for a pair of cold, predatory eyes. It's been a long time, Mu. Hanyu crossed her arms, a fleeting glimmer of pure murderous intent in her eyes. I heard your Lord Ishikawa died. Congratulations, looks like you're the new Tsuchikage. Likewise, the second Tsuchikage faced Hanyu in silence. The way they looked at each other, it was as if each regarded the other as already dead. Kagami Uchiha felt a surge of unease. The tension was so thick it could snap at any moment. These two were the youngest Kage of their time, and if a fight broke out, this street would be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Just as he was at his wit's end, a hand landed on his back, followed by a deep, resonant voice. There's no dueling ground prepared for the two of you in the village. If you really want to fight, wait until the banquet is over. Then you're welcome to settle things to the bitter end in the land of wind next door. Tobirama Senju emerged from behind Kagami, dressed in a flowing blue ceremonial robe. Sensei, grateful relief flashed in Kagami's eyes. At last, the weight on his heart was lifted. Leave this to me. Go attend to your other duties, Tobirama said, not even turning his head as he tucked both hands into his sleeves and strode forward to meet the belated representatives from Iwagakure. Kagami nodded at once, then helped the other Konoha shinobi disperse the gathering crowd. Once everything had returned to order, he finally let out a breath of relief. Wordlessly, he slipped back into the alley and closed his eyes for a moment. Atop the Hokage rock, beside a kunai embedded deep in the stone, a figure appeared in utter silence. Kagami Uchiha opened his eyes. Around him, the world was completely still. Only the cool night breeze kept him company, as though he were far removed from the bustle of daily life. His lashes lowered, taking in everything below. Konoha village blazed with light and color, cheerful and lively as ever. Even the distant Uchiha compound shimmered with lanterns, echoing with revelry. Only he stood alone atop the empty Hokage rock, silently gazing down at the village. Deep into the night, Kagami remained seated there, lost in thought as he looked out across Konoha. Just as his mind began to wander, he sensed movement behind him. He turned slightly. Before he could see who it was, the faint scent of sake reached his nose. Clan leader? Kagami started in surprise, though his brows drew together slightly. What brings you here? So, this is where you are, Kagami. Uchiha Onoka gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Ah, how should I put this? Once I start drinking, I tend to get carried away. I might have said a few things out of line earlier. Don't take it to heart, all right? I'm really not that sensitive, Kagami stammered, scratching his head. Faced with Onoka's earnest gaze, he suddenly felt awkward. It's just that. I like a bit of peace and quiet. Onoka moved closer, but when Kagami tried to stand, the clan leader gently pressed him back down. Clan leader? Don't treat me like some elder, Kagami. Really, we're both still young at heart. With a playful wink, Onoka settled down beside Kagami, the two of them surveying Konoha together. Ah, so this is what the view from up here looks like. Ha, peaceful and soothing. Not bad at all. Kagami was a little surprised. Isn't the clan holding a banquet? Shouldn't you be with everyone else right now? Being with the clan is about being there for my people. Onoka gazed into the distance at the glittering compound, his eyes drifting. You are my people too, Kagami. Kagami's lashes dropped, a quiet ache stirring somewhere deep inside him. To be honest, I never really thought I was qualified to be clan leader. The previous one set the bar too high. No one could compare, everyone saw that. If I ended up in this position, it's all thanks to everyone giving me a hand. Hua leaned back, supporting himself with both hands, looking completely at ease. I know I have a lot of shortcomings. There's so many times when I can't notice how everyone's really feeling. So, when you're troubled or something's on your mind, you can always talk to me, you know? Jing hesitated, staying silent. You feel pretty lonely, don't you? Jing's head shot up. Not at all. I have a group of reliable companions, respected mentors, clanmates who are like family. How could I possibly be lonely? Oh, truly like family. Hua chuckled. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. After all these years as clan leader, do you think I wouldn't recognize which of our kin feel out of place? You're one of them. Clan leader, I actually don't. You always do this, start stuttering when you're nervous. Hua patted Jing's shoulder. It's because of your brother, isn't it? Because he left the village with Lord Ban? You just can't let it go. Quietly, Jing corrected. He defected from the village. That's not really the point. Just tell me, was it because of him? No matter what, he's still my brother. All these years, every time I think back to that night, it just hurts so much. Jing's voice was barely a whisper. If it hadn't been for me, those companions wouldn't have died. So you think it was your fault they died? Yes. I've always seen myself as a sinner, truly the one who started all this bloodshed. That's why, whether in the village or among the clan, I'm too ashamed to really join in from the heart. I just can't. A faint shiver ran through Jing, and he hugged himself against the chill. I really am the one to blame. Hua watched him for a moment, eyes deep and unreadable. After a while, he spoke suddenly. If I were to kill Uchiha Kamiyo, if you watched him die with your own eyes, do you think you could finally let this go? Clan leader, you? Jing was startled. Don't throw your life away. He's terrifyingly strong, powerful as any Kage, and after 6 years, who knows how much stronger he's become. Hua waved this off. It's just a hypothetical. If he were gone, would you be free from all this? Jing took a deep breath, his eyes growing resolute as he looked straight at Hua. Clan leader, no matter what he's done, he's still my brother. If the day comes when I bring him back, and if his crimes demand death, then I'd rather trade my own life for his. I know this isn't fair to anyone, but I've said it before. If it hadn't been for me, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Hua met Jing's gaze without a word, his eyes calm as a still lake, and for a moment, uncharacteristically, he fell silent. Patriarch, all I ask is that when the time comes, you support me, stand by my side. Support you, even if it means dying for him? Hua lifted his gaze to the night sky, where stars shimmered overhead. He let out a long sigh. All right, I understand now. I never imagined this is what Jing truly wanted. Jing hung his head, his enthusiasm dimmed. Do you think my idea is naive, Patriarch? No. To Jing's surprise, Hua stood up and gave him a gentle hug, speaking softly, You've been through so much all these years. Thank you. Jing's mind went completely blank. While he was still dazed, Hua patted his own back, stood up, and laughed it off. I got a bit sentimental there. The night's getting colder, you should head back early. After all, tomorrow's banquet is what really matters. Jing watched him leave. Then, turning to look at the still lively Hidden Leaf village, an unconscious smile crept onto his lips. Having opened his heart, that vast, lonely feeling seemed to soften and fade. The next day, the banquet took place as planned. Inside the Hokage building. By this time, the dining hall was already packed. The ceiling was a deep wine red, the walls adorned with flowers, and an exquisite carpet unfurled across the floor. The lighting spilled over everything, casting a brilliant shine that danced somewhere between the color of blood and the hue of roses. The long table was crowded with guests, the air buzzing with conversation and laughter. Plates of sumptuous food lined the table, their delicious aromas wafting through the room. Not only the other 4 Kage of the great ninja villages were present, but their guards had been invited to dine as well. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate Tsunade's 100th day. If only the 5 great nations could always gather like this. Senju Hashirama, dressed in all white and seated at the head of the table, grew emotional as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. Tobirama, sitting to his side, covered his face and whispered sternly, Big brother, you're the strongest Kage. There's no need for this. But Hashirama looked at him, his eyes brimming with tears. I'm just so moved. Haha, Lord Hashirama, you haven't changed a bit. You still wear your heart on your sleeve, the Raikage remarked, his voice rumbling as he munched on a chicken leg. The Kazekage chimed in. Speaking of time, it spares no one. 6 years have slipped by, and we've all aged a little. Look at Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Even their guards from the previous 5 Kage summit have now become Kage themselves. And yet, Lord Hokage, you still look so young. Humph, you flatter me, Kazekage. Hozuki Jinjetsu stroked his small mustache and winked. Lord Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, could hardly be compared to those old stones from Iwagakure. Maybe you should take a good look at yourself before criticizing others. Only a fool hurls insults without even realizing they've insulted themselves, came a gruff retort from the second Tsuchikage sitting across from him. A fool, you say? Just look at yourself. Not quite human, not quite ghost. You have the nerve to criticize others? Jinjetsu shrugged with a mocking smile, adding, though I can't blame you, really. The people of Awagakure, they're all oddballs. None of them look much like normal folk. He pointed casually. Hey, that short guy over there, if you don't get to the table soon, I won't even be able to see you from here. Behind Wu, the two towering Onnoki stood like henchmen, casting unfriendly glares at the Mistneen. Their hands were clasped together, exuding a quiet threat. Calm down, Onnoki. We're not about to lose our tempers with fools, Wu said, casting a sideways glance at his disciple. Bandage freak, if you insult me again, I'll send you straight to your grave. Hangetsu sprang to his feet, murderous intent rolling off him in barely contained waves. Hey, Tobirama rapped lightly on the tabletop. This is a day of celebration. Neither my brother nor I wish to see blood spilled here. Besides, don't forget. He drew out his words, causing everyone to unconsciously lean in. Madara Uchiha is still alive. The room fell instantly silent. Back then, for reasons of his own, Tobirama hadn't disposed of Madara's body. Instead, while Hashirama was unconscious, he shifted it in secret to a hidden chamber deep in the mountains. But when his battle with Kamiyu was over, and he dragged his exhausted body to that chamber, he found only a shadow clone in Madara's place. And so, Tobirama cast Madara Uchiha as a world-hating destroyer, an enemy of peace whose specter haunted the land. He spread this warning far and wide. As a result, all 5 great nations grew wary, as if facing an imminent threat, constantly on guard, worried that Uchiha might one day come swinging his scythe their way. But 6 years passed, and this so-called Madara never reappeared. On the contrary, he seemed to vanish from the world completely, and everyone began to doubt whether Tobirama's warnings had any truth at all. Asterisk clap. Clap. Asterisk. At that moment, Hashirama clapped his hands, drawing every gaze toward him. A banquet should feel like a banquet. He smiled warmly, dismissing the tension and asking casually, Where's Sasuke? And Hoka? The feast has begun. Where are the clan leaders of those 2 great families? But before he could finish, an enormous boom erupted from outside the Hokage Tower. A blinding flash lit up the sky. A blast of hot air swept over everything as the storm rolled outward, and glass panes throughout the building rattled wildly. Hashirama shot up instantly, turning a razor-sharp gaze toward the window. The explosion had come from the direction of the Sarutobi compound. 10 minutes earlier, outside the Sarutobi compound, Sasuke Sarutobi stretched after a long day of patrol. Having finished giving his orders, he rubbed his aching shoulders and headed toward the Hokage Tower. You look a little tired, Clan Chief Sasuke. Sasuke glanced back. Uchiha Hoka was strolling leisurely up behind him, a friendly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That comes with age, I suppose. Sooner or later, this era will end up in the hands of you young people. Sasuke replied with a good-natured laugh. Hoka walked by his side. I haven't seen Hiruzen around lately. Where's he disappeared to? He's gone to the Saruman clan compound. He's just about to make a summoning pact, Sasuke answered. I heard from Q that although everyone is Lord Tobirama's disciple, their relationships have always been far from harmonious. Oh, Sasuke chuckled softly. Is Lord Hinakaku here to settle old scores with an old man like me? Hinakaku quickly waved his hands. Of course not. I'm merely checking up on the state of their relationships. From what you say, it really sounds like things aren't working out. Since when do you care so much about Uchiha Q? Sasuke replied nonchalantly. When speaking with an Uchiha, it was always best to be cautious with one's words. A low, sardonic laugh cut the air. A pale blue blade of light pierced Sasuke's chest. He froze in disbelief and looked at Uchiha Hinakaku. I've always cared about him, you know. With a sharp crack, Sarutobi Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump. Hinakaku flicked his hand calmly and tilted his head ever so slightly. When did you figure it out? I knew from the start. Uchiha Hinakaku would never just come speak to me. My, you're clever. Unlike those fools in your clan who didn't notice their leader had been replaced. Sasuke emerged from behind a wall. He formed a hand seal, then leapt onto the wall, clearly not intending to waste words. Summoning jutsu. Appear, King Saru. A plume of white smoke surged forth, and a gigantic ape leapt out, slamming its fists viciously into the earth. You really don't want to catch up, do you? Honestly, you have no sense of occasion. Hinakaku shook his head in exaggerated disappointment, his form flickering to casually avoid the ape's onslaught. There's nothing left for us to say. Sasuke snapped his fingers, and the great ape swayed, transforming into the indestructible Rui staff, which landed heavily in Sasuke's grasp. He spoke with a savage edge. Uchiha Shinba. So you did see through me. Well, can't be helped. Uchiha Hinakaku, or rather Uchiha Shinba, opened his eyes, blazing with crimson light. Then I have no choice. 20 seconds to finish you. Gathering his strength, Sasuke raised a massive Rui staff high. Like a celestial iron meteor, he brought it crashing down. Yet Shinba stood his ground, hands flashing through a series of seals. Fire style, dragon flame mode. Flames roared to life as 4 lifelike dragon heads illuminated the night, each trailing searing heat as they lunged straight for the Sarutobi clan grounds. Sasuke's eyes widened. If he brought his staff down, Hinakaku would surely die, but the clan's land would be incinerated by flame dragons, leaving nothing but devastation. It was a desperate, ruthless tactic. In a critical instant, he was forced to whip his staff back, sweeping the dragons aside one by one with swift, heavy blows. A trio of sapphire sword slashes ripped through the air with a sharp hiss. Sasuke, forewarned, raised his staff to block. Sparks exploded from the Rui staff. But behind him, a shadow flickered silently, coalescing with eerie quiet. Autumn dew on leaf. A jade-green blade fine as a strand of hair, slashed mercilessly for his neck. Hand of the Saru King. In the nick of time, a large furry hand shot out from the Rui golden staff, grabbing hold of the blade of light. That hurts, that hurts, came a cry of pain from within the staff, as the ape demon's hand quickly withdrew. Missing his mark, Shinyu immediately leapt back, stirring up a swirling gust beneath his feet. In midair, he formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style, grand fire annihilation. He drew a deep breath and then exhaled, releasing an immense torrent of flames that surged and gathered like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The air itself heated in an instant to blazing temperatures, and even before the flames reached him, Sasuke Sarutobi's clothes began to ignite. Fortunately, the ape demon's hand had just bought Sasuke a moment to react. Leaning on his staff, the Vajra staff spun rapidly in his hands, whipping up a violent gale. Before the sea of fire could spread, he drew all the flames to himself, absorbing them with the force of the wind. The air crackled with a sizzling sound. Sasuke's face was tense, his teeth clenched tight. Even as the flames scorched his skin, he refused to stop. The faster the Vajra staff spun, the wilder the winds before him became. Even Shinyu, suspended in midair, was caught in the cyclone's pull and dragged swiftly toward the staff. Adamantine prison wall. With a sudden heave, Sasuke hurled the Vajra staff. Dozens of gleaming replicas shot out from the billowing white smoke, locking together in the air to form a cage and trapping Shinyu inside. Sasuke formed the hand seals for fire style, ready to unleash his next attack, but in a flash, the trapped Shinyu transformed into nothing but half a wooden stump. What? Before he could react, an overwhelming force swept his legs out from under him. Shinyu, now behind him without warning, struck with a rapid, spinning sweep, sending Sasuke's body flying helplessly through the air. Rasengan, a resonant, were flared to life. Shinyu's lips curled into a knowing smile as he summoned swirling waves of blue light in his palm, compressing them into a high-density chakra sphere. With merciless force, he slammed it into the middle of Sasuke's back. The spiraling energy punched straight through him, and, driven by the surging backlash, Sasuke was launched like a streaking arrow across the battlefield. It's not over. I can still fight back. Displaying the spirit of a true, battle-hardened ninja. Even in the instant he was struck by the Rasengan, Sasuke forced his chakra outward, forming a shield of yang release over his back. Though his organs suffered the brunt of the blow, the damage was not fatal. Still in midair, he braced himself, gathering chakra at a feverish pace and directing it toward a critical energy point. The 8 gates. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before his eyes, and the air seemed to burst beside his ear. Shinyu appeared without warning in front of him. In one swift breath, he raised his hand, and his razor-sharp fingers jabbed straight for Sasuke's vital chest point. It's useless. Shinyu's smile never faded. I knew you'd try that. Sasuke's eyes went wide with shock and despair. The chakra he just summoned scattered instantly. 6 years ago, you could take my arm, but today you don't even deserve to see my true form, Shinyu said softly. Night has fallen. Now fade quietly into the darkness. A flash of azure light burst forth. Autumn dew on a leaf shot out from his fingertips, the dazzling blue radiance sharp as any blade, piercing straight through Sasuke's body and shattering the building behind him to rubble. I'll twist my ankle. Using someone else's body for the body flicker technique just isn't something I'm used to yet, Shinyu muttered, forming a quick hand seal. Across from the Sarutobi compound, hundreds of explosive talismans hidden beneath the Konoha Academy suddenly erupted into flames, followed instantly by a thunderous explosion. The classroom building crumbled amid the roaring blasts, thick smoke rolling as structure after structure collapsed. The ground itself shook violently. Though, in truth, there were no casualties, Shinyu found a thrilling sense of satisfaction at the sight of Tobirama's painstaking work reduced to ruins. After perhaps half a minute, Shinyu glanced back with a smile, his vision now crowded with countless figures. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, the shadows of the four great shinobi villages. Countless ANBU in animal-faced masks. It was a scene so eerily reminiscent of 11 years ago. Only this time, there would be no Madara stepping in to tip the scales. The village hidden in the leaves. Upon the ruins, a solitary figure stood tall, the dying flames illuminating him, making those blood-red Sharingan eyes flicker between light and shadow. At his feet, Sarutobi Sasuke lay crumpled and lifeless. Saruma, too, dissolved into smoke, his bond with his summoner broken by death. Inoka. Hashirama's face was grim, his gaze ablaze with furious intensity. Why did you do this? Shinyu scratched his head in feigned distress. How should I answer you? You could say it was a sudden impulse, or perhaps a long-harbored plan. In the end, I did it simply because I wanted to. Brother, isn't Uchiha Haino Ka? Tobirama stepped forward, his expression dark. In his memory, Haino Ka, though a Uchiha, had always been humble and agreeable, unwavering in his support for Konoha's policies. Always the great facilitator. That's why Konoha endorsed him as clan leader. But the look in the man's eyes now was utterly foreign, sinister and malevolent. He was nothing like the Haino Ka of old. I am Uchiha Shunyu, Madara, Uchiha's blade. Manipulating Haino Ka's body, Shunyu declared himself plainly. What? Gasps swept through the crowd. The Kage of the four great shinobi villages exchanged startled glances, finding identical shards of fear in each other's eyes. The second Tsuchikige's gaze sharpened, preparing to step forward, only to discover Mizukige Jinjetsu, who'd stood beside him a moment ago, had somehow slipped far behind them, creeping away on silent feet. Hashirama stepped forward quickly, eyes blazing. Is Madara still alive? A sly grin crossed Shinyu's lips. Why don't you guess? Do I look like a child to you? Guessing games. Hashirama snapped, eyes narrow with urgency. Where is he now? Was he behind the Nine-Tails incident? Did he tell you to attack the village? Lord Hashirama, you do ask a lot of questions. Fortunately, I know all the answers. They're all right here. Kamiyo raised his hand, tapping his temple. But I refuse to answer them. Tobirama stared intently at Kamiyo, more precisely, at Uchiha Hyoka's face, his mind racing. Both visual confirmation and chakra sensing leave no doubt. The man before me is undoubtedly Uchiha Hyoka himself. But what could possibly make him someone else's puppet? Could it be a Jinjutsu cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan? No, that's not right. No illusion, no matter how powerful, could control a puppet this precisely. Not even the slightest facial expression betrays any false move. That leaves only one possibility. One of the forbidden jutsu stolen by Kamiyo 11 years ago, the spirit possession technique. But there's more to it. The principle of the spirit possession technique is to separate mind from flesh, transforming into a spectral form that possesses others. If the caster's will is stronger than the target's, they can take over the body directly. Yet, the original soul still lingers within, its interference unavoidable. Normally, the caster must constantly battle for dominance. And even then, control is far from perfect, never this smooth and natural. Unless the spirit possession technique somehow triggered a unique reaction with the Uchiha's formidable mind, granting the possessor unfettered control over the host's soul itself. As the deduction played out, Tobirama's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his expression so dark it was almost stormy. So, it's the spirit possession technique. He clasped his hands behind his back, quietly performing a series of hand signs. Around him, several ANBU from the barrier core picked up on his signal. Using the cover of night, they slipped away without a sound. Well then, I suppose the pleasantries end here. Kamiyo clapped his hands. I'm here to declare war, on my own behalf and my own alone. I hereby declare war upon the 5 great nations, and upon each of the 5 Kage. How arrogant, rumbled the Reikage. He shrugged off his jacket, baring his dark, powerful muscles. Lord Hashirama, allow me to take this one out for you. Only Mizukige Jinjetsu remained unmoved. The rest of the Kage stirred, ready for action. Hold! Hashirama raised a calming hand. If you've come to declare war, why hide behind another's body? Is this what Madara taught you? Always lurking in the shadows. Lord Hashirama, you are in no position to lecture me, Kamiyo replied, his gaze sweeping across the assembled leaders. He spoke slowly, his voice heavy and cold. Good luck in a battle to come. From this moment, the war begins. With that, he released his grip. Several specially made cat house smoke bombs burst open in an instant, flooding the area with a blinding cloud of white. Hashirama's expression sharpened, and he swung one hand forward. "Brother," Tobirama shouted. Wind-style, whirling storm dance. The second Tsuchikage moved, conjuring a cyclone that cut through the haze, dispersing every trace of smoke and revealing what lay hidden within. A massive vine sprang from the ruins, coiling tightly around Uchiha, Hoka's body. Dozens of wooden spikes hovered above his head, poised to strike. While Hoka's eyes remained shut, he had lost all consciousness. Was it really this easy? The Reikage rotated his shoulders, sounding almost disappointed. Is this all the edge Uchiha Madara's bloodline has to offer? Don't get careless. That kid's tougher than he looks, Tobirama warned in a low, grave voice, his expression still clouded with concern. No sooner had he spoken than a shrill voice erupted from behind the group. "Vapor detonation." Tobirama spun around in shock, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The very heart of the battlefield exploded in an instant. Scalding steam blasted out in every direction, flattening the already ruined Konoha Academy completely. Harnessing almost all of Jinjetsu's chakra, this vapor explosion sent a torrent of white mist surging toward the sky. With the sole exception of Hashirama, everyone present was thrown violently aside. Jinjetsu Hozuki. The second Tsuchikage's eyes went wide. He had sensed something amiss about Jinjetsu the very moment before the explosion and sprung instinctively aloft. But Inoki was not so lucky. Caught in the blast, he was flung away, immediately losing consciousness. Struggling to steady himself midair, the Tsuchikage clapped his hands together. "Tsuchikage Dano, don't lose your head. Mizukage-sama's been put under control," Tobirama hurriedly shouted. But his warning meant little to Mu, who was consumed by killing intent. A point of white light gathered before him, twisting and distorting as a perfectly shaped, translucent cylinder began to form between his palms. "Calm yourself." A colossal wooden dragon erupted from underground, jaws wide as it lunged at Mu in midair. "Tisich." Mu clicked his tongue in annoyance, breaking off his technique and drifting nimbly away from the dragon's attack. While chaos reigned, Jinjetsu's hands formed seals without pause. In a billowing haze, not only did he summon forth his enormous clam, but his jester clone also materialized out of the obscuring mist. Then, in the blink of an eye, sight was ripped away from all those present, as if each one had been dropped into an endless abyss. Every trace of light drained from existence. Jinjutsu, the art of traversing darkness. Amidst the darkness, Hashirama moved with ease, quickly picking out Jinjetsu's true form. It turned out the Jinjetsu they'd seen earlier had only been a mirage, a clever decoy. "Uchiha Kamiha, the farce ends here." Hashirama's hands flew through a series of seals, then pressed hard against Jinjetsu's forehead. "Koku en Tenshai." A glowing seal, the character for seat, composed entirely of runic script, flared into being in his palm. This technique suppressed the very soul itself and locked away chakra, capable even of pinning down a tailed beast. Jinjetsu staggered, clarity returning to his gaze. He stared wide-eyed at the giant hand descending toward him and let out a piercing screech. His head liquefied in a flash, streaming apart on either side, and Hashirama's palm hit nothing but empty air. Still reeling, Jinjetsu staggered back a step or two and thudded to the ground, gasping for breath. "Huff, huff. What just happened?" He stared at his own hands. "Why is my body suddenly burned through so much chakra, water, and oil? Are you back to normal?" Hashirama offered an explanation. "You were being controlled by a spirit. It's tricky business. I didn't expect this Kamihane's willpower to be this strong." "Possessed," Hanue silently cursed under his breath. "First, undo your water oil clones and summon beasts," Hashirama advised. Hanue nodded feebly, raising his hands to begin the release. In truth, the moment he regained his senses, that clown-like clone had already ceased to act. It was then that calamity struck. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Mu hovered in midair, like a deity presiding over judgment, and that ominous cylindrical shape, a presence that made everyone's heart leap with dread, appeared once again. It resembled a miniature barrier, yet its surface did not radiate heat nor stir the air. It simply floated there silently, with a strange radiance glowing at its core. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A pillar of light plunged downward, bathing Hashirama, and Hozuki Hanue behind him, in a blinding, pure white. Steam and thick smoke split like curtains before a blade. Anything caught in its path was instantly wiped away. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Hashirama's eyes sharpened. Instantly, a colossal tree burst from the right side of his body, pushing him out of the direct path while shielding Hanyu behind him as well. The pillar of light flashed by, slicing through the giant tree with no more resistance than a hot knife through butter. In its wake, a gaping circular hole appeared in Hanyue's chest. Not a drop of blood spilled, only a wisp of steam lazily curling upward. Mummy man! Hanyue's face twisted in agony, veins bulging as he changed his hand seals in desperation. The clown clone suddenly sprang up from the ground, lunging at Mu in the air. With a sizzling slice, the clown's arm morphed into a massive blade, cleaving toward the second Tsuchikage. This clone, composed entirely of water and oil, could not only fly, but also zip through the air with staggering swiftness. Judging by its taijutsu alone, it was enough to rival a Kage. Within the second Tsuchikage's mind, the world shimmered in a spectrum of swirling hues. There, within this realm, Kamihane's spiritual form let out a cold, amused chuckle. The technique of walking in darkness had, indeed, robbed him of his sight, yet this did not hinder him. He no longer needed eyes. His formidable spiritual awareness sufficed. Moments before Hashirama arrived, he had slipped free from Hanyue's mind, diving instantly into Mu's consciousness. Now, the palm of his hand glimmered with a pale inner light, pressed upon Mu's spirit. Bolstered by the hypnotic force of his genjutsu, he felt like a player behind a virtual reality mask. Even if he lacked the native skills of his host body, with genjutsu's guidance, he could simply command them to unleash those signature moves. The control was far from graceful, but those possessed by his will moved as obediently as puppets, executing his every command without hesitation. This was different from controlling Uchiha Hokaku. In that instance, the man's spirit was completely knocked unconscious and tossed aside by Kamiu, who then manipulated his body in a way much like possession, temporarily replacing his soul to take control. While this method allowed Kamiu to adapt to the target's body with maximum flexibility and ease, it came at the price of being unable to use the target's unique secret techniques. Each of the two possession methods had its own strengths and weaknesses. Dodge, Kamiu murmured softly. Returning to the scene, the clown's clone lunged forward. The second Tsuchikage evaded with a light, effortless movement, once again spreading his palms apart to form a cylindrical force powerful enough to disintegrate all it touched. Suddenly, three members of the Umbu burst forth, forming circles with their hands, aiming squarely at Mu, suspended in midair. Mind-body switch technique. Three streams of spiritual energy surged into Mu's mind simultaneously. Kamiu smiled faintly, immediately locking onto the true locations of the trio. Without the slightest hesitation, he withdrew from Mu's mind. His spirit shot from Mu's body like an arrow loose from a bow, spiraling through the air and in an instant, piercing the foreheads of all three Umbu. The mental energies invading Mu's consciousness instantly shattered. Blood streamed from the orifices of the three, their fates uncertain between life and death. In terms of raw lethality, the spirit transformation technique rendered the mind-body switch technique as harmless as a child playing with toys. To draw an analogy, it was like the difference between an ordinary mystic art and the legendary techniques of wind marquee chimen. With Mu's consciousness restored, his mind was left in a muddle, so he failed to notice a kunai arcing through the air above. At that moment, Tobirama Senju appeared silently behind Mu, using a powerful locking technique to seize him. The two plummeted together from midair. "Big brother, keep an eye on Mizukage," he shouted urgently. Before he could say anything more, Hashirama was already in motion, working to restrain Mangetsu Hozuki. Just then, a figure wreathed in crackling lightning suddenly struck from behind Tobirama. With a punishing blow to his lower back, he was sent hurtling far across the battlefield. "Reikage!" Kazukage Reto was stunned, and before he could react, his bodyguard shaman hurled a scroll, filling the air with an explosive burst of white smoke. Amidst a chorus of metallic clattering, 10 slender puppets in white robes floated into view, their blades shining coldly. The 10 men of Chikatsu. Reto spun around immediately. "Shaman, stay back. I don't need your help here." Then he froze. Instead of supporting the Hokage, the 10 men of Chikatsu spun and tore into the surrounding crowd. Poison needles flying, sunbon shooting in all directions, launching an indiscriminate massacre. "You've been possessed too," Reto cried out in shock, rushing to restrain his subordinate. But a flash of lightning erupted in his line of sight. Reikage, like thunder splitting the clouds, surged toward him with an iron fist wreathed in rolling thunder, striking straight for his chest. On the other side, Even without any deliberate manipulation, Wu Yu and Huan Yue were already locked in fierce combat. Their figures clashed and swirled in midair. Dust-style techniques flashed unpredictably, while torrents of water surged and blasted in all directions. The two had ignited a true battle. Neither would stop until one of them fell. Tobirama, still misled by his previous attack, seemed to believe the wreckage was under his control. In a brilliant flash of flying thunder god, Tobirama struck close and landed a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Hashirama controlled his with style to shatter puppets, but he found it inconvenient to unleash his full strength. If anyone were hurt, it would be difficult to explain, so he fought with caution, restraining himself. Chaos erupted on the field. Within moments, the scene descended into utter turmoil. Amid the billowing dust clouds, Kamihane's spirit quietly slipped out from the melee, streaking across the sky like a falling star, straight toward the Uzumaki shrine. That old fool really knows how to hold a grudge. He gave a cold laugh, withdrawing his focus from Tobirama. In truth, Kamihane had originally intended to possess the first Kazekage. However, he sensed the man's formidable willpower, every bit as strong as Senju Tobirama's, so Kamihane had no choice but to abandon the attempt. No matter, the situation was hectic enough as it was. Scanning with his spiritual senses, Kamihane took in the heart of Konoha. Hostile barriers stretched several kilometers around the Hokage Tower, tightly sealed and flaw-free. Tobirama, oh Tobirama, I must admit, you really are clever. His expression remained calm. But I didn't come unprepared, either. One day before, Konoha had thrown open its gates to welcome guests, and Kamihane's spirit, along with his transformed cat, Bachi, slipped in without a hitch. That night, Uchiha Hohaku, after one too many drinks, stepped out for some fresh air, only to be drawn toward a coquettish meow from a thicket. He parted the grass and discovered a small, blue-glowing kitten whose stripes shimmered and shifted through brilliant colors. It was utterly mesmerizing. He immediately recognized Bachi and spotted a tiny, crystal-clear vial clasped in its mouth. No sooner had he taken it into his hand than consciousness abandoned him. It was in that crucial moment that Kamihane completed his possession. Hohaku was among the strongest of the current Uchiha, but faced with Kamihane's overwhelming spiritual power, he was defenseless, a helpless child before a storm. And what was the purpose behind all of this infiltration and chaos? Suddenly accelerating, Kamihane's spirit dove through the shrine like an arrow, unnoticed and untouched by the surrounding guards, servants, and shinobi. He passed through layer after layer of ceiling and walls until at last he found his target. A baby girl, still bundled in swaddling clothes, her wispy, newborn hair yet to be trimmed. Tsunade. Kamihane smiled, instantly merging with the body of a maid. Loosening his shoulders and growing accustomed to the form, he approached the cradle. Inside Uzumaki Shrine, Kamihane stood silently before the cradle, gazing at the infant nestled within. Chubby little Tsunade radiated the gentle scent of milk. Her skin was exquisitely soft, her cheeks full and rosy, as if they might burst at the lightest touch. She had a head of lovely golden fuzz, and her wide, watery eyes were impossibly bright. At that moment, she was happily sucking her tiny fingers and peering around the room in wonder. What a delightful little thing, he murmured. Shunyu carefully reached out his arms and picked Tsunade up, one hand supporting her little bottom, the other gently cradling her head as he held her close. Tsunade didn't cry or fuss. Instead, she slowly turned her head and gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. She let out a soft, indistinct little sound. Locking eyes with her, Shunyu unexpectedly felt a twinge of guilt in the face of her pure, guileless gaze. Now listen, he began, speaking as if to reassure himself. I only want to deal with your great uncle. This has nothing to do with you. You'll understand, won't you? Tsunade blinked in confusion, her eyes full of questions. Don't worry, I promise. As long as you cooperate quietly, not a single hair on your head will be harmed, Shunyu whispered, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat. In a moment, I'm going to take you away to draw your two grandfathers out. Will you help me with this? When Tsunade stayed silent, he smiled. No answer? I'll take that as a yes. So remember, not a cry, not a tear, and definitely no yelling. We're going to slip quietly out of the village, understood? With all the gentleness he could muster, Shunyu soothed and coaxed her, carrying Tsunade out of the bedroom. Yuki, why are you carrying Princess Tsunade outside? Coming straight toward him was a woman, by her dress and bearing, clearly the head maid or something similar. She was furious, scolding him in a rush. Don't you realize how dangerous it is outside right now? We're under attack. Hokage-sama is fighting for his life out there. If you want to risk your own, must you bring the princess along as well? Without missing a beat, Shunyu passed Tsunade into her arms. The head maid was startled, her mind slow to catch up, but her hands instinctively moved to take Tsunade, as if trained by habit. A sparkling, weightless spirit drifted from Shunyu into the head maid's forehead. A seamless exchange completed in a flash. Huh, how'd I end up here? As her own awareness returned, confusion filled the maid's eyes, her memory of just moments before completely gone. Yuki. Yes. Shinyu, still holding Tsunade, put on a solemn face. Why are you standing around? The village is under attack. I just received the order. The enemy is after Princess Tsunade, and he already knows her location. He's on his way here right now. The head maid gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Get back to your post immediately. Act like the princess is still there, as if nothing happened. I'll evacuate the princess at once. Okay. The maid, flustered and panicked, turned and hurried away. Move faster. This is Lord Tobirama's direct command. Honestly, Shinyu grumbled under his breath, but kept his pace steady as he made for the shrine's exit. He passed quite a few people along the way, but they were all lower-ranked servants. Uzumaki Mito wasn't present. She was at the Hokage residence, calming the guests as lady of the house. For now, the head maid held the highest authority in the entire Uzumaki shrine. Although quite a few people cast questioning glances his way, under his deliberate scowl and fierce gaze, they retreated, disgruntled. He strode off swiftly, covering ground in great leaps, and before long, he had left the Vortex Shrine behind and found himself out on the main street. Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, he quickened his pace even more. Although the head maid was not a trained ninja, her body still contained chakra. Under Shinyu's masterful and delicate control, she was able to burst forth with speed no less than that of a junior ninja. Of course, this came at the cost of the host's physical strength. For one untrained in the body, forcing such an explosive burst of speed could only result in muscle strain. The price. This head maid would probably spend a few months bedridden in the Konoha hospital. A few mid-level ninjas on the street stared in a daze as the maid leapt nimbly between rooftops, her skirt fluttering through the air like a butterfly. They exchanged baffled glances. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Hokage and Lord Tobirama have already gone to handle the enemy, shouted a clueless ninja, giving chase. Shinyu muttered, what a nuisance, and came to an abrupt stop. The little Tsunade in his arms, jolted by the sudden halt, blinked her confused eyes, then burst into tears. Her clear, piercing cry immediately drew the attention of the approaching Jonin. You're carrying a child? The Jonin stepped closer, and when he caught sight of the baby's face, his eyes went wide with shock. That's Princess Tsunade. Without hesitation, Shinyu slipped out from the head maid's body. Like a flash, his spirit darted forth and entered straight between the Jonin's brows. Moving with lightning speed, he stepped up and caught the nearly falling Tsunade. At the same time, he struck a precise knife hand to the back of the head maid's neck, knocking her unconscious. Tsunade's wails grew even louder, a tiny bundle no bigger than a bean, clenching both little fists to her chest, her mouth wide open, shrieking in protest at Shinyu. There, if you behave, Big Brother will show you some kittens later, Shinyu bluffed frantically. Then he dashed off at full speed in a particular direction. Fortunately, now possessing a Jonin's body, his mobility had made a qualitative leap. Bounding over eaves and rooftops, he made his way swiftly to his destination. Uchiha Kagami stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar ninja who had landed atop the Hokage's rock. When he saw the baby, red-faced and crying in the stranger's arms, he was momentarily thrown into confusion. That's Princess Tsunade, he exclaimed, recognizing her instantly, face full of shock. Wasn't she supposed to be at the Vortex Shrine? There's no time to explain, Shinyu replied gravely, thinking to himself, of course I know. The soul's perception doesn't lie. Holding Tsunade, he approached Kagami and handed the baby over. Kagami, by reflex, reached out to receive her. At that very moment, Shinyu's spirit shot out from between the Jonin's brows and, unhindered, entered directly into his younger brother's mind. In a brilliant world of colors, Uchiha Kagami lifted his head, stunned, looking at the figure before him, his lips trembling. Shinyu. Call me Big Brother. Shinyu curled his lips in amusement, then released an overwhelming surge of mental energy from his spirit, sending tremors through the entire expanse of that world. Facing an overwhelming tidal wave of pressure, Mirror's soul felt like a lone boat on the stormy sea, tossed about by wind and rain, perilously close to capsizing. After 6 years of cultivation, Shinyu's soul had ascended to an extraordinary level of strength, a result of the constant interplay between the Uchiha's formidable willpower and the spirit transformation technique. He had grown so powerful that even some elite shinobi at the Kaga level could not compare, let alone his less accomplished younger brother. Shinyu wasted no words. He simply raised his hand. Mirror was a crucial piece in his plan, and he had no interest in reminiscing with his brother. Light burst from his palm. Jinjutsu struck instantly, seizing control over his brother's soul. The host's mental realm was his domain, where his illusions would never miss their mark. Catch the baby girl. Be gentle with her. He issued his command. In reality, everything unfolded within an instant. Mirror's expression was vacant as he reached out and sturdily cradled the swaddled infant in his arms. I must say, I didn't expect you to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Still, that saves me quite a bit of trouble. In a mental world, Shinyu pressed a hand to his brother's head, lips parting slightly as he ordered, activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Take the baby in your arms and move to the place farthest from Konoha. Uchiha Mirror became as hollow as a marionette, carrying out Shinyu's every command without question. The evening breeze whispered by, and in the blink of an eye his figure vanished. Not even the barrier that enveloped half of Konoha could hold him for a second. Thousands of miles away, outside a prosperous little town in the land of hot springs. The late evening air was cool and tranquil, the leaves whispering gently as moonlight slanted across the stones by the roadside. Peace and serenity enveloped the scene. With a subtle shimmer, a shadow appeared at the edge of the stone path. A baby's piercing cries shattered the stillness. Shinyu, still operating through Mirror's body, cradled the wailing Tsunade. He instinctively scanned their surroundings. According to Mirror's memories, this was the farthest out he'd ever traveled on a mission. Back then, he and his teammates had enjoyed a dip in the local hot springs, and he'd left his Flying Thunder God marker on the stones for whenever he needed a quick, relaxing escape. This kid sure knows how to treat himself, Shinyu muttered enviously from within Mirror's mind. The original owner's soul had already been pushed aside. Initially, his plan had been to have a ninja cat, paid off by Bochi, summon Uchiha Mirror to the cat house with the reverse summoning technique. Who could have guessed that, over the past 6 years, this younger brother hadn't just sat idle, but had actually managed to learn the Flying Thunder God? That certainly made things easier. Still, I need to settle this little one quickly. Konoha will have caught on by now. Earlier, he had immediately called forth the Great Clam using demonic illusion, Phantom Moon, summoning an illusion to obscure their trail. This wasn't for combat, but rather to mask their escape. Within the illusion of the mirage, those inside the scene were unable to observe what was happening outside, while those outside could not see what was occurring within. What they witnessed was nothing more than a convincing facade, an illusion that everything was as usual. It was precisely because of this that Shinyu's kidnapping could proceed so smoothly. He stepped into the small town. Being a rural place, nightlife here was scarce. The only building with lights still glowing was a rowdy gambling den. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The sight of a handsome, delicate youth carrying a wailing infant soon drew a wave of curious and uneasy glances. Fortunately, this was a gambling den. Everyone was far more concerned about their own games, flipping cards, placing bets. Their attention quickly drifted away, melting into the background noise. Without hesitation, Shinyu generously paid for a guest room and, taking the key, headed straight upstairs. He entered the bedroom, locked the door behind him, and carefully set little Tsunade on the bed. Because it was a rustic town, the soundproofing in the gambling hall was poor. Through the thin walls, faint shouts and calls filtered into the room. Oddly enough, when Tsunade heard these sounds, her crying gradually faded away. She wiggled her tiny body, her little hands wriggling free from the swaddling cloth. Her big dark eyes darted here and there, as if both curiously observing and quietly listening. She let out a delighted little coo, waving her arms in the air. On her chubby, rosy cheeks, an unexpectedly sweet smile blossomed. Feeling better, HM? Good. It seems you're really trying to cooperate. Thank you. I promise I'll take care of your great uncle for you. Shinyu had no time for further fussing. The fact that she wasn't crying was already a blessing. He reached inside his robe and took out a small, smooth glass bottle. The bottle was clear and no larger than half a pinky finger, containing a vivid crimson liquid that shimmered captivatingly beneath the lamplight. This was his own blood, something he'd secretly prepared long ago and kept hidden. With a crisp snap, he crushed the glass bottle and, using the fresh blood in his palm, swiftly formed a series of seals before slamming his hand on the floor. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning jutsu. White smoke billowed, mingling with wisps of ethereal blue mist. In the midst of it all, Pochi strolled out gracefully, the very image of feline elegance. Keep an eye on this little one. Don't let anyone disturb her. If someone really doesn't know their place, deal with them permanently, he instructed firmly. Pochi no did, atterli un concerned. Relax. So long as the payment's good, it's as simple as that. By way of conversation, the cat lightly leaped onto the bed, its bronze eyes studying Uchiha Kagami's face. You two brothers really do look alike. Only your brows and eyes are a bit different. Of course we do, Shinyu snorted, shooting at a glance. Aren't you the same as your siblings? Bachi let out a low, chilling chuckle. I would have liked to find out for sure, but I never had the chance. My mother gave birth to me and my litter of siblings while on the run. She didn't survive long, and all I remember is being in a garbage dump, fighting to survive. In the end, I ate my own brothers and sisters. He licked his paw. Sibling rivalry? I know that all too well. Then carry their share as well, and live with everything you've got, Shinbo replied calmly. Bachi was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise passing across his feline face. He looked up, locking eyes with Shinba, as if peering deep into his soul. After a moment, Bachi managed a wry smile. You really are different from the others, aren't you? So, is this why you entered a summoning contract with me? Don't get the wrong idea. Honestly, it's only because you could pay the price. Shinba reiterated his instructions once more, and without further ado, controlled the puppet's body to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Light twisted, space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the village hidden in the leaves, atop the Hokage monument. Did you do this on purpose? In front of the Uzumaki shrine, Tobirama grabbed Ghost Lantern Jinjetsu by the collar, his face twitching with anger. How would I know? I was possessed. I wasn't the one casting Jinjutsu. Jinjetsu kept his hands tucked in his sleeves, wearing an innocent expression. Besides, every single person here is a Kage, and somehow that giant clam's Jinjutsu still fooled all of you. The second Suchikage snorted. So when you chased me around, blasting me point blank with water gun technique, were you possessed then, too? I think you're secretly working with Shinba Achiha. This whole thing was staged so you could kidnap the Leaf's little princess. Oh, come on, you mummy rap freak. Stop spouting nonsense. Jinjetsu snapped. Do I look dumb enough to mess with the Hidden Leaf? And what am I going to do? Ransom the princess? Clearly you're just trying to frame me and have someone else do your dirty work. His eyes twinkled with mischief. Think about it. Of all the ninja here, your sensory abilities are the strongest. There's no way you couldn't see through the giant clam's Mirage Castle. Frankly, I think you're the real traitor. That's enough, both of you. Hashirama, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. His voice was low and icy, his eyes swallowed up by shadows. The two fell silent at once, staring at his retreating figure. Under that immense aura, they felt small and powerless. Jinjetsu was so shaken, he collapsed on the spot. The assembled Kage glanced awkwardly at one another. None of them looked their best, all bruises and battered faces. A minute ago, Hashirama had used his overwhelming strength to subdue the suddenly berserk Kage, bringing chaos under control. Yet, as he returned to the Hokage Tower, he was told that his granddaughter had been stolen. Whatever his motives, to lay hands on a child is unforgivable. Hashirama's fists clenched, and his voice rang with bitter cold. Tobirama paused, considering for a moment before speaking. I've already set up a barrier. He's just a spirit, and without the reverse summoning technique or help from outsiders, there's no way he can leave the village. That means he's still here somewhere, just hiding. Without hesitation, he gave orders, pass this on. We're under attack by a formidable enemy. All villagers are to assemble in front of the Hokage building. We'll search everyone one by one. Also, notify the sensory unit and the Hyuga clan to conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked. We must find Tsunade. Just then, a figure dropped lightly before everyone. Uchiha Kagami. Kagami. Tobirama looked at his disciple, baffled, a glimmer of suspicion briefly crossing his eyes. Are you all looking for me? Uchiha Kagami spread his arms wide, eyes glinting with mockery. No need for all this trouble. I'm right here before you. In an instant, everyone recognized who this really was. A wave of humiliation, of having been toyed with, welled up in each heart. Earth-style, Ganglishi technique, rock hand. The second Suchikage immediately formed a hand sign, and a huge rocky hand burst up from the ground, slamming toward Kamiyo. Kamiyo stood there, perfectly composed, making no move to fight back. With a twist of Hashirama's foot, thick vines snaked out from beside him, quickly weaving into a sturdy wooden shield. A deafening crack echoed as the massive stone hand was stopped cold, unable to advance an inch further. A sudden gust stirred the air, but Kamiyo's gaze remained utterly calm, only his tousled hair drifting gently in the wind. Tsunade, where is she? Hashirama's voice was deep and grave. Huh? Tsunade who? Kamiyo's face twisted in feigned confusion, acting the fool. Weren't you all looking for me? Drop the act. I know you're the one who kidnapped Tsunade. Hashirama took a step forward, his tone severe. She's just a baby. Our feud has nothing to do with her. Where have you hidden her? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kamiya waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of utter indifference. All I did was create some chaos. If you lost a child yourselves, how can you blame me? Uchiha Kamiyo. Tobirama snapped, fury in his voice. Don't think your spirit form lets you do as you please. I have more than a dozen ways to kill you. The only reason you're alive is so you'll tell us where Tsunade is. So even you have a temper, old fox. Kamiyo threw his head back, clutching his forehead, bursting into wild laughter as though he had achieved some long-sought goal. Ha ha! Even you can lose your cool like this. The crowd stood silent. Only he raved on in madness. Amid this strange tension, Kamiyo's laughter gradually died down. Catching his breath, he spoke evenly. It's true, I've hidden Tsunade. And she's not in Konoha. Even if you turn the whole village upside down, you'll never find her. Unless, Kamiyo suddenly changed his tone. Unless what? Hashirama demanded urgently. Big brother, I think he's toying with us on purpose. Tobirama's expression was frighteningly dark, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Once I catch him, I'll interrogate his spirit myself and pry the information from him. Hashirama reached out to stop him. Let him speak. It's quite simple, Kimui said, raising one finger. The entire assembly was immediately startled. Every Kage, except Hashirama, instinctively took a wary step backward, ready for anything. They had all been shaken by Kamui's effortless display of the spirit transformation technique just moments before. Now, everyone's eyes were locked on his every move, nerves stretched taut, unwilling to miss the smallest detail. Yet Kamui merely pointed lazily at Hashirama and, in a baffling tone, asked, Lord Hashirama, who matters more to you? Your brother or your granddaughter? A deathly silence fell. Hashirama's face was shrouded in shadow. His overwhelming presence settled like a crushing weight, stifling everyone's breath. Kamui's next words hung in the air, light as a feather. I'll give you 3 choices. First, take your own life right now. Second, kill your brother standing next to you. And third, the easiest for you perhaps, look at the Kage behind you and pick any one of them to kill. I promise you, fulfill any one of these, and I'll return your precious granddaughter to you, without a single scratch. Hashirama stood utterly motionless, his presence deep and unreadable, like a statue carved from stone. Tobirama's gaze was cold as steel. In silence, he simply raised one finger. Compared to these two, the 4 Kage from the other great hidden villages were far more unsettled. The Kazekage's face was pale. The Reikage subconsciously swallowed hard. Though that Tsuchikige's expression was hidden, he quietly took a step back. But it was Hozuki Jinjetsu's expression that spoke volumes. He looked at Kimi, then at Hashirama, and back again, eyes darting in growing panic. The words, utterly tense, were written all over his face, terrified he'd become the unlucky sacrifice. This is utter nonsense, Tobirama said coldly. Then he turned to Hashirama. So, big brother, what's your answer? Kill me? Kill one of the Kage? Or end your own life over this lunatic's ramblings? Ridiculous. I told you not to listen to him. As he spoke, a sense of déjà vu crept over him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Honestly, just like Madara. At that moment, Hashirama finally spoke. Are you testing me? Kamui tilted his head, utterly at ease, clearly enjoying the moment. Both the first and second options force me to choose between the roots and the new growth of Konoha. And the third, that's nothing less than trampling all over peace itself. Even if it would save little Tsunade, I will never allow this hard-won peace to crumble. Hashirama said, each word clear and resolute. So, to protect the village, to safeguard the peace you see, even if it means the deaths of your family, your closest friends, and your comrades, you will press on? Shinyu met Hashirama's gaze head-on. But isn't the very purpose of the village's existence to protect family, friends, and comrades? Lord Madara was right. All your priorities are reversed. I can't listen to any more of this. Tobirama stepped out from the crowd, his face cold and resolved. Give me a few minutes. I'll extract his spirit myself. Wait! Hashirama stopped his younger brother with a commanding shout, fixing Shinyu with a deep, searching look, then drew a kunai from his cloak. Letting out a heavy sigh, he said, Perhaps this is my fate. From a moment I chose to kill Madara, it clung to me like a curse I can never be free from. Big brother, you can't be serious. Lord Hashirama, Hokage-sama. Ignoring the anxious pleas all around him, Hashirama turned his kunai around and pointed it at his own chest, his resolve unshakable. This age will someday belong to new life. Remember this. In the moments of true crisis, Only by burning away us withered trunks can the new trees thrive and flourish. Gazing up at the sky, he added softly, "May the will of fire burn on, undying." A sudden burst of applause broke through the tension, sharp and unexpected. Everyone froze, brows knitting as they turned to look at Shinyu. As expected of the god of shinobi. As expected of the man, Madara himself acknowledged. "I understand your resolve now." Shinyu smiled coolly. "I've changed my mind, Lord Hashirama. If you come with me, I'll tell you where Tsunade is." "Why?" Hashirama hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Shinyu replied, "Because I want to see you with my own eyes while your flame still burns." "Very well." Hashirama agreed with a nod, striding forward without the faintest hint of doubt or caution. "Big brother, don't do it," Tobirama pleaded. "This brat is more cunning than anyone. His words can't be trusted." Shinyu's gaze took on a mocking light. "Huh, when it comes to cunning, who could outdo you, Lord Tobirama?" He scoffed. "Aside from Lord Hashirama, no one else is to follow. If you try, don't blame me for doing something you'll regret." At that moment, his smile brimmed with merciless determination. No one who saw it could doubt he meant every word. Agreeing to Shinyu's conditions, Hashirama walked right over and stood at his side. "I'll warn you, my sensory abilities are the equal of anyone here. If you act rashly, you won't hurt me. You'll only be putting your dear granddaughter in danger." Shinyu let his gaze sweep slowly from Tobirama to the other Kage standing behind him. "And if anyone tries to be clever and tail us, I promise, your own villages will be aflame, wilder than Konoha is tonight." "Damn brat." Tobirama ground his teeth, his glare fierce and predatory. He looked ready to tear Shinyu to pieces. With that, Shinyu placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, and with the flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two vanished from sight in an instant. "Pass down my orders, send someone to the cat house immediately, and have the Uchiha lead the way." Tobirama summoned the Umbu, issuing his command in a low, grim voice. He struggled to quell the rage boiling inside him. After several deep breaths to compose his expression, he finally turned back slowly. "Gentlemen, would any of you care to join me later to meet Shinyu's true form?" Well, Hanyue wore a troubled look. "We're here for the 100-day banquet. Now that the guest of honor is absent, there's really no point in the celebration." Meeting Tobirama's piercing gaze, he shook his head lightly, unbothered. He made himself very clear just now. Anyone who pursues will face retribution. Frankly, I don't have the confidence to hold him back. That's quite reasonable. For the first time, the second Tsuchikage found himself agreeing with Hanyue. Though his voice was deep and heavy, it came with conviction. "We from Iwagakure are here to toast, not to make enemies." Redo stroked his beard and nodded. "That's true. Sunagakure isn't interested in picking a fight with a madman for no reason. This is internal Konoha business. From Kumogakure's perspective, it's not really our place to intervene," Reikage declared after a brief pause. All of you," Tobirama was beside himself, his anguish impossible to hide. "He's Madara's disciple, inheriting all of his madness. At this point, do you really believe he won't turn against you?" Hanyue flicked his sleeve, striding toward the Konoha gates. "My apologies, but it seems Kirigakure suddenly has an urgent matter elsewhere. I'll take my leave. No need to see me out." With him taking the lead, the Kazekage and Reikage guided their entourages away in turn, and the crowds quickly thinned out. Because his disciple was still in the hospital, the second Tsuchikage didn't leave Konoha right away, but he also departed in silence. Soon, Tobirama stood alone before the Uzumaki shrine. Staring off into the distance, his fists tightened until his knuckles cracked. Far, far away, in the land of waterfalls on the northern seacoast, with the Flying Thunder God technique flickering time and again, Shinyu and Hashirama soon reached their destination. The Flying Thunder God truly is a marvelous technique. What a pity. In the depths of Mirror's consciousness, Shinyu's spirit clicked his tongue thoughtfully. He had tried time and again to interrogate Mirror's soul, hoping to glean the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique in passing. Yet the old ghost Tobirama had placed a powerful seal. Before he could even begin to search the soul, Mirror's spirit was swathed in an inky black binding, sealing away all information related to the Flying Thunder God technique. And not only that, when he previously possessed the bodies of several Kage and Konoha, he had also tried to probe for details of steam danger explosion, dust release, and even the lightning release chakra mode, but each time he was thwarted by a similar method. It seemed that, even in this era, ninja were remarkably diligent in protecting their own secrets. Hashirama stood on the shore, surveying his surroundings. "So, your true form is here?" he asked. Shinyu offered a faint smile. His spirit promptly withdrew from Uchiha Kagami's brow, leaving Kagami swaying in place, as if all strength had left him, and he slumped down, limp and unconscious. With sharp reflexes, Hashirama caught Kagami and propped him up, sitting him on a large rock a short distance away. Lord Hashirama. Kagami opened his eyes, dazed and feeble. You've exhausted yourself too much. Rest for a while, Hashirama said swiftly. Once you've regained your strength, leave this place at once. Kagami hesitated, then memories he'd lost before blacking out surged over him in a rushing tide. The very moment when Shinyu invaded his mind. I was possessed, Kagami stammered, panic rising. What did he do while controlling my body? It's all right. Hashirama's voice was gentle and reassuring. You're a good child, and nothing that happened here was your fault. Focus on recovering, then leave as soon as you can. Yet Kagami could no longer listen. In his mind, memories of what Shinyu had done through him flooded back, one after another, overwhelming his fragile composure with a torrent of information, threatening to shatter him from within. Shinyu hadn't bothered to shield Kagami's soul, so everything he'd done while in Kagami's body now replayed in vivid, unrelenting sequence through Kagami's mind. Stealing Tsunade away in the chaos. Publicly mocking the 5 Kage. Taunting Tobirama without a care. Forcing Hashirama's hand by threatening Tsunade. He used my face, my body, and did all these terrible things. Kagami sank to his knees on the rock, staring at his trembling hands with disbelief and powerlessness written all over his face. His Sharingan flared to life, triggered by stress, and tears overflowed uncontrollably, as if all those unforgivable acts had been his own. Nearly losing his composure, Kagami choked out, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If only I'd realized sooner. If only I'd known everything about him. None of this, none of it, would have happened. No, there's still something I can do. I can still make amends. Lord Hashirama, I know where Lady Tsunade is. His eyes lit up, a spark of hope igniting in the darkness. Lord Hashirama, Lady Tsunade is in a gambling house in a small coastal town in the land of hot water. Let's go bring her back right now. The land of hot water? Hashirama's face grew grave as he turned to the sea. Then this mission is yours to complete. Kagami stared, caught off guard. And you, sir? Hashirama fixed his serene gaze on the rolling waves. There is something I must finish. Suddenly, the tide grew wild. The sea stirred as if by unseen force, swirling into a vast whirlpool that only grew fiercer. The calm was shattered as roaring winds rose, and water spouts hundreds of meters high twisted toward the sky. Towering waves crashed heavenward, shaking the entire coastline. Hashirama stood quietly on the shore, moist sea air rushing to meet him. His clothes were whipped and snapped by the fierce wind as he faced the rise and fall of the waves, a solitary vessel adrift in a storm. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the heart of the vortex, a surge of wild energy shattering the towering waterspout. Amid the swirling spray, this person hovered high above, looking down on Hashirama from on high. Shinyu walked upon the air itself, raven hair streaming in the wind. Water molecules gathered beneath his feet, forming transparent steps, while droplets slid along the flawless contours of his striking face. His eyes, deep crimson, resembled a pool of scarlet beneath the moon, utterly devoid of emotion. Hashirama lifted his head, and the two faced each other, locked in a calm, unblinking standoff. There, above the ocean's surface, they stood in silent opposition. At last, we meet, Uchiha Shinyu. Hashirama was the first to speak, his gaze unwavering, as though weighing the young man before him. Are you truly the disciple Madara cared for most? Lord Hashirama, you forget easily, Shinyu replied with a gentle smile. We met 11 years ago. Hashirama sighed. The person you were back then and the one before me now could not be more different. You once lived in that ideal peace. Why did you choose to carry on Madara's will? That peace was yours, not mine. And besides, haven't you changed as well, Lord Hashirama? Shinyu's words pivoted smoothly, refusing to be drawn into Hashirama's rhythm. I have always protected what is precious. That has never changed, Hashirama said, shaking his head. Shinyu let out a cold laugh. The peace you speak of, outwardly, it appears festive, serene. But in truth, it's a false peace, propped up only by your overwhelming strength and intimidation. And frankly, I have serious doubts if you even still possess the power to suppress everything. Shinyu placed his hand on the hilt, drawing Frostfall, one heart, an inch from its sheath. Steel blue light shimmered forth, and a wave of icy air crept swiftly along his arm. Hashirama looked up, his tone somber. I don't wish to kill you. Are you claiming, Lord Hashirama, that you could kill me any time you wish? Shinyu's face was expressionless. You. At those familiar words, Hashirama's pupils contracted in surprise, a strange emotion reverberating through him. You're just like Madara. Well, of course. I am his disciple, after all. Hashirama's brow furrowed deeply as he offered one last plea. Shinyu, why must you follow Madara to the extreme? Why must you both go so far? Things haven't gone beyond redemption. No, it's already beyond saving. Shinyu's gaze was cold, shadows veiling his downcast eyes. Unless you bring my brother back to me. I'm right here. Kagami stood up, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Brother, what is it that you truly want? Shinyu glanced at him with a faint, indifferent look, her lips parting slightly. What I want is my brother's true self. The one who hasn't been brainwashed. The one who doesn't go around chanting Konoha is everything day and night. Someone still pure at heart. Are you determined to walk the same path as Madara? Hashirama was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. That's right. Shinyu's voice was clear, brimming with passion. If you, Lord Hashirama, fail to kill me today, then I'll become Konoha's worst nightmare. Not just Tsunade, the Hyuga, the Sarutobi, the Uchiha, the Senju. None of your clans will escape my wrath. Lord Madara was a founder of peace, but I, Uchiha Shinyu, am nothing but a bringer of destruction. She struck her own chest with a heavy fist and called out, voice ringing, come on, just as you once did with Lord Madara. Kill me with your own hands. There's no other way, then. At last, Hashirama made up his mind. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with a resolute and lethal intent. Uchiha Shinyu, do you truly believe Madara would mourn for you? With a sharp swish, Shinyu moved first. Her blade, one heart of frostfall, swept through the air, sending forth a vast arc of light, glowing jade and blue, that split the night sky and carved the sea in two. Mike's body trembled. On instinct, he prepared to dodge. He could feel the immense danger emanating from that arc of light. But just then, a towering figure positioned himself between Mikeage and the attack. Wood release, great forest wall. Hashirama's palms clapped together. In an instant, the ground surged upward as countless thick wooden vines, twining together, formed a 5-meter-thick shield before the two. With a thunderous boom, the blade of energy, fine as a strand of hair, struck the wooden wall with brutal force, wood splintering in every direction. Only when it left a deep scar did the light gradually fade away. Witnessing this, Shinyu's brows knit in mild displeasure, her Sharingan eyes quietly shifting. The tomo spun and linked, their lines stretching, weaving into an exquisite, intricate pattern. Mikeage, go. Leave this to me. Hashirama spoke without turning, his face complex as he fixed his gaze on those kaleidoscopic, ever-shifting eyes. I'm giving you the task of bringing young Tsuna back to Konoha. Lord Hashirama, go. This is not a battle you can interfere in. Mikeage hesitated, but at last gathered his resolve. He surreptitiously left a flying thunder god seal upon a reef. Lord Hashirama, be careful. Please, if possible, spare his life. Hashirama was taken aback, glancing back at him. What did you say? Do you not realize he killed Sasuke? He killed Hiruzen's father. Mikeage's body wavered, but the determination in his eyes blazed brighter than ever. If it comes to it, I'll trade my life for his. If someone is responsible for everything that happened today, it should be me. Hashirama gave him a long, searching look. On the youth's face, exhaustion and sorrow gave way to deep, aching remorse. With a heavy sigh, he said quietly, I'll do my best. Thank you. Mikeage nodded emphatically, then vanished in a flash. At last, I can fight with nothing held back, Shinyu said with a dangerous smile, curling her lips. Suddenly, blade light flickered like lightning as he unleashed 100 slashes in the blink of an eye. Azure arcs of energy crisscrossed and collided, slicing through the air so fiercely that even the atmosphere seemed to shudder with a resonant hum. Hashirama stood unmoved at his place. With a graceful succession of hand movements, massive roots burst from the earth one after another. He resembled a conductor on stage, baton sweeping grandly, while the surging trees responded as an obedient symphony. Sharp cracks resounded as the sword energy crashed into the thicket, melting away into nothing as if swallowed by the sea. Broken twigs and leaves scattered wildly, but not a single sword strike could pierce Hashirama's living bulwark. Across the stretch of shoreline, a dense forest had sprung forth, spanning hundreds of meters in every direction. Shinyu gripped his sword, hovering in midair, his body tensed and ready. He poised himself upon a barrier of water, then launched forward with explosive force. A deep, thrumming disturbance radiated outward, visible even to the naked eye. In a silver flash, Shinyu blurred into motion, transforming himself into a living blade, tearing through successive shock waves as he dove straight into the forest below. Trees shattered and collapsed in his wake, as an immense slash carved a deep gash through the woodland. The turquoise light of his blade bored a tunnel clear through the trees, plowing up dust and debris before crashing into the distant mountainside, more than 100 meters away. Gradually, the haze settled, revealing the tableau within. Shinyu remained frozen in mid-strike, sword held straight as an arrow. Yet Hashirama stood before him, palms pressed together, trapping the blade firmly in place. The tip of the sword was only centimeters from Hashirama's lips, gleaming with an ominous chill. A smirk played at the corner of Shinyu's mouth as his right hand twisted the sword hilt ever so slightly. Blue light flashed down the length of the blade. A dazzling surge of energy erupted from the sword's tip. Predicting the danger, Hashirama slapped his palm down on the blade and sidestepped, narrowly dodging the deadly arc. The blue streak split the ground, cleaving the hill behind them clean in two. Hashirama used this moment to whirl in close, his right fist wreathed in a wild eruption of chakra flames, bearing down on Shinyu's chest with the unstoppable might of a crashing avalanche. Though the punch had yet to land, the force churned the air into a raging gust. Suddenly, black mist surged forth, spreading like ink across silk. In a heartbeat, it condensed into an obsidian skeleton, encapsulating Shinyu completely. With a bone-rattling crack, Hashirama's fist smashed through the ribcage of the Susanoo, the impact roaring like a runaway locomotive, thundering as it struck Shinyu's chest. The blow exploded with the fury of a storm, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The force of the punch, wrapped in blue fire, reverberated through Shinyu's chest, sending shockwaves rippling for 100 meters, sweeping away everything in their path. Yet, with a confident smile, Shinyu stood his ground. Not only did he not retreat, he actually seized Hashirama's wrist. So, this is monster strength? Seems rather ordinary to me. What? Hashirama's heart skipped a beat. In that fleeting eye contact, he saw a bloodthirsty glint flicker in the young man's gaze. Shinyu's stance was as immovable as a mountain, his shoulder dropping and waist twisting. A primal, beast-like strength erupted from within, hurling the astonished Hashirama far into the distance. With a whoosh, Hashirama sailed away, vanishing from sight. He struck toward Hashirama with 12 lightning-fast slashes. Amid the blinding blue light, black energy surged and writhed wildly. Bone structures were formed in an instant, skeletal arms and razor-sharp blades sprouting rapidly. A ribbon of pitch-black fire ran along the edge of the blade, flaring up with each swing of the bone arm. The bursting slash, wreathed in black flames, ripped through the ocean, chasing after 12 streaks of blue sword energy that tore through the air. A thunderous explosion sounded as waves soared skyward. Dazzling blows slammed Hashirama straight into the sea. As the surface roiled with crashing waves, Hashirama vanished beneath the strike. Shinyu once more leapt, using a barrier of water as his foothold, his figure shooting like an arrow loose from a bow. He plunged into the sea with a sharp, whistling rush. What style? What dragon jutsu? A mighty impact sent Shinyu hurtling from the water, flung even higher into the sky at breathtaking speed. A titanic wooden dragon burst up from the sea, spraying white foam in its wake. The coiling body stretched endlessly, floating above the water with majestic force. Hashirama stood astride the dragon's head, legs apart in a ready stance. He faced Shinyu, tilting his head back, and brought his palms together in a gesture of prayer, as solemn as a devout monk chanting sutras. With style, rampaging dragon technique. The wooden dragon let out a mighty roar as its head swelled many times over, accompanied by a grinding, splintering sound. From its crest, it split apart. 5 identical wooden dragons emerged in a flash. Go! Hashirama's hand signs shifted, pressing his palms downwards. The air quivered with strange ripples, and all 5 dragons surged forward as one, spiraling toward Shinyu, whose body was hurtling through midair. 5 pairs of golden amber eyes blazed like lanterns, drawing streaks of light across the night sky. Come on, that's it. In midair, Shinyu spread his limbs wide, his face flushed with excitement as he watched the roaring wooden dragons bear down on him. His left eye, a hauntingly deep Mangekyo, spun slowly. The 5 wooden dragons reflected perfectly in its gaze. Arcane patterns flared with faint light, as if etching every detail into his mind. Before the dragons could reach him, he lashed out with over a dozen cuts. Azure light flashed, sword slashes crisscrossed, but despite their deadly sharpness, they only left foot-deep scars across the wooden dragons' bodies, a dense network of wounds, yet nothing could halt their advance. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. In a heightened, slow-motion view of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he saw the blue sword energy of autumn dew on a leaf, quickly fading within the dragon's wooden seams, dissolving into nothingness. The chakra, flowing like clear water, was being completely siphoned away. The very next instant, the 5 gigantic dragons came crashing in with an ear-splitting roar. The timing was perfect. At the precise moment when Shinyu's momentum had run out, his body at the mercy of gravity, helpless in freefall. But suddenly, Shinyu became a flickering afterimage, darting sideways with uncanny speed, as if gravity held no sway over him at all. He stepped lightly over empty air, making ripples with each stride. With a few swift sidesteps, he slipped past all the rampaging dragons and dove straight toward Hashirama in a deadly burst. Shinyu plunged straight down, clearing a path with a flying sword. Hashirama shifted slightly to one side to dodge as the single mind of First Frost shimmered with dazzling blue-green light, skimming past the dragon's head before plunging into the riverbank with a piercing, lingering vibration. Shinyu's gaze was icy. With a resounding thud, he landed on the dragon's head and once again closed in on Hashirama for close-quarters combat. A barrage of thunderous blows erupted. Not the sharp, staccato clash of fists and palms meeting, but dull, rending bursts like muffled thunder rumbling through the heavens. Fist met fist, palm met palm, each collision fierce and unrestrained, power rippling outward in waves so forceful that even the dragon's head began to crack under the strain, splitting open ever so slowly. Hashirama held a rock-steady stance, striking just beyond reach, but never far enough to miss his target. Both his hands and feet were wreathed in blazing blue chakra flames, the hallmark of monstrous strength honed to perfection. Shinyu, in contrast, fought with no such flair. His style was that of a pure brawler, broad stances, every move landing with immense force and a relentless drive. When Hashirama's monstrous fist came barreling toward his chest, Shinyu easily parried his wrist aside. As he stepped in, his left arm swung in a vicious arc, returning a merciless great sage's chop to his opponent. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, caught off guard by the speed and savagery of the strike, a style that stirred echoes of a familiar figure in his memory. With no time to defend, he could only lash out with a sudden kick aimed at Shinyu's abdomen, chakra flames exploding from his soul, forcing his opponent to withdraw and evade. After all, this was exactly how he had to fight that person in the past. But Shinyu completely ignored the threat, plunging forward regardless. His palm struck down with force that broke the sound barrier, driving forward with relentless momentum and landing squarely on Hashirama's collarbone. The sharp crack rang out, shockwaves erupting in every direction with unstoppable might. For a heartbeat, Hashirama's face twisted in a grimace. Like a lone vessel caught in a storm, he was hurled by the sheer force, smashing through 3 massive dragon coils before being flung all the way into the sea, sending a spray of water soaring 100 feet high. Meanwhile, Shinyu, having absorbed Hashirama's monstrous kick, merely took 2 steps back. He remained poised atop the wooden dragon's head, calm as ever, completely composed, not even out of breath, as if the fight was nothing to him. It had to be said, his physical defense had grown so formidable, it now far surpassed even his own Susanoo. To call it extraordinary would be an understatement. Hashirama's monstrous strength could easily shatter Shinyu's initial Susanoo and pierce straight through its high-density water shield, threatening even his body beneath. Yet, faced with the terrifying body of the sea god, he could not even break the defense. The brute force dissipated before it could even touch the organs within. The sea breeze carried Hashirama's deep, rumbling voice. Wood style, nativity of a world of trees. A hint of green shimmered on the ocean's surface, spreading and expanding at breakneck speed. Countless trees sprang up, splitting the sea as if ancient roots had been ripped from the earth. In an instant, a flourishing forest rose atop the waves, stretching across thousands of meters, a new island conjured from nothing. Hashirama stood atop the tallest tree, appearing completely unscathed. In truth, Kamiba's attack had shattered his collarbone, but such an injury took only 3 seconds to heal entirely. "That's more like it, Lord Hashirama," Kamiba said, lightly brushing his left eye as he descended with the wood dragon. "While your fire still burns, you must let me enjoy myself to the fullest." Hashirama tilted his head, eyes fixed on Kamiba, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. "You are unlike any opponent I have ever faced. To think you possess such power. Madara, is this the disciple you've cultivated?" Swiftly forming seals, Kamiba brought his hands together, then slowly spread them apart. The air between his palms began to twist, and a jet-black flame erupted. Striking an archer's stance, he drew back an invisible bow, sculpting the dark fire into a blazing arrow, aimed unerringly at Hashirama. Blaze release, arrow of Kagutsuchi. With a sudden, sharp snap, the arrow compressed, slicing through the air, and in a blink, vanished from sight. That fire must not touch the ground. Hashirama's brow furrowed in alarm. Clapping his hands together, he summoned a surge of interwoven vines from the sea of trees, forming a colossal wooden hand reaching skyward. Wood release, all-encompassing sack, seal of fire. The black arrow struck the center of the wooden palm, sending a ripple through the air. But contrary to expectations, it did not bore through the wooden hand. Instead, light blazed across the giant palm as densely packed sealing jutsu patterns shone within the grain, and the solid black arrow began to break apart into streams of dark flame. The seals devoured the fire, and as the hand slowly closed, all the heat and flames were utterly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Seizing this brief opening, Konoha plummeted from the sky, landing with tremendous force into the sea of trees. The entire island shuddered at the impact. Wasting no time, he flashed forward, air splitting in his wake, a pearly white sonic cone trailing him as he pierced the sound barrier with ease. An identical sonic boom exploded behind Hashirama. Matching Konoha's speed, the two clashed at supersonic velocity. A deafening eruption followed as shockwaves swept across a kilometer-wide swath. The two once again locked in furious battle. One erupted with a torrent of blue chakra flames, every gesture resounding with overwhelming might. The other's body, as if forged from divine iron, was indomitable and wild, a sight that conjured images of gods and demons warring, while waves across the sea rose in fury. With a single punch, Hashirama could rupture the very bonds of water, his monstrous strength cutting straight through the flesh. Yet beyond the heavy thuds of impact, there was no satisfying feedback. He could inflict no effective harm upon Konoha's body. Conversely, Konoha's fists carried raw, ferocious power, completely unrefined, pure brute force that could tear Hashirama's muscles, battering internal organs. But even this proved useless, for against that monstrous regenerative ability, no injury lasted for long. And so, for a time, their duel locked into a strange, unnerving deadlock. Current status: Uchiha Kamiba's character panel. Physique: body of the sea god, impervious to blades and spears. Immense strength, maximum swimming speed of Mach 60, land speed of Mach 30, aquatic respiration, far-reaching vision, supreme water manipulation, chakra-enhanced ultra-frequency wave detection. Magnetic field sensing, able to perceive the magnetic fields of outer space within a given range, discerning their distribution, thus monitoring the location and changes of charged particles, including but not limited to long-range detection, psychic control, and spatial awareness. Gift: exquisite chakra control, mind and body in perfect harmony, able to manipulate chakra as effortlessly as moving an arm, easily simulating the flow of water, stacking and compressing its density until it becomes nearly tangible. Exceptional neurological reflexes and physical coordination, could anticipate the Flying Thunder God technique even at age 7, turning the tide in the final battle at the Valley of the End. However, while adapting to the Flying Thunder God with Mogura, his neural reaction lagged a moment, allowing Tobirama to seize the initiative. Kekkei Genkai, Mangeko Sharingan, dynamic perception, copying of ninjutsu and taijutsu, illusionary hypnosis. Blaze release: Kagutsuchi's arrow, flame-infused blade, blazing thunder god. Dojutsu: Mogura, no Tokatachi, Susanoo, third stage, Doken Arabata, Izanaji. Secret technique: autumn dew on the leaves, azure sword aura. Forbidden technique: spirit transformation technique, instantaneous travel across thousands of miles, illusionary domains, soul search copying, spiritual suppression, soul erasure. Ninjutsu: mastery of fire release, mastery of body flicker technique, water clone technique, and proficiency in the remaining 5 elemental releases. Taijutsu: Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Madara's personal taijutsu, 8 gates release formation, 6 gate. Genjutsu: demonic illusion, puppet technique, demonic illusion, pillar bind technique, demonic illusion, unseen fire, demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. On a sea island, 2 figures clashed with unyielding force, fists and palms colliding with a rumble of distant thunder. 5th gate, gate of limit, open. In a sudden surge, Kamiba's wild hair whipped through the air. With a thunderous shout that shook the entire domain and sent waves crashing outwards, his body soared from the ground, trailing a searing stream of fire across the sky. Midair, he launched himself at his opponent, a kick cutting through the space between them. The friction with the air set his path ablaze, a meteor tearing through the heavens as he plummeted toward Hashirama. A piercing cry split the air, echoing all the way to the clouds. Scarlet flames sketched the shape of burning wings, and with a sudden sonic boom, the newborn silhouette of a colossal firebird began to take form. Chiyomi-ai. The fierce blaze lit up Hashirama's resolute face. His eyelids twitched, and within his eyes flashed a solemnity never seen before. Without hesitation, his hands came together in a seal. Would release, binding pillar technique. The sea of trees beneath their feet rippled and writhed like a living tide. 6 immense shields, dark and dense, as if forged from iron birch, slowly rose, encasing Hashirama layer after layer, fitting together with the precision of a suit of armor, each piece locking seamlessly into place. Shinyu transformed into the vermilion bird, trailing a blazing comet of fire that pierced through layers of air and crashed down on a Hashirama's shields in a single, cataclysmic instant. A thunderous explosion shattered the shield. The entire island shuddered and sank ever so slightly. Ocean waves surged and spilled inward. Flames swept forth, mingling with sheer force to blast across the land for miles. A violent wind howled. Steam billowed into the sky. That single strike ruptured the island. Splinters of wood, torn asunder, flew in every direction with the shockwave, while the sea roiled and heaved, refusing to calm. From the turbulent surface, 2 figures shot forth, crackling with energy as they hurtled toward the cliffs along the shoreline. Shinyu's entire body glowed crimson, veins bulging, wild blue energy coursing from every limb, making him look the very image of a demonic warrior masked for the night. With one hand, he seized Hashirama and drove him deep into the mountainside. A crisp, savage smack rang out as a slender hand clamped over Hashirama's face, grinding him mercilessly against the stone. As they moved, the mountainside exploded wherever they passed. In an instant, Shinyu spun and hurled him away, then summoned blades of pure force, slashing twice in quick succession to blast Hashirama back into the cliffs. Hashirama's body split into 4 segments midair. Before even touching the ground, the fragments transformed into lifelike wooden carvings, ringing out with sharp, resonant cracks. Silently, Shinyu turned, setting his gaze upon the figure surging up from the sea. With a single stride, he collided with this opponent head-on. Hashirama's face was grave. He hadn't expected Shinyu to be this powerful. With just the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, he'd shattered the mighty shield of the boards. That technique was supposed to withstand even a tailed beast bomb fired by an armored Susanoo. Shinyu's attacks came at the speed of lightning. Hashirama could barely defend himself, no longer able to keep up. His every move was seen through completely. With eyes sharper than a kaleidoscope and astonishing speed and power combined, Shinyu was the very embodiment of taijutsu at its peak. A human storm, an unstoppable force of destruction. Every punch and kick Shinyu threw set the air alight, blazing with raw friction. Each blow thundered with such overwhelming force that it threatened to shatter Hashirama's very organs. Now, only the incredible regenerative power of his sage body kept him standing. Mokutan. Hashirama's focus faltered. His hands, pressed together for a jutsu, were forcibly torn apart by this demon-possessed youth. A vicious knee drove into Hashirama, slamming him deep into the ground. I've had enough of pointless rituals and rules. Rubble exploded and dust flew. In Shinyu's eyes, this supposedly impregnable land of stone was no different from the surface of the sea, frail, easily breached. Mokutan, raging lance tree. Blood seeping between his clenched teeth, Hashirama roared. Countless wooden vines erupted from his back. In an instant, a towering tree surged up from the earth, launching Shinyu high into the sky. Shinyu suddenly reversed mid-air, ripples undulating behind him as he charged back into the fray. All around, trees uncoiled and multiplied. Awaiting him were hundreds of wooden clones conjured by Hashirama's wood release. Unleashing his ruthless assault, Shinyu, now in the state of the 5th gate, wielded such overwhelming power that even Hashirama himself could barely keep up, let alone these mere clones. Fist after blazing fist crashed forth, flames roaring with each thrust, his autumn dew on leaves technique slashing in sweeping arcs. Every blow tore through dozens of wooden clones, splintering them to bits as Shinyu barreled through the crowd like a living juggernaut. Blaze release, thunder flame deity. With a sweep of both arms, black flames erupted beneath him, and hundreds of blazing spears erupted at once, piercing through the swarming clones in a blink. In just a few breaths, he had obliterated every last wooden shadow. Sparks hissed and snapped as Shinyu skidded to a stop atop the remains of the final wood carving. gliding effortlessly to rest beside the divine blade. Just then, Hashirama's roar thundered from behind. Would release, would golem. Roots writhed madly, titanic trunks collided, and from the earth burst forth a giant wooden colossus, its face fierce and bestial, fangs bared and shoulders entwined with serpentine wooden dragons. Atop the golem's head, Hashirama's true form stood, radiating an overwhelming presence. Shinyu, unfazed, calmly drew, heart of frost descent, and only then leisurely turned to face his opponent. Night veiled the sky. The surf roared wildly. The youth planted his feet, his trousers whipping in the sea breeze, facing both the towering wooden giant and, upon its crown, the one called God of Shinobi. In his hand gleamed the unsheathed divine blade. There was no need for words. With a sudden step, his body shot forward like an arrow. The scarlet glow of his Mangekyo Sharingan streaked behind him in long, trailing lines. The wood golem hurled a thunderous fist, its eyes ablaze with fierce fury. The massive knuckles tore through the air, crashing against Shinyu's explosive slash. In that instant, Shinyu unleashed his full speed. After images flashed in every direction, countless identical figures converging on the golem's head. Every sweep, every gleam of his blade relentless and sharp. The wooden titan howled. Sword light danced. Their clash was a maelstrom, a whirlwind of destruction where a single fist from the giant could shatter the ground, and fleeting slashes could slice through cliffs with ease. A cascade of explosions shook the mountains, each shockwave powerful enough to seriously injure even elite shinobi. Suddenly, darkness coiled and billowed. Within a heartbeat, a skeletal frame took shape, inky black energy swirling like a tempestuous cloak. Shinyu summoned the third stage of Susanoo at once, and blood streamed from his eyes. The Crow Tengu form of Susanoo loomed stocky and broad. To an ordinary person, it would be a colossal sight. But before the nearly 200-meter wood golem, it seemed almost diminutive. Yet, with a single gesture, Shinyu summoned streams of black light into his palm, forging them into a majestic spear. The spear's shaft stretched perfectly straight, as dark as a bottomless abyss, intricate golden runes twining along its length, reaching all the way to the razor tip. Divine weapon, Doujinshi Baitu. Shinyu did not remain within the Susanoo. Instead, he leapt out from the swirling black mist, splitting from his third stage Susanoo to flank the wooden giant, attacking Hashirama from both left and right. The long spear swept out with unstoppable force. With a mighty blow to the wooden giant's knee, Shinyu seized the moment when the giant staggered and shot the Kagutsuchi arrow, grazing dangerously close to Hashirama's right cheek before streaking toward the sky. Hashirama's eyes sharpened. Instantly, the wooden giant twisted its body, swinging a fist with the power to move mountains and shatter seas. Susanoo, wielding all four arms, crossed its spears to form a defensive stance. A thunderous blast echoed as a shockwave erupted, spreading out in a perfect circle. Amid the deafening roar, the ground shuddered and began to break apart. Standing amidst the ensuing storm, Shinyu's divine robes fluttered imperceptibly, and yet his brow creased ever so slightly. One punch had done this much. While Doujinshi Baitu remained unscathed, his third stage Susanoo showed spiderweb cracks snaking down its arm. Shinyu used the third stage Susanoo to stall the wooden giant's onslaught, while he himself searched for any opening. Each strike was aimed to threaten Hashirama directly. The wooden giant, ablaze with ferocity, hammered relentless fists freighted with overwhelming might, forcing the black Susanoo back step by step. The Tengu armor was battered, panels threatening to shatter, but the power of the divine weapon kept it fighting on. When escape was no longer possible, Shinyu seized his chance. His sword flashed, a swift, ephemeral gleam, which not only kept Hashirama occupied but also slightly eased Susanoo's peril. As the battle drew on, blood streamed steadily from Shinyu's left eye, streaks marking his cheek. The adaptation of Magura continued relentlessly. In an instant, two massive waves of sword energy were effortlessly crushed by the wooden giant. Hashirama spotted an opening. A fist thundered forth, hurling Shinyu deep into the mountainside. As he tumbled through the air, the pattern in his Mangekyo Sharingan rotated one final time. He'd done it. He had mastered Mokutan. A flash of delight crossed Shinyu's face, even as his body smashed through the rocky cliffs, gouging a trench across the earth for nearly 100 meters before skidding to a halt. He quickly stood, assessing the changes within himself. Would release, constructed from 3 chakra types: water, earth, and most critically, yang. Water grants nourishment, earth bestows cultivation, and yang breathes life itself. It is only under the combined power of Hashirama's sage body and vast chakra reserves that his wood release becomes so overwhelmingly powerful. This also explains why, in the original timeline, Yamato, even with Hashirama's cells and the ability to use wood release, fell far short of Hashirama's achievements. Chakra was a limiting factor, but the true key lay in that pure, overflowing vitality. Only when Yamato, possessing Hashirama's cells, encountered the white Zetsu spores from the god tree, did his chakra and yang energy become replenished enough for his wood release to dimly echo the power of the first Hokage. Yet, a mere approximation was still just that. Compared to Hashirama's current strength, it remained a gulf impossible to cross. All of Hashirama's wood release techniques could continuously absorb his opponent's chakra during battle to strengthen themselves, a feat that was almost comparable to the legendary Divine Tree. Because of this, Shinba's Autumn Dew on the Leaf was completely countered, as if shackled at every turn, unable to unleash its full potential. To address this, Magatsure offered a bold solution. Sharply enhance Shinba's fine control over chakra, raising it to an extraordinary level, and grant him an incredibly unique manipulation method. With meticulous precision, at the subtlest scale, he would reconstruct the microparticles of chakra, recalibrating chakra density by modeling it after the atomic arrangement of metal, compressing and recoalescing the chakra, thus imbuing it with the properties of metal. The essence of wood bears growth and gentleness, supple, adaptable, and free-flowing in every movement. But metal is weighty and often tied to killing. It brings sinking force, severity, and a gathering, constricting energy, a force that harnesses what it touches. The five elements breed and conquer one another. Only the killing edge and sharpness of metal can suppress the supple, yielding nature of wood. Shinba was taken aback. He hadn't expected Magatsure to dissect wood release through the principles of the lesser five elements and their cycles. Not wasting a moment, he raised his hand, grasping at the empty air where shifting light danced. Autumn Dew on the Leaf condensed into a jade-green longsword that appeared in his grip. The gathering force of metal, destruction and renewal. Guided by a peculiar sensation, Shinba focused his mind. Under his precise manipulation, Autumn Dew on the Leaf began a sweeping metamorphosis, utterly transformed from its previous self. In a heartbeat, the longsword shrank hundreds of times over, now barely larger than his fingertip. Yet beneath Shinba's all-seeing gaze, its internal structure was unrecognizable from before. Outwardly, aside from its newfound miniature size, it retained its clear, jade hue. But now it gleamed with a dense, metallic luster, radiating power from within. Inside, chakra still flowed like a mountain stream, endless and steady, but now its arrangement was tightly bound in the pattern of metallic atoms, bringing its overall density to nearly 1,000-fold increase. Meanwhile, the earth trembled violently. Hashirama's wooden giant seized the black Susanoo, clutching at its throat, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, about to crush it to splinters. Shinba had no time for further inspection. His right eye spun ever so slightly, and in a blink, he teleported a kilometer, returning to the spot where he had been knocked back moments before. He poured his chakra into the tiny blade gripped in his right hand. Energy surged through his body, the autumn dew on the leaf, consuming his chakra with the veracity of an unfathomable black hole. Within a single second, the blade, now sheathed in brilliant, cutting radiance, like a sword carved from emerald crystal, regained its full length and grandeur. Autumn dew on the leaf. Armament of metal. With that, Shinba swung the blade toward the wooden giant. A heavy, razor-sharp arc of energy flashed through the air, carving a deep, dark blue gash in its wake. With a sharp, ripping sound like paper being torn, Hashirama spun around in alarm. One of the wooden giant's forearms dropped to the ground in response, the cut so precise and smooth it shimmered like a mirror. What is this? Despite his shock, Hashirama reacted instantly. His hands flashed through a new sequence of signs, and the wooden dragon roared as it lunged at Kamiyu. At the same time, the wooden giant bent its knees and sprang upward, launching a ruthless war stomp, aimed straight at the head of Susanoo. Kamiyu's blade swept down in an arc. A slender arc of light flashed and vanished. The enormous wooden dragon froze abruptly in its tracks. A rush of ocean wind passed by, and the mighty dragon was cleaved cleanly in two, both halves crashing to the earth with a thunderous impact. At that same moment, Kamiyu's right eye rotated delicately, like the turning of intricate gears. Soundless and unseen, the colossal Susanoo vanished and, in an instant, appeared behind the wooden giant. The spear's tip gleamed with deadly coldness, poised directly at Hashirama's back. Kamiyu seized the opportunity to activate Eternal Principle of Heaven, rewinding his state. The blade that had seemed forged by the gods, autumn dew on leaves, had already vanished. The murderous strike, charged with the chilling steel of justice, was formidable, yet the chakra it consumed was staggering. With his current reserves, he could only swing the blade twice before he'd be forced to rewind immediately or face a period of debilitating weakness. Reconstructing his chakra would demand a tremendous amount of mental energy as well. A sharp, explosive crack rang out as the long spear was hurled with savage force. A ripple of white sound burst from the spear's tail. A streak of dark gold light flickered through the air, and in an instant, it pinned itself deep into the back of the wooden giant's head. Just then, searing flames spiraled around Kamiba and rose into the night. High above, the fire erupted, spreading into the shape of vast, unfurled wings. He became a streak of blazing light as he dove to attack once more. Chime, the second coming. A piercing cry cut through the night. He landed a ferocious kick to the spear's butt. The tremendous force surged through the weapon, and with a shattering crack, the spearhead punched through the wooden giant's skull. Yet Hashirama himself was not struck. The instant before, he had again called upon the wood release, violent spear technique, transforming his right arm into a massive tree that shoved him aside by sheer force. The wooden giant lashed out with a furious punch. Even with the spear still embedded in its skull, it showed no sign of losing its combat strength. Kamiba's lips curved with a faint smile as he gracefully raised his sword fingers. Instantly, the spear, Doken Arabata, vibrated with a resonant hum. Brilliant golden runes flared along its shaft as the array activated. Gravity intensified across hundreds of meters, leaping to 50 times the norm. Hashirama's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he felt utterly severed from his surroundings. An overwhelming force pulled him down, pinning him atop the wooden giant's head. One knee slammed to the ground. He couldn't move an inch. His features twisted in pain. Every inch of flesh and bone in his body seemed to turn against him, raging to break free, all pouring into an abyss without end. This as Hashirama struggled to lift his head. His spine creaked and groaned in protest beneath the unimaginable weight. A power I never anticipated. Crack, crack. The wooden giant's movements halted abruptly, its knees shattering as the massive body tilted and collapsed to the ground. It's the power of that spear. As long as it moves out of a certain range, it can break free from that strange gravitational restraint. A look of resolve flashed through Hashirama's eyes. He closed them, and in an instant, a torrent of natural energy flooded into every cell in his body, as if he were greedily absorbing it all. When his eyes snapped open again, his face was covered with intricate markings. Sage mode, activated in a heartbeat. Aya! Hashirama let out a powerful shout. Entering Sage mode had made him an entirely different person. With the enhancement of Sage chakra, his physical body had surpassed the very limits of biology. The aura around him transformed. An overwhelming force swept out in every direction, and astonishingly, he slowly rose to his feet under 50 times normal gravity. In the next instant, the air seemed to ripple. Shinyu appeared behind Hashirama in a ghostly flash, his blade merging with the wind as he aimed a deadly slash at Hashirama's neck. With a whistle of steel, Hashirama twisted agilely aside. The flash of metallic energy cut through the wooden giant, slicing half its head clean off. As he sidestepped, Hashirama used his left foot as a pivot, spinning swiftly to deliver a sharp, decisive roundhouse kick directly to Shinyu's chest. Unleashing a surge of monstrous strength, the force hurled Shinyu backward faster than the speed of sound, propelling him like a cannonball through not one, but 3 towering mountains in succession. Hashirama bent down, wrapping his arms around Doken Abattoir with the strength of a legendary conqueror. With a deep roar, blazing chakra flames engulfed his body. His feet sank into the crown of the wooden giant with a heavy crunch, and astonishingly, he hoisted the enormous spear off the ground before flinging it far into the distance with a thunderous crash. Immediately after, he clapped his hands together, and the wooden giant, though left with only half a head, roared back to life. With a single mighty punch, it shattered the newly reformed black Susanoo. Hashirama panted, breath ragged. The natural energy coursing through him had multiplied his physical prowess dozens of times over. His strength, speed, defense, and healing had all undergone a dramatic transformation. The price, however, was an equally dramatic depletion of his life force. Just as he had said before, he was truly burning the last remnants of his vitality to sustain this power. The few years he should have had remaining were now flickering to a close. Even so, I will illuminate a brighter future for the children. He couldn't help but recall the madness in Shinyu's eyes before the battle began. That memory only solidified his determination. Whether it's Madara or you, as long as you threaten the village, I will bury you both with my own hands. Sage art. Wood release. Advent of the flowering trees. Countless massive tree roots burst through the ground, their sound rumbling and reverberating without end. Thick, towering woods surged and expanded in every direction, rolling in like great waves upon shore. Just as Shinyu emerged from the wreckage of the mountains, he was engulfed by an endless tide of giant vines. In just a few breaths, a dense forest sprang up, stretching out for 6 kilometers in every direction. The ground trembled violently, as massive flowers blossomed one after another. Thick yellow pollen was carried swiftly by the howling sea wind, spreading in the blink of an eye along the entire coastline. This was the birth of the flower tree world, a jutsu now infused with sage arts. The pollen's toxicity had grown fiercer. Any ordinary person inhaling even a trace would instantly lose consciousness, and even a tailed beast could be put down within 3 heartbeats. Suddenly, a streak of dark blue light exploded into the night sky. Within a few hundred meters, the towering trees toppled like stalks of wheat beneath a scythe. Amid the pollen-laden smoke, a figure shot out, landing lightly atop the treetops. Hashirama paused in surprise. Not only was Kamiyo unharmed, but he inhaled deeply, drawing the toxic haze into his lungs, seemingly enjoying the experience. With a long exhale, Kamiyo blew out pale yellow smoke rings, looking utterly at ease, as if wrapped in clouds and mist. So this is the famous birth of the flower tree world. Joy glimmered in his eyes, a blush spreading over his elegant face. It really packs a punch. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Hashirama gaped, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monstrous constitution was this? This kid. No, this troublesome wretch. Where on earth had Madara found him? In truth, Kamiyo's cells could control the passage of gases across their membranes under the command of his conscious will, only absorbing oxygen. It didn't matter if he breathed through his mouth, nose, or even his skin. It was the same. And so, if he wished, he could ignore the pollen completely. With a single jump, he rocketed off the spot. The earth shattered beneath him. Hashirama glimpsed only a shadow shooting into the night sky, sending ripples through the darkness. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the horizon. Hashirama spun around. Fiery red light illuminated his eyes. The air itself seemed to quiver, and even his mind felt shaken. Scarlet wings swept back, like a blazing phoenix reborn. Is there no limit to his power? Hashirama's expression turned grave. He now witnessed this taijutsu technique, one that could shatter the very ranking arts for the 3rd time. Yet he didn't hesitate. The giant wooden avatar roared, lowering its shoulders, drawing in power. Sage chakra flooded every limb, making the wooden colossus appear invincible as it raised its fist to meet the attack head-on. Kamiyo! The firebird plummeted, an otherworldly meteor crashing down from the sky. Another flash tore through the darkness, followed instantly by a titanic explosion. Earth heaved and split, waves surged into the sky, and a shockwave swept across several kilometers, flattening entire swathes of the forest beneath its roaring storm. Some distance away, atop a reef, another figure appeared out of thin air. Shursui Uchiha had only just arrived, but the sheer magnitude of the battle seized his attention. He stared in disbelief at the giant wooden avatar in the distance, atop which 2 fierce figures clashed, locked in a life-and-death struggle. He could hardly believe his eyes. My brother has grown that powerful? Stunned, he murmured, "That's Lord Hashirama's sage mode." A few minutes earlier, he had already used the flying thunder god technique to reach a small coastal town in the land of hot water. Guided by the memories in his mind, he found his way with ease to a gambling den, went straight up to the 2nd floor, and there he saw a little Tsunade swaddled in blankets, along with a ghostly blue cat. "Why are you only showing up now? You're late, you know. I charge extra for overtime. Gotta remind that kid later," Pochi grumbled, shooting him a glance before dissolving into a wisp of blue mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagami swept up Princess Tsunade and teleported back to the Hidden Leaf Village. As soon as Tobirama saw him return, he reacted as though facing a mortal threat. The killing intent radiating from him was so palpable that it made Kagami freeze in surprise. It was only after he explained the situation, and Tobirama, using his sensory abilities, confirmed Kagami's identity, that the 2nd Hokage allowed himself to relax. Without delay, he ordered his men to safeguard Tsunade, then learned from Kagami about the ongoing circumstances of Hashirama and Shinyu. "Kagami, have I not taught you to always keep up the habit of leaving behind flying thunder god markers?" Yes, master. Good. With that, Tobirama swiftly left his own marker on Kagami. Take me to the battlefield. A thunderous explosion suddenly ripped through the air, sending surging shockwaves rolling outward and jolting Kagami back to the present. In Sage mode, Hashirama was surrounded by a blazing aura of chakra. His strength, already formidable enough to shatter mountains and split stone, grew even more overwhelming under the power of Senjutsu. Shinyu remained in the state of the fifth gate, a blue energy blazing around him. Each strike tore through the air, setting it alight with dazzling flames, a power so wild that nothing could stand against it. Every so often, a flash of dark blue sword energy would pierce the air, so sharp that even Hashirama dared not block it head-on and could only dodge. Streaks of blue and green light wove and clashed across the battlefield. Blow after blow landed with the force of sledgehammer, each impact thundering like a storm, making the heart race and the flesh tremble. Suddenly, in the middle of combat, Shinyu's eyes snapped up with a cold glint that vanished as quickly as it appeared. He ignored the incoming blow from Hashirama and let the punch land squarely on his face. With a flick of his right hand, a piercing boom split the air as the first Frostfall's heart vanished into nothingness. Kagami felt every hair on his body stand on end. A chill surged from his heels to the crown of his head. An ordinary ninja might not have seen what happened next, but through the Sharingan's gaze, he witnessed a long divine blade tearing through the air in a shockwave, descending like a thunderbolt of divine wrath. His instinct screamed at him to use the flying thunder god technique to escape, but the space behind him suddenly warped, and a familiar white-haired figure appeared in silence. No! Kagami's pupils shrank to pinpoints, panic written all over his face as he shouted, "Master, get out of the way!" But it was too late. The blade, as if guided by some malevolent foresight, pierced Tobirama's chest the very moment he materialized. A wet, grisly sound rang out. A surge of intense, searing pain made Tobirama's eyes fly wide open, crimson veins flooding his pupils. Caught between shock and agony, his face contorted as he was dragged along by the long blade, smashing through several jagged rocks before finally being pinned to the cliffside with a resounding crash. In the middle of the battlefield, after sending Kamehane flying with a powerful punch, Hashirama also took note of the situation in the distant background. Tobirama, his heart clenched, but reason screamed at him. He couldn't turn around, couldn't let himself be distracted. With Sage mode activated, not only could he sense attacks as they came, but he was also able to manipulate the natural energy around him, holding his own against this monstrous adversary. But this wasn't what he wanted. Kamehane has already fallen completely into darkness, Hashirama thought. If this fight goes on, there's every chance I'll lose. And if I let him escape now, who can say how many will suffer the same fate as Tobirama in the future? His resolve hardened, and he let out a long, steadying breath. It's all or nothing. Hashirama pressed his palms together, as serenely as a meditating monk, but the lethal intent burning in his eyes was like an avenging god, ready to end the world. Sage art, wood style, true, several thousand hands. A colossal surge of energy flooded forth like a tidal wave. Beams of pure white light stabbed up from the ground at his feet as giant wooden constructs burst forth. The tumultuous roar of splintering trees shook the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Amid Hashirama's tremendous roar, a Buddha of towering wood, 1,000 meters high, rose up to dominate the sky. Countless wooden arms radiated outward from the Buddha's massive frame, packed so densely together they seemed to stretch into infinity. Each one was immense and solid, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Bathed in moonlight, the giant Buddha's silhouette blotted out the night sky, its vast shadow swallowing the entire coastline below. Facing the immense and limitless 1,000-armed wooden Buddha, Kamehane lifted his head, gazing up at the figure crowned in moonlight, standing atop the Buddha's head, divine and untouchable. "So, Madara," Kamehane murmured with a wry smile, "is this what you faced all those years ago? Or was yours even mightier than this?" "No matter. This is exactly what I longed for." He crossed his arms in a stance of focused resolve. Raging chakra coursed through his body's channels, his black hair lifting as if on an unseen wind. Shattered stones all around him rose and fell with his every breath, a sign of the immense power gathering within him. It was such a simple gesture, yet in that instant, the space within hundreds of feet fell utterly still. The sea breeze, the crashing waves, every tossing branch and falling leaf, all seemed to slow to a crawl. An invisible force radiated from him in all directions, blanketing the landscape, blotting out the heavens, while heavy, brooding clouds pressed in upon the night. Even from afar, Mikado held her breath, trying to inch closer to Tobirama. But Mikado was forced to stop abruptly, her eyes wide with dread as she stared at Kamehane. 8 gates released formation. 6 gate of view, open. Kamehane flung his arms wide, unleashing a soul-piercing roar. A dense surge of azure energy exploded like a bomb, roaring across the mountains and seas, surging upward in a torrent of force that pierced the heavens. The terrifying energy blasted through the dark clouds, shredding them to tatters. From a distance, it looked as if a colossal blue lotus had blossomed in the sky. Shinyu vaulted into midair. In that instant, there was not a trace of moisture forming beneath his feet. Instead, he truly stood upon nothingness itself, suspended in the void as if commanding the air. After ascending to the form of a sea god's body, his progress in mastering the 8 gates had slowed to a crawl. Where he once could easily push open his body's meridian gates, they were now as unyielding as stone, demanding 1,000-fold more effort than before just to budge each forbidden door. Yet, the rewards made it all worthwhile. As it stood, the strength of his 6th gate already surpassed the power Might Guy wielded in the original timeline when he opened the fearsome 8th gate of death. Evenly, Buddha manifestation. Hashirama bellowed in wrath. The massive 1,000-hands Buddha beneath him lowered its eyelids, compassion blooming in its gaze, a mercy that would conquer the demon before it. A torrent of giant palms surged forth in an endless wave, blotting out the sky and moon. The attacks were unstoppable, threatening to crush everything in their path. Even the wind from a single swing sent gales howling, shattering stone and shaking the earth. Shinyu struck out with a swift punch. The sonic boom ripped through the air like thunder, and a massive blast of compressed air shot forward, shattering several giant wooden palms in an instant. The force behind this blow far surpassed the power of his earlier choming strikes. He unleashed punch after punch, moving so fast that even his afterimages blurred together. A whirling tempest rose around him. His arms moved too swiftly for the naked eye to follow. One devastating blast of air after another burst forth, firing off like the relentless shots of a machine gun, smashing into the endless barrage of hands. 81 strikes, evening rumble. Shinyu let out a roar that echoed to the heavens, black hair flying wildly as he transformed into a figure of myth and nightmare. In the span of just 3 heartbeats, he delivered all 81 consecutive attacks, each building on the last with unstoppable force. Light flared and cracked, and splinters of wood erupted in all directions. Yet the Buddha's assault was endless, surging like a flood-tide river. One wave crashed down as another rose in its wake. Countless towering palms descended once more, submerging Shinyu's figure beneath their shadow. Stepping atop the air itself, Shinyu launched himself straight at the colossal Buddha. He looked like Icarus from Greek myth, undaunted, arms spread wide, plunging through the fiery rain of darkness as if to embrace a sun that did not exist, entranced by its radiance, caring nothing for the fate of wings that might burn to ash in the heat and send him plummeting. Boom! 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 The world was drowned in thunderous clamor. Explosions split heaven and earth, fracturing the ground and sending shockwaves spiraling outward for thousands of feet, each wave rippling from the Buddha as its center. The storm was irresistible, a force of nature. Off in the distance, Uchiha Kagami was tossed about like a leaf in a gale, hurled across the rocky shore until he collided with Tobirama and crashed into the rocks. Hashirama was gasping for breath, chest heaving. He could not tell how much strength he had left. All of his senses were fixed on the slowly settling clouds of dust and debris. Top, top, top. A calm, steady rhythm cut through the lingering chaos. Out of the thick smoke, light footsteps echoed as a tall figure slowly emerged. So, this is the art of the sages? You truly live up to the title god of shinobi. In these 6 years, no one has ever wounded me this severely. Shinyu smiled with an effortless grace, already having withdrawn from the state of the 6th gate of scenery. His injuries, though not grave, left him looking a bit disheveled. His robe hung in tatters, black hair in wild disarray, not a drop of blood visible on his body, though his left arm was bent at an odd angle. Bruises and swelling stood out starkly on his face, but his eyes shone as bright as ever. Before he could recover his composure, a shadow suddenly swept overhead, accompanied by a piercing gale. A massive torii gate crashed down, pinning him mercilessly to the ground. Sage Art Myojin Gate. Thud, 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 thud. 5 towering, blood-red torii gates came crashing down one after another, driving Shinyu deep into the earth beneath a cloud of dust. That's the extent of my power, muttered Hashirama, unfocused and swaying as he toppled from the wooden Buddha, landing on the ground with a heavy, lifeless thud. He struggled to rise, gazing at Shinyu crushed beneath the torii gates. The hard edge in his eyes eased just a little, softening like thawing ice. Tobirama once said, "In battle, you never relent. Never give your opponent a moment's respite." The Myojin Gate can seal chakra and suppress all living beings. He can't use his ocular jutsu now. Yet somehow, an emptiness settled in his heart, leaving him feeling oddly hollow as he gazed lost toward the night sky. Madara, I will protect this village to the very end. A faint hiss cut through the silence. Hashirama's pupils contracted in shock as he looked down, seeing a blade of emerald light piercing straight through his chest. He coughed up a great rush of blood. His head trembled as he looked up, seeing that the figure beneath the torii was melting away into a pool of clear water, seeping into the earth. "This strike is my payback on Lord Madara's behalf," murmured Shinyu. "I'm a shinobi, too. This is how we fight." Behind Hashirama, Shinyu slowly drew the glowing blade free, standing unscathed, with no trace remaining of his former battered state. The next strike, he aimed for the neck. "The people of Hidden Leaf Village are part of me. They believe in me, and I believe in them as well." "What?" Shinyu frowned. He had not caught Hashirama's words. "I entrust my dreams to the far-flung future, but you," Hashirama's voice faded, "you can go atone for your sins in hell." With a roar, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, spun around with all his might, and landed a punch squarely on Shinyu's chest. That punch contained the entirety of the god of Shinobi's will, gathered all his sage chakra, a final, desperate encore of his life's strength. With explosive force, it shattered the defenses of the body of Poseidon, the shockwave traveling deep to the bone, shifting Shinyu's organs with its sheer, unrelenting power. Shinyu coughed up blood and was sent hurtling backward, his body tracing a sharp line through the air, straight toward the spot where Kyo stood. Kyo had only just made it to Tobirama's side, extracting the frostfall blade from its sheath. 1,000 meters vanished in a blink. All Kyo saw was a blur before someone crashed down right in front of him. A wet sound split the silence. Kyo stood frozen, staring at the face now so close to his own, that unfamiliar, disheveled face that left him bereft, caught completely off guard. It was only when warmth oozed over his trembling wrist that he realized what had happened. His shaking hands, clutching the blade that had pierced his brother's heart. "All these years, you've carried so much, little brother," Shinyu murmured, his head heavy on Kyo's shoulder, his voice a fading whisper by Kyo's ear. The words, the tone, the undeniable warmth, all of it dragged Kyo's mind back to yesterday. On the stone faces of the Hokage monument, in a forgotten, lonely corner, someone had sat by him, shared heartfelt conversations, watched the stars, and together gazed across the peace and music of lively Konoha. For the first time in years, he hadn't felt so alone. "So, it was you." Kyo stumbled backward, step after unsteady step. Horror etched across his face as he stared at his brother's lifeless body, a body now slumped on the ground, every trace of breath gone. His features twisted in anguish, madness flickering wildly in his eyes. In the distance, Hashirama looked upon Shinyu's corpse, his own strength finally failing. The markings that signaled his sage mode faded away, just like a sun sinking below the horizon. He collapsed limply onto his back, exhaustion overtaking him, and closed his eyes. Kyo could barely believe any of this was real. He stumbled, desperate to escape, unable to control his panic, retreating until his back slammed into solid rock. "No, no, no. I killed my brother." He stared at his hands, slick with blood, as a wash of scarlet blurred his vision, blood and tears mingling until all was red. Kyo cut off his head, gouged out his eyes. From afar, Tobirama, frail and wounded, suddenly spoke out. On the verge of collapse, Kyo froze in disbelief. What had he just heard? His most respected teacher, not only witnessing the death of his brother at Kyo's hand, but also demanding he mutilate the corpse in such a cruel fashion? "Hurry!" Tobirama pressed a trembling hand to his chest, blood flowing freely, his voice strained and urgent. "Do it now!" Kyo stared blankly from his teacher to his brother, trapped in indecision, utterly lost. Should he obey? Why? He didn't even know why his brother left the village all those years ago. Had never understood which ideals of Madara his brother had clung to so fiercely. Still didn't know why he had chosen to stand against Konoha. He knew nothing of what those years had been like for him, whether he suffered or found happiness. Least of all, did he understand why his brother had spared him, even time and again. In the end, he realized how little he truly knew of his own brother. He had pretended to have all the answers, standing shamelessly in the sunlight, judging others, judging his own flesh and blood. How ugly that was. If only he'd opened his heart sooner, learned what lay behind his brother's choices, perhaps this ending might not have been so tragically inevitable. Until the very end, he killed him with his own hands. He was so powerful, able to stand face to face with Lord Hashirama without harm. How could he possibly die by my hands? Why? Why was I the one to kill him? Of all people, I'm the least qualified. A piercing cold swept out in all directions. Chakra colder than ice erupted suddenly, and in Tobirama's astonished gaze, Q opened his eyes, now blood-red. As crimson veins spread across his pupils, the tips of 3 magatama slowly stretched and merged into one. Dark markings blossomed and expanded, finally taking shape in the form of a delicate 3-leaf clover. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama's mouth dropped open. For the first time in his life, he was completely caught off guard. Something beyond his comprehension was unfolding before his eyes. His face went as pale as chalk, perhaps from pain, perhaps from fear. All at once, Q's body gave a slight tremble. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, then vanished, replaced by utter calm, his eyes void of all emotion, his heart as tranquil as a still pond. Tobirama swallowed, opened his mouth to speak, but before any words left his lips, he saw Q hurl a kunai straight at him. You! A breeze stirred. Suddenly, a large hand seemed to materialize out of thin air, as swift as lightning. 2 fingers outstretched, reaching directly toward those freshly awakened Mangekyo eyes. A rush of air, and in a blink Q vanished. He reappeared at Tobirama's side, catching the thrown kunai in one hand and resting the other on Tobirama's shoulder. Shinyu's attack struck nothing but empty air. Somewhat surprised, he looked to his younger brother, his left eye now an eerie, ghostly white. And his former body had already dissolved into motes of crystalline light, like bubbles bursting and vanishing into nothing under the sun, leaving not a trace behind. What? Confusion flickered in Q's eyes, the blood tears on his cheeks not yet dried. Why did you do this? Of course, it was all for you, little brother. Shinyu tilted his head and smiled. The lines in his right eye whirled like the hands of a clock, his wounds knitting together in the twisted light of a warped moon, and his chakra restored in a heartbeat. That once pale, hollow left eye burned once again with a fiendish crimson glow. Everything before this moment, all of it, had been in preparation for now. The punch from Hashirama? He'd taken on purpose. The direction he was knocked back? Deliberately arranged. Even the blade that seemed to pierce his heart, he had secretly wrapped it in autumn dew on the leaf, golden armament, making it effective. What I didn't expect was just how fast you reacted. It seems the Mangekyo Sharingan has made you much stronger than before. As he finished speaking, his afterimage flickered, and all at once, he was in front of Q again, his long fingers reaching for Q's head. Silent as a shadow, Q activated the Flying Thunder God technique, taking Tobirama with him, and they both disappeared on the spot. What's happening? Shinyu frowned. Even at his usual speed, he already outmatched most Kaga-level powerhouses in the shinobi world, yet twice in a row, this younger brother who had only just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan managed to dodge him with ease. At that moment, he suddenly looked up. In a split second, he bridged 100 meters, his right hand darting out like a streak of lightning, snatching toward an empty patch of air. His grasp closed around a figure, his large hand clamping tightly around Kagami Uchiha's neck, lifting him as if tearing him straight from the very fabric of space. Foolish. In battle, you must always keep track of your opponent's moves. You never seem to learn. Shinyu sneered coldly, raising his left hand and thrusting it toward Kagami's eyes. Kagami coughed, his face reddening, and stared unblinking at the approaching fingers. Yet, a sly smile suddenly curved his lips. Actually, I've already learned. With a soft pop, he vanished, dissolving into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone? Shinyu's brows drew together. The instant his attention flickered, Kagami appeared on the other side, the very spot where Tobirama had stood just moments before. He had already left a Flying Thunder God marker there. Without hesitation, Kagami hurled a kunai toward Hashirama's position. But there was no way Shinyu would simply let him succeed. In a flash, he intercepted the kunai with a body flicker, blocking its path. Najutsu, Kuni Shadow Clone Technique. A spark of blue light. Suddenly, that single kunai multiplied into thousands, filling the air with a deadly swarm, poised to turn Hashirama into a virtual pincushion. Yet Shinyu saw through it. He knew that Kagami might not be the strongest fighter, but as a true-born Uchiha, his mastery of shuriken jutsu was beyond compare. Those kunai appeared menacing, but in fact, there was virtually no chance of them harming Hashirama. You really underestimate me, he muttered. Abandoning his pursuit of the kunai, Shinyu changed course, surging straight for Hashirama, fully intending to catch the prey lying in wait. Sure enough, Kagami materialized at Hashirama's side the very next instant. But before he could lay a hand on him, he was greeted by a fist the size of a sandbag. Kagami didn't waver. The Mangeko in his left eye spun silently as he took the punch squarely in the chest. A flicker of surprise crossed Shinyu's eyes, but he did not pull his blow. The force erupted explosively from his fist, filling the air with a sharp sonic boom. The impact rippled visibly across Kagami's chest, sending tremors through his entire body, trailing shadowy afterimages through the air before he snapped back into place, unharmed. He raised his hand to counterattack, sending a sonic boom punch into Shinyu's chest in return, blasting the startled Shinyu clean off his feet. What in the world? Shinyu gritted his teeth, skidding backwards over 100 meters and carving twin trenches into the ground. Kagami wasted no time. He grabbed Hashirama's arm, slipping into the void, vanishing without a trace. Konoha village, deep into the night. After the chaos of the night before and the abduction of the 100-day banquet's guest of honor, the representatives of the 4 great shinobi villages departed one after another, all leaving in ill temper. What began as a lively celebration thus drew to an abrupt and somber close. Fortunately, Uchiha Kagami managed to rescue Princess Tsunade just in time, and the villain who disturbed the peace of Konoha was finally brought to justice by the first Hokage. Only then did the anxious villagers regain their sense of security. Thanks to the joint efforts of the relevant departments, the wounded received medical treatment, damaged buildings were repaired, and follow-up tasks such as reassuring the populace and assessing damages proceeded in an organized fashion. Order within the village soon returned to normal, and tranquility was restored as it used to be. When the sun rose, it signaled another vibrant, hope-filled day in Konoha. But all of this was merely a well-crafted lie designed to calm the hearts of the people. The truth was this. The Hokage was barely clinging to life, his fate still uncertain. Lord Tobirama was gravely wounded and lay unconscious. With the very pillars of Konoha fallen, chaos reigned among the upper ranks, with everyone plagued by anxiety and turmoil that hadn't ceased for a single day. To maintain stability, the Konoha authorities had no choice but to lock down information and forcibly suppress the truth. Yet, besides the heads of the great clans, there was one more person utterly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Captain Kagami, the Southern District Patrol, is complete. Should we take a break? No. We'll sweep the East Street once more. Be absolutely vigilant. Don't let your guard slip for an instant. Yes, sir. Kagami, about last night. I'm really sorry. I didn't know I'd been possessed. Captain Heinekor, I don't blame you. Let's not dwell on it. What matters most now is reinforcing the security around the village. I'll need you to help coordinate with the clan. Kagami, tell me where that bastard is. I'll kill him with my own hands. Sarutobi? Shinya is already dead. Why are you? Spare me the lies. Save that boring nonsense for the dead. That bastard killed my father. As the young head of the Sarutobi clan, there's nothing I can't be told. Sarutobi, you need to calm down. Uchiha Kagami, your older brother sure is something, isn't he? Danzo, this isn't the time for cynicism. Kagami. Lord Kagami. At dawn, Kagami dragged his weary body toward the clan's estate. As he reached the street corner, something compelled him to glance left. On the opposite side, an appetizing aroma drifted from a breakfast stall, making his empty stomach groan with longing. Outside, at the open-air tables, a striking black-haired boy raised his cup in greeting, offering a gentle, knowing smile. Kagami's eyes flickered as he buried a tangle of emotions deep in his chest, forcing himself to cross the street with heavy steps. He stopped at the table, unable to keep from studying the youth before him. The boy's features were refined, his lashes long and soft, almost beautiful enough to be mistaken for a girl. He wore the customary black attire of the Uchiha clan, and for the sake of eating more comfortably, he tied his long black hair into a ponytail. He sipped his soup in earnest concentration, the sound of each swallow giving the sense of contentment and home. The spread on the table was truly lavish. Eel sushi, seaweed rice balls, steaming fresh milk, a variety of bento boxes, oden, cakes and pastries, fruit salad, so many kinds, each sending tendrils of mouth-watering fragrance curling through the air. For ordinary people, a breakfast like this would feel overly extravagant. The young man ate with remarkable grace. In his right hand, he wielded a spoon, carefully scraping his bento clean, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. He placed a meatball into his mouth, chewed methodically, then followed it with a sip of milk. Finally, he daintily picked up a handkerchief and dabbed at his lips. Come and sit, little brother. Jing drew in a deep breath and, suppressing his nervousness, stiffly sat down across from him at the table. Brother, how did you get in here? What a boring question. You'd be better off asking the real reason why I came. Shinyu helped himself to a rice ball, took a bite, and said offhandedly, "Starving, aren't you? Go ahead and eat. Think of it as my treat." A bead of sweat slid down Jing's temple. "Why did you come here?" "First and foremost, for breakfast." Shinyu took a bite of sushi, speaking with his mouth half full. "The fight last night was exhausting, mainly mentally, honestly. Good food is the only thing that fills the emptiness inside me." Jing was unmoved. His eyes suddenly flared with crimson light, fresh blood trickling from the outer corners as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern within his eyes whirled, clover-like shapes spinning as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Those eyes of yours, not bad. Quite spectacular," Shinyu remarked, meeting Jing's gaze with his own eyes, black as ink, filled with genuine admiration as he ate a forkful of salad. As if remembering something, he asked casually, "How's Tobirama doing?" "Neither the Hokage nor Lord Tobirama are in the village," Jing replied, watching him unblinking. "Lady Mito and Princess Tsunade have also been relocated to a secret place. None of them are here. I was just making conversation, little brother." Shinyu smiled faintly. "Really, all this fuss I stirred up, at the root it's because of you." "Me?" A flicker of doubt crossed Jing's face, but as his right eye flashed, the uncertainty vanished instantly, dispersing like ripples fading from a pond's surface. "You want my eyes," Jing stated evenly, "so you can merge them and gain the eternal Mangekyo, eyes that never lose their sight." Leaning in ever so slightly, Shinyu gave a sly smile. "Oh, so you've read the stone tablet at the Naka shrine?" "I haven't read it," Jing replied, shaking his head. "But I also know this. You'll try to take my eyes in 3 seconds, but after I say this, your curiosity will get the better of you and you'll abandon the idea immediately." "So that's your ocular technique?" Shinyu blinked, showing no sign of panic at having his plots so easily exposed, even though he had indeed just been about to make a move for Jing's eyes. He absent-mindedly stirred the daikon in his Odin with his spoon. "Intriguing, so you can peer straight into a person's thoughts." Without warning, Jing plucked up a rice ball, took a bite, and spoke in an even tone, as if recounting some trivial detail. 6 seconds from now, you'll awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan and cast the Phantom Puppet technique on me. But it will fail, because I too have awakened the Mangekyo, and my spiritual energy surges. I have a natural resistance to illusions. 10 seconds later, you'll attempt to possess me using your spirit form. That too will fail. What's more, one of my other ocular techniques will strike you back hard. 15 seconds in, your curiosity will get the better of you, and you'll start wondering about the power of my other eye's ability. 1 minute later, you become furious, so enraged that you grasp me by the throat and fly me out of the Hidden Leaf Village. 3 minutes. In that instant, it felt as if time had rewound to 12 years ago. The two brothers sat facing each other at home, just like any other day, sharing breakfast and chatting casually, as if nothing out of the ordinary existed between them. Mid-conversation, Jing's right eye was already streaked with bloodshot lines. Fresh blood traced down his cheek, drop by drop falling to the floor. Shinyu calmly finished his milk and said, "Wipe your face. You're going to scare the children." With a soft thud, a rice ball slipped from Jing's hand onto the table as he clutched his right eye, breathing raggedly. "To glimpse the future, it seems you've gained quite a formidable ability. But as your elder brother, I must tell you, the path of the Mangekyo Sharingan is forbidden. The moment you first awakened it, you were destined for blindness." Shinyu's lips curled with a subtle, knowing smile. "With those eyes of yours, can you see that future?" Beside the Uchiha clan compound, at a breakfast stall along the street, Jing, panting heavily, hesitated briefly before continuing. "The ocular power in my right eye is called Takamagura. Its ability is to foresee the future, 5 seconds from now. Whenever I intervene in reality, the future I see shifts accordingly. It's truly a technique of fate's command. With more spiritual power, I can glimpse further ahead. The limit is 5 minutes. Did Tobirama ask you to tell me this?" Shinai tapped the tabletop with his finger, sounding a bit annoyed. "That's right," Jing replied openly. "Teacher said that at times, sharing just the right amount of intelligence can intimidate the enemy and win victory without bloodshed. Still not dead, that old fox." Shinyu frowned in faint disappointment. "Back then, I was busy dealing with Hashirama and pushing you to awaken your eyes. Looks like he managed to escape with his life, after all." Jing wiped away the blood on his face. "I've already shared all my ocular techniques and effects with teacher. If he leads the charge, there's still hope that we can stand against you." Shinyu gave a faint smile. "Fight me? Do you really think you stand a chance?" "Brother, I won't let you get your way. Even if it takes a fight, I won't back down." Jing seemed to gather all his courage, enunciating each word, Because that was teacher's last command before he fell into a coma. Shinyu gave a dry chuckle. Looks like these eyes have made you overconfident. At the very least, I can keep them from being taken by you. Very good. Shinba surveyed the surroundings with great interest. You're quite confident, and that's good. But I wonder, does the entire Hidden Leaf Village share your confidence? A chill shot through Q's heart, a dreadful premonition flickering in his mind. You're not suggesting. Careful with your words, little brother. Shinba's gaze lifted, an insidious smile curling on his lips as he pressed his palm to the tabletop and slowly rose to his feet. If you were to displease me, the entire Hidden Leaf might pay the price for what you just said. At that moment, a childlike voice drifted in from the street. Mama, look at that big brother. He's so handsome. It was a young girl with her hair tied in braids. Beside her stood an elegant woman, cradling an infant in her arms. Chiri, don't point at people. That's rude. The woman gently scolded, dipping her head toward Shinba with an apologetic smile. It's all right. I've always liked sweet-talking little girls. Shinba nodded in acknowledgement, beckoning the girl over. She flashed a sugary smile and skipped up to him with springy steps. Q watched the scene, unmoving, his face grave and unreadable. Let's see if you can answer this, little one. What's your name? Shinba asked, his gaze soft as he returned to his seat and picked up a piece of cake. The little girl answered with clear confidence. My name is Uchiha Chiri. I'm 4.5 years old, and my baby brother is Uchiha Kirin. He's only 3 months old. Oh, and she glanced furtively over her shoulder like she was about to reveal a great secret, tiptoed closer, and Shinba leaned down with a smile to listen. I'll let you in on a secret. My brother has the same birthday as Princess Tsunade. Yesterday's 100-day celebration was for both of them. Shinba couldn't help but chuckle warmly, ruffling her hair with gentle affection. His bright, clear eyes and gentle features made his smile glow with warmth and sunlight. Chiri, you're such a clever girl. Clever kids deserve a treat. Here, have some cake. Don't worry, I haven't touched it with my hands. Thank you, big brother. Q stared at the scene, as if turned to stone. For a fleeting second, he even forgot to activate his ocular technique. Deep inside, something tugged at him, a hollow ache, suddenly filled with a bittersweet longing. Chiri, here I am. Fixing his gaze on her wide, earnest eyes, Shinba spoke gently but firmly. Remember this, Chiri, there is no true hierarchy among people. Anyone can be a princess, including you. Really? I could be a princess too. Chiri tapped her fingers together, her question brimming with cautious hope. Of course. Looking in her innocent eyes, Shinba continued. So, don't feel proud just because your brother shares a birthday with Tsunade. We Uchihas are the equal of anyone else. Chiri nibbled on her cake, her big eyes suddenly sparkling. All right, big brother, you still haven't told Chiri your name. Me? Shinyu paused in thought for a moment, then countered. Do you think your big brother is a bad person? Jilly shook her head immediately, her little braid swinging with emotion. Big brother, you're the prettiest and the kindest brother I've ever seen. Then remember your answer today. Lowering his voice so that only Jilly could hear, Shinyu said, My name is Uchiha Shinyu. No matter what you hear from others about me in the future, it's all false. Only who you see before you at this very moment is real. Jilly nodded, half understanding, and as the middle-aged woman called for her, she scampered away, little feet pattering against the ground. When mother and daughter had gone off into the distance, Shinyu finally turned to mirroring, speaking slowly. Back to our earlier topic. You seem to think you could challenge me just now. I don't want to fight you. That's simple. Hand over your eyes peacefully, and I'll spare you. Shinyu let out a light laugh. I'll spare Konoha as well. Mirroring swallowed hard, hesitating. You're going to threaten me with innocent villagers? What are you thinking? Shinyu shot him a glance. To wantonly slaughter civilians, to butcher the elderly, women, and children. How is that any different from a beast? Then you. I'm quite full. With the last sip of broth, Shinyu stretched contentedly. I'll give you a chance for a fair duel. He got to his feet, laying a stack of bills down on the table. 3 days from now, meet me at the Valley of the End for our battle. Mirroring also stood, clearly on edge. What's wrong? Weren't you brimming with fighting spirit just a moment ago? Shinyu's tone suddenly turned chilling, carrying a cold menace. I'll be waiting for you there. If, 3 days from now, I don't see you, I'll start placing certain people's heads, one by one, on your bedside. The heads of Sotobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Kuruyudatane, Hamura Midokado, then the patriarchs of the Hyuga, Ino Shikicho, Aburame, Inazuka, and Karama clans. I'll deliver them to your doorstep in batches, one after another. Shinyu feigned a sigh. Though I bear them no grudge, but what can I do? They are your bonds, after all. Mirroring's face turned crimson. Isn't that massacre just the same? He didn't doubt for a second that the man before him could do it. After all, This was the one who had defeated the god of shinobi. Even their own teacher, at the mere mention of Shinyu's name, would turn ashen, as if swallowing poison. Of course, you can't blame me. Shinyu strolled leisurely over to Mirroring's side. When that time comes, you must remember, if they die, it's your own cowardice that killed them. With his words finished, he strode away into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was gone. Land of Fire, atop a secret mountain peak. This place was once the secret base of the Senju clan during the Warring States period. Because it was well equipped with medical facilities, concealed within an advantageous terrain, and easy to defend but difficult to attack, it was left intact even after the war. After the founding of Konoha, Tobirama would regularly assign trusted aides to keep the base running, prepared for emergencies. The heights are always cold. When the chill of dawn drifted through the window, the curtains fluttered, and Tobirama, lying in a hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. With the slightest movement, pain shot through the wound on his chest, making his face twitch involuntarily. Suppressing the pain, he propped himself up and found that he was bare-chested, his torso bound with layers upon layers of clean white bandages, concealing the freshly stitched wounds across his chest and abdomen. He rested for a while, waiting until he felt just a little of his strength return, then grimaced and eased himself off the bed. The slash from Kamiba had carried a deadly intent, missing its mark by only the smallest margin, a fraction closer, and his life would have ended on that shoreline in the land of waterfalls. To avoid Kamiba's pursuit, he'd given orders to his bodyguards before falling unconscious, arranging for himself, Hashirama, and other members of the Senju clan to be moved here. Tobirama-sama, you're awake. The medical staff pushed the door open and were instantly overjoyed to see Tobirama sitting up in bed. Tobirama waved his hand, indicating she needn't worry. Tilting his head, he glanced past the half-open door and caught sight of a familiar figure dressed in white. He slipped off the bed and pulled on an outer robe. Seeing this, the medical staff hurried to assist him. I'm not so weak as that. Tobirama declined her help, wavering slightly as he insisted on stepping out by himself. Not far off, on a smooth boulder at the edge of a cliff, Hashirama Senju sat with his back to the base. He was dressed in immaculate white, radiating a calm, composed air. Seated upright at the edge of the precipice, he gazed off into the distance, his presence melting seamlessly into the embrace of nature. Big brother, you're up early, Tobirama called out. Oh, Tobirama. Hashirama turned at the sound, flashing a brilliant smile. Yes, I am. For some reason, I feel utterly refreshed today. He looked healthy. Gone was any trace of exhaustion, as if the cataclysmic battle of the previous night had never happened at all. But Tobirama suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils contracting sharply. His instinctive senses told him there was not a trace of life left in Hashirama's body. The powerful vitality that once blazed from him, like the midday sun, had vanished completely. A shadow passed across Tobirama's face. His mind grew heavy as he looked at his brother, his gaze filled with sorrow. Yet Hashirama seemed entirely unaware. Smiling brightly, he beckoned Tobirama to sit by his side. Tobirama, look, if you see from here, Konoha really does sit at the very heart of the Land of Fire. Hashirama broke into a satisfied smile and pointed down the mountain. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, embraced by clear waters. Back then, we truly chose the perfect spot to found a village. Ha ha ha. Sin. Tobirama hesitated, voicing his concern. You're about to die. Still grinning, Hashirama replied. I know, which is all the more reason you shouldn't wear that look. When one's life draws to a close, it should end amidst the cheers and farewells of those they love. Don't look so mournful. How about a smile? I can't, brother, Tobirama said, his voice heavy. He looked at Hashirama with confusion. Aren't you worried about the village? After you're gone, I really don't know what I'll do. Tobirama gazed at his own hands, his expression lost and uncertain. For the first time in 40 years, he wore such a look. You don't have to do anything, Hashirama said gently. Let things take their course. Let them take their course. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch Uchiha Kamiyo destroy Konoha? Drawing in a cool, fresh breath of mountain air, Hashirama let it out slowly, as if exhaling all the weariness of his life. Then he spoke, as long as people remain, and peace endures, wherever they are, that place is still the village. Brother, I don't know why, but after waking up, I felt as if I'd broken free from some invisible chains. Suddenly, so much became clear. I've never felt so at ease. Hashirama stretched, contentment lighting up his face. Besides, he added, Uchiha Kamiyo won't destroy Konoha. Why not? Tobirama frowned. Just like Madara, his target was never Konoha itself. He seeks vengeance, to settle scores with those of us warlords who survived the Warring States era. And that's because Hashirama held up a finger. Little Tsunade is still alive. That's only a bargaining chip. Tobirama immediately retorted, shaking his head. He was Madara's disciple, Hashirama said with a soft chuckle. Just like his master, he's a man of principle. Trust me. His gaze drifted down the mountainside, taking in the swirling mountain mist, the rolling clouds aglow with sunlight, the boundless blue sky, and the verdant earth below. His eyes were calm and serene, not tinged with even a hint of regret. Perhaps, leaving the future in the hands of these children is the right choice. After all, Hashirama seated himself cross-legged, hands resting naturally on his knees. A soft breeze lifted his dark hair, and his voice was low as he began to chant. In my lifetime, I bore no virtuous fruit. I kindled fires and waged war without end. Now all at once, golden chains fall away. Here and now, jade locks come undone. Autumn winds stir within the village of Konoha. Only today do I truly know myself. A gentle smile on his face, he closed his eyes, listening to the rustling of fallen leaves carried by the wind, serene and at peace. Year 13 of the Konoha calendar, November. Senju Hashirama passed quietly from this world. 3 days later, at the Valley of the End. In the early morning, a gentle autumn breeze stirred, swirling the fallen leaves through the air. Perhaps it was the nearby waterfall, the misty dampness carried by the canyon's hidden currents that caused Shinyu's long hair to drift softly in the wind. This place had once been a river valley, uneven ground shaped by nature. But 6 years ago, during that fateful life-and-death battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the very land was changed. Their clash had carved a magnificent and awe-inspiring waterfall out of the earth. To commemorate that great conflict, Konoha had gathered its finest craftsmen and, over the course of a year, created towering statues of the two men, standing vigil on opposite sides of the Valley of the End. Now, Shinyu stood atop Madara's statue, hands clasped behind his back, eyes calm and distant, as if waiting for something, someone. Time slipped by in silence until the faintest hint of a smile played at the corner of his lips. A kunai suddenly thudded into the cliff across the way, and a moment later, a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, landing with purpose atop Hashirama's statue. It was Uchiha Kagami. He wore fitted blue armor, the shinobi forehead protector at his brow, scrolls hanging from his waist. Both arms and legs were shielded by armor. Twin blades were strapped across his back, and his pouch was stuffed full with compact scrolls. Kagami was utterly prepared, serious, and fully armed. By contrast, Shinyu seemed almost at ease, dressed in a loose, flowing black clan robe, his black hair spilling freely over his shoulders. Aside from the pale blue ceremonial blade at his side, he carried no other weapons. Well done, little brother. I'm glad you've come, just as promised, Shinyu said with a smile. Brother. Kagami was quiet for a moment, then spoke, his voice subdued. The Hokage has passed away. Oh, Shinyu paused, then asked, so what about Tobirama? What? Kagami stared in shock at Shinyu's indifferent expression, unable to keep from blurting out in disbelief. Judging from your reaction, I take it he's still alive, Shinyu remarked, hands on his hips, limbering up much like an old man stretching in the park on a brisk morning. No matter. Let him experience firsthand the pain of losing someone dear to him. Still, I'm genuinely touched that you came on time today, he added, tilting his head, his tone suddenly lighter. You know, I really haven't felt much like killing lately, and sending the so-called god of shinobi off myself? That's a complicated feeling. Brother, what is it that you really want? Kagami pressed. Don't you already know? Shinyu returned the question. Kagami stepped forward, raising his voice. You want to take my eyes and combine them to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So what then? What's your next move? What's your ultimate goal? Do you truly mean to destroy Konoha? You've grown up. You're finally asking questions, Shinyu replied with a gentle smile at his younger brother. Very well, I'll tell you. Frankly, I have absolutely no interest in that wretched village of yours. There's only one thing I'm after, to become stronger ceaselessly, so that one day I'll be able to protect everything I hold dear. The future. Kagami sounded a bit puzzled. Your strength now is already on par with Lord Hashirama. When this world could possibly threaten you? You naive little brother. Kamiyo shook his head with a smile. The battles of the future won't be any easier than those of today. And those eyes of yours, just what can they truly see? Kagami fell silent for a while, then muttered softly, all I know is that Lord Hashirama is the hero who brought peace to chaotic times. If you kill him, the world will descend into turmoil again. Who knows how many innocent lives will be lost? So, what does any of that have to do with me? Kamiyo narrowed his eyes slightly. a sharp aura flashing briefly across his face. If war truly breaks out, the deaths that follow will all be the consequence of Hashirama's actions. He's the one who escalated the conflict. Kagami's brow knit in deep concern. On instinct, he wanted to counter Kamiyo's reasoning, but when he opened his mouth, no words came. Hashirama's downfall came from not being strong enough. Kamiyo flicked his finger. If he was so determined to subdue all nations alone and make peace by force, then he should have followed through to the very end. If he got killed by me midway, what's that supposed to mean? What? Kagami stared at Kamiyo in disbelief, the words sounding utterly absurd. To be honest, when it comes to achieving peace, I never condemned Hashirama's methods. His only mistake was being too weak. He should have been strong enough to quell anything. So strong that no one would ever dare to start trouble. Strong enough that even the heavens and earth would endure alongside him, shining bright as the sun and moon. Strong enough to be eternal. Kamiyo turned to gaze at his brother, running his tongue across his lips. Because he wasn't strong enough, he was wrong. And that will be your downfall as well. My downfall? Kagami lifted his head. Instantly, his black hair flowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and his eyes shimmered with the beautiful, shifting pattern of the Mangekyo. Brother, the only thing my eyes can see, he said quietly, is the sorry sight of you fleeing in defeat. In a heartbeat, Kamiyo's afterimage flickered. He appeared right in front of Kagami, the red glow in his eyes leaving streaks in the air. It was only after his palm slashed down that a sharp, cracking boom belatedly reached Kagami's ears. Sensing the attack, Kagami twisted away just in time, narrowly dodging the blow. From his pouch slipped dozens of kunai, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. A moment later, Kamiyo swept his right leg across, only to strike empty air. Within the Mangekyo's shared vision, time itself seemed to slow almost to a halt. Dozens of kunai spun in midair. Kamiyo, however, had already locked onto a particular spot, and he drove his fist forward with force. A heavy thud followed as he connected solidly. Only for Kagami's figure to fold in half and dissipate with a wisp. It was only a shadow clone. One after another, bursts of white smoke echoed in succession, and 7 perfect replicas of Uchiha Kagami materialized, each wielding a blade, slashing at Kamiyo from all directions. The same trick won't work on me twice. With a sweep of his arms, Shinyu set his shadow ablaze in an instant. It was as if a cauldron of boiling broth came to life beneath his feet, countless spears forged from black flames thrusting upward, impaling every phantom in their path. The kunai that had not yet hit the ground were sliced apart and melted away, lost to the inferno. Blaze release, flame Raijin. Shinyu's eyes sharpened, recalling all the Amaterasu flames, gathering them into a single, extraordinary spear of fire. With force, he hurled it, pinning a silhouette to the distant stone wall. Are you trying to acclimate yourself to my Takamagara, brother? From the scattering haze and swirling dust, Kyo emerged with composure. Save for the bloodshot webbing thick in his right eye, he seemed untouched and unharmed. Time's power is not so easily mastered. At least, in the futures I have seen, you haven't managed it. Amaterasu still burned on his shoulder. Then, as he finished speaking, the fire dissipated without a trace. A sharp crack echoed, a sound that might translate best as the world snapping briefly out of place. In a blur, Kyo vanished, melting into the shadows and reappearing with a punch, driving his fist straight at Shinyu's chest. Oh, your speed's improved, and you've gotten stronger too. Surprise flickered across Shinyu's face as soft ripples, like an invisible barrier, shimmered 3 inches before his chest, halting Kyo's fist in its tracks. He stomped down with resounding force. An earth-shaking impact shattered the ground beneath, flinging debris skyward, and a surging shockwave burst over the heads of the colossal statues around them. Kyo had already leapt high, clearly foreseeing what was to come. Shinyu smiled faintly, his hands blurred into afterimages, fingers tapping lightly at each floating stone fragment. They shot through the air like arrows, colliding mid-flight, then converged to rain upon Uchiha Kyo. A pounding barrage echoed, each stone crash ringing out, one after another. Kyo spread his arms, enduring the downpour as if caught in a rainstorm on a rippling pond. The surface of his body shimmered like water where each blow landed, but he touched down unscathed. Shinyu had been ready. With a powerful kick, he booted Kyo off his feet and sent him skimming across the water surface, throwing up a geyser that soared 100 meters high. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a sudden glare of light, the water seemed to boil and surge, sending bubbles churning to the surface. Towering above, a fireball of colossal proportions thundered toward Shinyu. The sphere nearly 100 meters wide, several times larger than a statue's head. Narrowing his eyes, Shinyu noted the fireball's exaggerated size. He formed a sword hand sign and swung upward, slicing the blazing sphere cleanly in two with a burst of wind so sharp it whistled through the air. Cleaved apart, the two blazing walls roared past the statues on either side. Below, Kyo had just breached the water's surface when a slash of blue sword light raked across him. Yet he wasn't cleaved in two. Instead, his feet skimmed the water for several meters before the glow faded away. Gazing down at his younger brother beneath the roaring falls, Shinyu relaxed his shoulders and loosed a punch in a thin air beside him. Even as the sigils in his right eye began to spin, weaving a dense web of red lines. In that fleeting instant, Kyo appeared out of thin air a kilometer away, right at Shinyu's side, where his cheek collided full force with Shinyu's waiting fist. Yet he, too, seized the momentum and spun around, delivering a sweeping punch that shattered the barrier of water molecules and landed squarely on Shinyu's chest with crushing force. A thunderous impact echoed. Shinyu responded with a scornful smile, standing as immovable as a mountain. That punch carried 90% of his strength. The ground split apart in an instant, shock waves erupting outward, and a raging wind seemed ready to tear apart everything nearby. Even if Hashirama himself were here, taking such a blow would surely snap bones and tear muscles. Yet in the very instant Jing was struck, his body flickered with a strange afterimage, and after being hurled several dozen meters, he landed on his feet without so much as wavering. He gazed at his brother, calm and unscathed. Your left eye, does it have the power to absorb energy and strengthen yourself? Shinyu's expression grew contemplative, a spark of genuine interest appearing in his eyes. No wonder you, my brother. You must have guessed as much already, Jing replied without any pretense, choosing not to hide a thing as he introduced his ocular power directly. The technique in my left eye lets me absorb every form of energy and convert it into my own strength, granting me astonishing power, speed, endurance, and stamina. Once absorbed, the energy is stored within and can be released at will, not just by unleashing it as kinetic shockwaves from any part of my body in every direction, but also by strengthening the impact of my ninjutsu and taijutsu alike. Jing gently brushed his left eye, where a deep black three-leaf clover pattern spun silently. Its name is Garuda. Atop the Hashirama statue at the Valley of the End, the two brothers stood face to face. Uchiha Jing exuded an overwhelming aura, wielding the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time with utter composure. You intend to use my own strength against me? Shinyu rotated his wrist with casual ease, then shook his head and sighed. A pity. Even I struggle to break through my own flesh. If all you have is borrowed power, don't waste your hopes on that. Brother, my only task has always been to protect these eyes, Jing replied slowly. As long as I remain undefeated, my mission is fulfilled. Undefeated? Shinyu swept his hair back, a wicked smile playing at his lips. And who gave you such a comforting illusion? Even as he spoke, his right eye spun, his entire presence ascending in a heartbeat. The bloodshot veins on the whites of his eyes faded away, clearing until his eyes gleamed like flawless jade. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Then, hundreds of identical black-clad figures appeared all around Jing. Autumn dew on the leaves, whirlwind sword dance, fanged tempest. Swords gleamed like glass, an ocean of jade blue, sword aura pouring forth, tinting Jing's face a ghostly green. A chorus of razor-sharp blades sliced through the air. The very air was torn asunder, the ground shaved flat in every direction, smoke billowing up to the sky. In the span of a few heartbeats, half the Hashirama statue's head was carved away. A wild maelstrom engulfed them, and as Jing was battered by the storm of sword energy, his body rippled and swayed. Within the vortex, his crimson Mangekyo eyes spun quietly, his left threaded with blood, his right weeping a steady stream of fresh red tears. The power of Garuda allowed him to absorb all the kinetic force the instant the sword energy reached him, shielding his body from harm. With the blessing of Takamura, every fleeting afterimage of Madara was captured in his eyes, and countless moves played themselves out within his mind, 1,000 futures continually being rewritten. Eh? Jing threw his head back and let out a wild cry, launching himself from the ground. With a furious slash, one particular afterimage solidified, and a surging tide of energy swept outward. Clang! The blade sliced through the water's molecular barrier and struck Shinyu right on the forehead. A metallic resonance rang out, an anguished wail from the blade in his hands. Even though contact with the opponent's body lasted but a heartbeat, the staggering impact it endured left this jade-forged steel blade trembling violently, shattering inch by inch. Yet his opponent's body emerged completely unscathed. Jing had foreseen this outcome. At the very instant the blade vibrated, he lashed out with his left fist, only for Shinyu, wearing a bright and effortless smile, to tip his head back and evade. The two figures plummeted from midair, their trajectories blurred with a flurry of shadowy fists and feet. Jing showed no trace of discouragement. The energy surging within him made his every movement blindingly swift. By sheer power of technique alone, he had surpassed the rank of shadow. Yet he could not so much as graze the hem of his opponent's robe. Shinyu lounged back with his hands behind his head, making no move to attack. He simply wove and dodged with a languid ease, reading each of Jing's assaults as if he himself wielded the Takamajara. Impossible. It's hopeless. Beating him was nothing but a wild fantasy. Jing's face grew visibly grave. He was pushing his ocular technique to the limits. Yet not once in all the glimpses seen by his right eye did he witness a future in which Shinyu was struck. So even that last sword strike, he must have let land on purpose. As doubt and retreat stirred in his mind, Jing's punches lost their edge, his once aggressive footwork dulling with hesitation. Fisk, is that it? Come on, give me a little more effort. Shinyu couldn't help but click his tongue and pulled a face of mild annoyance. Someone who gives up this easily. How could he ever become strong? Back when he trained in hand-to-hand combat with Lord Madara, even getting beaten black and blue wasn't enough to make him stop swinging his fists. If this is all you've got, you'll never be able to protect anyone. With that, Shinyu caught Jing's wrist in a reverse grip, twisted his waist, gathering force, and as he silently invoked the third life gate, a turbulent surge of aura exploded around him. A brutal, liver-pulverizing punch rocketed forward. The power was so great that 5 searing, warped trails burned through the air along its path. Boom! Jing's eyes widened in shock as the raging force blasted through his body. In that split second, the overwhelming kinetic energy surged far beyond Garuda's capacity to absorb. His left eye flushed a vivid crimson, and blood blurred his vision. He shot through the air like a battered rag doll, smashing through the ground and slamming hard into a stone sculpture on the far shore. By some strange twist of fate, the place struck was precisely Madara Uchiha's chest, the very spot where he had once transplanted Hashirama's flesh and blood. Oh dear, that's truly ominous, Kamiha muttered, scratching his head in mild distress. That patch of flesh took Lord Madara 6 whole years to regenerate. Still trapped within the fissure in the stone wall, Kyo battled to digest the wild, raging energy rampaging through his body, when suddenly his pupils shrank in alarm. In the next instant, he appeared, almost ghost-like, at Kamiha's side, only to be ruthlessly stomped into the ground, an evasive escape rendered impossible. The overwhelming force thundered through the entire statue, sending a web of cracks spidering out in all directions. Little brother, is this the future you truly chose? Looking down from above, Kamiha gazed coldly upon Kyo, blue energy curling and coiling around him, his 2 crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie, soul-stirring light. Another kick came down, precisely the same spot, an identical, devastating blow. A resounding impact shook the earth, gouging out a gaping crater. Kyo spat out a torrent of blood, his ribs snapping one by one, his internal organs feeling as if they'd been wrenched from their rightful place. Seeing Kamiha's foot once more lift overhead, Kyo slammed his own energy into the ground, desperate to use the recoil to escape the deadly pit. But his vision blurred, and just as before, he was thrown right back to where he started. With a roar that shook the heavens, the statue of Hashirama shuddered violently. New cracks laced downward from head to foot, stones tumbling into the water below, sending up great splashes, clouds of dust billowing in every direction. In the midst of Kyo's agonized screams, energy he'd long suppressed broke free at last. A golden point of light shot from within his body. In a flash, brilliant flames blossomed forth, twisting themselves into a fearsome skeletal form. An eruption of wind blasted skyward, tearing the very clouds apart until nothing but tattered wisps remained. "Susanoo," he cried. Gold energy surged forth with the force of a spring tide, launching Kamiha away before he had a chance to react. Yet even in mid-flight, Kamiha regained his composure, using a water barrier as a springboard, diving back at his foe like a swift and ruthless falcon. The rush of his fist carved the smoke and dust apart, revealing a towering, roaring golden skeleton. In the blink of an eye, veins laced each bone, flesh knitting together, swelling it larger still, its whole form gleaming with pure gold, radiating crystalline light. Clutching his chest, Kyo staggered uncertainly within the shining Susanoo, his tear-filled eyes now blotted out with blood. Through the blur, he saw a shadow lunge forth at breakneck speed. The golden half-giant swung its mighty fist to clash head-on with Kamiha's blow. But instead of an earth-shattering collision, there was only a sharp, brittle crack, the fleeting sound of glass shattering. Kamiba's body seemed forged from divine steel, every inch of muscle gleaming like lustrous jade, inviolable and unyielding, a paragon of strength. He didn't even bother shaping a barrier from water molecules. Relying on nothing but the most primal force, he crashed through Kyo's Susanoo like a cannonball, driving his fist straight into Kyo's abdomen. With a thunderous release, a surge of force screamed outward, doubling Kyo's body in pain and rocketing him back across the water surface in a blur. Shinyu lifted his hand and grabbed at the air before him. His right eye, capable of seeing vast distances, instantly locked onto Jing's position beneath the water. As a crimson light flared, he gripped Jing's throat out of thin air. "Oh dear, that might have been too rough," he murmured. He leaned in to closely examine his brother's face, or more precisely, his eyes. The left eye, which was sustaining the power of Garuda, was bloodshot, red veins threading through the sclera, and fresh blood seeped forth. His right eye, channeling the high plane of heaven, was equally crimson, and blood trailing down his cheek had already started to dry. "Brother, your ocular power is finite. The more recklessly you push it, the faster darkness will swallow you whole." With these words, eternal pillar of heaven quietly came into play. Shinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. The state of the third gate of birth was released. His pupils cleared, their brightness restored, and all his wounds vanished as if they'd never been. Still holding Jing by the throat with a single hand, Shinyu slowly lifted him up as easily as one might pick up a chick. This grand battle between brothers was quickly drawing to its conclusion, its grandeur and momentum vanishing as swiftly as a meteor flashing across the sky. Here in a blink, gone in the next. The outcome is decided. Now, it's time for you to offer your eyes. With a gentle smile, Shinyu raised his hand, his slender fingers reaching for Jing's eyes. A deep, low resonance vibrated the air the moment his fingertips brushed Jing's eyelids. Jing's body rippled with energy, after images forming as his form absorbed every ounce of force from Shinyu's touch. Shinyu's brows knit together in a frown. He silently increased his strength, but no matter how much effort he put forth, he simply could not pierce through to Jing's eyes. It was as if Jing's body had transformed into a wall, unyielding yet supple. Any contact caused all energy to dissipate, absorbed entirely without resistance. Shinyu's gaze grew glacial, and his tone lost all patience. "Release this technique, or you'll lose your sight." Jing opened his blood-red eyes. Though Shinyu's features had a long blur before him, and his vision continued to fade, he stubbornly maintained the power of Garuda. "Brother, this is the future I have chosen," he said, lips curving into a fierce and tragic smile. Shinyu snorted coldly and, with a thunderous crash, slammed Jing to the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in the earth. Jing trembled as he raised his head, his face a bloody mask, his bones feeling as though they'd been shattered to pieces. Even as he strained to draw upon Garuda to absorb energy and knit his wounds, he was so weak he could barely move, let alone stand. Garuda's power to absorb energy has its limits. The force behind Shinyu's last earth-shaking kick was almost enough to split him apart. Had he not quickly employed Susanoo to release the built-up energy, that raging torrent within would have turned upon him, triggering a catastrophic explosion of golden flames that would have reduced him to ashes. This, too, was the fatal flaw of the ocular power known as Garuda. He knew very well in his heart that Shinyu had already shown remarkable restraint in his attack. If Shinyu were to unleash the overwhelming force he had used against Hashirama, he himself would have been obliterated in the blink of an eye, and his left eye would have gone blind instantly. But clearly, his gamble had paid off. What Shinyu needed was a pair of intact, fully functional Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he held on desperately to his Garuda technique, Shinyu would not finish him off. This was the plan he had painstakingly devised after 3 days of intense deliberation. Fight his brother? What a joke. Shinyu hadn't even bothered to draw his divine blade. This was the man who had triumphed over Lord Hashirama, standing now unchallenged at the very pinnacle of the shinobi world. If Shinyu truly wished to kill him, he would have perished long ago, no question about it. He understood that every breath he took now was granted only by his brother's mercy. "Do you really despise the idea of me taking your eyes that much?" Shinyu pressed a foot against Q's chest, his refined features flickering with a tyrant's indifference. His crystal-clear eyes held the cold reflection of a glacier. Q shuddered, as a suffocating sense of menace swept down upon him, the chill cutting through to his very bones. There was nothing he could do except tremble and surrender to his terror. "Do you honestly believe I won't kill you?" Slowly, Shinyu increased the pressure. Even as he absorbed chakra, Q's chest protested with the ominous creak of bones about to shatter. If I kill you for your eyes, even if these eyes are blind, I can always restore them to perfection. Q coughed up a mouthful of blood, then simply sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed. He looked utterly defeated, but nevertheless, laughter escaped his lips as fresh blood seeped between his clenched teeth. Brother, you can restore anything in the world, but when it comes to people, the smallest unit you can target is a whole individual. If you tried that, my eyes would just return to my body. I've already seen that moment myself. He squinted, struggling to make out his brother's face, but all he could see were blurred outlines. I know what I've done is contemptible, pathetic even, but isn't that always how you've seen me? Shinyu drew in a deep breath, various emotions flickering through his eyes, anger, disgust, and for the briefest instant, a flash of ruthlessness. With deliberate calm, he lifted his foot and stepped over Q's prone form. Very well, little brother. Wait here and don't move. Gazing up at the sapphire sky, he continued, I'll bring your companions to you now. Not a single one of the Konoha shinobi will be missing, at least not their heads. Shinyu was about to depart when suddenly, a bleak, hollow laugh sounded from behind him. Brother, if it comes to that, I'll destroy my own eyes without hesitation. There was a sting of bitter self-mockery in Q's laugh. I can't protect anything. I can't stop anyone. But this is the one thing I can still do for the village. With those words, he drew a kunai from his pouch, turning its sharp tip toward his own eye. Shinyu slowly turned his head. Go ahead. With a chilling determination, the copy, emotionless and numb to pain like a machine, executed the order without hesitation and drove a blade through his right eye. He wrenched out the kunai, and a gush of hot blood splattered down. Taking advantage of this moment, he plunged the weapon into his left eye as well. Blood poured forth in streams. Propping himself up, the copy tried desperately to search for Shunyu with his now hollow, empty eyes. A billowing surge of dark energy exploded outward. Like a hunting python, a massive black hand shot forth, seizing the battered body of the copy in its crushing grip. Yet, contrary to what the copy had foreseen, Shunyu remained remarkably composed, far from the fury and agitation glimpsed in those visions of the future. Instead, he simply drew the copy close, contemplating something silently. I must say, for a dog of Konoha, your loyalty is truly impressive. Listening intently, the copy caught his words as a breeze carried Shunyu's naked mockery to his ears. He slowly turned his face in the direction of the voice. Brother, compared to my eyes, the lives of those villagers probably mean nothing to you, do they? His voice was frail and weak. The eye technique, Garuda, faded away along with the destruction of his left eye, and with it, the energy that had been healing his wounds dissipated, leaving his injuries untended. Shinyu gave him a thoughtful, enigmatic smile. You dare destroy your own eyes right before me. If I vent my frustration by killing a few of your friends, that's fair, wouldn't you say? It's fair, the copy answered, his breath visibly growing weaker. But if you do, you'll miss the best moment to restore my eyes. The loss outweighs the gain. It's not worth it. Humph. So you foresaw even this? No, that's not it. Shinyu mused, stroking his chin. It's precisely because you saw this coming that you dared to destroy your eyes so brazenly. Brother, I'm just proving my resolve. My readiness to sacrifice everything, the copy whispered. I know, he continued. If I can't satisfy you this time, you truly would raze the village to the ground. And neither of us wants that ending. Then perhaps you should choose a path where we both win. Give me your eyes, and save Konoha as well. Shunyu's skeletal Susanoo arm twitched as he fixed his gaze on the battered copy. Name your terms. A cough rattled in the copy's chest. As expected of you, brother. You saw right through me. His head drooped lower, life draining visibly from his body. Brother, I can give you my eyes, but I have one condition. Just as I thought, look flickered over Shinyu's face. Speak. 5 years. The copy mustered all his strength. 5 years from now, I will give you my unspoiled eyes with my own hands. In the meantime, do not lay a finger on Konoha. Is that all? Shinyu raised an eyebrow. That's right. I only need 5 years, brother. Mirror's voice was frail. The founding of Konoha was no easy feat before that. I lived every day in a world of darkness, tense and fearful, constantly dreading the moment you might leave me forever, just like father and mother did. A stir rippled quietly in Kamiha's heart. A gentle breeze played through his long hair, and his eyes quivered imperceptibly, like a pebble cast into the calm surface of a lake, sending out rings of disturbance. Mirror's voice was barely more than a whisper. I've tried my hardest to avoid thinking about them. I know it's not your fault, brother. You were dragged onto the battlefield, forced to fight, and they, driven by love and compassion, blessed you, and healed the wounded, only to meet a tragic end. What right do you have to blame me? Kamiha's eyes twitched at the corners. It was the Senju clan who killed them. Yes, that's why my hatred is for the war, for vengeance itself, for this world in chaos. In war, every soul is a victim. Mirror struggled, pain from his internal injuries racking his body, until he broke into a fit of coughing he could not control. It was a long while before he caught his breath again. With Konoha's birth, not only did the two clans lay down their arms and make peace, but the era of chaos ended. Children across the land were spared from the horrors of war. In my heart, this is the true path to peace. Brother, you have no idea how much I long for your presence, how much I wish you could live with me in Konoha. We could have gone to school together, learned from the same teachers. With your gifts, you'd be trusted with great responsibilities. Becoming Hokage wouldn't be a mere dream, but reality is harsh. Whether I walk the streets of a village or return to the Uchiha quarters, I must endure countless cold stares and whispered judgments. Within the village, my comrades look down on me for being an Uchiha. Within the clan, I'm shunned because I'm Tobirama-sama's student. Konoha does not call me friend, and the Uchiha do not call me kin. At home, there's nothing but that icy bed. For 11 years now, whether in the village or among our people, I have always been utterly alone. I gave you a chance, Kamiha retorted with a cold laugh. But not only did you refuse to leave with me, you betrayed me instead. Blood streamed from the gouge holes where Mirror's eyes once were, the tears mingling with crimson. I just don't understand. I can't fathom why you left the village, why you went wild, tore everything apart, why you and Lord Madara attacked Konoha. I truly don't understand any of it. Brother, I never want to harm you. All my years of training were devoted to one purpose only, to catch up to you, to bring you back to Konoha so you could experience true peace. If I could, I'd even give my life in exchange for yours. He laughed bitterly, his hand brushing over his empty eyes. To me, what's a pair of eyes? Even if I had to trade my life for yours, what would it matter? The blame is mine for being too weak, for failing to stop you before this all unfolded. I know, with Lord Hashirama gone, bringing you back to Konoha is as impossible as striking fire from ice. It's nothing more than a hopeless dream. The shadow of war is drawing near, and I need strength to protect Konoha, to safeguard this humble, hard-won peace. I beg you, brother, just give me 5 years. In those 5 years, I will keep these eyes safe. I will fight to live, no matter what, until the day I can place them in your hands myself. As he spoke, his breath grew weaker, his chest rising and falling more slowly with each moment. Inch by inch, from his fingertips to his heart, his body turned cold. Shinyu said nothing, quietly lifting his gaze to the sky. Within his clear eyes, the sky was no longer a pristine, icy blue, but instead resembled a restless sea beneath drifting clouds, dark, deep, and unfathomable. So, the future you've chosen is nothing more than dragging out your days for another 5 years. Heaven's eternal cycle began to turn, slow and profound. Time ground to a halt. Space itself seemed frozen. Jing felt as if he'd slipped off the rails of the world, his body restored in the blink of an eye by an indescribable power. His once hollow, haunted eyes were now whole again. Warmth returned to his body. His heart began to beat anew, power flowing through muscle and bone, as if every wound were erased in an instant, leaving no trace. Brother, is this your power? His vision returned in a flash, and there, once more, he saw his brother's face and that flash of sharp, merciless resolve in his eyes. With a sudden burst of motion, Shinyu's fingers formed the shape of a sword and pierced straight through Jing's heart. Light flared from the wound, blood spraying in a crimson arc, beating down like a rainstorm. Jing stared in disbelief, mouth agape, crimson veins spreading across his eyes. Although he triggered Garuda, the instant he recovered, Shinyu's strike outpaced even his ability to absorb it. To think, such a formidable ocular technique, to see you squander it like this. I don't even feel like trying to adapt. Shinyu clicked his tongue in disappointment, his tone heavy with disdain. Why? Jing collapsed to his knees with a dull thud, cold sweat streaming down his face. What's happening? Why didn't I see this future? In all that he saw within the fleeting, flickering visions of Takamagura, there was a moment. Shinyu, immediately after turning back time, tried to take his eyes, but would always fail as Garuda shielded them in time. If that attack had targeted his eyes instead, there was no doubt the eyes would have been destroyed in an instant, his skull pierced through in the same blow. Jing's breath came in ragged gasps. Even as his heart mended and flesh knitted back together, a chilling dread gripped him, refusing to let go, haunting his every thought. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Shinyu crossed his arms, placing a foot upon Jing's shoulder and cocking his head to the side. I have no interest in spilling blood in Konoha. If I need to vent my anger, you're the one who will pay that price for them. Brother, shut up. With a swift motion, Shinyu kicked him aside, his lips set in a cold, unyielding line. My brother died forever on that night, 11 years ago. I buried him with my own hands. Jing was flung backward, tumbling and scrambling a long way before he finally managed to get to his feet. His eyes trembled as he reached out toward the figure ahead, perhaps hoping to grasp his sleeve, just as he used to, but now he caught nothing but air. Shinyu turned away, his expression cold and distant. The sunlight blurred his outline, making it hard to see him clearly. Only his faint, quivering voice made its way back. Starting today, 5 years from now, if I don't see your eyes whole and unharmed, then there's no need for Konoha to exist. The ground split with a thunderous crack. A sudden whirlwind howled up, and a fleeting shadow shot into the sky, leaving behind a ripple of milky white shockwaves. A dull, heavy thud followed. Jing's knees buckled beneath him, as if all his strength had drained away. He collapsed in despair, kneeling wretchedly on the ground, while 2 streams of blood-red tears traced his cheeks and fell in silence. He clutched his chest, gripped by an ache so deep it felt as if someone had carved out a piece of his very being. What he didn't know was that, at the very core of his heart, Shinyu had already laid a sealing curse. It was the one and only sealing technique Madara had passed on to Shinyu. By embedding a talisman deep within another's heart, it allowed him total control. Should anyone attempt to remove it, the curse would instantly suppress their actions, making it impossible for the victim to undo it themselves. Yet, Shinyu's mastery over such seals was far from complete. He had only scratched the surface. He could not control Jing's body on a whim. All he could do was impose restraints. When Jing faced an unavoidable crisis, the seal would instinctively drive him to protect his eyes first. Should those eyes withstand too much strain, the curse would forcibly shut down his ocular powers, preventing excessive damage to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gazing at the sky, Jing felt exhaustion seep into his very bones. Just the memory of that resolute, departing figure sent waves of turmoil through his heart and soul. With a look of profound sorrow, he slowly closed his eyes. Kamawabashi Bridge, underground base. In the dim stone chamber, a man slowly opened his eyes. His stare, marked by mismatched red and white pupils, exuded an eerie, chilling air. He sensed a disturbance at the doorway. For a fleeting moment, urgency flashed across his otherwise unreadable face, only to be swiftly concealed. Moments later, Shinyu pushed open the door and strode casually in, dropping himself onto the seat across from him. Madara glanced at him, his voice calm and reserved. Did the plan succeed? Shinyu grabbed the kettle on the table, tipped his head back, and drank deeply. Only then did he wipe his mouth and look at Madara with a steady gaze. It's done. Everything is proceeding just as I intended. Madara's pupils contracted, as if a jolt of lightning had shot from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, leaving his mind restless and unsettled. The youth's expression betrayed no falsehood. Madara knew Shinyu well. Careless and mischievous as he might often be, when it came to matters of true consequence, he never joked. So you truly defeated Hashirama? Madara stared unblinking into Shinyu's eyes, unconsciously leaning forward, his hands gripping the stone arms of his chair, so tightly his knuckles whitened. Shinyu drew a steady breath and nodded gravely. Yes. In truth, my victory was far from glorious. After all, he was already in his twilight years. With a faint sigh, he spoke without a hint of reservation. According to the information I've obtained, Hashirama Senju has most likely passed away. Madara leaned silently against the stone chair, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling. Lost in thought, he lapsed into a long, heavy silence. Upon hearing news of Hashirama's death, he'd once thought he'd accept it with emotional detachment. After all, this ending had long been part of his calculations. He had always possessed great confidence in the disciple he had personally nurtured, just as he had in his own strength. And yet, for reasons he could not name, confirming the news himself caused a tremor at the corner of his eye. A sudden emptiness welled up within his heart. For no apparent reason, memories of their boyhood surfaced in his mind. The image of that young man, the laughter and playful scuffles by the riverbank, their races beneath the setting sun. The sound of his voice, the brightness of his smile, still echoed as if just yesterday. But those days belonged to decades past. Lord Madara, Shimba hesitated, then tentatively reached out his hand. It's nothing. Madara pulled himself back to the present, as if awakening from a long dream. His eyes regained their usual calm, though deep within, a hidden emotion lingered, powerful as aged spirits, destined only to mellow with the passage of time. Tell me what you've been up to lately, he said, reclining in his chair, eyelids gently closed in repose. Shinba cleared his throat and began to recount his tale, measured and thorough. From infiltrating Konoha and manipulating Q's emotions, to seizing control of the bodies of the four Kage and inciting chaos in the field. From abducting Tsunade, exploiting Q's body to steer Hashirama toward their fateful battle, to mastering Wood Release and facing the Eight Gates formation against the true Thousand Hands. From silently adapting to the flying Thunder God technique, to hurling a flying blade and gravely wounding Tobirama. And, at last, to successfully provoking Uchiha, Q's awakening, putting on a masterful performance, and orchestrating a staged confrontation between brothers. No detail was too small. He left nothing untold. How was your brother's Mangekyo? Madara opened his eyes. This was his third question. The ocular power is impressive, a bit troublesome, but his techniques are crude and unsophisticated. Everything is well within the plan. Shinba gave a slight nod, a deep and mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. My intention is to let him believe he can use his Mangekyo Sharingan at will, lulling him into the false impression that he's beyond my reach. Madara regarded him in silence for a moment, then a faint, rare smile tugged at his lips. That smile sent an uneasy chill through Shinba. Surpassed the master, have you? To think you could devise such means to grasp the power of all creation. Madara paused. But are you so sure Uchiha Q can withstand Hashirama's force? Lord Madara, why do you suppose I let Senju Tobirama live? A blade shimmered, sliding from Shinba's fingertip. Its hue was a deep, shadowy blue, gleaming with a cold metallic luster and radiating an intense, murderous aura, so fierce it drew a flicker of surprise, even from Madara. Impressive, the ultimate transformation of high-output techniques. This degree of concentration has already surpassed even the Susanoo. Not a bad jutsu at all, though the chakra drain is considerable, he commented. A proud light danced in Shun Yu's eyes and across his brow as he lifted his head in acknowledgement. This new technique came in handy. My sword just barely glanced aside on purpose, enough to wound the vital meridian, but not enough to kill. The densely condensed chakra will linger inside his body for a long time, clogging his channels. When he tries to unleash his chakra, the sword aura will dive straight for his organs, a pain beyond words. Madara stroked his chin, thoughtful. Many times, I feel you're a bit extreme. Shinyu shook his head calmly. There's no other way. Crippling Tobirama's strength for years to keep him from recovering. That's a key part of the plan. After all I've stirred up, Konoha is now tough in appearance but hollow within. Just a paper tiger. Should war break out, the only true Kaga-level force left to stand at the front will be Uchiha Kagami. And Tobirama will soon realize, Kagami's Mangekyo power is finite. Once those eyes are lost, his strength will plummet, and his true self will be revealed. The seal I place can forcibly lock down the last remnants of Kagami's ocular power, protecting his eyes from blindness. Each time he nears his limits, I sense it instantly. To maintain Kagami's combat power, to preserve the Mangekyo's might, and considering the information I deliberately let slip earlier, guess, what do you think that legendary master of forbidden arts will do next? Madara's gaze sharpened as understanding flashed across his eyes. He spoke slowly. He will stop at nothing. He'll try to transplant Hashirama's regenerative power into Uchiha Kagami. It must succeed. There's no room for failure. Shinyu's eyes burned with intensity, his heartbeat thunderous enough for Madara to imagine its drumbeat in the air. Madara nodded. Yes, if he fails, Konoha will lose its last hope. Knowing him as I do, he refuses to fail. I'm waiting for that very moment. Shinyu's gaze deepened, his forefinger unconsciously tapping the tabletop. In that instant, he seemed the very image of a wily little fox plotting in the shadows. Just think of it, a Mangekyo Sharingan fused with Hashirama cells. The idea alone is enough to make one's blood run faster. He licked his lips. My dear brother has already endured the agony of yin and yang merging for me. All I have to do now is wait for the fruit to ripen. Madara arched an eyebrow. You know, in doing this, you're being rather cruel to him. Cruel? Wasn't he cruel to me? If it hadn't been for him, would I be locked in this endless war with Konoha, Madara-sama? Shinyu raised his right hand, and only then did Madara notice the faint trembling of his fingertips. It was not epilepsy. Rather, it was an unconscious shiver born of irrepressible excitement. I was holding back a fierce urge to kill him just now, and still played along in that whole farce with him to the end. He clenched his wrist, struggling to suppress the surging, boundless killing intent welling up inside. Taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to calm his heart. Of all the words exchanged with the mirror, only one held true. My younger brother died forever on that night, 11 years ago. I buried him with my own hands. 5 years, how laughable. My dear brother, I can't wait that long. For this plan, he had been preparing for many years beforehand. When he finally revealed his scheme to Madara and Guang, shock flashed across both their faces. But for the sake of gaining more power, Madara gave his unwavering support. After all, the stronger Kamiba became, the smoother the Eye of the Moon plan would go. Then, Madara spoke. Guang has already set out for the Land of Lightning, just as you planned. If you have nothing pressing at hand, you might as well check in along the way. Kamiba nodded, then hesitated. And what about you, Lord Madara? I think I'd like to be alone for a while. Land of Lightning, the raging Thunder Gorge. On the only path leading back to the hidden cloud village. A thunderous explosion shattered the mountainside, sending rock and stone flying in all directions. 2 streaks of brilliant light darted and clashed fiercely in the shifting mountains, their impact shaking the ground in an unending tremor. Suddenly, a beam of dark red light, like an anti-aircraft barrage, tore through the swirling dust, shooting forth to annihilate everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the cliff face exploded into debris, until that electrifying figure, crackling with blinding lightning, was slammed into the mountain, finally causing the beam to fade away. That figure broke free from the rock wall, robes in tatters, his breath ragged, like a wild goose drenched by a storm, the radiance that once enveloped him now growing dim. Dark-skinned, with a wiry yet powerful build, he was none other than the first Raikage, A. With a bound he landed on level ground, swiftly turning to face the swirling clouds of dust. His dark features were written with heavy dread. Corpses carpeted the earth around him. The diplomatic party returning from Konoha was nearly annihilated. Even his own guards lay decapitated all about, the air thick with the iron scent of blood. Why? Why would you do this? The first Raikage roared, thunder flashing in his gaze. As the dust dispersed, 2 brawny, imposing figures slowly emerged. Tall, muscle-bound, their fierce eyes promised nothing but violence, and their brutish, oppressive auras descended like a storm. One boasted wild, unruly golden hair, the other, silver locks, dull and foreboding. Both bore sharp, towering horns that radiated a menacing threat, their eyes swirling with a bewitching purple glow. Gold and Silver brothers. The first Raikage spoke through gritted teeth. I know there have been many disagreements between us, but why would you butcher your own comrades? How are your actions any different from those of a traitor? At this point, do we even owe him any explanation? Silver Horn sneered as he turned his head. Golden Horn, what do you think? Golden Horn rolled his neck, the bones cracking sharply. There's really no helping it. After all, he was our comrade at one point. I suppose there's no harm in telling him. Someone doesn't want you alive. Besides, Silverhorn arched his brow, feigning a look of troubled indecision. If you don't die, we can't justify waging war against the Hidden Leaf. If we kill you, everyone back in the village will believe that the Hidden Leaf assassinated our delegation, Golden Horn added. That way, we'll have a reason to unite as one and strike together. What? The first Raikage's eyes went wide with shock. You're insane. The god of shinobi is still alive. How dare you even think of such a thing? The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with undisguised mockery. That's really not your concern anymore. Old man, your days are numbered anyway. Rather than stepping down quietly, why not make your final act a sacrifice for the village's cause? As the 2 brothers advanced in unison, the air around them erupted in a torrent of tailed beast chakra. A shroud of crimson chakra began to envelop their bodies, their forms growing larger and more monstrous with each passing moment. Until at last, they stood transformed, colossal and fierce, with 6 powerful tails each lashing behind them. Half-tailed beast transformation. Outrageous, roared the first Raikage. You would trample the lives of your comrades, just to satisfy your own ambition? As one of the founders of Hidden Cloud, I will never allow you to run wild. With a thunderous cry, he summoned a deluge of lightning-released chakra that cloaked his entire body, lightning arcing and thunder cracking in dazzling bursts of light. Fool! Do you truly not understand? Or are you just pretending? Silverhorn jeered as segments of exoskeleton formed across his limbs and skull, wrapping him in a jagged, armor-like shell. The real reason we're killing you? Frankly, we've been itching to get rid of you for ages. A sudden gust of wind swept the valley as the brothers lunged together, paws pounding the ground, ferocious as starving tigers pouncing upon their prey. Even if this body shatters into pieces, I will never watch idly while you destroy the future of the Hidden Cloud, yelled the first Raikage, lightning flashing as he raised his arms to meet them. Lightning release, twin lightning lariat. With a deafening crash, lightning and tailed beast might collided head-on. The ground tore open beneath them as hurricane winds surged outwards. Stray bolts of lightning sliced through the mountainsides, pulverizing stone and sending a blast wave rippling for hundreds of meters. This was pure, unbridled beast against beast. The three clashed in the gorge, blow trading for blow, fists and claws thundering, while arcs of lightning and explosions of energy raged through the clouds and cliffs until the entire canyon was wreathed in dust and tumult. But age and betrayal had taken their toll. Beset by wounds and caught off guard by the Golden and Silver Brothers' ambush, the first Raikage soon faltered, sent flying by Golden Horn's earth-shaking headbutt. Blood spewed from his mouth as he tumbled through the air, the lightning flickering desperately around him, already guttering, on the very brink of fading away. There was a wet, visceral sound. Silverhorn launched a surprise attack from beneath the ground, his two pale, bony claws plunging deeply into the Raikage's arm. He opened his jaws wide, his exoskeleton granting him a set of ferociously hard fangs, and with a sickening crunch, he bit down on the Raikage's neck. Ah! The Raikage grunted in pain as the thunder chakra, blazing through his body, entirely faded away. Agony shot straight into his mind. Silverhorn was tearing at his flesh with merciless ferocity. In the span of a single breath, blood gushed forth, soaking his chest crimson in an instant. Clenching his jaw, he summoned the last of his strength into his left hand and slammed it down on Silverhorn's tough skull. With a surge of force, he sent him crashing away. But just then, a sphere of purplish-black gathered its power, and from Goldenhorn's mouth it burst forth. In a flash, a terrifying shockwave ripped across the ground, carving a straight line of destruction through the earth. A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the canyon. Drip, drip! As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, the first Raikage slumped weakly against the stone wall, his entire figure sprawled in a pool of blood. His eyes were lifeless, the light within them fading away. Half his body was already gone. At that very moment, a waft of fragrance drifted by his side. In the final instant of his life, the first Raikage saw a graceful figure draped in a cloak and a long blade, wreathed in black fire, sinking into his chest. With a sharp exhale, the flames of Amaterasu roared to life, quickly engulfing the Raikage's corpse. Before 3 breaths had passed, nothing remained but ashes. The cloaked figure swept her gaze around with a slight frown. 2 beast-like forms dropped down from the sky, landing before her with a thunderous impact. The resulting gust whipped her black robe, sharply outlining her perfectly proportioned figure. She lifted a hand and threw back her hood, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, delicate and clear as a lotus blooming from water. Uchiha Hikari. The Gold and Silver Brothers advanced with measured steps, their towering, imposing bodies a striking contrast to the slender, graceful girl before them. They regarded her in silence, then knelt down as one, dropping to a single knee before her in undeniable servitude. "We greet our master," the brothers called out in unison, their eyes filled with reverence and absolute obedience. There was a flicker of displeasure in Hikari's gaze as she looked down at them, her expression tinged with disdain. A cool, melodious voice carried by the wind. "How did you manage to make such a mess? Clean the battlefield immediately, erase all traces, and leave nothing behind." "Yes, master. Be thorough. Not a single cent of blood can remain." Uchiha Hikari stood poised atop a towering rock, commanding the Gold and Silver Brothers as they swept the battlefield. "What I want is for them to vanish from the face of the earth. Cloud Village's leaders must never find a trace. We were supposed to do this quietly, after all." She scrunched her delicate nose in mild exasperation, casting her gaze over the half-destroyed Yunlei Gorge. "How did things turn out like this?" Jean swung his voice low in reply. "Apologies, master. We will be more careful next time. This old man's tough as nails. If I didn't unleash my true power, there's no way I could have taken him down." Silver casually tossed the corpse from his shoulder onto the growing pile, then tilted back his head in lazy defiance. "Don't worry, master. We'll just say the rampaging tailed beast was responsible. No one will suspect a thing." With a sigh, Guang couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead. She knew that if it were that other person in charge, the moment their ambush succeeded would have been the end of the fight, quick and clean. Sensing her displeasure, Jean stepped over and nudged his brother with a shoulder. Silver got the message. He clammed up at once, and his movements as he tidied the corpses became swift and efficient. After all, neither of these two brothers even entertained the thought of defying an order. In fact, the idea of ever going against each other had never once occurred to them. All of this could be credited to Guang's ocular technique, the 8,000 spears. 6 years ago, on Shun Yu's advice, both brothers were struck by the power of the 8,000 spears and marked with a seal, one that branded their very souls. Unless someone wielded the power to reshape all things, or unless Guang herself released it, this mark would never fade. From that moment on, their chakra became Guang's to command, accessible anytime, anywhere, regardless of distance or space. Over the years, Guang used the seal as an anchor to invade the brothers' inner worlds, painstakingly collecting fragments of their memory, combining, deleting, rewriting them bit by bit. Finally, after so much effort, she mastered their wills, entirely remaking them into her loyal puppets. To the brothers' conscious minds, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Guang, and Uchiha Shunyu represented laws of nature, beings they could never defy, as if born to serve them. The masters were always right. Obedience was the only path. No matter how great the powers or privileges promised by Kumogakure, obedience to their master's command always came first. And of those masters, Guang's word ranked above them all. Before long, under Guang's vigilant gaze, the brothers worked with dramatically renewed speed, cleaning the battlefield in no time at all. Except for the first Reikage, whose body had been burned to nothing but ash by Amethyst. Every other corpse was reduced to embers, with not the faintest trace left behind. With the deed done, Guang donned her cloak once again, and together with the Golden and Silver brothers, set out on the road to Kumogakure. This one is... In the Reikage's office, behind a broad desk, a burly man with a topknot and a thick beard scrutinized Uchiha Guang, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Just a new acquaintance, Jean answered coolly. A friend. The burly man raised an eyebrow, doubt coloring his expression. You two brothers making friends outside the village? Now, that's a surprise. Hey, dare we? Even if you're the acting Reikage now, you can't really tell us who we can or can't be friends with, right? Ginkaku grinned broadly, stepping forward alongside Kinkaku, both of them positioning themselves in front of the delicate, slender figure of Hikaru. Darui was the first Reikage's most formidable personal bodyguard, a man who had accompanied him to the Five Kage Summit. Now, thanks to his remarkable strength and reputation, he had risen to the upper echelons of the village. He was widely acknowledged as the inheritor of the first Reikage's will. Everyone knew that, barring some unexpected event, this guy was all but certain to be named the second Reikage. Forget it. I can't figure you two out, Darui said, shaking his head. At last, he glanced at Hikaru, his tone heavy. Just don't bring trouble to the village. Everything else is up to you. Though his expression seemed relaxed, there was the briefest flicker of seriousness in his eyes. This woman in the black cloak, she looked frail, but the fluctuations of her chakra spoke volumes. Her strength was at least on par with a Kage-level ninja. The first Reikage was growing old, and the time to choose a new leader must be fast approaching. In his absence from the village, any surprises could prove fatal. These two brothers had always clashed with the Reikage long ago. They were outspoken critics of his gentle approach. The resulting arguments were notorious. And now, they had brought someone this powerful back to the village. If someone told him they had no ulterior motive whatsoever, he would never believe it. Just then, a middle-aged man, bearing a strong resemblance to the first Reikage, pushed open the door and stepped into the room. When he saw the Gold and Silver brothers, he paused in obvious surprise. He walked straight to his desk, worry etched into his brow. So clear, in fact, that even an outsider like Hikaru immediately sensed his anxiety. Lord Balu, is there something wrong? Darui asked. The man called Balu spoke up at once. Any news yet? When will my brother return? Well, Darui's brow creased ever so slightly. It should be soon. It's been 4 days already. With Reikage-sama's speed, he'll definitely be back by tonight. At these words, Balu let out a long sigh. He needs to hurry. I feel like the seal is loosening. So Darui suddenly cut him off and turned his gaze to the Gold and Silver brothers. If there's nothing else, you two should head out. Without a word, Kinkaku turned and left, Hikaru trailing behind him in silence. What's with all this secrecy? Can't we hear it too? Ginkaku protested, suddenly moving in and plopping himself down atop the desk. He braced a hand on the surface, leaning in with a wide, taunting grin. Hey, you're not worried that we brothers will snatch away your seat as the next Reikage, are you? You're joking, Ginkaku, Darui replied, meeting Ginkaku's gaze without flinching. Though his dark face revealed little, his tone was unwavering. The hidden cloud belongs to everyone. Even when it comes time for the election, it will be fair and open. The eyes of the people are bright and discerning. Ginkaku, you have nothing to worry about from me. TCH, forming cliques again. I knew I could never get along with you. Silverhorn waved his hand dismissively and walked away, choosing to leave things be. Late at night, the starlight glittered across the heavens, wisps of mist curling around the village, enveloping it in silence and tranquility. Guang stood alone atop the inn's roof, gazing up at the night sky. The evening breeze was chilly and damp, gently lifting and playing with her long dark hair. Countless stars filled her sight, and the worries written on her delicate face were clear as day. If anyone could have seen her expression at that moment, they would have realized that the anxiety she wore rivaled that of Bale during the day. Suddenly, as if startled awake from a dream, she snapped out of her reverie and spun to look toward the Raikage building. There, a wild, chaotic gale came roaring in her direction. At that exact moment, both Goldhorn and Silverhorn, deep in slumber, opened their eyes at the same time. They hurriedly threw open their doors and stepped out, exchanging glances, each finding confirmation in the other's eyes. The Eight Tails had gone berserk. Uchiha Guang fastened her cloak once more, and as if she were a moonlit spirit cat dancing along the rooftops, she leapt lightly and vanished into the night. Near the village center, by the Raikage Tower, a thunderous, frenzied roar tore through the night sky, rousing every soul in the village from their sleep. Barrier team, evacuate all civilians within a kilometer radius. Deploy the iron wall of clouds formation. Sealing team, stand by and wait for my signal to activate the seal. Combat team, charge with me. Don't give a chance to launch a tailed beast bomb. Aluta's expression was grim as he shouted commands, taking the lead at the forefront of the action. At the very center of the chaos, a massive, pink-hued beast was wreaking havoc, destroying everything in its path. It had twin horns rising from its head, its roar rolled like thunder, and its 8 enormous octopus-like tentacles thrashed madly. Not far from its feet, the Jinchuriki Bale lay buried among the rubble. His tailed beast had been ripped from his body. Now, Bale was nothing more than a corpse. Lightning flashed and faded as more than 20 ninja surrounded the rampaging Eight Tails, unleashing an unending barrage of jutsu. Yet all their efforts barely made a mark. The Eight Tails roared, then wrapped its 2 massive arms around a high tower, wrenching it from its base, and with a tremendous crash, hurled it at the Cloud Ninja. Damn it! Aluta shouted, his voice furious. With thunder crackling all around him, he coated himself in lightning armor and charged at the Eight Tails with all his might. A heavy impact followed, shaking the ground. The beast, immense as it was, actually staggered from the blow, but was quick to strike back, swinging a massive arm and swatting Aluta away. He shot through 3 streets in a burst of lightning, leaving shattered buildings in his wake. Lightning-style combination, 16-pillar binding. Farumbu pressed their hand against the ground, summoning 16 stone pillars that erupted upwards, forming a massive cage to trap the Eight Tails at its center. With a sizzle, blinding bolts of lightning exploded from the stone pillars, weaving together into a net of electricity that lit up the Eight Tails in a brilliant blue glow. Yet rather than hurting it, the attack only made the beast furious. Its 8 massive tails smashed about like hammers, sending stone pillars flying in all directions, shattering them in a wild frenzy. 2 ninjas who didn't retreat in time were buried beneath the rubble, their fate uncertain. A rattling chorus of heavy chains followed, as several burly jonin seized the opportunity to close in. Swinging gigantic chains, they wrapped them around the Eight Tails' arms and tentacles. Dozens of people pulled together, straining with all their might to hold it back. With a collective roar from the Cloud Ninja, the thick iron chains went taut in an instant. Watching from the sidelines, Uchiha Hikari nodded quietly. He had to admit, Hidden Cloud Village, renowned for its taijutsu expertise, had the guts to take on a tailed beast with nothing but brute force. But human strength has its limits. How could they possibly measure up to a tailed beast? With a single flex, the Eight Tails flung all its captors like toys, sending them spinning far across the battlefield. It leapt into the air, crashing down with earth-shaking force that split the ground open. The shockwave left its would-be captors reeling, and in that opening, the beast arched its head back and began gathering chakra for a tailed beast ball. Suddenly, a streak of lightning shot in from the distance, like a thunderbolt loose from a bow, and struck the Eight Tails squarely on the head, breaking its concentration and scattering its chakra in an instant. But it wasn't long before the future second Raikage was sent flying yet again, his landing wreaking havoc on buildings for a kilometer around. There was no helping it. His techniques were too limited. If he were fighting other ninja, he'd be an unstoppable force, but now he faced a tailed beast, a being whose power and chakra far surpassed even the mightiest Kage. The sharp crack of knuckles echoed as the Gold and Silver brothers, Ginkaku and Kinkaku, limbered up and stepped forward. Kinkaku, it seems some people are having a hard time here. That's right, Ginkaku. I wonder if Lord Aruta needs help from us old veterans. Iruta's eyes widened in alarm as he darted out from the wreckage. Wait, you two can't join the fight. If you want to help, try sealing the Eight Tails with your amber purification pot. Ginkaku spread his hands and glanced at his brother. Kinkaku. Kinkaku. Clearly someone's memory is a bit lacking. If we could use that thing, wouldn't we have done so already? Exactly, Ginkaku. Last time the Two-Tails Jinchuriki went berserk, we sealed it inside the pot. If we're reckless now and unscrew the lid, we might just unleash another beast. Damn it. Iruta's face twisted in frustration. With the first rakeage absent, suppressing the 8 tails would take every ounce of his strength, and if he went all out, the village itself would be doomed. If the Gold and Silver brothers, empowered by the 9 tails chakra, were to join the fray, it would be much the same. They lose all semblance of humanity once the battle begins, and things would only spiral further out of control. A low, ominous hum rolled across the battlefield, as an immense and oppressive aura flooded the scene like a surging tide. The 8 tails opened its massive jaws, sending forth waves of red and blue chakra once more, cloaking the entire hidden cloud village in palpable danger. Eluda wasted no time lamenting his losses. Activating his lightning cloak, he hurled himself at the 8 tails, shattering its charge up again with a devastating collision. As their clash raged on, countless buildings crumbled and shattered. Thankfully, the villagers had already been evacuated, sparing them from harm, at least for now. But this brute force approach couldn't last. Relying on Eluda alone was like pouring a cup of water into a burning wagon, woefully inadequate. Sooner or later, the 8 tails would break past the barrier and unleash chaos on everything around it. Just as the Gold and Silver brothers hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene, a calm voice of a young woman sounded behind them. Let me handle it. If I meet its gaze, I can end this in an instant. Ginkaku turned immediately, trying to dissuade her. But if you do that, you'll not only expose yourself, you'll expend a tremendous amount of your power. There's no other way, she replied quietly. The 8 tails is essential to our future plans. There's no room for error. Raising her pale hands, she revealed a pair of mesmerizing, scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan beneath her black-veiled cloak. Besides, I have no desire to let it escape and slaughter innocent villagers. At that moment, Eluda was struck by a sweeping tentacle, sent flying far and wide. All other ninja had already fallen. Only he remained on the field. As the young woman prepared to act, the 8 tails suddenly let out a furious roar. Wrapping its massive body in all 8 tentacles, it formed itself into a monstrous alien bud. 8-fold B-scroll. In an instant, the Gold and Silver brothers sprang forward with lightning speed, shielding the delicate young woman behind them. Master, you must leave. If this technique lands, half the hidden cloud village will be razed to the ground. From a distance, Eluda's desperate voice rang out. Barrier team, hold the line with everything you've got. At that very instant, a swift shadow streaked through the night sky. The scream of air being torn asunder gave way to a twisting, burning wind, as something blazed earthward like a meteor, a force of nature descending from above. Of everyone present, only the young woman saw clearly. It was a teenage boy. He smashed through the barrier as if breaking spun sugar, not even slowing as he crashed directly into the 8 tails' makeshift chrysalis, setting the entire village shuddering. A thunderous explosion followed, a tempest sweeping through to grind the debris of ruined buildings to dust. Rather than seeking shelter behind the Gold and Silver brothers, the young woman pushed them aside and stepped forward. As the gale slowly faded away, there stood a black-haired youth atop the 8 tails' head, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unclouded and striking, a figure of extraordinary beauty. Beneath his feet, the 8 tails was no longer wild and unruly, but calm as a young calf. Its massive, lantern-sized eyes had taken the form of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Kamehane looked down at Hikari, his black hair gently brushing across his brow with a soft smile. Am I late? Hikari paused for a moment, then returned his smile, warm and bright. No, she replied. You're just in time. Late at night, in the hidden cloud village, the smoke of battle had finally dispersed. Kamehane leapt down from the 8 tails' head, landing with a smile as he greeted Hikari. It's been days since we last met, and I've missed you dearly, Hikari. Even if you hadn't come, I could have handled it myself. Hikari's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and she deliberately looked away from him. Yes, of course. Kamehane walked up to Hikari, his body still enveloped in a faint blue steam, the third life gate state not yet released. How did things go on your end? The first rakeage? Kamehane made a questioning gesture, drawing a finger across his throat. Don't worry, the job was done, clean and thorough. Hikari held her head high, her delicate neck as graceful as a proud little swan. And you? I'm perfectly fine, of course. Battling Hashirama Senju made me redefine my limits, and I've avenged my parents' blood feud. Aside from Tobirama, There's nothing the Senju clan owes me now. Kamihane's eyes brimmed with mixed emotions as he glanced around at the devastated surroundings. Looks like things didn't go entirely as planned. Hikari nodded lightly, her elegant features composed. The Eight Tails suddenly went berserk. That was your doing? Kamihane blinked, surprised. Of course not. Hikari rolled her eyes with a hint of exasperation, her expression just a touch dismissive. It really was just an accident. Kamihane fell silent for a moment, a sudden thought stirring in his heart. If, at this moment, the first Raikage hadn't died, then in the original timeline he must have perished in this battle, giving everything to defend the village, using up all his strength to finally seal the Eight Tails, and dying because of it. No civilians were hurt, right? Kamihane suddenly asked. Immediately, Kinkaku replied, Rest assured, Lord Kamihane. Iruta responded swiftly and evacuated the villagers at once. You are as kind-hearted as ever. I only wish to keep my conscience unburdened, that's all. Kamihane murmured quietly, then glanced past Kinkaku, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Oh, and one more thing. From now on, don't call him Iruta. Address him as Lord Second Raikage. Everyone turned their heads. From the breach in the protective barrier, a dust-covered figure came running. What's going on here? Iruta looked around in confusion, noticing the unfamiliar young man before him. Yet, as soon as his chakra sense gave him feedback, realization dawned, a grave look filling his eyes. Who are you? Were you the one who subdued the Eight Tails? My name is Uchiha Kamiyo. Suppressing the Eight Tails was nothing more than a casual effort, a hero's deed, done out of simple interest. Kamiyo tilted his head slightly. But none of that really matters. With a gentle smile, Kamiyo raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished, and what remained was a blur, which gathered and struck down in a knife hand at Iruta's nape the next instant. What? Such incredible speed. Iruta felt as though he had been hit by a sledgehammer. His lightning armor shattered in an instant, as fragile as if it were made of paper. The figure of the boy before him faded away in the same moment. His eyes rolled back, and he dropped to his knees uncontrollably, just a breath away from unconsciousness. A slender hand clamped around the back of his neck and, with ease, hoisted him upright, a subtle and entrancing scent wafting through the air as Uchiha Hikaru appeared before him in a flash. In his eyes, which struggled to stay open, was reflected a pair of scarlet, resplendent pupils, ringed with swallows of midnight black, swirling like the swiftest of birds. With a dull thud, Kamiyo let go, allowing Iruta's limp body to sprawl onto the ground, sending him into deep unconsciousness. On the back of Iruta's hand, a Mangeko Sharingan mark began to rise, shimmering faintly like an illusory vision upon the water. In the span of a single second, they had felled a Kaga-level foe and marked him with the 8,000 Spears seal. Perhaps it was a one-sided victory, but the seamless coordination between the pair was unquestionable, flawless, and complete. Kamiyo turned and gave his orders. The Eight Tails is under control now. You two go distract the other Cloud Ninja and calm the villagers while you're at it. The Gold and Silver brothers nodded at once, flickered, and vanished on the spot. Dispelling his 8 gates formation, Kamiyo stepped up to Hikaru and asked softly, Are you all right? Did you use Amaterasu or Tsukuyumi again recently? At once, Hikaru dropped the little hand that had been rubbing her eyes. Though her eyelids were parched and tears glittered down her cheeks, she mustered her strength and replied, I'm fine. This little bit of drain is nothing. Kamiyo let out a gentle sigh and, with the back of his hand, wiped away the tears clinging to her delicate face, his touch gentle and careful, skirting delicately around the softest part of her lips. Promise me, after today, don't use your eye techniques anymore. I'm not as fragile as you think I am. Your vision. Kamiyo paused, a trace of helplessness in his voice, then changed his words. For now, I don't need you to push yourself, at least not with your eyes. But in the future, what about in the future? Hikaru's face lifted, eyes bright with curiosity. By now, Kamiyo's height towered a full head above hers. Kamiyo drew a deep breath, turning his gaze toward the endless expanse of stars. Someday, an inescapable battle awaits me. When that day comes, Hikaru, if you truly wish to help me, save all your strength for that moment. How long will it be until this battle of yours? Hikaru finally raised her hand to cradle her left eye, a sharp, aching pain making the very corner of her eye twitch. I'm not really sure either, should you change the topic, but that's not something we need to worry about right now. As for this Iruta, you don't need to handle him. I'll figure something out myself. Guan let out a faint, dismissive snort, rejecting Shinyu's goodwill without hesitation. 8,000 Spears is my personal pupil technique. It doesn't burn through my ocular power that quickly. Besides, I've already placed the mark. There's no reason for me not to control him. All right then. Knowing her temperament, Shinyu didn't press further and simply asked in a low voice, how long will it take to completely seize control of his mind? Guang rubbed her tired eyelids. About 2 weeks, give or take. Good. That timing works perfectly, Shinyu replied gently. Thank you for your effort. He turned and walked into the darkness. Guang followed in his wake, leaving behind only a field of ruins and the Eight Tails, standing motionless in the debris. After the rampaging Eight Tails had been subdued, life in the hidden cloud village began to regain its usual calm. This was all thanks to the careful direction of the Kinkaku brothers and the other high-ranking officials. To the outside world, Kinkaku announced that Aruda was hospitalized at the Cloud Hidden Hospital due to his critical injuries. In the meantime, all of the village's affairs would be managed by him and his brother until the first Raikage returned or Aruda recovered. Unbeknownst to the others, Aruda was entirely trapped in Shinyu's illusion, locked in a state of unending unconsciousness. Quietly, Guang searched through fragments of his memories within his spiritual world, beginning the delicate operation of reprogramming his mind. And so, time slipped by day after day in Hidden Cloud, as everyone anxiously awaited the Raikage's return. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of Konoha Village, Tobirama Senju stood with his back to the desk, gazing out the window. His weary, troubled face was reflected in the glass. A few days of rest had given him some measure of physical recovery, but he still looked profoundly haggard, as if he had aged several decades overnight. In truth, he had learned everything from Kagami. After knowing that Shinyu would not make any move against Konoha for the time being, Tobirama had moved out of his hidden retreat and returned to the village. Just days ago, Kagami had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the base and report the details of the battle to Tobirama. Besides mentioning the 5-year pact, Kagami wrote down everything that had happened between him and Shinyu. Their encounter, the exchange of words, every moment of their confrontation. Of course, any specifics regarding his deal with Shinyu, the voluntary offering of both his eyes in exchange for 5 years' peace, Kagami only touched on briefly, skimming over those parts. Such a vague explanation was hardly enough to fool Tobirama. As a result, Kagami gave a different reason for why Shinyu had withdrawn. Shinyu's true objective was never to destroy Konoha, but rather to obtain the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama listened, nodding repeatedly, for he was well aware that it was only after Madara transplanted the eyes of his deceased brother, Izuna, that he gained such formidable power. Kagami explained that, due to the nature of his own ocular abilities, Shinu had no effective way to deal with him. If Shinu held back, he couldn't subdue him, but if he used too much force, he risked damaging the precious eyes he coveted. As a result, even though Shinu possessed the means to end him in an instant, he hesitated, constrained by his own desires, a hunter whose hands were tied by the fear of ruining his own prize. Tobirama, ever the shrewd one, instantly seized upon the key point and voiced his doubts. Didn't he threaten you by using the village? Kagami's answer was forthright. He did, but if he had tried that, I would have destroyed my own eyes without hesitation. Left with no options, he could only withdraw, disgruntled. Upon hearing this, Tobirama first praised his pupil's selfless resolve and the unwavering will of fire, then sternly cautioned him. You must be extraordinarily careful from now on. Shine will never give up on claiming those eyes. So steel yourself. Never give him an opening. Cautious by nature, Tobirama pored over the mission report Kagami had submitted, reading it again and again, scrutinizing every line to glean clues about Shinu's intentions and analyze the intelligence. Eventually, he drew a chilling conclusion. Given his current strength, if he ever appeared in Shinu's sight, it would be a certain death sentence. Beyond that, there was another detail that troubled him deeply. It happened during the battle between the two brothers in the Valley of the End. Kagami had been knocked by a punch from Shinu into the chest of the Uchiha Madara statue, and Shinu had blurted out a strange remark. Oh dear, how unfortunate. That flesh, Lord Madara spent 6 years growing it back. Flesh? A wound? What kind of injury could possibly take 6 years to heal? Come to think of it, after that great battle years ago, Tobirama had rushed to his brother's side and noticed a bloody scab on his shoulder. That wound hadn't been caused by any ordinary weapon. It looked far more like a bite mark. But at the time, Tobirama had been focused on dealing with Shinu, so he brushed it aside, secretly scoffing at Madara, a man who had pursued elegance in battle his entire life, yet had, in the end, revealed such a beastly side. Could it be that Madara had once bitten off a piece of Hashirama's flesh? He now sensed something deeply strange at play, suspecting that Madara had quite possibly transplanted his brother's flesh and blood. That set off grave doubts in his mind. Why would Madara do such a thing? Could it be that by fusing the powers of both Senju and Uchiha, he could awaken a power even greater? 6 years ago, on that rainy night, Madara had faked his death and vanished from everyone's sight. What had he been scheming in the shadows ever since? Tobirama was silent for a long time, turning these questions over and over, but found no answers. Yet now was no time for rumination, for a more urgent crisis demanded his attention. On the day he returned to the village, he also brought back the corpse of a comrade, along with a piece of heartbreaking news. His eldest brother, Hashirama, had fallen. He himself was gravely wounded, the injuries leaving lingering effects. Now, whenever he tried to summon chakra, pain as sharp as a blade would cut through his heart, his life hanging by a thread, stripped of his ability to fight at Kage level. These were serious internal injuries. Full recovery would take no less than a decade, perhaps even longer. That night, the entire leadership convened for a meeting, and the conference room in the Hokage Tower erupted into fierce arguments. 80% of those present believed that the Hokage's death should not be made public, especially at a time when Sarutobi Sasuke had fallen and Tobirama Senju himself was gravely injured, creating an unprecedented crisis. With a new generation yet to mature and the village's Kage-level strength woefully lacking, if the news were announced now, it would be as good as admitting weakness to the other 4 great shinobi villages. However, a dissenting faction, led by the Senju clan and making up about 20%, argued that Hashirama Senju had devoted his entire life to the village. Not only did he found Konoha, but he also paved the way for a new era and ended the Warring States period. With such remarkable achievements, a man like him deserved a grand funeral, one that would allow the world to mourn him. He should not die in obscurity. The two sides clung to their positions, and the debate raged on, until Mito Uzumaki finally spoke and insisted on holding a funeral. However, there was no need to make a worldwide proclamation. Only the citizens of Konoha would be informed. Faced with this decision, Tobirama could only frown and acquiesce. In truth, he sided with the rational camp, knowing full well that this kind of self-deception would not hold for long. 3 days later, Konoha held a grand funeral for the god of shinobi. Every villager came to pay their respects in silence. As the mournful, solemn eulogy was recited, the entire audience was moved to tears, mourning the one who had restored peace to a chaotic world, the god of shinobi. The true cause of his death was made a closely guarded secret by the upper echelons. Outwardly, it was announced as death from exhaustion and a life spent in service. But Tobirama knew the truth. The night Konoha attacked Konoha, the shadows of the other 4 great villages were also present. Should word ever leak out, any discerning observer would recognize that it was Konoha who slew the god of shinobi. That, however, was not necessarily bad news. Tobirama had once used intelligence about Madara's feigned death to keep the 4 great nations at bay for 6 whole years. Now, the infamy of Konoha had to be put to use. He pressed his fingers against his temples, but there was no dispelling the exhaustion in his eyes. On the night Hashirama was laid to rest, Tobirama was unanimously elected by the upper ranks to become Konoha's second Hokage. Though, back when his brother was alive, his duties had been much the same. Only when he actually took the seat did he truly realize the weight of responsibility and pressure carried by the Hokage. The condition of the village was nothing short of bleak. Among the elite Kage-level warriors, only a scant few remained. The 3 strongest fighters, one dead, one crippled, were gone, and as for the heads of the great clans, years of comfort had dulled their swords and softened their wills. They had long since devoted themselves more to the struggle for power than to the rigors of training. With the exception of Hyuga Haruka's, none retained the strength they boasted in their prime, when their names had been spoken with hushed reverence, at the level of the Kage. The new generation's brightest prospects, Hiruzen, Danzo, and their peers, were, at best, accomplished jonin. The might of the old guard was fading. The rising generation was untested and few, while powerful enemies circled close. Troubles pressed in from within and without. No, wait. Tobirama jerked his head up, a sharp gleam flashing through his eyes. There was still one more. Uchiha Kagami. Back in the Uchiha district, Kagami suddenly sneezed, making the girl in front of him jump. The 3-color dango she was holding tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. I am sorry, Yuko. Let me buy you another one, he said quickly. The girl shook her head, her cheeks flushed and her black ponytail swaying. It's all right, Kagami-kun. You've been under a lot of pressure lately. Remember to take care of yourself. Kagami rubbed the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Looking after you is my duty as assigned by the clan head, especially since you're his little sister. But actually, Uchiha Yuko clasped her hands behind her back, her voice shy and hesitant as she rose up on tiptoe. You don't have to treat it like a duty, Kagami-kun. Her lovely eyes opened wide, and, with a flash of bravery in their dark depths, she lifted her face, placed a light kiss on Kagami's cheek, then took off in a flurry, crimson with embarrassment. Only Kagami remained, rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. Time slipped by, and half a month went by in a blink. In the village hidden in the clouds, the entire community simmered with anxiety and agitation. So much time had passed, yet there was still no sign of the first Reikage return. The leadership had dispatched team after team to search, but all efforts had met only with silence. The entire cloud envoy, the Reikage included, seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. The villagers were uneasy, especially after having only recently survived the chaos of the Eight Tails rampage. Now more than ever, they needed a leader to steady their hearts and restore confidence. As days went by and worry deepened, uneasy rumors began to spread. Had the Reikage and his companions fallen to an assassin's blade? But who would dare such a thing? Who had that kind of strength? Besides, wasn't the Reikage in the village hidden in the leaves for a banquet last anyone checked? He hadn't been seen since. Wait, Konoha. Could it be that Konoha was behind the Reikage's disappearance? Was it Konoha who betrayed and struck down the Reikage? Konoha had killed the Reikage. The rumor spread like wildfire. No one knew when or how it started, but soon the entire Hidden Cloud village was buzzing furiously with the accusation. The leaders and clan representatives were outraged, demanding justice and presenting joint petitions, determined to have an answer from Konoha. Just as the village leadership was at their wits' end, Killer Bee awoke. No sooner had he opened his eyes than he convened a meeting in the Reikage Tower, summoning every senior official. Even the famously wild and unruly Gold and Silver brothers showed up quietly for the meeting, something that forced the entire council of great clans to see them in a new light. I believe we should launch a righteous invasion against the Land of Fire without delay, attack Konoha, and demand justice for Lord Reikage. What? Eluda, do you realize what you're saying? This can't be right, Eluda. Everyone knows how close you are to Lord Ae, as close as father and son, but acting so recklessly is pure brashness. Little Eluda, I watched you grow up. You're not usually so impulsive. Eluda slammed his hand on the table and raised his voice, making sure his words could not go ignored. Konoha has gone too far this time. Are we just supposed to swallow this humiliation? Did Lord Ae establish the Hidden Cloud Village just to shelter a bunch of cowards like you? Is this truly how you inherit the will of lightning? Hey now, you're getting carried away. At the very least, we should send someone to Konoha to verify what happened. Don't be naive. Since it was done in secret, do you think they'd ever admit it? Interjected Ginkaku. Konoha isn't the kind of hidden village that shirks responsibility for its actions. Besides, I believe in Lord Hashirama's character, commented an elder from the Yatsuki clan. Kinkaku spoke in a deep voice. Trust me, this is nothing but a waste of time and manpower. As the meeting continued in the Hidden Cloud, passions flared. The room was full of hotheads, and everyone insisted on their own opinions. Voices escalated, tempers boiled over, tables slammed, sleeves rolled up, and eventually heated insults began to fly. In short, as soon as Eluda put forward his proposal, the majority swiftly opposed it. The meeting was postponed, and the leaders left in frustration, unable to agree. 3 days later, the envoy dispatched to Konoha vanished without a trace, just like those before them. That same night, Eluda convened a second council. Once again, he stubbornly insisted on punitive action against Konoha, but opposition persisted. Feelings ran high. The debate became only more heated and fierce. Finally, Eluda proposed a vote. Let the senior elders who opposed him personally lead a delegation to Konoha, investigate the situation, and inquire about the first Reikage and the lost envoy. A week passed, and those elders also disappeared, never to return. A third council was called to order. Konoha has truly pushed us too far. Do they think the backing of Hashirama Senju gives them the right to bully us at will? This time, far fewer spoke out against Eluda's furious accusations. Perhaps it was just a mishap? After all, there have been suspicious rogue ninja activity near Thunder Gorge lately. Shouldn't we try sending another small team? Kinkaku spoke in a low, measured tone. Trust me, don't send anyone else to their deaths. It's pointless. With a provocative grin, Ginkaku chimed in. Elder Yatsuki, how about you lead the squad this time? The aged, weathered elder instantly fell silent. Those with sharper minds were already reading the winds and silently choosing sides. Yet, because of Hashirama Senju's formidable reputation, many feared that the future of the Hidden Cloud Village might be snuffed out in a single stroke. Agreement remained elusive, and the council remained divided. But the balance of power had already begun to tip. Most voices in the room echoed Iruda's proposal, and a deep resentment toward Konoha was burning in their hearts. 3 days later, news arrived in the hidden cloud village. The first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, hailed as the god of shinobi, has reached the end of his life and has passed away. Iruta convened yet another meeting, his agenda unchanged, urging action against Konoha. This time, not a single voice dared to object. Only a few sagacious elders hesitated in uneasy silence. If anyone has doubts, don't hesitate to voice them, Iruta said, rapping his knuckles smartly on the table. Let me add this. Just yesterday, I received the daimyo's formal approval for this very proposal. Of course, avenging ourselves against Konoha is important. They must answer for what they've done to us, but our forces are leaderless. If we set out like this, disaster will be inevitable. Iruta's lips curled into a faint smile. That's easily settled. I'll become the Raikage. Simple as that. The mood in the meeting shifted in an instant. Most of the senior council were decisive people, and without hesitation, the voting began. One surprise stood out. The infamous Gold and Silver brothers, wielding significant voting power, also sided with Iruta for the position of second Raikage. Unsurprisingly, Iruta was unanimously elected Raikage on the spot. With that, an announcement was dispatched. The army would march to wage war on Konoha. Word spread like wildfire, and everywhere fervor erupted. In an overlooked corner of a bustling tavern, deep in a second-floor private room, Kamiba sat savoring his tea, the noise from the street below filtering in. An amused smile played at the corner of his lips. Just like that, you've started a war, Guang remarked, her chin propped thoughtfully in one elegant hand, the sleeve of her robe slipping to reveal a sliver of fair, delicate arm. War was coming sooner or later, Kamiba replied evenly. All I've done is nudge the timeline forward a little. That's all. He paused to sip his tea, continuing with cool composure. And besides, we've ensured Iruta's orders explicitly forbid any harm to civilians. This is a war waged solely between shinobi. Guang continued to gaze at him, her clear eyes luminous and thoughtful, lingering in silence for a long moment. What is it? Is there something on my face? Kamiba finally asked, noticing her steady gaze. There are times I wonder, were you really scheming? Guang's voice was cool and ethereal, reminiscent of orchids in a tranquil valley. Is it truly just to obtain the same power as Lord Madara? Kamiba gave a quiet chuckle. Since you know so little, aren't you taking a risk helping me? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? A quiet scoff escaped Guang. Under her breath, she muttered, You wouldn't dare. Kamiba only smiled, saying nothing more as he turned to look outside. According to his plan, one day in the not-too-distant future, he would not only obtain the eternal Mangekyo infused with the power of Hashirama's cells, but Guang, too, would share in that power. Over the years, Guang's eyesight had been steadily declining. Thankfully, life in the underground base was peaceful, leaving little reason for her to rely on her Mangekyo Sharingan. At this point in the world, Guang no longer had any blood relatives left. The only way to preserve her pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was to acquire the power of Hashirama's cells. But from Kamiba's perspective, Lord Madara's method of transplanting Hashirama's flesh was far too ferocious. A level of pain so excruciating that ordinary people could scarcely withstand it. What's more, Guang was just a girl. Beyond that, there was a gentler alternative, transplanting the flesh of White Zetsu directly. White Zetsu, after all, was the product of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. In truth, its body had once been human sealed within the divine tree by Kagaya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukumi thousands of years ago, carrying within it a potent force from the tree itself. By a twist of fate, some White Zetsu had been further fused with Hashirama cells under Madara's modifications, greatly strengthening their yang release chakra. In the original timeline, Uchiha Obito had transplanted exactly this special kind of White Zetsu flesh, which preserved his eye power's recoverability. The pain of merging Hashirama's cells had already been wholly absorbed by White Zetsu, and since White Zetsu included countless human genes, its tissue boasted remarkable adaptability. With this buffer, recipients experienced almost no pain after the transplant. Even basic immune rejection was all but non-existent. Blessed by the regenerative factors of yang release power, Obito could continuously repair his optic nerves, at least partly avoiding the blindness that plagued the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this solution would have to wait until Madara awakened the Rinnegan and could summon the demonic statue from the moon, a process so slow that by the time it was ready, Guang could be a grandmother. Thus, Kamiba's plans were more urgent than ever. Year 13 of Konoha, December. After the disappearance of the first Raikage and the destruction of their diplomatic missions, the Hidden Cloud Village amassed large forces of ninja to invade the Land of Fire, uprooting Konoha's outposts and bases along their path with overwhelming force, sweeping all before them like a thunderstorm. At the vanguard was an unstoppable spearhead led by Kinkaku. Wielding the Bashosen and empowered by tailed beast chakra, their might rivaled that of a natural disaster, dominating every battle they entered. News of these events reached Konoha and caused a public uproar. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, immediately assembled the village's senior leaders for a council of war. A minority proposed a policy of negotiation and peace, which Tobirama firmly vetoed. The times were unsettled, and the eyes of the ninja world were watching. To negotiate now would be no different than showing weakness before a formidable foe. In a world where only the strong survived, no one granted respect to the weak. Displaying weakness would only invite attacks from every side. The best response was to meet force with force, quelling the enemy with overwhelming might. 2 days later, Konoha declared war on the Hidden Cloud Village, dispatching an elite squad of ninja, led by Uchiha Kagami, to counterattack. The main forces of both sides clashed at the northern border of the Land of Fire, engaging in a fierce battle. Standing alone, Kagami Uchiha held off both Kinkaku and the Cloud Ninja forces behind him. Both armies suffered casualties, and the conflict grew ever more intense. In the middle of the same month, for reasons unknown, a fight suddenly broke out between a Wagakure and Kirigakure. Long-standing grudges erupted as the two bitter rivals collided, like a powder keg set to blow at the slightest spark. The skirmishes between the Stone and Mist Shinobi were even fiercer than the clashes between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, the Land of Wind, sparse in population, barren in land, and frail in economy, managed to stay out of the war. Instead, they closed their doors to the outside world, focusing solely on their own affairs. During this period, the second Kazekage, Shaman, ascended to power. While staying alert to the ambitions of other villages, he devoted even more effort to the development of Sunagakure. Thus, with the passing of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the fragile treaties between the 5 great nations unraveled in an instant. The new era's balance, which had upheld over a decade of peace, collapsed completely. The first great ninja war had officially begun. At the northern border of the Land of Fire, the Konoha and Hidden Cloud front lines collided. Kinkaku soared high into the air, swinging his great Bashosen fan with a mighty stroke. In an instant, a raging hurricane swept forth, coiling in its grasp a veritable inferno, surging straight toward the battlefield. Water style, water formation wall. 3 Konoha shinobi joined forces to cast the water style jutsu. Swirling torrents gathered into a wall of water, 10 meters high and even wider, standing firmly between their comrades and the storm. Steam erupted in a tremendous hiss as water and fire collided, instantly boiling into thick clouds of vapor. But the enemy's flames were too swift, too fierce. The wall lasted barely a breath before the white mist was torn apart by a dragon-like blaze, scarlet fire lighting up the terrified faces of the Konoha shinobi. At that moment, a lone figure spread his arms wide, like a bird unfurling its wings, stepping in front of everyone. Lord Kagami. It's Lord Kagami. Facing the surging torrent of flame, Kagami showed neither fear nor hesitation. For now, his Mangekyo Sharingan shone resplendent, brighter than polished gem. Garuda. In an instant, the flames seemed to have found their release, swirling madly as they poured into Kagami's body like a tornado. Within 2 short seconds, he had consumed the inferno down to the last ember. Kagami took a single forceful step forward, cracks ripped across the ground beneath him. A rush of blazing heat raced through the widening fissure and erupted, shattering a Cloud Ninja squad dozens of meters away into fragments. Before the Konoha forces could even cheer, Kagami suddenly leapt backward. A slash of silver streaked down like a fish cutting through water. The heavy blade sank deep into the earth. And right behind it appeared a figure with silver hair and twin horns. Kid, you noticed my sneak attack, did you? Ginkaku flashed a sinister grin. Blood-red tailed beast chakra blazed across his body, and in a flash, his claw struck aimed straight for Kagami's chest. That eerie suction returned once more. Jinkaku felt all the strength drained from his body. His powerful, forceful swipe now reduced to a feather-light caress, more like a lover's gentle touch than a true attack. Mirroring this momentum, Kagami seized his wrist and drove a heavy kick into Jinkaku's chest, the force surging forth like an avalanche, sending Jinkaku flying far into the distance. The 7-star sword was also wrenched away by the blast, crashing into a stone wall. Kagami drew ragged breaths, his left eye laced with blood-red lines, the sharp pain forcing him to clutch at it desperately. As the clouds of dust settled in the distance, the brothers, clad in gold and silver, stepped out together. Hey, you Uchiha brat, where's the second Hokage? Jinkaku shouted noisily. Kagami cried out. It doesn't take the Hokage himself to deal with small fry like you. I alone will be more than enough. A dangerous gleam flashed across Kinkaku's eyes as he sneered. Boasts like that. You'll soon see for yourself who's outmatched here. Jinkaku clenched his fists, the crack and pop of his bones echoing from head to toe. Oomph. So the so-called leader won't dare charge in, and sends a junior to fight instead? Some second Hokage he is. As if with a single thought, both brothers began to transform. They half-entered-tailed beast form, turning into two monstrous beasts bathed in dark red, streaks of red light surging as they lunged together. Wind style. Wind-killing formation. Kagami spun, weaving hand signs in a blur, sending a gust of wind to sweep his fellow leaf shinobi to safety. The next instant, two savage claws slammed down on his back. The ground erupted with a deafening blast. Blood streamed from Kagami's left eye, his body outlined amid countless afterimages in a rippling dance. Each afterimage absorbed a tremendous amount of energy, and, finally, as they united, a flash of golden light soared up. And from the earth, a colossal golden skeleton rose, thrusting a massive fist to drive the brothers Kin and Jin back. Go! Kagami commanded with a crisp tone. Susanoo opened a gigantic skeletal hand, and three blazing tomo transformed into beams of searing golden light, launched with explosive force. The two brothers, Madara, struck their fists together and used the recoil to swerve past the deadly assault. The golden lights plunged deep into the forest, felling trees like a harvest of wheat, before Kagami immediately dispelled Susanoo. Both Kin and Jin landed, long tails sweeping high as they tilted back their heads, gathering chakra into tailed beast balls. Kagami took a steadying breath, his gaze cold and lucid, sliding into a solid stance as his hands formed intricate seals. A single kunai floated before his eyes. With a piercing rush, two orbs, each dark purple and the size of a fist, shot forth, breaking through the air as burning red beams. Everything in their path was blown to dust. The two-tailed beast balls hurtled toward Kagami. With a vibrating hum, the space before him rippled like water, layers of dark script unfolding, a web of jutsu symbols swallowing the deadly spheres whole. Flying Thunder God, guided thunder. 100 miles away, dark seals suddenly unfolded in midair. Out of twisted space, the two-tailed beast balls burst forth with a thunderous explosion, shaking the heavens. Master Kagami, incredible. With Lord Kagami here, there's no way we'll lose. However, faced with two monsters once again gathering chakra for their tailed beast bombs, Kagami's expression grew grave. Everyone, fall back in Formation B, he shouted. His voice thundered across the battlefield, echoing into every corner. In an instant, the Konoha shinobi who were locked in fierce combat with the Cloud Ninja immediately abandoned their current opponents, converging toward Kagami's position. One after another, they threw chains, linking themselves together like a fisherman casting a net, drawing their comrades to safety. Kagami reached out and grabbed the end of chain, forming the ram seal with one hand. Flying Thunder, God technique. In a flash, the majority of Konoha's forces, including Kagami, vanished at the same time, just as two-tailed beast bombs barreled toward their position, massive explosions swallowing up the Konoha encampment. Thick smoke billowed over the battlefield, except for a handful of Konoha shinobi who didn't have time to escape and the bodies scattered across the ground. 60% of Konoha's main forces had successfully withdrawn. Hundreds of miles away, at an outpost, a group of people suddenly appeared out of thin air. Kagami collapsed beside a kunai. Exhaustion etched across his face. This is bad. Damn it. Get a medic now. You idiot. At a time like this, you should let Lord Kagami rest. Watching the flustered actions of his comrades, Kagami no longer had the strength to explain. The sudden exhaustion of so much chakra had left him drained, so he simply let them carry him back to camp. Kingaku and Jingaku was it? I failed. I still couldn't hold the front line. If only my eyes were stronger, if only I had power like his, maybe I could have withstood their assault. Year 13 since the founding of Konoha. Late autumn. Leaves swirled down from the trees, the air growing colder, while the withered grasslands were already dusted with a thin layer of frost. It had been a month since the Cloud Village invaded the Land of Fire. The armies of both sides clashed in the north, winning and losing in turn, but when Ginkaku entered the fray, the balance instantly tipped in Cloud's favor. As the frontline commander, Uchiha Kagami was no match for the two brothers, falling back battle by battle. Facing such overwhelming force, he made a swift decision to abandon the stronghold, determined to save as many comrades as he could. After several hard-fought battles, Konoha's casualties were not catastrophic, yet the price was steep. The Cloud Army's Iron Hoof had already penetrated deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. Under Kagami's leadership, Konoha's vanguard staged a complete withdrawal, regrouping all troops to defend the mountains of Kikyo with unwavering resolve. When this news reached Konoha, the upper echelons were thrown into chaos. Many condemned Uchiha Kagami, claiming he was the true cause of their repeated defeats. As commander, he grew more timid with each engagement, and, without even the resolve to sacrifice himself, how could he expect to hold the front lines? By the meeting's end, those clans who had criticized Kagami were all dispatched by Tobirama to the front, ordered to reinforce the Kikyo Mountain defense as the core support. In the past, Tobirama himself might have joined in rebuking Uchiha Kagami too, but he suddenly recalled the words Hashirama spoke to him before his death, and his attitude began to change. The village hidden in the leaves is never just a place. It is only truly the hidden leaf once people are there. This thought made him appreciate his disciple even more. Mirai, you are the true inheritor of my brother's will, Tobirama murmured as he gazed out the window, lowering his brows in contemplation. Mirai had a unique habit. After every mission, he would meticulously organize the details into his notebook, analyzing intelligence and reviewing his own shortcomings in combat. No matter how small the details, if he noticed them, he would record them thoroughly in his reports. At this moment, lying atop the Hokage's desk was a thick stack of papers, the accumulated reports Mirai had compiled from over a dozen battles, large and small. Clearly, Tobirama had read through them time and again. Lack of ocular power, is it? His brows knitted tightly, and a trace of concern flashed through him. According to Mirai's description, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a path toward blindness. Though its techniques are mighty, the power of the eyes, once spent, cannot be restored. This ocular power refers to the strength of the eyes, a force purely synthesized from the mind's spiritual energy and a portion of physical energy, forming the in-release chakra that shapes external power. Upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mirai's spiritual energy underwent a fundamental transformation, which in turn amplified his in chakra, making him an elite among the shadows. That was why he would soon rise to Kage-level strength. Mirai's reports stated clearly that each time he deployed his ocular techniques, his spiritual energy would surge, in chakra growing stronger and stronger. Yet this energy, once it surpassed a certain threshold, began to turn against his own body. The in chakra would accumulate in his mind, slowly at first, starting with the destruction of the optic nerves and then gradually eroding his flesh, causing irreversible harm. Outwardly, this appeared as diminishing eyesight, the optic nerves collapsing bit by bit, every cell in the body aching as though pricked by thousands of needles. Of course, compared to the torment of the mind, physical pain was insignificant. Mirai described it. Each time he used his ocular techniques, an uncontrollable urge to destroy welled up from deep within, nearly driving him to madness. Only by unleashing this power could his spirit find relief. Yet once sated, a long emptiness would follow, demanding an even greater force to fill that hollow, trembling need. Thus, the cycle repeated itself endlessly, and the price was vision that grew cloudier with each passing day. Every battle with the Gold and Silver Brothers was a desperate gamble. His vision had already deteriorated so much that at 200 meters, he could barely distinguish man from woman, and at 500 meters, everything blurred to shapes. Mirai had once explained that the reason Uchiha Shinba was so intent on his Mangekyo Sharingan was that only by transplanting the eyes of a sibling, a true blood relative in sync with his power, could one awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only does this method allow one to fuse another person's ocular powers, but it also eliminates the physical toll on the user. The in-release chakra will no longer damage the optic nerves, completely averting the risk of declining eyesight or blindness. If that's truly the case, Tobirama's voice was heavy with worry, his face clouded with concern. Kagami was a rare force on the front lines, perhaps the only real powerhouse left. And then there was the wreckage of the hidden Cloud Village, who had yet to make a move. Should he step onto the field himself, what could Tobirama, as Hokage, truly accomplish? What if, one day, Kagami really does reach his limit and loses both eyes? What then? Among those in the village who could be considered Kage-level fighters, there was really only Kagami and Hyuga Harukaze. As the head of the main Hyuga family, Harukaze excelled more in defense, both in temperament and technique, so having him remain in Konoha to guard the home front was the wise choice. In other words, the fragile peace within Konoha rested entirely on Kagami's blood-soaked efforts at the front. Without warning, the image of Hashirama's warm smile and hearty laughter floated through Tobirama's mind. Maybe, entrusting the future to these children is the right path, after all. He remembered that morning, gazing down over the mountains, as Hashirama laughed so freely, a sense of relaxation that radiated from within, pure and unforced. Tobirama was certain. He had only seen that expression once before, in the earliest days of Konoha's founding. How sly you were leaving in such a hurry, and dumping all this on me, Tobirama thought with a cold, wry hum, sighing quietly to himself in the end. If he wanted to maintain Kagami's fighting strength, he had to preserve Kagami's eyes. The only way was to seize Uchiha Kamiyo's eyes, to achieve eternity. But that was clearly impossible. Kamiyo had even defeated Tobirama's brother. It was no exaggeration to call him the greatest of his era. And with Konoha so feeble now, what could they possibly do? If not for Kagami's unique eye technique, Kamiyo would probably have already taken what he wanted. Truthfully, Tobirama's anxiety stemmed from a single fear. What if one day Kamiyo snapped and entered the war himself? If that happened, the entire shinobi world would be thrown into chaos. Do I really have to try transplanting my brother's flesh and blood into Kagami's body? He considered it long ago, since the Mangekyo Sharingan destroyed the optic nerves and underlying cells. What if those cells could regenerate themselves, just like his brother's body did? Could that stave off the risk of blindness? But the information had all come from Uchiha Kamiyo himself. Tobirama couldn't guarantee that Kamiyo wouldn't turn on Kagami in the heat of war, nor could he be sure this wasn't some deeper plot. Yet the thought of making his student risk his life at the front, while he, the Hokage, could do nothing but cower behind Konoha's walls. This left Tobirama with a bitter taste in his soul. The villagers might not say it, but he could clearly sense the undercurrents. Certain people were already starting to question whether he was fit to lead as Hokage. Though he maintained a respectful facade, beneath that surface, the faint trace of disdain in his eyes did not escape his notice. Big brother, what should I do? Time slipped by, each moment weighed down by Tobirama's shame and inner turmoil. On the front line, ever since most of the Leaf's forces had pulled back to Kikyo Mountain, the attacks from the Cloud Ninja had eased considerably. Perhaps it was under Kagami's capable command, or maybe the enemy simply realized how tough a nut they'd encountered. But whatever the reason, the notorious Gold and Silver brothers had set up camp right outside Kikyo Mountain, beginning siege. The stalemate lasted a full week. As the year's end crept near, Kagami personally led a unit from the city for reconnaissance. His careful investigation revealed that the enemy had completely sealed off all paths of retreat. This meant, unmistakably, that north of Kikyo Mountain, every position the Leaf once held had fallen to the enemy. Brow furrowed in deep thought, Kagami realized that splitting his forces to outflank and reclaim the lost ground was out of the question. If they wanted their land back, they would have to risk everything and break through the encirclement head-on. Hiruzen, you and Danzo return to the camp for now. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow knitted in surprise. What are you planning to do? Just 2 days prior, Hiruzen, as the leader of the second Hokage's disciples, had rushed to the battlefield. From that point, all orders fell under Kagami's command. At first, the others were reluctant. After all, they'd all started out together. Why should Uchiha Kagami be the one calling the shots? But after witnessing the overwhelming power of the Gold and Silver brothers, and then seeing the sheer might that Kagami unleashed, every last protest fell silent. The enemy's content to encircle us without attacking. There's bound to be a scheme at play. Right now, it's treacherous outside. Using the Flying Thunder God to teleport back is our best bet. Danzo's voice was cold, and his words couldn't have been more pointed. Kagami, could it be you're not up to the task of leading us? Call me Commander. Kagami shot him a sidelong glance. As ninjas, you must be prepared for anything, even death. Besides, I haven't ordered you to charge into battle. Given the strength of elite jonin like yourselves, if you can't even find your way back to camp, you'd really be letting down all the years our teacher invested in you. Kagami, what we're worried about is, what are your intentions? Kohor Yutane nudged Danzo aside with a look of annoyance, then turned to Kagami, her gaze sharp. You're in command now. Every move you make could be a matter of life and death for us all. Don't worry, I can look after myself just fine. All I want is to see if I can sneak into the enemy headquarters and carry out a decapitation mission. Kagami pronounced each word with careful deliberation. But if I take you with me, I'll burn through too much chakra. That would leave no strength for the assassination. And if something happens to you? Hiruzen frowned. Let me go with you. It's safer if we watch each other's backs. What? Danzo immediately looked over as if he were staring at a fool. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? What strength do you have? You'd only get in the way out there, wouldn't you? Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of anger. I just want to do my part for the village. You can't expect one person to bear all the burdens. As soon as he finished speaking, the others exchanged glances, caught off guard by his words. Danzo wanted to object, but the protest caught in his throat, and he swallowed it back down. I know I'm not as strong as Kagami, but at the very least, I'm ready to sacrifice myself at any time. Hiruzen declared, his tone resolute. That's my duty as the Hokage's disciple. That's enough. I'll take on the decapitation mission. All of you, return to the base immediately. That's an order from your commander. Kagami's voice came down hard, his presence surging with chakra. Instantly, the squad's unrest was dashed by the force of his command. Then, turning to Hiruzen, his tone softened. Don't worry. With my Flying Thunder God technique and my Jutsu, I can retreat at any time. In just a month of actual combat, his temperament had changed dramatically. Gone were the days of gentle humility. Now, his gaze burned colder, steeled with determination and resolve. Overwhelmed by his aura, the others could only nod helplessly and make their way back to the Kikyo mountain stronghold. Kagami, meanwhile, set off alone, heading in the opposite direction. At noon, news reached Konoha, casting a deep silence over the village's upper echelons. In Hokage's office, the air in the meeting room was so tense that one could hear the faintest pin drop. Even Tobirama Senju and the others sat with somber expressions, their eyes fixed on the letter laid out before them, brows tightly furrowed in silence. The atmosphere chilled further, dropping to a freezing point, yet no one dared to break the oppressive quiet. Minute by minute, time dragged on, and Konoha's leaders found themselves mired in a suffocating stagnation. The reason for their despair was simple. The news read, Kimogiku's surprise assault force has invaded the land of fire by sea, taking the eastern border in just half a day. The commander leading them is none other than the newly appointed second Raikage of the Hidden Cloud. So then, Tobirama finally spoke, his voice suddenly hoarse as he made one last effort. Let's send Hyuga Haruka. What do you all think? Well, the elder from the Shimura clan raised his hand, clearly uncomfortable. The head of the Hyuga family does have the strength to match the second Raikage, but if he leaves, who will be left to defend the village? If the enemy launches a surprise attack, we wouldn't stand a chance. The head of the Aburame clan adjusted his dark glasses, finishing the thought. Tobirama's fist clenched silently, his knuckles as pale as his bloodless face. He looked around at his dispirited colleagues, inhaling deeply, as if trying to steel his resolve. His gaze flickered, shifting repeatedly, until at last he made up his mind. I'm sorry if only I... Bang! The door swung open, as if the clay seal of an ancient jar had been lifted, letting a cool breeze drift inside. Tobirama looked up abruptly, joining everyone as they turned toward the entrance. Mito Uzumaki stood in the doorway, sword at her side, sunlight glinting off her armor in dazzling shards. She cast a sweeping gaze across the high-ranking officials in the meeting room, then strode in with sharp, confident steps. The current matriarch of Konoha moved with her usual grace and poise, but her former loose-fitting attire was gone, replaced by a full suit of deep crimson layered armor, every inch prepared for battle. Her vivid red hair, cascading like a river, was now swept up into a high, efficient ponytail. The hint of shadow at the corners of her elongated eyes lent her beauty the keen edge of a scarlet blade. I'll take responsibility for the Cloud Ninja's surprise attack squad, she declared coolly, her tone as calm as if she were assigning the most trivial of tasks. That includes the second Raikage himself. But it wouldn't be right to send you alone, someone objected. You're not only the first Hokage's widow, but also the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Mito waited patiently for the voices to settle before moving to stand beside Tobirama. She spoke with measured clarity. I understand and appreciate everyone's concern, but I'm also a part of Konoha. To me, this is not only the work of my husband's lifetime. It is the dream of generations who yearned for peace. I will not stand by and let our village be swallowed by war. Her voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, a force civil housed in a woman's form. Besides, in terms of both power and position, no one is better suited to this task than I am. With her insistence, the senior officials offered no further argument. Soon, she would lead a unit to intercept the enemy and face the second Raikage in battle. The meeting concluded. One by one, the others departed. The great conference room was left silent, except for Tobirama and Mito. Tobirama, things aren't what they used to be, Mito said gently. Whatever happens, do not apologize to them. Even if you truly make mistakes, there's no need for apologies. Not now. Not when you are the Hokage. Mito's voice was steady. Hesitation saps morale. It undermines our very foundation. Tobirama exhaled slowly, nodding with understanding. I see. And one more thing. Do not attempt to use that summoning jutsu, the one that calls the dead. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Mito's eyes. Hashirama's wishes have been fulfilled. He lived a full, meaningful life. Let him rest peacefully in the Pure Land. I don't ever want to see disappointment in his eyes. Deep into the night, at the Kikyo Mountain frontlines, the heart of the Cloud Ninja encampment, a ghostly figure moved through the maze of tents, sliding through the shadows as if no one else existed. Guards on patrol were bypassed with the effortless grace of a migrating wild goose. One touch, and he was gone. Every person crossed in his path crumpled in silence, their bodies swiftly dragged into the undergrowth. Within moments, he was nearly upon the enemy's central command tent. Uchiha Kagami held his breath, keeping still, his body low to the ground. His fierce yet composed gaze made him resemble a leopard ready to pounce. In the vision granted by his Sharingan, the brightly lit tent cast a vague shadow of a figure onto the curtain. It was a figure crowned with twin horns, lying sprawled across the war table. His broad, muscular body rose and fell in a steady rhythm as he breathed, like someone deeply asleep. Kagami locked onto that figure. With a sudden thrust of his foot, he sprang forward like a sharpened arrow. He shot straight through the tent. The spectral bones of his Susanoo forged a gleaming golden blade, which instantly cleaved the silver-haired figure in two at the waist. The sword's momentum carried on, splitting the entire tent cleanly in half. There was a dull thud. Kagami's eyes narrowed. The body of Ginkaku dissolved into a puff of white smoke. At that very moment, the sound of countless footsteps erupted outside the tent. The leader's presence was formidable. Golden hair flowed loosely over his shoulders. With a casual wave of his hand, hundreds of cloud shinobi silently spread out, encircling Uchiha Kagami from all sides. Kagami slowly turned back. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared with an eerie crimson beneath the moonlight, and the radiant bones surrounding him faded into golden motes and vanished. You realized I was here from the beginning, didn't you? There are always those who, dazzled by my powerful physique, overlook the finer aspects of my character. Ginkaku replied as he raised his hand, idly toying with a kunai and a stone engraved with a special jutsu mark. Taijutsu is my innate talent, but sensory ninjutsu? That's my true passion. So that's it. Kagami's eyes narrowed. You found the flying thunder god seal I left behind. Ginkaku gave a menacing grin. With a sudden gesture, the stone crumbled to dust in his hand, and every one of the flying thunder god-marked kunai burst apart into shards of metal. No words were wasted. In the blink of an eye, battle erupted. A sharp, tearing sound filled the air. Behind Ginkaku, two cloud shinobi swung their swords in unison. Under the moon, their blades danced with jagged arcs of electricity, but instead of striking Kagami, both slashed down on Ginkaku's massive back. Their blades bit deep. Blood burst forth, hot and scarlet, splattering across the blank, stunned faces of the two attackers. At the same time, chaos broke out in the ranks of the cloud shinobi. Bewildered and berserk, they turned on each other, swords clashing, embers flying, and the thick scent of blood quickly stained the ground a deep crimson. Fools! I told you all not to look into his eyes. Ginkaku turned around with deliberate calm, clamping his huge hands over the heads of his unfortunate subordinates. If you get caught in a jinjutsu yourself, you've no one to blame but you. His grip tightened. Two skulls burst like overripe melons, spraying blood in every direction. With a sudden movement, Ginkaku's palm, broad as a fan, swung toward Uchiha Kagami. At first, there was nothing unusual, but in the next instant, dark red seeped from his palm, quickly spreading across his hand, up his arm, then enveloping his whole body. He transformed, skin and flesh seeming to peel away, revealing a beast set free. 6 long tails lashed out from his frame, every muscle defined and bristling, a ferocious crimson radiating from him. With a muffled bang, Mirror stood motionless, letting that palm strike him squarely on the crown of his head. As countless afterimages rippled outward, he twisted around and seized his opponent's arm. Golden light erupted from his entire body, and he unleashed the Yasaka Magatama point blank. Ginkaku was blasted away instantly. He climbed to his feet from the shattered rocks, blood streaming from his abdomen, steaming hot in the cold air. Yet as the tailed beast chakra gathered within him, his wounds healed as if they'd never existed. With a guttural roar, he charged and once again. Mirror waited for him in the same position. But as Jinkaku's massive claw came crashing down, the 6 long tails suddenly flicked out. In a flash, Jinkaku's burly frame skimmed over Mirror's head as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water, landing atop the tent. So, you noticed after all? Mirror said with a faint smile, pulling 2 thick stacks of explosive tags from his hip pouch. The word detonate at the center of each tag ignited in unison. But I'm afraid it's pointless. In the next instant, a massive explosion engulfed him. Yet the blast did not radiate outward. Instead, Every flicker of fire collapsed inward, twisting itself into a flaming human shape, which Mirror completely absorbed. Immediately, golden afterimages shimmered in the air. A colossal, golden skeleton projected from his body, and flesh knit itself over the bones, forging the second stage of Susanoo in the blink of an eye. It's not over yet. Standing within his half-formed giant, Mirror clenched his fist, unleashing all the energy he'd been storing inside. With a sudden burst, a shockwave billowed in every direction, tearing the ground apart in its wake. Scales spread quickly, armoring the giant's massive frame, solidifying into a tangible Karasatengu armor. Dazzling golden light erupted explosively, turning the entire cloud-hidden base as bright as high noon. Susanoo, third stage. At this moment, Mirror's heart surged with a powerful urge to destroy. Unlike before, he did nothing to suppress it. Instead, he surrendered to the feeling, letting it rampage freely within. Golden energy swelled and surged in torrents, gathering at an astonishing pace. The outline of an enormous polearm began to take shape, shrouded in mist and shadow. It was an elongated chain scythe, its blade razor-sharp, gripped in both hands by Susanoo. The divine tool, Kurayami Yomi Notsum. With an earth-shaking roar, Susanoo swung its scythe in a wide arc. Everything in its path was swept away. Rows of cloud ninja were sliced to pieces in the golden shockwave, a storm of blood mist filling the air. This towering entity rampaged through the hordes, unstoppable and peerless. It was like the Reaper incarnate, wreathed in golden light, wielding its blade and reaping countless lives with every swing. Soon, Mirror regained his sense of restraint. His rampage had been nothing but wild, indiscriminate destruction. But he never lost sight of his purpose. Destroying the enemy base was secondary. The true priority was the decapitation mission. However, when he finally caught sight of Jinkiku's figure, Mirror was utterly stunned. That shadowy, dark red figure was now clad in armor-like exoskeleton, its entire body erupting with beastly chakra, making no attempt to conceal its savage power. In its grasp, a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb, compressed to the extreme, tore through the air, propelled toward a distant target. A streak of crimson light flashed across 1,000 meters in an instant, piercing through layers of sonic booms, shattering and igniting a far-off mountain. "This is bad." Mirroring the surge of alarm in his bloodshot eyes, Kagami exclaimed, "That's Kikyo Mountain in that direction." But Ginkiku's assault did not waver. His chakra flared even more explosively, red and blue energies swirling in the air above. A second-tailed beast bomb gathered at his mouth and shot out, tearing through the night. Kagami could no longer spare a glance for his foe before him. At that moment, Susanoo gripped its scythe. Just a single swing toward Ginkiku could sever his head on the spot. But if he did, he would forfeit the chance to stop the tailed beast bombs, and his comrades at Kikyo Mountain would be lost without a trace. He made his choice in an instant. Susanoo's mighty form fractured and faded, and Kagami himself vanished from the field, reappearing at the forefront of the defenses outside Kikyo Mountain. Flying Thunder God, guided thunder. He poured all his strength into redirecting the incoming tailed beast bombs, one after another, until his energy was all but spent. Only then did he gently collapse to the earth, utterly exhausted. Thankfully, the first tailed beast bomb hadn't struck the main Konoha encampment directly, so casualties were minimal. Yet fate played its tricks. The explosion had demolished the supply storehouse, reducing countless provisions and equipment to ashes. A cacophony rang in his ears, and in the final moments before losing consciousness, Kagami caught a blurred impression of Hiruzen and Yin hurriedly propping him up, Koharu's anxious face, and Danzo clutching his bleeding head, face twisted with furious frustration. "It's good. Everyone's still alive." Above the night sky, a black-clad youth stood upon the rippling air, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone clear and bright, gazing serenely toward Kikyo Mountain as if a god looked down upon the world. Finally, his gaze rested on Uchiha Kagami. On those finely carved features, an enigmatic smile flickered. Then he turned and vanished, as if melting into the midnight. Land of Fire, Eastern Front. Under the leadership of Uzumaki Mito, the Konoha forces reached their position in less than half a day, just in time to collide head-on with the rapid advance cloud-hidden raiders who had stormed from one stronghold to the next. Tension electrified both sides, steel drawn, tempers flaring, and upon meeting, they plunged immediately into fierce battle. A crackling surge of lightning announced a Dudo-esque charge, electricity dancing all over his body. He tore through the ranks alone, a force of nature as unstoppable as a runaway locomotive. Earth style, earth flow wall. 3 Jonin quickly formed seals, combining their efforts to raise a broad, towering wall of earth. But Aduda didn't slow. Instead, he surged forward, smashing straight through the barrier, not retreating an inch. Having ascended to the title of second Reikage, he had inherited the name of the first, and henceforth went by A, in pursuit of the Reikage creed. He roared, a voice as thunderous as the storm itself. His two thick arms seemed as if they were cast from bronze and iron. At first encounter, he snapped the necks of two elite ninja, and the wind carried the heavy scent of blood as it drifted through the air. He paused for a moment, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, then spun around and charged at the last Earth-style ninja. Water-style, wild water wave technique. Earth-style, flowing earth river. Allied forces appeared in the nick of time from the rear flank, momentarily saving the Earth-style ninja's life. Water surged across the ground like a pond, merging with the onrushing mud to create a vicious mire that swept across 100 meters. Even a Reikage speed was now affected. Earth-style, heaven's descending dome. The elite Jonin roared with fury, desperation unlocking his hidden strength. He slapped both hands heavily onto the earth. The second Reikage lifted his head ever so slightly. An enormous shadow loomed over him, and the next instant, a dome of earth tens of meters wide came crashing down from the sky. With an earth-shaking roar, mud and water erupted in all directions. Did we get him? Are you an idiot? That's the Reikage. Scatter quickly. True to form, thunderous impacts echoed from inside the dome marked by its fearsome, fanged visage. In less than 3 seconds, cracks raced across its surface. With a deafening boom, the Reikage burst through the top, and a single kunai wreathed in lightning shot forth, piercing straight through the Earth-style ninja's skull. Righteous thunder, wrathful thunder axe. The Reikage raised his right leg high, as if wielding a massive, falling axe, and brought it down toward another of the supporting forces. It sliced through the air with a bone-chilling screech. Nobody had time to dodge. Their attention had been drawn away by the thrown kunai, and the Reikage speed was simply overwhelming. Claustrophobic pressure weighed on them as he closed in, unstoppable. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A sudden, resonant dragon's cry thundered out. A powerful water dragon swept in from the side, physically forcing back the Reikage's devastating strike by a full yard, giving the others a precious moment to escape. A crash resounded, shattering the ground beneath, but none were harmed. The few elite Jonin who had escaped disaster whirled around, turning grateful eyes toward a youth of 17 or 18. We're saved, Kosuka. Well done. The Reikage slowly turned, locking eyes on the youth. It seems you should have been my first target. As chakra flared violently, the lightning around him grew even more intense, supercharging every cell in his body until his speed became truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the imposing figure was upon young Mariboshi Kosuka, a knife hand slashing through the air. Lightning cutter, waterfall, slash. Not good. At that critical moment, a slender, pale hand fell gently on his shoulder. With a graceful yet irresistibly strong tug, Kosuka was hurled away to safety. Through the blurred vision of his high-speed flight, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shapely woman dashing past him, her crimson ponytail flashing like a sprite. She stepped forward, and it was her fair hand that rose to meet the incoming bolt of lightning. Boom! Their palms collided fiercely, sending a wave of force surging outward so fiercely that even the ground itself was torn apart and flung into the air. Reikage was blasted back in a streak of lightning, his feet skimming along the earth as he slid more than a dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Without betraying any emotion, he shook the numbness out of his arms. For the first time in his life, he had been struck down by a single blow from a woman. Superhuman strength? His eyes narrowed as he studied the valiant woman before him. Are you Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage? Mito's voice was cool and commanding, radiating an aura of authority. Back then, you used to call me Lady Mito. Times have changed. The Reikage rumbled in his deep, guttural voice. You trespassed on our land without permission. Such acts deserve death. Mito's lips parted as she spoke, and a tremendous chakra surged from her slender form, transforming into a semi-transparent crimson cloak around her. The rumors were true. You really can suppress the seven tails at will, Reikage muttered, a new wariness flickering in his eyes. Mito wasted no words. Her figure flashed with grace and precision. A single jade-white leg swept out like a whip, leaving afterimages as it lashed toward the Reikage's head. He dropped low, narrowly dodging strike. In the same motion, he coiled his legs and launched himself forward, aiming a savage head butt at Mito's midsection. This display of wild, primal combat perfectly embodied the fighting style of the Hidden Cloud Village. At the critical moment, a pair of radiant iridescent insect wings unfurled from Mito's back. Glimmering with a lustrous emerald transparency, the wings gave a gentle flutter, and she slid effortlessly to the side, her body arched elegantly away from his charge. Lightning crackled as the rake's bull rush skimmed just beneath her chest, missing by a hair's breadth. With a sharp metallic snap, a flash of gold gleamed. Using the cover of her wings, a dozen pale golden chains snaked out from Mito's back, easily binding Rake's legs. Her wings beat again, trailing after images as she carried the Rakage straight up into the sky. Damn it, my chakra's sealed. The Rake's face darkened as the lightning aura flickered out along his body. As the ground grew more distant beneath him, a ruthless determination flared in his eyes. He grabbed hold of the chains, relying solely on his raw physical strength to yank them hard. The upward momentum slowed, and for a brief instant, Mito was forced to pause midair. In that fleeting second, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, striking both of them. The thunderclap that followed was so deafening it threatened to shatter the very air. Mito let out a muffled groan as countless fine arcs of electricity danced along her skin, her body seized by a momentary paralysis. The chakra chains instantly loosened their grip. The Rakage seized the opportunity to break free. Far from harming him, the lightning seemed to revive him, reigniting his fighting spirit. Years of tempering his body with lightning chakra had rendered him nearly immune to its effects. By contrast, smoke curled from Mito's delicate form as she lost control, plummeting downward, both of them falling in tandem. Mito landed in a classic superhero pose, one knee bent, her long, flawless legs flashing brilliantly for an instant. Because the tailed beast chakra enveloped her body, she had endured little injury. Her battle armor, however, was severely damaged. At once, she surged her chakra, dispersing the lightning that had invaded her body. The thick smoke before her parted in an instant, swept aside as the Rakage came charging at her once more. Pale blue bolts of lightning illuminated a pair of calm, beautiful eyes and her serene, unruffled face. The Rakage's reactions were sharp. His gaze dropped, and to his shock, he saw lines of ink-black script spreading out from his own palm. In a single heartbeat, shadowy runes intertwined, sketching out a sigil that sealed him completely. What is this? His pupils contracted. Could it have been earlier? He suddenly recalled. He crossed palms with Mito just moments before. Sealing jutsu. Karma shackles. A chill of alarm shot through the Rakage. The markings on his skin shone with a sudden, blinding light. A strange sensation rushed through his body. He felt as though he'd turned to stone, everything petrified and beyond his control. At that moment, a faint, fragrant breeze swept past. Mito's fist, now surging with energy, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an invisible gale tore across the battlefield, shredding the earth. Like a barrier of wind, it slammed down between Mito and the Rakage. Forced to break off her attack, Mito was swept back more than 10 meters by the forceful wind. A figure landed beside the Rakage. Tall and broad-shouldered, with silver hair and a pair of horns jutting from his head, he wore his signature, defiant grin, and gripped a crimson war fan. Ginkaku. Mito's eyebrows knit in a slight frown, a flicker of concern passing through her heart. Shouldn't he be at the Kikyo mountain front lines? But since he's appeared here, it no longer matters, she thought, steadying her breath. She calmly plucked a supple branch, gathering up her loose red hair. Lowering her hands, dense-tailed beast chakra once again streamed across her body. Her battle skirt billowed around her, the wind swirling though none was there. Secret art glitter scale veil. Her fresh red lips parted. In a shrieking wind, brilliant, scale-like motes scattered and whirled, enveloping swathes of enemy shinobi in shimmering light within moments. Dawn was breaking. Soft morning light steadily pierced the black clouds overhead, tinting the dark blue sky with a gentle warmth. Rubbed his eyes, Kagami stepped out of his tent. After a few hours' rest, his body had almost fully recovered. Stretching out his arms, he took a deep breath of the crisp, cool air and let out a long, sleepy yawn, sending white frosty clouds into the morning. Outside, people bustled past in all directions. Every Konoha shinobi seemed hurried and busy. The night before, Kinkaku's tailed beast bomb had destroyed the food storage and arsenal. Even parts of the barracks had been caught in the blast. Repairs and cleanup were proceeding at a feverish pace. Blinking, Kagami wondered if he was seeing things. There were far more people in the camp than the day before. Amid the barracks, hundreds of new tents had sprung up, and one familiar clan symbol after another caught his eye. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hyuga, Aburame. Reinforcements? If these are just backup troops, isn't this lineup a bit too extravagant? Is everything all right back at the village? Kagami was full of questions. Damn it, I must have lost track of time and overslept. In the distance, In and Koharu were busy trying to keep up with their cleanup duties. Danzo's head was wrapped in thick bandages, his face dark and unreadable. No one could guess what was on his mind. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi, busy transporting supplies, noticed Kagami and hurried over. Kagami, how's your recovery going? Almost back to normal, Kagami replied, nodding his head. But I need to finish this mission report before I can help tidy up the camp. Suddenly, a wave of guilt swept over him. I'm sorry. I really could have used the chance last night to take out Kinkaku, but I hesitated. There's no need to blame yourself. You only gave up on the decapitation mission because you were protecting everyone in the camp. We all understand. A thought seemed to cross Hiruzen's mind, and he spoke again. Did you notice anything unusual on the cloud side? Nothing major, but Kagami's brow furrowed. Ginkaku seems to have vanished. Logically, if those two brothers teamed up, I'd never have held them off. But for some reason, Ginkaku never appeared in last night's fight. Was there some deeper scheme at play? Or was this merely misdirection? I have to get this intelligence back to Konoha, Kagami realized. Without hesitation, he turned into the tent to prepare his mission report. Just then, Hiruzen called out, as if remembering something important. Kagami, the intel team sent an urgent message this morning. Sensei wants you back at the village. Back to the village? Kagami paused, and then quickly pieced it all together. The extra backup in camp this morning must be there to replace him while he was summoned back to the village. With that, he wasted no time and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself back to Konoha. At the entrance to the Hokage building, beside the stone guardian lions, Kagami appeared out of thin air, rushing straight into the Hokage's office. So you've returned. Tobirama Senju turned around slowly. Just a few days' absence, yet he seemed to have aged considerably. Kagami nodded. Sensei, things on the front are tense. Summoning me back at such a critical moment. Has something happened to the village? Tobirama let out a deep sigh and recounted in detail everything that had transpired in yesterday's council room. Only then did Kagami realize the reason for Ginkaku's absence the previous night. He had already been secretly reassigned to another front, leading Cloud's ambush force along the sea route to invade the Land of Fire. What's more, the second Raikage was with them. With Konoha in a low mood, Lady Mito stepped forward. She shed her loose civilian clothes, tied her hair up, donned armor, and strode out to meet the enemy as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, a true paragon of female courage. As Tobirama explained, on the Eastern Front, she used the Seven Tails' unique control of the skies to single-handedly hold back the enemy's assault force, engaging two opponents at once and tying them down. Thanks to the unique abilities of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, her hidden scale powder technique worked wonders on the battlefield, blinding swathes of enemies at once. Accompanied by blasts of tailed beast bombs raining down from the sky, she inflicted considerable damage on enemy troops. Her assaults drove the second Raikage into furious curses, while Ginkaku burrowed into the ground, too fearful to show himself. Her valiant figure became a rallying point, lifting the spirits of the Konoha shinobi. They fought with renewed courage, not only halting the thunderous advance of the surprise cloud force, but even pushing the front line back and reclaiming lost ground. Lady Mito truly deserves to be Lord Hashirama's wife, Kagami exclaimed, genuine admiration written across his face. Such courage and presence. None of us juniors can compare. But, Sensei, why did you call me back? Kagami asked. Tobirama strode over to him, and only then did Kagami notice how exhausted his teacher looked. The sharp decisiveness Tobirama once radiated was gone, replaced instead by a hint of weariness, a quiet shadow of growing old. Kagami, I can't deny it now. You are my most outstanding disciple, the true inheritor of the will of fire. For the future of Konoha, do you have the resolve to make sacrifices? Of course, Kagami answered without hesitation. He pointed to his forehead protector. From the moment I put this on, I was prepared to give my life whenever the village demanded it. If one day you had to choose between your clan and the village, Tobirama pressed, resting a hand firmly on Kagami's head to hold his gaze. Which would you choose? Look into my eyes and tell me your answer. Without the slightest pause, Kagami replied. To me, the clan is also made up of comrades. The village I'm striving for is a true family, one in which there are no divisions, only peace. In my eyes, there is no difference between clan and comrade. I would treat them all equally. And if, someday, you had to choose between overwhelming power and your comrades. Tobirama's voice softened and grew heavier. Don't answer right away. Remember, after all, strength is also what allows us to protect the village. Kagami gave a faint, serene smile. To me, That's never been a real choice. If protecting the village means giving up my power, then hasn't my power already done its job? Tobirama was taken aback. For some reason, in that moment, the smile before him so closely resembled his brother's from all those years ago. A fleeting illusion of Hashirama's face flashed before his eyes. Years of battle and sharp instinct told Tobirama he was not under any illusion. Kagami truly was the inheritor of Hashirama's will. The potential for a future Hokage stood before him. For an instant, Tobirama's gaze grew layered with emotion. So many years after the founding of Konoha, the very first prodigy with that rare combination of heart and strength had emerged, and from the Uchiha clan, no less. With eyes shadowed by difficult thoughts, he asked his final question in a grave and solemn voice. If there comes a day when you have to sacrifice the interests of the village to save your comrades, what would you choose? As long as we have comrades, we have a village. Without them, Konoha would be nothing more than an empty shell of calculation and schemes. That's not the peace I dream of. Kagami answered without hesitation, voicing the conviction in his heart. I would choose to save my comrades without a second thought. That's the way I've always been, and that's what I'll continue to do. Tobirama took a deep breath and stepped back, retreating 2 paces. To Kagami's astonishment, the second Hokage, a man seasoned by countless battles and known for his sharp mind, placed a gratified hand on his shoulder. Kagami, as the second Hokage, I now declare, should the day come when I am gone, then you will become the 3rd Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Hidden Leaf Village, a hidden, unnamed underground facility. This was Tobirama Senju's private research laboratory. The laboratory occupied a key location at Konoha's heart, vast in scale and shrouded in thick forests, ensuring the utmost secrecy for his research, while allowing new jutsu to be developed and experiments to be conducted in safety. Kagami followed Tobirama down the stairs, pushing through one secret door after another, until they entered an empty laboratory. Kagami had yet to recover from the shock of what he'd just heard. My teacher has acknowledged me. He wants me to become Hokage. His mind drifted far away as the words and the earnest look on Tobirama's face replayed in his thoughts. He trailed behind mechanically, barely noticing their surroundings as they entered the lab. A heavy click broke the silence. Tobirama pulled the main switch, and the electric current surged through the circuits. Rows of bright yellow lamps snapped on all at once, flooding the formerly gloomy laboratory with clear, vivid light. Only then did Kagami snap back to reality, and, almost by instinct, he began to study his surroundings. A sharp sense of unease flickered in his chest. The first thing that caught his eye was the massive central control console, bristling with twinkling screens and a maze of buttons, its intricate arrangement of circuits connecting it to all sorts of experimental devices. Jutsu development seals, chakra analyzers, and over a dozen other strange biochemical instruments. Without Tobirama's explanations, Kagami might have mistaken them for advanced weapons of war. Particles of dust danced in the beams of light, and the air was thick with a peculiar blend of metal and medicinal scents. Ranks of cold storage units and filing cabinets seemed to blur past on either side, and through glass storage cases, one could glimpse test tubes, petri dishes, and reagents in a riot of colors. Kagami felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the spectacle. He now stood at the heart of the laboratory. Further inside, the lab was neatly divided into separate zones: a resting area, an herb corner, a space for training. As Tobirama pointed them out, his tone casual, it seemed each section had its own special purpose. Kagami's jaw dropped as he looked at his teacher, as if seeing him for the very first time. Despite the laboratory being equipped with advanced technological devices, Tobirama still preserved several traditional elements. The Senju clan crest hung on the wall, an array of shinobi tools, and some ancient scrolls and books. This detail allowed Kagami to breathe a little easier, realizing that he was indeed still in the world of shinobi. He was truly at a loss for words. He had witnessed far too many things today that were beyond his comprehension. If he had to sum it all up in a single sentence, Tobirama's research institute was truly a paragon of the integration of biology, technology, and ninjutsu. In one of the cultivation chambers, he even spotted a bed of lava. Amidst the searing heat, a tangle of dark purple plants grew, branching wildly, clustered together like brambles, their surfaces wreathed in wisps of shadowy mist. The air shimmered with distortion. Even through the glass, he could feel the oppressive heat. That's demon sprout grass. Don't let its unremarkable appearance fool you. It's actually key to our experiment this time. Tobirama noted his gaze and explained, the solution derived from the demon sprout plant can quickly and effectively reduce the body's rejection response. At the genetic level, it encourages permeability and integration. Before long, Tobirama led him to the very heart of the laboratory. The moment the door opened, Kagami froze on the spot, struck absolutely dumb. What did he see? In the deepest part of the room, within a massive tank, the first Hokage, who had already been buried, was now quietly immersed in an eerie green solution. His eyes were gently closed, his face serene, and his long black hair drifted like seaweed. On the nearby work table lay a stack of thick research papers. The walls were crowded with all manner of charts and data, clear evidence that this research had already reached a significant stage. "Sensei," Kagami exclaimed, his eyes wide, hand trembling as he pointed to the distant tank. "That's—" Tobirama let out a soft sigh. To become Hokage, one needs power. Right now, your strength mainly comes from those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. But should you lose your sight, your power would vanish in an instant. Your information reminded me. If we could transfer the vitality within my brother's cells to your body, perhaps, through its regenerative factors, we could continuously repair your optic nerves and thus avoid the risk of blindness. Listening to Tobirama's explanation, Kagami still found it hard to believe. Is even this within your abilities, sensei? The real question isn't whether I can do it, but whether you can accept it, Tobirama replied calmly. I can't guarantee this experiment will succeed. If it fails, both your life and Konoha's fate would be lost together. So it seems, sensei, you've placed the fate of the village in my hands, in your own way. Kagami took a deep breath. Then let's do it. As long as it means we can win this war and protect more of our comrades. I'm not afraid of failure. When it came to his own condition, only he truly knew. Each time he used the Mangekyo Sharingan's techniques, his eyesight and physical strength dwindled day by day. He had no idea how much longer he could endure. 3 months? A month? If things went on like this, the day would come when he lost his sight completely. Tobirama opened the cold storage unit, and as a gust of cold air rushed out, he carefully retrieved a small vial containing a golden solution, handling it as though it were a priceless treasure. The test tube trembled in his hands, and under the light, delicate ripples of pale gold shimmered across its surface. This is a genetic solution I spent weeks extracting from my brother's cells, Tobirama said, cradling the test tube with utmost care. Our ultimate goal is to inject this into your body, fuse it with the cells throughout your system, and recreate your genes to fully inherit his power. Unconsciously, Kagami's pupils contracted. In this small vial, he could sense a surge of vitality, a pure, exuberant life force as fierce as the summer sun. He even had the uncanny feeling that if a single drop of this liquid were spilled on Earth, a towering tree would spring forth in an instant. If the whole vial were emptied, an entire lush forest might burst into existence. He simply couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if this solution were injected into his body right now. He might be burned to ashes, or else transformed into a walking tree. Don't worry, that won't happen now, Tobirama reassured him. He placed the genetic solution back in the cold storage and secured the doors layer by layer. For the next 3 days, I'll also extract your genes, analyze and compare the differences, and use a special fusion agent to try blending the two. We'll keep adjusting the process, calibrating the concentration until it becomes the form most compatible with you. Only after all the samples have merged perfectly will we begin the genetic injection. This is destined to be a long and trying journey, and we may have to face countless failures along the way. Tobirama's gaze seemed to pierce right into him, his tone resolute and full of trust. No matter what the final outcome is, both I and all of Konoha village will stake everything on you. Kagami nodded solemnly. First, I need to examine your physical state and assess your condition from every angle. 3 days later, Tobirama was holding an additional vial filled with pale red liquid. Sensei, is this enough? Kagami asked. Inside the research institute, Kagami sat up from the experimental bed and rolled his shoulders, knowing that the front lines at Kikyo Hill still needed him. Nearby, Tobirama, clad in his white lab coat, waved his hand dismissively. There's no rush. If anything dangerous happens, the intelligence division will send urgent word. It won't be too late for you to hurry over. Ever since that night's decapitation operation, the Cloud Hidden Forces had temporarily given up on storming the gates, opting instead to reinforce their defenses and lock down the front lines, which had brought some relief to the fighting at Kikyo Hill. Whether Kagami's surprise attack that night had worked, or Golden Horn had other schemes in mind, remained to be seen. Come, let's take a look at what we've achieved in these past days. Tobirama called him out of bed, and together they approached the lab bench. The two of them, separated by a thick pane of glass, observed the very first fusion of the genetic solutions. In the vacuum chamber, a drop of pale, red liquid fell onto the glass vessel. Kagami knew immediately. That was his genetic fluid. To commemorate the moment, he solemnly activated his Sharingan, the Tomo circling 3 times in his eyes. He didn't want to miss a single detail. Tobirama operated the mechanical pipette, letting a drop of pale blue solution fall into the vessel, merging with Kagami's genetic fluid. Before their eyes, the droplet gradually deepened, turning a rich purple with no sign of resistance. "That's juice extracted from the Kinyarashi plant," Tobirama explained, never taking his gaze off the drop. "Amazing, isn't it?" He continued. "Theoretically, it could fuse with anyone's blood, but in reality, it's extremely dangerous. Mess up the proportions, and the consequences are fatal." Next, Tobirama carefully retrieved a drop of golden solution from the refrigerated cabinet, skillfully maneuvering the machine to suspend it over the vessel. He gave his finger a gentle tap. The drop slipped down like dew rolling from a leaf. Bang! A piercing explosion rang out as white mist billowed forth. Both genetic solutions shattered on impact, sending fractures through the very glass between them. Kagami was stunned. Through the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he had witnessed everything with clarity. The instant the two liquids met, their surfaces shuddered wildly, emitting wisps of vapor from the heat. The reaction was as violent as pouring concentrated sulfuric acid into water. A furious boil, spattering and evaporating all in a heartbeat. It was hard to imagine what might have happened if Hashirama's genetic solution had been injected directly into his body. At this point, Tobirama placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze wavering for a moment. "Don't be surprised. This is exactly what I expected," Tobirama said in a low voice. "That's the reality of experimentation. Tedious, monotonous, and endless." Kagami turned around, forcing a bitter smile. "I was too naive. I even thought that if I just grit my teeth, I could endure the torment the genetic solution would inflict on my body. Don't worry. Once we get this right, injecting the genetic solution will be painless, as easy as a glucose injection," Tobirama replied calmly. "Sample testing is a fundamental part of experiment methodology. We take this approach precisely to avoid what you saw just now." Seeing Kagami still looking somewhat confused, Tobirama paused in thought before summarizing. "Just remember this. The experiment has 3 main steps. The first is to fuse the 2 genetic solutions. This is the hardest part, requiring constant adjustment of the reagent proportions and countless trials. The second step is the matching of cell samples. Simply put, this involves injecting the prepared genetic solution into your cell sample. This is also a highly complex process, requiring a large amount of data to support it. The final step is truly the end, directly injecting the genetic solution into your bloodstream. There's only one chance. If it fails, it's all over." Tobirama shot a glance at Kagami. "But you don't need to worry too much. If the first 2 steps go smoothly, the third usually poses no problem. The chance of perfect fusion is as high as 98%. With that, Tobirama continued with the experiment, muttering under his breath, perhaps for Kagami's sake, or simply to himself. The concentration of the Oniero serum still needs tweaking, and there's considerable variation in the solution's genetic ratio. The next week passed without any urgent messages from the front lines. It was as if everyone had gone home for the new year. Although war still loomed, the battlefield had settled into an eerie, almost absurd calm. In truth, the initiative in the war remained with the Hidden Cloud. They'd halted their attack for the time being, and Kikyo Mountain's defending forces dared not counter, since their commanding officer was absent. Their only goal now was to hold the fort. For Kagami, this meant a rare spell of leisure, and he took the chance to enjoy the New Year festival in the village. Over those few days, though the experiment made little progress, Kagami's luck in love skyrocketed. His romantic prospects seemed to shoot upward overnight. Just walking his patrol through town, he found himself surrounded by a flurry of admiring young women. Some came from distinguished families, openly casting lingering, hopeful glances his way. The threshold of his home was practically worn flat, and every crack in the door was crammed with invitations from prominent clans. Kagami could do nothing but laugh wryly, yet after a moment's thought, the reason was obvious. With war pressing in and powerful enemies at the gates, Konoha seemed powerless to resist. At a time when life and death hung in the balance, he had stepped boldly forward, leading the vanguard, facing 2 enemies at once without faltering, rallying the troops, and breathing new spirit into the name of Konoha. And what's more, he was only 18. Now, possessing both striking looks and peerless strength, he was not only the second Hokage's personal disciple, but also a pure-blood scion of the Uchiha clan. With such credentials, who wouldn't be interested? It seemed that these days, Tobirama had let slip his intention to name Kagami as the 3rd Hokage. As a result, even those who had once ignored him now greeted him with warm smiles. The olive branches thrown his way could have made a Christmas tree. Yet, as the saying goes, fair weather friends are no match for those who stay by your side at your lowest. Whether it was the fruit of feelings long sown, or simply the pressure of war acting as a catalyst, Kagami soon developed a close bond with Uchiha Yuko, the clan leader's own sister, and their relationship quickly blossomed. On the final night of the New Year festival, Q and a petite figure nestled together atop the Hokage Rock, gazing at the myriad stars above as burst after burst of fireworks lit up the night sky in celebration of a new year. Sparks of color soared into the heavens, exploding in brilliant, fleeting displays. They seemed like dazzling, multicolored sprites, spinning, swirling, and blooming, at times drifting as lightly as willow fluff, at others unfurling like peonies in full bloom, weaving a spectacle across the sky. In that moment, it felt as though the whole universe was pulsating with life and joy. If only there were no more wars, Yuko murmured softly. Her dark eyes were illuminated by the radiant fireworks above. Yes, Q replied with a sigh. Then, suddenly his gaze flickered. Yuko, if I told you that I only had a few years left to live, would you still want to be with me? Silly, she chided gently. Just how many times must I say it before you finally understand? Yuko tilted her head up, her delicate hand cradling Q's face, her eyes deep and resolute. I love you. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. Q took her small hand, a new resolve shining in his eyes. I will protect the village and everyone in it. No matter how difficult the road ahead might be, at least in whatever time I've left, I am determined to win this war. Yuko gazed at his handsome profile, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears. Q-kun, I believe in you. Their eyes met, the world now silent around them. In that instant, nothing else existed but the two of them. Bathed in the kaleidoscopic glow of fireworks, they leaned toward one another and shared a gentle kiss. At the Canopy Bridge base, taking advantage of the festival, Kanna and Hikaru hurried back from the Land of Lightning just in time for a New Year's dinner with Lord Madara. Outside, countless households were aglow, fireworks bursting in tandem. Inside, the aroma of food filled the air, and the long table was laden with a feast of 12 hearty dishes. Of course, most of the culinary effort had come from Kanna. Uchiha, too, contributed to the meal. His signature braised pork, glistening and aromatic, was a testament to his culinary finesse. At one end of the table stood a lifelike sculpture, an intricate carrot carving painstakingly shaped by Uchiha Hikaru, who insisted on depicting the three of them hand in hand. In the center was Madara himself, clad in traditional Uchiha attire. On one side stood Kanna, petite and just 13, and on the other, Hikaru, noticeably taller. The careful knife work lent the sculpture depth and vividness. Even the subtle expressions captured on their carved faces revealed the sculptor's meticulous attention to detail. On any other day, such artistry would be a work of art in its own right. But placed in the middle of the dining table, it did feel a bit odd. Old Madara tried his best to avoid looking at it, even shifting his chair away just a little. Kanna quietly enjoyed her meal. Each time her chopsticks hovered near the carrot sculpture, Hikaru's eyes widened in anticipation. But when she realized the chopsticks landed elsewhere, that spark of excitement in her gaze would fade just as quickly. Feigning indifference, she nibbled at her soup spoon. Did everything go smoothly with your mission? Madara broke the silence. Shinyu picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his bowl. Everything is under control. We haven't even taken action or intervened in any way. All we did was set things in motion, and now they're fighting fiercely, getting more intense by the minute. Guang's voice was cool and detached. I hear things are even worse between the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages. Their Kage themselves have entered the fray. I said from the beginning this was the wrong path. The infinite Tsukuyami is the only road to true peace. Madara let out a cold laugh, but his tone softened, tinged with melancholy. Sometimes I wish I could drag Hashirama out and make him see the world as it is now. Suddenly, Shinyu said, if our plan goes smoothly, maybe that day will come. Both Madara and Guang looked over at him. Kimogakure hasn't even shown its real strength yet, Shinyu said with a light smile. As this war escalates, it's only a matter of time before Tobirama acts out of desperation. Who knows? He might even resort to the impure world reincarnation technique to bring Hashirama Senju back from the Pure Land. Madara paused for a moment, then took a sip of tea. It's pointless. That jutsu isn't true resurrection. If Hashirama comes back, he'll only be a lifeless, hollow shell. He reached out with his chopsticks, only then noticing an eager, sparkling gaze fixed upon him. It turned out his hand had unconsciously drifted toward the plate of carved figurines. He cleared his throat. Madara gave a small cough. In the face of Guang's bright, expectant look, so reminiscent of a fawn, he reluctantly reached for the dish. But when it came to selecting which little figure to pick up, he found himself at a loss. His chopsticks hovered awkwardly in the air, testing the waters as he watched Guang's expressions. When he paused above the Madara carving, Guang's brow knit gently. When he hovered over the Guang carving, Guang's lips puffed out in a tiny pout. Only when he finally picked up the Xinyu figurine did Guang's face break into a sunny smile, as if the sky had cleared after a storm. With a crisp snap, Madara bit off the Xinyu head. The crunch was so sharp and sudden that even Xinyu felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but swallow hard. Under Guang's intense, pressing gaze, Xinyu too had no choice but to make his move. His mind raced as he sought a tactful option and eventually picked up the Guang carving. Only when he saw Guang's sweet smile remain did he breathe a sigh of relief. He dabbed the figure in a bit of salad dressing and promptly ate in one bite. At last, Guang cheerfully lifted the final Madara figure, took a neat bite, and decapitated it with a flash of her silver teeth. Madara glanced over quickly, then said nothing, quietly sipping his tea. After the hearty meal, Guang took the initiative to clear the dishes, showing the admirable qualities of a competent, caring young lady as she went off to wash up in the kitchen. The moment she left the stone chamber, Madara beckoned Xinyu over and asked in a low voice, "For this new year, have you prepared any sort of gift for her?" "A gift." "She helped carry out your plan without a second thought, and you didn't even bother to thank her?" Madara glanced at him, his eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. "Sometimes you really are quite dense." Thanks to Madara's reminder, Kamihane's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized his oversight. "How about I invite her to watch the fireworks? The most spectacular and expensive show in the city." "Does she look like the kind of girl who enjoys romantic outings?" Madara shook his head in exasperation, as if he couldn't fathom Kamihane's cluelessness. "Honestly, after all these years, you still don't know what she likes." "Madara, what do you suggest?" Madara leaned back, a self-assured smile curling at the corner of his lips. "She's decisive, quick to act, traits that surpass even many men. Girls like her naturally prefer swords, weapons, and ninja tools." Seriously? Don't you remember how thrilled she was when she received the flame fan and the scythe? Well, trust me, give her your Shuangjiang Ishin blade. She'll be over the moon. Kamihane molded over, unable to shake the feeling that the suggestion was off the mark. "Wait a minute, Madara. You've been single since birth for 46 years. Who are you to give me advice on wooing a woman?" Suddenly, a subtle shift in his expression betrayed a strange sensation welling up inside. Through the bond of the summoning contract, he sensed a distant will calling out to him. "It's Zaisuk." He sprang to his feet, ready to respond. Did something go wrong in the land of iron? At that moment, Hikari finished washing the dishes. With masterful water techniques, she had every plate gleaming in no time. She looked at him puzzled. "Where are you going?" "There seems to be trouble on Zaisuk's end. They only summon me when it's urgent," Kamihane replied quickly, moving with haste. "They? You mean the land of iron?" Hikari mused thoughtfully. In the 6 years he'd spent in seclusion, the blacksmiths at the workshop had summoned Kamihane only once, and that was in the dead of night. The reason? A mysterious and powerful ninja had infiltrated the headquarters, attempting to assassinate Danwamaya. But thanks to Zaisuk's vigilance, he swiftly performed a reverse summoning jutsu. Kamihane arrived and easily subdued the assassins. Under the pressure of his genjutsu interrogation, it turned out they were rogue ninjas, hired by envious aristocrats. That very night, he personally visited the mansion of the daimyo in the land of iron. The daimyo, deep in slumber, was jolted awake, only to find the tip of an icy blade hovering inches from his forehead, radiating a chilling aura. His eyes bulged in terror, and his soul nearly fled his body. Still reeling from fear, he recognized Kamihane's familiar face and heard his cold, emotionless voice. "Some people's claws are stretching a bit too far. It's time they were clipped." Since that incident, no one in the land of iron dared to trouble the forge hall again, and as a result, Xinyu found himself with a long stretch of peace. "Someone actually has the nerve to cause trouble during the new year? I guess they're itching for a fight again," Xinyu said with a cool smirk, curious to see what kind of reckless fool thought the chaos of war would be a good cover for their schemes. "Wait." Hikari's slender, ivory hand reached out and rested gently on Xinyu's shoulder. "This time, I'm going with you." Before Xinyu could respond, the reverse summoning jutsu flared, enveloping them both. Then, in a swirl of white mist, they vanished. Behind them, old Bantu silently retracted the hand he'd reached out. Honestly, he wanted to tag along to watch the commotion too. He'd even put on his mask for the occasion. They're all so blind. Guess being oblivious has its perks. Land of Iron, Takeo City, headquarters of the Forge Hall. In a lavish, resplendent hall glittering with gold, a sudden haze of white smoke spread outward, and two figures materialized before Ziju, the ninja cat. Shinyu glanced around with calm detachment, only to be quietly surprised. They were surrounded on all sides. Nearly all the core members of the Forge Hall were present. This was no small matter. Years had passed, and everyone's looks had changed a fair amount. Daiwa Maya looked older, weathered by time, with fine lines at the corners of his eyes and a slight hunch to his back. Yet, those deep-set eyes of his seemed smarter and sharper than ever. His eldest apprentice, Ryunosuke, now sported thick brows and bright eyes. His polished bald head made him stand out in any crowd, especially now that he wore a full beard, which gave him a rougher, but also steadier, appearance. Daiwa Yukino was still all in white, a graceful silhouette, curves delicate yet pronounced. This time, she wore no veil, her makeup immaculate, her beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. A delicate flick of crimson accentuated the corners of her eyes, enhancing her mature allure. Sugawara Shoko hadn't changed much at all, a cherubic face at odds with her grown-up figure. Her burlap shirt stretched to the point of bursting, and she moved with a perpetual, trembling awkwardness. The others needn't be detailed here. Who's behind this? Shinyu rested one hand lightly on his sword, frowning a little as he spoke. Oh, Daiwa Maya coughed a few times, leaning forward on his cane. My lord, ever since the incident 4 years ago, no one dares mess with the guild anymore. Ryunosuke quickly echoed, his smile apologetic. Exactly. Everyone's in awe of your unrivaled might, my lord. They wouldn't dare cause trouble. Besides, the Bakufu supports us wholeheartedly. Shinyu's brows knitted further as he turned, his tone slightly sharp. If that's the case, then why summon me here? It wasn't really my idea. I'm just following orders, meow, Zizhu replied, waving a paw and curling his tail before settling down to munch contentedly on a dried fish. In truth, we just wanted to formally thank you, my lord, for your many years of support and assistance. Yukino glided forward with graceful steps and stopped before Kamehane, her voice gentle as she said, Kamehane, everyone really wants to show you their gratitude tonight. At that moment, Kamehane finally realized just how elaborately decorated the hall was. The golden marble tiles gleamed with opulence, their grandeur accentuated by the crimson carpets beneath them. The walls were etched with fine patterns, and the sweeping arches of the vaulted ceiling were traced with silver and gold, studded with crystal chandeliers that cast a soft, inviting glow. Not far away, round tables were laden with delicacies, far surpassing anything served back at the base. In the very center, a simmering hot pot sent tendrils of spicy sweet fragrance to every corner of the hall, the bubbling broth luring out everyone's appetite. Kamehane let out a regretful breath. Ah, if only I'd known, I would have brought Lord Ban with me. His tongue clicked lightly. Come join us, Kamehane. Yukino coaxed, taking another step closer, her eyes shining with warmth. Instinctively, Kamehane retreated half a step. Yukino's nearness, cloaked in a faint, delicate scent, left him somewhat ill at ease. Just then, a crisp snap scattered the tension. A broad fan, blazing with painted flame, was thrust quickly between them, a firm barrier separating Kamehane and Yukino. You woman, have you no sense of boundaries? Mitsu's chin was raised high, her eyes glinting with a dangerous fire. If you got something to say it, no need to crowd. Kamehane quickly sensed Mitsu's mood, stormy, to say the least. Even so, she refrained from unleashing her chakra, aware that Yukino was, after all, an ordinary woman with no means of self-defense. And who might you be, little sister? Yukino blinked in mild surprise. My name is Uchiha Mitsu. So Mitsu it is. Yukino's smile deepened, and with casual pride, she drew herself up, subtly showing off her figure. He's Lord Ban's disciple, just like me. Kamehane stepped in carefully, nudging the edge of the flame fan and sending Mitsu a tentative glance. We've already eaten, but since they went to all this trouble, it wouldn't do to refuse their kindness. How about a light meal? Suit yourself. Mitsu spun her slender wrist and, with practiced ease, snapped her flame fan shut and tucked it back behind her. Everyone settled into their seats, and as the lazy rotation of the table began, a rather awkward banquet slowly unfolded. There was something odd about the seating arrangement. The seat of honor was intended for Kamehane, and by custom, the head of the family, Damba Maya, and his chief disciple, Ryunosuke, should have been on either side. But as Kamehane took his place, Mitsu promptly planted herself at his left with obvious resolve. Maya, cane in hand, shifted awkwardly to the right, attempting to reclaim some dignity, only to be joined immediately on Kamehane's right by his own cherished daughter, who settled in with ethereal grace. And so, the not-quite-50-year-old, disabled merchant chief found himself politely maneuvered to sit directly across from Kamehane. After a few polite exchanges, dishes were passed around, and lively conversation flared to life. Yet, amidst the cheerful bustle and the bubbling hot pot, one thing was certain. Regardless of everyone else's enjoyment, Kamehane felt as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. On the left side, Yukino tilted her delicate head forward and asked in a gentle, melodious voice, "Sister, how old are you this year?" Shinyu nearly choked on her fruit wine. "It's actually quite rude to ask someone's age out of the blue," Guang replied lightly. "Didn't your mother ever teach you that?" "My mother passed away when I was very young. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. It's all right. I was the one being forward." Yukino smiled gracefully. "By the way, I still don't know. What exactly is the relationship between you and the young master?" This time, Shinyu bit right through her iron spoon, chewing on it absent-mindedly. Guang was dumbfounded, letting the piece of meat she just picked up fall helplessly back into her bowl. Yukino narrowed her luminous eyes, as if sensing her chance to turn the tables. "Could it be that you've already pledged yourselves to each other in secret?" "No, not yet," Shinyu and Guang blurted out at the same time, voices full of fluster. They exchanged a quick, embarrassed glance, and each turned away, pretending nothing had happened as both their cheeks flushed crimson. "Oh, I see how it is," Yukino exclaimed, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. "The young master is so accomplished and dashing, and little sister Guang is both beautiful and wise. It's heartwarming just to look at you two." For a moment I thought, forgive my boldness. I deserve a little punishment for such presumptuousness. The banquet wrapped up quickly, mainly because Guang and Shinyu felt too awkward to stay a moment longer. When others tried to coax them into staying, they declined with the tacit understanding of conspirators. Before leaving, Shinyu slipped into the kitchen and carefully selected several exquisite dishes, which she then sealed away in storage scrolls, intending to take them home and let old Banto have a taste. Outside, a series of explosive booms cracked through the air as fireworks burst forth in brilliant, multicolored displays, illuminating the night sky. The two of them walked side by side down the wide, deserted street. It was as if they both had 1,000 things to say, yet didn't know where to begin. They sank into a shared silence. Because of that single, flustered, "not yet" from before, Uchiha Guang's cheeks were still tinged pink, and she obediently clasped her hands behind her back, unable to meet Shinyu's eyes. She stared intently at the toes of her own indigo shinobi boots. As she shuffled forward, her slender, fair feet peeked out from beneath her skirt with each hesitant step. "Guang," Shinyu spoke softly, breaking the silence. "Yes. I want to give you a present." "A present? Really?" Guang lifted her face, a little dazed. "What kind of present?" Gently, Shinyu took Guang's small hand in her own. Instantly, a cool, soft sensation filled her palm. Guang stiffened in surprise, but did not pull away. "Come with me." "Okay." At sunrise, the two arrived at the eastern coast of the Land of Iron. A crimson sun rose slowly from the distant horizon, drenching both sky and earth in a golden-orange glow. The restless sea ebbed and flowed, like an immense sea creature about its surface. Waves gilded with morning light crashed against the cliffs at their feet, and the air was fresh and damp with the scent of the ocean. "Did you want to take me to watch the sunrise?" Guang glanced at Shunyu, her porcelain-white cheeks instantly tinged with a delicate blush, and she shyly bit her rosy lips, overcome with bashfulness in that moment. "No, what I really want to show you is..." Shunyu took a deep breath, gently grasped Guang's small hand, and leapt with her toward the sea. The starlit ocean below, like a nimble submarine, Shunyu plunged with Guang down to 200 meters beneath the waves. Around him, an invisible sphere 10 meters in diameter formed, parting all the seawater with regal command, like a king opening his own domain. Guang felt no pressure of the ocean depths, and not a single drop of water touched her dress. Outside their shield, the currents swept them swiftly into deeper waters. He led her onto a flat stone on the seafloor, excitement lighting his face as he pointed upward. "Look now." Still lost in awe at his command of water, Guang only then remembered to lift her head at his words. An immense, profound blue greeted her, so vast it felt like staring into an endless sky. Sunlight, filtered through the rippling surface, illuminated her eyes with gentle gold. Huge shoals of fish swam by in shimmering schools above, painting a series of dazzling, living murals. Countless sea creatures shone with their own lights, their glow refracted by the orange sunlight in patterns of breathtaking brilliance, like magnificent fireworks blossoming beneath the sea, like a vast, unending star field. And now, this ocean of stars was mirrored in her eyes. She turned slightly toward Shunyu. Sunlight passed through the water, casting an enchanting shimmer upon his face. His pale skin was smooth as jade, long brows arching gently like distant mountains, his features soft, his eyes luminous with warmth, and the youthful smile at his lips outshone even the starry sky above. "Thank you, Shinyu. I love it," she said softly. Guang gazed up at him, affection glowing in her eyes, threatening to melt his heart. "Lord Ban said you weren't fond of romance," Shinyu said, his gaze fixed on hers, as if discovering an even lovelier starfield reflected there. "But it seems I know you better. If you dare breathe a word of this, you're dead," she threatened, voice gentle as she wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on tiptoes. Her lips, soft and warm, found as in a lingering kiss. In the hush of the deep, a low, melodious whale song echoed around them as countless fish circled and danced nearby. Light intertwined with the sea, tranquil and profound. Time seemed to halt, and in that suspended moment, only the dreamlike starlight continued to shimmer. The village hidden in the leaves, dawn of the following day. Jing was summoned by Tobirama to the laboratory. Adjusting the ratio of the fusion agent is always a lengthy, laborious task, Tobirama said sternly. But we both know that if you lose your sight, the front lines will collapse immediately. Time is running out. So, what you're saying is, Jing understood immediately. If Tobirama had called for him, he must already have a plan in mind. The fusion between gene solutions requires extensive experimentation to collect enough data. It's clear that, whether in terms of time or resources, we can't afford such consumption. Tobirama regarded him closely and spoke slowly. "I recall that your dojutsu not only allows you to observe the probable future, but also lets you consciously manipulate reality, thereby altering possibilities and choosing the path you desire. Isn't that right?" "That's correct." Jing nodded, inwardly impressed. Of course, his teacher understood the workings of his dojutsu so thoroughly. "Good. I intend to use your foresight to weed out the failed fusion ratios, dramatically reducing the number of experiments needed," Tobirama explained, leading him to a new piece of laboratory equipment. This was a machine capable of automatically adjusting concentration ratios. With just a few input numbers, it would produce the desired concentration solution, allowing control over the fusion between Hashirama's gene fluid and Jing's own. Thanks to Tobirama's careful explanations, Jing quickly learned how to operate the instrument. "Next, activate Takamajihara. To avoid excessive strain on your left eye, you'll need to let your thoughts race as quickly as possible," Tobirama instructed, gesturing to the glass vessel inside the machine. "Once you decide the ratio, the gene solutions will fuse instantly. Whether it's a success or failure still lies within the future you can see." "I understand." Jing's eyes widened, the kaleidoscope in his left eye spinning rapidly. His fingers hovered over the control pad. He hadn't yet moved, but already, endless timelines unfurled before his vision, like a maze of branching crossroads. As his thoughts shifted, the futures within Takavara flickered in and out. Countless scenes flashed before him like frames in an old film, each one a different possible outcome. But without exception, they all ended in failure. His expression remained calm, but a slight furrow creased his brow, and a bead of cold sweat formed at his temple. He was enduring a tremendous mental strain. Tobirama watched Jing intently, unable to hide his own tension. Second after agonizing second ticked by. At last, after 2 long minutes, Jing allowed his tired eyelids to fall, shutting off his Sharingan. Tobirama noticed that Jing's left eye was now fully bloodshot, as red as a drop of fresh ink. "I looked into 14,605 possible futures," Jing said as he opened his eyes again. He hadn't moved a muscle, yet he was gasping for breath. And the result? Tobirama held his breath, his right hand gripping the armrest with white-knuckled anticipation. "There's only one correct data set, and it's the only one," Jing replied, his voice trembling as he raised a single finger. With measured urgency, he keyed in the numbers, then pressed the button. A deep mechanical hum filled the air. The instruments whirred at high speed, precisely blending and mixing, until a drop of blue solution fell into the glass vessel, merging with Mirror's gene serum to form a deep purple hue. Immediately afterward, a droplet of golden liquid slid down the pipette, falling into the vessel just as Tobirama's heart nearly leapt into his throat. A faint bubbling sound followed. Threads of gold unfurled and diffused within the violet liquid, gradually spreading. At last, with a gentle tremor, the droplet slowly turned to a brilliant red gold, and then settled, utterly calm, without a ripple. It worked. It really worked. For the first time in ages, excitement lit up Tobirama's face. He gripped Mirror's hand, his eyes shining with exhilaration. "This is almost unimaginable. Mirror, you've accelerated our progress by decades. This data is invaluable. If it weren't for your dojutsu, even with all the resources I could ever need, I can't imagine how long I would have been stuck experimenting alone. Completing the research before the war ended would have been impossible." You've accomplished something monumental. Mirror forced a faint smile, exhaustion clouding his eyes. So, can I inject the gene serum now? Almost. Tobirama swiftly recorded the last of Mirror's data, urgency in his tone. Don't be impatient. Next, we need to attempt injecting the serum into your cells, and only after we confirm everything is stable can we proceed with the actual injection. We'll only get one chance, so we can't afford any mistakes. Throwing himself into work, he said, we've already taken your cell samples. For now, you should get some rest during this period. Konoha, Year 14, early January. On the front lines, the Cloud forces had regrouped and launched another fierce assault on Kagetsu Mountain. Uchiha Mirror immediately returned to the Kagetsu Mountain stronghold, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his Konoha comrades. But this time the Cloud's attack was more brutal than ever, as if their very survival depended on this battle. It seemed every elite of the Cloud village had been mobilized. They would not give up until they broke through Kagetsu Mountain. Kinkaku rampaged like a madman across the battlefield, raining down-tailed beast bombs on the mountain despite his grave injuries. Had Mirror not withstood the onslaught and used Flying Thunder God to teleport his comrades to safety in time, the Konoha main force would likely have suffered catastrophic losses. Even so, many of the Sarutobi, Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans fell in battle. Although the defenses held, Mirror was left racked with guilt. On the Eastern Front, the troops led by Uzumaki Mido had been skirmishing off and on against the Second Raikage for weeks. While they had managed to tie up the enemy for now, the situation remained dire. The reason was a sudden shift in enemy tactics. The Second Raikage and Ginkaku had split their forces. Raikage continued to lead surprise raids in person, while Ginkaku adopted guerrilla maneuvers, attempting to bypass the blockade and strike directly at Konoha village. This forced Mido to divide her forces as well. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan was among her ranks, allowing them to detect the enemy's movements in time, just before the opposition could break through their lines. Yet Jinkaku was as slippery as an eel. Whenever Mido wasn't around, he would run rampant across the battlefield, mowing down all who stood in his way. But the moment Mido appeared, he would flee without so much as a word, never lingering for a fight, showing no regard for a warrior's code. This happened time and again, wearing Mido down to the edge of exhaustion and misery. Still, she had no choice but to force herself to stay alert, fending off the relentless attacks of the Raikage. At the end of February, Tobirama finally completed the experiments on cell samples. After countless analyses and comparisons, the cellular tissues from every part of Kyuka's body fused perfectly with Hashirama's genetic solution, Yin and Yang chakra, in perfect balance, wholly united as one. Following that, he entrusted every matter of the village to the upper echelons, while he himself, regardless of weariness, secluded himself in the research facility day and night. All his efforts focused on improving the experiment's chances of success, extracting yet another batch of gene solution from Hashirama. He meticulously repeated his earlier experiments several times, verifying every detail. Only after he was certain did he notify the intelligence division, instructing them to bring Kyuka back to the village. Stepping into the familiar laboratory, Uchiha Kyuka walked with a resolute stride, heading straight to Tobirama. After so many days of fierce battle, his vision had become a hazy blur. Even though Tobirama stood right before him, he couldn't make out his features. Light and shadow mingled in his sight, reducing faces to indistinct silhouettes. At the same time, his complexion was unusually pale. The long, grueling war had drained him, yet he still had to put on a facade of invincibility before his comrades on the front lines. Day by day, his body grew weaker. Only recently, he had started to cough up blood. If not for the burning willpower in his chest, he would have collapsed long ago. Tobirama first administered the prepared Oniaro solution via intravenous infusion. The process took over 3 hours. At first, Kyuka felt nothing out of the ordinary, but as time wore on, he found a soft, gentle energy coursing through his entire being, circulating everywhere. Under the influence of this force, he could scarcely sense his own existence, as if he were becoming one with nature itself. When the infusion was over, he rose shakily to his feet, his mind swimming. His chakra felt like a heavy mire, impossible to summon, and his limbs had turned to syrup. The experiment is complete. Accept your fate and your power, Tobirama intoned, his deep, resonant voice filled with solemn gravity. He handed over the injector, the vial inside aglow with liquid gold, pure and luminous, shimmering with a sacred light under the lamps. Kyuka drew a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. In that instant, memories of brutal battles, the faces of his comrades, and the ruthless visages of his enemies flashed before his mind's eye. whirling past like a lantern reel. In this moment, he had nothing left but the unbreakable resolve to prevail or perish. He did not hesitate. Flipping the needle, he plunged it directly into the artery at his neck and pressed the plunger home. Click! The injector slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering shards of glass everywhere. Losing all control over his body, Mirror's knees buckled and he collapsed hard onto the floor, hands weakly bracing his weight. Even as glass stabbed deep into his palms and bright crimson blood began to pool across the floor, he felt nothing at all. Inside him, golden genetic fluid was transforming into threads of gold, coursing through his veins and seeping ever deeper into his cells, inch by inch, weaving together, devouring and merging with one another. Mirror's eyes flew wide open. The kaleidoscope pattern of the Sharingan activated instinctively, unleashing a peerless, crimson glow. He gasped desperately for breath, as if trying to pull all the air in the world into his lungs. His skin flushed a furious red, reminiscent of a raw prawn thrown straight into a steaming pot. Veins bulged and ridged his skin, as if rivers were surging just beneath the surface. Every drop of blood seemed to boil, to ignite with ferocious heat. Under the neutralizing effect of the Aniaro solution, Hashirama's genetic fluid began to fuse with his cells. His genes reassembled again and again, igniting mysterious, unknown sequences. Inside and out, a stunning metamorphosis was underway. Tobirama stood rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on Mirror's transformation. Rarely, his always composed face showed a glimmer of astonishment, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He understood all too well that in this moment, success or failure would decide the fate of the Hidden Leaf Village. Gradually, Mirror's ragged breathing began to settle. The flushed red receded from his skin, and waves of heat visibly shimmered from his pores, twisting the air in tangible waves. Then, in an instant, a change overtook him, deep, fundamental, as though he had been reborn. Blood raced through his veins like rivers freed from winter's ice, while every cell within him breathed with greedy vigor, an exhilarating, wholly unfamiliar sensation. On the polished floor, the once bright blood turned to molten gold, and the wounds in his palms slowly knit themselves closed, releasing thin wisps of steam into the air. Boundless vitality roared through his body. High-pressure pulses washed every part of him, subtle changes blooming in every cell. His heart, once weak, now thundered like a war drum, flooding his body with blazing lifeblood. He couldn't hold back. A hoarse, primal roar tore from his throat. In Tobirama's astonished gaze, Uchiha Mirror slowly rose to his feet. His black hair lifted on an unfelt wind, and his chakra, thick and heady as aged spirit, began to radiate visibly from his body. Mirror opened his eyes. Clarity returned to his vision, and those bright crimson orbs deepened to a profound, somber shade of red. I did it. Now, you possess the full force of yin and yang within you. You've become someone entirely new, Tobirama said, finally letting out a breath he'd held all winter long, feeling his nerves begin to ease. Leaving the laboratory, Mirror stared down his own fist, curling it slowly, and then, unable to resist, smashed it outward with all his might. A surge of raw force exploded out. An immense, dark red beast was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the mountains beyond. Uchiha Kagami slowly drew back his fist, feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. On the battleground of Mount Kikyo, the air was thick with smoke and flames, blades swung and swords clashed, chaos and bloodshed reigned. The ninjas who had been hurling jutsu at one another stopped in shock, their attention stolen by the spectacle before them. You little brat! Rocks exploded outward as Ginkaku, now half-transformed into a tailed beast, let loose a furious roar at the sky. The savage chakra of the Nine Tails burst forth like a raging tidal wave, shaking even the air itself. With four massive claws digging into the earth, he charged again, defiant and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, a red blur slashed across the field. Kagami met him head-on. Kagami instantly saw through his opponent's attack pattern. Shifting his body to evade the swinging claws, he struck Ginkaku's chest with a fist like a cannon blast. The force of his chakra radiated outward in a fierce shockwave. Ginkaku was sent hurtling back at even greater speed. Kid, let's see if you can protect everyone. Ginkaku bellowed in fury, now utterly reckless, and began to gather his strength. As six long tails converged behind him, the air suddenly grew heavy. A sphere of deep purple energy rapidly took shape. Tailed Beast Bomb, rapid fire. Throwing his jaws wide, Ginkaku unleashed a volley of tailed beast bombs, each the size of a watermelon and burning with deadly red light. They tore through the air in all directions, their trajectories set straight toward every corner where Konoha's clans and squads were stationed. Yet this time, Kagami did not spring forward in a desperate dash to intercept them, nor did he hurriedly teleport his allies away, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, he stood his ground, palms pressed tightly together. Now, he not only inherited Hashirama's will of fire, he also commanded his power. Wood style, birth of the flower tree world. The earth trembled violently, then split apart as countless massive vines burst forth like bamboo shoots after rain, surging outward to form a vast, rolling forest. For thousands of meters, fresh green spread across the battlefield. The tailed beast bombs, released by a half-transformed foe, suddenly seemed insignificant. Beams of red light crashed into the dense forest, but like pebbles vanishing into a pond, they moved only a short distance before being devoured by the power of the wood style. The sound of splintering would echoing through the trees. But it didn't end there. Giant blossoms unfurled from the depths of the woods, their pollen billowing out in thick, golden clouds that swiftly filled the entire battlefield. With precise control, Kagami made sure the pollen drifted past the Konoha ranks and instead swept straight into the ranks of the hidden cloud. In an instant, regardless of rank, the cloud shinobi fell like wheat beneath the scythe, toppling unconscious across the field. Wood style, eternal burial of the binding trees. Kagami wove hand seals, stirring waves throughout the sea of trees. Countless giant vines twisted and writhed, surging over the fallen warriors and swallowing every unconscious cloud ninja, burying them without a trace. Damn it, we're retreating. Seeing that his tactics had failed, Ginkaku wasted no time and sounded the retreat, covering the withdrawal of those cloud shinobi who had yet to be ensnared. It was the 14th year of Hidden Leaf. In the sweltering heat of May, the first great ninja war was raging with ferocious intensity. The war over land and water raged as the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages battled with ferocious desperation, their blood-stained conflict spilling even the thoughts from their heads. The Mist, driven to fury, all but emptied their village, launching an all-out invasion through the land of birds into the southern reaches of the land of Earth. The Stone, unwilling to yield, let loose their tailed beast on the battlefield. The two sides tore into each other at close quarters, muscle against bone, marrow staining the fields, both suffering devastating losses. Then came the fire-lightning war, living up to the old saying, when lightning shakes the earth and fire, chaos is unstoppable. Nearly all forces were poured into two northeastern fronts, and the casualties on both sides defied calculation. On the northern front, everything changed the moment Kagami Uchiha entered the fray, transformed with newfound power. From then on, the tide turned completely in Konoha's favor. The mighty Goldhorn could not withstand the combined might of the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release. He fell back again and again. Not only did Konoha's vanguard reclaim lost ground, they were even able to send troops eastward to establish a blockade, greatly relieving the pressure on Mito Uzumaki. As the months of relentless conflict wore on, Kagami grew steadily more adept at wielding his new powers, the strength of would release now at his fingertips. Through his courage and leadership, Konoha's soldiers regained their morale, steadily forcing the invaders from the hidden cloud northward. At last, just as Konoha's forces surged forward, determined to drive the cloud shinobi from their land for good, Hidden Cloud played their final, most deadly card. When Konoha's troops finally broke through the enemy's barricades and tore into the heart of their camp, they didn't find the enemy on the brink, out of ammunition and desperate, making a doomed last stand. Instead, they were suddenly confronted by two colossal monsters. One was a massive feline wreathed in shimmering blue chakra flames, each breath rippling with waves of burning heat. The other, towering and muscular, with two great horns atop its head, and from the waist down, 8 tentacles twisting and writhing like some monstrous octopus. "Retreat! Tailed beasts!" shouted someone. "This is bad," called another. "Damn it! The Hidden Cloud shinobi are mad!" Cries echoed across the ranks. Panic swept through Konoha's troops, their spirits nearly fled their bodies. Before them stood two behemoths, as overwhelming as twin mountains. The heavy, palpable chakra crashed down on them like a bottomless abyss. This was raw, merciless fury, a vast chasm from the tailed beast chakra Goldhorn had unleashed earlier. To face monsters of this magnitude was nothing short of suicide. But this was war. The tailed beasts had no intention of letting anyone escape. Their purpose was slaughter, nothing less. The two tails moved first. Its maw yawned wide. In an instant, searing heat swirled and gathered. Outshot a gigantic ball of fire. arcing through the sky straight toward Konoha's lines. Face to face with a fireball the size of a hill, no one even thought of trying to stop it. They scattered in all directions, desperate to flee. A blinding golden light burst from within the crowd. In the next instant, a massive skeletal hand slammed forward, arresting the fireball's flight and sending waves of blistering heat tumbling over the field. Kagami stood clad in golden armor of bone. War god descended from the heavens. His voice rang out, clear and commanding, in every soldier's ears. All units, fall back and regroup. I'll hold him here. As if in answer to his commanding presence, golden light erupted with a thunderous force. His skeletal frame grew out of thin air, transforming at last into a colossal half-bodied skeleton. With a mighty wrench of its two bony hands, it tore apart the fireball with raw strength, unraveling it into streams of flame that shimmered and faded away. No one dared let their guard down. Monsters were best left for other monsters to deal with. They were keenly aware of their own limits. If the frontline troops had achieved anything today, fully 80% of that glory belonged to Uchiha Kagami alone. Without this commander, they might not have been able to hold MT Kikyo at all. Thus, as long as they could still stand, they would follow Kagami's every order without a hint of hesitation. If he told them to charge, they would do so without regard for their safety. If he told them to retreat, not one would look back. The two-tailed beast had no intention of letting its prey slip away. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it vaulted over the half-bodied skeleton, displaying a lightness that belied its massive size. Flame Mouse Jade. A burst of radiant blue light shot forth from its maw. A mouse-shaped fireball that, in the blink of an eye, split into countless blue fire-tracking orbs, raining down like a cast net, spreading wide to ensnare everyone. Kagami didn't glance back, for the Eight Tails seized its chance and charged in as well. Susanoo raised its skeletal arm, clapping its four enormous hands together as the battle of strength commenced. Standing inside the initial form of Susanoo, Kagami brought his hands together and slammed them down to the earth, his voice ringing out with power. Wood style. Grand tree wall. The ground shuddered and loosened, and, several hundred meters behind him, a thicket of massive wooden vines burst forth. They grew at breakneck speed, twining and weaving together, in the blink of an eye, forming an impenetrable wooden wall that stretched for hundreds of meters. All the flame mouse jade fireballs were intercepted, igniting on the surface of the wall into balloons of blue flame that crept and crawled, yet not a single fireball could penetrate the blockade. Taking advantage of this moment, the Konoha forces swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. The two-tailed beast turned its gaze slowly, its titanic vertical pupils fixing upon Uchiha Kagami, who stood behind the barricade. Twin jets of distorted heat flared from its nostrils. The towering wooden wall, rising 100 meters high, reshaped the land and fully divided the battlefield, now like an ancient coliseum of beasts, leaving only Kagami and the two raging titans within. The sound of bone, crack, crack, echoed as the skeletal hands strained under the pressure. Kagami unleashed a fresh surge of chakra. The golden glow thickened into tangible flesh, armor plating snapping into place piece by piece. In one breath, he elevated Susanoo to its third form. Suddenly, a gusting roar swept from behind as the two tails struck with its claws. Kagami wheeled around, thrusting out his palm. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Countless vines erupted from his entire outstretched arm, their tips sharp as spears, bursting through the interior of Susanoo to seize and ensnare the two tails' feline paw. The two tails recoiled in pain, instinctively trying to wrench free with brute strength. However, the vines were not only incredibly tough, they continued to grow even tighter. Before it could react, half its body was already bound in a prison of wood. Mo-Katan. Jing swiftly pulled back his right hand and began forming seals with both hands. Bramble Thorn Assault. Knots bulged across the surface of the wooden vines, which then swelled rapidly. Thick wooden pillars shot forth one after another, closing in tightly around the body of the two tails like an inescapable cage. Meanwhile, Susanoo made a sweeping motion with one hand. Golden light surged forth, taking shape as a colossal sickle and chain which slashed downward in a broad arc. The eight tails retreated but couldn't avoid the blow entirely. A small piece of its tentacle was sliced clean off. The eight tails roared with fury, thrashing wildly at the earth and shattering the ground beneath it. It hurled chunks of broken stone straight at Susanoo. Seizing the moment as Jing swung his gigantic scythe to smash the debris aside, the eight tails coiled all of its tentacles into a single, tight sphere. Countless suction cups lined the surface, creating a bizarre and menacing sight. Tailed beast. Eightfold coil. With a sudden twist of its body, the eight tails unleashed a whirlwind so fierce that the ground trembled. Waves of storm energy fanned out in every direction, plowing the battlefield flat, inch by inch. Amid the raging shockwaves, Jing decisively dissolved Susanoo, his left eye's Mangekyo spinning rapidly. He stood his ground, letting the violent storm wash over him. With the eight tails' aid, the two tails also seized this chance and broke free from its restraints. That damned would release. Nothing suppressed tailed beasts more effectively. When the dense smoke finally cleared, the battlefield lay bare and lifeless. Lush forest and wooden barricades all had vanished without a trace. Both the eight tails and two tails turned their heads warily, fixing their gaze in a single direction. From the haze, a figure emerged. Uchiha Jing, clutching his somewhat strained left eye, slowly lifted his gaze. Not a scratch on him. A deep, resonant hum pulsed through the air. Without hesitation, the two-tailed beasts threw back their heads. Their long tails curled towards their mouths, gathering chakra so dense and immense it warped the very air. The two monsters unveiled their ultimate move. It was nothing like the incomplete version Ginkaku had employed before. This time, the tailed beast spheres, dark as pitch and each as massive as a tavern, materialized with a silent, ominous weight. The two orbs contracted suddenly, then disappeared inside the mouths of the two tails and eight tails, who unleashed them with explosive force. Their trajectory pointed not only at Uchiha Jing, but also directly toward the path where the Konoha forces were retreating. No other choice. I have to use that technique. Jing let out a slow, measured breath. He slammed his palms together, his face contorted with determination. Would release. Would dragon jutsu. The ground shook violently as two enormous wooden dragons burst up from beneath the earth. They spiraled upward, jaws open wide, and caught the incoming tailed beast spheres with perfect precision. But after barely holding for a second, the dragons' heads shattered explosively. Fortunately, Jing had stored enough power. Drawing on his reserves, two more wood dragons surged up from behind him, seizing hold of the tailed beast spheres just in time. I will not let you harm my comrades. His voice thundered with raw power as, one after another, four wood dragons tore apart the earth, coiling and snapping down on the tailed beast spheres, finally halting the furious onslaught. He transformed his hand seals, pouring every bit of stored kinetic energy into the wooden dragon, and, almost unbelievably, sent the two-tailed beast bombs hurtling back toward their origin. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth as another violent storm swept across the battlefield. Far away, atop a distant cliff, Kamehane stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the figure locked in a desperate struggle with the two-tailed beasts. A faint smile played on his lips. Just a little more, little brother. This level of adaptation is still lacking. I can hardly wait to tighten the net, he murmured. At the northern border front, Konoha once again found itself mired in a deadlock. Everyone had believed that with Uchiha Kagami's perfect fusion of Hashirama's power, he would be able to turn the tide, drive out the invaders in one bold stroke, and lead the village to victory. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Kumogakure had gone to mad extremes. They unleashed not one but two-tailed beasts, causing the front lines to fall in a crisis once more. Confronted with these cataclysmic monsters, Konoha's shinobi faced unprecedented daily pressure, not to mention that Ginkaku prowled behind the lines, ever the disruptive force and lying in wait for an ambush. Even Konoha's strongest shinobi, Kagami, found his strength waning. He fought with everything he had to protect his comrades, but facing the overwhelming might of the tailed beasts, many ninja could not withstand the onslaught. The casualties mounted with every clash. In order to save more of his comrades, Kagami disregarded all opposition, even willing to surrender territory if it meant safeguarding more lives. He simply could not sit by and watch his friends slaughtered by the tailed beasts. It was under this dire strategy that the two tails and eight tails rampaged like twin juggernauts. Nothing and no one dared stand in their way. The cunning Kumogakure troops kept their distance, trailing behind the tailed beasts, waiting patiently for the great monsters to tear apart Konoha's defenses before swooping in for the kill and to scavenge whatever remained. With the tailed beasts leading the charge, the Cloud Ninja swept through the battlefield with irresistible force, establishing their positions once again outside Mt. Kikyo. In this life-and-death struggle, Tobirama made a bold move, dispatching the village's other Kaga-level powerhouse, Hyuga Haruka's. On the surface, it was a simple command, yet it was the hard-won result of 2 weeks of heated debate among Konoha's upper echelons. Some believed that Kumogakure had already committed nearly all its forces to the field, the second Reikage, alongside Ginkaku, had led the strike team to fierce combat on the Eastern Front, while Kinkaku pushed the main army forward on the north, with the two-tailed beasts in tow. By any measure, Kumogakure should have no more elite forces left. Although most of Kumogakure's best troops had already been exterminated by Uchiha Kagami, the desperate move to send out both the Two Tails and Eight Tails was proof they had come to the end of their rope. At such a critical moment, some proposed a daring gambit. Sneak a capable assassin squad, led by a top-tier shinobi, through enemy lines, strike at the very heart of Kumogakure, dismantle the command structure, and take the village itself. If successful, every problem would resolve itself. With their command wiped out, the Cloud Ninja, still out on the battlefield, would lose supplies, intelligence, and morale. What remained would be no more than a leaderless horde, restless spirits with no purpose nor hope of victory. At this point, it was wise to employ a flanking strategy, letting Konoha's sharpest blade, Kagami Uchiha, take the lead, striking down the remnants of the enemy forces one by one. With this approach, victory would rightfully belong to Konoha. Yet, a majority still voiced their opposition. They insisted that safeguarding Konoha was the utmost priority, beyond any doubt. With the world in chaos and war raging on every front, the old peace treaties had crumbled. In such turbulent times, it would be a grave mistake to see only the hidden cloud village as an enemy. No one could guarantee that the smaller, scheming nations, or the Land of Wind, ever silent on the sidelines, would not seize this moment of weakness to launch a surprise attack. The consequences would be catastrophic. If such an assault occurred, Konoha would be swept into disaster in a single instant, plunging into an abyss of ruin from which there would be no return. As leaders, even at risk of their own lives, they could not afford to gamble with the lives of ordinary villagers. After a week, word of this ordeal had spread throughout nearly every household in the village. The villagers took the initiative, voicing a determined willingness to lay down their lives for Konoha and pleading with the leadership to implement the decapitation plan. To them, even humble villagers were part of Konoha, and if their sacrifice could bring about victory, they would regret nothing. In that moment, it felt as if Hashirama's will of fire was sprouting and taking root in the heart of every citizen. With a united front, Tobirama finally approved the proposal for the decapitation plan, dispatching Hyuga Harakes, long the village's guardian, for a daring raid against the hidden cloud. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, the Konoha encampment was a hive of activity. The logistics corps worked around the clock to reinforce the defenses and haul out supplies, while patrol ninjas outside kept a vigilant watch. In the medical tents, injured warriors were shuttled in and out as medics undertook the urgent task of transferring the wounded. Clearly, a major battle was on the horizon. Yet, in a surprise twist, a few ninja could be seen using Earth-released jutsu to bury countless explosive tags in every corner of the camp. Inside the main tent, Mito Uzumaki quickly stripped off her battle armor, changing instead into a plain Konoha ninja outfit. She put on a mask, swept her long red hair up into a bun, and drew her hood to conceal her features. Once dressed, she drew several deep breaths, easing some of the exhaustion etched in her brow, then stepped quietly out of the tent. Outside, a squad of scouts was already assembled. Lady Mito, Squad 7 is ready and standing by, reported the lead ninja, his eyes clear and white as snow. Thank you, all of you. Mito waved her hand decisively. Let's head out. After many days of combat, Mito had grown weary of Ginkaku's incessant harassment. Like a relentless insect, he struck from the shadows, always launching his attacks amid the chaos of battle, a despicable strategy. His ambushes forced Mito to divide her focus during every fight. Not only did she have to contend with the second Reikage head-to-head, but she also had to keep an eye on the rear lines. The constant strain was wearing her down. That was how today's plan came about. She decided to use a shadow clone to confront the second Reikage, while her real self would disguise as an ordinary Konoha patrol squad. Using the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to track down Ginkaku's whereabouts, she would then personally move in to eliminate him. However, this meant that on the second Reikage front, Konoha would inevitably be defeated, losing some ground to the hidden cloud forces. It was something she simply could not help. It was a sacrifice she had already prepared herself for. All the earlier evacuations had been in preparation for this very moment. Even if it meant losing some territory, exterminating the malignancy that was Ginkaku took priority. A flare shot straight into the sky, and Mito's eyes sharpened with resolve. The front lines had already erupted into battle. Before long, with a search as precise as radar, a Hyuga clan ninja had located the trail of Ginkaku. He was alone, leading no other hidden cloud ninja, boldly breaking through the blockade. With the Bashozen and his immense reserves of chakra, every casual attack of his was a scene of devastation. Hurricane winds howling, blazing fire, torrents of water surging, lightning splitting the air. Regular Jonin could not stand a chance. A fair fight was nothing more than a fantasy. Found you. Mito flashed forward in an instant using the body flicker technique, appearing behind Ginkaku in a heartbeat. As she raised her hand, several thick golden chains shot out explosively. A fierce determination flickered in her eyes. The pointed ends of the chains glinted coldly, tearing the air with twisting currents. Ginkaku spun around in shock, instinctively raising the Bashosen. A wall of earth sprang from the ground, shielding him. A series of sharp, forceful thuds followed as the adamantine chains pierced the earth wall, winding around Ginkaku's Bashosen and his entire arm. Mito yanked hard. The chains went taut with a powerful pull. Despite his formidable size, Ginkaku was suddenly tossed like a rag doll, smashing through the wall and hurled, utterly helpless, right in front of Mito. I've waited so long for this. Mito's fingers came together, stabbing fiercely at the center of Ginkaku's brow. Her arm was engulfed in dark red-tailed beast chakra, swelling and transforming into a sharp, gray-blue pincer. It's over. Ginkaku's eyes widened, not with fear, but with a wild, exhilarated gleam. There was a sickening, wet sound. The pincer pierced right through Ginkaku's skull. In the next heartbeat, his head exploded into a mist of blood, and a headless corpse, along with the Bashosen, crashed to the ground. It's done. Lady Mito is incredible. It's settled. Ginkaku's dead. We don't have to fight with our hands tied anymore. Suddenly, with shocked and panicked looks all around, Ginkaku's corpse dissolved into wisps of white smoke. What? No way. All this time, the one harassing our lines was nothing but a shadow clone. Mito's face drained of color. If that was just a shadow clone, where's his real body? This is Hyuga Harukaze, a ninja of extraordinary ability, though little known in the village. To be honest, as the head of his clan, he lived with an almost excessive modesty. Yet, considering his status as a Hyuga of the main family, perhaps that restraint was just as it should be. He was a man of discipline, bound by strict rules, dedicating himself to relentless training year after year. By his 20s, he had already reached Kage-level prowess. With his lineage and the Byakugan, one of the greatest ocular abilities in the shinobi world. Any other ninja would be craving fame and glory. But not him. He preferred the solitude of the Hyuga ancestral home, admiring flowers, taking strolls with his birds, gazing absent-mindedly at the moon. He barely even bothered to attend the high council meetings. If not for Tobirama's sharp sensory skills, no one would have known that this reclusive man was a shinobi of such power. Similarly, if not for Tobirama's direct orders, he would even now be at home in the village, standing watch over Konoha, and certainly not leading a squad of elite clan shinobi all the way to the Land of Lightning on a covert mission. Nor would he have found himself facing this brutal, violent monster before him, reeking of tailed beast chakra and chuckling as he slaughtered most of their comrades. So, the Byakugan, Ginkaku said, shaking out his silvery hair and discarding the corpse of a Hyuga ninja over the cliff without a care, smacking his lips. They say your eye technique is great for scouting and deadlier still in battle, but honestly, he gave a mocking smile. I'm just not seeing it. Clan head, please run. The last Hyuga standing thrust himself in front of Harukaze, his face set with grim resolve. Ching-shan, let's stand together and fight. Harukaze replied quietly, draped in immaculate clan robes. He shook his head with a gentle weariness. Staying behind alone is nothing but throwing your life away. What? You still want to fight him? Hyuga Ching-shan blurted out, as if he'd just heard the most incredible thing. That man is too dangerous. One wrong move, and we're all dead. The only way to keep the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands is to retreat. Harukaze kept both hands tucked into his sleeves. The village has given me this order, he said softly. I will not run from it. But protecting the Byakugan is also one of our clan's ironclad rules. Ching-shan almost shouted, voice trembling with emotion. Don't be foolish. I've already stood by while he killed two of our own. For justice, and for their sakes, this fight must happen. Harukaze's face was calm, but his entire body was ready for battle, sliding into the classic gentle fist stance. That's enough chit-chat, Ginkaku sneered, predator eyes glinting. You'll have all the time you want to talk in the Pure Land. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the blood from his 7-star sword into the grass. The truth was, up until now, Hyuga Harukaze and his team had been moving swiftly and undetected. Thanks to the Byakugan's far-reaching, piercing sight, they had slipped past layer upon layer of patrols, silently making their way deep behind enemy lines, already on the threshold of the Hidden Cloud Village itself. Alas, there was only this one path into the Hidden Cloud Village. So, despite having long observed someone lying in wait at the roaring Thunder Gorge, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. Bound by the traditions of the Hyuga clan, Harukaze, the sole head family member present, did not strike first. Yet, precisely because of this, Ginkaku struck instantly and mercilessly took down his comrade. If the sole purpose of the head family's Byakugan is to witness the branch family marching to their deaths, one after another, then I am truly weary of it. Harukaze drew a deep breath, and in an instant, his Byakugan awakened. Veins bulged beneath the skin around his eyes, and the formerly blank, pale irises now bore distinct pupils. But Aoyama interjected anxiously, clearly wanting to say more. Listen carefully. The enemy ahead is powerful, incredibly so. Even if we fight together, our chances of survival are uncertain. Harukaze spoke quickly, but in the blink of an eye, Ginkaku came charging at them, as fierce and relentless as a maddened bull. No time for speeches. What I mean is in the final moments of life, before he could finish, the steel in Harukaze's gaze intensified. His figure blurred into a flash of white, vanishing on the spot. Aoyama barely had time to react when a sharp rush of wind came from behind. A tall, dark shadow loomed across the ground. Only then did he hastily look back. He found himself staring into eyes burning with overwhelming, violent energy and a massive sword swinging down at him. Time seemed to freeze, mind gone blank. His only thought was the gruesome image of himself being split in two. Suddenly, a foot landed steadily atop the seven-star sword. With that, the fluttering white silhouette came together. Harukaze of the Hyuga stood before them. His movement appeared effortless, yet his force was so great that it diverted the sword's fatal arc. Ginkaku's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't even finished his exclamation when a powerful roundhouse kick struck him squarely across the jaw. With a solid, resounding blow, Harukaze's rotation kick sent Ginkaku hurtling through the air, crashing him into the nearby rocky hillside. Clan leader, Aoyama's pupils contracted in shock. Only then did he notice a deep fissure a few meters long at his feet, carved by the force of the seven-star sword swing. In the very last moments of life, what I want most is to fight by your side, not to run away alone. Harukaze turned back, a gentle smile on his lips. Is that all right, little brother? Under that warm, steady gaze, the fear in Aoyama's heart dissolved, as if sunlight was piercing through the morning mist, leaving only calm behind. Yes, he answered, and in that instant, both brothers turned their heads in unison. A bolt of silver light shot toward them from the shattered rocks. A streak of lightning, cold and sharp. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Back to back, Harukaze and Aoyama struck in tandem. Their palms cut through the air, and the surging, gentle fist chakra generated a burst of vacuum force, instantly blasting the seven-star sword away. Come on, you bastards! With a burst of raucous laughter, Ginkaku lunged forth, like a silver-furred gorilla declaring its claim over its territory, slamming down with thunderous force. The two brothers worked in perfect harmony, dodging aside with practiced ease before launching a simultaneous gentle fist counterattack. Thuds and crackles echoed as shadowy figures whirled through the air, carried along by surging waves of force. The muffled blows of fists and palms reverberated endlessly through the canyon. The Hyuga brothers fought as one, every palm strike trailed by another, faster and fiercer. Their gentle fist attacks fell like a relentless downpour, while Ginkaku bared his teeth, forced to unleash his tailed beast chakra. In half-transformation, 6 long tails unfurled behind him. Now, his body was far tougher, and the chakra from a 9 tails engulfed his skin like molten lava. After several rounds of furious clashes, the brothers' fingertips and palms were burnt raw by the searing energy. Tail beast ball! Ginkaku roared, his jaws opening wide. He gulped down an orb of energy the size of a fist, and in an instant, a beam of light tore through the air, shooting straight at the brothers. Apering Wind and Chingshan exchanged a glance. Without a word, they pressed their backs together, each locking their palms with the other. 8 trigrams, twin rotation. Together, the brothers spun in place, drawing forth torrents of chakra from their tenketsu. A luminous sphere of energy whirled into existence as a harsh, piercing hum filled the air. The tailed beast ball struck, only to scatter like water on mirrored glass, refracting in all directions. Its roiling power ripped trenches in the earth and shattered the canyon's rocky walls. The battle raged on, yet Ginkaku's endurance was inhuman. No matter how hard the brothers tried, they could not drive their gentle fist chakra precisely into his meridians. At last, something flared in Chingshan's eyes, a streak of unwavering resolve. Ignoring the flailing tails, he wrapped Ginkaku in a relentless hold from behind. "Now, do it!" he roared, blood streaming between clenched teeth. A flash of anguish crossed Chuanfeng's face, but only for an instant. Grasping this fleeting opportunity, he acted. 8 trigrams mountain-splitting strike. With lightning speed, his finger jabbed at Ginkaku's chest, right at the Shanzhong point, the starting position for the 64 palms. His gaze steeled. With a powerful sweep, twin hands danced, the shadow of a taiji symbol flaring briefly at his feet. In this instant, with the might of mountain-splitting strike, pour everything into a single gentle fist. A rapid volley of impacts followed. In the blink of an eye, countless finger strikes rained over Ginkaku's vital points. The gentle fist waves enveloped his entire body, overwhelming and unstoppable. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With the final blow, Ginkaku's body was hurled aloft, the protective shroud of tailed beast chakra fluttering in tatters, unraveling like the flame of a spent candle. Spring wind rushed to catch Qingshan. A gaping wound yawned across his chest, blood streaming forth, the deadly consequence of those 6 rampaging tails. "We've won, little brother." The look in Chuanfeng's eyes was heavy with sorrow. In the end, he had still witnessed the members of the branch family die before his eyes, and now his younger brother was gone too. "Brother, we have done right by our village, done right by our clan." Qingshan finally changed the way he addressed him. No longer did he call him clan leader. At the final moments of his life, he dared to overstep the bounds, just this once. He lifted his hand, as if wanting to gently touch his brother's cheek, to feel that faint, warm smile at the corner of his lips. Yet his strength failed him. His arm slid to the ground, and with it fell a shattered forehead protector. Chunfeng stared at the caged bird seal engraved on his little brother's forehead, and his heart seemed to tear apart in silence. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his expression turned to disbelief, and he looked back. Ginkaku cracked his neck and stood up, a savage grin spreading across his face. "I have to admit, you two are truly formidable. If this were me from 6 years ago, I'd be dead for sure." Hyuga Chuanfeng's eyes opened wide. Pure, unblemished pupils reflected the horror of the scene before him. Ginkaku swept his messy, long hair back. As he unleashed his wild, deep chakra, his body swelled, inch by inch, growing ever larger. At last, a colossal 9-tailed fox stretched its body, 9 long tails shaking mountains and shattering peaks, unleashing a howl to the heavens. Tailed beast ball. High above, Uzumaki Mido soared at incredible speed, insect wings unfurled. Rich-tailed beast chakra enveloped her body as she extended her hands slightly forward. Red and blue chakra, mingled at a precise ratio, gathered and condensed into a dark violet orb the size of a watermelon. With a whistling rush, the tailed beast ball shot through the air. Somewhere below, a ferocious explosion erupted, and the shockwave surged like a tidal wave, flattening vast stretches of forest. In the roaring gale, several bedraggled figures tumbled and scrambled to safety. They had narrowly escaped the brunt of the blast. Yet even so, the aftershock left them battered and cursing under their breath. At their head was none other than the second Reikage, once a terror of the battlefield. Damn it, that woman can actually harness the power of the 7 tails chakra to this extent. He threw his head back, teeth grinding, and glared at the figures soaring above, weaving destruction through the skies. On the eastern front, with Ginkaku's interference gone, the Konoha forces led by Uzumaki Mido were emboldened. She took a bold risk, dismantling all security lines, gathering scattered troops, and assembling every elite at her command. With all or nothing at stake, she launched the largest and most decisive annihilation campaign in history. Her objective was clear: the positions held by the Cloud's covert assault unit. Though the enemy's encampments were strong and their defenses tight, in the face of Mido's unwavering resolve, they began to falter. Under her leadership, the Konoha troops struck like tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable, unforgiving, smashing right through the Cloud's secret forces and shattering their lines. Mido's aerial supremacy proved absolutely vital. Her secret technique, the scale dust concealment, could paralyze most of the enemy troops and obscure their vision. Coupled with the devastating air-to-ground strikes of her tailed beast bombs, she was nothing short of a nightmare for the Cloud-hidden forces. Even sensory ninja were of no help. Now the Cloud-hidden raiding unit had been utterly routed, fleeing in all directions. With her superior field of view and truly breathtaking speed in flight, Mido easily closed in on the second Reikage. The second Reikage knew all too well that he was Mido's target. If he kept stalling, her tailed beast bombs from the air would wipe out every single one of his subordinates. Yuzushiyo Mito drove her 6 wings to a sudden halt, her entire form breaking sharply midair, and once more she gathered chakra for another tailed beast bomb. The enemy was dusted with her scales. This residue was exceptionally effective for tracking, and that was how she could pinpoint them with such accuracy. Another tailed beast bomb dove straight downward, followed by an earth-shaking explosion that ripped through the sky. Through the rolling smoke, the second Reikage looked around. Only a handful of his guards remained alive by his side. These were the elite nurtured by Cloud Hidden. Given time, they too might have grown into commanders in their own right. Fall back. I'll hold this woman off, he snapped through gritted teeth, lightning chakra coursing across his body like living armor. What? His guards were taken aback. If anyone's staying to buy time, it should be us. That's right, Lord Reikage. It's your safety that comes first. Idiots! I shouted, his voice echoing with rage. You expect me to slink home with nothing left? He understood. Should he escape now, he'd be returning as a defeated, solitary commander, nothing but a figurehead stripped of power. So he would rather fight to the end than let his subordinates die for him. That was his duty, the obligation of the Reikage. Unwillingly, his men had no choice but to obey his order and retreat. Come then, let's finish this woman, the second Reikage bellowed, stomping the earth. His whole figure shot upward, a bolt of lightning surging against the darkened skies. Mito narrowed her beautiful eyes, arms raised. Countless thick adamantine chains burst forth, flashing with golden radiance. Light from chains and lightning clashed, illuminating both their faces. In this epic battle, both Mito and the Reikage unleashed their all. Every attack thundered with force and determination. Each collision sent shockwaves across the battlefield, shaking the earth itself. In the end, with her masterful sealing techniques and the overwhelming power of the tailed beast, Mito defeated and killed the second Reikage. The news struck like a bolt from a clear sky, stunning everyone. The Eastern Front declared victory, hard-fought and dearly bought, a triumph that came at a steep cost. Standing amidst the battlefield, Mito gazed at the fallen second Reikage and the ravaged land, her heart swirling with emotions too complex to name. She felt a surge of joy at their victory, yet sorrow lingered in her heart for the cruelty of war. On the northern front, beyond Mount Kikyo, wood dragon jutsu. For colossal wooden dragons erupted from the earth. Their powerful bodies coiled and twisted, firmly binding the 8 tails in place. Uchiha Kagami moved like a shadowy specter, leaping nimbly along the dragons' backs, weaving between their coils to avoid the relentless onslaught of the 8 tails' tentacles. Fireball Jade, Matatabi, the 2 tails darted to the 8 tails' side and unleashed a stream of cerulean fire from its mouth. The flames slithered like a living spirit, twisting past every tentacle and striking Kagami squarely on his back. But Kagami stood his ground. With a flash of crimson from his Mangekyo Sharingan, Garuda was unleashed in an instant, drawing every trace of heat and flame into itself. All that energy converged in his right fist, transforming into pure kinetic force. And with a brutal swing, he slammed it into the 8 tails' jaw. A thunderous impact shook the air, gusting with a spray of blood and shards of shattered teeth that flew outward like bullets. Stunned, the 8 tails reeled from the blow, its jaw dislocated, golden stars exploding across its vision. Seizing the moment, Kagami pushed off with his toes and vaulted high, flipping to land directly atop the beast's head. Wood human jutsu. With both palms striking together to form the serpent seal, chakra erupted all around him. From the dragon's coils, a massive wooden arm burst forth, clamping down onto the 8 tails' skull. Then, the wooden figure began to grow rapidly, unfolding into a behemoth rivaling the 8 tails itself, stretching tall and broad, 1 foot pressing down hard onto the beast's massive back. An earth-shaking rumble echoed as the wooden giant's weight flattened the 8 tails beneath it. Majestic and mighty, the wood human towered on the battlefield as the 4 dragons entwined the creature's arms and tentacles. Pinning its head in one hand, the giant rained down blow after blow onto the 8 tails' skull. A furious roar tore from the beast as it struggled in vain. Seeing the tide turn, the 2 tails began to gather a tailed beast bomb. But before it could launch, a flash of movement appeared at its side. In its golden slit pupils, a pair of scarlet eyes blazed back, mesmerizing and inescapable. In that instant, its thoughts froze. The beast's mind fell silent, every emotion drawn inexorably into the spinning, clover-shaped tomo. From above, Kagami twisted in midair and landed atop the 2 tails' skull, his breaths coming harsh and ragged beneath his hands. Days and nights of relentless, high-intensity combat had pushed him beyond his limits, finally allowing him to master the power of Hashirama's cells. Now, yin and yang flowed together in perfect harmony within him. No more resistance or hesitation. Not only had his style grown dramatically stronger, but even the power in his eyes had surged to new heights. At this very moment, he stood alone against two-tailed beasts, subduing each with a combination of style and the Mangeko Sharingan. For those watching, it was as if the god of shinobi himself had descended upon the world. But the battle isn't over yet. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward a patch of forest, where countless hidden cloud shinobi lay in ambush, waiting for their chance. In the past, this would have been the moment for them to swoop in and seize victory, but now, with a solemn gesture, Mirror pressed his palms together. Accompanied by a chorus of creaking sounds, more than a dozen wooden clones surged forth behind him, springing up like crazed potted plants. As soon as they appeared, they seamlessly transformed into his exact likeness, indistinguishable from the original in every way. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. In an instant, the wooden clones scattered in all directions, murderous intent radiating from them as they plunged into the depths of the forest. Moments later, the air was shattered by blood-curdling screams, piercing and desperate. At times, golden light would erupt through the trees. At other moments, vegetation sprang up as if summoned by an unseen force. Countless corpses of cloud shinobi were ominously suspended from the branches above. Suddenly, a searing brilliance erupted behind him. Mirror spun around just in time to see a crimson-tailed beast bomb tear through the sky like a falling meteor. Ginkaku! In a flash, he was engulfed by a violent shockwave. The explosion's raw energy hurled him backward, slamming him deep into the mountainside. Ginkaku, partially transformed into a tailed beast, charged forward with ferocious speed. But Mirror was not his true target. Ginkaku knew well that such attacks could not hope to kill his foe. He merely needed to delay him, if only for a heartbeat. Landing atop the Nibi's head in an instant, Ginkaku began pouring tailed beast chakra into the beast, intent on breaking the Jinjutsu, ensnaring it. But glancing down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Burned into the Nibi's brow was the unmistakable symbol of the Flying Thunder God technique. A subtle whisper of wind stirred behind him. Ginkaku's eyes flew wide. Just as he turned, a pale hand crashed against his chest. A cold, deathly voice like a chill wind through a graveyard, intoned, "Nothing escapes my gaze." A sudden squelching sound broke the night as pain exploded in his chest. Thorn-like wooden spikes pierced Ginkaku's heart, tearing through his chakra cloak, defying his powerful physique, plunging through him as effortlessly as a needle through paper, and bursting from his back. Wood style, cutting sprigs. At Mirror's icy command, Ginkaku was hurled to the earth with brutal force. Before he could begin to heal, the wooden spikes inside him grew and forked voraciously, ravenously feeding on his nine-tails chakra, splitting open his organs, breaking ribs, and finally erupting from his body in a bloody, gruesome display. Mirror shifted his hand seal, then reached out, clenching his fist. Wood style, headhunter gauntlet. The ground split open, and a colossal wooden hand surged forth, gripping the helpless Ginkaku in an unbreakable hold. Blood gushed from Ginkaku's lips as he felt the tailed beast chakra draining from him, pain gnawing at the edge of unconsciousness. "I know this won't kill you, but..." Mirror's voice was cold and deliberate. "You're far more useful to me alive than dead." At his command, the gates of Kikyo Mountain's stronghold swung wide. At last, the Leaf's forces surged forth, flooding into the forest. Working side by side with Mirror's wooden clones, they crushed the last vestiges of the enemy forces. 3 hours later, the Cloud Shinobi's position was utterly broken. With the enemy general defeated and their morale in shambles, what few Cloud Shinobi remained posed no real threat. The land lost to them would soon be reclaimed. Thus, on the front lines of Kikyo Mountain, Konoha's forces claimed a decisive victory in a war that had raged for nearly a year. At that very same moment, back in the village hidden in the leaves, news from the northeastern front had yet to arrive. After dispatching Hyuga Harukaze, the Konoha leadership was filled with anxiety. They couldn't sleep, restlessly awaiting news of triumph. Deep down, they understood that this so-called decapitation operation was much more than a matter of winning or losing. It would determine the entire village's future and fate. Each leader's heart was heavy with apprehension and dread. But what they got was Jinkaku. Jinkaku's appearance was like lightning ripping through the night sky, shattering the already tense atmosphere in a single, jarring instant. Jinkaku slashed with his claws. 3 elite jonin fell in a spray of blood, bodies flung backward into the roadside rest stop, their fate uncertain. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, gale palm. Jinkaku grinned, his beast-like features half-transformed. Those attacks didn't even faze him. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged in, claws piercing hearts, his long tail sweeping violently to shatter the ground beneath his enemies. With nothing more than raw power, he effortlessly overwhelmed the Konoha shinobi in his path. At this moment, few elite fighters had stayed behind in the village. Most of the top ranks were deployed at the front lines. So Jinkaku didn't even need to use his full power. Just half-transformed into his tailed beast state, he rampaged straight to the doors of the Hokage building. His attack was ruthless, swift, and totally unexpected. Konoha barely had time to respond. The Hokage building's walls tore apart under his immense strength, dust clouding the air as dozens of ANBU Black Ops were sent crashing to the ground in rapid succession. A loud crash. A Jonin's corpse smashed through the conference room doors. Riding a wave of raw, violent power, Jinkaku swaggered inside and cornered the village leadership. He looked around with a casual, dismissive glance. The moment he spotted a white-haired figure, he let out a derisive, bellowing laugh. Ha 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 ha. I'd heard you were finished, but I didn't expect it to be true. Senju Tobirama. He hardly needed to lift a finger. None of these people before him counted as a true threat. Just by standing there, his overwhelming presence filled the room, a chilling promise that he could snuff out their lives in an instant. In that moment, Konoha's dignity and pride were trampled underfoot. Even those once brimming with confidence could only lower their heads in silent resignation. As the top leaders exchanged uncertain glances, Tobirama stepped into the open, pushing his way through the crowd. For you to be here, that must mean Harukaze and the others have met with disaster. Isn't that right? Tobirama spoke, his voice low and gritty. Jinkaku arched his brow, a hint of surprise on his face. Oh, pretty sharp, aren't you? That's right. The Hyuga clan's little white eyes were all killed by me. At these words, everyone was instantly stunned. What? That's impossible. Spring Wind was so powerful. How could he die at this guy's hands? With a swift motion, Silverhorn raised his arm, and the seven-star sword swept through the air, beheading the elder of the Shimura clan who had just spoken. Tobirama let out a quiet sigh. When he received Mito's urgent report, he had already suspected this would be the outcome. There was nothing more to say. He edged half a step forward, a glint of caution flickering in his eyes, bracing himself to unleash his chakra in a desperate gambit to teleport Silverhorn away. He knew full well that doing so might cost him his own life. The backlash could be fatal, but at the very least, it would buy the villagers precious time to escape. Flicking the blood from his blade onto the wall, Silverhorn burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. Today, victory belongs to our hidden cloud village. Suddenly, he sprang into action. The seven-star sword sliced upward, splitting an elder beside Tobirama in two, its force shattering the glass with a tremendous crash. Tobirama's heart jolted. That was the elder from the Yamanaka clan. When Silverhorn stormed the building, Tobirama had entrusted him with casting the mind-body switch technique to contact Kagami Uchiha. But Silverhorn didn't slow down. Moving with his sword, he flashed beside Tobirama, pressing the blade flat against his throat. At that moment, a figure darted past the window. Kagami Uchiha appeared out of nowhere, leaping into the room and landing squarely before everyone, as if summoned by destiny. He fixed his gaze on Silverhorn, showing no trace of surprise. Clearly, the Yamanaka elder had already told him everything. If anything, it was Silverhorn who became tense, readying himself as if facing a formidable foe. He tightened his wrist, pressing the sharp edge of the blade against Tobirama's neck until a thin trickle of blood began to well forth. Silverhorn, let the Hokage go. Kagami's eyes were calm as he spoke. Huh, you think I'll let him go just because you say so? Silverhorn sneered. The war is over. As long as I'm still standing here, I could go on a rampage, whether you try to stop me or not. The hidden leaf is finished. One more step from you, and this old man's head rolls. His wicked smile and taut muscles made it plain. He might cut Tobirama's throat at any moment. Kagami shook his head slightly. Believe me, you won't. As he spoke, he pulled something from behind his back and dropped it onto the floor with a heavy thud. It rolled to a stop right in front of Silverhorn. It was a pair of bloody, jet-black horns, still tipped with wisps of golden fur. The broken bases were jagged, as though someone had wrenched them off by brute force. What's this? Silverhorn caught a hurried glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils dilated in shock. Gee, Goldhorn, what have you done to him? Relax, he's not dead yet. Kagami's gaze was steady as ever. Release the Hokage, leave the hidden leaf, and I'll spare his life. Don't try to scare me with that kind of talk. Ginkaku lost his composure, shouting as the blade pressed deeper into Tobirama's neck, blood streaming down in steady rivulets. Ginkaku, I strongly advise you to calm down. If you go even a little too far, this will become an all-out fight to the death. Kagami's gaze turned icy, his words laced with a sharp-edged warning. That's not all. Both of your tailed beasts are under my control at this very moment, and they're already charging towards your hidden cloud village, Kagami continued, trying to lock eyes with Ginkaku. But that cunning fox wouldn't give him the slightest chance. The only order I gave them, destroy the hidden cloud. Liar, there's no way you have that kind of power. Ginkaku barked back. It's the truth. If you refuse to believe me, then let's just wait here for half a day and see if your village is left in ruins, Kagami countered evenly. Ginkaku's breathing quickened. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. He was obviously caught in a deep internal struggle. There was no mistaking those black horns. They were definitely Kinkaku's. The blood and the faint residue of chakra left behind confirmed it. Kinkaku, of all people, cherished his silken blonde hair and those imposing upright horns above all else. He wouldn't even use them in battle, and to snap his horns while he was still conscious would be even harder than killing him outright. So, Ginkaku knew all too well that Kagami wasn't bluffing. But now is not the time to back down. A brat will always be a brat. Even if everything you say is true, it only makes me want to unleash my destruction all the more. Ginkaku threw his head back and laughed wildly, madness flashing in his eyes. Shall we see which side will end up worse off? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I'm the one who holds the 9 tails you've searched for so desperately, right here, inside my body. What if I unleash its wrath in the hidden leaf? What? Tobirama's eyes went wide, a muscle twitching at the corner of his eye. How could that be? Kagami clenched his fists tightly, the cold gleam of his Mangekyo Sharingan cutting through the air. If that's the case, I swear I will do everything in my power to stop you. I'll kill you myself if I must. A wild light shot through Ginkaku's eyes. Good. Let's see who acts first. Will you kill me before I destroy the hidden leaf? Kagami's gaze locked onto Ginkaku, veins standing out on his forehead as rage boiled within him. For the first time in his life, he'd never wanted to kill someone so badly. But he knew, all too well, that if a fight broke out here, the hidden leaf would be little better off than the cloud. After all, the 9 tails was not like any ordinary tailed beast. While the two skyrocketed towards confrontation, Tobirama seemed oddly detached, like the hostage situation had nothing to do with him. All his thoughts were consumed by a single question. Why would the 9 tails, released back then by Uchiha Kemyu, appear in the hidden cloud and end up sealed within Ginkaku, a leader of the cloud's higher ranks? Was it the hidden cloud who snatched the 9 tails right before the leaf could? But the 9 tails that Shinju risked his life to set free, would it really so willingly become someone else's pawn, dressing up for another's benefit? No, that can't be right. Madara's group aren't fools. There's no way they'd stoop to something so pointless. All of this is just too bizarre. He pondered relentlessly, his brow deeply furrowed, thoughts racing through his mind. After a long while, it seemed he had finally worked out the reason. His frown gradually eased, but a bitterness lingered in his eyes and on his weathered face. Exhaustion set deep and heavy. If everything truly unfolded the way he imagined, then this war, this whole farce, was nothing but a cruel joke. Let's do this, then. Tobirama finally spoke, his voice rough and weighted with resignation. Let's each take a step back. Let's talk peace. In the 14th year of the Hidden Leaf, July, as the war dragged on, both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village chose to negotiate a truce, seeking to avoid mutual destruction. This epic and devastating battle, costing the lives of one Kaga-level powerhouse from each side and countless elite shinobi, finally drew to a close. Reviewing the entire campaign, Konoha had claimed victories on both its northeastern fronts, succeeded in slaying the second Reikage, and captured both 2-tailed beasts and a Kaga-level enemy, by all accounts, a resounding triumph. But in the end, because Ginkaku launched a surprise attack on their home, they were forced into a stalemate, wary of further risk, and agreed to the truce. Distrustful of Konoha, and with both the tailed beasts and Kinkaku in the Leaf's hands, Ginkaku insisted that peace talks take place in the Hidden Cloud Village. He also demanded to take the second Hokage with him, declaring that if Konoha truly sought peace, they must come to the cloud to negotiate for his return, showing genuine sincerity. Naturally, the people of Konoha were deeply unwilling to comply, but the weary Tobirama overruled every objection, allowing himself to be taken away by Ginkaku. He left them only a single, deeply meaningful sentence. All I wish is for this absurdity to end as soon as possible. Soon, after careful discussion, a diplomatic delegation led by Uchiha Kagami set out for the Hidden Cloud, representing the Leaf. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama's disciples stepped forward, volunteering to join the negotiation team. The group arrived as promised at the Hidden Cloud Village. The talks progressed as expected. Ginkgo played no tricks, putting Uchiha Kagami's mind at some ease. Both sides' terms were largely in line with what the other anticipated. Ginkgo agreed to release the second Hokage and withdraw all Cloud Shinobi from Fire Country's borders, promising that for 30 years, neither side would provoke the other in the slightest. In exchange, Konoha had to release Kinkaku and return both tailed beasts in full. After a tense round of reasoning and debate, Hiruzen and Danzo, relying on their eloquence, leveraged the fact that the Hidden Cloud had lost on both fronts and forcibly negotiated to keep the Two Tails in Konoha for 30 years. During this period, if the Cloud provoked any new conflict, the beast would not be returned. This was to guarantee the authenticity of the peace accord. Though Ginkgo was displeased, he had no choice but to begrudgingly agree, with the formidable Uchiha Kagami overseeing the proceedings. At last, the peace treaty was sealed. Right before the eyes of the Cloud's high command, Kagami released his control over the Eight Tails and brought the dying Golden Horn out from the scroll. The Hidden Cloud, in turn, honored their word. They released the second Hokage without delay, allowing the Konoha group to take him away. They even drafted a formal military order. All Cloud defenses and facilities, large and small, throughout the Land of Fire would be disbanded and the troops were called home. Once they left the Hidden Cloud Village, Kagami proposed using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly back to Konoha. Danzo and the others readily agreed. But Kagami, ever perceptive, noticed something off about Tobirama. Throughout the journey, the second Hokage remained unusually silent, lost deep in thought and burdened by unseen worries. "Sensei, is something troubling you?" Tobirama shook his head in silence. Then, quite out of the blue, he asked a peculiar question. "Do you remember the answer to that question from before?" "A question?" Kagami was taken aback. Tobirama asked, "Between your comrades and the village, which is more important?" As he voiced the question, his gaze shifted to the rest of the group. That's Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he grappled with the dilemma. "It's obviously the village. Without the village, where we find comrades?" Danzo answered as if stating the obvious. Back when the Senju and Uchiha clans co-founded Konoha, it led to the great clans like the Shimura, Asuru Tobi, and Hyuga joining as well. Isn't it clear which matters more? But the Senju and Uchiha only became comrades first, and then created the village. Midokado Hamura pushed up his glasses, suddenly wavering. Then again, that's not exactly right, either. Lord Hashirama must have dreamed of building the village first, and then gathered comrades to strive for that dream. "This is a false dilemma," Kagami spoke up suddenly. Tobirama's depthless eyes rippled with a rare flicker of emotion as everyone turned to Kagami. The village and one's comrades are inseparable. The very purpose of Konoha is to safeguard peace and create a brighter future. A village only truly exists when it's a home for comrades. Otherwise, it's just an empty shell consumed by power and desire. Kagami's tone remained calm. "If I must choose, I'll always take the path that holds the most hope. No matter which option it is, if it brings a better future to the village, I'll follow it without hesitation." Tobirama let out a long breath and solemnly fixed his gaze on Kagami. Then, to everyone's stupefaction, he spoke. "Uchiha Kagami, starting tomorrow, you will be the third Hokage of Konoha." A hush fell over the group. For a moment, the only sound was the whispering rustle of wind in the treetops. Yet, from the look on their faces, it was clear the news had truly struck home. Hiruzen's eyes were wide with shock, as if he'd just heard the impossible. Danzo stared at Kagami, disbelief etched across his features. In his eyes flickered both confusion and a deep, gnawing envy. Yin and Koharu stared at Tobirama in utter bewilderment, completely unable to make sense of what was happening. Only Kagami frowned deeply, a flash of panic crossing his face. In the utter silence, a clear and cold voice shattered the stillness. The tone was calm, but utterly devoid of emotion, like the ominous call of a judge come to claim a soul. "Once you've said your farewells, the road awaits you, Lord Tobirama." The moment that voice rang out, Uchiha Kagami's head snapped up as if in shock. In the same instant, a slender hand landed on his head and, with a casual flick, like tossing away a helpless chick, sent him flying through the air. He shot into the mountainside, tearing through the air in an instant. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others had no time to react before a figure suddenly appeared before them. Suspended black smoke gathered and took shape, forming a gigantic, jet-black hand that came crashing down from above. In that critical moment, Tobirama shoved his disciples away with all his might. The overwhelming blow struck like a giant plowing the earth. Instantly, they were all swept off their feet by the roaring blast. Hiruzen and the rest crashed into a thicket not far away, but Tobirama alone was hurled in the opposite direction, slamming hard against the stone wall. Scrambling up in panic, they finally caught sight of the black-clad youth's back, and the enormous skeleton, wreathed in swirling darkness, taking shape behind him. Uchiha Kamiyo! In that instant, Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury. Reason dissolved, his mind filled only with the image of his father's icy corpse, rage threatening to burst from his chest. Kamiyo advanced towards Tobirama with an unhurried, measured stride. Autumn dew on leaf condensed into a razor-straight blade. His Susanoo did not hover at his side, but drifted in the opposite direction, raising its inky sword and leveling it at Hiruzen and his companions. Just then, Uchiha Kagami charged back, red eyes brimming with tears, launching himself like a speeding arrow. This brother he hadn't seen for so long now thrust a cruel challenge before him. Clearly, he had only a fraction of a second to hesitate. He no longer had time to save everyone at once. Whether it be the Mangekyo Sharingan would release or the Flying Thunder God technique, once hailed as the unrivaled skill of the battlefield, none of it meant anything before that man. On one side was the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, the current leader of the Senju clan, his most respected teacher. On the other, his comrades through countless days and nights, the budding leaves of Konoha, the hope for the future. All at once, he understood the true weight of the question Tobirama had asked, and why he had publicly named him the third Hokage. Could it be that Sensei has foreseen my brother's arrival all along? As the thought flashed in his mind, he met Tobirama's gaze. There was no fear there, no helpless sorrow, only the calm of one who has come to terms with life and death, and in that look, a quiet, encouraging pride. If I must choose, I will always walk the path with the greatest hope. So whatever I decide, as long as it brings a brighter future to the village, I will not hesitate. The blue gleam of a sword lit up Tobirama's pale face. Uchiha Kagami leapt forward, throwing himself in front of Hiruzen and the others. Golden light burst forth as wooden buds sprouted, and a radiant golden arm stretched over everyone's heads. Layer upon layer, wooden shields formed an impregnable wall, while countless branches twisted out from Kagami's body, coiling tightly around his comrades from the Hidden Leaf. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. A black blade, devoid of any flourish, struck the golden skeletal arm. Golden sparks scattered like molten lacquer. The defense lasted less than a heartbeat before the crescent-shaped darkness, almost tangible, sliced through the bone hand and crashed down upon the wall of wood. In that fleeting moment, Kagami decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flicker, he vanished with everyone in tow. In the final frame of sight, Shinba's blade pierced straight through Tobirama's chest. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring Tobirama's silver hair. He tilted his head back to look up at Shinba. Though blood frothed from his lips, Tobirama's gaze remained unflinching, utterly composed. Shinba tilted his head, crouched before him, and asked with a note of curiosity, "At the brink of death, you don't seem surprised at all, do you?" Tobirama's eyelids fluttered faintly, life draining from him at a terrifying pace. "Your goal was always Kagami. Fueling this war, setting your trap. It was all for him, for those eyes, wasn't it? Worthy of your name, Lord Tobirama. Every word is spot on." Shinba shook his head and smiled. "But what of it? Everything is in the palm of my hand." "Oh, the confidence. Maybe it's to be expected of Madara's disciple." Tobirama's breath grew thin and ragged. The dew on the leaves resonated with the sword energy lingering in his body, instantly shattering life's last threads. His heart could not endure. It was the end for him. Kagami is already the perfect inheritor of the will of fire. He is the third Hokage of a leaf, master of both would release and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even for you, to seize those eyes won't be so easy. Is that so? Shinba bent close, his words a chilly whisper. You are the confident one, Lord Tobirama. You put too much faith in your so-called will of fire. As for the true face of the leaf, I saw through it all 11 years ago. Rising to leave, Shinba's figure faded into the moonlight's blur. Carried on the night wind came a faint, drifting sound, the last words Tobirama would ever hear. From this day forward, all scores with the Senju clan are settled. If your descendants seek vengeance, they are welcome to come. When Kagami returned to the scene, it was utterly deserted. All that remained was Tobirama's cold, lifeless body. Cradling Tobirama's corpse in his arms, Kagami's face showed heartbreak and bewilderment as he returned, forlorn, to the Hidden Leaf. But a harsh, biting wave of accusations greeted him. Damn it, why didn't you save the Hokage first? Kagami, what were you thinking? We chose you to negotiate because we believed you'd rescue the Hokage. Kagami froze, the tracks of dried tears still glistening at the corner of his eye. Faced with the crowd's incomprehension, he tried, shamefaced, to explain himself again. But rather than understanding, the voices of reproach only grew louder. I believed you could live up to everyone's trust, but sigh. You've let down Lord Tobirama's efforts in training you. That night, he lay on his cold bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep a wink. As days passed, the prejudice against Kagami in the Leaf Village did not fade. If anything, it grew only stronger. Even the comrades he once saved now chose silence over defense. They shut their doors to him. Danzo even stepped forth to publicly accuse him. At that critical moment, you could have saved Lord Tobirama. Don't tell me you thought, with his death, you'd have a chance to become Hokage yourself. Kagami, you have truly disappointed us. Every word pierced Kagami's heart like a blade. A few days later, spurred on by those harboring ill intent, old grievances from the war erupted with new intensity. I always knew this guy had ulterior motives. On the battlefield, he was hesitant when he could have held the line. Instead, he just stood by and let the cloud shinobi invade. Not a shred of backbone. What's that? You say he gave up the position to protect us? Ridiculous. We were ready to lay down our lives. What right did he have to trample on our will? In that so-called decapitation operation that night, if only he'd eliminated Kinkaku on the spot, the whole war would have ended right there. We wouldn't have lost so many people for nothing. More and more voices rose against him. Even just walking down the street, ordinary villagers stared at him with clear disgust. With time, the narrative twisted further. The hero who once braved life and death on the battlefield was now treated like a rat in the gutter, a coward who'd forsaken his comrades for his own life. Even the Uchiha clan itself began to feel the brunt of Konoha's ostracism, all because of him. Hey, did you hear? He once said Lord Tobirama was going to choose him as Hokage. That's a joke. Someone like him, Hokage? Please. If the Uchiha clan was ever fit for that, Madara Uchiha wouldn't have gone rogue in the first place. Oh, come on. Say what you like, he's still the strongest in the village right now. Aren't these words a bit harsh? TCH, it's just those eyes of his. And Tobirama's research, nothing more. Hand those things to a pig, and even a pig could become Kaga level. One night, Kagami sat on the Hokage rock, hollow-eyed and lost, his mind churning in turmoil. The beliefs he'd always cherished, his unbending shinobi way, the will of fire that had carried him this far, wavered for the very first time. Was I really wrong all along? Then, one morning, a startling rumor spread through every alley and street of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Kagami had his eyes on the Hokage's seat from the start. He colluded with outsiders, working with Cloud to weaken Konoha, won Lord Tobirama's trust through deceit, and at the negotiation, helped his brother, the rogue ninja Uchiha Kamiyo, bring about Tobirama's death. All of it, just to make himself Hokage. An absurd turn of events had occurred. This rumor, no one knew where it started, had somehow been spread and loudly proclaimed as the truth. All over the village, in every street and alley, countless villagers marched in protest, demanding the execution of Kagami Uchiha to restore justice and purity to Konoha. This upheaval immediately drew the urgent attention of Konoha's leadership. Yet, rather than seeking out the truth, the council's meeting focused instead on arguing over who would take possession of Kagami's body and his Sharingan eyes after the execution. That night, Yuko Uchiha burst into Kagami's home, her eyes red from crying. Between sobs, she poured out her misery. Kagami, I never imagined you'd turn out to be this kind of person. Do you know? Because of you, my brother has already been impeached by the elders. Yuko, even you refuse to believe me. Kagami's eyes widened, his last shred of faith collapsing within him. Yuko's voice was shrill with anguish. I must have been blind to ever fall for you, to even carry your child. I hate you. In that instant, Kagami felt as if struck by lightning. From his chest to his fingertips, a chill seeped in inch by inch, draining every trace of warmth from his body. He was lost. The will of fire that he'd abided by all his life lay in ruins. No urge to resist remained. He simply stared in silence at his comrades, the very people he had risked his life to protect, as they now propelled him toward the executioner's stage. Kneeling before the guillotine, Kagami let his gaze sweep across the villagers gathered below. Their faces wore every possible expression. Some cheered, some clamored, others spat hateful curses. Curses so vicious, it was as if Kagami had murdered their mothers. Yet, Kagami could not remember having wronged any of them. How terribly mistaken I've been, he thought. His face was deathly pale, his lips pressed tight. At this point, there was no point in arguing further. They hadn't even bothered to bind him. They knew he wouldn't resist. He didn't beg for mercy or hurl abuse. He simply looked, silently, at those who wished him dead, burying all his indignation and sorrow deep within, where it hardened into a biting coldness. So this is what it feels like to be betrayed. At the appointed hour, the elder from the Shimura clan signaled with a curt wave of his hand. The executioner stepped forward, poised to release the guillotine blade. Just then, a bolt of lightning tore down from the clear sky, with a resounding crack, striking the executioner and leaving him scorched to the bone. The blinding flash dazzled even in broad daylight, causing the villagers to rub their eyes in disbelief. When their vision cleared, they saw, to their shock, that someone had appeared by Kagami's side, though no one knew when. "It's about time," the newcomer said, tilting his head with a gentle, spotless smile. "You should come with me now, brother." Kagami remained unresponsive, his gaze dull and lifeless, as if all vitality had been drained from him. "How ugly this is," said Kamiyo, spreading his arms with a fiendish chuckle hidden in his calm voice. "Look closely. This is the real world of shinobi, the true nature of the human heart. This is the so-called Konoha village, somewhere within the land of fire, atop a rugged cliff. You have good taste. The mountains and rivers here are breathtaking, just perfect for a duel," Shinyu remarked, hands clasped behind his back as he leisurely admired the scenery. "I haven't been idle this past year, you know. I've developed some rather interesting techniques. You'll be my first test subject." Jing asked softly, "Brother, all of this, was it really your doing?" "Other than stirring up the war, I did absolutely nothing. In fact, I stayed out of the whole mess." Shinyu's lips curled into a faint, ironic smile. "Isn't it laughable?" Jing gazed blankly upward, eyes lost in the deep, crystalline blue of the sky. "I once thought that protecting my comrades was the same as protecting the village, but now the end has shown me just how mistaken I was." "Do you feel wrong now?" Shinyu shook his head lightly. "Konoha has never been that shining beacon of justice people believe it to be. You might be the first to suffer such a cruel fate, but you certainly won't be the last." He wrinkled his nose, suddenly growing impatient. "Enough of this. It's time to fight. That so-called 5-year pact you made to protect Konoha, it means nothing now." "Very well. I'm ready." Jing drew a deep breath and pointed to his own chest. "Kill me, if you're capable." With a blur of movement, Shinyu thrust his sword finger into Jing's chest, the blue light piercing straight through his heart. In an instant, a bloody hole opened in Jing's torso, the attack cleaving not only his body, but also carving through a dozen trees behind him. Coughing up blood, Jing staggered back a few steps, hands slipping into his robe. For a moment, Shinyu thought he was about to draw a ninja tool. Instead, he pulled out a single scroll. "I no longer know how to move forward. Perhaps, for Konoha's sake, and for yours, brother, my disappearance is the best choice." He tossed the scroll toward Shinyu, then slowly lifted his hand, his trembling fingers reaching toward his own eyes. "I'm aware you planted a charm in my heart to protect my ocular power. And yes, it did help me greatly during the war. But that purpose has faded now." As he spoke, Jing dug out his eyes by his own hand, passing them, still quivering, to Shinyu. "I'm sorry. I should never have betrayed you all those years ago. I know words are useless at this point, but this is the only way I can make amends." Jing's lips twisted into a pained, tragic smile, streams of crimson gold blood seeping from his tightly shut eyelids. "Brother, let the road ahead be yours to see for us both. That scroll contains the wood release techniques Lord Hashirama developed. Perhaps it might be of some use to you." He stepped back twice, spreading his arms as if to embrace something unseen. His black hair began to lift on its own as the air thickened with an overwhelming sense of life, so vibrant and pure that even a single breath brought clarity and vigor to the mind. All around, the flowers and grasses burst into wild growth, and in an instant, a freshness swept through the air. Vast fields of blossoms sprang forth, peach pink and willow green, thick with fragrance. As the wind brushed past, petals of every color danced and spun, showering down in a rain of falling flowers. Shinyu gazed at his younger brother, the depths of his eyes gentle and soft. "Is there anything you want to say one last time? In another year, my child will be born in Konoha. Whether his fate is sorrow or fortune, I leave that to your discretion." Mirroring his resolve, Jing's entire being began to radiate a sacred white light, luminous and pure. This brilliance grew ever more intense, until it illuminated the world in a dazzling clarity, turning day itself into a luminous vision. "Farewell, brother." The radiance flared. A towering tree, with lush foliage and mighty branches, erupted from the ground. The earth trembled in its wake as countless strong roots tunneled through the soil. A surging gust swept across the flower fields, lifting the petals high into the air. Uchiha Jing was gone. Where he vanished now stood a giant tree, hundreds of meters tall, so immense it would take dozens of people holding hands to encircle its massive trunk. All around, a breathtaking field of colorful flowers stretched as far as the eye could see. Shinyu remained silent, standing among the blossoms for a long, lingering moment. His black clan robe rippled in the shifting breeze. At last, he gently tended to his brother's closed eyes. With hands tucked in his pockets, he turned away and walked off. From today on, the grudges between us are finally settled. End of Volume 1. Year 20 of Konoha, Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Nyen was an orphan, or at least for as long as he could remember, he had known he was a child without a father or mother. All these years, he'd relied on the clan's meager subsidies to survive. A cold wooden bed, stale bread, sour milk long past its date, a room inhabited by only himself. Nyen never truly knew what loneliness was, only that this was simply the way life had always been for him. A kindly uncle in the clan once told him that both his parents had perished in the Great Ninja War, their lives consumed by the merciless flames of battle. Yet, never having known parental affection, Nyen felt little connection to this loss. What puzzled him more was just what his parents had done to earn the universal resentment that made everyone in the clan treat him as if he were poisonous. He understood all too well that he was unwelcome. Certain members of the clan treated him like he was no better than a buzzing fly, especially one strange woman named Yuko, whose face always twisted with furious resentment when their paths crossed. At first, he thought it was because of his own aloof personality. But when he finally made his first friend, his perspective changed. "My sister told me, everyone dislikes you because of your parents," said Uchiha Tongren, gnawing thoughtfully on a stick of triple-color dango. Tongren's words struck Nyen as truth. After all, he was Nyen's only friend, the sole person who saw him for who he was and didn't care about his lineage. Seeking answers, Nyen sought out the uncle called Shana and asked about his parents. With a sigh, the uncle told him that his father had betrayed the village, a man whose crimes were so grave they could fill volumes. Not just the clan, but the whole village wished for nothing more than to see him punished to the harshest degree. Fortunately, this news was kept strictly within the clan, and almost no one in the village knew he was that man's child. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With that, the man's expression grew more complicated, and he said nothing further. "So that's it. It turns out he's just a deserter. To have died in the war, yet betrayed the village, didn't that make him a deserter?" Nyen understood this all too well. Only the weak succumb to fear. When a great enemy looms and you choose to run, you become a deserter. Secretly, he swore to himself to grow stronger, to never repeat the same mistake. And so, determined to become a powerful ninja, he scrimped and saved, and finally today, bought his very first shuriken. The clan's training grounds were closed to him, so he ventured instead to the village training grounds, only to be told that only official ninjas and children enrolled in the ninja academy were allowed to train there. This left him feeling frustrated. He was only 5, still too young to enroll, while Tongren was already in the 2nd grade. Nyen could sense that their abilities were rapidly growing apart. The difference between training with guidance and training by trial and error was enormous. The shuriken skills Nyen had practiced so painstakingly seemed as simple as breathing to others. For him, just hitting the target took all his focus, while Tongren could hit the bullseye with a casual flick of his wrist. Tongren told Nyen this was no big deal at all. His own older sister could control the landing points of dozens of shuriken at once. Tongren's sister, named Uchiha Jili, had just officially graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. She was a gentle young woman, and exceptionally skilled. But Nyen didn't think much of it. In his mind, a ninja's strength simply increased with age. Once they were older, they'd surely be just as formidable as Jili. Tongren quickly countered, explaining that there was a classmate named Orochimaru, who was already even stronger than Tongren himself despite being younger, and, just like Nyen, a lonely child who had lost both parents to the war. "Maybe the 3 of us would have a lot to talk about," Tongren said. After all, his own father had also died in the war. Mentioning this, Nyen couldn't help but feel a little down. He had no desire to make friends on the basis of shared tragedy, especially not when his father wasn't viewed as a hero, but as a deserter. There was no honor in it, only shame. Out on the street, Tongren grabbed Nyen's arm. "Come on, I'll take you to meet him." "Meet who?" "Orochimaru. Are you sure that a good idea?" Nyen hesitated, feeling awkward. Tongren tilted his head and flashed a bright, toothy grin. "My sister always says the more friends, the broader the road. Next year, when you start school, we'll both be there to look out for you." He laughed, pulling Nyen along, but in his rush, ran straight into a wall, landing flat on his back. Ouch! Kirito rubbed his head, and Nyen hurried to help him to his feet. A tall figure blocked out the sunlight, casting an imposing shadow over them. It was only then that Kirito realized he hadn't run into a wall at all. Instead, he'd crashed straight into someone. "I'm so sorry. Really, I'm sorry," he apologized quickly as he scrambled to his feet. The man wore a mask over his face, his medium-length hair falling loose and untamed. Even a glance at his eyes would tell anyone he was not to be trifled with. "Watch where you're going, kid," the man growled, his voice deep and gritty, sounding almost muffled. Like two little chicks pecking at grains, the young Uchiha boys nodded up and down, their eyes following the man as he strode into a nearby izakaya. Inside, the man carelessly ordered a few dishes and settled by the window. "What a hassle," he muttered to himself, a note of complaint in his tone. "I never realized Konoha village was this big." Just then, a curious voice drifted over. "Does that mean this is your first time in Konoha?" Turning towards the sound, the man saw a young man dressed in black. Without waiting for an invitation, he walked over and sat himself comfortably at the other side of the table. The newcomer's build was tall and slender, his dark hair thick as midnight, cascading naturally onto his forehead like the deepest shadow in the night sky. A black ribbon was loosely wound around his eyes, covering them entirely, as if veiling not only his gaze, but the blue sky itself. "I was here once, a long time ago," the man replied gruffly, "but I never had the chance to really look around." For some reason, as he looked at the young man before him, an odd sense of familiarity crept in. "So that's how it is," the young man responded with a subtle smile, raising his cup for a delicate sip. The man's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if he were trying to penetrate the black ribbon and see the eyes beneath. "Can you see me?" "I can't see," the young man replied, calm and matter-of-fact. "Just a touch of basic sensory ninjutsu. Nothing impressive." He paused for a moment. "Compared to Lord Kakuzu, the most renowned of the bounty exchange, my abilities hardly merit mention." The man's eyes narrowed. "So you recognize me?" "The man who once tried to assassinate the first Hokage. It's an honor to finally meet someone so famous." Kakuzu leaned closer, scrutinizing the young man's face. His features were sharply defined, his face chiseled and clear-cut. Even with his eyes covered, he was unmistakably handsome. "What a coincidence," Kakuzu said. "I feel like I've seen you before as well." "Being recognized by you can't be a good thing," the young man quipped, his manners still warm and respectful. "For all I know, I might even be on your list of bounty targets." "Take off the ribbon," Kakuzu demanded. "Let me see your eyes." "I'm afraid that's the one thing I can't do," the young man replied, a trace of apology in his laughter. "The time just isn't right." Kakuzu paid him no mind. He pulled out a stack of bounty posters, straight from the exchange bar, flipping through them one by one, until he reached the very last page. He held it up, comparing. "You're—" Kakuzu stared at the poster in his grasp. His pupils contracted in recognition. "Uchiha Kamiba. Oh dear, you saw through me." The young man smiled, raising a finger to his lips. "Let's keep it quiet, all right? If we scare the entire Hidden Leaf village out of their wits, I won't get to enjoy my breakfast tea." This is truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort at all, Kakuzu exclaimed, visibly agitated. His eyes quivered with anticipation. "Your head is worth 580 million ryo. The bounty comes jointly from the 5 great nations, a price acknowledged by every exchange in the shinobi world." "Good. That's exactly the reaction I was hoping for." "But really now," the young man pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied, "is that all my head is worth? Seems like even if I brought my own head to Baki, he still wouldn't part with his secret jutsu for it." And this young man, there could be no mistake, was Uchiha Kamiyo. Years ago, after Uchiha Kagami was transformed into a tree, Kamiyo returned to the base. Under the guidance of Uchiha Madara, he transplanted his younger brother's Mangekyo Sharingan. The process was far from simple. The path to eternity was anything but straightforward. It's well known, once the Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, every use of its ocular powers generates a peculiar release chakra within a mind. This energy makes the wielders stronger and their spiritual power surge. But with each increase, the optic nerves are eroded. Gradually, this insidious chakra begins to corrode every cell of the body, leaving the user physically weaker with each passing day. With time, this brings about a shift. The spiritual energy grows while bodily strength wanes, a phenomenon the ancients called the dominance of yin over yang. When enough yin-release chakra has accumulated in the mind, transplanting a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from a close blood relative causes this energy to slowly fuse with the new eyes. Bloodlines intertwine, genes are reshaped, and what was once a congenital defect is restored to wholeness. After some time, a dramatic metamorphosis unfolds. This is the path to eternity. If successful, not only will his eyes undergo a complete transformation, enhancing their basic attributes and ocular abilities, unlocking the full form of Susanoo, for example, but he will also fuse all the power of the other pair of eyes within himself, becoming the bearer of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes which will never go blind. According to Madara's experience, there is an essential requirement, the perfect moment for transplantation. When the original eyes are rendered completely blind, that is, when the in-release chakra in the mind reaches its peak. In the past, Kamiya would use his ability to revert time and erase the negative effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, returning himself to an unscathed state. Yet this also erased the newly generated in-release chakra in his mind. Therefore, Kamiya had to relentlessly exhaust his ocular powers, pushing his eyes to complete blindness, before he could transplant Kagami's Sharingan. For an entire month, he constantly fought off the urge to look back in time, a struggle as grueling as suppressing one's own instincts. At the same time, he unleashed his eye techniques without restraint, carelessly spending his ocular power like a nouveau riche recklessly squandering his fortune. He even went as far as using Susanoo for simple things, such as pouring a cup of tea. Eventually, after this near-mad spree of consuming his ocular power, he went blind. Yet, contrary to his expectations, his body did not weaken much, nor did he suffer from the notorious symptoms of coughing up blood. Everything remained within the realm of control, so he decisively retrieved Mirror's Mangekyo Sharingan from the nutrient solution and completed the transplant surgery. Step by step, everything proceeded according to plan. Within just 3 short months, he accomplished the fusion and opened those eternal eyes. These eyes shimmered a crimson as vivid as ruby, and amidst the intricate patterns of energy, there bloomed a jet-black, 3-leaf clover design, delicate and beautiful, dazzling like precious glass, with a faint violet glow dancing within the scarlet. Even Uchiha Hikaru, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in awe, "Beautiful." By the standard procedure for fusing ordinary Mangekyo, reaching this step would already mean success. However, Mirror's eyes were far from ordinary Mangekyo. These were eyes that flawlessly merged Hashirama's genes and inherited the pure power of Yang Release Chakra. Though he had already accomplished the fusion with Yin Release, merging with Yang Release was still a long and uncertain journey. Every day brought a new sensation for Kamehane. His body, already at the pinnacle of power, was continuing to grow even stronger, albeit gradually, day by day. These blood-related eyes had opened a path toward bloodline fusion, and along that path, the Yang Release genes carried within the eyes were merging with every cell of Kamahane's body. It was a reconstruction at the genetic level with a balance of sequences that was nothing short of perfect. This process was painless. However, if Kamehane tried to use his ocular power, the fusion would come to a standstill for an extended period, requiring months to slowly recover. That was why, to avoid any unconscious use of his eyes, he simply kept them covered. He allowed the power of Yin and Yang to intertwine and fuse naturally, free from interference, as he steadily advanced the reinforcement of his physique. With enough time, he would attain the power of Yang Release that Mirror once displayed, but this time, it would be utterly his own, free of side effects, without backlash, and fully belonging to Uchiha Kamehane. A strip of black silk concealed his eyes, and he wore it for 6 years. During those years, as long as he didn't intentionally disrupt the process, Kamahane's body would continue its slow evolution. Every meal and every sip of water nourished this subtle progress, reaching deep into every cell to extract stronger and richer Yang Release Chakra. This was not borrowed from another. It was the Yang Release Chakra that his own re-engineered genes now produced naturally. Progress was slow, yet the results accumulated over time were astonishing. Kamehane could faintly sense that he was close to breaking through his limits. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Across the table, Kakuzu set down his cup, his hand trembling uncontrollably with excitement. "Don't be so hasty. If you want to fight, let's take it outside. I'm actually rather fond of this restaurant," Shinyu said softly. "Fine," Kakuzu replied, narrowing his eyes so only a faint, sickly green glimmer seeped through the slits. "You're the first prey I've ever seen who stays so calm, even knowing death is inevitable." Shinyu found this almost amusing. "Kakuzu, aren't you even a little curious why the 5 great nations put a joint bounty on my head, and why it's such a high price? Does the lion ever wonder if the sheep it eats is the flock's leader?" Kakuzu retorted offhandedly. "Or perhaps it's Satan himself," Shinyu muttered quietly. "What was that?" "Nothing. Umph. The only thing I care about is the bounty. Nothing else matters." Kakuzu's voice radiated confidence. "I have an immortal body. Even a Kage is nothing to me." From beneath his mask came a chilling, rasping laughter. "TCH, so my showdown with Hashirama, that piece of intel, was conveniently concealed by the 5 great shinobi villages, huh? So then, can I take it, Shinyu asked, that you've abandoned your original target and decided to hunt me instead? Kakuzu's suspicion flared. How did you know I had another target? It was true. His trip to Konoha held a different purpose. The current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Years ago, during the First Great Ninja War, the nation suffered heavy losses. The second Hokage, the second Raikage, the second Mizukage, and the second Tsuchikage. All four leaders perished one after another in that war. Countless elite shinobi were left buried on the battlefield. With all the great nations bloodied and their leaders fallen, the war eventually burned itself out. In the aftermath, the countries tacitly agreed to a truce, and the world entered an era of peaceful development. This Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all, had taken the position 3 years prior, surviving multiple rounds of voting, and was finally chosen by the feudal lord as the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, Shinyu answered with a soft, knowing chuckle, lowering his voice. Because it was me who put out that bounty. What? Kakuzu blinked, his gaze sharpening in an instant. No wonder. How can anyone offer 90 million ryo for a mere upstart Hokage? What grudge do you have against him? Shinyu could no longer hold back his laughter. Kakuzu, it's precisely your unwary nature that I appreciate. You see, my target is actually you. Orochimaru, so this is where you are. In the cemetery, Orochimaru, sitting on his knees in front of a gravestone and lost in thought, lifted his head at the sudden disturbance behind him. Oh, Kirito. He recognized the visitor and rose slowly to his feet. Is there something you need from me? Kirito, slightly out of breath and accompanied by Uchiha Nyen, hurried over. Orochimaru, let's just say we're friends, all right? There's really no need to be so formal with me. Kirito said generously, waving his hand. From now on, just talk to me like a friend, no honorifics. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. After all, he came from a humble background and had a rather gloomy temperament. At school, he barely had any friends, let alone from prominent clans like the Uchiha. But Uchiha Kirito was different. He lacked any of the arrogance that often came with noble birth. He was approachable and modest in his speech, never putting on airs. And with his delicate features and hair of striking violet, more beautiful than many girls, he was quite popular in their class. Perhaps because of this, Kirito got along with almost everyone. In a way, Orochimaru had become his default friend. All right, Kirito. So, is there something you needed from me? Orochimaru asked. Kirito tugged Uchiha Nyen out from behind his back and introduced him. Today, I want to introduce you to a new friend. This is him, Uchiha Nyen. He'll be enrolling next year, and I think you two will have a lot in common. Another child from the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru's eyes lingered thoughtfully on Nyen. At the same time, Nyen was studying Orochimaru in return. This child was dressed in white, his face pale, hair long and black, with slender eyes that gave him an air of refinement. Just by his appearance alone, it was clear he was a reserved person by nature. Hi, I'm Uchiha Nyen, Nyen stammered, mustering the courage that Kirito had encouraged in him. He stretched out his small hand toward Orochimaru. It's nice to meet you. I hope we get along. Orochimaru blinked, momentarily surprised, then belatedly reached out in return. Though Nyen kept darting his gaze away, Orochimaru could see a trace of insecurity and timidity in his eyes, the very same look he himself once carried. Hello, I'm Orochimaru, he replied. Under Kirito's proud and encouraging gaze, the two children's hands met, a quiet pact forming between them. The three of them made their way back toward the heart of the village together. Both Orochimaru and Nyen were on the quiet side, but with Kirito's warm, easygoing presence holding them together, conversation never seemed to stall or grow awkward. Children are usually pure of heart. It's rare to find one who doesn't like making new friends. Especially for kids like Nyen and Orochimaru, whose inner worlds quietly longed for companionship. It didn't take long for them to warm up to each other. Orochimaru, I'm still amazed by that wind release technique you showed in training the other day. Do you think you could let us see it again? Kirito gave Nyen a little pat on the back. This guy here is seriously eager to get stronger. A bit of ninjutsu? Orochimaru considered, then nodded. Sure, that's no problem. But first, we need to head to a training ground. As they spoke, the group made a turn midway and walked into the depths of the Leaf Village forest. There, according to Orochimaru, was a secluded training ground that was rarely supervised. Even someone without much experience like Nyen could sneak in. It could serve as their future secret base. The group wove through layers of trees, treading along tangled, branch-strewn paths, until they finally arrived at a rather worn-out training ground. While the facility was simple, the grounds were spacious, fully equipped with throwing targets, practice wooden posts, and a variety of other tools. Nyen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't stop running his fingers over the shuriken in his hands. Today was, without a doubt, the happiest day of his life. All right, This should do, Orochimaru announced. He motioned for the two to stand aside, then began to form hand seals with methodical precision. Abit, Rosta, Rat, Dragon, Rosta. Nien watched attentively. Orochimaru finished with the rooster seal, then extended his hand forward, palm flat. Wind style, turbulent air dance. Suddenly, a gentle breeze began to stir, rustling the branches and sending the leaves trembling in unison. Orochimaru caught his breath and explained, "This is a ninjutsu from scroll my father left me. When mastered, it can conjure a fierce wind capable of deflecting every kunai hurled at its user. Now, let me show you what I've got." Kirito rolled up his sleeves and deftly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He summoned all his strength, his cheeks puffing and turning bright red, then opened his mouth wide toward the open training ground. With a soft whoosh, a bloom of crimson flames flashed into existence, gone as quickly as it appeared. Though only the size of a watermelon, the air grew noticeably warmer. "This was the very first ninjutsu my sister taught me," Kirito said, panting from the effort but striking a proud pose, hands on hips. "Amazing," Nien breathed, stunned, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. But soon, a sense of loss overtook him. What had his own father left behind? Just then, Orochimaru walked over and gave his shoulder a reassuring tap. "If you'd like to learn Nien-kun, I'd be happy to teach you." "That goes for me too," Kirito laughed, throwing an arm around Nien's neck. But then his tone shifted. "Still, first things first, we need to figure out your chakra nature. You're an Uchiha, so you definitely have a fire affinity. But the real question is, could you learn Orochimaru's wind techniques?" "That really is an issue," Orochimaru mused, stroking his chin. "Testing your chakra nature requires a special piece of chakra paper. Though you'll be starting at the academy next year, if you're this eager to become stronger, I think I can find a way to get one for you." "Thank you, both of you." Nien bowed politely, eyes shining with anticipation. "If I can master these jutsu, I'll surely become a powerful ninja." But Orochimaru only sighed, as if reluctant to dampen his spirits. "I hate to say it, but in my eyes, these ninjutsu are hardly worth mentioning." "Why not?" "My father's wind release could easily slice through stone, yet he still perished in the war." Orochimaru lowered his gaze. "If there were a ninjutsu that could make one truly invulnerable, transcending the shackles of life, aging, illness, and death, reaching immortality, only then would that be the ultimate, most powerful art." At that moment, a ripple of invisible energy drifted through the air, washing over the training ground like a gentle breeze. All three youngsters perked up their ears. Carried on the wind came the faint sound of distant voices. "What kind of technique is that?" The voice was deep and slightly hoarse. The instant they heard it, both Kirito and Nien glanced at each other in shock, seeing the same expression reflected in one another's eyes. "Don't be so tense, just a simple barrier technique. It's good for concealing our presence and dampening the wind. Besides, you don't want Konoha knowing we're fighting out here, do you?" The reply was a young man's voice, breezy and unhurried. You don't really think this is just a friendly spar, do you?" "Sorry, but to me this doesn't even qualify as a warm-up." "How arrogant." Orochimaru immediately grabbed the hands of his two companions, pressing them down and quietly slipping into the thick cover of grass. Kirito carefully nudged Orochimaru's shoulder, raising his hands to mime a "let's escape" gesture. Orochimaru shook his head gravely, signaling with his eyes for the others to look east. Then, he drew his fingers slowly across his throat. Nien had never felt so tense. She cautiously parted the grass just enough to peer through the gap, following the direction Orochimaru had indicated. Beyond dozens of meters of trees, through the foliage, they could just make out the silhouettes of two figures facing each other. In the forest clearing, Kakuzu and Shinyu stood opposite one another. The wind whispered through the branches, seemingly peaceful, but the air was thick with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Looks like a few rats have slipped in." Kakuzu glanced sideways at the nearby woods, letting out a low, rumbling laugh. At these words, the three youngsters in the grass instantly clamped their hands over their mouths, holding their breath, frozen in place, only their wide eyes darting about. Shinyu stood with his hands folded behind his back, long black hair fluttering in the breeze. "You said it yourself, just a few rats. Not worth your attention. They won't be leaving the barrier anyway." Nien's eyes widened. Although the man's face was masked by a strip of black cloth, she felt an eerie sense of being watched by something unseen. Kakuzu raised his hand. "Yeah, so what you're saying is, even if these brats get caught up in our battle and end up smashed to pieces, it's none of your concern. They're just Konoha brats. What do they matter to me?" Shinyu tilted his head slightly. "And honestly, I doubt you have it in you." "What?" Kakuzu's sharp green eyes gleamed with menace. "What did you just say?" I mean, Shinyu lifted a finger, a faint, sculpted smile playing on his lips. You're awfully weak, aren't you? Suddenly, the ground behind Kamiba split open, and a blurred fist shot toward his back like a bolt of lightning. It was a disembodied iron fist, tethered to several unusually tough black threads at the wrist, whipping forward like a cannonball, carrying enough power to pierce through steel plate. Yet, as if by premonition, a light, effortless palm caught the fist. With the gentlest breeze, all that tremendous force instantly dissipated into nothing. Launching an attack from a blind spot. Very decent tactics, Kamiba commented serenely. But it seems you picked the wrong target. I'm a sensory ninja, remember? I did tell you the first time we met. Even before his words finished, another fist came speeding toward him, only to be caught once more in Kamiba's deft, perceptive grasp. Fire style, head carving suffering. Kakuzu wasted no time. With a wide-mouthed exhale, a torrent of flames swept forth like a surging wave, incinerating all in its path. In an instant, the air's temperature soared to thousands of degrees. Well, I have immersed myself in the study of ninjutsu for quite some years now. I know a thing or two about altering chakra's properties. Looks like you'll be the one I test them on. The calm voice drifted from behind, sending a jolt of alarm through Kakuzu. Cold sweat prickled his neck as, with a whip-like motion, his right arm swung around, cleaving a thick tree in half. In a blur, Kamiba reappeared silently in mid-air, body inverted. For a moment, he slowly formed his hand into the shape of a gun. What incredible speed! Kakuzu finally felt the pressure and hurriedly stopped to begin weaving hand seals. Yet, Kamiba seemed even faster. Water style, water iron bullet. A sly smile quirked Kamiba's lips. The air at his fingertip grew suddenly damp, and a bullet-like droplet of water shot forth at breathtaking speed. Bang! The crash of impact echoed outward as water exploded into shimmering spray against Kakuzu's palm. The hand had already turned completely black, and even so, the immense force pushed it subtly backward. Kakuzu's expression grew grave. If he hadn't instantly hardened his palm with the earth spear technique, he'd have been skewered right through. Oh, earth counters water, does it? Then how about lightning? The very instant Kamiba landed, he'd finished weaving his seals. Raising one hand high, he called out, lightning style, false darkness. Blinding bolts of lightning arced through the forest, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Two lances formed of pure electricity speared through the air with destructive power. Lightning style, false darkness. Kakuzu hastily braced himself, arcs of electricity dancing between his palms. He conjured up his own lances of lightning, which collided head-on with Kamiba's attack. Boom! Lightning exploded in a blinding flash, thunder crackling wild. Trees all around were charred black by the fierce currents, yet the patch of grass where the three little ones crouched remained miraculously untouched. Fire style, grand fire destruction. Before Kakuzu could even catch his breath, a massive fireball, bright as a falling star, lit up the forest, its blazing tail streaking menacingly toward him. What is this? Could he be a ninja who's mastered all 5 chakra natures? Kakuzu was starting to panic a little. The main reason was that the flow of Kamiu's jutsu had become so rapid and seamless that it was dizzying to behold. The lightning release from just moments ago was already enough, but now this fire release. It seemed he hadn't even performed any hand signs. Water release, water curtain. Following the theory of elemental counteraction, Kakuzu hurriedly unleashed a water-style jutsu, spewing forth a powerful torrent. The watery curtain unfurled like a waterfall, engulfing the fireball, hissing violently as giant clouds of steam burst forth. As expected of the man ranked number 1 in the Bounty Alliance, just his command of jutsu alone is no less impressive than mine, Kakuzu thought, anxiety flickering as a bead of cold sweat ran down his forehead. He's a sensory-type ninja. This steam will obscure my vision. I must create a battlefield environment that favors me. His ninjutsu mastery far surpasses mine. Then I'll challenge him in taijutsu instead. If that's the case, I can't let him dictate the pace. I need to take control, now. Without hesitation, he formed a series of hand signs, drew a deep breath, and then exhaled with explosive force. Wind release, pressure damage. The air shrieked as a sphere of compressed wind howled forward, instantly dispersing the steamy haze. The gale twisted itself into a vicious vortex. Entire swaths of trees splintered with a sharp crack, and even the earth was ripped apart. Seizing the moment, Kakuzu infused a fire release into the raging wind feeding the flames, turning everything before him a fierce, burning red. Only then did he win himself a brief respite. He quickly removed his mask and tore open his shirt, revealing a muscular torso marred with stitches. Then, clapping his hands together, he invoked his secret art. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear Mode. To the children who had not yet graduated, this was a truly terrifying sight. Kakuzu opened his mouth. The stitches along both sides unraveled a little at a time. Simultaneously, his chest began to split apart, and countless black threads poured forth from the seams of his body, gradually forming two bizarre, white masks perched on his shoulders. A sinister hiss filled the air as the black threads unfurled, growing longer and entwining into 8 tentacle-like appendages. In just a few heartbeats, he transformed from a man into a monstrous, 3-faced creature woven of black tendrils. Far off in the grass, Nien was paralyzed with fear. He squeezed his hands over his mouth, terrified that even the smallest sound might draw the monster's attention. And if that happened, he knew he would lose his 2 best friends forever. The flames faded, the tempest subsided, but Kamiyu still stood there, unscathed. The lingering heat hadn't fully dissipated. Through the wavering air, he remained clearly visible. A glossy, transparent film of water cloaked his body, keeping him immaculate no matter how fierce the fire burned. A faint, delicate rainbow circled him. Standing tall, hands folded behind his back, Kamiyu's silhouette was suddenly split by a flickering afterimage in front of him. The bursting wind whipped his long hair loose, making the black ribbon at its end dance wildly in the air. Kakuzu swung his fist at Shinyu, and to increase its hardness, he had already used the earth spear technique to harden his entire arm. Unfortunately, when the blow landed, it met with no real resistance. Shinyu softly tapped the back of his hand, and Kakuzu's whole arm veered off course. Kakuzu's eyes blazed with a fierce light. The black threads behind him shot forth like a barrage of bullets. Threads? What a coincidence. I've recently taken quite an interest in threads myself, Shinyu remarked. With a rapid flurry of hand movements, Shinyu batted away every black thread before they could reach him. Even though the threads were invisible, he anticipated the trajectory of each one with uncanny precision. Most astonishing of all was his frightening hand speed. Ghostly afterimages filled the air in an instant. Shinyu fought and retreated at the same time, his footwork seemingly chaotic, yet he managed to make Kakuzu run in circles right where they stood. Then, at a certain moment, Kakuzu suddenly noticed a fleeting glimmer in Shinyu's hand. Something's not right. He stopped his assault at once. The masks on either side of his head began to gather chakra for wind and fire techniques. Suddenly, the corners of Shinyu's mouth curled upward, like a conductor orchestrating a grand performance. He swiftly moved his hands, his fingers fluttering and weaving together like butterflies before pulling sharply. A deep, tense hum filled the air. Kakuzu was momentarily dazed, and then he felt something tighten around his arm, as if some invisible force had ensnared him. Before he could gather strength to break free, that same constricting sensation spread to his limbs, his chest, the black threads. Every spot that Shinyu had touched felt an airless grip closing in. All at once, he realized the truth. The air was already filled with countless nearly invisible threads, each one connected to Shinyu's fingers. He was like an unfortunate insect caught in a spider's web, completely unable to escape. His unfinished wind and fire jutsu, brimming with potential, broke apart halfway through. Shinyu shook his head and sighed softly. As I thought, in the end, I still prefer shaping chakra over altering its properties. A crisp, rapid clapping sound erupted. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless hair-thin threads shimmered into view, each one many times tougher than Kakuzu's own thread jutsu. In a blink, he was entangled and bound. His body jerked helplessly up into the air like a puppet on strings. This isn't right. These are chakra threads. Are you a puppeteer? Kakuzu's pupils shrank in shock. No, wait. The density of these threads is off the charts. They're sharper than blades. If I hadn't hardened my body in time, I'd have been diced to pieces by now. Interesting, isn't it? This is a new jutsu I've developed. Haven't come up with a name for it yet. With an elegant flourish, Shinyu stretched out his fingers, chanting softly, "Gather, metal, armament." In a heartbeat, within that dense web of threads, several suddenly gleamed with a deep, metallic luster, wrapping themselves tightly around Kakuzu's chest, limbs, and even the mask on his shoulder. Shinyu lifted his forefinger lightly, and in an instant, those threads slipped into Kakuzu's body. The finesse was astonishing, as if using a strand of silk to slice through a tender egg, effortless and precise. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu was decapitated. His monstrous body was cut to pieces, each part severed along with his black threads, until he was reduced to countless fragments tumbling to the ground. His head rolled aside and came to a halt, the look of terror frozen on his face. This gruesome scene imprinted itself deeply in the eyes of the 3 youngsters. Each of their pupils widened with fear. They could never have imagined that the young man with a black satin blindfold, who seemed so refined and gentle, could be so merciless in his methods. Yet the young man did not leave. With a faint smile playing on his lips, he merely stood in place, quietly observing Kakuzu's corpse. Before long, the fragments began to twitch, and countless black threads started to writhe, creeping toward the severed head and the scattered body parts, serpent-like, as if enchanted by a snake charmer's flute. "That monster is still alive," Orochimaru exclaimed, eyes wide with shock, momentarily forgetting to breathe. To his astonishment, the black threads slithered and wove through the fragments as if alive, gradually pulling them together piece by piece, stitching a body back into wholeness. At last, the threads bundled together and yanked the head back onto its neck. And so, the man who had just been torn limb from limb reassembled himself before their eyes, miraculously restored as if nothing had happened. The black threads patched every seam, and Kakuzu began to draw ragged breaths, his chest heaving. He wore an expression of excruciating pain. Suddenly, 2 large holes burst open in his back, and from within, 2 bizarre white masks shot out, shattering into a flurry of black threads. "You managed to shatter 2 of my hearts in one strike." Kakuzu glared furiously at the young man standing before him, his gaze sharp enough to devour. "You've truly incurred my wrath now." Shinyu clicked his tongue in mock disapproval, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "I thought I destroyed 4. Seems I was still being too gentle." No sooner had he finished speaking than he disappeared on the spot. With a gust of wind, more than a dozen ghostly afterimages flickered around the area. Kakuzu immediately lashed out with his tentacle fist, his black threads separating and reassembling his wrists and arms as he struck. His iron fist drilled through one of the afterimages, but there was nothing of substance to strike. Rasengan! A harsh, buzzing sound filled the air. 3 versions of Shinyu simultaneously pressed high speed, spinning balls of chakra into Kakuzu's body, sending him hurtling through the air. All the afterimages faded into one, and Shinyu raised his sword-like fingers, slicing through the air. A flash of blue sword aura cut across Kakuzu's hardened neck, ringing out with a sharp metallic clang. Damn it! Kakuzu instantly separated another mask from his body. Lightning crackled in the gaping mouth of the mask, while Kakuzu himself formed hand seals and gathered water-release chakra in his throat. Water-style combo, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet.